The dust covering the old data crystal was thick and gray. Commander Tae-Yang wiped it away with his gloved hand and held the crystal up to the light. His office aboard the flagship was quiet except for the hum of engines that kept the massive ship moving through space. Another useless piece of history, he muttered to himself. The Velkari Empire had been collecting old records from dead civilizations for 300 years. Most of it was garbage, old maps of destroyed worlds, poetry that made no sense, religious texts about gods that never existed. But the Emperor wanted everything catalogued, so Tae-Yang had to spend his time sorting through boxes of ancient junk, instead of doing real military work. He placed the crystal into the reader on his desk. The machine beeped twice and projected holographic text into the air. The language was old, something from the first contact era when species were just beginning to meet each other in space. Tae-Yang's translator worked slowly to convert the words. Warning to all civilizations. Do not provoke the humans of Earth. They appear peaceful and weak, but this is deception. When threatened, they become monsters. They do not stop. They do not forgive. They will burn entire worlds to ash for revenge. This is not theory. This is witnessed fact. Keep peace with humanity or face extinction. Tae-Yang laughed out loud. The sound echoed in his empty office. Humans. The same humans who ran a few trade stations and barely controlled 12 planets? The same humans who always backed down during negotiations? The same humans who paid tribute to avoid conflict? He had met humans before. They were soft creatures with weak bodies. They got tired easily. They needed special atmospheres to breathe. They couldn't see in multiple spectrums like the Velkari could. They aged quickly and died after barely a century. And they were always so polite, always so diplomatic, always so careful not to offend anyone. Monsters, Tae-Yang said, still chuckling. What a joke. He saved the file to the archive database and marked it as primitive fear propaganda before moving on to the next box. The warning meant nothing to him. It was probably written by some paranoid species that went extinct because they were too afraid to fight anyone. 3 days later, Tae-Yang received an interesting report during his morning briefing. His intelligence officer, a young Velkari named Dalsu, stood at attention before his desk. Commander, we have detected a human ship entering Sector 47, Dalsu said. Tae-Yang looked up from his breakfast. Sector 47? That's our territory. What kind of ship? A colony vessel, sir. Our scanners show it's called the Dawn's Promise. It's massive, probably carrying 10,000 humans, maybe more. They seem to be looking for a new planet to settle. Did they request permission to enter our space? No, sir. They just crossed the border. Tae-Yang set down his eating utensil and leaned back in his chair. This was interesting. The humans were always so careful about borders and permissions. They followed every rule and regulation. For them to just fly into Velkari space without asking was unusual. Maybe they're lost, Dalsu suggested. Their navigation could be malfunctioning. Or maybe they think they can just take what they want, Tae-Yang said. Maybe they think we're too far away to notice or care. He stood up and walked to the large window that showed the stars outside. His flagship, the Eternal Glory, was the most powerful warship in this region of space. He commanded a fleet of 20 ships, all of them equipped with weapons that could crack planets. The Velkari Empire had conquered 40 star systems in the last century. They were strong. They were feared, and some weak little human colony ship thought it could just fly through their territory? Send them a message, Tae-Yang ordered. Tell them to leave immediately or face destruction. Dalsu nodded and left to send the communication. Tae-Yang stayed at the window watching the stars. He was actually hoping the humans would refuse. It had been months since the fleet had seen real action. His crew was getting soft from routine patrols. A quick battle would be good training. An hour later, Dalsu returned. Sir, the humans responded. Captain Jiwoo of the Dawn's Promise says they had engine problems and drifted off course. He apologizes for the intrusion and asks for safe passage to the border. He says the ship is full of families and children going to start a new settlement. Families and children, Tae-Yang repeated. He smiled, but it wasn't a kind smile. How convenient. They violate our territory and then hide behind their young. Should we grant them passage, sir? Tae-Yang thought about it. By law, he should contact the Empire's diplomatic corps and let them handle it. There would be meetings and negotiations and probably some small fine that the humans would pay. It would take weeks and accomplish nothing. But there was another option. He remembered the old warning he had read just 3 days ago. Do not provoke the humans. They become monsters. He almost laughed again thinking about it. Dalsu, how many of our ships are in range of the Dawn's promise?
6 ships, sir.
More than enough to handle one colony vessel. And if we destroyed that ship right now, would anyone know it was us? Dalsu's eyes widened. Sir? Answer the question. The region is remote. There are no other ships nearby. We could destroy the Dawn's promise and claim it was a reactor failure or pirate attack.
But sir, they're civilians.
The Empire has treaties. The Empire has treaties with strong nations that can fight back. Tae-yang interrupted. What will the humans do? Send a strongly worded complaint? They don't have a real military. They have a few patrol ships that can barely leave their own star system. He walked back to his desk and pulled up tactical displays of the area. The Dawn's promise was large but completely unarmed. It was designed to carry people and supplies, not fight battles. His 6 warships could destroy it in minutes. This is what will happen, Tae-yang said. We will destroy the human ship. We will claim it was a navigation error on their part, and they flew into an asteroid field. No survivors. No evidence. And when Earth asks questions, we will express our deep sadness and offer to help investigate. Commander, I must advise against this action, Dalsu said carefully. Even if we succeed, there could be political consequences. There will be no consequences. The humans are weak. They will complain and then they will accept our story because they have no choice. And the rest of the galaxy will see that the Velkari Empire does not tolerate violations of our territory, not even from colony ships full of families. Dalsu stood silent for a moment. He was clearly uncomfortable with the order, but he was also a loyal officer. Finally he nodded. Yes, sir. I will prepare the fleet. Good. And Dalsu, make it quick. I don't want them to suffer. Just a few missiles and it will be over. They won't even know what happened. After Dalsu left, Tae-yang sat back down at his desk. He pulled up the old warning again and read it one more time. Do not provoke the humans. They become monsters. Superstition, he said to the empty room. Nothing but primitive superstition. He closed the file and began writing his official report. He would say that the human ship refused to leave despite multiple warnings. He would say they acted aggressively. He would make it sound like the Velkari fleet had no choice but to defend themselves. Outside his window, the stars continued their eternal dance. In a few hours, 10,000 human civilians would be dead, and Tae-yang would go to sleep that night believing he had made the right decision. He had no way of knowing that he had just made the biggest mistake of his life. He had no way of knowing that the old warning was not superstition at all, and he had no way of knowing that humanity was about to show the entire galaxy exactly what happens when you kill their innocent children. The countdown to the Velkari Empire's destruction had just begun. The missiles launched at exactly 600 station time. 6 Velkari warships fired in perfect coordination, their weapons streaking through the darkness of space like silver arrows. Commander Tae-yang watched from the bridge of the eternal glory as the targeting computers tracked each missile's path toward the Dawn's promise. The human colony ship hung in space like a floating city. Its hull was painted white with blue markings, and through the view screen Tae-yang could see lights in thousands of windows. People were awake in there, families eating breakfast, children getting ready for school lessons, parents talking about their new life on whatever planet they hoped to settle. In 30 seconds, all of them would be dead. Impact in 10 seconds, the weapons officer announced. Tae-yang felt nothing, no guilt, no hesitation. This was war, even if the humans didn't know it yet. The strong survived and the weak perished. That was the law of the universe. The missiles hit the Dawn's promise from 6 different angles. The explosions were massive, bright enough that the view screen automatically dimmed to protect everyone's eyes. The colony ship's hull cracked open like an egg. Atmosphere vented into space in great white clouds. Secondary explosions rippled through the ship as fuel tanks and power cores were breached. It was over in less than a minute. Where the Dawn's promise had been, now there was only debris. Chunks of metal spinning slowly through space, frozen clouds of water and oxygen, and bodies, so many bodies floating in the void already beginning to drift apart. Target destroyed, Commander, the weapons officer said. No life signs detected. Good, Tae-yang said. Dalsu, begin collecting the larger debris pieces. We'll arrange them to look like an asteroid impact. Make sure there's nothing that shows missile damage. Yes, sir, the crew got to work. They were efficient and professional, If any of them had doubts about what they had just done, they kept those doubts to themselves. This was the Velkari way. Orders were followed without question. What Tae-young didn't know was that the Dawn's Promise had been transmitting everything. The ship's captain, Jiwoo, had activated the emergency broadcast system the moment Velkari warships appeared on his sensors. It was standard procedure for civilian vessels in danger. The system sent out a continuous signal on all frequencies, transmitting everything the ship's cameras and sensors could detect. That signal had been traveling through space at the speed of light for the past 3 hours. It had already passed beyond the Velkari's ability to stop it. And in 17 days, it would reach Earth. On the Velkari homeworld, news of the Dawn's Promise's destruction was met with celebration. The Empire's propaganda machine went to work immediately. They called it a great military victory. They said the humans had been planning to invade Velkari space and the fleet had stopped them just in time. The Emperor himself gave Tae-young a medal for protecting the Empire. At the ceremony, Tae-young stood proud in his dress uniform, while cameras recorded everything. The crowd cheered. Military bands played triumphant music. It was one of the greatest days of his life. "You have shown the galaxy that the Velkari Empire does not tolerate threats," the Emperor said, placing the medal around Tae-young's neck. "Let this be a warning to all who would challenge us." Tae-young bowed deeply. "I serve the Empire with all my strength, Your Majesty." That night there was a grand celebration. The finest food and drink, dancing and music. Tae-young was the hero of the hour. Everyone wanted to congratulate him. Everyone wanted to shake his hand. He went to bed that night feeling like he had finally proven himself worthy of his rank and position. He dreamed of future victories and greater glory. Meanwhile, in other parts of the galaxy, different reactions were forming. The Theron Confederation, an old species that had been traveling space for 5,000 years, received reports of the incident. Their High Council met in emergency session. "The Velkari have attacked a human civilian ship," the council leader announced. "All aboard were killed. Women, children, families. More than 10,000 dead." The council chamber went silent. Finally, one elderly Theron spoke up. "Did the humans provoke this attack?" "No. The ship had engine trouble and drifted into Velkari space. They asked for safe passage out." "And the Velkari response was total destruction?" "Yes." Another long silence. Then the elderly Theron said quietly, "Then the Velkari are fools. They have awakened something they cannot control. Should we send a warning to them?" "No, they would not listen. The young species never do. They will learn the same lesson every aggressive race learns when they kill human children. They will learn it in fire and blood." The Theron Confederation immediately recalled all of their ships from the region around Velkari and human space. They wanted no part of what was coming. The Martok Unity, another powerful empire, did the same thing. Their military leaders looked at star maps and quietly moved their fleets away from the area. Some of the younger Martok officers asked why. "Because we know our history," an old admiral explained. 300 years ago, a pirate fleet killed a human transport ship. Just one ship, 200 humans died. Do you know what happened next? The young officers shook their heads. The humans tracked down every single pirate. It took them 2 years. They searched 40 star systems. They never stopped, never rested, never gave up. And when they found the pirates, they didn't just kill them. They erased them. Every ship, every base, every hiding place. They left nothing but wreckage and warning beacons that said, "This is what happens when you kill our people." That was for 200 deaths. The Velkari just killed 10,000. The young officers understood then. They moved the fleets without further questions. On Earth, the signal from the Dawn's Promise finally arrived. The planet's defense network picked it up first. Automated systems flagged it as priority emergency and routed it directly to the Global Defense Council. Within an hour, every major government on Earth had received the full transmission. They watched in silence as the missiles hit the colony ship. They watched families die in the explosions and the vacuum of space. They watched as Velkari warships methodically destroyed all evidence of what they had done. And then they watched the Velkari celebration on the news broadcasts. They watched Tae-young receive his medal. They watched the Emperor praise him for protecting the Empire from human aggression. The rage that filled Earth was unlike anything in living memory. The Global Defense Council met immediately. Leaders from every nation sat around the table with faces like stone. They didn't argue. They didn't debate. For the first time in 50 years, they were completely united. "We have three options," the Secretary General said. "We can protest through diplomatic channels. We can demand reparations, or we can respond with force." "They killed our children," said the representative from Asia. Her voice was cold as ice. "They killed families who were looking for a new home. And then they celebrated it. They gave medals for it. If we go to war, millions could die," someone warned. "Millions will die either way," the representative from Africa said. "If we do nothing, every species in the galaxy will see that humans can be killed without consequence. Our colonies will be targets. Our trade ships will be attacked. We will live in constant fear. Is that the world we want?" The vote was unanimous. Earth would go to war, but first Earth went silent. All human ships were recalled from neutral space. Trade agreements were suspended. Diplomatic missions were closed. The dozens of embassies and consulates that humans maintained across the galaxy were emptied and abandoned. And most frightening of all, every human communication network went dark. No broadcasts, no transmissions, no messages. It was as if humanity had simply vanished from the galaxy. The silence lasted for 3 weeks. Other species noticed and worried. They knew what silence meant. They had seen it before centuries ago, when other fools had made the same mistake as the Velkari. In his office aboard the Eternal Glory, Commander Tae-yang began to feel the first small stirrings of doubt. Reports came in about humans disappearing from everywhere. His intelligence officers couldn't explain it. "Maybe they're afraid," Dalsu suggested. "Maybe they know they can't win a war against us." Tae-yang wanted to believe that. He tried to believe that. But late at night, alone in his quarters, he kept thinking about that old warning he had found. Do not provoke the humans. When threatened, they become monsters. He told himself it was still just superstition. But he didn't sleep as well as he used to, and he found himself checking the sensor reports more often, looking for something he couldn't quite name. Something was coming. He could feel it in his bones. And when it arrived, nothing would ever be the same again. Admiral Hae-jin stood on the bridge of the warship Retribution and looked at the tactical display showing Velkari space. She had been preparing for this moment for 3 weeks. 3 weeks of planning, building, and arming. 3 weeks while the entire galaxy wondered what humanity would do. Now they were about to find out. Hae-jin was 52 years old and had served in the Earth Defense Fleet for 30 years. She had fought pirates and raiders. She had protected colonies and trade routes. But she had never led a full military assault against another spacefaring nation. None of the current generation had. Humanity had been at peace with other species for almost a century. That peace was over now. "All ships report ready, Admiral," her second-in-command said. His name was Dong-hyun, and he had served with Hae-jin for 15 years. They trusted each other completely. "How many ships do we have in total?" Hae-jin asked. 200 warships in the first wave, another 300 in reserve. "We also have the new weapon systems you requested." Hae-jin nodded. The new weapon systems. Humanity had been building them in secret for decades, hoping they would never need to use them. They were weapons designed not for defense but for total warfare, weapons that violated a dozen interstellar treaties, weapons that would horrify the peaceful species of the galaxy. But the Velkari had killed their children. Treaties meant nothing now. What about the relativistic missiles? Hae-jin asked. "Ready for deployment. We have 50 of them positioned at various jump points. Once launched, they cannot be stopped or recalled." Relativistic missiles were exactly what they sounded like. Missiles accelerated to near light speed. When something moved that fast, it didn't need explosives. The kinetic energy alone was enough to crack a planet's crust. They were doomsday weapons banned by every civilized nation. Humanity had built them anyway. Just in case, and the swarm drones, 10 million units ready. They're autonomous and self-replicating. Once we release them into Velkari space, they'll multiply and hunt any military target they find. Good. Hae-jin took a deep breath. "Send the message to all ships. We jump in 5 minutes." The message went out across the human fleet. 500 warships, the largest military force humanity had ever assembled, prepared to enter Velkari space. Every captain knew their mission. Every crew member understood what was at stake. They were going to war not for territory or resources. They were going to war for revenge. 5 minutes later, the fleet jumped. The Velkari outpost at the edge of their territory was called Station 17. It was a small military base with 300 personnel, and a dozen defensive platforms. Its job was to watch for threats coming from the border regions and alert the main fleet if anything dangerous approached. Station 17 detected the human fleet the moment it appeared. The base commander immediately sent out an emergency signal to Velkari High Command. Then he activated all defensive systems and prepared for battle. It was a brave effort but completely pointless. The human warships opened fire from maximum range. Their weapons were more advanced than anything the Velkari had seen before. Particle beams that burned through shields like they weren't even there. Missiles that split into hundreds of smaller missiles mid-flight. Energy weapons that seemed to appear inside the station, rather than hitting it from outside. Station 17 lasted less than 3 minutes. When the attack ended, there was nothing left but debris and bodies floating in space. The human fleet didn't even slow down. They jumped to the next target immediately. Over the next 48 hours, 3 more Velkari military bases were destroyed. The pattern was always the same. The human fleet would appear without warning, destroy everything and disappear before Velkari reinforcements could arrive. But the bases weren't the real threat. Those were just the opening moves. The real nightmare began when humanity released the swarm drones. Each drone was about the size of a human fist. They were black and angular with basic sensors and a small explosive charge. Individually, they were almost harmless. But there were 10 million of them, and they could think. The drones scattered across Velkari space like a plague of mechanical locusts. They used miniature jump drives to move between systems. They communicated with each other through quantum entanglement, sharing information instantly across light years. And they had one simple mission: find Velkari military ships and destroy them. The first Velkari patrol ship encountered a swarm 3 days after the attacks began. The ship's sensors detected strange objects approaching, and the captain ordered evasive maneuvers. But there were too many drones coming from too many directions. They latched onto the hull like metallic barnacles. Hundreds of them, then thousands, then tens of thousands, each one drilling into the ship's armor with industrial lasers. When enough drones had penetrated deep enough, they detonated simultaneously. The patrol ship exploded. The surviving drones moved on to find the next target. Within a week, the Velkari had lost 40 ships to the swarm drones. Within 2 weeks, they had lost over 100. The drones were everywhere and nowhere. They hid in asteroid fields and nebulas. They waited near jump points and supply stations. And worst of all, they were multiplying. Some of the drones were equipped with manufacturing capabilities. When they found raw materials, they could build more drones. The swarm was growing exponentially, and the Velkari had no way to stop it. On the Velkari homeworld, panic was beginning to set in. The news networks tried to downplay the losses, but everyone knew the truth. Humanity was winning. The species they had dismissed as weak and harmless was systematically destroying their military. Commander Tae Yang sat in his office aboard the Eternal Glory and reviewed the damage reports. His hands were shaking slightly. The medal the Emperor had given him hung on the wall, but he couldn't look at it anymore. "How many ships have we lost?" he asked Dalsu. 143 confirmed destroyed. Another 60 are missing and presumed destroyed, and that's just from the drones. The human main fleet has taken out 7 major installations. What about our counterattacks? Dalsu hesitated. All failed, sir. The humans appear and disappear too quickly. By the time our ships arrive, they're gone, and when we do catch them, their weapons are far more advanced than our intelligence suggested. Tae Yang closed his eyes. How is this possible? They're humans. They're supposed to be weak. They're supposed to be afraid of us. Sir, I've been reading some of the old historical files. The ones in the archives. There are records from other species. Warnings about humanity going back hundreds of years. We should have listened to them. It's too late for that now. Tae Yang stood up and walked to the window. His fleet was still intact, but for how long? What does High Command want us to do? They want us to hold this position and protect the core worlds. The Emperor is trying to open diplomatic channels with Earth, but the humans aren't responding. Of course they're not responding. We killed their children. Tae Yang felt sick. Dalsu, do you remember what I said when we destroyed the Dawn's promise? I said there would be no consequences. I said the humans were too weak to fight back. Yes, sir. I was wrong. I was so terribly wrong. Before Dalsu could respond, alarms began blaring throughout the ship. Red warning lights flashed on every console. The weapons officer shouted from across the bridge, Contact! Multiple human ships just jumped in. They're right on top of us. Tae-Yang ran to the command chair and looked at the tactical display. 6 human warships had appeared less than 1,000 kilometers from the Eternal Glory. They were already firing. All ships, defensive formation, Tae-Yang ordered. Return fire! The battle that followed was brutal and short. The human ships moved with impossible precision, their weapons cutting through Valkyrie shields like paper. Tae-Yang's fleet had 20 ships. The humans had 6. But within 10 minutes, 5 Valkyrie ships were destroyed and 3 more were crippled. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the human ships jumped away. Tae-Yang sat in his command chair, breathing hard. Around him, the bridge crew worked frantically to assess the damage. Smoke filled the air from damaged consoles. Emergency lights cast everything in a red glow. Damage report, Tae-Yang said quietly. Shields at 20%. Hull breaches on deck 7 through 12. We've lost main weapons and maneuvering thrusters. We're dead in space, sir. Dead in space. Helpless. Waiting for the humans to come back and finish what they started. Tae-Yang thought about the old warning again, the one he had dismissed as primitive superstition. When threatened, humans become monsters. They do not stop. They do not forgive, he finally understood. Those weren't the words of frightened primitives. They were the words of survivors trying to warn others, trying to prevent exactly what was happening now. But the warning had come too late. Or rather, Tae-Yang had ignored it until it was too late. The Valkyrie Empire had awakened something ancient and terrible. Something that had been sleeping peacefully for a century, content to trade and explore and build. But now it was awake and angry, and it would not rest until every ship that had fired on the Dawn's promise was destroyed. Tae-Yang looked at his trembling hands and wondered if he would live to see the end of the war. Deep down he knew the answer. None of them would. The Valkyrie had started this fight, but humanity was going to finish it, and they were going to finish it completely. Commander Bora watched the Valkyrie capital world grow larger on her view screen. The planet was beautiful from space, with blue oceans and green continents wrapped in white clouds. Millions of Valkyrie lived down there in cities that had stood for thousands of years. They had families and jobs and dreams just like humans did. Bora felt no sympathy for them. She was 38 years old and commanded the human carrier ship Unforgiving. Her ship carried 200 fighter craft and 3,000 crew members. Before the war, she had been a patrol captain protecting trade routes. Now she was part of the largest assault force humanity had ever sent against another species. All ships in position, Commander. Her tactical officer reported. We have the planet surrounded. Bora looked at the display showing the positions of every human ship. There were over 300 warships forming a complete sphere around the Valkyrie homeworld. Nothing could get in or out without passing through human guns. Inside that sphere, trapped like animals in a cage, was what remained of the Valkyrie fleet. Commander Tae-Yang's forces had retreated to their capital system for a final stand. They had 130 ships left from an original fleet of over 400. They were damaged, low on supplies, and desperate. Open a channel to all Valkyrie ships, Bora ordered. The communication systems activated. Her words would reach every Valkyrie vessel, every military station, and every government building on the planet below. This is Commander Bora of the Earth Defense Fleet. You are surrounded. Your fleet is broken. Your outposts are destroyed. You have one chance to surrender. Power down your weapons and prepare to be boarded. You have 10 minutes to comply. She closed the channel and waited. Around her, the bridge crew worked quietly at their stations. Everyone knew what would happen if the Valkyrie refused. The orders from Admiral Heejin were clear. If they didn't surrender, the human fleet would open fire and keep firing until nothing was left. On board the Eternal Glory, Commander Tae-Yang listened to Bora's ultimatum in silence. His bridge was crowded with officers, all of them looking at him for guidance. His ship was barely functional. Half the systems were offline. They had enough power for maybe 1 or 2 more jumps, but there was nowhere to go. Sir, what are your orders? Dalsu asked. Tae-Yang looked at the tactical display. 300 human warships. All of them fresh and fully armed. All of them ready to kill. His fleet couldn't win this battle. They couldn't even make the humans work hard for their victory. Get me a channel to the Emperor, Tae-Yang said. The communication took 3 minutes to establish. When the Emperor's face appeared on the screen, Tae-Yang was shocked by how old he looked. The Emperor had aged 10 years in the 3 months since the war began. Commander Taeyang, the Emperor said. His voice was tired. I assume you're calling about the surrender terms. Your Majesty, we still have fighting capability. If we coordinate our attack, we might be able to break through their formation and— No. The Emperor shook his head. No more fighting. No more dying. This war was a mistake from the beginning. I should never have celebrated when you destroyed that colony ship. I should never have given you a medal for killing civilians. Taeyang felt like he'd been punched. Your Majesty, I was following the Empire's interests. I was protecting our territory. You were following your pride, the Emperor said coldly, and your pride has destroyed us. Do you know how many Velkari have died because of what you did? Over 200,000. Our fleet is gone. Our economy is collapsing. Our people are terrified. And for what? Because one human ship drifted into our space by accident? I thought they were weak, Taeyang whispered. Everyone said humans were weak. They are weak individually? Any Velkari soldier is stronger than any human soldier. But we didn't fight soldiers. We fought humanity. And humanity is not weak when you threaten their families. The Emperor paused. The humans have sent me their terms. They want war crime trials. They want the officers responsible for destroying the Dawn's Promise to be handed over for justice. That means you, Commander. They want you. Taeyang felt his blood turn cold. Your Majesty, please. I was serving the Empire. I was doing my duty. Your duty was to protect the Empire, not start a war that we cannot win. The humans are offering peace, but only if we give them what they want. If we refuse, they will continue this war until our entire species is extinct. I've seen what their weapons can do. I've read the reports. They have missiles that can destroy planets. They have drones that multiply faster than we can kill them. They have ships that appear and disappear like ghosts. The Emperor's voice became hard. I will not let my people die for your mistake. You will surrender yourself to human custody. That is an order. The screen went black. The Emperor had ended the transmission. Taeyang stood frozen for a long moment. Around him, the bridge crew pretended to be busy with their work, but he knew they had heard everything. Dalsu stepped closer and spoke quietly. Sir, you don't have to do this. We can fight. We can— No, Taeyang interrupted. The Emperor is right. This is my fault. All of it. He looked at the chronometer on the wall. 8 minutes left until the human deadline expired. Send a message to Commander Bora. Tell her that the Velkari fleet surrenders. Tell her that I will turn myself over to human custody. Sir, do it. Dalsu sent the message. A minute later, Bora's face appeared on the main screen. She looked exactly like Taeyang had imagined. Young, strong, and absolutely merciless. Her eyes were like ice. Commander Taeyang, she said, we accept your surrender. You will be transported to our flagship for trial. The rest of your fleet will be disarmed and your crews will be repatriated to the Velkari homeworld after the war formally ends. I understand, Taeyang said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Hollow. I have one request. Speak. Let me speak to your admiral. Let me speak to the person in charge of this fleet. Bora's expression didn't change. Admiral Heejin does not wish to speak with you, please. I need to explain. I need to tell her why this happened. There was a long pause. Then Bora nodded slightly. Wait, the screen changed. A new face appeared. Admiral Hyejin was older than Bora, with gray in her hair and lines around her eyes. She looked at Taeyang the way someone might look at an insect they were about to step on. You have 1 minute, Hyejin said. Taeyang swallowed hard. Admiral, I want to apologize. I made a terrible mistake. I didn't understand what I was doing when I ordered the attack on the Dawn's Promise. I thought humans were weak. I thought there would be no consequences. I was wrong about everything. Yes, Hyejin said simply. You were. I know you want revenge. I know you want to see me punished. But please, the rest of my people are innocent. They didn't make this decision, I did. Don't punish them for my mistake. Hyejin's expression softened slightly, but her voice remained cold. Do you know what was on the Dawn's Promise, Commander? Families. Colonists. My daughter was on that ship. Hyejin's words were like hammer blows. Her name was Somin. She was 24 years old. She was a teacher. She volunteered to help educate the children on the colony. She was excited about the adventure, about starting something new. Hyejin's hands clenched into fists. You killed her. You killed her and 10,000 others like her. People who never hurt anyone. People who just wanted to build a better life. Taeyang felt tears running down his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Your sorrow means nothing to me, Heejin said. My daughter is dead. Those families are dead. You celebrated their deaths. You received a medal for murdering them. And now you want mercy? I don't want mercy for myself, Taeyang said desperately. I want mercy for my people, for the Velkari who had nothing to do with this. We are not monsters, Commander. We don't kill civilians. We don't target the innocent. That's the difference between us and you. Heejin leaned forward. Your people will be safe. We will occupy your military bases and take control of your weapons, but your civilians will not be harmed. We are not doing this for conquest. We are doing this to make sure you never kill our children again. Thank you, Taeyang whispered. Don't thank me. I would kill you myself if I could. But we have laws, and those laws say you get a trial. You'll be judged by human courts for war crimes. If found guilty, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. And every day you sit in that cell, I want you to remember the faces of the people you killed. The screen went black. 30 minutes later, a human boarding craft docked with the Eternal Glory. Taeyang walked to the airlock alone. Dalsu tried to follow, but Taeyang ordered him to stay behind. Take care of the crew, Taeyang said. Make sure they get home safely. Yes, sir. The airlock opened. Human soldiers stood on the other side, weapons ready. They were smaller than Velkari soldiers, just like everyone said, but they moved with absolute confidence. They wore black armor with a white emblem on the chest, a circle representing Earth with the words "We Remember" written beneath it. Commander Taeyang, one of the soldiers said. Yes. You are under arrest for war crimes, including the murder of 10,237 civilians. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to legal representation. Do you understand these rights? I understand. They put restraints on his wrists and led him onto their ship. As the boarding craft undocked from the Eternal Glory, Taeyang looked back at his flagship. 5 years had passed since the end of the war. The galaxy had changed in ways that no one could have predicted. The Velkari Empire still existed, but barely. They had lost half their territory, most of their military, and all of their pride. The species that had once been so confident and aggressive now moved quietly through space, careful not to offend anyone, especially not humans. Sung-ho stood at the entrance to the memorial and looked up at the massive structure. It was built on a small moon at the edge of what used to be Velkari space. The memorial was shaped like a broken ship, its hull split open to reveal the names of every person who had died on the Dawn's Promise. 10,237 names carved into white stone that glowed softly in the moonlight. Sung-ho was a peacekeeper now, part of the joint human-alien task force that maintained order in this region of space. He had been a soldier during the war, but like many others, he had chosen a different path when the fighting ended. The galaxy needed builders now, not destroyers. It's beautiful, said a voice behind him. Sung-ho turned to see a young Velkari female approaching. Her name was Mina, and she worked as a translator for the peacekeeping force. She was part of a new generation of Velkari who had grown up during the war, and she saw things differently than her parents did. Yes, Sung-ho agreed. Admiral Haijin designed it herself. She wanted to make sure no one ever forgot what happened here. They walked together into the memorial. Inside, holographic displays showed images of the people who had died. Families smiling for photographs, children playing, teachers, engineers, farmers, artists, all the different lives that had been aboard the Dawn's Promise. All the futures that had been stolen. My father fought in the war, Mina said quietly. He was a young officer on one of the ships that tried to defend the homeworld. He still has nightmares about it. Many people do, Sung-ho said, on both sides. They walked deeper into the memorial. At the very center was a small chamber with a single holographic display. It showed the last transmission from Captain Jiwoo before the missiles hit. His face was calm, but his eyes showed that he knew what was coming. To whoever receives this message, Jiwoo's recorded voice said, "We are under attack by Velkari warships. We requested safe passage and they responded with weapons fire. We are a civilian vessel carrying families and children. We have no weapons. We cannot defend ourselves. Please tell our families that we love them. Please tell Earth what happened here. Please remember us." The transmission ended. The chamber fell silent except for the soft sound of Mina crying. Sung-ho had seen the recording dozens of times, but it still affected him deeply. "I'm sorry," Mina said, wiping her eyes. "I know I shouldn't cry. My people did this. We don't deserve sympathy." "Everyone deserves sympathy," Sung-ho said gently. You didn't kill these people. Your generation didn't start this war. You're just trying to live with the consequences. They left the memorial and walked back toward the peacekeeping station. The base was small but well equipped, with ships from a dozen different species working together to maintain order. It was proof that the galaxy could change, that enemies could become allies if they worked at it. Can I ask you something? Mina said. Of course. Why didn't humans destroy us completely? After what we did, you would have been justified. You had the power to wipe out every Velkari world, but you didn't. Why? Sung-Ho thought about the question for a moment. Because that's not who we are. Yes, we can be monsters when someone threatens our families. Yes, we can wage total war when we need to. But we don't want to be conquerors. We don't want to rule over other species. We just want to be left alone to live our lives in peace, but you did conquer us. You occupy our military bases. You control our weapons production. You monitor all our communications. For now, Sung-Ho agreed. But that won't last forever. Eventually your people will prove they can be trusted again. Then we'll leave. We'll give you back your independence and return to our own space. That's always been the plan. Mina looked skeptical. No offense, but most conquering species don't just leave. They stay and exploit the people they defeated. We're not most species. They reached the peacekeeping station and went inside. The command center was busy with officers from different races working together. Humans, Velkari, Theron Martok, and others. It was strange seeing species that had been neutral during the war now working alongside both sides. Captain Dalsu was there, coordinating patrol schedules. He had been Commander Tae Yang's second officer during the war. After the surrender, he had cooperated fully with human authorities and provided testimony at the war crimes trials. As a reward for his honesty, he had been given a position in the new peacekeeping force. Sung-Ho, Mina, Dalsu greeted them. How was the memorial? Sad, Mina said. As always. Good, Dalsu replied. It should be sad. We should never forget what we did. That's the only way we can make sure it never happens again. Dalsu had changed a lot since the war. He used to be a proud military officer who followed orders without question. Now he was quieter, more thoughtful. The war had broken something inside him, but it had also rebuilt him into something better. Any news from the trial? Sung-Ho asked. The verdict came in this morning. Commander Tae Yang was found guilty on all counts. Life imprisonment without possibility of release. The room went quiet. Everyone knew that sentence was coming, but hearing it confirmed still felt heavy. Is he still refusing to speak? Mina asked. No, he talks now, Dalsu said. He spends most of his time writing letters to the families of the people he killed. Apologizing. Explaining what he was thinking. Most of them don't respond, but some do. They tell him they forgive him, which I think makes him feel worse. Good, someone muttered from across the room. Sung-Ho understood the anger. He had lost friends in the war too. But he also understood that hatred didn't help anyone. It just created more pain, more suffering, more reasons for future conflicts. The Galactic Council wants to meet with us, Dalsu continued. They're updating the codes of conduct for military engagement. They want to use what happened here as a case study. What are they calling it? Mina asked. The Dawn's Promise protocols, new rules about how to treat civilian vessels, how to verify threats before responding with force, and what constitutes a war crime. Every species that joins the council will have to agree to follow these rules. And if they don't, then they don't get to join. And more importantly, if they break the rules, every other council species has agreed to support the victims, including military support if necessary. It was a good system, not perfect but better than what existed before. The war had taught the galaxy an important lesson. You couldn't just kill people and expect no consequences. There had to be accountability. There had to be justice. 3 months later, Sung-Ho attended a ceremony at the human embassy on the Velkari homeworld. It was a formal event with officials from dozens of species. The purpose was to unveil a new database that would be distributed to every spacefaring civilization in the galaxy. The database was called the Book of Warnings. It contained detailed information about every major conflict in galactic history, including what caused them and how they ended. The entry about humanity was particularly detailed. Ambassador Hee-jin stood at the podium to give the speech. She had retired from military service after the war and taken a position in the diplomatic corps. She believed that talking was better than fighting. But she also believed that sometimes people needed to be reminded of what happened when talking failed. We gather here today to remember and to warn, Heejin said. Her voice was strong and clear. The entry in this database about humanity is simple and direct. It says, humans are peaceful by preference but merciless when provoked. They value their families above all else. They will cross any distance, overcome any obstacle, and sacrifice anything to protect their children. If you harm human civilians, especially children, they will not stop until justice is served. This is not a threat. This is a statement of historical fact. She paused and looked out at the assembled crowd. Velkhari officials sat in the front rows, their faces carefully neutral. Behind them sat representatives from dozens of other species, all of them paying careful attention. But the entry also says this, Heejin continued. Humans prefer peace. They are loyal allies and fair traders. They keep their word and honor their agreements. They will help species in need without expecting payment. They believe in second chances and redemption. If you approach them with respect, they will respond with friendship. The choice is yours. The ceremony ended with a moment of silence for all who died in the war. 10,000 humans, 200,000 Velkhari, countless others affected by the conflict. When it was over, people began to leave quietly. Sung-ho walked out with Minna and Dalsu. The sun was setting over the Velkhari capital, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. It was beautiful, and for a moment Sung-ho could forget that this city had been filled with celebration 5 years ago when the Dawn's promise was destroyed. Do you think it will work? Minna asked. The warnings, the protocols, all of it? For some species, yes, Sung-ho said. For others, probably not. There will alwa. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council buzzed with 1,000 voices. Representatives from 850 different species filled the enormous chamber. Some were tall crystal beings that sparkled in the light. Others were small floating spheres of pure energy. Above them, holographic screens showed maps of stars and streams of data about the known galaxy. Ambassador Thexlar stood at the speaker's platform. His forearms shook slightly. The Varathian had lived for 300 years, but he had never felt fear like this before. In front of him floated an ancient data crystal. It contained information that could change everything the council believed. Honored council members, Thexlar began. His voice echoed through the massive chamber. I bring you a warning that is millions of years old. High Counselor Zen sat in his elevated seat. He was the leader of the powerful Krell hegemony. His scales gleamed under the lights. His face showed he was bored. Ambassador, we already reviewed your request. The council has more important things to discuss than old ghost stories. Many representatives nodded in agreement. Thexlar felt desperate but continued speaking. 3 months ago, the Sol system developed faster than light travel. A species called humans has joined the space-traveling civilizations. He activated a holographic display. A small yellow star appeared and rotated slowly. This is their home system. They call their world Earth. Yes, Zen interrupted. He waved a clawed hand. We know about them. A primitive species barely worth our attention. They have 1 planet, a few colonies, and ships that are embarrassingly old. Why should we care? Thexlar's eyes showed urgency. Because Earth appears in records much older than any living civilization. Because 12 extinct species separated by time and space all left the same warning before they died. The chamber became quieter. Even Zen sat up straighter. Show us, commanded Counselor Yith. She was a being of pure thought living inside a crystal shell. Thexlar activated the data crystal. Ancient text appeared, translated into the common galactic language. The words glowed with strange light. Do not provoke the sleeper world. The coordinates mark their home. They were our wardens, our judges, our terror. In their mercy they chose silence. In their wisdom they chose isolation. Do not mistake their absence for weakness. Do not wake what sleeps. The Deathworlders will answer, and none shall survive their judgment. The coordinates pointed exactly to Earth's location. Nervous chattering filled the hall. Thexlar continued, his voice steady despite his fear. This message appears in the ruins of the Kethix Empire. They died 2 million years ago. It appears in the archives of the Zix Collective. They went extinct 5 million years ago. It appears in 11 other civilizations. Each one was wiped out. Each one left the same warning. Coincidence, Zen declared. His voice was less certain now. Or perhaps an old myth that was shared between ancient cultures. These civilizations never met each other, Thexlar argued. They existed in different parts of the galaxy. They were separated by millions of years. Some had no contact with any other species before they died, yet all left identical warnings, all pointing to the same world. An ancient Varathian shuffled forward from behind Thexler. Keeper Vesani was an archivist of old knowledge. She had not spoken in council chambers for 50 years. When she spoke now, her voice carried the weight of ages. "I have studied these warnings for 2 centuries, Vesani said. I have examined every fragment, every recording, every piece of evidence. The descriptions are the same across all sources. Humans are described as deathworlders. They came from a planet of extremes where survival itself was a daily battle." She activated another display. It showed artistic images recovered from ancient ruins. Humanoid figures stood among the ruins of vast fleets. Their eyes glowed with inner light. They were not conquerors seeking glory, Vesani continued. They were enforcers of peace. The records speak of a time when humans kept order across entire parts of the galaxy, not through talking, but through overwhelming force when necessary. Species that violated certain laws simply stopped existing. Then why did they stop? Asked Counselor Yith. She sounded genuinely curious. Why would such a powerful species withdraw? The records are not clear, Vesani admitted. But the pattern suggests they chose isolation. One text describes it as penance. Another calls it mercy toward younger species. They apparently changed themselves somehow. They locked away their own nature and went back to their home world. They became watchers instead of warriors. This is ridiculous, Zen snapped. His calm was breaking. You expect us to believe that these primitive humans are secretly ancient gods of war? Look at them. He activated a feed showing Earth. Cities spread across continents, but compared to Council technology, they looked almost primitive. They have barely left their own planet. Their ships are slow. Their weapons are basic. They are nothing. That is what the evidence suggests they want you to believe, Thexlar said quietly. Every extinct civilization thought the same thing. Everyone dismissed the warnings. Everyone provoked the sleeper world. Everyone is now dust. The council chamber erupted in debate. Some members argued for caution. They suggested that humanity should be left alone. Others insisted that the warnings were ancient nonsense. They said humanity posed no threat. The argument raged for hours. Finally, High Counselor Zen called for a vote. We shall proceed with standard first contact protocols. The humans will be offered junior membership in the Galactic Council, with appropriate terms for such a young species. All in favor? The vote was overwhelming. 847 members voted to proceed. Only 3 voted against. All 3 were Varathians. Thexlar stood at the platform watching his worst fears come true. The council celebrated their decision. They discussed the terms they would dictate to humanity. He felt the weight of history pressing down on him. Keeper Vesani placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. You tried, old friend. It will not be enough, Thexlar whispered. They see humans as primitives, as lesser beings. They will provoke them. They will push. And when Earth finally answers, he did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Both Varathians had studied the records. They had seen the artistic images of worlds burning, of fleets scattered like dust, of entire civilizations reduced to warnings for those who would come after. As the council meeting ended, Zen approached Thexlar with a smug expression. Ambassador, I hope you will not take this personally. The council appreciates your concern, but we cannot let ancient superstitions guide galactic policy. These humans will learn their place just as all young species must. Thexlar met his gaze steadily. High Counselor, I will say this one final time. Those warnings were written by beings who knew something we have forgotten. They died trying to pass that knowledge forward. Ignorance has killed more civilizations than war ever could. Zen laughed. It was a harsh sound that echoed in the emptying chamber. Then let us be ignorant and alive rather than wise and cowering in fear of shadows. He walked away. He was already discussing Earth's upcoming subjugation with his advisors. Thexlar remained at the platform. He stared at the holographic image of Earth floating before him. Somewhere on that small blue world, humans lived their lives. They had no idea that the galaxy's most powerful civilization was about to make the worst mistake in recorded history. In the archives, Keeper Vesani added a new entry to the ancient warnings. Her hands shook as she typed. Council Year 2247, the Galactic Council has voted to ignore all warnings. Regarding Sol 3 history, we'll judge whether this was wisdom or the beginning of the end. The data crystal pulsed once. It stored the information for whatever civilization might come after. If any civilization came after. The Galactic Council fleet appeared at the edge of Earth's solar system in a display of power. 300 warships emerged from faster-than-light travel. Each ship was larger than any human vessel. They hung in space like jewels against the darkness. Their hulls gleamed with force fields and weapons that could destroy planets. Secretary General Marcus Webb stood in the United Nations Emergency Command Center. He watched feeds from every telescope and satellite humanity possessed. Around him, world leaders appeared on dozens of screens. Their faces showed a mixture of hope and fear. "They are here," said President Chen of the Asian Union. Her voice was tight with tension. "God help us, they are actually here." Marcus took a deep breath. First contact, the moment humanity had dreamed about for centuries, but something about the Council fleet's formation made his skin crawl. They were not approaching like explorers or friends. They were approaching like landlords coming to inspect property. "Open all channels," Marcus ordered. "Let us welcome them properly." The first communication came not as a greeting but as a command. High Counselor Zen's face appeared on every screen across Earth. His transmission went out on every frequency. His scaled features twisted into what might have been a smile. "People of Earth," Zen announced. His voice boomed with artificial amplification. "The Galactic Council recognizes your achievement in developing faster-than-light travel. You have graduated from primitive isolation to the first rank of civilized species. We come bearing the gift of membership in our great community." Celebrations erupted in streets around the world. People danced, cried, and embraced. Humanity was not alone. They were being welcomed into something greater. But in command centers and government offices, people who understood power saw the truth in Zen's words. "Recognize your achievement. Graduated from primitive. Gift of membership." These were not the words of equals greeting equals. The celebrations lasted 3 days. Then the council delivered their terms. Marcus sat across a negotiating table from Zen and 6 other council representatives. The meeting took place aboard the council flagship. The chamber was so large it could have swallowed the entire UN building. Human diplomats felt like children in a room designed for giants. "The terms are quite generous," Zen said. He slid a datapad across the table. "Junior membership includes many benefits." Marcus read the document. With each line, his heart sank deeper. Earth would provide 40% of all resources to the Council. Humanity's military would be reduced to system defense only. All faster-than-light technology would need Council approval. A Council committee would review all human laws and governance. Earth's vote in Council matters would count as 1/10 of a full member's vote. "This is not membership," Marcus said carefully. "This is subjugation." Zen's smile vanished. "This is the standard arrangement for all junior species. You are young, primitive, and require guidance. In perhaps 10,000 years, when you have proven yourselves, full membership may be discussed. And if we refuse?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Zen leaned forward. His claws clicked on the table's surface. "Secretary General Webb, let me be clear. The Council brings order to the galaxy. Those who refuse our guidance choose chaos. We have methods for dealing with chaos." Dr. Sarah Chen spoke up. She was Earth's representative for xenoarchaeology. "High Counselor, we have detected ancient structures on Earth that are older than known human civilization. Should we not investigate these before finalizing any agreements? They might be relevant to—" "Irrelevant," Zen cut her off. "Earth has no significant archaeological importance. We have scanned your world thoroughly. A few old ruins do not grant you special status." Ambassador Thexler had been sitting quietly in the corner. He finally spoke. "High Counselor, perhaps we should allow the humans more time to consider. The Varathian delegation will remain silent," Zen snapped. "Your objections have been noted and overruled." Marcus felt anger rising but forced it down. "We need time to discuss this with our people. This affects all of humanity." Zen stood. His massive form cast a shadow across the human delegation. "You have 30 days to accept. After that, the terms become less favorable. And if we still refuse? Then we will be forced to integrate Earth by alternative means. For your own protection, of course." The human delegation returned to Earth in silence. Marcus immediately called an emergency session of all world leaders. The debate raged for days. Some argued for acceptance. They claimed cooperation was better than destruction. Others demanded resistance. They insisted that freedom mattered more than survival. While politicians argued, Dr. Sarah Chen assembled a team and traveled to the Sahara Desert. Satellite scans had revealed something strange buried beneath the sand. It pulsed with energy whenever the council ships passed overhead. "It is like it is responding to them," Sarah told her team as they dug. "Like it is waking up." Deep in the sand, they found a structure unlike anything in human history. Smooth walls seemed to absorb light. Corridors twisted in ways that hurt to look at. At the center sat a chamber with a neural interface designed for human biology. "This was made for us," Sarah whispered. She stared at the interface. "But it is millions of years old." "That is impossible." Her assistant, Dr. Patel, was examining the walls. "Sarah, there are inscriptions here. They are in a language I do not recognize, but the translation software is picking up fragments. It says something about limiters and genetic locks." Sarah's hands trembled as she photographed everything. Whatever this place was, it was important. She could feel it in her bones. Back in orbit, High Counselor Zen was entertaining his senior officers. He played recordings of the ancient warnings for them. "Listen to this," he said. He played back Keeper Vasani's testimony to the council. "Deathworlders will answer, and none shall survive their judgment." "Have you ever heard such melodramatic nonsense?" The officers laughed. One of them was a floating crystalline being. It chimed in musical tones. "The humans are soft, Counselor. We have analyzed their biology. They are weak, slow, and easily injured. Their world would be considered a paradise by most species standards." "Exactly," Zen agreed. "Deathworld, Earth is one of the most habitable planets we have ever encountered. Water everywhere, moderate temperatures, abundant food. The humans have never known real hardship." He activated a display showing human soldiers training. "Look at them. They practice with primitive kinetic weapons. They wear armor that can barely stop their own bullets. And we are supposed to fear these creatures?" On Earth, Fleet Admiral James Okonkwo watched the same soldiers with different eyes. He had been a soldier for 40 years. He had fought in a dozen conflicts. He had developed an instinct for danger. Something was changing. He could not explain it, but he felt it. His soldiers were performing better. Response times were improving. Coordination was becoming almost telepathic. Veterans were reporting strange dreams. Memories of battles they had never fought. Tactics from wars that had never happened. "Something is wrong," he told Marcus during a secure call. "Or something is right. I cannot tell which. But my people are changing." Marcus had similar reports from around the world. Athletes were breaking records by impossible margins. Survival experts were demonstrating abilities that defied explanation. Everywhere people reported feeling a strange pull. Like something was calling to them from deep within their own genes. The 30-day deadline approached. The council grew impatient. Zen ordered his fleet to Earth orbit. It was a show of force designed to encourage the right decision. In the Sahara, Sarah Chen made a breakthrough. The neural interface was not just responding to the council ships. It was responding to human brain patterns. She connected herself to it for just a moment. The flood of information nearly killed her. She saw humanity's true history. Not the story of primitives climbing from caves to stars, but something else entirely. Warriors, conquerors, judges, a species so terrifying that the galaxy's only safety lay in their voluntary absence. She saw why humans had buried their own nature. The guilt, the horror of what they had done. The decision to forget, to start over, to become something gentler. She saw the locks they had placed on their own genetics. Limiters designed to keep them human, to prevent them from becoming monsters again. Locks that could only be released by one thing. A direct threat to their homeworld. Sarah staggered from the chamber. Her nose was bleeding. Her hands were shaking. She grabbed her phone and called Marcus directly. "Sir, we have a problem. The council thinks they are threatening primitives. They are actually provoking gods of war who chose to retire." Before Marcus could respond, alarms began blaring. Every defense system on Earth lit up at once. In orbit, High Counselor Zen had tired of waiting. He opened a channel to every human device on the planet. "People of Earth, your leaders have wasted the Council's generosity. To demonstrate the futility of resistance, we will now conduct a demonstration. We have selected your Mars colony as the target. Farewell, Bradbury Colony." Marcus screamed orders, but it was too late. The Council ships opened fire. Beams of energy crossed the void in seconds. Mars Colony Bradbury vanished. 15,000 men, women, and children died in a flash of superheated plasma. In the Sahara, the ancient installation blazed to life. Across Earth, 7 billion people felt something shift inside them. The genetic locks trembled. Lieutenant Maria Santos had been a fighter pilot for 8 years. She knew her aircraft better than she knew herself. But as she sat in the cockpit of her interceptor, something felt different. The controls seemed to respond before she touched them. The targeting computer felt like an extension of her own mind. When she looked at the tactical display, she could see patterns that should not exist. She understood strategies that no one had taught her. "Flight 7, this is Command," a voice crackled in her headset. "Are you experiencing anomalies?" Maria hesitated. How could she explain that she could feel her entire squadron in her mind, that she knew exactly where each pilot was, what they were thinking, how they would move before they moved? "Affirmative, Command," she finally said. "But I do not think they are anomalies. I think they are upgrades." Across Earth, similar reports flooded in. Soldiers were demonstrating reaction times that broke human records. Engineers were understanding alien technology by touch alone. Medical staff were diagnosing conditions without equipment. They could somehow sense the biological rhythms of their patients. Dr. Sarah Chen sat in the Sahara installation. Her hand still touched the neural interface. Her consciousness had expanded far beyond her body. She could feel humanity awakening, 7 billion minds beginning to remember something they had never personally experienced. The genetic memories were flooding back, not memories of individual lives, but of capability, of potential, of what humans had once been and could be again. "Sarah, what is happening to us?" Dr. Patel asked. He stared at his own hands. His vision had suddenly sharpened. He could see individual grains of sand from across the chamber. His hearing had expanded to pick up conversations happening a kilometer away. "We are remembering," Sarah whispered. "Our ancestors locked away their nature, but the locks were designed with a fail-safe. If Earth itself was ever directly threatened, the locks would open. The Council killed 15,000 people on Mars. They threatened to do the same to Earth's cities. The fail-safe has triggered." She pulled up genetic data on a holographic display. The changes were happening at incredible speed. Human DNA was rewriting itself. It was unlocking sequences that had been dormant for millions of years. "Look at this." She pointed to specific gene clusters. "Enhanced muscle density, accelerated neural processing, improved oxygen efficiency, and this." She highlighted a particularly complex sequence. "This allows humans to survive brief exposure to vacuum. Our ancestors could walk on the hulls of ships without spacesuits." "That is impossible," Patel breathed. "No. It is just improbable. There is a difference." In New York, Secretary General Marcus Webb met with world leaders. But the meeting was different from any before. He could feel the presence of each leader in his mind. He could sense their thoughts and emotions without a single word being spoken. "Can everyone feel this?" he asked aloud. President Okafor of the African Federation nodded slowly. "It is like we are connected. I can sense every human on Earth if I concentrate. 7 billion minds all beginning to work together. Is this permanent?" asked Premier Volkov of the Eurasian Alliance. "Will we always be like this?" "I do not know," Marcus admitted. "But right now we need to use it. The Council fleet is preparing to bombard our cities. We have 48 hours to surrender, but I do not think they will wait that long. They are afraid. They have realized their mistake. Can we fight them?" President Kim of the Pacific Coalition asked. "Even with these changes, they have 300 warships. We have 70 vessels, and most of them are converted cargo haulers." Fleet Admiral James Okonkwo stepped forward. "Ma'am, I do not think you understand what has happened to our crews. I just received a report from the orbital defense platform. Our people are operating weapons systems at 300% efficiency. They are coordinating without verbal communication. They are scared because they can instinctively understand the Council's tactical formations." He pulled up a display showing human and Council ship positions. "Every captain in our fleet knows exactly where every other ship is. They can coordinate maneuvers that would normally require hours of planning. They are moving like a school of fish, like a single organism." "But will it be enough?" Marcus pressed. "Sir, I have been a soldier my entire life. I know when I am outgunned. On paper, we should lose this fight in about 6 minutes." He paused. His eyes were distant. "But something inside me, something that was not there yesterday, is telling me we are going to win. Not because we are stronger, but because we are supposed to." Aboard the Council flagship, High Counselor Zen was no longer smiling. His science teams had been analyzing the energy readings from Earth. Their reports made no sense. "Explain this again," he demanded of his chief scientist. Xril was a floating brain contained in a mechanical case. "The humans are changing, Counselor. Their biological energy signatures are increasing exponentially. We are detecting capabilities that should be impossible for carbon-based life." "Be specific." "Some humans are demonstrating telepathic communication. Others are showing enhanced physical abilities that exceed our theoretical models. Their vessels are beginning to coordinate in ways that suggest hive mind functionality. And Counselor," Xril's mechanical voice dropped lower, "some of them are beginning to survive in vacuum without protective gear. We detected 3 humans performing hull repairs on a damaged station without spacesuits. They were exposed for 12 minutes. Zen's claws dug into his command chair. "That is impossible." "That is what we thought about the ancient warnings, sir." The reminder sent a chill through Zen's scales. He pulled up the old recordings, the ones he had mocked before the council. The warnings suddenly did not seem so ridiculous. Ambassador Thexelar appeared at Zen's chamber door requesting entry. When admitted, the Vorathian's forearms trembled with emotion. "High Counselor, we must withdraw immediately, while there is still time." "Withdraw?" Zen roared. "We destroyed their colony. We threatened their home world. If we withdraw now, we show weakness to every species in the galaxy. If we do not withdraw, we may not survive to show anything." Zen activated a display showing the Council fleet. "We have 300 warships, Ambassador. The humans have 70 converted commercial vessels. The mathematics is simple." "The ancient civilizations likely thought the same thing," Thexelar said quietly. "They all had superior numbers, superior technology. It did not matter. The records speak of human crews boarding vessels through breaches they made with their bare hands, of humans interfacing directly with alien computer systems through touch alone, of battles where human ships moved with such coordination that they seemed to share a single mind." "And you believe these fairy tales?" "I believe the evidence, Counselor. 12 civilizations, all technologically advanced, all militarily superior to the humans they encountered. All extinct, all leaving the same warning." Zen turned away. "Prepare the bombardment. If we strike their cities now before they fully adapt, we can still break them." "You are making a mistake. Get out." Thexelar left. His hearts were heavy with dread. He returned to his quarters and began recording a message. If the Council was about to make the worst decision in galactic history, someone needed to document it. On Earth, the awakening continued. But not everyone adapted well. In hospitals around the world, people overwhelmed by the genetic memories were having breakdowns. The influx of capability, of instincts from ancestors who had been warriors, was too much for some minds to handle. Dr. Sarah Chen coordinated with medical teams worldwide. "The key is acceptance," she explained over a global channel. "Do not fight the memories. They are yours. They have always been yours. Humanity just forgot them for a while. Young children adapted fastest. Their minds were flexible enough to integrate the changes easily." A kindergarten teacher in Tokyo reported that her students had spontaneously organized into a perfect defensive formation when a door had slammed suddenly. They could not explain why. They just knew. Older individuals struggled more, but veterans and emergency responders found the transition easier. They already understood high-stress situations and rapid adaptation. The genetic memories simply gave them more tools to work with. Marcus received regular updates as the 48-hour deadline approached. The picture they painted was both hopeful and terrifying. 93% of the population has experienced some level of awakening, his science advisor reported. Physical enhancements are universal. Enhanced coordination, increased strength, improved sensory perception. About 60% are showing telepathic sensitivity. 20% can interface with technology directly. And about 5%, he hesitated. What about 5%? Sir, 5% are showing abilities we cannot explain even with the genetic data. Precognition, localized gravity manipulation. One woman in Mumbai apparently teleported 3 meters when startled. Marcus closed his eyes. Are we still human? That is a philosophical question, sir. Genetically, yes. We are still Homo sapiens. We are just expressing genetic potential that was locked away. We are becoming what we were meant to be, or what we used to be. What we need to be, Marcus finished. To survive this, the 40. The Council's first bombardment wave hit Earth's atmosphere and simply stopped. Not deflected. Not absorbed. Stopped. 700 energy beams froze in midair as if they had struck an invisible wall. High Counselor Zen stared at his displays in disbelief. What is happening? His science officer Ixril's mechanical voice carried terror. The humans, Counselor. They are doing it. Somehow they are generating a planetary-scale defensive field using their own biological energy. All 7 billion of them are connected, pooling their mental energy into a shield. That is impossible. No organic species can. The rules have changed, sir. On Earth, people stood frozen in streets and homes. Their eyes glowed with a faint blue light. They were not conscious of what they were doing. The defense was instinctive, automatic. 7 billion humans had become one organism, and that organism's first priority was survival. Lieutenant Maria Santos felt the shield like an extension of her own body. She was one of the billions holding it in place. Even as she piloted her fighter toward the Council fleet, the separation of tasks felt natural, like breathing and walking at the same time. All fighters, this is Santos, she transmitted, but the transmission was unnecessary. Every pilot already knew what she was thinking. We go for their command ship. Pattern Delta 9. No one asked what Pattern Delta 9 was. They all knew. It existed in their genetic memory. A formation used 3 million years ago in battles that modern humans had never fought. 40 fighters moved as one. They weaved through Council defensive fire with movements that seemed to defy physics. Aboard the Council flagship, alarms shrieked. Human fighters incoming. They are moving at... That cannot be right. Those are civilian retrofits. They should not be able to pull those maneuvers. Zen watched as human fighters danced through his defensive grid. Ships that should have been ripped apart by gravitational stress instead flowed like liquid. Pilots pulled maneuvers that should have turned their bodies to liquid from the acceleration, but they kept coming. The humans are somehow damping the inertial effects inside their ships, Ixril reported. They are using their enhanced mental abilities to create localized gravity fields. They are turning their own minds into inertial dampeners, one fighter broke through. Lieutenant Santos's craft screamed toward the flagship's hull. She had no weapons heavy enough to damage the massive ship, but she had something else she ejected from her cockpit, in the vacuum of space, without a suit. Her skin blazed with light as her body automatically adapted to the environment. She could not survive vacuum indefinitely, but her genetic awakening gave her 12 minutes, more than enough. She hit the flagship's hull at high speed and grabbed hold. Her fingers, somehow strong enough to grip the molecular structure of the hull, began tearing. Metal shrieked and peeled away. She ripped through armor plating that was designed to withstand nuclear weapons, using nothing but her hands and the fury burning in her genetic memory. Inside the flagship, Zen watched the hull breach alarms with mounting horror. One unarmored human is tearing through our hull. How? Counselor, I recommend immediate retreat. No. Deploy the boarding defense teams. Kill that human. The defense teams found Lieutenant Santos in a corridor. She was covered in frost from exposure to space. Her skin glowed with inner light. Her eyes burned with something older than civilization. She moved before they could fire. Moved faster than their weapons could track. Enhanced reflexes meeting instincts from an ancient warrior race. She did not kill them. She did not need to. She disabled their weapons, shattered their armor, and left them conscious but unable to move. She was not there to murder. She was there to send a message. She reached the flagship's main computer core and placed her hands on the interface. No tools, no equipment, just direct contact. Her awakened mind interfaced with the alien technology as if she had designed it herself. Humans do not belong in space, Counselor Zen had said in his address to Earth. Santos played that clip on every screen in the fleet. Then she showed them what happened next. Every Council ship's sensors turned to look at Earth's defense fleet. 70 converted commercial vessels that should not have been a threat to anyone. The displays showed enhanced scans. They showed human crews moving with perfect coordination. They showed energy signatures that were growing stronger by the minute. Santos uploaded one more thing. The complete archive of ancient warnings from all 12 extinct civilizations. Every record, every image, every desperate message from species that had thought themselves superior to humans. Then she left. She retraced her path through the flagship. No one tried to stop her. She retrieved her damaged fighter. She got it working again through touch alone, She returned to the human lines. Target neutralized, she reported calmly, as if she had not just torn through a warship's hull with her bare hands. Fleet Admiral Okonkwo felt the battle through his connection to his crews. He could sense every ship, every weapon, every tactical consideration. But he could also feel something else. The weight of responsibility. The knowledge that humanity's awakened power could destroy the Council fleet completely. Marcus, he called Secretary General Webb on Earth, we can win this. I can feel it. We can reduce their fleet to dust. But should we? Marcus sat in the UN command center. He felt the thoughts of 7 billion humans in the back of his mind. Fear, anger, grief for Mars colony, but also something else. Restraint. The memory of why their ancestors had locked away their own nature. We are not monsters, Marcus said quietly. We are humans who remember what monsters we used to be. That memory is supposed to stop us from becoming them again. Sir, they killed 15,000 people. They were about to kill billions more, I know. But if we slaughter them, we become what the ancient records feared. We prove that humans should stay locked away. Aboard the Council flagship, Ambassador Thexlar forced his way onto the bridge. High Counselor, you must order a retreat immediately. I will not show weakness. This is not about weakness. Look at your casualty reports. We have lost 47 ships and the main battle has not even started. The humans are holding back. They could have destroyed us already, but they are choosing not to. They are giving us a chance to withdraw. Zen looked at his tactical displays. They painted an impossible picture. Human ships were everywhere and nowhere. They moved in patterns his computers could not predict. His weapons could not lock onto targets that seemed to know where he would fire before he gave the order. Worse, his boarding teams reported that captured humans would not stay captured. They would simply adapt. One human prisoner had learned the lock mechanism by touching it, then escaped within minutes. Another had somehow convinced the guards to release her, not through threats but through some form of telepathic suggestion. How did they hide this? Zen whispered. How did they hide what they were? Thexler's voice was gentle. They did not hide it, Counselor. They forgot it. They locked it away, because they were horrified by what they had been. We forced them to remember. A communication request came through from the human fleet. Marcus Webb's face appeared on Zen's screen. High Counselor Zen, Marcus began. His voice was calm but carried steel. I want you to understand something. 3 million years ago, humanity was what you feared. We enforced order through overwhelming violence. We judged species and found them wanting. We left nothing but warnings in our wake. He paused, letting that sink in. Then we realized what we had become. Monsters wearing the face of justice. So we did something that no other species has ever done. We stopped. We locked away our own nature. We forgot ourselves deliberately, hoping that our descendants would grow up gentler, kinder, better than what we had been. On the screen, Marcus's expression hardened. You destroyed Mars colony. You murdered 15,000 people as a demonstration. You threatened to do the same to Earth's cities. You forced us to unlock what we had spent 3 million years trying to forget. Around Earth, the planetary shield began to pulse with energy, not threatening, warning. Right now, Marcus continued, every human in this system can feel every other human. We are connected in a way your species cannot comprehend. We are one mind in 8 billion bodies. And that mind remembers. It remembers battles across 1,000 worlds. It remembers tactics that ended civilizations. It remembers why the galaxy feared us, he leaned forward. But it also remembers why we stopped. We are giving you one chance, High Counselor. One opportunity that we would not have given ourselves 3 million years ago. Withdraw your fleet. Leave this system. Tell the galaxy what happens when you wake a sleeping giant. Zen's claws trembled. And if we refuse? Marcus's eyes glowed with that same blue light that marked the awakened. Then we show you why 12 civilizations died trying to warn you. Then we become what we swore we would never be again. Then we prove that the ancient humans were right to fear themselves. The bridge was silent. Every council officer waited for Zen's response. Ambassador Thexlar spoke softly. High Counselor, you have seen what one human can do. Lieutenant Santos tore through our hull with her hands. She interfaced with our computers through touch. She gave us mercy when she could have killed everyone aboard. Now imagine 8 billion of them, all connected, all awakened, all angry. He gestured to the tactical display. We have lost this battle, but we still have our lives. The humans are Offeri. 6 months after the Council fleet fled Sol system, Secretary General Marcus Webb stood at the window of his office. He watched human ships patrol Earth orbit alongside vessels from 7 different species. The sight should have filled him with pride. Instead, it filled him with uncertainty. The galaxy had changed. More accurately, the galaxy's understanding of Earth had changed. And Earth itself had changed in ways that terrified and amazed him. "Sir, the delegation from the former Council worlds is here," his assistant announced. Marcus straightened his uniform and walked to the conference room. The term former Council was generous. After Zen's retreat, the Galactic Council had collapsed within days. Member species had withdrawn, formed new alliances, and begun frantic diplomatic efforts to avoid Earth's wrath. The powerful Krell hegemony had fractured into 17 smaller states. Each desperately claimed they had opposed Zen's policies all along. The delegation consisted of 12 ambassadors. They represented species that had once proudly voted to subjugate humanity. Now they sat nervously, unable to meet Marcus's eyes. "Secretary General Webb," began Ambassador Thexler. He had become the unofficial leader of the reformed galactic community. "We come to formally apologize for the Council's actions and to propose a new framework for galactic relations." Marcus sat down slowly. He could still feel the presence of humanity in the back of his mind. The connection had faded from the overwhelming unity of the battle. 8 billion voices had become a distant murmur, like the sound of the ocean heard from far inland. "Go on," he said simply. "The Council made catastrophic errors," Thexler continued. "We ignored ancient wisdom. We let arrogance guide policy. We committed murder against your colony. There can be no excuse for these actions." One of the other ambassadors spoke up. Yith was a crystalline being. "We have spent these past months studying the ancient records more carefully. The warnings were not exaggerated. If anything, they understated humanity's capabilities. Your restraint during the battle has been noted by every species in the galaxy." "Restraint," Marcus repeated the word softly. "Is that what you call it? We could have destroyed your fleet completely. We chose not to. But do not mistake mercy for weakness. We remember now. We remember what we were, what we did, why the galaxy feared us." The ambassadors shifted uncomfortably. Marcus continued, his voice harder. 15,000 people died on Mars. 15,000 men, women, and children. They were teachers, engineers, farmers, artists. They had committed no crime except being human. High Counselor Zen killed them to prove a point. Zen has been arrested and will face trial, Thexler said quietly. "If you wish, we can turn him over to human justice." Marcus felt a surge of anger from the collective human consciousness. The desire for vengeance burned hot, but beneath it he felt something else. The memory of why humans had locked away their own power. The horror of becoming monsters. "No," Marcus said finally. "You try him. Under your laws. We will send observers, but justice should come from your own hands. If we start executing our enemies, we become what we fear." The relief in the room was clear. Ambassador Yith produced a datapad. "We have drafted a proposed charter for a new galactic organization. One based on mutual respect rather than hierarchy. We are calling it the Cooperative of Free Worlds." Marcus reviewed the document. It was everything the original council should have been. Equal representation. No subjugation of younger species. Mutual defense agreements. Free trade. Cultural exchange. And notably, a provision that explicitly recognized Earth's sovereignty and humanity's right to self-determination. "This is acceptable," Marcus said, "but I want one more provision added. Name it. Any species that threatens genocide, slavery, or the subjugation of another species will face humanity's direct intervention. We will not be passive watchers. If you create monsters, we will stop them." The ambassadors exchanged glances. Finally, Thexler nodded. "That seems fair. Given what you could demand, it is remarkably restrained." "We are trying to be better than we were," Marcus said. 3 million years ago, humanity enforced peace through terror. We became judge, jury, and executioner. We do not want to return to that. But we also cannot ignore evil, so we are trying to find a middle path. After the delegation left, Marcus walked to the research complex where Dr. Sarah Chen had established her laboratory. She was studying the genetic changes in humanity, trying to understand what they had become. "How are we doing?" Marcus asked. Sarah looked exhausted. She had been working 18-hour days since the battle.
"It is complicated.
The genetic awakening is permanent. We cannot lock it away again even if we wanted to, but it is fading. The peak abilities we demonstrated during the battle are declining. She pulled up charts showing human capability over time. At the battle's peak, humans were operating at about 40% of our ancient potential, the kind of abilities that made the galaxy fear us. Now 6 months later, we are at about 15%. Is that good or bad? Both. We are still enhanced far beyond baseline human. Stronger, faster, smarter. We have mild telepathic abilities within close proximity. We can interface with technology more intuitively. But we are not the godlike beings we were during the battle. Why is it fading? Sarah smiled sadly. Because we do not need it anymore. The genetic locks were designed to release in response to existential threat. The threat is gone. Our bodies are re-engaging some of the limiters. Not all of them, not like before, but enough to keep us from becoming something alien to ourselves. Marcus sat down heavily. Are you saying we will eventually return to normal? No, we will stabilize at a new normal. Enhanced but still recognizably human. We will keep some abilities, lose others. The collective consciousness will fade to occasional intuitive flashes. The extreme physical abilities will moderate. But we will always be more than we were before the awakening. And future generations? Children born now carry the partially unlocked genes. They will grow up with abilities we can only recently access. In a few generations, this will just be what humanity is. We will not remember being weaker. Marcus considered this. Is that good for us? For the galaxy? That depends on what we choose to do with it. Power itself is not good or evil. It is how you use it. That night, Marcus addressed humanity through a global broadcast. 7 billion people watched as their leader tried to help them understand their new reality. 6 months ago, we discovered that humanity is older and stranger than we knew. Our ancestors were warriors who nearly destroyed the galaxy. In their horror at what they had become, they locked away their own nature and forgot themselves. When the Council threatened Earth, those locks opened. We remembered, he paused, choosing his words carefully. Many of you are frightened by what you can do now. Parents worry about children who can read thoughts. Partners struggle with the loss of privacy as low-level telepathy becomes normal. Soldiers deal with combat instincts from battles they never fought. I understand those fears. I share them. But I also want you to understand something crucial. Our ancestors did not lock away their power because power is evil. They locked it away because they had used it without wisdom. They had become so focused on enforcing order that they forgot mercy. They judged entire species and found them wanting. Marcus leaned forward. His expression was intense. We have a second chance. We have power now, yes, but we also have the memory of why that power is dangerous. We can choose to be better than our ancestors. We can protect the weak without dominating them. We can enforce justice without becoming tyrants. The galaxy fears us. Let them. Fear can prevent war, but let them also respect us. Let them see that humans with power choose restraint, that we remember our mistakes and learn from them. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Messages flooded in from across Earth and the colonies. People sharing their experiences, their fears, their hopes. Humanity was processing its transformation together, as they had fought together. Ambassador Thexlar watched the broadcast from his quarters on the new diplomatic station orbiting Earth. He was writing his final report on humanity for the Varathian archives. A document that would become the definitive guide to understanding Earth's place in galactic society. Humans are not the monsters the ancient warnings described, he wrote, but they remember being those monsters. That memory shapes everything they do. They are perhaps the only species in galactic history to voluntarily limit their own power out of moral considerations. They could rule the galaxy. Instead, they choose to patrol it. They could demand tribute. Instead, they offer partnership. They could enforce their will through fear. Instead, they demonstrate restraint. This makes them more dangerous than if they were simple conquerors. Conquerors can be predicted, fought, understood. But humans? They have power and choose not to use it. Until they must. Then they use it with precision and purpose and afterward feel guilt for the necessity. My advice to future civilizations: respect them. Not because they will destroy you if you do not, though they could. Respect them because they have earned it. They looked at their own nature, saw something monstrous and decided to be better. In the Sahara, the ancient installation powered down completely. Dr. The sky above Beijing burned with colors that had no name in any human language. Sarah Chen stood on the crumbling remains of what used to be the Eastern Defense Command, watching ships descend through the smoke. They were beautiful in a terrible way, like falling stars that brought only death. Fall back, she screamed into her communicator, but the words felt empty. Fall back to where? There was nowhere left to run. The aliens had arrived 15 years ago with promises of peace and knowledge. They called themselves the Galactic Concordat, a union of 847 species who had traveled the stars for millions of years. Humanity had celebrated. Finally, they were not alone in the universe. Finally, they would join the great cosmic family. They were fools. Within 6 months, the Concordat showed their true purpose. Humans were not friends or equals. Humans were livestock. Strong bodies, quick minds, perfect slaves. Sarah remembered the day Earth surrendered. She remembered General Martinez eating his own gun rather than give the order. She remembered the president's face on every screen, tears running down his cheeks as he signed away humanity's freedom. What choice did they have? The alien weapons turned entire cities to glass. Their shields made human missiles bounce off like raindrops. The war lasted 3 months. The enslavement would last forever. Now Sarah stood in chains, her wrists bound with bands that shocked her if she moved too quickly. Around her, thousands of other humans waited in similar bonds. The aliens had divided Earth among 12 dominant species. Each claimed territories and populations like farmers dividing a field. A creature that looked like a walking mantis, 10 feet tall with 4 arms, approached Sarah's group. Its translator device spoke in flat, emotionless English. "You are property of the Vraxian Mining Consortium. You will work the deep colonies. You will obey. Resistance means death." Sarah said nothing. She had learned that lesson already. The scar on her back still burned where they had punished her for talking back. They loaded the humans onto transport ships. Sarah watched Earth shrink behind her, becoming a blue marble, then a dot, then nothing. She wondered if she would ever see it again. Probably not. The Vraxians worked their slaves until they dropped, then got new ones. The journey to Kepler 442b took 3 weeks in frozen sleep. Sarah woke up on a world of red rock and purple sky. The air tasted wrong, filtered through machines to make it breathable for humans. The gravity was heavier than Earth's. Every step felt like walking through water. The mines went deep into the planet's crust. Humans dug for crystals that powered alien technology. 12-hour shifts, minimal food, sleep in crowded barracks that smelled of sweat and despair. Sarah met others from Earth. They spoke in whispers, afraid the Vraxian guards would hear. There was Marcus from Chicago, who used to be a teacher. Lee from Shanghai, who had been a doctor. Jamal from Lagos, who was only 17 when they took him. "They treat us like we're nothing," Marcus whispered one night in the barracks. "Like we're animals." "We're less than animals to them," Lee said bitterly. "Animals they might care for. We're just tools." Sarah listened but said little. She watched. She learned. The Vraxians thought humans were stupid, good only for manual labor. That was their mistake. Across the galaxy, other humans suffered different fates. Dr. James Morrison, who had been a physicist at MIT, found himself in the laboratories of the Zenthri. The Zenthri were a species of scholars who valued knowledge above all else. They used human prisoners as research assistants, forcing them to perform dangerous experiments. James wore a neural compliance chip behind his ear. It was supposed to make him obedient, unable to think rebellious thoughts. But James noticed something strange. After a few months, the chip's effects weakened. His mind felt clearer. He could think forbidden thoughts without the chip activating. He said nothing to his captors. Instead, he worked quietly, absorbing everything the Zenthri taught him. Advanced physics, quantum mechanics, biological engineering. The Zenthri thought he was just following orders. They never realized he was learning, memorizing, understanding. On the other side of the Concordat, Akira Tanaka fought for his life daily. The Korthax Empire loved blood sports. They captured the strongest humans and made them fight in arenas for alien entertainment. Akira had been a martial arts instructor in Tokyo. Now he was a gladiator. He killed his first opponent on his 3rd day, a human from Russia who had gone mad from the torture. Akira still saw the man's face in his dreams. But he learned from every fight. The Korthax made their gladiators fight aliens too, creatures from a dozen different worlds. Each species had different weaknesses, different ways to move, different ways to die. Akira remembered all of it. 20 years passed like a long nightmare. Humans scattered across hundreds of worlds, branded and broken. The Concordat considered the human problem solved. They had worried at first that Earth's people might rebel, but 20 years of slavery had crushed that spirit. Or so they thought. Sarah was 38 now, her hair going gray from stress and malnutrition. She had survived when thousands around her had died. The Vraxian overseers considered her a model slave, obedient and efficient. They never noticed how she watched their guard rotations, how she memorized the layout of their security systems, how she understood their language now, though she pretended not to. One day a transport arrived with new prisoners. Sarah was assigned to show them the mines. Among them was a child, a little girl no more than 6 years old. She cried for her mother. "Where's Mama?" The girl sobbed, clutching Sarah's leg. "I want my mama." Sarah knelt down, her chains rattling. "Shh, little one. It'll be okay." But it wouldn't be okay. Sarah knew they would work this child until she broke, just like all the others. She watched as a Vraxian guard yanked the girl away, dragging her toward the processing center where they would implant her compliance chip. Something cold settled in Sarah's chest, something hard and sharp like a blade made of ice. She had survived 20 years by being quiet, by being obedient, by accepting her fate. That ended today. That night, Sarah made contact with a network she had heard whispers about. The Unbroken, they called themselves. Humans who had never surrendered in their hearts. They communicated through hacked alien systems, invisible to their masters. Sarah's message was simple. "I'm ready. Tell me what to do." The response came 3 days later, hidden in a maintenance log that only humans could decode. "Learn everything. Teach everyone. Wait for the signal. We have not forgotten who we are." Sarah looked at the message for a long time, then deleted it. But she had memorized every word. The galaxy thought humanity was conquered. The Concordat believed Earth's children had accepted their chains. They were wrong. 20 years of slavery had not broken humanity. It had educated them. And soon, very soon, the teachers would become the students. Soon the slaves would become the storm. The Vraxian overseer noticed the problem first. His name was Zekthor, and he had managed human slaves for 15 years without issue. But lately something was wrong. The compliance chips were failing, not all at once, not obviously. But the humans were showing signs of independent thought. They asked questions. They made suggestions about improving mining efficiency. Some even looked him in the eye when he gave orders. Zekthor reported it to his superiors. They told him he was imagining things. Compliance chips were foolproof. They had been tested on 100 species. Humans were no different, but they were different. Zekthor just didn't know how different. Sarah Chen understood her own brain now in ways the aliens never could. She had felt the compliance chip trying to control her thoughts, felt it pushing obedience into her mind. For the first few months it had worked. But slowly her brain had adapted. New neural pathways formed around the chip's influence. Her thoughts became her own again. She wasn't the only one. Every human experienced the same thing. Their brains were more flexible than any species the galaxy had ever seen. Where other creatures' minds were fixed patterns, human minds were water, flowing around obstacles, finding new routes, adapting. The aliens had given them 20 years. 20 years to learn, 20 years to watch, 20 years to understand everything about their captors. Sarah knew the Vraxian security protocols better than most Vraxian guards. She knew which shifts were lazy, which cameras had blind spots, which doors could be overridden with the right code sequence. She had learned their language, their culture, their technology, and she had taught others. In the deep laboratories of the Zenthri homeworld, Dr. James Morrison prepared another experiment. His Zenthri supervisor, a being named Kalash, believed James was simply following instructions. In reality, James understood the science better than Kalash did. The Zenthri were brilliant, but they thought in rigid patterns. They followed established theories and trusted their ancient knowledge. James had learned everything they knew, but he hadn't stopped there. He combined it with human intuition, human creativity, human willingness to try crazy ideas. He had secretly designed 17 new technologies using Zenthri equipment, weapons that could disrupt alien shields, communications that couldn't be traced, and something else, something beautiful and terrible, a biological agent tailored to each of the 12 enslaving species, not lethal, James wasn't a murderer, but it would incapacitate them for weeks. Fever, weakness, confusion, just enough to level the playing field. James had hidden the formulas in his memory. No written records. Nothing the Zenthri could find. And he had shared the information with other human scientists across the network. The unbroken network had grown beyond anything the aliens could imagine. It spread across 200 worlds, connecting thousands of humans. They used the aliens' own technology to communicate, hiding messages in maintenance logs, shipping manifests, even the energy fluctuations of mining equipment. On the Korthax homeworld, Akira Tanaka had become a legend in the arenas. The crowds chanted his name. The Korthax thought he was their champion, proof that even humans could be molded into perfect warriors. They didn't realize he was studying them. Every species that entered the arena, Akira learned their weaknesses. The Korthax had thick armor, but their joints were vulnerable. The Teklar were fast, but their eyesight was poor in bright light. The Hulnaks were strong, but their balance was terrible. Akira had trained other human gladiators in secret. During the brief moments between fights in the holding cells, he taught them not just how to survive, but how to win, how to kill efficiently. When the time comes, he told them in whispered conversations, we will not be alone, and we will not fight for their entertainment. We will fight for Earth. The time was coming soon. Sarah received the message on a cold morning in the 41st year after first contact, 20 years after the enslavement began. It was hidden in a power fluctuation that only humans would recognize as code. The galaxy thinks we are broken. Let us show them what broken humans can do. It was almost time. But first, one more atrocity. One more lesson the aliens needed to teach humanity. The Korthax discovered a resistance cell on one of their mining colonies. 50 humans had been secretly gathering weapons, planning a small rebellion. The Korthax response was brutal and calculated. They executed 10,000 humans, not just the rebels, random prisoners from across their empire. They broadcast it on every frequency, made sure every human in the galaxy saw it. This is what rebellion costs, the Korthax Emperor announced. Obey or watch your brothers and sisters die. The aliens thought it would break humanity's spirit. They thought fear would crush the last embers of resistance. They were wrong. Sarah watched the broadcast in the barracks with 200 other humans. She saw men and women she had known, people who had survived 20 years of hell executed for the crimes of 50. She saw children shot. She saw the old and sick gunned down without mercy. Around her, humans wept. But they weren't weeping in despair. They were weeping in rage. That night, the unbroken network exploded with activity. Messages flew between worlds at the speed of light. The tone had changed. No more patience, no more waiting. They want to teach us about consequences. One message read, "Let's teach them." Sarah sent her own message to the network. Her hands were steady as she typed. 20 years ago, they took our world. They took our freedom. They took our dignity. Today, they took our mercy. The Korthax just made a mistake. They reminded us what we're fighting for. The responses came flooding back. From scientists, from soldiers, from slaves in every corner of the galaxy. We're ready. We've been ready. Tell us when. Sarah looked at the messages, then at the humans around her in the barracks. They were thin, scarred, exhausted. But their eyes burned with something the aliens had never truly understood. Hope. Dr. Morrison sent a message through the network. All weapons are ready. All biological agents are prepared. We have ships. We have plans. We're just waiting for the word. Akira's message was shorter. The gladiators are ready to stop fighting for sport. From 200 worlds, the message was the same. Humanity had used their captivity well. They had learned everything. They had prepared everything. They had become everything the aliens had failed to see. The galaxy had made a terrible mistake. They had assumed that slavery would break humanity. Instead, it had forged them into something harder. Something sharper. The Concordat had wanted slaves. What they got were students who had spent 20 years learning how to destroy their teachers. Sarah composed one final message. It went to every human in the network, thousands of them scattered across the stars. 20 years. We've learned everything. Now we teach them why Earth never forgot. Stand ready. The signal comes soon. And when it does, we show them what humanity really means. She sent the message and deleted it, but every human who received it memorized it. Every word. Every letter. The aliens went about their lives confident in their superiority. They didn't notice the change in their slaves' eyes. They didn't feel the tension building like a storm about to break. They had enslaved humanity expecting obedience. They were about to learn what humanity gave instead. Retribution. The signal came at midnight, Galactic Standard Time. On 217 worlds across the Concordate, humans received the same message simultaneously. 3 words that changed everything. Take it back. Sarah Chen stood in the power distribution center of the Vraxian mining complex. She wasn't supposed to be there. But over 20 years she had learned every override code, every maintenance access tunnel, every blind spot in their security. She had also learned that the Vraxians, for all their technology, were creatures of habit. The night shift guards always took their break at the same time. Always. Sarah's hands moved quickly across the alien console. Years of watching, learning, memorizing. The Vraxians thought she was just a miner. They never knew she had been studying their systems with the focus of a master engineer. The power went out across the entire complex. In the sudden darkness, Sarah heard the Vraxians shouting in confusion. Emergency lights should have activated. They didn't. Sarah had made sure of that. All across the complex, humans moved with precision. They had rehearsed this in their minds 1,000 times. Every person knew their role. Every action was planned. Marcus, the former teacher from Chicago, led a team to the weapons locker. The locks had already been overridden remotely. They armed themselves with Vraxian shock rifles and plasma weapons. 20 years ago, they wouldn't have known how to use them. Now they could field strip and reassemble them in the dark. Lee, who had been a doctor, moved toward the medical center with a syringe filled with Dr. Morrison's biological agent. The Vraxian medical staff wouldn't know what hit them. Within hours they would be too sick to fight but alive. Humanity would not be monsters, even to their monsters. The uprising in the Kepler 442b complex was not unique. It was happening everywhere. On the Zen-3 homeworld, Dr. James Morrison walked calmly into the main research laboratory. His supervisor, Cal Esch, looked up in surprise. "You should not be here at this hour," Cal Esch said. "I know," James replied. He pressed a button on a device he had built from laboratory equipment. Throughout the facility, every Zen-3 collapsed as the biological agent, already introduced into their air filtration days ago, activated on his signal. They would live. They would recover. But for now, they would sleep. James accessed the main computer and sent a single transmission. Every Zen-3 research file, every piece of technology, every secret, uploaded to the unbroken network. Human scientists across the galaxy suddenly had access to millions of years of accumulated knowledge. "Knowledge is power," James said to the unconscious Kalash. "You taught us that. Thank you for the education." In the Korthax arenas, Akira Tanaka stood in the center of the blood-stained sand. The crowd roared, expecting another show. They got one, but not what they anticipated. Akira raised his hand. Around the arena, 50 other human gladiators, who were supposed to be fighting each other, instead turned toward the Korthax guards. The crowd's roar turned to screams. The gladiators moved like water, like shadows, like death itself. Years of forced combat had made them into the most dangerous fighters in the galaxy. They had learned from every species, mastered every combat style. And unlike the aliens, humans could improvise. Akira personally disabled the Korthax Emperor's personal guard. He stood over the Emperor, a blade at the alien's throat, and spoke into the communication system. "This arena is ours now. This world is ours now. Tell the galaxy that the humans have broken their chains." Across the stars, humanity erupted like a volcano. Every world where humans were enslaved became a battlefield. But these were not random riots. This was coordinated, precise, strategic. The aliens had taught humans how to maintain their technology. Now humans sabotaged it with expert knowledge. Shield generators failed. Weapon systems locked up. Communication networks crashed. Humans captured alien ships. The aliens had thought it impossible. Humans were just slaves. They didn't understand complex spacecraft. But human pilots, who had spent years being forced to clean and maintain those ships, knew every system intimately. Former Earth military officers, now middle-aged but sharp as ever, took command of the captured vessels. They might not have pilots' licenses in the Concordate, but they could fly circles around alien crews who had relied on automation for too long. Sarah stood on what used to be the Vraxian command tower on Kepler 442b, now flying a flag made from torn cloth and blood, blue like Earth's oceans with stars sewn in by hand. Below her, the complex was secure. The Vraxians were locked in their own detention cells, not killed, not tortured, just imprisoned. Humanity would not forget, but they would not become the same monsters. Status report, Sarah said into the communicator, now tuned to human frequencies. Reports flooded in from across the planet. Mining Station 7 secured. No casualties. Transport hub captured. We have ships. Communications array is ours. We can reach the other worlds. Food storage liberated. No one goes hungry tonight. Sarah allowed herself a small smile. But the fight was just beginning. The Concordat met in emergency session. Representatives from 847 species screamed at each other in 100 languages. The human uprising had shocked them all. How is this possible? The Vraxian delegate demanded. The compliance chips failed, a Zenthri representative said coldly. The human brain is more adaptable than our models predicted. They evolved around our technology. They were watching us, the Korthax Emperor snarled, his throat still bandaged from where Akira's blade had been, learning, waiting. For 20 years they were planning this. Then we exterminate them. A delegate from the Hulnax Federation said. Burn every world they've taken. Show them the price of rebellion. The vote was called. But before it could be cast, every screen in the chamber lit up with the same image. It was a human woman. Sarah Chen, standing in front of Earth's flag. Members of the Concordat, Sarah said, her voice calm but carrying an edge like broken glass. You are wondering what to do about the human problem. Let me make it simple for you. We are not your slaves anymore. We are not your property. We are not asking for freedom. We are taking it. You dare, the Vraxian delegate began. Yes, we dare. Sarah's eyes were cold. You came to Earth with promises of peace. You enslaved us. You tortured us. You killed our children. You thought we would break. You were wrong. The broadcast continued. We now control 30% of what used to be Concordat space. We have your weapons. We have your ships. We have your technology, and we understand it better than you do. We have something else too. We have nothing left to lose. Sarah leaned closer to the camera. Every atrocity you committed we recorded. Every crime we documented. We are broadcasting it now to every world in the galaxy. Your own people will see what you did. Your children will know the truth. Across the Concordat, billions of aliens watched broadcasts of human suffering. Executions, torture, children torn from parents, entire populations worked to death. Many aliens had not known. The governments had kept it secret, hidden. Now it was in the open. And many aliens were horrified. Some of you did not know, Sarah said. Some of you oppose this. To you we offer peace. Help us and we will remember you as friends. But to those who enslaved us, who profited from our pain, who laughed at our suffering, she paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was steel. We are coming for you, and we will teach you what 20 years of education bought us. We will teach you what happens when you enslave a species that refuses to forget. We will teach you why Earth remembers. The broadcast ended. In the Concordat chambers, silence fell. They had thought humans were conquered. They had thought 20 years was enough to break any spirit. They had thought wrong. The war had begun. And for the first time in galactic history, the Concordat was afraid. Not of weapons or technology. They were afraid of something simpler and more terrible. They were afraid of angry humans who had nothing left to lose in 20 years of lessons in how to hurt their teachers. The galaxy had enslaved humanity. Now humanity would teach the galaxy the price of that mistake. The war raged for 2 more years, and humanity was winning. Sarah Chen stood on the bridge of the Liberation, a Vraxian warship that humans had captured and renamed. Through the viewport, she watched another Concordat fleet retreat. They were running. They always ran now. Admiral, her tactical officer said. The word still felt strange. Sarah was an admiral now, commanding 50 ships and thousands of fighters. A slave had become a fleet commander in just 2 years. What is it, Marcus? Marcus, her old friend from the mining colony, pulled up a display. The Hulnax homeworld. They're requesting terms of surrender. Another one. That made 6 species that had fully surrendered, 14 more seeking negotiations. The Concordat was falling apart. Each species fled to their home systems, abandoning the empire they had built together. But Sarah felt no joy in the victories, because she had seen what winning was doing to humanity. The Teklar colony on Praxis 9 had surrendered 2 months ago. The Human Liberation Force, led by a former slave named Rodriguez, had accepted the surrender. Then they had executed the Teklar leadership anyway. All of them. Men, women, elders. Anyone who had held power during the enslavement. Sarah had ordered Rodriguez court-martialed. He had looked at her with dead eyes and said, "They killed my daughter in front of me." They laughed. "I want them to know what justice feels like." How could she argue? The Teklar had been cruel masters. But where did justice end and revenge begin? Accept their surrender, Sarah told Marcus. Send terms, full disarmament, war crime tribunals, reparations, the standard package. Some of the crew won't like it, Marcus said quietly. They want blood. We all want blood, Sarah replied. But we can't become them. We have to be better. Across the galaxy, humanity struggled with the same question. They had power now. Real power. They could exterminate their former masters if they chose. Many wanted to. On the Zenthri homeworld, Dr. James Morrison worked in the same laboratory where he had once been a slave. But now he was free, and the Zenthri who remained were his assistants, helping him because they wanted to, not because they were forced. James had completed his greatest work, a device that could remotely shut down all alien faster-than-light drives. One button, and the entire Concordat would be trapped in their home systems. No escape, no trade, no communication. Isolated forever, he held the activation key in his hand. So much power in such a small thing. Would you really use it? Asked a voice behind him. James turned. It was Kalesh, his former Zenthri supervisor. Kalesh was old now, weak from the biological agent James had used during the uprising, but the Zenthri had chosen to stay to help. I don't know, James admitted. Part of me wants to. Part of me wants to watch them suffer the way we did. And the other part? The other part remembers that I'm a scientist. We're supposed to build, not destroy. James set the key down. We're supposed to be better than our worst impulses. That is wisdom, Kalesh said. Wisdom your enslavers lacked. On the Korthax homeworld, Akira Tanaka faced a different kind of battle. The gladiator turned general, commanded the human forces occupying the Korthax capital. His soldiers wanted blood. The Korthax had been the cruelest masters, the ones who had killed 10,000 humans just to make a point. Akira's own troops had discovered the mass graves, hundreds of thousands of humans, buried in unmarked pits. Worked to death, starved, executed. Now the Korthax cowered in their cities waiting for human vengeance. Lieutenant Park, one of Akira's officers, approached him. General, the men are asking permission to proceed with reprisals. The Korthax killed our people. They should pay. No, Akira said. Sir? I said no. Akira's voice was firm. We are not them. We will hold tribunals. War criminals will face justice. But we will not commit genocide. They deserve it. Maybe they do, Akira acknowledged. But we don't deserve to become monsters. That's what they wanted. They wanted to break us, turn us into animals. If we massacre them, they win. They prove we were always beasts. Park's face twisted with anger and grief. My sister died in those graves, sir. She was 15. Akira's expression softened. My brother died in the arenas. He was 13. I think about it every day. Every single day I want to make them pay. But Kenji wouldn't want me to become the thing that killed him. Your sister wouldn't want that for you either. The lieutenant walked away without saluting. Akira knew he was losing control of some of his troops. Revenge was a sickness, spreading through the ranks like a plague. Then came the discovery that changed everything. A human scouting party, investigating, a remote Concordat station, found something unexpected, a world called Haven 7. It was a Vraxian nursery world. No military, no government, just Vraxian families raising their children, farms, schools, peaceful communities. The scouting party commander sent a message to the human fleet. Target is defenseless. Civilian population estimated at 2 million. Requesting orders. The message reached every human command center simultaneously. Everyone had to decide. What would humanity do with 2 million defenseless aliens whose species had enslaved Earth? Sarah received the message on the Liberations Bridge. She read it 3 times, feeling sick. It's a test, Marcus said quietly. The galaxy is watching. Whatever we do here defines us. Some of the crew are saying we should do it, another officer reported. Make an example. Show the Concordat what it cost to enslave humanity. Sarah closed her eyes. She thought about the little girl in the mining colony crying for her mother. She thought about 20 years in chains. She thought about everything the Vraxians had done, and she thought about who she wanted to be. Send a fleet to Haven 7, Sarah ordered. Medical supplies, food, protection. We're not invaders, we're liberators, even if we're liberating them from fear of us. The decision split human command. Half supported Sarah's choice. Half called her a traitor, but she held firm. I didn't survive 20 years of hell to become the thing that tortured me, she said in a speech broadcast to all human forces. We are not revenge. We are justice. There's a difference. Not everyone agreed. Some human factions broke away, determined to punish every alien regardless of innocence or guilt. They called themselves Earth's Fury. Sarah called them lost souls who had let hate consume them. The civil disagreement came to a head when a message arrived from an unexpected source. The Vraxian Empress herself. She appeared on every screen, alone, without guards or weapons. She looked old and tired. I am Empress Zalvera of the Vraxian Collective, she said. I come without army or fleet. I come to speak with Commander Sarah Chen of Earth. Sarah almost didn't respond, but curiosity won. They met on a neutral station. The Empress walked into the room alone. Sarah brought Marcus and a security team, but kept them at a distance. You could kill me now, the Empress said. I would not blame you. My people did terrible things to yours. Yes, Sarah said coldly. You did. I cannot undo the past. I cannot bring back your dead. I cannot erase your suffering. The Empress's multiple eyes showed something that might have been tears. But I can say what my people should have said 25 years ago. I am sorry. We were wrong. Profoundly, terribly wrong. Sarah said nothing. You spared Haven 7, the Empress continued. You could have killed 2 million of my people. Children. Innocents. You would have been justified by the laws of war. But you protected them instead. We're not you, Sarah said. No, you are better. The Empress bowed, a gesture of submission in Vraxian culture. I propose full surrender, complete disarmament, whatever punishment you deem fit. But I ask one thing. One mercy. Judge us as individuals. Some Vraxians committed atrocities. Others opposed the slavery, but were powerless. Do not paint all of us with the same blood. Sarah looked at this alien, who had been empress of one of the galaxy's most powerful species. Now she was just a tired old being asking for mercy. We'll need to discuss this, Sarah said. Of course, I will wait. I will wait as long as necessary. The Empress turned to leave, then paused. Your species has a saying, I believe. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. We took your eyes. Please do not take ours. Not because we deserve mercy, but because you deserve to stay human. After the Empress left, Marcus spoke. What do we do? Sarah thought about the question that had haunted her for 2 years. How do you win a war without losing yourself? We do something the Concordat never expected, she said finally. We show them that being human means more than just surviving. It means staying human even when every instinct screams for revenge. Will everyone accept that? No. But it's who we need to be. The galaxy watched as humanity reached a crossroads. Power without wisdom led to tyranny. Strength without mercy led to monsters. Humanity had the power to destroy their enemies. The question was whether they had the wisdom not to. The station hung in neutral space, far from any sun. It had been built specifically for this moment, this meeting, this judgment. They called it simply the Tribunal. Sarah Chen walked through corridors lined with observers from 1,000 worlds. Some were species that had enslaved humanity. Others were species that had been enslaved themselves long ago. All had come to witness what humanity would do with victory. It had been 4 years since the uprising. 25 years since first contact. Sarah was 43 now. Her hair gray, her face lined with the weight of decisions no one should have to make. She wore a simple uniform with no decorations. She needed none. Everyone in the galaxy knew who she was. The tribunal chamber was enormous. At its center stood 12 cages, one for each species that had participated in enslaving Earth. Not literal cages. Containment fields that held the leaders of those civilizations, emperors, presidents, hive queens, war chiefs, all the beings who had ordered humanity's chains. Around them sat 3 groups: the accusers, the defenders, and the judges. Sarah took her place among the accusers, alongside Dr. James Morrison and General Akira Tanaka. Behind them sat representatives of all humanity, thousands who had survived slavery to see this day. Across from them sat alien defenders, lawyers, and advocates who would speak for the accused. The galaxy had insisted on fair trials. Sarah had agreed. Justice required it, and in the center, elevated above all, sat the judges. Not aliens, humans. 7 of them chosen from different backgrounds, different perspectives. Former slaves all, but committed to actual justice, not revenge. The eldest judge, a woman named Chen Li, who had been a teacher before the enslavement, spoke first. "We are here to judge crimes against humanity, but we are also here to judge ourselves, to decide what humanity will become. We have power now. The question is what we will do with it." The trials began. The Vraxian Empress Zalvera was first. She stood in her containment field with dignity, no longer wearing royal garments but simple cloth. "I am guilty," she said before anyone could question her. "I knew what was being done to humans. I allowed it. I benefited from it. I offer no excuses." "Why?" Sarah asked from the accuser's bench. "Why did you do it?" "Because we could," Zalvera said. "Because for millions of years we had built our civilization on the labor of lesser species. We saw you as primitives, as animals. We were wrong, but we did not know we were wrong. We had forgotten how to see other beings as equals." "Ignorance is not innocence," Sarah said. "No, it is not. I am guilty. I accept whatever judgment you give." The tribunal questioned her for hours. They asked about specific atrocities, about orders she had given, about humans who had died under her rule. Zalvera answered every question with painful honesty. Finally, Chen Li spoke. "Your honesty does not erase your crimes, but it matters. You will be sentenced, but you will live. You will spend the rest of your days working to repair what you broke. You will teach your people about their crimes. You will ensure they never forget." Zalvera bowed. "Thank you. I will do this." Not all the accused were so fortunate. The Korthax Emperor showed no remorse. He boasted about the humans he had killed, called the enslavement proper order of the universe. Akira stood to question him. "You executed 10,000 humans to make a point. Children, elders, innocents. Do you regret this?" "I regret nothing," the Emperor snarled. "You were property. Property that broke the rules. The executions were necessary, I see." Akira's voice was calm, too calm. "And if we executed 10,000 Korthax in return, would that be justice?" The chamber fell silent. Everyone waited for Akira's recommendation. "No," Akira said finally. "It would not be justice. It would be revenge. And we are not you." He turned to the judges. "I recommend life imprisonment solitary. He will have time to think about what he did. If he ever learns remorse, he can request review." "But I doubt he will," the judge agreed. The Emperor screamed curses as they led him away. He would spend the rest of his life alone with only his crimes for company. One by one, the accused were judged. Some, like the Empress, showed genuine remorse. Others remained defiant. The sentences varied: death for the worst, imprisonment for the unrepentant, rehabilitation for those who could learn. But the trial was not just for aliens. On the 3rd day, The judges called forward Commander Rodriguez, the human who had executed surrendered Teklar leaders, other humans who had committed atrocities in revenge. Even Sarah herself was questioned about her decisions about the humans who had died following her orders. "We are not above judgment," Chen Li said. "If we claim to be better, we must prove it. Even humans who suffered can commit crimes." Rodriguez stood in the same chamber where the alien leaders had stood. He looked small, broken. "Did you execute surrendered prisoners?" The judge asked. "Yes." "Why?" "Because they killed my daughter." Rodriguez's voice cracked. "They made me watch." They laughed. "I wanted them to suffer. And do you feel justice was served?" Rodriguez was silent for a long time. Then he shook his head. "No, I feel empty. I thought revenge would fill the hole inside me. It just made it bigger." The judges sentenced Rodriguez to 10 years of community service helping rebuild alien worlds that humans had damaged. Not as punishment, but as healing. For him and for those he had harmed. When Sarah's turn came, she spoke of her own failures, decisions that had cost lives. Times she had been too harsh or too lenient. "I am not perfect," she said. "I made mistakes. I will live with them forever. But I tried to be better than those who enslaved us. I hope that counts for something." The judges ruled that Sarah had acted within the bounds of justice. But Chen Li added, "You carry the weight of leadership. That is your burden. No sentence we give could be heavier than what you already carry." After 3 months of trials, the judgments were complete. Now came the hardest part. Deciding the future. The humans met in private session. Thousands of representatives from every liberated world. They argued for weeks about what came next. Some wanted to rule the galaxy. Humanity had won. They deserved to be in charge. Others wanted isolation. Return to Earth. Leave the aliens to their own devices, never trust the stars again. Still others wanted something different. Something new. Sarah stood before the assembly. "We have a choice. We can become the new Concordat ruling through strength. We can retreat to Earth and hide. Or we can try to build something better. Something the galaxy has never seen." "Like what?" Someone shouted. "A real union. Not a Concordat built on slavery and dominance. A partnership built on respect and mutual benefit. Species working together because they choose to, not because they're forced to. They enslaved us. Why should we trust them?" "We shouldn't," Sarah said. "Not blindly. But some aliens fought against the slavery. Some were enslaved themselves by the same species that took us. And some, like Empress Zalvera, have genuinely changed. We verify, we watch. We maintain the strongest military in the galaxy. So no one ever tries this again. But we also give redemption a chance. The vote was close. But in the end, humanity chose hope over hate. Vigilance with mercy. Strength with wisdom. The new Galactic Union was founded 6 months later. Not all species joined. Some fled to isolated systems, nursing their wounds and their grudges. But many came, drawn by humanity's vision of something better. The laws were simple and absolute. No slavery. No genocide. No conquest. Species would trade freely, share technology, resolve disputes through arbitration, not war. And humanity would enforce these laws with the most powerful fleet in known space. Dr. James Morrison became the Union's chief science officer. He worked with alien scientists to develop technologies that benefited all species. The knowledge humanity had stolen during their enslavement became the foundation for a new golden age of discovery. General Akira Tanaka commanded the Union Defense Force. He trained soldiers from 100 species in human tactical doctrine, not to conquer but to protect, to ensure that no species would ever face what humanity had faced. Sarah became the Union's first speaker, a position of leadership but not dominance. She spoke for Earth, but she listened to all voices. On the day of the Union's founding, they dedicated a monument, a small moon converted into a memorial. On its surface, carved in letters visible from orbit, were the names. Every human who had died in the chains of slavery. Millions of names. It would take a lifetime to read them all. Sarah stood before the monument with Empress Zalvera, who had worked for 3 years to help create it. "Will humanity ever forgive us?" Zalvera asked. "Forgive? Maybe, in time. Generations from now, when the children who know only peace look back at history." Sarah touched the wall of names. "But we will never forget. This monument ensures that our children will know what happened. They will remember the price of freedom. It is more mercy than we deserved, perhaps. But mercy is not about deserving. It is about choosing to be better than your worst moment." Sarah turned to face the alien. We could have destroyed you all. Part of me still wants to, but another part remembers that revenge is easy. Building something better is hard, so we will do the hard thing. 50 years passed. Earth flourished. The scars slowly healed, though they never fully disappeared. Humans spread across the galaxy, not as conquerors but as partners. Some species remained hostile, refusing to join the Union. Humanity watched them carefully, ready to defend if needed. The message arrived at dawn on Colony World Hanul 7. General Hun Jiwoo stood in her office, watching the twin suns rise over the settlement below. She held a data tablet in her hands. The words on the screen glowed red. It was a demand from Emperor Krell of the Valthor Empire. Surrender or die. Jiwoo read the message 3 times. She had expected this. Krell wanted her world. He wanted all human worlds. The Valthor Empire had been swallowing planets for decades. They crushed anyone who refused to bow. They burned cities. They took prisoners. They showed no mercy, but Jiwoo was not afraid. She put down the tablet and looked at her reflection in the window. She was 40 years old. Her black hair was pulled back tight. Her uniform was clean and perfect. Scars marked her hands from years of battle. She had fought in 12 major wars. She had never lost. Behind her, the door opened. Lieutenant Park Minho entered. He was young, only 25, but already one of her best officers. He saluted. "General, the council is waiting." Jiwoo nodded. She picked up her tablet and followed him down the corridor. The command center was deep underground. It was built to survive orbital bombardment. Steel walls, thick doors, emergency systems everywhere. The council chamber was full. 20 officers sat around a long table. Commander Kim Yuna was there. She was Jiwoo's second in command. Tough, smart, loyal. Captain Lee Daiho commanded the fighter squadrons. Major Choi Hyeri ran intelligence. All of them looked worried. Jiwoo stood at the head of the table. She did not sit down. "You have all seen the Emperor's message," she said. Her voice was calm. "He wants our world. He wants us to surrender our weapons. He wants us to become slaves." Nobody spoke. They all knew what happened to planets that surrendered to Krell. The people became workers. The resources went to feed his war machine. Freedom died. "What are our options?" asked Yuna. Jiwoo tapped her tablet. A hologram appeared above the table. It showed their star system. Hanul 7 was highlighted in blue. Beyond it, in the darkness, red markers showed Valthor ships. "Krell has sent a fleet. 30 warships. They will arrive in 6 days. If we fight, we might hold them off for a week. Maybe 2. But reinforcements from Earth are 3 months away. We cannot win a straight battle." "Then what do we do?" asked Daiho. Jiwoo looked at each officer in turn. "We send a message back. We tell Krell no." The room erupted. Officers shouted. Some said it was suicide. Others said they should at least negotiate, buy time. Maybe Earth could send help faster. Yuna stood up. "Quiet!" she yelled. The room fell silent. She looked at Jiwoo. "You know he will not accept refusal. He will come for you personally." "Yes," Jiwoo said. "He will. And you are ready for that?" Jiwoo smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of a predator. "I am counting on it," she sent the reply that afternoon. Just one word, no. The response came 12 hours later. It was not from Krell. It was from his head assassin, a creature called Vex. The message was simple. "You will die in 3 days. Your head will decorate the Emperor's throne room." Jiwoo showed the message to Yuna and Minho in her private office. "The Phantom Triad," Yuna said quietly. "He is sending them." Minho looked confused. "What is that?" Yuna pulled up files on her own tablet. 3 faces appeared. They did not look human. One had gray skin and 4 arms. Another was covered in black scales. The third had no face at all, just smooth white bone. "These are the Emperor's personal killers," Yuna explained. "They have murdered 23 planetary leaders, 12 generals, 47 senators. They have never failed. They can move through walls. They can blend into shadows. They can kill a person before the guards even know they are there." Minho swallowed hard. "How do we stop them?" Jiwoo stood at the window again. "We do not stop them. We let them come." "What?" Minho almost shouted. "General, that is crazy." "Is it?" Jiwoo turned to face him. "Think about it. Krell wants to make an example of me. He sends his best killers. Everyone in the galaxy will hear about it. But what if his killers fail? What if they die instead?" Yuna's eyes widened. She understood. The Emperor loses face. Other worlds see that he can be beaten. The rebellion spreads. Exactly, Jiwoo said. But we have to make it spectacular. We have to make sure everyone knows what happened. Over the next 2 days, Jiwoo prepared. She did not hide. She did not increase her security. Instead, she announced a diplomatic summit. She invited ambassadors from 12 neutral worlds. She wanted witnesses. The summit was held in the Great Hall on the surface. It was a beautiful building. Glass walls. High ceilings. Gardens all around. Completely exposed. Completely vulnerable. Perfect bait. Minho was nervous. General, this is too dangerous. You are making yourself an easy target. That is the point, Jiwoo said. She was calm. She had planned every detail. Yuna had positioned her best soldiers throughout the building. But they were hidden. They wore civilian clothes. They pretended to be servants and guards and technicians. Each one carried concealed weapons. Each one knew exactly what to do when the attack came. The summit began at sunset. Ambassadors arrived in fancy ships. They wore expensive clothes. They talked about trade and peace and cooperation. Jiwoo smiled and shook hands and played the perfect host. But her mind was elsewhere. She was counting minutes, calculating angles, waiting. The Phantom Triad would come at night. Assassins always did. They would strike when she was most vulnerable. Probably in her quarters. Probably when she was alone. The dinner lasted 3 hours. Speeches, wine, fake laughter. Finally it ended. The ambassadors went to their guest rooms. Jiwoo said goodnight to her staff. She walked alone to her quarters on the 3rd floor. Her room was simple. A bed, a desk, a window overlooking the gardens. She did not turn on the lights. She sat in a chair facing the door. She had a pistol in her hand. She waited. Midnight came. Then 1 in the morning. Then 2. Nothing happened. Jiwoo did not move. She barely breathed. She was a statue. A trap waiting to spring. At 3 in the morning, the temperature dropped. Frost formed on the window. Jiwoo felt it before she saw anything. A presence. Something wrong in the air. The door did not open. But suddenly they were inside. 3 shadows. They moved like smoke. The gray one with 4 arms. The scaled one with claws. The faceless one with blades. They thought they had caught her sleeping. They moved toward the bed. Silent. Deadly. Professional. Jiwoo spoke from the darkness. Wrong room. The shadow spun toward her. But they were too late. Lights exploded throughout the building. Alarms screamed. Soldiers poured from hidden doors. Yuna's voice echoed through speakers. All units engage. Lockdown complete. The Phantom Triad realized their mistake. This was not an assassination. It was an ambush. They had walked into a trap. The general was not a victim. She was the hunter. And they were the prey. The gray one lunged at Jiwoo with all 4 arms. She fired twice. The shots hit center mass. The creature stumbled but did not fall. It was fast, so fast. But Jiwoo was faster. She rolled under its attack and came up behind it. Another shot. This one through the skull. The creature collapsed. The scaled one tried to escape through the window, but Minho was already there with a plasma rifle. The blast caught the assassin mid-leap. It screamed once and fell 3 stories to the garden below. That left the faceless one. It was the most dangerous. It could phase through walls, through weapons, through almost anything. But Jiwoo had prepared for this. The room was lined with dampening fields. Technology stolen from a Valthor ship years ago. The assassin could not escape. Could not vanish. It stood in the center of the room. Trapped. Cornered. For the first time in its long life, it felt fear. Jiwoo walked forward. She holstered her pistol. She pulled out a combat knife. The blade gleamed in the emergency lights. Tell me, she said quietly. Did Krell really think 3 assassins would be enough? The faceless one did not answer. It attacked. Blades flashed. Jiwoo moved like water. She deflected, dodged, countered. She had trained for 30 years. She knew 1,000 ways to kill. The fight lasted 90 seconds. When it ended, the faceless assassin lay dead at her feet. Jiwoo was breathing hard. Blood dripped from a cut on her arm. But she was alive. She had won. Yuna burst into the room with 12 soldiers. She saw the 3 bodies. She saw Jiwoo standing over them. She smiled. What now, General? Jiwoo looked down at the corpses. Then she looked at Yuna. Her eyes were cold as ice. Get me 3 boxes. Nice ones. And someone who can write in the Valthor language. I have a message to send to the Emperor. The preparation room was cold and sterile. Medical equipment lined the walls. Bright lights hung from the ceiling. 3 metal tables stood in the center. On each table lay the body of a Phantom Triad assassin. General Han Jiwoo stood in the doorway. She watched as the medical team worked. They were preserving the heads. Special chemicals, cryogenic containers. The process took hours. Jiwoo waited patiently. Commander Kim Yuna stood beside her. The ambassadors are talking, she said quietly. Word is spreading fast. By tomorrow every planet in the sector will know what happened here. Good, Jiwoo said. That is exactly what I want. The Emperor will be furious. Yes, he will. Yuna looked at her friend. They had served together for 15 years. Fought in 4 wars. Saved each other's lives more times than either could count. Jiwoo, you know he will come for you himself now. This is not just about our planet anymore. You made this personal. Jiwoo finally turned from the doorway. Her face showed no emotion. He made it personal when he sent assassins to my home. I am just returning the favor. The medical team finished their work at dawn. 3 heads sealed in clear containers. Each one preserved perfectly. The gray skin, the black scales, the smooth white bone, they looked almost alive. Almost Jiwoo had the containers placed in ornate boxes, black wood, gold trim, Valthor symbols carved into the sides. She wanted Krell to understand the message. She wanted him to see his failure wrapped in beauty. Then she wrote the note. Her handwriting was perfect. Careful. Each word in the Valthor language spelled correctly. Lieutenant Park Minho translated while she wrote, "Send better killers next time." She signed her name at the bottom. General Han Jiwoo, Commander of Hanul 7. Then she added one more line. A human saying. Old words from Earth, we do not fear death. We make death fear us. The boxes were loaded onto a diplomatic shuttle. Captain Lee Daeho personally piloted it to the neutral zone. There a Valthor courier ship waited. The exchange was quick, silent. The Valthor captain looked inside the boxes. His face went pale. He said nothing. He took the boxes and left immediately. Jiwoo knew the message would reach Krell within 2 days. Then the real war would begin. She used that time to prepare her defenses. Major Choi Harry brought updated intelligence reports every hour. The Valthor fleet was still coming. 30 warships. But now there were more. Krell had added 10 additional ships. He was sending his personal guard. His best troops. This was no longer a simple conquest. This was revenge. Jiwoo gathered her officers in the war room. The hologram showed the approaching fleet. Red markers moving slowly through space. 6 days until they arrived. Maybe 7. We cannot fight them all, said Daeho. Our fleet has 8 ships, 12 fighter squadrons. Against 40 Valthor warships we will last maybe an hour. Then we do not fight them in space, Jiwoo said. She zoomed the hologram to show Hanul 7 itself. The planet rotated slowly, mountains, oceans, cities. We bring them down here, to our ground, where their numbers mean less. Yuna nodded. Urban warfare. Use the terrain. Make them bleed for every street? Exactly. But first we need to make them want to land. We need to make them angry enough to come down instead of just bombing us from orbit. Minho looked confused. How do we do that? Jiwoo smiled. That predator smile again. We send another message. A worse one. Over the next 3 days, Jiwoo ordered her engineers to build something special. A monument in the city center, 30 feet tall, made of steel and stone. It showed a human soldier standing over a fallen Valthor warrior. The human held a sword. The Valthor lay dead at his feet. At the base of the monument, they carved words in both human and Valthor languages. Here stands humanity. Unbowed, unbroken, unafraid. Jiwoo made sure images of the monument were broadcast across every communication channel. She wanted Krell to see it. She wanted him to understand. Humans were not prey. They were predators too. The response came faster than expected. On the 4th day, a transmission arrived. Not a message. A live video. Emperor Krell himself appeared on every screen across Hanul 7. He was massive. 8 feet tall. 4 eyes that glowed red. Armor made of black metal. Behind him stood hundreds of soldiers. His throne room was enormous, dark, filled with the spoils of conquered worlds. General Han Jiwoo, His voice boomed. You have insulted the Valthor Empire. You have murdered my personal servants. You have mocked my authority. For this you will die. Your world will burn. Your people will serve in chains for 1,000 generations. I will eat your heart while you still live. I will make your death last for days, and when you are finally gone, I will erase every trace that humanity ever existed on this planet. The transmission ended. Silence filled the command center. Everyone looked at Jiwoo. She was calm. She had expected this. She had wanted this. Record my response, she told the communications officer. Send it on all channels. Make sure everyone in the galaxy can see it. The camera focused on her. She stood straight. Her uniform perfect, her face showing no fear. She spoke clearly, simply, every word meant to cut. Emperor Krell, I received your message. I was not impressed. You sent your best killers. They failed, they died. Their heads are on your desk now. Look at them. Remember them, because soon I will send your head to join them. She paused. Let the words sink in. Then continued. You want to burn my world? Come try. You want to kill me? I am waiting. You want humanity to bow? We bow to no one. Not to you. Not to anyone. We are humans. We do not surrender. We do not retreat, we fight. And we win. Another pause. Her eyes stared directly into the camera. Directly at Krell across the void of space. 6 days from now your fleet arrives. I will be ready. My soldiers will be ready. This planet will be ready. Come if you dare. But know this. You will not leave alive. Your empire ends here. On this world. At my hands. I promise you this. She stepped closer to the camera. Her final words were whisper quiet but somehow more terrifying than any shout. I am General Han Jiwoo. Remember my name, because it will be the last thing you ever hear. The transmission ended. The communications officer stared at her. General, that was incredible, Yuna whistled low. You just declared war on the entire Valthor Empire, personally. No, Jiwoo corrected. I accepted the war they brought to us. Now we finish it. The message spread like wildfire. Within hours, every planet in 12 sectors had seen it. Humans cheered. Valthor commanders raged. Neutral worlds watched with shock. One small human general had challenged the greatest empire in the galaxy. Nobody knew what would happen next, but everyone wanted to see. On Earth, the military council held an emergency session. They debated sending reinforcements. But Earth was 3 months away. By the time help arrived, the battle would be long over. All they could do was watch. And hope. On other human colonies, volunteers began gathering. Young soldiers, old veterans, anyone who could fight. They wanted to help Hanil 7. They wanted to stand with Jiwoo. But space was vast. They would not arrive in time. Jiwoo knew she was alone. Her 8 ships, her 12,000 soldiers, against an empire of billions. Against 40 warships and who knew how many troops. The odds were impossible. Any sane person would surrender. Would run. Would beg for mercy. But Jiwoo was not interested in mercy. She was interested in victory. She spent the remaining days preparing. Every weapon was checked. Every soldier trained. Every position fortified. The cities became mazes of traps and ambush points. The mountains were filled with hidden bunkers and artillery positions. The entire planet became one giant fortress. Minho found her on the 5th night. She stood alone on the command tower roof, looking up at the stars. Somewhere up there, the Valthor fleet was coming. Death was coming. War was coming. General, Minho said softly. Can I ask you something? Yes, are you afraid? Jiwoo was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. Yes, I am terrified. Every soldier who says they are not afraid before battle is a liar. Fear is natural. Fear keeps us sharp, keeps us alive. Then how do you keep fighting? She looked at the young lieutenant. Saw herself 20 years ago. Young, uncertain, desperate for answers, because fear is not the end. What matters is what you do with it. You can let it paralyze you, or you can use it. Turn it into fuel, into anger, into determination. I am afraid, but I am more angry than afraid, and anger makes me dangerous. Minho nodded slowly. I understand. Good, because tomorrow the fleet arrives. Tomorrow we show Krell what happens when you make humans angry. We show the galaxy what we really are. And what are we? Jiwoo smiled. That same cold smile. We are the storm, and Krell is about to learn what that means. The Valthor fleet arrived at dawn. 40 warships dropped out of hyperspace like metal monsters. They filled the sky above Hanul 7. Each ship was enormous, miles long, bristling with weapons, carrying thousands of soldiers. The morning sun reflected off their dark hulls. They looked like death itself hanging in orbit. General Han Jiwoo watched from the command center. The main screen showed the fleet in perfect detail. She counted each ship, calculated their firepower, estimated their troops. The numbers were worse than she expected. Much worse. Commander Kim Yuna stood beside her. 43 ships now. He brought reinforcements. Scanner shows approximately 80,000 soldiers, 300 fighter craft, orbital bombardment capability that could glass this planet in an hour. But he will not use it, Jiwoo said calmly. How do you know? Because I know Krell. I studied him. He wants to make an example of me. A bombing run is too quick, too clean. He wants blood. He wants suffering. He wants everyone in the galaxy to watch me die slowly. As if answering her words, a transmission came through. Emperor Krell appeared on the screen. His 4 red eyes blazed with hatred. His voice shook with rage. General Jiwoo, I am here. My fleet surrounds your pathetic little world. You have one chance. Surrender now. Come to my flagship. Kneel before me, and I will kill only you. Your people will live as slaves. Refuse, and I will kill everyone. Every man. Every woman. Every child. Choose now. Jiwoo stepped forward. Her response was broadcast not just to Krell, but to every ship in his fleet. To every planet watching. To the whole galaxy. Emperor Krell, I have an answer for you. Come down here and take it from me yourself. If you are brave enough, Krell roared. The sound was inhuman, terrifying. You dare? You dare challenge me? I am the Emperor of the Valthor. I have conquered 500 worlds. I have killed 1 million enemies with my own hands. You are nothing but an insect. Then step on me, Jiwoo said. Her voice was ice cold. Come down here, face me. Prove you are more than just words and threats. Prove you are a warrior and not just a coward hiding behind his fleet. The transmission cut off. For 5 minutes, nothing happened. The fleet hung silently in orbit. Jiwoo knew what Krell was doing. He was raging, destroying things in his throne room. His commanders would be trying to calm him, trying to suggest strategy, but Krell was beyond strategy now. She had hit him where it hurt most. His pride, Lieutenant Park Minho spoke quietly. General, he is going to come down. You know that, yes. Is that what you want? Yes, in space his fleet wins. On the ground we have a chance. A small one, but a chance. Major Choi Hieri pulled up new data. General, sensors detect movement. 12 landing craft launching from the flagship. Each one carrying approximately 2,000 soldiers. They are heading for the capital city. Jiwoo nodded. Alert all units. Battle positions. This is it. The landing craft entered the atmosphere like falling stars. Fire trailed behind them. They were massive. Each one the size of a city block. They descended toward the capital in tight formation. Precision. Discipline. This was not the Emperor's full force. This was just the first wave. A show of strength. Captain Lee Daeho commanded the defense fighters. 8 squadrons. 96 small craft against an empire. General, permission to engage? Negative, Jiwoo said. Let them land. We want them on the ground. But General, let them land, Captain. Trust me. The landing craft touched down in the plaza outside the capital. The ground shook. Buildings trembled. Ramps extended. Soldiers poured out. Valthor warriors. Each one 7 feet tall, covered in battle armor, carrying plasma rifles and energy blades. They moved in perfect formation. Thousands of them. They filled the plaza. They marched into the streets. The city appeared empty, silent like a ghost town. The Valthor soldiers advanced cautiously. Their commanders knew something was wrong. This was too easy. Where were the defenders? Where was the resistance? They reached the monument, the statue Jiwoo had built. The human soldier standing over the fallen Valthor. The soldiers stopped. They stared at it. Some snarled. Others raised their weapons. One commander gave an order. Destroy it. That was when Jiwoo sprang the trap. The buildings exploded, not with bombs, with soldiers. Human troops burst from every window, every doorway, every rooftop. They had been hiding, waiting. Thousands of them. They opened fire from all sides. Plasma bolts, bullets, rockets. The plaza became hell. Valthor soldiers fell by the dozens. They tried to form defensive positions, but there was no cover. The plaza was a killing field. Jiwoo had designed it that way. Every angle covered, every position exposed. The monument stood in the center like a prophecy come true. Yuna commanded the western flank. She led 500 soldiers through the buildings. They moved like ghosts. Hit-and-run tactics, strike and fade. The Valthor troops were stronger, better armed, but the humans knew the terrain. Every street, every alley, every hiding spot. Minho commanded the eastern flank. His troops used the underground tunnels. They appeared behind enemy lines, planted explosives, disappeared before the Valthor could respond. It was chaos, beautiful chaos. The battle raged for 2 hours. The Valthor soldiers were good, well-trained, experienced. But they were fighting an enemy that refused to fight fair. The humans used every dirty trick, every advantage. They were not trying to win with honor. They were trying to win. Jiwoo watched from the command center. She directed troops, called strikes, adjusted positions. She was everywhere at once. Her mind worked like a computer, calculating, predicting, always 3 steps ahead. Then everything changed. A new landing craft descended, bigger than the others. It landed directly on top of the monument, crushed it flat. The ramp opened. And Emperor Krell himself walked out. He was even bigger in person, 9 feet tall. His armor was black as night. In his hands he carried a massive war axe. The blade glowed red. Behind him came his personal guard, the Imperial Death Squad, 50 of the deadliest warriors in the Empire. They had never lost a battle, never retreated, never shown mercy. Krell's voice boomed across the battlefield. "Jiwoo, come face me! Or are you the coward?" The fighting slowed. Both sides watched. This was no longer just a battle. This was personal. This was about pride, about honor, about who would break first. Jiwoo left the command center. Yuna tried to stop her. "General, this is insane." "He will kill you." "Maybe," Jiwoo said, "but I made him come down here. I brought the Emperor himself to my world. That is already a victory. Now let us see if I can make it a bigger one." She walked into the plaza. Alone, she wore no armor, just her uniform. In her hand she carried 2 things, her pistol and a human combat knife, simple weapons, basic weapons. But in her hands they were deadly. Krell laughed when he saw her. "This is the great general? This small creature? I expected more." Jiwoo stopped 50 feet from him. "You talk a lot for someone who sent assassins instead of coming himself. Those were servants, expendable. Now you face the Emperor. Now you die. We will see." Krell raised his axe. He charged. The ground shook with each step. He was fast, impossibly fast for something so big. The axe came down like a falling mountain. Jiwoo rolled aside. The blade struck stone. Sparks flew. The ground cracked. She fired her pistol. 3 shots. Center mass. The bolts hit Krell's armor and bounced off. He laughed. Pathetic. But Jiwoo was not trying to hurt him. She was testing, learning. The armor was strong, but not perfect. There were gaps. At the joints. At the neck. She just needed to get close enough. Krell swung again. Jiwoo ducked. The axe whistled over her head. She ran between his legs, slashed with her knife, cut through the armor behind his knee. Not deep, but enough. First blood, Krell roared. He spun, faster than she expected. His free hand caught her, lifted her off the ground. His grip was crushing. She could not breathe, could not move. He brought her close to his face. His red eyes burned. "I will enjoy this," he said. Jiwoo smiled through the pain. "So will I." She still had the knife. With the last of her strength, she drove it up. Through the gap in his armor, under his chin. Deep into his throat, Krell's eyes went wide. He dropped her, staggered back. Green blood poured from the wound. He grabbed at the knife, pulled it out, looked at it in disbelief, then looked at her. "Impossible," he whispered. "You are just human." Jiwoo stood up, breathing hard, bruised but alive. "That is your mistake. You thought just human meant weak. It does not. It means we are survivors. It means we adapt. It means we never give up, ever." Krell fell to his knees. His death squad started forward. But Jiwoo raised her hand. Behind her, thousands of human soldiers appeared. On the rooftops. In the streets. All around. all aiming weapons. The death squad stopped. They were good. But they were not stupid. This many guns would kill them all. Krell coughed. More blood. He looked up at Jiwoo. You won nothing. My fleet will destroy you all. Maybe, Jiwoo said. But you will not see it. You die here, on a human world. Killed by a human soldier. Everyone will remember. The mighty Emperor fell, and humanity stands. Krell tried to speak, but no words came. His red eyes dimmed, then went dark. He fell forward, dead. For a moment nobody moved. The Emperor of the Valthor Empire lay dead in a human city. Impossible, but real. It happened. They all saw it. Then Jiwoo's soldiers cheered. The sound was deafening. They had done it. Against all odds. Against all logic. They had won. Their general had killed an emperor. The cheering stopped when the sky turned red. Every soldier looked up. The Valthor fleet was moving. All 43 warships repositioned themselves, their weapons charged, energy readings spiked across every scanner. They were preparing to fire, to burn the entire planet. General Han Jiwoo looked at the body of Emperor Krell, then at the sky. She had killed their leader. Now they would kill her world. She had known this might happen, but knowing and seeing were different things. Commander Kim Yuna ran to her side. General, we need to evacuate the city. They are going to glass us. No time, Jiwoo said. Those weapons will fire in minutes. We cannot save everyone. Then what do we do? Jiwoo was quiet. Her mind raced. There had to be something. Some way. Then she saw it. Krell's personal landing craft. Still sitting on the crushed monument. Still powered. Still connected to the fleet network. Get me into that ship, she ordered. Now. Lieutenant Park Minho and a squad of soldiers cleared the way. The Imperial Death Squad still stood near the craft. They had not moved, had not attacked. They just watched. Their emperor was dead. Their purpose was gone. They were lost. Jiwoo walked past them. They did not stop her. She climbed the ramp into the ship. Inside was luxury. Gold walls, rich fabrics. This was how an emperor traveled. At the front was the control center, computer systems, communications array, everything connected directly to the flagship. Major Choi Hyeri was already there. She was the best tech specialist in the human forces. Her fingers flew across the alien controls. General, I can access their network, but I cannot stop the bombardment. The command codes are too complex. I do not need you to stop it, Jiwoo said. I need you to send a message. To every ship. To every soldier in that fleet. Can you do that? Yes. Broadcasting now. Jiwoo stood before the camera. She was covered in dust. Blood stained her uniform. Bruises marked her face. She looked tired, but her eyes were fire. She spoke clearly, simply. Every word meant to cut deep. Valthor Fleet. This is General Han Jiwoo. Your emperor is dead. I killed him. His body lies in our city square. He came to conquer us. He came to make us slaves. He failed. He died. Alone. Defeated. By a human. She paused. Let the words sink in. Up in orbit, 43 ships full of soldiers heard her. Saw her. Some would be angry. Some would be shocked. Some would not believe. But they all listened. You can fire your weapons. You can destroy this planet. Kill millions. But it will not bring him back. It will not erase what happened here. Your mighty emperor fell. The entire galaxy saw it. Everyone knows now. The Valthor Empire can be beaten. Will be beaten. Another pause. Her voice grew harder, stronger. But you have another choice. You can leave. Go home. Tell your people what happened. Tell them the truth, that humans do not fear you. That we will fight you at every turn. That your empire is built on lies and fear. And fear can be conquered. She stepped closer to the camera. Her final words were quiet but somehow louder than any shout. Leave now, or stay and die. Because if you attack this planet, you will not destroy us. You will unite us. Every human world will rise up. Every colony will rebel. You will face not just me, not just Hanil 7. You will face all of humanity. And we are billions, and we are angry, and we never surrender. The transmission ended. Silence filled the ship. Yuna climbed aboard. She looked at Jiwoo with amazement. That was either the bravest thing I have ever seen or the craziest. Maybe both, Jiwoo admitted. She sat down heavily. Her body ached. The fight with Krell had taken everything. But she could not show weakness. Not yet. Now we wait. Either they leave or they fire. Either way, we did everything we could. 5 minutes passed. The longest 5 minutes of Jiwoo's life. The fleet stayed in position, weapons still charged, ready to fire. One command and Hanul 7 would burn. Then something changed. One ship broke formation, a cruiser. It turned away from the planet, engaged its engines, and jumped to hyperspace. Gone. One ship leaving, reported Hyeri. Wait. 2 more. 3. They are leaving. Jiwoo stood up, walked to the window, watched as ship after ship departed, some slowly, some quickly, like they could not get away fast enough. The fleet was breaking apart. Not all of them, but enough. In 10 minutes, 20 ships had left. Then 25. Then 30. The remaining vessels held position, but they did not fire. They just waited. Uncertain. Without Krell, without clear orders, they did not know what to do. Captain Lee Daeho contacted from the Defense Command. General, the remaining ships are powering down weapons. They are requesting communication. Put them through. A Valthor commander appeared on screen. He was old. Scars covered his gray face. His voice was tired. General Jiwoo, I am Commander Thane, 2nd Fleet Admiral. The Emperor is truly dead? Yes, I can show you the body if you wish. Thane shook his head. No, I believe you. I saw the fight. We all did. You broadcast it to the fleet. Every soldier watched their Emperor fall. He paused, seemed to struggle with words. This changes everything. Yes, it does. The Empire will not accept this. There will be others. They will come for revenge. Let them come, Jiwoo said. We will be ready. Thane almost smiled. Almost. I believe you will. You are a true warrior, General. In another life we might have been allies. Perhaps we still can be. This war does not have to continue. Krell is dead. His reign of terror is over. Your people can choose a new path. A better path. Perhaps. But that is not my decision. I am just a soldier. I follow orders. But there are no orders now. No Emperor. No command structure. Just chaos. Thane looked tired. So tired. I am taking my ships and returning home. We will not attack your world. You have earned that much. But I cannot speak for others. The Empire is vast. This battle is over. But the war may just be beginning. I understand. Thank you for your honesty, Commander. One more thing, General. May I ask you a question? Yes. Were you afraid? When you faced Krell alone? Jiwoo thought about lying, about saying no, about maintaining the image. But she decided on truth. I was terrified every moment. I thought I would die, but I fought anyway. Because fear is not the enemy, giving up is. Thane nodded slowly. You are wise beyond your years. The galaxy will hear of this day, of this battle, of you, General Han Jiwoo, the Emperor Killer, the one who stood alone and won. He saluted. A Valthor military salute, fist to chest. You have my respect. You have earned it. The transmission ended. The remaining ships turned and left. Within the hour, the sky was empty. The fleet was gone. Hanul 7 was free. The city erupted in celebration. Soldiers cheered. Civilians poured into the streets. They had survived. Against impossible odds. Against an empire. They had won. But Jiwoo did not celebrate. She stood in the plaza, looking at Krell's body. Around her, crews were already working, cleaning, repairing, counting the dead. The battle had cost them. 3,000 soldiers killed, 2,000 wounded. Parts of the city were destroyed. It would take years to rebuild. Minho approached cautiously. General, the people want to see you. They want to thank you. Later, Jiwoo said. First, we honor our dead. Every soldier who fell today. They are the real heroes, not me. You killed an emperor. I got lucky. I had one chance and I took it. But those soldiers fought for hours, held the line, gave everything. They deserve the glory. Not me. Yuna joined them. She carried a datapad. General, reports coming in from across the galaxy. The news is spreading. Already 3 Valthor-occupied planets have risen in rebellion. They saw what happened here. They are inspired. They believe they can win now too. Jiwoo closed her eyes. More war. More death. But also hope. Also freedom. Send them our tactical data. Everything we learned. How we prepared. How we fought. Help them. Already done. Also, Earth sent a message. The military council wants to speak with you. They want to make you a system commander, give you authority over multiple worlds. Tell them I am honored. But I need to stay here. Hanul 7 needs me. The rebuilding will be hard, and others will come. Thane was right. The Empire will not forget this. Then we prepare, Yuna said. Again, we make ourselves stronger. We build better defenses. We train more soldiers, and when they come we will be ready. Jiwoo looked at her friend, then at Minho, then at the city around them. Damaged but standing, beaten but not broken. Yes, we prepare, but we also live, we build, we grow. We show the galaxy that humans are not just warriors. We are builders, creators. We fight when we must, but we live when we can. That night, Jiwoo finally allowed herself to rest. She sat alone in her quarters, the same room where the Phantom Triad had tried to kill her. It felt like years ago. But it was only days. So much had changed. The galaxy had changed. She looked at the knife she had used to kill Krell, still stained with his green blood. She should clean it, should put it away. But she left it on the desk. A reminder of what she had done, of what might come. Tomorrow the work would begin, rebuilding, preparing. But tonight she allowed herself one moment, one breath. She had done it. She had faced an empire, faced an emperor, and she had won. The cost was high. The future was uncertain. More battles would come, more enemies, but tonight Hanul 7 was free, and that was enough. 3 weeks after the battle, the galaxy was a different place. The Valthor Empire was in chaos. With Emperor Krell dead, dozens of warlords fought for control. Ships that once worked together now fired on each other. Planets that suffered under Valthor rule saw their chance and rebelled. The Empire was tearing itself apart. General Han Jiwoo watched the reports from her rebuilt office. Every day brought news of another uprising, another victory, another world freed. It started on Hanul 7, but now it was spreading like fire across the stars. The rebellion had begun. Commander Kim Yuna entered with more data. General, another message from the Telin system. They successfully drove out the Valthor garrison. 15 planets have now declared independence. They are calling it the Liberation Wave, and they are all using your tactics. Jiwoo nodded. Good. Send them supplies if we can spare them. Medical equipment, weapons, whatever they need. Already arranged. Also, there is someone here to see you. Says it is urgent. A figure entered the office, tall, gray skin, forearms. For a moment, Jiwoo's hand went to her weapon. Then she stopped. This was not a threat. This was a Valthor, but not a soldier, a civilian. Wearing simple clothes, looking nervous. General Jiwoo, the visitor said. His voice was rough, uncertain. My name is Vorn. I was a worker in the Empire. A builder. Not a warrior. I come with a message. From others like me. Speak, Jiwoo said. She remained alert, but curious. Many Valthor do not support what Krell did. We are tired of war, tired of conquest. We want peace. We want to trade, to build. But Krell forced us, made us serve his war machine. When you killed him, you freed us too. Not just humans, All of us who suffered under his rule. Jiwoo studied him carefully. What do you want? Help. Guidance. You showed the galaxy how to fight tyranny. Now we need you to show us how to build peace. There are thousands of us. Spread across the empire, workers, engineers, farmers, we want to join the rebellion. Not as soldiers. As builders. We want to help create something better. It was not what Jiwoo expected. She had prepared for more battles. More enemies. Not for peace. Not for allies from the enemy's own people. She looked at Yuna. Her friend nodded slightly. Trust but verify. I will help you, Jiwoo said finally. But understand this. If you betray us, if this is a trick, I will show no mercy. We have fought too hard to be fooled now. Vorn bowed deeply. I understand. And I thank you. You have given us hope, something we have not had in a very long time. Over the following weeks, more Valthor civilians arrived. They brought skills, knowledge, technology. They helped rebuild the damaged cities on Hanul 7. They shared information about the Empire's weaknesses. They proved their loyalty through action. Not everyone trusted them, but Jiwoo did. She understood that not all Valthor were warriors. Not all were evil. Many were just people trying to survive. Lieutenant Park Minho struggled with this. General, how can you trust them? They are the enemy. They were the enemy, Jiwoo corrected. Now they are refugees. People seeking a better life. We fought for freedom. That includes the freedom for others to choose their own path. Even former enemies, but what if they turn on us? Then we deal with it. But I will not condemn an entire people because of one tyrant. That would make us no better than Krell. The real test came when a Valthor warship appeared in orbit. For a moment, everyone prepared for battle. Weapons charged, fighters launched. But the ship sent a message immediately. No hostility, no threats. A request to land. The ship's commander was Thane, the same admiral who had spoken to Jiwoo after Krell's death. He came down alone, unarmed. He walked into Jiwoo's office like a man carrying a great weight. General, he said, I have come to ask something difficult. I am listening. The Empire is broken. There is no central command anymore. Just warlords fighting each other. Millions are dying. Not soldiers, civilians, innocents caught in the crossfire. It needs to end. But it will not end without leadership. Without someone strong enough to unite the factions. What are you asking? Thane took a deep breath. I am asking you to come to the Valthor homeworld. To meet with the remaining commanders. To help us find peace. Many respect you. They saw what you did. How you fought. How you won. They will listen to you. You could end this war, save millions of lives. Jiwoo was silent. This was unexpected. Dangerous. The Valthor homeworld was deep in enemy territory. Going there could be a trap. Could be suicide. But it could also be the chance to end the war once and for all. Yuna was against it immediately. No, absolutely not. This is too risky. You are too valuable to risk on a diplomatic mission. She is right, Minho agreed. Let someone else go. Send diplomats. Send negotiators, but not you. But Captain Lee Daeho spoke up. Actually, General, you have to go. Nobody else has the respect? Nobody else killed an emperor. If you send others, they will be ignored. Or worse. But if you go yourself, you have a chance. A real chance, Major Choi Hyeri added quietly. The galaxy is watching, General. What you do next will define humanity for generations. We can be conquerors, or we can be peacemakers. The choice is ours. Jiwoo thought for a long time. Finally, she looked at Thane. If I come, I bring my own security. My own ship. My own terms. Agreed. Anything you want. Just come, please. The journey to the Valthor homeworld took 5 days. Jiwoo traveled on a human cruiser escorted by 4 fighters. Thane's ship flew alongside as guarantee. The crew was nervous. They were flying into the heart of the empire that tried to destroy them, but they trusted Jiwoo. If she said go, they went. The Valthor homeworld was beautiful. 3 moons. Blue oceans. Cities that glowed at night. But it was also scarred. Orbital debris from recent battles. Damaged ships floating dead in space. The signs of civil war. They landed at the capital. A massive city built around a mountain. At the peak was the Imperial Palace, where Krell once ruled. Now it was empty. A symbol of fallen power. The meeting was held in the Great Council chamber. 50 Valthor commanders gathered. Some were warlords who wanted power. Some were admirals seeking order. Some were planetary governors desperate for peace. They argued, shouted, threatened each other. The empire was eating itself alive. Then Jiwoo entered. The room fell silent. Every eye turned to her. This small human. This general who had done the impossible. Who had killed their emperor. Who had shattered their fleet. She walked to the center of the chamber. Stood alone, unarmed, unafraid. "I am General Han Jiwoo," she said. Her voice echoed in the huge room. "You asked me to come. I am here, not as a conqueror. Not as an enemy. As someone who wants the killing to stop." A warlord stood, large, angry. "Why should we listen to you? You are human. You destroyed our emperor. You caused this chaos." "No," Jiwoo said firmly. "Krell caused this chaos. He built an empire on fear and death. He conquered without mercy. He crushed anyone who opposed him. That is not strength. That is tyranny. And tyranny always falls, always. I just helped it fall faster." Another commander spoke, older, wiser. "What do you propose?" "Peace, real peace. Not surrender. Not submission, partnership, trade, cooperation. The galaxy is big enough for all of us. We do not need to fight over every planet. Every resource. We can build together instead of destroying each other." "Impossible," said another. "We are too different. Too much history. Too much blood." Jiwoo smiled sadly. 3 weeks ago you said it was impossible for a human to kill your emperor. I proved you wrong. Give me a chance to prove you wrong again." For hours they debated, argued, negotiated. Jiwoo listened, offered solutions, compromised. She was not trying to dominate. She was trying to mediate, to find common ground. It was harder than any battle, more exhausting than any fight. But slowly, gradually, progress happened. By dawn, they had an agreement. Not perfect, not complete, but a start. A ceasefire, open borders for trade, prisoner exchanges, war crimes tribunals, a new council to govern, representatives from multiple species, including humans, including Valthor, including others who had suffered under the Empire. The galaxy would change. Not overnight, not easily, but it would change. Thane walked Jiwoo to her ship. "You did it. I did not think it was possible. But you did it. We did it," Jiwoo corrected. "You brought me here. You convinced your people to listen. This was not just me. Still, you are remarkable. Your people are lucky to have you. I am lucky to have them. I did not fight alone. None of us did. That is what Krell never understood. Power is not about one person. It is about all of us. Together." Jiwoo returned to Hanyul 7 a hero, not just to humans, but to millions across the galaxy. She had shown that courage could defeat tyranny. That one person could make a difference. That peace was possible even after terrible war. The rebuilding continued. Not just on one planet, but across hundreds. Former enemies became partners. Former battlefields became markets. It was not easy. There were setbacks, conflicts, challenges. But the direction was clear. Forward. Together. Years later, they built a new monument in the capital. Not of a soldier standing over a defeated enemy, but of two figures, human and Valthor, standing side by side, looking toward the future. At the base were words in every language. Here stands hope. Here stands unity. Here stands tomorrow. General Han Jiwoo stood before the monument on the anniversary of the battle. She was older now. Gray touched her hair. New scars marked her skin, but her eyes still burned with that same fire. The moon dust rose in slow clouds around the rover's wheels. Commander Taeho watched the gray landscape through his helmet. He had been on the moon for 3 weeks now. Everything looked the same. Gray rocks, gray dust, black sky, stars that never moved. Taeho was tired of gray. His team was doing routine work. They collected rock samples. They checked equipment. They took photos of craters. Nothing exciting ever happened on the moon. That was what everyone said. The moon was dead. It had been dead for billions of years. But Da-eun thought different. Da-eun was the team's geologist. She loved rocks more than people. She could talk for hours about minerals and crystals. Most of the crew found her boring. But Taeho liked her. She noticed things that others missed. Today Da-eun was staring at her scanner. Her face was very close to the screen. She had been quiet for 10 minutes. That was unusual. Da-eun always talked about what she found. Taeho walked over to her. His boots made no sound in the vacuum. He tapped her shoulder. She jumped. "What is wrong?" Taeho asked through the radio. Da-eun turned to him. Her eyes were wide. This is impossible, she said. Taeho looked at the scanner. He saw colors and numbers. They meant nothing to him. He was a pilot and commander, not a scientist. Explain it simply, he said. Dayun pointed at a red spot on the screen. There is metal down there, she said. A lot of metal, very deep, maybe 50 meters below the surface. Taeho frowned. So what? Meteorites have metal. Not like this, Dayun said. Her voice was shaking. This metal is pure, too pure. And the shape is wrong. Meteorites are irregular. This thing is geometric. It has straight edges. Perfect angles. Taeho felt his heart beat faster. Are you saying someone built it? Dayun nodded slowly. I think so. The rest of the team gathered around them. Engineer Jiwoo pushed his way to the front. He was young and always excited. Let me see, he said. Jiwoo studied the scanner for a long time. Then he whistled. That is big. Really big. Maybe the size of a building. Sujin was more careful. She was the team's senior scientist. She never jumped to conclusions. Could be a natural formation, she said. We need more data. They spent the next hour scanning the area. The results were the same. There was something large and metallic buried under the moon's surface. Something that should not be there. Taeho made a decision. We dig, he said. The digging took 3 days. The moon's soil was loose on top but hard underneath. Jiwoo operated the drilling machine. It was loud. Even in the vacuum, they could feel the vibrations through their boots. On the 3rd day, the drill hit something solid. The machine stopped. Jiwoo tried again. The drill would not go deeper. We found it, he said. They cleared away the loose soil by hand. It took hours. Finally, they saw it. The metal was dark gray, almost black. It did not reflect light like normal metal. The surface was perfectly smooth. No scratches, no damage. It looked new, but it could not be new. The moon dust above it was ancient. This thing had been buried for a very long time. Sujin ran every test she could think of. The metal was not from Earth. It was not from any asteroid they knew. The atomic structure was wrong. The density was impossible. This is not human technology, Sujin said quietly. This is not even from our solar system. No one spoke for a long time. They all understood what this meant. They had found something alien. Real aliens. Not in some faraway galaxy. Right here. On the moon. On humanity's doorstep. Pilot Hyunsik was practical. He always was. So what do we do now, he asked. Taeho looked at the smooth black metal. We report it to Earth, then we keep digging. We need to know what this is. The message to Earth took seconds to send. The reply took hours. Mission control was in chaos. Everyone had opinions. Some people wanted the team to leave immediately. Others wanted them to dig faster. Finally, the director sent a clear order. Continue investigation. Be careful. Document everything. They dug for 5 more days. The object was huge. The more they uncovered, the bigger it got. It was not a building. It was a ship. An alien ship buried on the moon. The hull curved away into the darkness below. They found what looked like panels, seams where pieces joined together. The engineering was perfect. Every angle was exact. Every surface was smooth. Jiwoo found the entrance on day 7. It was a circular opening. The edges were sharp and clean. A doorway. The team stood around it. No one wanted to be the first to speak. We should wait for instructions from Earth, Sujin said. That could take days. Jiwoo said. We are here now. Taeho made the decision. We go in, but slowly. And carefully. We do not touch anything we do not understand. Hyunsik laughed. That is going to be everything. He was right. But they were going in anyway. They were explorers. This was what they trained for. Not moon rocks and crater surveys. This. Real discovery. Dayun checked her equipment one more time. I wonder who built it, she said softly. Jiwoo grinned despite his nervousness. I wonder if they left the keys inside. Taeho looked at his team. They were scared. He was scared too. But they were also excited. This was the most important moment in human history. And they were the ones standing at the threshold. He turned on his helmet light. The beam cut through the darkness of the doorway. He took a breath. Then he stepped forward into the unknown. The light from Taeho's helmet showed a corridor. The walls were smooth like glass. They reflected the light in strange ways. The reflections did not match the movements. This is wrong, Dayun said. Her voice was tight with fear. Taeho knew what she meant. The corridor felt wrong. It looked straight but also curved. It seemed narrow but also wide. His eyes could not focus on it properly. Jiwoo touched the wall. The metal was cold even through his glove. It was hard but also felt soft somehow. That makes no sense, he whispered. Sujin pulled out her scanner. She pointed it at the walls. The device made strange beeping sounds. Then it stopped. The screen went dark. She tapped it. Nothing. My equipment is dead, she said. All of it. The scanner. The computer. Everything. The others checked their devices. Same problem. Only the basic systems worked. Lights, radios, life support. The complicated instruments were all failing. Should we turn back? Hyunsik asked. Tae-ho thought about it. The smart choice was to leave. Report the problems. Wait for better equipment. But something pulled him forward. Curiosity. Wonder. The need to know. We keep going, he said. But we stay together. No one wanders off. They walked deeper into the ship. The corridor changed as they moved. Sometimes it was wide enough for all 5 of them. Sometimes it narrowed until they walked single file. But no one remembered seeing it change. It just was different. Daeun stopped suddenly. Look at this, she pointed at the floor. There were markings. Symbols in a language no human had ever seen. They glowed with a faint blue light. The symbols seemed to move when you were not looking directly at them. Jiwoo tried to photograph them. His camera clicked, but the screen showed only white blur. He tried again. Same result, I cannot capture them, he said, frustrated. Sujin knelt down. She studied the symbols carefully. This is writing, she said. Or mathematics, or both. It is organized. Structured. But the structure is not like anything from Earth. The team moved forward. They passed through several chambers. Each one was different. One chamber had no floor. They could see down into darkness that seemed to go on forever. But when they stepped forward, they did not fall. There was something solid under their feet. They just could not see it. Another chamber had walls that were not walls. They could put their hands through the surfaces. The material felt like water, but when they pulled their hands back, they were dry. Hyunsik was breathing hard. His heart was racing. This is not possible, he kept saying. None of this is possible, but it was happening. They were seeing it, feeling it, living it. In the 5th chamber, they found objects. They were arranged on platforms that floated in the air. The objects had shapes that hurt to look at. Triangles with 4 sides, circles with corners, spheres that were also cubes. Tools, Jiwoo guessed. Or weapons. Or art, who knows, do not touch them, Tae-ho ordered. No one wanted to. The objects felt dangerous. Not in a violent way, but in a way that suggested they operated by rules humans did not understand. They kept walking. Time became strange. Tae-ho checked his watch. It said they had been inside for 30 minutes, but it felt like hours, or maybe just minutes. He could not tell anymore. Sujin noticed something else. The air is changing, she said. What do you mean? Tae-ho asked. Sujin tapped her helmet. My suit says there is no air out there. Vacuum, but I can feel something. Like pressure. Like atmosphere. But that is impossible in a vacuum. Tae-ho felt it too. A subtle push against his suit. Not strong. Just present, like standing in a gentle breeze. The ship is active, Daeun said. It must be. Creating its own environment, but how? No one had an answer. They entered a new corridor. This one twisted in ways that should not work. It curved up and down at the same time. It went left and right together. Walking through it made them dizzy. Jiwoo stumbled. Hyunsik caught him. You okay? Hyunsik asked. Jiwoo nodded, just confused. My brain cannot understand the geometry. Sujin had an idea. Do not try to understand it, she said. Just accept it. Look at the floor. Follow the floor. Ignore everything else. They tried her method. It worked better. When they stopped trying to make sense of the space, it became easier to navigate. That is interesting, Sujin said. The ship is designed for beings that think differently than us, but we can adapt. We can find ways to function here even though it makes no logical sense. Tae-ho realized she was right. Humans were good at adapting. They did not need to understand everything. They could work with incomplete information, make guesses, try different approaches, survive in confusion. Maybe that was humanity's strength. They reached a junction. 3 corridors branched off in different directions, or maybe 4 or 5. The number kept changing when they were not looking. Which way? Hyunsik asked. Daeun closed her eyes. She turned slowly. Then she pointed. That way. How do you know? Jiwoo asked. I do not know, Daeun said. I just feel it. Something is pulling me that direction. Taeho trusted her instinct. They followed Daeun's choice. The new corridor led them to a large space. It was not quite a room, more like a void. The walls were far away, or maybe close. Distance did not work right here. In the center of the space was something that glowed. It pulsed with light, red, blue, green, colors that had no names. The glow was beautiful and terrible. What is that? Hyunsik whispered. Power source, Jiwoo said. Or engine, or reactor. Something that generates energy. Sujin shook her head. It is more than that. Look at how the space bends around it. That thing is warping reality itself. Taeho stared at the glowing object. He felt afraid, but also drawn to it. Like a moth to flame, his feet moved forward without him deciding to walk. Daeun grabbed his arm. Wait. We should not get too close. Taeho stopped. She was right. They needed to be careful. One wrong move in this place could be deadly or worse. This was a realm where the normal rules did not apply, where reason no longer worked. The team spent hours in the impossible chamber. They studied the glowing core. They explored the space around it. They tested their theory about human adaptability. Daeun found that she could sense things without instruments. She closed her eyes and felt the energy patterns in the room. They made shapes in her mind. Paths through the chaos. Try this, she told the others. Stop trying to measure. Stop trying to analyze. Just feel. Sujin resisted at first. She was a scientist. She believed in data, in numbers, in proof. But her instruments were useless here. So she tried Daeun's method. It worked. Sujin could sense the structure of the ship. Not see it, not measure it, but know it somehow. The knowledge appeared in her mind like memory, like she had always known these things. This is amazing, Sujin whispered. I can perceive dimensions I cannot see, understand concepts I cannot explain. Jiwoo experimented with the floating objects. He picked one up. It was heavy and light at the same time, solid and liquid, hot and cold. All contradictions were true simultaneously. He tried to activate it. Nothing happened. He tried different approaches. Pressed it, shook it, spoke to it. Still nothing. Then he stopped trying. He just held it, accepted it, let his mind relax, and suddenly he understood what it was. A key, a tool, a map, all three things and none of them. The object responded to his acceptance. It glowed. Patterns appeared on its surface. Not written. Not displayed. Just there. Always had been. Jiwoo had just not been looking right. I think I can interface with the ship, he said excitedly. Hyunsik watched all this with amazement. He was the most practical member of the team. The most grounded, but even he could feel the changes. His mind was expanding, learning to think in new ways. This is why they left the ship here, Hyunsik realized. Not as a warning, as a gift. They knew we would find it eventually. Knew we could use it, Taeho agreed. The aliens achieved perfection but lost flexibility. We never achieved perfection. We adapted instead. That makes us suitable inheritors. But there was a problem. The ship was vast, complex. Even with their new abilities, the team could only understand small parts of it. They needed to activate the core. Really activate it. Make the ship fully functional. Sujin had a theory. We need to work together, combine our perceptions. One human mind is too small. But 5 minds linked might be enough. How do we link our minds? Daeun asked. Sujin pointed at the glowing core. Through that. If we all touch it at once, share the experience, our consciousness might merge temporarily. That sounds dangerous, Hyunsik said. It is dangerous, Sujin admitted. We might lose ourselves. Forget who we are. Merge and never separate. But it might also be the only way to fully activate the ship. Taeho thought about it. They had come so far, discovered so much. To turn back now would be a waste. But to risk their lives, their minds, their very identities was a huge gamble. He looked at his team. They were scared, but also determined. They wanted to try. We vote, Taeho said. Everyone gets a choice. If even one person says no, we do not do it. Daeun voted yes immediately. I want to see what we can become. Jiwoo voted yes. This is what we trained for. What we dreamed of. Real exploration. Sujin voted yes. For science. For humanity. For the future. Hyunsik hesitated. Then he nodded. Yes. Someone needs to keep you all from doing something too crazy. Might as well be me. Teho was last. He thought about his family back on Earth, his friends, everything he might lose. But he also thought about what humanity might gain. Yes, he said. We do this together. They formed a circle around the glowing core. Each person extended one hand toward the light. They looked at each other, shared a moment of connection, fear, hope, trust. On 3, Teho said. 1, 2, 3. 5 hands touched the light. The universe opened. They were no longer separate. Teho could feel Dayun's curiosity, Sujin's analytical mind, Jiwoo's enthusiasm, Hyunsik's steady calm. All of them mixed together. 5 became one, but they did not lose themselves. Each personality remained distinct, like instruments in an orchestra, different but harmonious. Together they understood the ship, really understood it. The aliens had built it using principles that bent reality, folded space, twisted time. The ship was not just a vessel, it was a piece of condensed universe, a bubble of altered physics, and now the humans could control it. Not through understanding, through acceptance. They let the ship be what it was. Stopped trying to force it into human concepts, worked with its nature instead of against it. The core responded. It grew brighter. The chamber stabilized. The contradictions remained but became manageable. The humans had found the key. Not logic, not reason, but flexible adaptation. Systems activated throughout the ship. Power flowed. Lights turned on. The ancient vessel awakened after millions of years of sleep. The merged consciousness of the 5 humans guided it gently. They did not command. They suggested, requested, collaborated. The ship was not a machine to be controlled. It was a partner to work with. Knowledge flooded into them. The aliens' science, their art, their philosophy. Not all of it. Humans could not hold that much. But enough. Enough to change everything. They learned how to fold space. How to exist in multiple dimensions. How to perceive time as a landscape instead of a river. How to shape reality with thought and will. But they also learned the warning. Perfection is death. Order without chaos is stagnation. Control without flexibility is prison. The aliens had forgotten this. They had optimized everything, made everything efficient, and died from their own success. Humanity would not make that mistake. Humans were messy, chaotic, unpredictable, and that was good. That was survival. That was life. Slowly the merged consciousness began to separate. 5 minds became 5 again. Teho felt himself pulling back, becoming individual. It was sad and happy at the same time. They removed their hands from the core. Each person stumbled back. They were exhausted, changed, but still themselves. Did it work? Hyunsik asked weakly. Teho looked around. The chamber was stable now. The contradictions were still there but manageable. The ship hummed with power. Yes, he said with a smile. It worked. The ship is ours now. Humanity's first step into the impossible. They stood at the edge of the chamber for a long time. No one wanted to be the first to approach the glowing thing. It pulsed like a heartbeat, slow, steady. Ancient Hyunsik broke the silence. We should map this room. Take measurements. Then report back. Sujin tried her instruments again. Still dead. I cannot measure anything, she said. My tools do not work here. It is like the laws of physics are different. Or maybe there are no laws at all. Jiwoo walked to the left. He paced along the edge of the space. After 20 steps, he stopped. This is strange, he said. Everyone looked at him. Jiwoo pointed ahead. I should be at the far wall by now. But the center is still the same distance away. I walked but did not move. Dayan tried the opposite direction. Same result. The chamber was larger on the inside than the outside. Or maybe it had no real size at all. Space itself was flexible here. Teho made a decision. We go toward the center. All of us, together. We stay within arm's reach of each other. They formed a line. Teho led. Daeun and Sujin were in the middle. Jiwoo and Hyunsik brought up the rear. They walked forward slowly. The floor felt solid, but it also felt like nothing. Each step was uncertain. Teho could not tell if he was walking or floating or falling. All 3 at once, maybe. The glowing object grew larger as they approached. It was beautiful in a way that hurt. The colors shifted constantly. Patterns formed and dissolved. Shapes emerged from the light, then vanished. Taeho heard sounds, not through his radio, inside his head. Like music but alien, notes that should not exist, harmonies that made no sense but felt right somehow. "Do you hear that?" he asked. Everyone nodded. They all heard it. The ship was singing to them. Or maybe it was trying to communicate. Or maybe it was just background noise in a place where sound worked differently. They got closer. Now they could see details in the glowing core. There were structures inside it. Geometric shapes that folded through dimensions humans could not see. Objects that existed in multiple states at once. Sujin gasped. "Look at that." She pointed at a section of the core. A sphere hung in the light, but it was also a cube, and a pyramid, and other shapes that had no names. All the forms occupied the same space. All of them were real. "That breaks quantum mechanics," Sujin said. "That breaks everything we know." "Maybe our knowledge is incomplete," Doan suggested. "Maybe the aliens knew things we have not discovered yet." "Or maybe," Jiwoo said, "they thought about reality in a completely different way." "Not wrong. Not right. Just different," Hyunsik had a dark thought. Maybe they went extinct because they thought too differently. Maybe this way of thinking destroyed them. No one had an answer to that. They reached what felt like the center. The glowing core was right in front of them now. Close enough to touch. The light was warm. It did not hurt their eyes even though it was bright. Taeho raised his hand slowly. His fingers moved toward the light. He was not sure why. Something pulled him forward. Called to him. "Wanted him to make contact, Commander," Dayun said. Her voice was worried. "Are you sure about this?" "No," Taeho said honestly. "But we came here to learn. This is the only way." His fingers touched the light. The universe exploded. That was what it felt like. Everything expanded. Taeho saw stars, galaxies, nebulas all at once. He saw the birth of planets, the death of suns. Time moved forward and backward simultaneously. He saw the aliens, the ones who built the ship. They were tall, thin, their bodies were not quite solid. They phased in and out of existence, moving between dimensions like humans moved between rooms. They were beautiful and terrible, ancient beyond measure. Their technology was not technology. It was reality itself bent to their will. They did not build machines. They convinced the universe to do what they wanted. Taeho saw their civilization, cities that existed in 5 dimensions, ships that traveled through time as easily as space, art that was alive, music that created matter. They had achieved perfection, and that perfection had destroyed them. They had optimized everything, made everything efficient, removed all chaos, all randomness, all uncertainty. They had created a perfect order, but perfection cannot grow, cannot change, cannot adapt. They had trapped themselves in their own brilliance. When the universe shifted, when new challenges emerged, they could not respond. Their perfect system had no flexibility. They died not with violence but with stillness. Their civilization simply stopped, frozen in perfection. Unable to evolve, this ship was one of the last. A monument. A warning, a hope. They buried it here near a young world, hoping that someday the primitive creatures on that world might find it, might learn from it, might succeed where the aliens had failed. Taeho pulled his hand back. The vision stopped. He gasped for air. His heart was racing. The team grabbed him. "Are you okay?" Dayun shouted. "What happened?" Taeho looked at them. His friends. His crew, humans, messy, chaotic, imperfect, and because of that alive, adaptable, capable of surviving in conditions that made no sense. "I saw them," he said. "The aliens. Their whole history. They were amazing. But they failed." "Why did they fail?" Sujin asked. "Because they were too perfect," Taeho said. They could not handle chaos. They could not adapt to the unexpected. He looked back at the glowing core. "We are different. We are not perfect. We make mistakes. We guess, we improvise, and that is our strength," Jiwoo understood. "That is why we can function in this ship. Our brains are flexible. We do not need everything to make sense. We can work with contradictions." "Exactly," Taeho said. "They built this place using logic we cannot understand, but we can still navigate it, because we do not rely only on logic. We use instinct, emotion, intuition, things that cannot be calculated." Hyunsik laughed. "So our stupidity is actually useful?" "Not stupidity," Dawn corrected. "Flexibility, creativity, the ability to function in impossible situations." Sujin was quiet. She was thinking. Finally she spoke. If that is true, then we might be able to activate this ship. Use it, not by understanding it, but by accepting it, working with it on its own terms. Taeho looked at the glowing core. The impossible chamber, the alien ship buried on the moon. Maybe Sujin was right. Maybe humanity's gift was not logic or reason. Maybe it was the ability to thrive where reason no longer worked. The ship was alive now. Every corridor glowed with soft light. The walls were still strange but no longer threatening. The impossible geometry felt natural, like the humans had always belonged here. Taeho stood in the central chamber. The glowing core pulsed gently. It felt warm, welcoming, like it recognized them now, accepted them as the new caretakers. We need to tell Earth, Daun said. They need to know what we found. Sujin was already working on it. She had found a communication system. It was not like human radios. It worked through dimensions that folded space. Messages could be sent instantly across any distance. She sent a signal to Earth. It was simple, clear. We have made contact. The ship is functional. Humanity has a new future. The reply came back in seconds, not minutes, not hours, seconds. Mission Control was shocked, excited, terrified. All at once, questions flooded in. How does it work? Is it safe? Can you bring it to Earth? Can you pilot it? Taeho answered carefully. The ship is not like our technology.
It does not work through logic.
It works through cooperation, partnership. We cannot force it to do anything. We can only work with it. Jiwoo explored the rest of the ship. He found living quarters, storage bays, what might have been gardens or laboratories. Everything was designed for beings that experienced reality differently than humans. But humans could use it. They had proven that. Their flexibility allowed them to adapt, to function in spaces that should not be navigable, to think in ways that should not be possible. Hyunsik found the control room, or what passed for a control room. There were no buttons, no screens, no interfaces that made sense, just smooth surfaces and floating objects. He touched one of the objects. Knowledge flowed into him, how to navigate, how to adjust the ship's systems, how to travel between stars, not through understanding, through intuition, through accepting the impossible. I think I can fly this, Hyunsik said with wonder. Not like a human ship, but I can guide it, suggest destinations. The ship will do the rest. Earth sent new instructions. Bring the ship home. Let our scientists study it. We need to understand this technology. Taeho discussed it with his team. Should they try to move the ship? It was risky. They barely understood how it worked. But leaving it on the moon meant abandoning the discovery. Dayun had concerns. If we bring it to Earth, people will try to take it apart, study it like a machine. But it is not a machine. It is alive in its own way. That approach could destroy it, Sujin agreed. We need a different approach. Not dissection, collaboration. Learn from the ship by working with it, not by breaking it down. Jiwoo had an idea. What if we leave it here? Make this a training center. Bring people to the ship. Let them experience it directly. Learn to think the way we learned. Hyunsik nodded. That makes sense. You cannot teach this knowledge through books or lectures. People need to feel it, experience the impossible, adapt to it. Taeho made his decision. He sent a message to Earth. We are not bringing the ship home. We are bringing humanity to the ship. This will be our first school. Our first step into a larger universe. Mission Control protested. Governments wanted control. Scientists wanted access. Military leaders saw weapons potential. Everyone had demands, but Taeho stood firm. The ship is not a weapon, not a tool, not a resource to exploit. It is a teacher, a gift from a dead civilization to a living one. We will use it to grow, to learn, to become better. Over the following weeks, more people came to the moon. Scientists, engineers, philosophers, artists, people from all backgrounds, all cultures, all ways of thinking. Each person experienced the ship differently. Some saw beauty, some saw complexity, some saw danger. But all of them learned. All of them changed. All of them expanded their minds. The ship taught them without words. It showed them that reality was bigger than they imagined, that logic had limits, that intuition had value, that chaos and order needed each other. Daun became the first teacher. She helped new arrivals learn to feel instead of measure, to accept instead of analyze. Her gentle guidance made the impossible accessible. Su-Jin documented everything, not in numbers and equations, but in experiences and insights. Her work became the foundation of a new science, one that combined logic with intuition, measurement with feeling. Jiwoo figured out how to use the ship's fabrication systems. They could create tools, devices, technologies that bent reality, not by understanding them, but by cooperating with the ship's own creative processes. Hyunsik trained pilots. They learned to navigate spaces that did not follow normal geometry, to fly ships that existed in multiple dimensions, to travel distances that should take years in mere moments. Taeho watched it all with pride. Humanity was changing, growing, learning to think in new ways. The aliens had given them more than technology. They had given them perspective, the understanding that there were many ways to perceive reality, many paths to truth. One night, Taeho stood alone in the central chamber. He looked at the glowing core. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for trusting us, for believing we could use this gift." The core pulsed brighter, almost like it heard him, almost like it agreed. Daeun joined him. She stood beside him in comfortable silence. Finally she spoke. "Do you think we will make the same mistakes they did? Achieve perfection and lose ourselves?" Taeho smiled. "No, we are too messy for perfection, too chaotic, too unpredictable. And that is good. That will keep us alive. Keep us growing." Daeun nodded. The aliens optimized everything. But humans thrive in chaos. We adapt, we improvise. We survive where logic fails. That is humanity's gift, Taeho agreed. Not perfection, but resilience. Not order, but flexibility. We are the inheritors because we can handle the impossible. Years passed. The lunar base grew. The ship remained at its center. A constant teacher. A permanent reminder that reality was stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. Humans spread across the solar system. Then to nearby stars. They used the alien technology, but they did not copy it blindly. They adapted it, made it their own, combined alien wisdom with human creativity. New sciences emerged. New arts, new philosophies. Humanity became something more than it had been. Not perfect, never perfect, but stronger, wiser, more capable, and always at the heart of it all was the lesson from the alien ship. The lesson learned in that chamber where reason no longer worked, where logic failed, where only adaptation survived. Taeho was old now. His hair was gray. His body was weak. But his mind was sharp, sharper than ever, enhanced by decades of working with the impossible. He stood in the central chamber one last time. His team was with him, Da-Eun, Su-Jin, Jiwoo, Hyunsik, all of them old now, but still together. Still exploring. "We did it," Jiwoo said softly. "We took their gift and made it ours." "More than that," Su-Jin corrected. "We became worthy of it. We proved that humanity could handle the impossible, could thrive where reason fails." Hyunsik laughed. "And we did it by being ourselves. Messy, chaotic, beautifully imperfect." Da-Eun touched the glowing core one more time. "Thank you for choosing us," she whispered. Taeho looked at his friends, his crew, the people who had stood with him at the threshold of discovery. Together they had changed humanity's future. Together they had proven that humans belonged among the stars, not because they were perfect, but because they were adaptable, creative, resilient, because they could function in the places where reason no longer worked. And that, Taeho thought with a smile, was humanity's true gift to the universe. Captain Sora stood in the command center of Defense Station Alpha. Around her, dozens of officers worked at their stations. Every screen showed data about the approaching Krell fleet. The numbers were terrifying. 2,000 enemy ships against 200 human vessels. It was not a fair fight. It was not even close. 24 hours had passed. The deadline was over. The Krell fleet was now moving into attack position. Sora watched the enemy ships spread out like a net around Earth. They would strike from every angle at once. It was a smart tactic. It left no room for escape. "Status report," she said calmly. Her voice did not shake. A captain could not show fear. The crew needed to see strength. Lieutenant Byung spoke from his station. "All defense platforms are online. All ships are in position. Civilians are in shelters. We are as ready as we can be, Captain. As ready as we can be." The words hung in the air. Everyone knew what they meant. They were going to lose this battle. The Krell were too strong, but orders were orders. Earth command had been clear. Hold the line. Make them work for every meter. Buy time for the evacuation ships to escape with as many people as possible. Sora looked at her crew. She saw young faces and old faces. She saw fear, yes, but also determination. These people knew they might die today. But they had chosen to stay. They had chosen to fight. That was what it meant to be human. She opened a channel to all human ships and stations. "This is Captain Sora," she said. "I will not lie to you. We are outnumbered 10-1. Our weapons are weaker. Our shields are thinner. The enemy has every advantage except one. They do not know us. They do not know what humans can do when we fight for our home." She paused. Every human in the fleet was listening. "Remember what we are," she continued. "We are the species that survived the Ice Age with stone tools. We are the species that crossed oceans in wooden boats. We are the species that went to the moon before we had proper computers. We do not give up. We do not quit. And today, we will show these aliens why Earth is still ours." A cheer went through the command center. It was not loud, but it was real. Sora felt her own heart beat faster. She was scared. Of course she was scared. But fear did not matter. What mattered was the job. The Krell fleet opened fire. The space around Earth lit up with weapons fire. Thousands of energy beams and missiles streaked toward the human positions. It looked like a storm of light and death. "Return fire," Sora ordered. "All weapons, maximum rate." The human ships and stations fired back. Their weapons were older, simpler, but they fired them with skill. Human gunners had practiced for years. They knew how to aim, how to lead a target, how to make every shot count. The first wave of Krell missiles hit the outer defense platforms. Explosions bloomed in space. 2 platforms went dark immediately. Their shields had not been strong enough. But the other platforms kept firing. Even damaged, even burning, they kept shooting at the enemy. Sora watched the battle unfold. The Krell were advancing in perfect formation. Their computers controlled their movements with precision. Every ship moved in sync with the others. It was beautiful in a deadly way, and it was working. The human defenses were being torn apart, but something strange was happening. The Krell were winning, yes, but they were not winning as fast as they should. Human ships were doing unexpected things. A destroyer that should have retreated instead rammed a Krell cruiser. Both ships exploded. A damaged frigate used its dying power to fire every weapon at once, taking out 2 enemy fighters before it broke apart. The Krell computers could not predict this. They were programmed for logical warfare, but humans were not fighting logically. They were fighting with desperation and creativity. They were doing things that made no tactical sense but somehow worked anyway. A message came through from one of the orbital defense stations. "This is Station 7, a voice said. The voice belonged to Major Daehyun. "We have critical damage. Shields are down. Hull is breached. We have maybe 5 minutes before the reactor goes critical. Evacuate immediately," Sora ordered. "Get your people to the escape pods." There was a pause. Then Daehyun spoke again. "Negative, Captain. If we evacuate, the Krell will just fly past our position. But if we stay and aim the station at their formation, and let the reactor go critical at the right moment, we can take out at least 20 of their ships." Sora felt her throat tighten. She knew what he was saying. He was going to turn the station into a bomb. He and his crew were going to die to destroy enemy ships. "That is not necessary," she said. "You have done enough." "With respect, Captain," Daehyun said. "That is for us to decide. We volunteered for this mission. We knew the risks, and right now we can help. We can hurt them. So we will." Before Sora could respond, the channel closed. On her screen, she saw Station 7 begin to move. It was turning, aiming itself at the thickest part of the Krell formation. The station was already badly damaged. Fire burned across its hull, but it kept moving, kept turning until it faced the right direction. The Krell saw what was happening. They tried to destroy the station before it could reach them. Dozens of ships fired at it. But Station 7 had shut down everything except the engines and the reactor. All power went to forward momentum. It picked up speed, moving faster and faster toward the enemy fleet. Then it exploded. Not a small explosion. A massive detonation that lit up space like a new sun. The reactor overload created a blast wave that caught 19 Krell ships. Some were destroyed instantly. Others were crippled and drifted away, helpless. The human fleet went silent for a moment. Then someone started broadcasting the names of the crew who had died on Station 7. Other voices joined in. Soon, Every human in the fleet was saying the names. It was a memorial and a promise. Those deaths would not be forgotten. They would not be wasted. Sora looked at the tactical display. The Krell fleet had paused. For the first time, they had stopped advancing. They were analyzing what had happened. They were trying to understand why Station 7 had done what it did. Their computers could not make sense of it. On the Krell flagship, Commander Ji-hoon was staring at his own screens. His face showed confusion and something else, something he had not felt in years. Uncertainty. Why did they do that? He asked. They could have escaped. They could have lived. Mira, his second officer, spoke quietly. Maybe that is what the Council was trying to tell us. Humans do not think like we do. They do not calculate survival probability. They just fight. Ji-hoon shook his head. It does not matter. They are still losing. Resume the attack. The Krell fleet moved forward again, but now there was something different in the air. The Krell crews were talking among themselves. They had lost 19 ships to a tactic that should not have worked. They had seen an enemy that refused to behave logically, and for the first time in their history, the mighty Krell Empire had discovered doubt. The battle continued. More human ships fell. More stations were destroyed. But every loss cost the Krell. Every human who died took enemies with them. And slowly, very slowly, Commander Ji-hoon began to understand that he had made a terrible mistake. Engineer Taeho was trapped. His ship, the cargo vessel Phoenix, was breaking apart around him. The Krell attack had torn through the hull. Half the crew was dead. The other half had evacuated in the escape pods. But Taeho had stayed behind. Someone needed to keep the reactor stable long enough for the pods to get away safely. Now the pods were gone. They had escaped. The crew was safe, but Taeho was still here, in the burning engineering bay of a dying ship. The smart thing to do would be to find a suit and jump out into space. Maybe someone would rescue him. Maybe. But Taeho was not thinking about escape. He was thinking about revenge. The Phoenix was just a cargo ship. It had weak weapons and thin armor. In a normal fight, it could not hurt the Krell. But this was not a normal fight. And Taeho had an idea. He looked at the reactor readouts. The core was damaged but still running. It was losing containment slowly. In about 10 minutes it would go critical and explode. The explosion would destroy the Phoenix completely. It would also kill anyone still on board. But what if he made the reactor go critical faster? What if he aimed the ship at the Krell fleet before it exploded? The Phoenix could become a missile. A big slow-burning missile. If he could get close enough to the enemy ships before the reactor blew, he could take some of them with him. Taeho pulled up the navigation controls. Half the systems were dead, but the thrusters still worked barely. He could move the ship. He could aim it. He just needed a target. His screen showed the Krell fleet spread out across space. Most of the ships were too far away. But there was a group of 6 cruisers about 2 kilometers from his position. They were firing at a human destroyer. They had not noticed the Phoenix. They thought it was just debris, another dead ship floating in space. Perfect. Taeho fired the thrusters. The Phoenix shuddered and began to move. It was not fast. The ship was too damaged for speed, but it was moving in the right direction, toward the 6 Krell cruisers. He opened a channel to the fleet. This is Engineer Taeho on the cargo ship Phoenix. I am making a reactor overload run on 6 Krell cruisers at coordinates 4729. All human ships, please clear the area. This is going to be big. A response came immediately. It was Captain Sora from Defense Station Alpha. Taeho, you need to evacuate. We can send a rescue shuttle. No time, Captain, Taeho said. He was working the reactor controls as he spoke. He was manually removing safety limits, pushing the core to maximum output. The reactor temperature was climbing fast, and I can do more good here than in an escape pod. 6 cruisers is a good trade for 1 cargo ship. The Phoenix was getting closer to the Krell ships, 1 kilometer away now. The cruisers were still focused on the human destroyer. They had not detected the threat. Or maybe they did not think a burning cargo ship could hurt them. They were about to learn different. Taeho looked at the reactor display. The core was glowing white-hot. Alarms were screaming. The containment field was at 5%. In about 30 seconds, the whole thing would blow. He just needed to get a little closer. The Krell finally noticed him. One of the cruisers turned and fired. The beam hit the Phoenix in the cargo bay. Another piece of the ship tore away. But Taeho did not care about that. The engineering section was still intact. The reactor was still building toward overload. Everything was going according to plan. 500 meters. The Krell were firing everything now. They had realized what was happening, but it was too late to stop him. The Phoenix was too close. Even if they destroyed the ship now, the reactor would still explode right next to their formation. Tai-Ho thought about his family. He had a sister on Mars. She was safe, far from the battle. He hoped she would understand why he did this. He hoped she would be proud. He opened one last transmission. Tell my sister I love her. Tell her I did something that mattered. The reactor went critical. The Phoenix vanished in a ball of white fire. The explosion caught all 6 Krell cruisers. 3 were destroyed immediately. 2 more were crippled. The 6th lost its engines and spun away into space, out of control. In 5 seconds, Tai-Ho had eliminated a significant piece of the enemy fleet. Across the battlefield, other humans saw what had happened. They saw that even a damaged cargo ship could hurt the Krell if the crew was brave enough. And they started to get ideas. Pilot Nari was flying a damaged fighter. Her ship had taken a hit early in the battle. The weapons were offline. The shields were gone. She should have returned to base for repairs, but there was no time. The Krell were everywhere. Every ship was needed. She heard Tai-Ho's final transmission. She saw the explosion that took out the 6 cruisers, and she made a decision. If a cargo ship could become a weapon, then so could a fighter. Especially a fighter that was already broken and could not fight normally anyway. Nari looked at her fuel gauge. She had about 60% left. More than enough. She cut the safety limiters on the engine. The fighter jumped forward, accelerating to speeds that would have been dangerous even with a fully functional ship. With a damaged ship, it was suicide. But that was the point. She spotted her target. A Krell command ship. It was huge, 5 times bigger than any human vessel. It was coordinating a group of 40 enemy ships. If she could damage it, maybe confuse its systems, it would slow down the whole group. Nari pushed the engine to maximum. The fighter was screaming now. Metal was groaning. The hull was heating up from the friction and the damaged systems, but she did not slow down. She aimed straight at the command ship, right at what she thought was the bridge section. The Krell tried to shoot her down. Point defense weapons tracked her fighter. Energy beams flashed past. One hit her wing, tearing it away. The fighter started to spin, but Nari held the course. She had locked the controls. Even if she died now, the fighter would keep going toward the target. She thought about her daughter. The girl was only 8 years old. She was in a shelter deep underground. Safe. Whatever happened today, her daughter would live. That was what mattered. That was what all of this was for. Nari opened a channel. This is Fighter 7. To anyone who can hear this, do not let them forget us. Do not let them think they can do this to Earth without paying the price. We are humans. We do not surrender. We do not run. We fight until we win or until we die, and sometimes dying is how we win. The fighter hit the Krell command ship at full speed. The impact punched through the armor. The fuel tanks exploded. The command ship did not explode like Tai-Ho's reactor had, but it was badly damaged. Its communication systems went dark. The 40 ships it had been coordinating suddenly lost their orders. They hesitated, confused, and in that moment of hesitation, human ships struck. Destroyers and frigates that had been waiting for an opening fired everything they had. Missiles and energy beams tore into the confused Krell formation. In 30 seconds of chaos, the humans destroyed 8 more enemy ships. On the Krell flagship, Commander Ji-hoon watched it all happen. He saw the cargo ship suicide run. He saw the fighter attack. He saw his ships dying to enemies that should have been easy to defeat. His hands were shaking. The mighty Krell Empire, undefeated in 300 worlds, was being hurt by primitive humans. This is wrong, he said quietly. This is all wrong. They should be running. They should be begging for mercy. Why are they doing this? Mira did not answer. She did not know what to say. The humans were not following any rules the Krell understood. And that made them more dangerous than any enemy the Empire had ever faced. The battle had been raging for 6 hours. Commander Ji-hoon sat in his command chair and looked at the reports. The numbers were wrong. They had to be wrong. But every check confirmed them. They were accurate. The Krell Empire had lost 300 ships. 300 out of 2,000. That was 15% of his fleet. The humans had lost almost everything. They had maybe 30 ships left. By all logic, the Krell had won. But it did not feel like a victory. It felt like a nightmare. Every human ship destroyed had taken Krell vessels with it. Cargo ships had become bombs. Fighters had become missiles. Wounded soldiers had kept fighting until they died. Medical staff had refused to evacuate, choosing instead to stay and save others. It was insane. It was illogical. It was terrifying. The worst part was the effect on his own crew. The Krell were warriors. They had trained their entire lives for combat. They did not fear death. But this was different. Death in a fair battle was honorable. But the humans did not fight fair. They fought with desperation and creativity. They did things that should not work, but somehow did. And the Krell crews were starting to fear them. A message came through from the Galaxy Council. It was marked urgent. Priority 1. Ji-hoon almost did not open it. He knew what it would say. But duty required him to listen. He activated the communication. A hologram appeared. It was a human woman. She wore formal diplomatic robes. The name identification said Ambassador Yuna. She was stationed at the council headquarters. Her face was calm, but her eyes were hard as steel. "Commander Ji-hoon," she said. "The Galaxy Council has asked me to deliver a message to you. We tried to warn you 3 days ago. You did not listen. Now you are learning what we tried to teach you without bloodshed." Ji-hoon wanted to cut the transmission, but he found himself listening. Something in the woman's voice made him pay attention. "You need to understand where humans come from," Ambassador Yuna continued. "Earth is what the Council classifies as a death world. It is a planet that actively tries to kill everything on it. The weather can change from freezing to burning in hours. Earthquakes shake the ground without warning. Volcanoes destroy entire regions. Diseases sweep through populations. And the animals. So many deadly animals," she paused. On the screen behind her, images appeared. Images of Earth, hurricanes, floods, predators with huge teeth, poisonous creatures, harsh deserts and frozen wastelands. Ji-hoon had seen planets like this before. No intelligent species evolved on such worlds. It was too hard. Life could not develop civilization while fighting for survival every day. "But we did evolve there," Ambassador Yuna said. "Humans survived when everything on our world was trying to kill us. We learned to adapt. We learned to cooperate. We learned to never give up because giving up meant death. That lesson is burned into our DNA. It is part of who we are." The images changed. Now they showed human history. Ancient humans hunting animals 10 times their size. Humans crossing oceans in tiny boats. Humans climbing the highest mountains. Humans surviving plagues that killed half their population. Humans building cities in deserts, in jungles, on frozen tundra. Humans going to war with weapons made of stone, then bronze, then steel, then fire and radiation. "We are persistence hunters," Ambassador Yuna explained. "Do you know what that means? It means we chase our prey until it dies of exhaustion. We are not the fastest. We are not the strongest. But we keep going when everything else has stopped. We do not quit. We cannot quit." Survival taught us that quitting equals death. Ji-hoon felt cold. He finally understood. The Galaxy Council had not been trying to protect humanity from the Krell Empire. They had been trying to protect the Krell Empire from humanity. "You came to Earth expecting an easy conquest," the ambassador said. "You thought we would surrender when we saw your superior fleet. You thought we would run when the battle turned against us. You thought wrong. We are humans. We do not surrender. We do not run. Even when we lose, we make sure you pay a price so high that you will never forget us." The screen showed the current battle. Human ships burning and broken, still fighting. Ji-hoon watched a destroyer with no weapons left ram a Krell battleship. Both ships exploded. He watched a damaged station use its last power to fire one final shot that destroyed an enemy cruiser. He watched humans in spacesuits, their ships destroyed, firing handheld weapons at passing Krell vessels. It was futile. It was pointless. It was pure human stubbornness. "The Galaxy Council is issuing an official statement," Ambassador Yuna said. "Any species that attacks humanity without provocation will be expelled from the Council. All trade agreements will be terminated. All diplomatic relations will be severed. The Council will not support you. You will be alone. And when other species hear what happened here today, when they hear that the mighty Krell Empire lost 300 ships to a single primitive planet, they will know you are not invincible. Your reputation will be destroyed." Ji-hoon stood up. The message was not over, but he had heard enough. He looked at his crew. They were watching him, waiting for orders. He could see the fear in their eyes. These were Krell warriors who had never known fear. But they knew it now. The humans had taught them. Mira spoke quietly. Commander, what are your orders? Shall we continue the attack? Ji-hoon thought about it. He could win this battle. He still had 1,700 ships. The humans were almost defeated. But at what cost? How many more ships would he lose? How many more crew members would die? And even if he won, even if he took Earth, the humans would fight on. They would use guerrilla tactics. They would sabotage everything. They would make the occupation so expensive that it would bankrupt the Empire. He made his decision. All ships, he said, cease fire. Begin retreat. We are leaving. The bridge crew looked shocked. Leave? But we are winning. Are we? Ji-hoon asked. We came here with 2,000 ships. We will leave with 1,700. We attacked a primitive species that should have been easy prey. Instead, they hurt us. They made us bleed, and they did it with outdated technology and sheer determination. No, we are not winning. We are learning a lesson. The Galaxy Council tried to teach us this lesson with words. We refused to listen, so the humans taught us with blood. The Krell fleet turned away from Earth. Slowly, carefully, they began to retreat. On Defense Station Alpha, Captain Sora watched them go. She could hardly believe it. They were leaving. The humans had won, not through superior force but through sheer refusal to give up. A cheer went through the command center. It was weak, tired, but it was real. Sora felt tears on her face. She thought about all the people who had died today. Teho and his cargo ship, Nari and her fighter, Doyen and the soldiers he saved, thousands of others whose names she did not know. They had all paid the price for this victory. She opened a channel to the entire fleet. This is Captain Sora. The enemy is retreating. We have won. But the cost was high, too high. Today we lost many good people. We will remember them. We will honor them, and we will make sure their sacrifice meant something. Today humanity proved that we belong in this galaxy. We proved that we will fight for our home. We proved that we never give up. The message spread across the human fleet. It reached the shelters where civilians were hiding. It reached the other human colonies in distant systems. Everywhere humans heard the news, they understood. Earth had survived. The species had survived. And the whole galaxy now knew that humans were not prey. They were survivors. They were fighters. They were a species that would never surrender no matter the odds. Commander Ji-hoon sat alone in his quarters. He was writing his report to the Krell High Command. He had to explain why he retreated from a battle he was winning. The explanation was simple. The Galaxy Council had been right. Humans were dangerous, not because of their technology, not because of their numbers, but because of something deeper, something in their spirit. They simply refused to lose, and that made them the most dangerous species in the galaxy. Medic Doyen ran through the destroyed corridor of Defense Station Alpha. The walls were twisted metal. Fires burned everywhere. The station had taken 3 direct hits in the last hour. Sections were venting into space. Power was failing. But people were still alive, and as long as people were alive, Doyen had work to do. He found them in what used to be the cafeteria. 30 soldiers trapped by a collapsed wall. Some were injured, some were just scared. All of them were alive. That was what mattered right now. I am here, he called out. Stay calm. We will get you out. Doyen had 2 other medics with him, Hyejin and Juan. They were young, fresh out of training. This was their first real combat situation. They looked terrified, but they were still here. They had not run. Doyen was proud of them. The 3 medics started working. They pulled people out from under debris. They treated wounds. They gave medicine for pain. They talked calmly, keeping everyone focused. Panic killed as surely as weapons. A calm mind helped people survive. After 20 minutes, they had rescued 20 of the 30 soldiers. 10 more were still trapped deeper under the collapsed wall. The metal was too heavy to lift by hand. They needed cutting tools. But the cutting tools were in another section, and that section was sealed off due to fire. Doyen made a decision. Yej and Juan, take these 20 people to the evacuation bay. Get them on a shuttle. Then come back if you can. What about you? Yejin asked. You are coming too, right? Doyen shook his head. I need to get those 10 people out. I cannot leave them. You two go. That is an order. The young medics wanted to argue. But they had been trained to follow orders. They nodded and started leading the rescued soldiers away. Doyen watched them go. Then he turned back to the collapsed wall. The 10 people trapped inside were calling out, They could hear him. They knew someone was there. He could not abandon them. The problem was the heavy metal beam. It was blocking access to the trapped soldiers. Doyen tried to move it, but it was too heavy. He looked around for something to use as a lever. There was nothing. Just twisted metal and broken equipment. Then he heard a sound that made his blood cold. The station's computer warning system. Hull breach in Section 7. 3 minutes to complete decompression. Section 7 was right next to where he was standing. In 3 minutes, all the air would be sucked out into space. Anyone without a suit would die. The trapped soldiers heard the warning too. They started screaming. Panic filled their voices. They knew they were going to die. Doyen felt a pain in his chest. These were his people. He was supposed to save them. That was his job. But he could not move the beam. He could not get them out in time unless... Doyen looked at his medical pack. Inside were drugs. Strong drugs. Stimulants that could make a person stronger for a short time. They were dangerous. Using too much could cause heart failure. But maybe, just maybe, they would give him the strength to move the beam. He pulled out 3 stimulant injectors. The safe dose was 1. He was holding 3. This could kill him. But doing nothing would definitely kill the trapped soldiers. Doyen had been a medic for 15 years. He had saved hundreds of lives. If he died saving 10 more, that was a good trade. He injected all 3 stimulants. The effect was immediate. His heart started racing. His muscles felt like they were on fire. Energy flooded his body. Too much energy. Dangerous levels of energy. But it made him strong. Stronger than he had ever been. Doyen grabbed the metal beam. He pulled. His muscles screamed. His vision started to blur. But the beam moved. Slowly, inch by inch, it shifted. The opening grew wider. Wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Go! He shouted to the trapped soldiers. Get out now, move. They scrambled through the opening. One by one, they escaped. Doyen held the beam with everything he had. His arms were shaking. Blood was coming from his nose. The stimulants were killing him. He could feel his heart beating wrong. Too fast, irregular, but he held on. 8 soldiers out. 9. The last one was a young woman. She was injured and moving slowly. The hull breach warning sounded again. 2 minutes. Doyen could not hold much longer. His strength was fading. The stimulants were wearing off and his body was shutting down. Come on, he said. His voice was weak. You can do it. Almost there. The young woman squeezed through. She was out. All 10 soldiers were free. Doyen let go of the beam. It crashed down with a loud bang. He fell to his knees. His chest hurt so much. He could not breathe properly. The world was spinning. The soldiers surrounded him. Someone was trying to pick him up. We need to get you to the evacuation bay, they said. Can you walk? Doyen tried to stand. He could not. His legs would not work. The stimulants had destroyed his muscles. His heart was failing. He knew these symptoms. He had seen them in patients before. He was dying. Leave me, he said. Get to the shuttle. That is an order. We are not leaving you, the young woman said. You saved us. Now we save you. 4 soldiers grabbed him. They carried him as they ran. The hull breach alarm was constant now. 1 minute. They ran through corridors, dodging debris, jumping over holes in the floor. Doyen tried to stay conscious. He tried to help, but his body was done. He could not even hold his head up. They reached the evacuation bay with 30 seconds to spare. A shuttle was waiting. The soldiers threw Doyen inside. They jumped in after him. The shuttle door closed. The pilot launched immediately. The shuttle burst out of the station just as Section 7 decompressed. Doyen lay on the shuttle floor. Yejin was there. She must have made it back. She was working on him, trying to stabilize his failing heart. But Doyen could see it in her eyes. She knew there was nothing she could do. He had taken too many stimulants. The damage was too great. It is okay, he whispered to her. I got them out. That was the job. You did more than that, Yejin said. She was crying. You showed us what it means to be a medic. What it means to be human, Doyen smiled. His vision was fading, but he could still see the faces of the 10 soldiers he had saved. They were alive. That was good. That was worth it. His last thought before everything went dark was simple and clear. He had done his duty. He had saved lives. Nothing else mattered. On the Krell flagship, Commander Ji-hoon received another report. Another human had died fighting. This one was a medic. Not even a soldier. Just a medical worker who had used dangerous drugs to save trapped people. The medic had known the drugs would kill him. He had used them anyway. Ji-hun looked at Mira. His second officer had tears in her eyes. She was crying for an enemy. That had never happened before. The Krell did not cry for enemies. But these were not normal enemies. These humans were something different, something the Krell had never encountered. They do not stop, Mira whispered. Even when they are dying, they keep fighting. They keep saving each other. They keep trying. Commander, how do you defeat an enemy like that? Ji-hun had no answer. For the first time in his long military career, he truly did not know. Commander Ji-hun stood on the bridge of his warship and looked at the blue planet ahead. Earth. The humans called it home. He almost laughed at the sight. This world was so small, so weak, so primitive. His fleet had destroyed hundreds of worlds before. This would be easy. The screens around him showed data about the human race. Their technology was ancient. Their weapons were simple. Their ships were slow. Ji-hun could not understand why the Galaxy Council had called an emergency meeting about these creatures. He had attended that meeting 3 days ago, and it had been a waste of time. The council chamber had been full that day. Representatives from 1,000 species had gathered. The ancient beings who led the council had looked worried. That should have meant something. These beings had lived for thousands of years. They had seen empires rise and fall. They did not worry without reason, but Ji-hun had not listened to their warning. He remembered the old council leader speaking in a grave voice. The creature had multiple eyes that seemed to look into the soul. It had spoken slowly, carefully, choosing each word. The humans are not like other species, the council leader had said. They come from a death world. Everything on their planet tried to kill them. The weather, the animals, the diseases, yet they survived. They grew strong. They learned to never give up no matter what happens. Ji-hun had dismissed those words. Every species thought they were special. Every species had a story about how tough their ancestors were. It meant nothing. What mattered was technology, and the Krell Empire had the best technology in the galaxy. His second officer, Mira, approached him now. She was smaller than most Krell, but she was smart. She had been against this invasion from the start. Commander, she said quietly, should we reconsider? The council has never given such a strong warning before. Maybe we should study the humans more before we attack. Ji-hun turned to look at her. His eyes were cold. We are the Krell Empire, he said. We have conquered 300 worlds in the last 50 years. We have never lost a battle. These humans have barely left their own star system. What can they do against us? Mira looked down. She knew better than to argue when the commander had made up his mind. But Ji-hun could see the doubt in her eyes. It annoyed him. The Krell were warriors. They did not fear. They did not doubt. He looked at the fleet around his ship. 2,000 warships. Each one was powerful enough to destroy a city with a single shot. Each one carried weapons that the humans could not even imagine. The fleet stretched out in space like a dark cloud blocking out the stars. The humans had detected the fleet 2 days ago. They had sent messages asking for peace talks. Ji-hun had ignored every message. There was nothing to talk about. The Krell wanted Earth for its resources. The planet had rare metals and perfect water. The humans could either leave or die. It was that simple. Open a channel to the human defense station, Ji-hun ordered. Let us tell them what will happen. A moment later, a human face appeared on the main screen. It was a woman in a military uniform. She had short dark hair and steady eyes. She looked tired but not afraid. The name on her uniform said Captain Soradot. I am Commander Ji-hun of the Krell Empire, he said in the common galactic language. Your planet now belongs to us. You have 24 hours to evacuate. Any ships or stations that remain after that time will be destroyed. This is your only warning. Captain Sora stared at him for a long moment. Then she spoke. Her voice was calm and clear. We cannot evacuate 8 billion people in 24 hours. You know that is impossible. That is not my problem, Ji-hun replied. The Krell do not make empty threats. Leave or die, Captain Sora took a deep breath. Then we will not leave, she said. We will fight, Ji-hun laughed. It was a harsh, cruel sound. Fight with what? Your weapons are toys. Your ships are slow. You have 200 vessels. We have 2,000. This is not a fight. This is an execution. The human captain did not look away. Maybe, she said. But you will remember us. Every human who dies today will make sure of that. We do not surrender. We do not run. Even if we lose, we will hurt you. We will make you pay for every inch of ground, for every life you take. That is what humans do. The screen went dark. The human had ended the communication. Ji-hoon felt a flash of anger. How dare she speak to him that way? Did she not understand what the Krell Empire could do? Did she not see the size of his fleet? Mira spoke again. Commander, perhaps we should give them more time to evacuate. It would show mercy. The council would approve. Ji-hoon slammed his fist on the command chair. The council is weak. That is why they warn and worry instead of acting. That is why they have not expanded their territory in 1,000 years. We are not weak. We take what we want. He looked at his crew. All weapons ready? He asked. Yes, Commander, the weapons officer said. All ships report full readiness. Good, Ji-hoon said. When the 24 hours are up, we begin. We will show these humans what happens when they refuse the Krell Empire. We will show the whole galaxy that we are the strongest force in existence. But deep in his mind, in a place he would not admit existed, a small voice whispered doubt. The council had never been wrong before. Not once in 1,000 years. Why would they start now? What did they know about humans that his intelligence reports did not show? Ji-hoon pushed the thoughts away. Doubt was weakness. Doubt led to defeat. He was Krell, he was strong. He would crush these humans like insects and take their world. Then he would return to the council and laugh at their fears. The fleet moved forward through space. 2,000 warships heading toward Earth. Each one carried death. Each one was commanded by warriors who had never known defeat. In 24 hours, the war would begin. In 24 hours, Commander Ji-hoon would learn why the Galaxy Council had tried to warn him. In 24 hours, everything would change. The bridge of the Terran Defense Fleet flagship was silent. Commander Do-yoon stood in front of the main screen, watching the enemy fleet approach. His hands were behind his back, steady and calm. Around him, officers worked at their stations. The soft beeping of computers filled the air. Outside the ship, space looked peaceful. Stars shined in the distance, but that peace would not last long. Sir, the Krathen fleet is 3 hours from the boundary line, said Lieutenant Subin. She looked at her screen, her face serious. They have not slowed down. Do-hyun nodded slowly. He had expected this. The Krathen were proud warriors. They did not listen to warnings. They did not believe humans could fight back. Open a channel to the Krathen command ship, Do-hyun said. His voice was quiet but firm. Channel open, sir, replied the communications officer. The screen flickered. A large alien appeared on it. The Krathen commander had thick gray skin and 4 arms. His eyes were dark and cold. He looked at Do-hyun and laughed. The sound was harsh and mocking. Human commander, the Krathen said. His voice was deep and rough. You waste my time with your messages. Move your small ships aside. We are taking your colonies. Do-hyun did not smile. He did not show anger. He simply looked at the alien commander with steady eyes. This is your final warning, Do-hyun said. You are approaching the boundary line we established. If you cross that line, we will respond with force. Turn back now. The Krathen commander laughed again. Behind him, other Krathen officers joined in the laughter. They found the human warning funny. Your force? The alien mocked. We have 500 warships. You have less than 50. Your weapons are weak. Your shields are thin. You should surrender now and save your lives. I am giving you one chance, Do-hyun repeated. Do not cross that line. The Krathen commander leaned forward. His 4 hands gripped the arms of his chair. We will cross your line, human, and then we will take your worlds. Your people will serve us. This conversation is over. The screen went black. Subin looked at Do-hyun. Sir, should we fall back? No, Do-hyun said. We hold the line. Send a message to all ships. Battle stations across the fleet, alarms began to sound. Crews rushed to their positions. Pilots ran to their fighters. Engineers checked weapons systems. Everyone knew what was coming. On the diplomatic station near Earth, Ambassador Ji-won sat in her office. She had just received news about the failed communication. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. For months she had tried to make peace with the Krathen. She had offered trade agreements, shared technology and friendship. The Krathen had rejected everything. Ji-won stood and walked to the window. Earth looked beautiful from here. Blue oceans, white clouds, green and brown land. So many people lived down there. Billions of lives, all depending on the fleet to protect them. She picked up her communication device and called the Defense Council. "This is Ambassador Ji-won," she said. "The Krathen have refused our final offer. They are moving forward with the invasion," a voice replied. It was Admiral Hyunwoo, the head of Earth's military forces. "We expected this," Hyunwoo said. His voice was tired but strong. "All defense protocols are ready. If they cross the line, we will activate them." "How many will die?" Ji-won asked quietly. There was a pause. "That depends on the Krathen," Hyunwoo finally said. "We gave them every chance to choose peace." Back on the flagship, Captain Minho was checking the defense grid. The defense grid was a network of satellites, mines, and automated weapons platforms. They surrounded Earth's territory in layers. Most of them were hidden. The Krathen did not know they were there. Minho looked at the data on his screen. Everything was ready. Every weapon was armed. Every system was online. He felt a cold weight in his stomach. He had been a soldier for 20 years. He had seen combat before, but never anything like this. "Captain, all defense platforms report ready status," said an officer next to him. "Good," Minho said. "Tell them to stay hidden until the order comes." Near the border colonies, evacuation ships were leaving. Lieutenant Subin had been reassigned to help with the evacuation. She stood on the landing pad of Colony 7, watching families rush onto transport ships. Children cried. Parents carried bags of belongings. Everyone was scared. An old woman stopped in front of Subin. She held a small child's hand. "Will we be safe?" the woman asked. Subin wanted to tell her yes. She wanted to promise everything would be fine. But she was a soldier. She did not lie. "We will do everything we can to protect you," Subin said. "Please get on the ship quickly." The woman nodded and moved on. Subin watched the ships take off one by one. They would go deep into human territory, far from the fighting. Most people would survive. But the colonies would be destroyed if the Krathen broke through. She looked up at the stars. Somewhere out there, the Krathen fleet was coming. She touched the weapon at her side and whispered a prayer. On the Krathen command ship, the alien commander looked at his battle map. Green dots showed his fleet. Red dots showed the human ships. The humans looked so small, so few. It would be an easy victory. "Commander, we will reach the human boundary line in 30 minutes, said one of his officers. "Excellent," the commander said. "Prepare weapons. We will destroy their fleet quickly. Then we take the colonies," another officer spoke up. "Sir, should we be concerned about the human warning? What if they have hidden weapons?" The commander turned and glared at the officer. "Hidden weapons? These are humans! They are barely advanced enough for space travel. They have nothing that can hurt us." He turned back to the map. "We are Krathen. We have conquered 40 systems. We have destroyed armies. These humans are no different. We will sweep them aside like dust." The fleet moved forward. Hundreds of massive warships, each one carrying thousands of soldiers and enough weapons to destroy a planet. They moved in perfect formation, confident and unstoppable. Back on the human flagship, Do-hyun watched the countdown timer. 20 minutes until the Krathen reached the boundary line. He opened a channel to all human ships. "This is Commander Do-hyun to all fleet vessels," he said. "The enemy has refused our warning. They believe we are weak. They believe we cannot stop them. Let them believe that for 19 more minutes. When they cross the line, they will learn the truth. All ships hold position. Wait for my signal." Across the fleet, crews waited. Engineers stood ready at their stations. Pilots sat in their cockpits. Weapons officers kept their hands on the firing controls. Everyone was quiet. Everyone was tense. Everyone was ready. The countdown continued. 15 minutes. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. The Krathen fleet approached the invisible line in space. They did not slow down. They did not stop. They did not believe the humans could do anything to stop them. 1 minute remained. Do-hyun counted down in his head. 60 seconds. 50 seconds. 40 seconds. The Krathen crossed the boundary line. "Now," Do-hyun said quietly. Everything changed. The moment the Krathen fleet crossed the boundary line, thousands of hidden satellites activated. They had been floating in space, cold and dark, pretending to be debris. Now they came to life. Red lights blinked on. Targeting systems locked onto the Krathen ships. Weapons that had been waiting for this moment began to power up. On the human flagship, Commander Do-hyun gave the order everyone had been waiting for. "Activate Protocol Sentinel," he said. Across human space, automated systems responded instantly. They had been programmed months ago. They did not need human control. They simply did what they were designed to do. The first Krathen ship to cross the line was a massive cruiser. It was 3 times the size of any human vessel. The Krathen crew inside felt confident. They were laughing about the weak human warning. Then the ship's alarm started screaming. "Commander, multiple targeting locks," shouted a Krathen officer. "I count over 200 weapons aimed at us." The Krathen ship commander jumped from his seat. "From where? I see no enemy ships." "Unknown, sir. The weapons appeared from nowhere." Before the commander could respond, the weapons fired. Hundreds of missiles streaked through space. They were not large. They were not fancy. They were simple human missiles, but there were so many of them. They hit the Krathen cruiser from every direction. The shields of the Krathen ship flared bright blue. They held for 3 seconds. Then they collapsed. The missiles punched through the hull. Explosions ripped through the ship from inside. In 10 seconds, the mighty Krathen cruiser was torn apart. Debris scattered in all directions. The crew never had time to escape. The Krathen fleet stopped advancing. Alarms were sounding on every ship now. Their sensors were going crazy. Targeting locks were appearing everywhere. Thousands of them. Admiral Hyunwoo sat in the command center deep beneath Earth's surface. He watched the battle on a massive screen. His face showed no emotion. He had gray hair and tired eyes. He had been a soldier for 40 years. He had seen too much war. But today he would finish one. "Sir, the first Krathen vessel has been destroyed," reported an officer. "The enemy fleet has stopped advancing." "Good," Hyunwoo said. "Activate defense grid sections 2 through 7. Show them what happens when you ignore a warning." More weapons came online. These were bigger. They had been hidden in asteroids attached to old satellites buried in small moons. The Krathen had scanned the area before crossing. They had found nothing. Human stealth technology was better than they expected. Giant railguns emerged from concealed positions. Each one was as long as a battleship. They had been built in secret over 5 years. Earth had spent billions of credits on them. Now they would see if the money was worth it. The railguns fired. Massive metal slugs shot through space at incredible speed. They moved so fast that Krathen sensors barely detected them before impact. When they hit, they went straight through Krathen shields like paper. One slug hit a Krathen battleship in the center. It went in one side and out the other, leaving a hole 30 meters wide. The ship's power core exploded. The explosion took out 2 more Krathen ships that were flying too close. Another slug hit a carrier ship. The carrier was holding 200 Krathen fighters. The slug destroyed the carrier's hangar bay. All the fighters exploded at once. The blast was so bright it looked like a small sun. The Krathen fleet began to panic. Ships turned in different directions. Some tried to retreat, some tried to advance and fight back, but they did not know where the enemy was. They could not see the weapons that were killing them. On one Krathen destroyer, the captain was screaming orders. "Find the human ships." "Return fire!" "Sir, we cannot locate them." "Our sensors show only automated platforms." "Then destroy the platforms." The Krathen destroyer fired its main cannons at the nearest weapons satellite. The satellite exploded, but 3 more satellites appeared from behind it. They fired together. The destroyer's shields held, but they were weakening. "Shields at 60%, sir. Reroute power from engines." "Strengthen the shields." More missiles hit the destroyer. "Shields at 40%, then 20%, then gone." The destroyer died like the others, fast and violent. Dr. Yuna watched from the research station orbiting Mars. She was a small woman with sharp eyes and quick hands. For 3 years she had worked on a secret project. The military had given her unlimited funding and told her to make something impossible. She had delivered. "Dr. Yuna, you are cleared to deploy the gravitational disruptors," said a voice through her communication device. It was Admiral Hyunwoo. Yuna smiled. She had been waiting for this moment. "Deploying now, sir," she said. She pressed a button on her control panel. In space, near the Krathen fleet, 6 large devices activated. They had been floating there for weeks, disguised as damaged satellites. Now they showed their true purpose. The devices began to spin. They spun faster and faster. The air around them seemed to bend and twist. They were manipulating gravity itself. The Krathen ship suddenly felt a pull. It was like a giant invisible hand was grabbing them. Ships that tried to move forward were yanked backward. Ships that tried to retreat were pulled forward. Some ships were pulled toward each other. 2 Krathen battleships collided. Their shields sparked and failed. The impact crushed both ships like cans. Thousands of Krathen died instantly. "What is happening?" screamed the Krathen fleet commander. He held onto his chair as his ship lurched sideways. "What weapon is this?" No one could answer him. The Krathen had never seen anything like this. They did not know humans had learned to weaponize gravity. More ships collided. The Krathen formation fell apart completely. Ships spun out of control. Some tried to fire their weapons, but they were moving too erratically. They hit their own ships more than they hit anything else. Major Tae-hyung sat in his fighter cockpit. He was the leader of the First Strike Squadron. His squadron consisted of 30 of the best pilots in the human fleet. They had been waiting in silence, hidden behind a small moon. "This is Major Tae-hyung to all fighters," he said. "The enemy is confused. Now we strike. Remember your training. Stay together. Watch each other's backs. Let's go." The 30 fighters launched from their hiding place. They were small and fast. Each one carried enough weapons to take down a ship much bigger than itself. They flew into the chaos of the Krathen fleet like sharks into a school of fish. Tae-hyung picked his target. A Krathen heavy cruiser. It was spinning slowly, trying to escape the gravitational pull. Its shields were down. "Perfect, target locked," Tae-hyung said. "Firing missiles." 4 missiles shot from his fighter. They flew straight and true. They hit the cruiser's engine section. The engines exploded in a chain reaction. The cruiser broke into 3 pieces. Around him, his squadron was doing the same thing. Each fighter picked a target. Each fighter fired. Each shot hit home. The Krathen ships were too confused to fight back effectively. A Krathen fighter squadron finally managed to launch. 20 Krathen fighters came out to face the humans. The Krathen pilots were good. They were trained warriors. But they were facing the best humanity had. Tae-hyung saw them coming. Enemy fighters, 2 o'clock. Break by pairs, engage. The human fighters split up. Each pair of human fighters went after Krathen targets. The dogfight began. Tae-hyung and his wingman, a young pilot named Sora, chased a Krathen fighter. The alien pilot was skilled. He dodged and weaved. He tried to get behind them, but Sora was faster. She came around from the side. The Krathen pilot never saw her. She fired. Her shots hit the Krathen fighter's cockpit. The fighter exploded. "Good kill, Sora," Tae-hyung said. "Thank you, sir," Sora replied. 3 more on our left." They turned together and engaged the next targets. The battle lasted 20 minutes. When it was over, all 20 Krathen fighters were destroyed. The human squadron had lost 2 fighters. The pilots had ejected and were picked up by rescue ships. Back on the human flagship, Commander Do-hyun watched the battle unfold. The Krathen fleet was in ruins. They had lost over 100 ships already. They had not destroyed a single human vessel. "Sir, the Krathen are trying to retreat," reported Lieutenant Subin. She was back on the bridge now. Should we let them go? Do-hyun was quiet for a moment. He thought about all the warnings Earth had given. He thought about the Krathen laughter. He thought about how they had called humans weak. "No," he said finally. "They crossed the line. They made their choice. Activate the final layer of the defense grid." Subin looked shocked. "Sir, that will—" "I know what it will do," Do-hyun interrupted. "They were warned." "Execute the order." Subin nodded slowly. She entered the commands. In space, the final trap activated. The Krathen fleet was trying to escape. Ships turned away from human territory and fired their engines at maximum power. They wanted to get away from the hidden weapons. They wanted to retreat to safety, but there was no safety. The Krathen fleet commander looked at his tactical display. He saw the path back to Krathen space. It looked clear. No human ships were blocking the way. No weapons platforms were visible. "Full speed retreat," he ordered. "Get us out of here." His communications officer spoke up. "Sir, we are receiving distress calls from all our ships. They want to know what to do." "Tell them to follow us out," the commander said. "Stay in formation." We retreat together. The Krathen ships moved together. 387 vessels remained out of the original 500. They had lost over 100 ships in less than an hour. Nothing like this had ever happened to the Krathen before. The fleet moved faster. They were almost at the edge of the combat zone. A few more minutes and they would be safe. Then they could regroup. Then they could plan a better attack. Engineer Jihoon sat in a small control room on a human military station. He was a thin man with glasses and nervous hands. He did not look like a soldier. He looked like a teacher or a scientist, but Ji-hoon had designed something very special. Something the Krathen would never see coming. His screen showed the Krathen fleet moving toward the retreat path. Green dots on a black background. They were moving right where he knew they would. "Sir, this is Engineer Ji-hoon," he said into his communication device. "The Krathen fleet has entered the kill zone." Commander Do-hyun's voice came back. "Confirmed. Activate the spatial mines." Ji-hoon took a deep breath. His hands moved across his control panel. He entered a long code. Then he pressed a single red button. "Mines activated, sir," Ji-hoon said quietly. In space, something happened that the Krathen could not understand. The Krathen fleet was moving through what looked like empty space, but that space was not empty. Hundreds of small devices were floating there. They had been placed months ago. They were smaller than a human fist. They used almost no power. Krathen sensors had passed right over them dozens of times and never detected them. These were spatial mines. Ji-hoon had invented them. They worked using quantum technology that most races did not have. When activated, they created small tears in space itself. The mines activated all at once. On the Krathen command ship, alarms began screaming again. "Sir, spatial anomalies detected. Everywhere." The Krathen commander stared at his screen. It was covered in red warning symbols, thousands of them. "What are those?" he demanded. No one could answer. They had never seen anything like this. Then the mine started working. A Krathen cruiser was flying at full speed. Suddenly a hole appeared in space right in front of it. The hole was only 3 meters wide. But it was enough. The front of the cruiser entered the hole. But the back of the cruiser did not. The hole was like a door to nowhere. The front of the ship disappeared. The back of the ship was still in normal space. The cruiser was cut in half by empty space itself. The back half of the ship spun away, spilling atmosphere and debris. Everyone in the front half was simply gone, erased. They did not die. They just stopped existing. This happened again and again across the Krathen fleet. Spatial holes opened and closed randomly. Ships tried to dodge them, but there were too many. A battleship lost its entire port side. A destroyer flew straight into a hole and never came out. A carrier ship hit a hole with its engine section. The engines exploded, taking 3 nearby ships with it. The Krathen fleet was not retreating anymore. "It was dying. Evasive maneuvers!" screamed the Krathen commander. "All ships, scatter!" But scattering made it worse. The ships spread out. They hit more mines. More holes appeared. More ships were cut apart. A Krathen officer fell to his knees on the bridge. "This is not possible," he whispered. "What kind of demons are these humans?" The commander did not answer. He was watching his fleet disappear. His proud, mighty fleet. The fleet that had conquered 40 systems. It was being erased from existence by weapons they could not see or understand. Back on the human flagship, Lieutenant Subin watched the sensor data. Her face was pale. She had never seen anything like this. The Krathen ships were just vanishing from the sensors. One moment they were there. The next moment they were gone. "Sir, the spatial mines are working as designed," she reported. "The enemy fleet is taking catastrophic losses." Commander Do-hyun nodded. His face showed no emotion, but inside he felt cold. This was war. This was what happened when you refused to listen to warnings. But it was still terrible to watch. "How many Krathen ships remain?" he asked. Subin checked her screen. "Approximately 230, sir. And falling." Captain Minho stood on the bridge of the human destroyer Hope. His ship was part of the second wave. They had been holding back, letting the automated defenses do their work. Now it was time to finish the job. "All weapons prepare to fire," Minho ordered. "Target the Krathen command ship. I want it disabled, not destroyed. We need prisoners for intelligence." His weapons officer looked surprised. "Sir, are you sure? It would be easier to just destroy it." "I am sure," Minho said. "We need to know what they know. We need to understand why they attacked us. Fire on my mark." The Hope moved forward with 15 other human ships. They were careful to avoid the spatial mines. Ji-hoon had given them the locations of every mine. The Krathen did not have that information. The human ships approached the Krathen command vessel. It was trying to maneuver around the spatial anomalies. It was having some success. The Krathen commander was skilled. "Target their engines and weapons," Minho said. "Precision shots only," the Hope fired. Laser beams lanced out across space. They hit the Krathen command ship's engine pods. The engines sparked and died. The ship stopped moving. Other human ships fired at the command ship's weapons. One by one, the Krathan weapons were destroyed or disabled. The command ship could not fight back now. It could not run. It could only sit in space and wait. "Sir, the command ship is disabled," reported the weapons officer. "Good," Minho said. "Send a boarding team. I want the Krathan commander alive." On the Krathan command ship, panic had taken over. Officers were shouting. Soldiers were running through corridors. Some were trying to fight. Some were trying to escape. Some had just given up. The Krathan commander sat in his chair. He looked at the bodies around him. Half his bridge crew was dead from an explosion earlier. The other half was injured or in shock. He had sent 500 ships to conquer human space. Now he had barely 200 left, and those were being hunted down one by one. How did this happen? He said to no one. They are just humans. They are supposed to be weak. His communications officer, wounded but still at her post, looked at him. "Sir, we are receiving a transmission from the human ships. They are demanding our surrender." The commander laughed. It was a bitter, broken sound. "Surrender? To humans? Sir, we have no weapons. We have no engines. We cannot fight. We cannot run." The commander closed his eyes. His forehands gripped the armrests of his chair. Every Krathan was taught that surrender was shameful. Death was better than surrender. But death would accomplish nothing now. "Open a channel," he said finally. The screen flickered. A human face appeared. It was Captain Minho. "This is Captain Minho of the Terran Defense Fleet," Minho said. "You will surrender your ship immediately. You and your crew will be taken as prisoners. You will not be harmed if you comply." The Krathan commander wanted to refuse. He wanted to order his crew to fight to the death. But he looked around his bridge at the dead and dying. He thought about all the ships he had lost, all the soldiers who had died because he did not listen to a simple warning. "We surrender," the Krathan commander said. The words tasted like poison in his mouth. Across the battlefield, other Krathan ships saw their command vessel surrender. Some kept fighting, but most stopped. They powered down their weapons. They sent surrender signals. The battle was almost over. Dr. Yuna shut down the gravitational disruptors from her station. The devices had been running for too long. They were overheating, but they had done their job. The Krathan fleet was broken. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. She had created something terrible. Something that could tear ships apart using gravity itself. She wondered if she should feel proud or guilty. "Dr. Yuna, you did well," said Admiral Hyunwoo's voice through her communication device. "Your weapon turned the battle." "Thank you, sir," Yuna said. "How many survived?" "We are still counting," Hyunwoo replied. "But it looks like about 150 Krathan ships will surrender. The rest are destroyed or still trying to fight. 150 ships out of 500. The Krathan had lost 70% of their fleet. It was one of the worst military defeats in galactic history. And the humans had not lost a single ship to enemy fire, only 2 fighters in the dogfight. The pilots had survived. Engineer Jihoon shut down the spatial mines. He did not want them active any longer than necessary. They were dangerous even to human ships if someone made a mistake. He looked at the reports coming in. The mines had worked perfectly. Too perfectly. They had destroyed or damaged over 100 Krathan ships. Ships full of soldiers. People with families. People who would never go home. Jihoon felt sick. He was an engineer. He built things. But today he had built something that destroyed things. That destroyed lives. It had to be done, he told the Krathan survivors floated in space surrounded by human ships. Their weapons were disabled. Their engines were destroyed. They could only wait. Captain Seojin stood on the bridge of the human cruiser Justice. He was a quiet man with a serious face. His job was not to fight. His job was to record. He was the official historian of the Terran Defense Fleet. Everything he saw today would go into the galactic archives. "Begin recording," Seojin said to his AI assistant. "This is Captain Seojin, historian, recording the aftermath of the Battle of the Boundary Line. Date, October 30th, 2025, Earth Standard Calendar." He looked at the screens around him. They showed the debris field. Pieces of Krathan ships floated everywhere. Metal, glass, frozen bodies. The space around Earth's territory looked like a graveyard. The Krathan Empire sent 500 warships to invade human territory. Seojin continued. They were given multiple warnings to turn back. They refused. They crossed the boundary line established by Earth. This recording will show what happened next. He moved through the ship, recording everything. He interviewed officers. He recorded sensor logs. He took images of the battlefield. All of this would be sent to the Galactic Council. Every civilized species in the galaxy would see what happened when you attacked Earth. On the Krathen command ship, human Marines had boarded. They moved through the corridors carefully. Their weapons were raised. Their armor was heavy and strong, but they did not fire unless fired upon. The Krathen soldiers they found were not fighting. Most had dropped their weapons. They sat on the floor with their hands up. They looked defeated, broken. One human Marine, a young woman named Hannah, found a group of Krathen in an engineering room. There were 10 of them. They all raised their forearms in surrender. "Please," one of them said in broken human language. "We not fight. We surrender." Hannah lowered her weapon slightly. "You will not be harmed if you cooperate." "Follow me." The Krathen followed her. They walked slowly. Some were injured. Hannah called for medical teams to help them. This scene repeated across all the Krathen ships that had surrendered. Human soldiers boarded. Krathen surrendered. No more shots were fired. The Krathen commander was brought to the human flagship. He was escorted by 4 Marines. He walked with his head down. His armor was damaged. One of his forearms was injured. Commander Do-Yun waited in the conference room. He stood when the Krathen commander entered. The 2 leaders looked at each other for a long moment. "Sit," Do-Yun said, pointing to a chair. The Krathen commander sat. He looked tired, defeated. "I am Commander Do-Hyun," the human said. "You will tell me your name and rank." "I am Fleet Commander Vornak," the Krathen replied. "Commander of the 5th Invasion Fleet. Former commander, I suppose." "Why did you attack us?" Do-Hyun asked. "We offered peace. We offered trade. We offered friendship. You rejected all of it." Vornak looked up. His dark eyes met Do-Hyun's gaze. "Because you are weak," Vornak said. "Or so we thought. The Krathen Empire conquers weak species. We take their resources. We take their worlds. That is what we do. That is what we have always done." "You chose to judge us without knowing us," Do-Hyun said. "That was your mistake." "Yes," Vornak admitted. "We scanned your ships. We analyzed your weapons. We thought we understood your capabilities. We were wrong." Do-Hyun sat down across from the Krathen. "You saw a few of our ships. You saw some of our public technology. You never saw what we keep hidden. Every species has secrets. We warned you that crossing the line would be a mistake. You did not believe us." "We thought it was a bluff," Vornak said quietly. "Every weak species makes threats. They try to scare us away with big words and false bravery. We thought you were the same." "We were not bluffing," Do-Hyun said. "We gave you every chance to choose peace. You chose war. Now your fleet is destroyed. Thousands of your soldiers are dead. Thousands more are prisoners. What will your empire do now?" Vornak was quiet for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was bitter. "I do not know. No Krathen fleet has ever been defeated like this. We have lost battles before, yes, but never like this. Never so completely. You destroyed 350 ships. The Krathen Empire has never lost so many ships in one battle. Send a message to your empire," Do-Hyun said. "Tell them what happened here. Tell them that Earth is not weak. Tell them that we keep our promises. We promised to defend ourselves if you cross the line. We kept that promise." Vornak nodded slowly. "I will tell them, but I do not know if they will listen. The Krathen are proud. They do not learn from defeats easily. Then more will die," Do-Hyun said simply. "The choice is theirs." In the Krathen Empire's capital world, the High Council was meeting. They had just received the first reports from the battle. The reports were confusing, incomplete, but the message was clear. The invasion fleet was gone. An old Krathen stood at the head of the council table. This was High Commander Zakron, leader of the entire Krathen military. He had led the Empire to victory in 100 campaigns. He had never lost a war. "This is impossible," Zakron said. 500 ships do not simply vanish. There must be a mistake in the reports." A younger Krathen, an intelligence officer, shook her head. "Sir, we have confirmed the reports. Multiple sources. The 5th Invasion Fleet engaged human forces at the border. They were destroyed, sir. Completely destroyed." "By what?" Zakron demanded. "The humans have no fleet that could challenge ours. According to Commander Vornak's transmission, the humans used hidden weapons. automated defense platforms, spatial anomaly devices, and weapons that manipulate gravity itself. The council chamber erupted in noise. Crathan officers shouted questions. Some did not believe it. Some demanded revenge. Some looked afraid. Zakran raised all four of his hands for silence. Enough, he said. His voice was loud and harsh. If this is true, then we have made a grave error. We attacked a species that was more advanced than we realized. Should we send reinforcements? Asked another council member. We could assemble another fleet. 10,000 ships. We could crush the humans. No, Zakran said. Everyone looked at him in surprise. We will not send more ships. Not yet. First we will learn. We will study what happened. We will understand how the humans defeated us, and then we will decide what to do. But sir, this is humiliating, protested a young officer. The entire galaxy will hear about this. They will think the Crathan are weak. The entire galaxy already knows, Zakran said. The humans are broadcasting the battle recordings to everyone. They want everyone to see what happened. They are making an example of us. He sat down heavily in his chair. For the first time in his long life, Zakran felt old. We attacked the wrong species, he said quietly, and now we must pay the price for our arrogance. On Earth, the news was spreading quickly. Humanity had won. The invasion was stopped. The Crathan fleet was destroyed. People celebrated in the streets. They cheered and sang. They felt safe again. But in the military command center, there was no celebration. Admiral Hyunwoo looked at the casualty reports. Yes, humanity had won, but the cost was there in the numbers. 2 fighter pilots had died. Their names were Junho and Nari. They were young. They had families. They would never go home. And on the Crathan side, over 100,000 soldiers were dead. Most had died when their ships were destroyed. They had died quickly at least, but they were still dead, still gone forever. Hyunwoo closed his eyes. He was too old for this, too tired.
He had been fighting wars for 40 years.
He had hoped this would be his last one. Maybe it would be. Maybe the galaxy had learned its lesson. Ambassador Jiwon walked into his office without knocking. She looked at him with sad eyes. It is done, she asked. It is done, Hyunwoo confirmed. The battle is over. We won. Then why do you look so unhappy? Jiwon asked. Because winning is not always good, Hyunwoo said. We killed over 100,000 beings today. Yes, they attacked us. Yes, they were warned. But they are still dead, and I ordered it. Jiwon sat down across from him. You did what you had to do. You protected Earth. You protected billions of human lives. I know, Hyunwoo said. But that does not make it easier. They sat in silence for a while. Finally, Jiwon spoke. What happens now? Now we show restraint, Hyunwoo said. We have proven we are strong. Now we must prove we are wise. We will treat the prisoners well. We will send them home eventually. We will offer peace again to the Crathan Empire. We will show the galaxy that humans fight when necessary, but we do not seek war. Do you think they will accept peace? Jiwon asked. Hyunwoo shrugged. I do not know, but we must offer it. That is who we are. We are not conquerors. We are defenders. We want to live in peace with our neighbors. If they will not accept that, then they will face the same fate as this fleet. Captain Seojin finished his recording. He had documented everything. The battle, the aftermath, the prisoners, the casualties. All of it was saved in multiple locations. Copies would be sent to the Galactic Council, to the Crathan Empire, to every civilized world. The galaxy would see that Earth had given every warning, every chance for peace. The galaxy would see that the Crathan chose to attack anyway, and the galaxy would see what happened to them. This recording was not about celebrating victory. It was about establishing the truth, about showing that humans... 3 months had passed since the battle. The galaxy had changed. Ambassador Jiwon stood in the Great Hall of the Galactic Council. Representatives from 200 species were present. Some were physically there. Others appeared as holograms. All of them were watching her. This was the first time a human had addressed the full council. Earth had been considered too primitive to have a voice here. But not anymore. Honored members of the Galactic Council, Jiwon began. Her voice was clear and strong. I stand before you today to speak about the recent conflict between Earth and the Crathan Empire. Murmurs spread through the hall. Everyone had heard about the battle. The recordings had been seen across the galaxy. Some species were impressed. Others were afraid. Earth did not seek this conflict, Jiwan continued. We offered the Krathan peace. We offered trade. We offered friendship. They chose to attack us instead. They believed we were weak. They believed they could take our worlds without consequence. She paused and looked around the hall. They were wrong. We defended ourselves. We gave them every warning, every chance to turn back. They refused to listen. The result is known to you all. The Krathan 5th Invasion Fleet was destroyed. Over 100,000 Krathan soldiers died. A Krathan representative stood up. He was old, with gray skin and tired eyes. This was Ambassador Korvax. He had served the Krathan Empire for 50 years. The human speaks truth, Korvax said. His voice was heavy with shame. My empire made a grave mistake. We judged Earth by appearances. We thought humans were easy prey. We learned otherwise. The fault was ours. The hall went silent. For a Krathan to admit fault publicly was almost unheard of. It showed how much the defeat had changed them. Jiwan nodded respectfully to Korvax. Then she continued. Earth has no desire to be an aggressor. We have no wish to conquer other worlds. We seek only to live in peace and to defend ourselves when necessary. Today I formally request that Earth be granted full membership in the Galactic Council. More murmurs spread through the hall. Some species looked supportive. Others looked uncertain. A few looked hostile. The council speaker, a tall insectoid being called Xynthia, raised one of her many limbs for silence. The request will be considered, Xynthia said. But first we must address another matter. Earth has demonstrated military technology that most of us did not know existed. Hidden weapons, spatial mines, gravitational disruptors. This concerns many council members. Should one species have such power? Jiwan had expected this question. She had prepared her answer carefully. Every species has the right to defend itself, she said. We developed these weapons in secret because we needed protection. We are a young species in a dangerous galaxy. We could not rely on others to protect us, so we protected ourselves. But we have never used these weapons offensively. We only used them when we were invaded, when we were attacked in our own territory. Admiral Hyunwoo's voice came through Jiwan's communication device. He was watching from Earth. Tell them we are willing to share some technology, Hyunwoo said quietly. Not the weapons, but other things. Medical technology, agricultural advances. Show them we are not a threat. Jiwan nodded and continued. Earth is willing to share many of our technological advances with the Council. Not our military secrets, of course, but we can share medical knowledge, food production techniques, clean energy systems. We want to be partners with the galaxy, not enemies. A representative from the Vexar Confederation stood. The Vexar were an old, wise species known for their diplomacy. I support Earth's membership, the Vexar representative said. They have shown both strength and restraint. They destroyed the Krathan fleet, yes, but they also took prisoners. They treated those prisoners well. They offered peace afterward. This is the behavior of a mature species, not an aggressive one. Other representatives began to speak. Some agreed. Some disagreed. The debate went on for hours. Finally, the vote was called. 200 species would decide if Earth deserved a place on the Council. The results came in. 147 votes in favor, 38 votes against, 15 abstentions. Earth was now a member of the Galactic Council. Jiwan allowed herself a small smile. It was a victory, but there was still much work to do. On the human flagship, Commander Do-hyun was preparing to leave military service. The battle had been his last command. He was retiring. He had served Earth for 30 years. It was enough. Lieutenant Subin found him in his quarters packing his personal belongings. Sir, I heard you are leaving, she said. I wanted to say thank you. You taught me a lot, Do-hyun smiled. You did well in the battle, Subin. You will make a fine commander someday. I hope I never have to do what you did, Subin said. I hope I never have to give orders that kill so many. So do I, Do-hyun replied. But if you must, remember this. We gave them every chance. We warned them. We offered peace. They chose war. Sometimes you have to be willing to fight to protect what matters. Subin nodded. What will you do now, sir? I am going home, Do-hyun said. To my family. I have a daughter I barely know. A wife who has waited too long. I am going to spend time with them. I am going to live a quiet life. You deserve it, sir, Subin said. In the Krathan Empire, changes were happening. High Commander Zakron had resigned. The old ways of conquest and aggression were being questioned. Young Krathan officers were studying the battle recordings. They were learning from the defeat. Ambassador Korvax met with human representatives. Peace talks had begun. It was slow. It was difficult. The Krathan were proud. Admitting defeat and seeking peace hurt their pride. But they knew they had no choice. "We underestimated you," Korvax said to Jiwan during one meeting. "We thought we knew what humans were capable of. We were wrong." "You made assumptions based on incomplete information," Jiwan replied. "It is a common mistake, but it does not have to be a fatal one. We can move forward from here. We can build a better relationship, can we?" Korvax asked. "After we killed 2 of your pilots? After we invaded your territory?" "Yes," Jiwan said firmly. "If you are sincere about peace, if you are willing to change, the past cannot be undone, but the future is still unwritten." Korvax looked at the human ambassador for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "We will try," he said. "The Krathan Empire will try to change. We will try to be better neighbors." It was not a perfect promise, but it was a start. Dr. Yuna shut down her gravitational disruptor research. The military wanted her to continue. They wanted better weapons, stronger weapons, but Yuna refused. "I made something terrible," she told Admiral Hyunwoo. "I will not make it worse. I am done with weapons research. What will you do instead?" Hyunwoo asked. "I will work on peaceful applications," Yuna said. "Gravitational technology can be used for many things. Faster space travel, better mining equipment, medical devices. I will focus on those instead." Hyunwoo did not argue. He understood. War changed people. Some became harder. Some became softer. Yuna had chosen to use her brilliant mind for creation instead of destruction. That was her right. Engineer Jihoon also left weapons research. He took a job at a university, teaching young engineers. He never told his students what he had built during the war. That secret would stay buried. But sometimes late at night he still saw the spatial mines in his dreams. He saw the Krathan ships being cut apart by holes in space. Those images would never leave him. Major Taehyung received a promotion. He was now Commander Taehyung, leader of all fighter squadrons in the Terran Defense Fleet. He trained new pilots. He taught them tactics. He made sure they understood something important. Winning a battle is not just about killing the enemy, he told his students. It is about protecting what matters, about making hard choices, about living with those choices afterward. Some of you will fight in wars, some will not. But all of you must understand that war has a cost, even when you win. The 2 pilots who died in the battle, Junho and Nari, were honored. Monuments were built. Their families were taken care of. Their sacrifice was remembered. But Taehyung knew that no monument could bring them back. No honor could heal the pain their families felt. War took and took and took. Sometimes it was necessary, but it was always terrible. Captain Seojun finished his complete historical record of the battle. It was thousands of pages long. Every detail was documented. Every decision was explained. Every casualty was listed. The record was sent to archives across the galaxy. Anyone who wanted to know what happened could read it. There would be no lies, no propaganda. Just the truth. The truth was simple. Earth had been peaceful until attacked. Earth had given warnings. Earth had defended itself efficiently and brutally when those warnings were ignored. And Earth had shown restraint after victory. This truth would shape how other species viewed humanity for generations to come. Captain Minho remained in the military. He was assigned to work with the Krathan prisoners. Slowly, carefully, the prisoners were being released. They were sent home in small groups. They were required to carry messages back to the Krathan Empire. Messages about peace, about respect, about the consequences of aggression. Some Krathan were grateful to be released. Others were bitter and angry. Minho treated all of them the same, with fairness and dignity. He wanted them to remember that humans could be both strong and merciful. In the years that followed, the galaxy learned to see Earth differently. Maya Chen stood at attention in the training hall, her muscles aching from the morning drills. Around her, recruits from 47 different alien species waited in perfect formation. The hall was massive, built to accommodate beings of all sizes. Some aliens towered 3 meters tall. Others were small enough to fit in her backpack. But all of them looked more comfortable here than she did. 3 years. That's how long humanity had been part of the Galactic Concordance, 3 years since the alien ships had arrived in Earth's orbit, with an invitation to join the greatest alliance in the known galaxy. 3 years since humans had gone from thinking they were alone in the universe to being the newest, youngest, and least impressive members of an ancient cosmic community. Maya had volunteered immediately. Former Special Forces, 10 years of service, decorated in 3 different conflicts. She thought her experience would count for something out here among the stars. She was wrong. The other species called humans Category D sentients. The classification was supposed to be neutral, just a designation based on technological development and cultural maturity. But Maya had learned what it really meant. It meant primitive. It meant fragile. It meant not worth taking seriously. Attention! The voice boomed across the hall, translated instantly into dozens of languages by the implants all recruits received. Combat Master Vekthar approaches. The massive doors at the far end of the hall slid open. Vekthar entered, and even after 6 months, Maya felt her breath catch. The Kryn were the Concordance's elite warriors, and Vekthar was elite among the elite. He stood 2.5 meters tall, his body covered in chitinous plates that served as natural armor. His people evolved on a high-gravity world where everything was a predator, and it showed. Forearms each corded with muscle, legs built like coiled springs, eyes that could track a target at 500 meters, and the mask. Vekthar wore a ceremonial combat mask, black and silver, etched with patterns Maya didn't understand. She'd learned that the markings indicated rank and combat history. The more complex the pattern, the more battles won. Vekthar's mask was very complex. Today we review tactical assault protocols, Vekthar said, his voice carrying easily across the hall. Hostage rescue scenario. Standard concordance doctrine. Watch carefully. Holographic projections filled the center of the hall, creating a 3-dimensional building layout. Vekthar walked through the scenario, his movements precise and controlled. He showed how a concordance team would approach, where they would stack up, how they would breach and clear each room. Maya watched, her tactical mind automatically analyzing the approach. She'd run hundreds of hostage rescues back on Earth. She knew the doctrine, the methods, the split-second decisions that meant the difference between success and disaster, and she could see the problem immediately. The entry point Vekthar had chosen left the team exposed to fire from an adjacent hallway. The sightlines were wrong. Any hostile in that hallway would have 3 full seconds to engage the team before they could respond. 3 seconds was an eternity in combat. She shouldn't say anything. She'd learned that lesson a dozen times over the past 6 months. Humans were supposed to observe and learn, not question, especially not question instructors like Vekthar, who had been fighting wars before humanity had discovered fire. But 3 seconds. People would die in those 3 seconds. With respect, instructor, Maya heard herself say. The words were out before she could stop them. That entry point is compromised. The sight lines from the east corridor create a fatal funnel. On Earth, we'd never stack entry on that corner. We'd approach from silence. Vekthar's voice cut through the hall like a blade. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Every recruit turned to stare at Maya. You presume to correct Kryn doctrine, human? Maya's heart hammered in her chest, but she kept her voice steady. I'm just pointing out a tactical vulnerability that you point out nothing. Vekthar crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides. He loomed over her, and Maya had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes through the mask. You are Category D. Your species has been in space for less time than I have been an instructor. Your entire military history is one long record of primitives with primitive weapons fighting primitive battles. And you dare to question concordance doctrine that has been refined over 10,000 years? The hall was absolutely silent. Maya could feel the eyes of 200 recruits on her. Most of them were probably enjoying this. The arrogant human finally getting put in her place. This doctrine has saved billions of lives across 1,000 worlds. Vekthar continued. It has been tested in every environment, against every threat, by warriors whose species mastered warfare before yours learned to walk upright. What could you possibly add to this? Maya wanted to back down. Every instinct told her to apologize and step back into line. But she kept seeing those 3 seconds, that fatal funnel, the bodies that would result. Human experience, she said quietly. Wrong answer. Vekthar's eyes narrowed behind the mask. Human experience. Yes, let us see the value of human experience. Recruit Chen, front and center. Maya stepped forward, dread building in her stomach. Since you believe human methods are superior, you will demonstrate them, Vekthar said. Simulation chamber now. The next hour was the longest of Maya's life. Vekthar ran her through a combat simulation designed to be impossible. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Hostiles in every shadow, civilians in every crossfire, equipment failures at critical moments. The scenario was built for failure, designed to break recruits who got too confident. Maya ran it anyway. She breached when she should have waited. She waited when she should have breached. She made calls based on Earth doctrine that the simulation wasn't programmed to accommodate. Twice she took simulated rounds that would have been fatal. Once she accidentally shot a simulated civilian when the hostile used them as a shield. But she didn't quit. Even when Vekthar's commentary echoed through the chamber, pointing out every mistake, every failure, every moment that proved human inadequacy. Even when she could hear other recruits laughing. Even when her muscles screamed and her implant warned her that her stress levels were entering dangerous territory. She finished the scenario. Barely. The simulation ended with half her team dead, 3 hostages lost, and her own avatar bleeding out from multiple wounds. Maya emerged from the simulation chamber to find the entire cohort assembled. Vekthar stood at the front, his mask gleaming under the lights. This is human experience, he announced. Reckless, undisciplined, emotional. Humans are soft. You lack the neural pathways for true combat instinct. You are prey species playing at being predators. He turned to Maya. Do you have anything to say, Recruit Chen? Maya stood at attention, sweat dripping down her face, body aching. She should apologize. She should accept the lesson and move on. The simulation was rigged, instructor, she said instead. But in a real scenario, with real variables, adaptability matters more than doctrine. Vekthar stared at her for a long moment. Then he dismissed the formation with a gesture. As the recruits filed out, Maya caught the looks. Pity from the other humans. Contempt for most of the aliens. She'd just made an enemy of the most dangerous instructor in the facility. But she'd also been right about those sight lines. That had to count for something. The next morning, Maya's body felt like it had been run over by a truck. The simulation chamber used neural feedback to make injuries feel real, and yesterday's impossible scenario had left her feeling every simulated bullet wound. She dragged herself to the morning formation anyway. Missing formation would just give Vekthar more ammunition. Her squad gathered around her in the mess hall afterward. There were 4 humans total in this training cycle, and they'd learned to stick together. Marcus, a former Navy pilot, Chenlin, no relation, from the Chinese Special Police, and David, who'd been a combat medic in the army. You should have kept your mouth shut, Marcus said, not unkindly. He pushed his tray of synthesized protein across to her. She'd been too tired to get her own. We all know the doctrine has flaws, but we're not here to fix it. We're here to survive it and get certified. She couldn't help it, Chenlin said with a slight smile. She's got that American thing. You know, the I have to be right even if it kills me thing. It's not about being right, Maya said, though she knew it absolutely was. It's about people dying because doctrine doesn't account for variables. People die in war, David said quietly. He would know. He'd held enough of them while they did. That's the one constant across every species and every planet. We're not going to change 10,000 years of concordance military theory in 6 months. But Maya couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something important. The concordance had been fighting wars for millennia, yes. But they'd been fighting them the same way, against the same types of threats using the same basic assumptions. What happened when those assumptions were wrong? She didn't have time to dwell on it. The afternoon brought combat simulations, and Vekthar had arranged for Maya's squad to be the demonstration team. Another impossible scenario, this time in zero gravity. A breached space station, hostile forces, civilian evacuees, and failing life support. Everything designed to showcase human limitations. The Kryn evolved in high gravity. Their bodies were built for it, their reflexes tuned to it. Zero-G was actually harder for them, though they'd never admit it. Humans, meanwhile, had only been going to space for a few centuries. They were supposed to be clumsy and disoriented in microgravity. Maya and her squad entered the simulation chamber. The world dissolved into the gray corridors of a damaged station. Alarms blared. Emergency lights flickered. Somewhere in the distance she could hear the hiss of escaping atmosphere. Standard breach protocol, Marcus said over the squad channel. He was team leader for this simulation. We locate hostiles, neutralize threats, secure civilians, reach the evac point. They moved through the corridors in standard formation. Or they tried to. 0G made everything strange. Push off too hard and you'd sail past your cover. Turn too fast and you'd tumble. The simulation was designed to make them look foolish. But something unexpected happened. Chen Lin, the smallest member of their squad, found that her lower mass made her more maneuverable in 0G. She could change direction faster, slip through tighter spaces. David, the medic, discovered that his gentle touch, trained to handle wounded and high-stress situations, translated perfectly to the delicate movements needed in microgravity, and Maya realized that humans had something the Kryn didn't: extensive experience being bad at things and finding ways to compensate. Forget the doctrine, she said over the squad channel. Marcus, you're the heaviest, so you're our anchor. Find firing positions and lock yourself down. Chenlin, you're our scout. You can move faster than any of us. David and I will handle extraction and transport. That's not protocol, Marcus warned. No, but it'll work. They abandoned concordance doctrine entirely. Instead of moving as a rigid unit, they flowed like water through the station's corridors. Chenlin scouted ahead, her small profile and quick movements making her nearly impossible to target. Marcus set up ambushes using his mass and strength to lock himself into position and provide devastating covering fire. Maya and David moved civilians, using techniques that would have made sense to any EMT on Earth, but looked completely alien to concordance observers. The hostiles in the simulation weren't programmed for this kind of asymmetric approach. They expected standard breach and clear tactics. Instead, the humans hit them from unexpected angles, used the environment in ways the simulation's AI didn't anticipate, and adapted their strategy on the fly. 20 minutes later, they reached the evac point with all civilians secure, all hostiles neutralized, and 0 friendly casualties. The simulation ended. Maya and her squad floated in the chamber, breathing hard but alive, victorious. They exited to find Vecthar waiting. His posture radiated fury. You violated every protocol, he said, his voice dangerously quiet. You abandoned formation. You ignored doctrine. You improvised recklessly. We succeeded, Maya said. Her body was still riding the adrenaline high. The hostages are alive. We're alive. That's what matters. What matters is discipline, order, tested procedures. Vecthar moved closer. Your improvisation endangered your entire unit. In real combat, such recklessness results in death. In real combat, rigid doctrine gets you killed when the enemy doesn't follow your expectations. The words hung in the air. Every recruit in the observation deck was watching now. Some of the alien species looked shocked. Others looked interested. This kind of direct challenge to an instructor simply didn't happen. You think you understand combat better than the concordance? Vekthar's forehands clenched into fists. You whose species still fights with chemical propellants and explosive devices? Whose wars are fought over borders and resources like primitive territorial animals? I think, Maya said carefully, that combat is chaos, and humans have a lot of experience with chaos. You have experience with failure and death and waste, Vecthar countered. You have experience with watching your own kind destroy each other over meaningless differences. The concordance ended such primitive conflicts thousands of years ago. We brought order to the galaxy. We established protocols that work across every species and every situation. And you dare to suggest that your brief, violent history makes you qualified to question this? Maya met his eyes through the mask. She could feel her squad behind her, tense and ready to pull her back if needed. She could feel the weight of 200 alien stares. I'm suggesting, she said, that maybe humans survived our violent history because we learned to adapt, to change, to throw out doctrine when doctrine stops working. You will learn respect, human, Vecthar said softly, or you will learn nothing. Respect is earned, instructor, Maya replied. Not demanded. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the station's ambient noise seemed to fade away. Maya had just crossed a line that no recruit had ever crossed before. She directly challenged not just Vekthar's authority, but the entire philosophical foundation of concordance military culture. Somewhere in the back of her mind, the part that had kept her alive through 10 years of combat, a small voice was screaming that she'd gone too far. But the rest of her, the part that had watched friends die because commanders were too rigid to adapt, The part that had seen opportunities lost because doctrine said to wait. That part was standing its ground. Vekthar stared at her for a long moment. Then he turned to the observation deck. Dismissed, he said. All of you. Except Recruit Chen. The hall emptied quickly. Nobody wanted to witness what was about to happen. Even Maya's squad filed out, though Marcus gave her a look that said he'd be waiting outside. When the last recruit had gone, Vekthar turned back to Maya. You are either very brave or very stupid, he said. Probably both, Instructor. For just a moment, Maya thought she saw something shift in Vekthar's posture. Not quite approval, but recognition maybe. Then it was gone. Tomorrow, Vekthar said. Combat demonstration. You and I, full contact. We will see what human adaptability is worth against 10,000 years of Kryn warrior tradition. Maya didn't sleep that night. She lay in her bunk, staring at the ceiling of the human quarters and tried to calculate her chances of survival. A full contact combat demonstration against Vekthar. She might as well have challenged a tiger to a boxing match. The Kryn were designed by evolution to be perfect warriors. They were faster, stronger, more durable than humans. Their reflexes operated on a different scale entirely. Vekthar himself had never lost a sparring match in 16 years of instruction. Never even been seriously challenged, and tomorrow Maya was going to fight him in front of the entire training facility. You could apologize, Marcus said from the bunk above her. Say you were out of line. Request reassignment to a different training group. That would mean going back to Earth, Maya replied. Admitting humans can't cut it out here. Maybe we can't, David said from across the room. There's no shame in that. We're 3 years into this. We're still learning. Maybe challenging the system isn't the way to learn. Or maybe, Chen Lin said quietly, the system needs to be challenged. I've been watching the other species. They don't question anything. They follow doctrine like it's religious scripture. That works when you're fighting wars that look like the last 1,000 wars. But what happens when something new comes along? Then the concordance adapts, Marcus said. Eventually. They've survived this long. By crushing anything that doesn't fit their model, Maya said. We're Category D because we don't think like they do. But maybe that's not a weakness. She didn't voice her real fear. That tomorrow she was going to get hurt. Badly. That Vekthar would make an example of her that would set humanity back years. That her pride and stubbornness were going to cost not just her career, but Earth's entire relationship with the concordance. Morning came too fast. Maya stood in the combat demonstration arena, a massive circular space ringed with observation platforms. Every recruit in the facility was present. Word had spread. The human who challenged Vekthar. This was going to be educational. Vekthar entered from the opposite side. He'd stripped down to minimal armor, just enough to keep the fight non-lethal. His forearms moved in a flowing warm-up routine that looked more like a dance than exercise. Behind his mask, his eyes tracked Maya with predatory focus. The rules, announced an automated voice. Full contact. Fight continues until submission, incapacitation, or instructor's judgment. Neural inhibitors active to prevent lethal force. Begin on my mark. Maya settled into a ready stance. 10 years of hand-to-hand training. Every dirty trick the army had taught her. It wouldn't be enough, but she'd make him work for it. 3, 2, 1, engage. Vekthar moved. Not the cautious probing attack Maya expected, but a full-speed blitz. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, forearms striking from different angles simultaneously. Maya barely got her guard up before the first blow hammered into her forearm. Even pulled, even dampened by neural inhibitors, the impact sent her staggering. She rolled with it, using the momentum to create distance. Vekthar followed, relentless. This wasn't a demonstration. This was a lesson. He was showing her, showing everyone, the gulf between human capability and real warrior species. Maya blocked, dodged, retreated. Every exchange left her with new bruises. Vekthar was toying with her, landing strikes that hurt but didn't disable. Making it last. Making the humiliation complete. She had to change the dynamic. Had to do something unexpected. Maya feinted left, then dove right, going for Vekthar's legs. If she could take away his mobility advantage, maybe. Vekthar's knee came up, catching her in the shoulder. Maya went down hard, tasted blood. The crowd was murmuring. How long could the human last? Minutes? Seconds? She rolled to her feet, vision swimming. This was impossible. She was outmatched in every possible way. Strength, speed, durability, reach. Everything that mattered in a fight. Everything except experience with losing. Humans had spent their entire history fighting things bigger and stronger than themselves. Predators with claws and teeth. Other humans with better weapons. Diseases, environments, impossible odds. And they'd survived by being too stubborn to quit and too creative to follow the rules. Maya stopped retreating. She moved forward into Vegthar's range, accepting strikes to land her own. Her punches were weaker, but she aimed for joints, vulnerable points anywhere that might slow him down. She wasn't trying to win. She was trying to problem solve. Vegthar increased his tempo, clearly intending to end this. Forearms moving in a blur, strikes coming from every angle. This was the finishing sequence. This was where Maya went down and stayed down. And that's when Vegthar made his mistake. Frustrated by Maya's refusal to stay down, angry at her persistence, he broke his own protocols. His hand lashed out in a straight-line strike toward her face. Not a sparring technique, a real blow. The kind meant to teach respect through pain, the kind the Kryn used on junior warriors to enforce discipline. In Vegthar's culture, this was acceptable. A teaching moment. The student would take the blow, accept the lesson, and move forward with proper humility. But Maya wasn't Kryn. She was human. Product of 200,000 years of evolution on a death world where everything wanted to eat you. Her ancestors had dodged striking snakes, charging predators, incoming spears. Her DNA carried the genetic memory of 1,000,000 life-or-death reactions. So when Vegthar's hand moved toward her face, faster than thought, faster than any conscious decision, Maya's combat reflexes engaged. Her hand snapped up, intercepting the strike. The impact jarred her arm, but she'd redirected the blow, and in the same motion, too fast for Vegthar to counter, too fast for him to even register what was happening. Her other hand lashed out. Open palm strike. Target. Center mass of Vegthar's ceremonial mask. The crack of composite material breaking echoed through the arena like a gunshot. Vegthar's mask, designed to withstand plasma scoring, decorated with honors from 16 years of undefeated combat, etched with patterns that marked him as elite among the elite. Spiderwebbed from the point of impact, time seemed to stop. Vegthar stood frozen, one hand still extended from his interrupted strike. His eyes were wide behind the fracturing mask locked on Maya's face. His other hands had come up instinctively to his mask, but too late, too slow. He hadn't even completed his blink reflex. The mask fell away in pieces, clattering to the arena floor. Vegthar's face was exposed, something that never happened during instruction. In Kryn culture, the mask was everything. Identity, honor, authority. Maya stood 3 feet away, breathing hard, her hand still extended from the strike. Blood dripped from her split lip. Her right eye was swelling shut. But she was standing, and Vegthar's mask lay in pieces between them. The arena was absolutely silent. 200 recruits from 47 species stared in complete shock. This didn't happen. Couldn't happen. Instructors didn't get hit, especially not by Category D humans. Vegthar's expression cycled through shock, disbelief, and then something else. Something Maya couldn't quite read. His hand moved slowly to his now exposed face, touching the bare chitin where his mask had been. You... He started, then stopped. His voice sounded different without the mask's modulation. Younger somehow. More uncertain. You moved before my strike completed. Maya's mouth was dry. She'd just done something unforgivable. In Kryn culture, breaking an instructor's mask was grounds for immediate expulsion. Maybe worse. The Concordance took this kind of dishonor seriously, but she'd been trained never to lie in an after-action review. Yes, instructor, she said. I did. Vegthar stared at her for a long moment. Then he turned to the observation platforms. Someone, he said, his voice carrying across the silent arena. Get me the combat footage now. 3 minutes later. The arena's holographic displays lit up with slow-motion footage of the exchange. Frame by frame, the moment played out. Vegthar's strike. Maya's reaction. The counter that no one had believed possible. Vegthar watched it 3 times. Then he pulled up data overlays, adding response time markers, neural reaction metrics, kinetic force measurements. The numbers appeared in glowing text beside the frozen image of Maya's hand, connecting with his mask. Neural reaction. Time. 0.08 seconds from stimulus to response. The arena stayed silent. But now it was a different kind of silence. Not shock. Revelation. Standard Kryn combat reflexes operated at 0.12 seconds. Maya had reacted faster than a Kryn warrior. The number hung in the air like an accusation. 0.08 seconds, faster than Kryn reflexes, faster than any Category D species should be capable of. The observation platforms erupted into chaos. Aliens were talking over each other in a dozen different languages, the translation implant struggling to keep up. "Impossible," someone shouted. "The equipment must be faulty." "Run it again," another voice called. The human got lucky, but Vekthar was already pulling up more data. He accessed Maya's training records, every combat simulation she'd run over the past 6 months. Frame-by-frame analysis of her movements, reaction time measurements from dozens of scenarios. The numbers were consistent. 0.08 to 0.11 seconds, depending on the situation. Always faster than the concordance baseline for combat-capable species. "This is not luck," Vekthar said, his voice cutting through the noise. "This is biology." He turned to face the crowd, his exposed face showing emotions the mask usually hid. Confusion, fascination, something that might have been respect. "I have trained warriors from 47 species for 16 cycles," Vekthar continued. "I have studied the combat capabilities of every sentient race in the concordance. I have never been touched in a first strike scenario." He looked at Maya, who was still standing in the center of the arena, blood dripping from her chin. The human did not freeze. She did not flee. She reacted with lethal intent while still remaining sublethal in execution. Vekthar pulled up a new holographic display. This one showed evolutionary charts, species development timelines, environmental factors. The Kryn evolved on a high-gravity world where strength and durability were paramount. The Velti evolved in deep oceans where sensory processing was key. The Jan evolved in low-gravity environments where precision and patience mattered. He paused. But humans? Humans evolved as both predator and prey. The display zoomed in on Earth, showing its evolutionary history. Humanity's ancestors fleeing from saber-toothed cats, later hunting those same predators, running down prey over impossible distances, dodging, ducking, surviving through pure stubborn endurance. "They are pursuit predators," Vekthar said. "Endurance killers." But they were also prey to larger, faster, stronger hunters. This dual heritage created something unique. Reflexes tuned to avoid death. Adaptability born from necessity. Mental flexibility from constant threat assessment. He turned back to Maya. "You did not think when I struck at you. You reacted. Your body knew what to do before your mind could process it. This is not trained behavior. This is genetic inheritance from millions of years of surviving on a death world." The arena was quieter now, but Maya could feel the shift in atmosphere. The other species were reassessing. She could see it in their postures, their expressions, the way they looked at her and the other humans present. "Instructor," one of the senior training officials called down from the observation platform. "A Velthi, judging by the tentacles. What are you suggesting?" "I am suggesting," Vekthar said carefully, "that humanity's Category D designation may be premature. They lack our technology and our cultural refinement, yes, but they possess capabilities we did not anticipate." He gestured at the broken pieces of his mask. The human broke through composite armor designed to withstand combat damage, not with strength but with speed and precise targeting. "This changes nothing," another official said. "This one a towering Jan. One anomalous reaction time doesn't compensate for humanity's numerous disadvantages. They are still physically fragile, culturally immature, and technologically primitive. Perhaps," Vekthar said, "but perhaps we have been measuring them with the wrong standards." He dismissed the crowd with a gesture. The recruits filed out slowly, still processing what they'd witnessed. Maya remained in the center of the arena, uncertain whether she should leave or stay. Her body was one massive bruise and her head was pounding from the neural feedback. When the last recruit had gone, Vekthar approached her. Without his mask, he looked younger, less intimidating, almost vulnerable. "In my culture," he said quietly, "breaking an instructor's mask is grounds for immediate expulsion from training. Sometimes exile from Kryn society entirely." Maya's heart sank. "I understand, instructor. But," Vekthar continued, "there is an ancient provision. Trial by continued instruction. If a student shows exceptional promise but commits a serious violation, the instructor may invoke this clause. The student undergoes intensive personal training for 30 days. If they complete it successfully, the violation is forgiven. If they fail or quit, they are expelled permanently. He met her eyes. I am invoking this provision. You will train with me personally for the next 30 days. I will push you harder than any human has been pushed in Concordance history. I will test every limit you possess. And if you complete the training, I will formally apologize for my initial assessment of your species. Maya tried to read his expression. And if I don't survive? Then you return to Earth in disgrace and humanity's reputation suffers for a generation. Vekthar picked up a piece of his broken mask, studying it. No pressure. Why? Maya asked. Why give me this chance? You could expel me right now and be done with it. Vekthar was quiet for a long moment. Because in 16 years of instruction across dozens of species, I have never been touched in a first strike scenario. My reflexes are elite even among the Kryn. My combat record is exemplary. And you, a Category D human with 6 months of training, reacted faster than I could complete my attack. He looked at her. That means something. I do not yet know what, but it means something. He turned to leave, then paused. Your training begins tomorrow at dawn cycle. Report to Personal Training Bay 7. Bring medical supplies. You will need them. The next morning, Maya discovered that Vekthar hadn't been exaggerating. The Personal Training Bay was smaller than the main arena, designed for one-on-one instruction. No audience. No witnesses. Just her and an instructor determined to either break her or understand her. Day 1 was pure physical conditioning. Vekthar pushed her through exercises that would have been challenging for Kryn physiology. For humans, they were borderline torture, but every time Maya thought she couldn't continue, she remembered the look on Vekthar's face when his mask broke. The shock. The revelation. She kept going. Day 5. Vekthar started teaching her actual Kryn combat techniques. Not the simplified versions used in group training, but the real methods used by elite warriors. He showed her how to leverage her lower mass for faster direction changes, how to use her endurance advantage to outlast stronger opponents, how to turn human weaknesses into tactical advantages. The Kryn fight in short, explosive bursts, Vekthar explained. Maximum force, minimum time. This works against most species. But against humans who can maintain combat effectiveness for extended periods, our strength becomes a liability. You tire us out simply by refusing to die quickly. Day 12, they ran combat simulations together. Vekthar paired with Maya against scenarios designed for elite Kryn teams. At first, Maya's different approach clashed with Vekthar's doctrine. But slowly, they found a rhythm. Vekthar's overwhelming force combined with Maya's adaptability. His experience channeled through her flexibility. They started winning scenarios that should have been impossible. Day 18, other instructors began observing the training sessions. Word had spread about the human who broke Vekthar's mask. They wanted to see what made her different. Vekthar allowed it, treating the sessions like master classes in cross-species combat theory. Observe how the human processes threat assessment, he would say, freezing a simulation. She considers options that Concordance doctrine would eliminate immediately. Sometimes she is wrong, but sometimes she finds solutions we would never see. Day 23, Maya asked the question that had been bothering her since the trial began. Why did you strike me like that? In the arena. That wasn't a sparring technique. Vekthar was silent for a moment. It was a teaching blow. Standard Kryn discipline for warriors who question authority inappropriately. I have used it hundreds of times. He paused. It never occurred to me that you would react defensively. Other species accept it as part of the hierarchy. Your reaction was educational. You hit me to teach me respect, Maya said flatly. Yes. And you taught me something far more valuable. Vekthar gestured at the pieces of his old mask, which he'd kept on a display shelf. That respect cannot be demanded, only earned. Day 28, disaster struck. Not in training, but in reality. The alarms started during a routine training session. Not the simulation alarms that everyone had grown used to. These were real. Station-wide emergency protocols, the kind that meant actual danger. All personnel to defensive positions, the automated voice announced. Hostile vessels detected. Void Reaver attack in progress. This is not a drill. Void Reavers. Even Maya had heard of them. Pirates, raiders, the scum of the galaxy. They hit soft targets like training stations, stole technology and supplies, and disappeared before Concordance military could respond. They were why stations like this had defensive protocols in the first place. but protocols assumed you had time to reach defensive positions. The Reavers had somehow gotten close before being detected, and their first shots had damaged the station's central hub. Whole sections were depressurizing. Emergency bulkheads were slamming shut throughout the facility, trapping people in isolated compartments, including Maya and Vekthar, who found themselves sealed in the personal training bay with no way out and no communication with the rest of the station. Emergency battery power only, Vekthar said, checking the control panel. No connection to main systems. The bulkheads won't open until the attack is over, or until someone manually overrides them from the outside. Maya was already moving, checking their options. One door sealed. Emergency supplies limited, and according to the display, Reaver boarding parties had breached 3 sections away and were moving through the station, heading in their general direction. We can't stay here, Maya said. If the Reavers find us trapped in this room, we're fish in a barrel. The bulkhead is reinforced composite, Vekthar replied. We have no tools capable of breaching it. Standard protocol is to shelter in place until standard protocol is going to get us killed. Maya was checking the walls, the ceiling, the floor. There had to be another way. What about maintenance access? Training bays don't have maintenance access. They're considered secure zones. But Maya was already pulling up station schematics on the training room's computer system. Every building had weaknesses. Every structure had vulnerabilities. You just had to know where to look. There, she said, pointing at a ventilation junction. It's designed for the station's environmental system, but it connects to a service corridor. If we can remove the panel and bypass the safety locks, that passage is less than a meter wide, Vekthar said. I cannot fit through such a space. No, but I can. Maya was already dragging equipment over to the wall. I go through, find the external override, get the bulkhead open. You stay here and guard the door in case Reavers get here first. This is not protocol, Vekthar said, but he was already helping her. This is reckless and dangerous and completely unsupported by any documented emergency procedure. Yeah, Maya said, prying at the ventilation panel. Very human of me. She thought she heard Vekthar make a sound that might have been a laugh. The ventilation shaft was cramped, dark, and terrifying. Maya pulled herself through using elbows and knees, the narrow passage barely wide enough for her shoulders. Behind her, she could hear the muffled sounds of weapons fire. The Reavers were getting closer. It took 10 minutes to reach the service corridor. 10 minutes of scraping through metal tubes, twice getting stuck and having to exhale completely to squeeze through tight spots. But finally, she dropped into a maintenance passage and found the manual override panel. The controls were designed for the station's maintenance drones, not for human hands. Of course they were. Maya had to use a piece of broken conduit as a lever to activate the emergency release. The bulkhead to the training bay unsealed with a hiss of equalizing pressure. She made it back to find Vekthar in a defensive position by the door. Well done, he said. Now we need to reach the security station and explosion. The far end of the corridor erupted in smoke and debris. Through the haze, Maya could see figures moving. Void Reavers, at least 6 of them. They'd breached through an external wall, cutting through damaged sections of the station, and they were between Maya and Vekthar and the security station. We need to move, Maya said. If they seal us in this section, they will not seal us in. Vekthar's voice was calm. We will go through them. There are 6 of them. And they're armed with plasma weapons. Yes, poor odds for them. Vekthar moved first, using his superior speed to close distance before the Reavers could establish firing positions. Maya followed, using tactics they'd practiced for nearly a month. She wasn't trying to match his strength. She was complementing it, hitting angles he couldn't cover, adapting to the chaos in ways that doctrine would never allow. The Reavers were professional pirates, experienced fighters, but they were used to standard concordance responses. Predictable tactics. Opponents who followed established patterns. Maya and Vekthar didn't follow any patterns. Vekthar fought with Kryn ferocity, 4 arms dealing devastating strikes. Maya fought like every human before her who'd survived impossible odds, using whatever was at hand, changing tactics every few seconds, refusing to die. When she threw a piece of debris at one Reaver's face, then used his moment of distraction to sweep his legs and disarm him, Vekthar actually stopped mid-fight to watch. Where did you learn that technique? He asked, blocking a plasma bolt with a stolen Reaver shield. Didn't learn it, Maya shouted back, using the disarmed Reaver's own weapon against his allies.
Made it up just now. That is not how combat works.
It's how human combat works. They fought their way down 3 corridors. The station's security forces had finally mobilized and were pushing back against the Reavers from multiple directions. Caught between organized resistance and the unexpected ferocity of Vekthar and Maya's assault, the boarding parties began retreating. 30 minutes after the attack began, it was over. The Void Reavers withdrew, their ships disappearing into the void with minimal stolen cargo and significant casualties. The station was damaged but intact. Casualties were surprisingly light, thanks to quick emergency response. In the aftermath, Maya sat against a wall in one of the secured sections, her body finally catching up to what she'd put it through. Every muscle ached. She was pretty sure she'd cracked a rib somewhere in the fighting, and she still had 2 days left in her trial period with Vekthar. Vekthar settled down beside her, looking equally exhausted. One of his arms was injured, moving stiffly, but he was alive. They were both alive. "You saved my life," he said after a long silence. "Multiple times, with tactics that violated every protocol I've ever taught." "You saved mine too," Maya pointed out, "with tactics that definitely followed protocol. Yes, perhaps. Perhaps there is value in both approaches." Vekthar looked at her. "Perhaps the concordance has become too rigid in our thinking. We have 10,000 years of successful doctrine, but that success has made us inflexible. We eliminate variables rather than adapting to them." "Humans are pretty much all variables," Maya said with a tired laugh. "Yes, you are chaos incarnate. It is terrifying and frustrating and completely exhausting." Vekthar paused. "And after today, I believe it is also necessary." 2 days later, on day 30 of Maya's trial, Vekthar called a formal assembly. Every recruit, every instructor, every senior official on the station was present. Maya stood at attention in the center of the arena, wearing her dress uniform, trying not to show how nervous she was. Vekthar wore a new mask, simpler than his old one, without the elaborate decorations. He approached Maya with formal precision. "Recruit Maya Chen," he said, his voice carrying across the arena. 30 days ago, you committed a serious violation. You broke your instructor's mask through unauthorized combat action. This offense normally carries immediate expulsion." Maya kept her face neutral, but her heart was pounding. "However," Vekthar continued, "under trial by continued instruction, you were given the opportunity to prove your worth through intensive training. I can now report that you have completed this trial successfully." He turned to address the crowd. "More than that, this human has taught me something I did not expect to learn. For 16 years, I believed that proper combat was about eliminating variables, following doctrine, and maintaining discipline. I was wrong," murmurs ran through the crowd. Instructors didn't admit to being wrong, especially not Kryn instructors. "Combat is chaos," Vekthar said, "and humanity, for all their apparent weaknesses, has evolved to thrive in chaos. They adapt when we would stand firm. They improvise when we would follow procedure. They survive when doctrine says they should fail." He removed his new mask, holding it in his hands. "I broke station protocol during the recent attack. I abandoned my defensive position to pursue hostile forces, using tactics that no concordance manual would approve. And I did so because a human showed me that sometimes rules must be broken to achieve victory." He turned back to Maya. "I formally apologize for my initial assessment of your species. Humanity's Category D designation was based on limited information and cultural bias. I am recommending a full tactical review of human combat doctrine for integration into concordance training programs." The arena erupted. Some species looked shocked. Others looked intrigued. The human recruits looked like they might cry with relief and pride. Thank you for watching, and comment for next part. The alien commanders met in their war room aboard the flagship. They studied the data from the Mars attack. 16 ships lost. The humans had used some kind of gravity trap. It was clever, but it was just one trick. The aliens convinced themselves it was luck, statistical anomaly, nothing more. They refused to believe that primitive humans could actually fight back effectively. Their empire had conquered 40 different species across the galaxy. Some had better technology than humans. All of them had fallen to the Velcrin military might. Humans would be no different. The alien high command made their decision. They would send the second wave. 40 capital ships, the largest vessels in their fleet. These ships carried enough firepower to turn a planet's surface into glass. They would go directly to Earth and end this war quickly. The message was sent through secure channels. Military encryption that had never been broken in 300 years of warfare. The aliens were confident their battle plans were secret. They were wrong. Near Jupiter, hidden inside a relay station that looked like a normal communications satellite, Taeyang sat surrounded by computer screens. He was a thin man with tired eyes and messy hair. He had not slept in 3 days. He survived on coffee and pure determination. Taeyang was humanity's best hacker. Some said he was the best who had ever lived. He could break into any system, navigate any network, and find any secret. The military had recruited him 5 years ago after he accidentally broke into the president's personal files while bored one afternoon. Now he was doing something far more important. He was breaking into alien systems. The aliens had made one mistake. When they broadcast their surrender demand, they had opened a communication channel. That channel went both ways. In the seconds that it was open, Taeyang had inserted a tiny piece of code, so small that their security systems did not notice it, so harmless that it triggered no alarms. That tiny code had grown. It spread through their networks like a living thing, copying itself, learning, adapting. The aliens still did not know it was there. Through this code, Taeyang could see everything. He saw their battle plans. He saw their ship formations. He saw their communications. He knew exactly when and where they would attack, but he did not stop the messages. He did not block anything. Instead, he added something to their communications. He inserted files into their data streams, music files, human music. The alien commanders were reviewing attack plans when suddenly their speakers began playing Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries. The dramatic, powerful music filled their command centers. They tried to stop it, but it kept playing. Then it switched to Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture, complete with cannon fire. The aliens found this disturbing. The music was chaotic to their ears. It had no logical pattern. Why were humans sending this noise? Was it some kind of code? They ran analysis programs trying to find hidden meanings. While they were distracted by the music, Taeyang was working. The music was not just music. It was a carrier signal. Hidden inside the audio files was his real weapon, code that mapped their entire network, code that found every ship, every system, every connection. "I'm in," Taeyang reported through his secure channel to Captain Daehyun. "I have access to everything. Their targeting systems, navigation, communications. It's all connected to one central network. Very efficient design." He paused and smiled. Also very stupid. Captain Daehyun received the message on his ship near Luna. He was a serious man with a tactical mind. He thought in angles and vectors, in firing solutions and defensive positions. But he also understood creativity. He understood that sometimes the best weapon was not the biggest gun. "Can you control their systems?" Daehyun asked. "Not yet," Taeyang replied. "But I can see everything. And I can shut them down when you need me to. Just tell me when." Daehyun studied his tactical display. 40 alien ships were entering Earth's orbital space. His fleet had only 30 ships to defend the planet. Under normal circumstances, they would lose. But these were not normal circumstances. "All ships," Daehyun broadcast. "Execute scatter pattern 7. Do not engage the enemy. Repeat, do not engage." His fleet broke apart. Ships went in every direction. Some went up. Some went down. Some flew toward the moon. Some headed for Earth's atmosphere. It looked like total panic. Like the human defenders were running away in terror. The aliens saw this and felt satisfaction. The humans were fleeing. This would be easier than expected. They locked their weapons on the scattered human ships and prepared to fire. That was when Daehyun gave the signal. "Now, all ships fire. Protocol pinball." What happened next confused the aliens completely. The human ships did not fire at the alien vessels. Instead, they fired at satellites. Small relay satellites that orbited Earth for communications. But these satellites had been modified. Dr. Jiwoo had spent weeks preparing them. Each satellite now had reflective shields and redirection panels. When the human weapons hit them, the energy did not dissipate. It bounced. Laser beams hit satellites and reflected at precise angles. Those reflected beams hit other satellites and bounced again. And again. And again. The space around Earth became filled with deadly light, bouncing and reflecting in a carefully calculated pattern. The alien ships were in the middle of this pattern. They watched in growing horror as laser beams came at them from every direction, not just from human ships but from satellites, from debris, from angles that should have been impossible. Kinetic rounds were worse. Solid metal slugs hit satellites and changed direction. They bounced through space like billiard balls, each impact sending them toward a new target. The aliens tried to shoot them down, but there were too many coming from too many directions. The alien fleet's formation, which had been so perfect and organized, became a death trap. Ships were too close together. When one vessel exploded, debris hit the ships near it. Those ships' shields failed and weapons fire found them. They exploded too, creating more debris. It was a chain reaction, a cascade of destruction, and the aliens had done most of it to themselves, simply by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Dae-hyun had fired only 60 rounds of ammunition. Those 60 rounds, bouncing through the satellite network he had prepared, had destroyed 17 alien ships and crippled 23 more. The rest were retreating as fast as their engines could push them. On the Defiance, Admiral Sung-ho watched the battle results with satisfaction. But he was not done making his point. He opened a communication channel to the fleeing aliens. He did not send threats or demands. He sent music. Queen's Another One Bites the Dust played on every alien communication frequency. The surviving aliens heard the human song as they fled. They did not understand the words, but they understood the meaning. Humans were mocking them. Back on Jupiter's relay station, Tae-yang was still working. He had recorded everything from the alien networks. Their panic, their confusion, their fear. He compiled it into a file and sent it to military intelligence. Then he planted one more surprise in the alien systems. A virus that would activate later. He did not tell anyone what it would do. He wanted it to be a surprise. In Seoul, Dr. Jiwoo was already working on the next phase. The aliens would come again. They had to. Their pride would not let them retreat after 2 defeats. And when they came, she would be ready with something special. Something that would not just destroy ships but break spirits. The alien high command held an emergency meeting. They had sent 100 ships to conquer humanity. 16 had been destroyed at Mars. 17 more destroyed at Earth, with 23 damaged beyond combat capability. More than half their invasion force was gone, and they still had not landed a single shot on a human vessel. The commanders argued. Some wanted to retreat, to study the humans more carefully before attacking again. Others demanded immediate revenge. In the end, pride won. The aliens would not accept defeat from primitives. They made a decision. They would send their elite forces, the Crimson Guard, veterans who had conquered dozens of worlds, soldiers who knew every tactic, every strategy, every rule of warfare. They would show these humans how real warriors fought. They would restore the honor of the Velkrin Empire. What they did not understand was that humans had spent their entire history breaking rules. And the war was just beginning. The warning came without mercy. One moment, the colonists on Titan Station were going about their normal work. The next moment, massive ships appeared in the sky. These were not human ships. They were something else entirely. Something alien. The ships were beautiful in a strange way. They looked like they were made of crystal and metal mixed together. They glowed with soft blue light, but their beauty made them no less dangerous. Within seconds of appearing, they powered up their weapons. The colonists could see energy building up along the sides of the alien vessels. Then came the message. It was broadcast on every frequency, in every language humanity had ever spoken. The voice was cold and emotionless. You are the species called humans. You are primitive. You are weak. Surrender now or be destroyed. You have 1 hour to respond. Admiral Sung-ho received the message on the bridge of his ship, the UNS Defiance. He was a tall man with gray hair and sharp eyes. He had fought in 3 colonial wars and never lost a battle. But he had never fought aliens before. Nobody had. For all of human history, they had been alone in the universe. Until now, the alien fleet was massive. Sung-ho's sensors counted over 60 ships, each one twice the size of his largest battleship. His entire defense fleet consisted of only 20 vessels. The aliens had better weapons, better shields, and better technology. By every logical calculation, humanity should surrender. Sung-ho laughed. His crew looked at him like he had gone crazy. Maybe he had. But in that moment, looking at those alien ships that thought humans would simply give up, he felt something burning in his chest. It was not fear. It was anger. And beneath the anger was something else. Something that had been part of humanity since the first human picked up a rock to defend their cave. The will to fight. The refusal to bow. The absolute certainty that nobody, not even superior aliens, would tell humanity what to do. Open a channel, Sung-Ho ordered. All frequencies. I want them to hear this clearly. His communication officer nodded and opened the channel. Sung-Ho stood up straight and spoke clearly. This is Admiral Sung-Ho of the United Nations Space Fleet. We have received your message. Here is our response. He nodded to his tactical officer. What happened next was not what the aliens expected. Instead of surrender terms or pleas for mercy, Sung-Ho broadcast something else. He sent them videos. Hundreds of videos from human history. The aliens watched as primitive humans fought with spears and swords. They saw armies numbering in the millions clash on ancient battlefields. They watched cities burn during the world wars. They saw the mushroom clouds of nuclear weapons rising over cities. They watched tanks roll across continents and bombers drop payload after payload on enemy targets. The broadcasts showed humanity's entire violent history. Every war, every battle, every innovation in killing that humans had developed over thousands of years. From stone axes to nuclear bombs, from hand-to-hand combat to orbital strikes, it was all there. A complete record of humanity's expertise in one particular field. War. The aliens watched in silence. They did not understand. Why would the humans show their violent past? Did they not realize it made them look brutal and uncivilized? Did they not know it proved they were primitives who solved problems through force? In a laboratory beneath Seoul, Dr. Jiwoo understood exactly what Sung-Ho was doing. She was a small woman with quick hands and a brilliant mind. She had spent 10 years developing weapons for the Space Defense Initiative. Now she watched the alien ships on her monitors and smiled. They think we're showing weakness, she said to her assistant. They think our history of violence makes us primitive. They're wrong. Our history of violence makes us experts. She pulled up her design files. For years she had been working on theoretical weapons. Weapons that broke the normal rules of warfare. Weapons that were not just effective but psychological. Weapons that would make an enemy afraid. Nobody had ever funded her projects. They seemed too strange, too unconventional. But now, with aliens threatening Earth, Jiwoo knew her time had come. She began running calculations, her fingers flying across holographic displays. Back in space, the alien fleet began moving. They had given humans 1 hour. That hour was almost up, and humanity had not surrendered. They had only sent strange videos of their primitive wars. The alien commander decided to teach these humans a lesson. The first target was Mars. A small human colony existed there with minimal defenses. It would be easy to destroy. It would show the humans that resistance was pointless. Commander Hyojin received the alert at Mars Defense Station. She was young for a commander, only 32, but she had earned her position through skill and intelligence. When she saw 20 alien ships heading toward Mars, she did not panic. All ships begin retreat pattern Delta, she ordered calmly. Make it look panicked. Make it look like we're running scared. Her officers looked confused, but they obeyed. The human ships around Mars fired their engines and began moving away from the alien fleet. Their movements looked disorganized, frightened. The aliens saw this and their confidence grew stronger. They pursued. This was exactly what Hyojin wanted. For weeks she had been studying the space around Mars. She knew every gravitational anomaly, every solar flare pattern, every piece of debris floating in the area, and she had been preparing. The human ships led the aliens deeper into the Mars orbital zone. The aliens followed eagerly, weapons ready to destroy the fleeing humans. They did not notice the small objects floating in space around them. Objects that looked like debris or asteroids. Objects that had been carefully positioned over the past 3 weeks. Hyojin watched her tactical display. The aliens were almost in position. Almost there. Just a little further now, she said quietly. The objects activated. They were not debris. They were gravity generators disguised to look harmless. When they powered up simultaneously, they created a massive gravitational well. Space itself seemed to bend and twist. The alien ships moving at high speed could not escape. 16 vessels were caught in the trap. Their hulls began to compress under the impossible gravitational forces. Metal screamed. Crystal shattered. Within 30 seconds, 16 alien ships had been crushed into tiny balls of compacted metal. The remaining alien ships stopped their pursuit immediately. They retreated at full speed, broadcasting emergency signals to their fleet. On the Defiance, Admiral Sung Ho watched the results. 16 enemy ships destroyed without firing a single shot. He allowed himself a small smile. The aliens were learning their first lesson about humans. Humans did not fight fair. Humans did not follow rules. Humans had spent thousands of years perfecting the art of killing, and they had gotten very, very good at it. Back in Seoul, Dr. Jiwoo saw the battle results and nodded with satisfaction. She sent a message to Admiral Sung Ho. It contained only 3 words. This is just beginning. The aliens had wanted war. They had declared it with confidence and superiority. They had expected humans to surrender or be quickly destroyed. They were about to learn that humanity's greatest weapon was not technology or numbers. It was creativity. The terrible, brilliant creativity that had turned warfare into an art form over 10,000 years of human history. The war had begun, and the aliens had no idea what was coming. The Crimson Guard arrived with ceremony and tradition. Their ships were painted deep red, the color of honor in Velcrin culture. They had fought in more than 100 battles across 50 years. They had never lost. Not once. Their commander was a veteran named Krell. He had studied human tactics from the previous battles. He saw the patterns, the traps, the deceptions. He believed he understood how humans fought. He would adapt. He would counter their tricks. He would win. Krell was wrong about many things. But mostly he was wrong about one important fact. Humans did not have tactics. Not in the way he understood the word. In the war room beneath Tokyo, strategist Minji studied the reports about the Crimson Guard. She was a quiet woman who thought in patterns and probabilities. She had spent her life studying military history from every human culture. Chinese, Roman, Mongol, German, American. She knew them all. More importantly, she understood something that the aliens did not. Human warfare was not about rules. It was about chaos controlled just enough to point it at the enemy. They expect us to have a strategy, Minji said to her team. They are studying our previous battles, trying to predict what we will do next. So we need to make sure we do not do anything predictable. Her assistant looked confused. How do we fight without a strategy? Minji smiled. We fight like jazz musicians. We improvise. Every note different. Every move unexpected. We make it up as we go. She created a plan that was barely a plan at all. She called it Operation Phantasm. The idea was simple but strange. Attack everywhere. Attack nowhere. Attack things that mattered. Attack things that did not matter. Make no sense at all. The operation began at 0300 hours. Human ships appeared in 12 different locations simultaneously. The Crimson Guard split their forces to respond to all the threats. At Location 1, human destroyers attacked an alien supply depot. They destroyed it completely, then moved on. At Location 2, human fighters fired missiles at an empty asteroid. They blew it apart for no apparent reason, then left. At Location 3, humans attacked one of their own destroyed ships from the first battle. They shot it repeatedly until nothing remained but tiny fragments. The aliens watched in confusion. What were the humans doing? There was no pattern, no logic. Some attacks were important. Some seemed totally pointless. The Crimson Guard commanders tried to find the strategy behind it all. There was no strategy. That was the point. While the aliens were trying to understand human logic, Dr. Jiwoo's weapons arrived at the battlefield. She had spent weeks designing them, not just for destruction but for terror. The first weapon was simple. Gravity mines that did not kill quickly. They caught alien ships and crushed them slowly, over minutes, not seconds. The alien crews had time to send distress calls. Time to panic. Time to scream. Time to know they were going to die but could do nothing to stop it. Other human ships received those distress calls and broadcast them on all frequencies. Every alien in the fleet heard their comrades dying slowly, helplessly. It was psychological warfare at its finest. The second weapon was stranger. Nanite swarms, tiny robots smaller than dust particles. They landed on alien ship hulls and began cutting. But they did not just cut holes. They cut patterns, artistic patterns, swirls and spirals and geometric shapes. The aliens watched their ships being carved like sculptures. Then the patterns exploded. The nanites had been programmed to create weak points that would cause maximum damage when they failed. But the worst weapon was the simplest. Electromagnetic pulse bombs. Not particularly advanced technology. Humans had been using them for 200 years, but Jiwoo had modified them with one addition. Before they exploded and disabled ship systems, they broadcast a message in Velcrin language. The message was written on the bomb casing. The pulse burned it into the alien ship's hull, branding the metal with words. Different bombs had different messages. Most were insults. Some were jokes. A few were just humans being creative with curse words. One bomb's message simply said, "This one is for Mars. Signed, Humanity." Engineer Yuna took things further. She designed kinetic impactors that hit in sequence. Each impact made a sound that traveled through the ship's structure. Different ships had different structural resonances. Yuna calculated exactly where and when to hit each ship to create specific sounds. The result was horrifying to the aliens. As their fleet was being destroyed, they heard rhythm. They heard percussion. They heard music. Human music, created by the impacts that were killing them. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, played by explosions and hull breaches. The famous four-note opening. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum. Each note was a ship being hit, damaged, or destroyed. The Crimson Guard's elite training had not prepared them for this. They knew how to fight enemies who wanted to win battles. They did not know how to fight enemies who treated battles like art projects. Commander Krell tried to rally his forces. He broadcast messages about honor and duty. He reminded them they were the elite, the best, the undefeated. Then Lieutenant Hyojin did something that broke him completely. She took one squadron, 12 small ships, and she started following Krell's flagship, just following it, matching every move, every turn, every course correction, never attacking, never even targeting weapons, just following and broadcasting circus music. Cheerful, bouncy, ridiculous circus music played on loop for 3 days straight. 72 hours of constant music. The alien crew could not sleep. They could not concentrate. The music was in their heads. Krell tried to destroy the human ships. But when he turned to fire, they were not there. Just holographic projections. The real ships were somewhere else. Watching, waiting, playing music. On the 4th day, Krell's crew was exhausted and paranoid. Their commander could not think straight. Everything seemed like a trick. Every sensor reading seemed like a deception. The music had driven them to the edge of sanity. That was when Hyojin struck. Not from above or beside. From below. From an angle the aliens had not bothered defending because it seemed unlikely. She fired everything her squadron had. Missiles, railguns, lasers. All at once the flagship's engines exploded. The ship went dark, floating dead in space. Hyojin did not destroy it. She left it alive. She used paint guns, the kind used for marking salvage, to write on the hull in massive letters. Better luck next time. The Crimson Guard retreated. Their undefeated record was broken. Their pride was shattered. Their confidence was gone. They sent a message to the Velcrin High Command. These humans do not fight like any species we have encountered. They do not follow rules of warfare. They do not seek honorable combat. They fight like the universe is their playground and war is a game they have been playing forever. We cannot defeat them with traditional tactics. We need a new approach. Back on Earth, Admiral Sung Ho read the intercepted message. Taeyang had provided it within minutes of it being sent. Sung Ho gathered his command staff. They are learning, he said. They understand now that we do not fight the way they expect. They will adapt their strategy. Minji nodded. So we adapt faster. We get more creative. More unpredictable. We show them that every time they think they understand us, we change the rules again. Dr. Jiwoo smiled. I have been working on new designs. Stranger ones. Weapons that will make the nanites look normal. Captain Daehyun looked concerned. Are we going too far? We are winning. Maybe we should offer them terms to surrender. Sung Ho shook his head. No, they came here to destroy us. They declared war without cause. We need to make sure they never ever think about attacking humans again. We need to make them afraid. So afraid that the thought of fighting humanity gives them nightmares. He looked at each of them. We are not just fighting a war. We are creating a lesson. A lesson that will echo across the galaxy for the next 1,000 years. When aliens hear the word human, they should feel fear. Minji understood. You want to turn this into mythology. Into legend. Into the warning story that parents tell their children. Exactly, Sung Ho said. We are going to create a masterpiece. The Crimson Guard was just practice. The real performance is about to begin. The aliens regrouped and planned their counterattack. They brought in psychological specialists to study human behavior. They analyzed every battle looking for weaknesses. What they did not realize was that humanity's greatest weakness was also its greatest strength. Humans were unpredictable even to themselves. They made things up as they went along. They broke their own rules. They surprised themselves. How could aliens predict what humans would do when humans did not know themselves? The Velcrin Emperor himself convened the War Council. He was old, ancient by their standards, and he had led the Empire through its greatest period of expansion. 40 species conquered, hundreds of worlds claimed, the Velcrin flag flew across a quarter of the galaxy, and now primitive humans were making him look foolish. This ends, the Emperor declared. We will assemble the Grand Armada. Every ship, every weapon, every soldier. We will crush them with overwhelming force. We will turn Earth into ash and scatter it across space. His generals warned that this was risky. If they committed everything and lost, the Empire would be vulnerable. But the Emperor's pride would not allow caution. Humans had humiliated his forces. They would pay 200 warships, the largest fleet in Velcrin history, more firepower than had been used in the last 10 wars combined. It would take 3 weeks to assemble them all. Tai Yang reported this to Human Command within hours. His infiltration of their networks was so complete that he read their messages before some of their own commanders did. Admiral Sung Ho studied the numbers. 200 ships. His entire fleet numbered 70 vessels, and many were damaged from previous battles. By every calculation, this should be impossible to win. He smiled. They are giving us exactly what we need, he said to his staff. A grand stage. An audience of their entire empire. The perfect opportunity to create our masterpiece. He called together every commander, every scientist, every strategist. The meeting lasted 12 hours. They planned every detail, every moment, every explosion. They were not just planning a battle. They were choreographing a performance. Minji created the timing charts. Dr. Jiwoo designed the weapons. Captain Daehyun calculated firing solutions. Lieutenant Hyojin planned fighter movements. Engineer Yuna programmed the sequence. It was called the Requiem Protocol, named after the musical composition for the dead, because that was what this battle would be. A funeral. A symphony. A masterpiece written in fire and metal. The Grand Armada arrived at Mars 3 weeks later. The Emperor himself was aboard the flagship, ready to witness humanity's destruction. The aliens expected to find human forces hiding, scattered, trying desperately to defend Earth. Instead, they found humanity's entire fleet waiting for them. Not hiding, not running, just waiting in perfect formation. Admiral Sung Ho broadcast a message to the Velcrin Emperor. You wanted a battle. You wanted to see human forces. Here we are, all of us. Come and take what you can. The Emperor was insulted by such arrogance. He had 200 ships against 70. The humans were inviting their own destruction. He accepted the invitation. All ships, attack formation. Destroy them all. Leave nothing alive. The Grand Armada moved forward in precise military formation. Disciplined, organized, perfect. They locked weapons on human targets and prepared to fire. The humans charged straight at them. It was suicide. Tactical insanity. 70 ships charging directly into 200. The aliens could not believe what they were seeing. Were humans really this stupid? This desperate? Sung Ho gave the order. All ships execute Requiem. Mark 1. The human fleet opened fire, but not at the aliens. They fired at each other, or seemed to. Ships exploded in brilliant fireballs. Vessels broke apart in carefully calculated ways. Debris scattered in specific patterns. The aliens watched in confusion. Were the humans destroying themselves? Had they gone mad? Then they realized. The destroyed human ships were old vessels, damaged ones from previous battles, ships that could barely fight anyway. Humans had filled them with drones and explosives and sent them forward as sacrifices. And their deaths were beautiful. Each explosion was timed, positioned, calculated for maximum visual impact. Colors shifted from orange to white to blue as different fuel types ignited. The debris scattered in spiraling patterns. It looked like artwork, like fireworks, like a display meant to entertain, but it was also a distraction. While the aliens watched the light show, Tai Yang activated his hidden code. 3 weeks ago he had planted it in their systems. Now it executed. Every Velcrin ship in the Grand Armada simultaneously lost control of weapons, navigation, and life support systems for exactly 90 seconds in that window. Humanity struck with everything they had. Captain Daehyun's battleships fired their main guns. Not scatter shots. Not wild shooting. Every round was precisely aimed. Each hit exactly where it needed to hit. Daehyun had spent weeks calculating these angles. He knew where every alien ship would be at every moment. Lieutenant Hyojin's fighter wings launched their missiles. Hundreds of them, guided munitions that wove between exploding ships like dancers. They found engines, reactors, weapon systems, the weakest points on every vessel. Engineer Yuna's kinetic artillery fired in perfect sequence. Each impact was timed to the microsecond. The sounds they created traveled through the hulls of dying ships. The percussion was precise, rhythmic, musical. Dr. Jiwoo's special weapons deployed. Cluster warheads that separated into dozens of smaller charges. Each charge detonated at a specific time and place. The pattern of explosions spread across the alien fleet like ripples in water. From the observation post on Luna, the battle was visible as pure light. The space around Mars became a canvas. Explosions bloomed like flowers. Energy beams traced geometric patterns. Ships exploded in cascading waves. Colors shifted and changed. Orange flames from fuel, white flashes from reactors, blue energy from shields failing, red from alien hull metal vaporizing. The colors created patterns, spirals, fractals, expanding rings. Minji had calculated it all. Every explosion contributed to the larger pattern. When viewed from above, from the angle where the Emperor's flagship watched, the battle created a picture. It was a human skull, made of explosions and dying ships, visible for just 20 seconds before it faded. But those 20 seconds were captured by every recording device in the alien fleet. The 90-second window closed. Alien systems restored. But 60% of the Grand Armada was already gone. 120 ships destroyed or critically damaged in less than 2 minutes. The surviving aliens tried to fight back. But they were surrounded by their own debris. Their formations were shattered. They could not tell where the next attack would come from, and the humans were not done. Minji had predicted the alien retreat vectors. Where ships would try to run when they realized they were losing, she had positioned mines along every escape route. Not random mines. Mines placed to spell words. The first alien ships that tried to flee ran into the minefields. The mines detonated in sequence. The explosions were visible from the fleeing ship's sensors. They formed letters, words. We warned you. The message was in Velcrin language, clear and impossible to miss. As the aliens fled, dying from mines and human weapons, they read humanity's message over and over. Commander Krell, who had survived the previous battle, saw everything from his crippled ship. He watched the Grand Armada fall apart. He watched the Emperor's flagship get hit by 3 different weapons simultaneously. He watched as humanity turned war into performance art. He recorded everything and sent it back to the Velcrin homeworld with one message. Do not fight these creatures. They are not like us. They do not see war as necessity. They see it as creativity. They are artists who paint with death. We cannot win. The Emperor's flagship tried to escape. It was the most advanced ship in the Velcrin fleet. It had the best shields, the fastest engines, the strongest armor. But it was also the biggest target. Yuna had saved something special for it. A weapon she called the Brush. It was a mining laser modified to have artistic precision. She used it to carve into the flagship's armor as it fled. The carving was not random. It was artwork. Human artwork. She carved images from human history into the alien hull. The Great Wall of China, the Roman Colosseum, the pyramids of Egypt. All the monuments that showed humanity building, creating, surviving. And at the very bottom she carved one more image. Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, the perfect human form, standing on a pile of alien skulls. The flagship escaped with its life. Barely. But it carried those carvings forever. A permanent reminder burned into its hull. When the battle ended, 53 human ships remained. All damaged, all exhausted, but alive. The Grand Armada was gone. 200 ships reduced to wreckage floating in space around Mars. Sung-Ho broadcast a message. Not to the survivors. To everyone. To every alien in Velcrin space who could hear. To the galaxy itself, you came to destroy us. You believed we were weak, primitive, easy prey. You were wrong. We are artists. We create, we build, we survive. And when forced to fight, we turn destruction into art. Look at what we did to your greatest fleet. Look at the patterns. Look at the beauty. This is what happens when you threaten humanity. Remember this day. Remember this battle. Remember that we tried to warn you. Back on the Velcrin homeworld, the High Command watched the recordings. They watched their fleet die in patterns. They watched explosions form pictures. They watched humans turn war into something that looked choreographed. For the first time in Velcrin history, they considered surrender. The surrender message arrived 6 days after the Battle of Mars. It was formal, official, and unconditional. The Velcrin Empire would withdraw from all human territories. They would pay reparations. They would never threaten humanity again. Admiral Sung Ho read the message 3 times. Then he called his command staff together. They want to surrender, he said. They want us to accept their terms and let them go home. Dr. Jiwoo raised an eyebrow. And will we? Sung Ho was quiet for a long moment. He thought about all the humans who had died when this war started. The colonists on Titan Station who had no warning. The merchant ships destroyed in the first attacks. The families torn apart by alien aggression. We will accept their surrender, he said finally. But we will not let them forget what happened here. We need to make sure that no alien species anywhere in the galaxy ever thinks humans are easy targets again. Minji nodded slowly. You want to create something permanent. Something that lasts. Exactly, Sung Ho agreed. We need a monument. A memorial. Something so big and so impossible to ignore that it becomes part of their culture, part of their history. We need to make sure that in 1,000 years, alien children will still know what happened when someone attacked humanity. The idea took shape over the next week. Engineers, artists, scientists, and military strategists all contributed. The result was ambitious. Some said it was too much. Others said it was perfect. They called it the monument. Using salvaged Velcrin technology and human engineering, they would create an artificial moon. A massive structure that would orbit the Velcrin homeworld, visible from the surface, impossible to ignore. A permanent reminder carved into their sky. The Velcrin government protested. They said it was humiliating, excessive, unnecessary. They had surrendered. They had admitted defeat. Why make it worse? Sung Ho's response was simple. You declared war without warning. You attacked us intending to destroy our entire species. This is mercy. You get to live. You get to keep your world. All we ask is that you remember. Construction took 3 months. Human ships brought materials. Velcrin workers under human supervision assembled the structure. It grew in orbit, piece by piece, until it dominated the night sky above their capital city. The surface of the artificial moon was carved with reliefs. Massive sculptures, each 1 kilometer high, depicting the war from beginning to end. Every battle. Every human victory. Every Velcrin defeat. Engineer Yuna designed the lighting system. The sculptures were embedded with materials that glowed at night. The monument lit up when darkness fell, bright enough to read by on the planet's surface. It never got dark anymore on the Velcrin homeworld. The monument always shone. Captain Dae-Hyun oversaw the technical systems. At the center of the monument was a holographic projector, the most powerful one ever built. It broadcast images into space. Images of the war, the climactic moments from the Battle of Mars, the explosions forming patterns, the skull made of dying ships the hologram played on loop. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Forever. Anyone in the Velcrin system could see it. The ships in orbit saw it. The stations around other planets saw it. Tourists who visited saw it. There was no escape from the reminder. But the hologram's final scene was the most important. It showed Admiral Sung Ho standing on the bridge of the Defiance. It showed him speaking directly to the camera. His message played in Velcrin language so everyone could understand. We are artists. Our medium is survival. Our canvas is the stars. For 10,000 years, humanity has fought wars. We have created every weapon, every tactic, every strategy. We do not fight because we love violence. We fight because we refuse to die. Those who threaten us do not face mere soldiers. They face creators who have perfected annihilation as an art form. Remember the Velcrin Empire. Remember what happened when they attacked humanity. Learn from their mistake. Lieutenant Hyojin, now promoted to admiral for her service, attended the monument's dedication ceremony. She stood on the artificial moon's surface and looked down at the Velcrin homeworld below. Billions of aliens living under a sky that would never let them forget. She felt no joy in their suffering, only satisfaction that the job was done. The warning was complete. On the planet's surface, Velcrin citizens looked up at the monument with mixed feelings. Shame, fear, resignation. Their children asked questions. Why is it there? What happened? And the parents had to explain. Over and over, generation after generation, the war became their defining moment. The mistake that changed everything. Before they had been conquerors. Now they were the ones conquered. The ones who learned the hard way that humans should never be underestimated. Taiyang had his own contribution to the memorial. He planted one final piece of code in every Velcrin computer system across their empire. Dormant. Invisible. Waiting. The code had one trigger. If any Velcrin ever researched weapons designed to fight humans, if they ever started planning attacks, if they ever even looked at human territories with military interest, the code would activate. Their screens would fill with images, burning ships, artistic explosions, the skull pattern from the Battle of Mars, the monument's hologram, the Emperor's flagship with human artwork carved into its hull, every reminder of their defeat flooding their vision, and underneath the images one message. Remember, do not forget. Do not try again. It was psychological warfare that would last forever, a digital ghost haunting their systems. Taiyang never told anyone exactly how deep his code went. Even he was not entirely sure anymore. It had grown and adapted so much that it might as well be alive. Back on Earth, humanity celebrated. But the celebrations were quieter than expected. People understood that something had changed. They had proven themselves to the galaxy. They had shown that humans could fight and win against superior technology, but the cost was visible in every veteran's eyes. The trauma was real. The losses hurt. War was still war, no matter how artistically it was conducted. Dr. Jiwoo returned to her laboratory beneath Seoul. She looked at all her weapon designs, the gravity traps, the nanite swarms, the musical kinetic impactors. They had worked perfectly. They had helped win the war. She deleted them all. These worked too well, she told her assistant. Someone might be tempted to use them again, but these weapons were designed for a specific enemy, against species that valued honor and predictability. Other enemies will be different. We need to stay creative. Never rely on what worked before. She started fresh, new designs, new ideas, because she understood the fundamental truth about human warfare. It evolved. It adapted. It never stayed the same. The moment you thought you understood it, it changed. Minji wrote a book about the war. Not a military history, not a tactical analysis. She wrote about the philosophy behind what they had done, why they fought the way they fought, why creativity was humanity's greatest weapon. The book became required reading at every military academy in human space, but it was also read by civilians, artists, musicians, dancers, because it was not just about war. It was about human nature, about the drive to create, to survive, to turn even destruction into something meaningful. Admiral Sung Ho retired after the war. He was offered medals and parades. He declined them all. He had done what needed to be done. Nothing more. He moved to a small house by the sea and spent his days painting. Real painting, with brushes and canvas, landscapes, seascapes, peaceful things. Beautiful things that existed only to be beautiful, not to send messages or warnings. When reporters asked him about the war, he always said the same thing. We did what we had to do. We survived, we won. But do not celebrate war. Celebrate peace. Celebrate that we can now create without fear. The galaxy watched all of this happen. Other species monitored human communications. They saw the monument. They heard the stories. They studied the battle records and they learned. Some species sent diplomatic messages. They wanted to trade with humans, to establish friendly relations, to make absolutely sure humans knew they were not threats. Other species simply marked human space on their maps with warnings. Do not engage. Do not threaten. Avoid contact if possible. A few species tried to study human tactics hoping to copy them. They failed. Because human tactics were not about memorizing patterns. They were about creativity, about making things up in the moment, about adapting faster than the enemy could predict. You could not copy creativity. You either had it or you did not. Years passed, then decades. The monument still orbited the Velcrin homeworld, still glowed at night, still broadcast its message. New generations of Velcrin grew up under its light. To them it was just part of the sky, a permanent fixture, a reminder they had never known life without. Some of them learned to appreciate it in a strange way. It was beautiful in its way. The carvings were magnificent. The hologram was impressive. If you could forget what it represented, it was actually quite artistic, which was exactly the point. That was the final lesson, the deepest message. Humans could make even warnings beautiful. Even threats could be artistic. Even reminders of defeat could be crafted with care, because that was what humans did. They created. In peace, they built civilizations. In war, they built masterpieces of destruction. Either way, they created. And that was why nobody attacked humanity again. Not because they feared human weapons, but because they feared human creativity. The holographic image filled the war room with blue light. Emperor Vorthak the Magnificent stood 12 feet tall, his forearms spread wide in a gesture meant to inspire fear. His scales shimmered with colors that humans had no names for, and his 3 eyes glowed with what he probably thought was terrifying intensity. General Sarah Chen sat in her chair at the head of the command table, her hands folded neatly in front of her. Around the table sat the other members of Earth's Joint Military Command. Generals, admirals, and commanders from every nation on Earth watched the hologram with careful attention. Humans of Earth, the Emperor's voice boomed through the translation software. The Galactic Empire, representing 847 species across 200,000 star systems, hereby declares war upon your primitive civilization. General Marcus Wu, sitting to Chen's left, raised an eyebrow. He looked at Chen, but she kept her face perfectly neutral. The Emperor continued his speech. You have committed grave crimes against the established order of the galaxy. You have expanded into 3 star systems without Imperial permission. You have refused to accept Imperial authority over your species. Most dangerous of all, you have spread poisonous ideas among our client species. Ideas like democracy, individual rights, and self-determination. Admiral Kenji Yamamoto made a small sound in his throat. It might have been a cough. It might have been something else. You have 72 standard hours to surrender, Emperor Vorthak declared. Dismantle your military. Submit to Imperial rule. Accept your place as a client species under our protection. If you refuse, we will eradicate your civilization completely. Every human colony will burn. Your homeworld will be reduced to ash. This is not a negotiation. This is your only warning. The hologram flickered and died. The war room fell into silence. General Chen looked around the table. Every face she saw was carefully controlled. These were professional military officers who had spent decades learning to keep their emotions hidden during briefings. But she could see it in their eyes. The slight twitches at the corners of their mouths. The way General Viktor Volkov's shoulders shook just a little bit. Does anyone have initial thoughts? Chen asked, her voice level and calm. That was when General Wu lost his composure. A small chuckle escaped his lips. He tried to cover it with his hand, but it was too late. Admiral Yamamoto snorted. Actually snorted, like a teenager trying not to laugh in class. General Volkov's carefully maintained poker face cracked. A grin spread across his weathered features, and then Chen felt it too. The absurdity of it all. The sheer, ridiculous, impossible ignorance of what they had just heard. A laugh bubbled up from her chest. She tried to stop it. She really did, but it burst out anyway. Within seconds, the entire war room erupted in laughter. Generals who had stared down nuclear threats without flinching doubled over in their chairs. Admirals who had maintained perfect discipline through real crises wiped tears from their eyes. The Supreme Military Command of humanity laughed until their sides hurt. The alien diplomats standing at the back of the room looked horrified. Ambassador Trellick of the Zelkon Confederacy, a neutral observer, stared at the humans like they had lost their minds. His translator device kept making confused beeping sounds, as if it couldn't believe what it was processing. Chen managed to get herself under control after a full minute. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Oh my God, she gasped. They really don't know, do they? Know what? Admiral Yamamoto asked, still grinning. That we have ships? That we have weapons? That we have the slightest idea what we're doing? I don't think they know any of it, General Wu said. He pulled up a data pad and started scrolling through information. Look at this. Imperial intelligence reports on humanity. They've only encountered our colony ships. Unarmed civilian vessels. They think that's representative of our entire civilization. They've never seen a warship, Volkov said, his Russian accent thick with amusement. Not one. In 300 years of space travel, we have successfully hidden every single military vessel from them. To be fair, Chen said, that was intentional. We wanted to appear non-threatening during first contact. Well, it worked too well, Wu replied. According to this, they think our most advanced weapons are fusion-powered kinetic railguns. They have no idea about the gravitational drives, no clue about the compressed matter armor. They don't even know we have antimatter. Admiral Yamamoto pulled up another screen. Their weapons assessment is hilarious. They think we're still using chemical propellants for basic defense. They estimated our largest ship at maybe 200 meters long. The smallest ship in our fleet is 400 meters, Chen noted. The UESS Consequence is waiting for them at Arcturus Gateway right now. She's a destroyer. Their intel probably classifies her as a super dreadnought. More chuckles around the table. Should we tell them? Yamamoto asked. I mean, before they do something really stupid? Tell them what? Volkov said. That humanity spent 200 years preparing for the worst-case scenario? That every year we didn't meet hostile aliens, we just prepared harder? That we built weapons we prayed we would never have to use? Chen stood up and walked to the large window overlooking Geneva. The city sparkled below her. Peaceful. Prosperous. A monument to what humanity had achieved after finally ending their wars with each other. They don't understand, she said quietly. They see 3 little farm colonies and think they know us. They've never looked at Earth, never studied our history. If they had, they would have run screaming in the opposite direction. 10,000 years of warfare, Wu said. 2 world wars. A nuclear exchange that nearly ended us. And that was just us fighting ourselves. They think 72 hours is enough time for us to panic and surrender, Yamamoto added. They don't realize we've been ready for this since before they knew we existed. Chen turned back to face her officers. Gentlemen and ladies, she nodded to the female generals at the far end of the table. I think we need to teach the Galactic Empire a lesson in humility. But we'll do it carefully. We don't want to destroy them. We just need them to understand that attacking humanity is a very bad idea. What's the plan? Volkov asked. We accept their invitation, Chen said. They want to meet us at Arcturus Gateway. Fine, we'll be there. Captain Santos and the Consequence will greet them. We'll see how they react to actual human military technology. And if they attack? Wu asked. Then Captain Santos has authorization to defend herself, Chen replied. 1 shot. That's all it should take. And the main fleet? Yamamoto asked. We'll arrive fashionably late, Chen said with a smile. Let them see what they're really dealing with. Let them count the ships. Let them scan our hulls and realize their weapons can't scratch our paint. Then we'll talk about terms. Terms of their surrender, you mean? Volkov said. Exactly. Chen sat down at her console and began typing. I'm composing our response now. Something polite, professional, maybe just a little bit smug. She typed for a few minutes while the others watched. Finally, she read it aloud. To Emperor Vorthak the Magnificent and the Galactic Empire. We acknowledge receipt of your declaration of war. Your terms are acceptable. We will meet your fleet at the Arcturus Gateway in 72 hours. Please bring everything you have. We want this to be educational for all parties involved. Signed, General Sarah Chen, Supreme Commander, United Earth Space Forces. The room filled with quiet laughter again. Send it, Chen said. And someone get me Captain Santos on the line. She's going to want to polish her ship. We're about to make one hell of a first impression. As the message transmitted across the stars, the human generals settled in to wait. They had spent 2 centuries preparing for this moment. They could wait 72 more hours. Outside the window, Earth continued its peaceful rotation. Cities glowed in the darkness. Ships moved through orbit. Children played in parks. Life went on, completely unaware that humanity was about to teach the galaxy's greatest empire a lesson it would never forget. And in a military shipyard on the dark side of the moon, 500 warships began their final preparations for deployment. Supreme Admiral Krelnok stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Eternal Dominion, and felt satisfied with what he saw. Through the massive viewscreen, 10,000 Imperial warships spread out in perfect formation. The fleet represented the largest military force assembled in 500 years. Ships from 200 different species, all united under the Imperial banner. Status report, he commanded. All ships in position, Supreme Admiral. His tactical officer reported. We have positioned battlecruisers in the front line with support carriers behind. Long-range weapons are charged and ready. We are prepared for the human surrender fleet. Krelnak clicked his mandibles together in satisfaction. This would be a simple operation. The humans would arrive with whatever pathetic vessels they could gather. They would see the might of the Empire. They would surrender immediately. It would all be over before dinner. Supreme Admiral, the censor officer called out. We have a contact. Single vessel. Human signature. One ship? Krelnak felt insulted. They send one ship to surrender? The view screen zoomed in on the approaching vessel. It was dark gray with clean lines and no obvious weapons ports. It was bigger than Krelnak expected, maybe 400 meters long, but still just one ship against 10,000. Open a channel, he ordered. The screen flickered. A human woman appeared wearing a dark blue uniform with gold trim. She looked young, with dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. She was smiling. Good morning, the human said cheerfully. I'm Captain Maria Santos of the United Earth ship Consequence. Welcome to the Arcturus Gateway. Sorry we're not more prepared for guests. The main fleet is running a bit late. Traffic, you know how it is. Krelnak stared at her. Was she joking? Did she not understand the situation? Human captain, he said, putting as much authority into his voice as possible. You stand before the first assault fleet of the Galactic Empire. You will surrender your vessel immediately and prepare to be boarded. Captain Santos tilted her head. Oh, I don't think so. See, we came here to have a conversation about your declaration of war. We thought maybe you didn't have all the facts. The only fact that matters is Imperial superiority, Krelnak said. Your ship will surrender or be destroyed. The captain's smile faded. Admiral, I'm going to be honest with you. You really don't want to do this. Why don't we all take a moment, have some coffee, and talk about this like reasonable people? Fire, Krelnak ordered. 300 Imperial warships opened fire at once. Plasma torpedoes streaked through space, glowing blue and green. Particle beams lanced out in brilliant streams of light. Fusion missiles left trails of fire behind them. All of it focused on the single human ship. The bridge crew of the Eternal Dominion watched their screens, waiting for the human vessel to explode, or at least to activate defensive shields. But nothing happened. The weapon struck the Consequence dead on. Light and energy engulfed the human ship completely. When the light faded, the Consequence was still there. Not a scratch on her hull, not even a scorch mark. Report, Krelnak demanded, his voice tight. Impossible reading, Supreme Admiral, the weapons officer said, all four of his eyes wide with shock. Our weapons hit the target. We have confirmed impacts. But there's no damage. None at all. How is that possible? I don't know, sir. Their hull appears to be made of compressed matter. The molecular bonds are far stronger than anything we've ever seen. Our energy weapons can't even heat it up. On the view screen, Captain Santos reappeared. She looked disappointed. That was rude, she said. We came here to talk and you opened fire. I was really hoping we could skip this part, but okay, if that's how you want to play it. She turned her head to the side. Mr. Chen, please demonstrate why attacking human vessels is a poor life choice. 1 round. Let's not be excessive. Yes, ma'am. A male voice responded from off-screen. The Consequence didn't do anything dramatic. No glowing weapons. No buildup of energy. There was just a small flash from a port on the ship's side. Something launched into space, moving so fast that Imperial sensors barely registered. It then 16 Imperial warships simply ceased to exist. Krelnak watched in horror as the projectile punched through the first ship like it wasn't even there. The vessel exploded from the inside, torn apart by kinetic energy. The projectile didn't slow down. It hit the second ship, then the third, then the fourth. By the time the tungsten slug finally ran out of momentum, it had destroyed 16 ships in a perfectly straight line. The shockwaves from the explosions damaged 40 more vessels around them. What was that? Krelnak whispered. His science officer checked the readings, his hands shaking. A kinetic projectile, Supreme Admiral. Solid matter. Tungsten, I think. It was moving at 0.3 the speed of light. That's impossible. Nothing can accelerate matter to those speeds. Apparently humans can. On the screen, Captain Santos looked apologetic. That was our lightest gun. We call it a point defense weapon. We use it to shoot down incoming missiles. Our actual weapons are much bigger. Would you like to continue this conversation, Admiral? Or shall we proceed to the unpleasant part? Krelnak felt something he hadn't experienced in his entire military career. Fear. Real, genuine fear. Retreat, he started to say. Supreme Admiral, the censor officer interrupted. New contacts. Multiple ships emerging from faster-than-light travel. 500 contacts. All human signatures. The view screen pulled back to show the arriving human fleet. Krelnak's heart stopped beating for a moment. The smallest human ship was twice the size of his flagship. The largest vessels were over 3 kilometers long, massive structures that looked like mobile fortresses. They moved in perfect formation, spreading out in a defensive pattern that protected the consequence. Their hulls were the same dark gray, covered in armor plating that looked thick enough to stop a planet. Energy readings? Krelnak asked weakly. Off the scale, sir. Each of those ships has power output equal to a small star. Their weapons ports are bigger than our ships. Captain Santos spoke again. Admiral, I'd like you to meet the Third Fleet. That's Admiral Yamamoto's command. He's a good man, very professional. But he's also very protective of his ships. He doesn't like it when people shoot at his captains. A new screen opened next to Santos. An older human man with gray hair and a severe expression stared at Krelnak. Admiral, the man said simply. His voice was cold enough to freeze hydrogen. I'm ordering a full retreat, Krelnak said quickly. We will withdraw from this system immediately. Smart choice, Santos said. But before you go, I need you to understand something. The Empire picked a fight with the wrong species. Humans have been preparing for war for 200 years. We've built weapons we prayed we'd never use. We've developed technology that would give our ancestors nightmares, and we've done it all because we were terrified that someone like you might show up. She leaned forward and her expression became very serious. You met our civilian colony ships and thought you knew us. You saw farmers and families and thought we were weak. You never looked at our history. You never studied what we did to ourselves before we reached the stars. If you had, you would have known better. What are you? Krelnak asked. We're survivors, Admiral. We're the species that climbed out of a gravity well that should have kept us grounded. We're the people who split the atom and almost destroyed ourselves, then decided to aim that power at the stars instead. We're the civilization that had 2 world wars and a nuclear exchange, and we're still here. Santos stood up. Take this message back to your Emperor. Humanity doesn't want war. We never did. But if you bring war to us, we will end it. Decisively, do you understand? Krelnak nodded slowly. I understand. Good. You have 24 hours to leave human space. After that, we'll consider any Imperial vessel an act of war. Oh, and Admiral, tell your Emperor something for me. What? Tell him that the 3 farm colonies he wants back? He can have them. We'll even pay reparations for any inconvenience. But he needs to sign a peace treaty first. A real one. With actual terms. Because if he decides to continue this war, humanity will do what we do best. Which is? Santos smiled, but it wasn't a friendly expression. Win, absolutely and completely. The transmission ended. Krelnak stood on his bridge, surrounded by officers who looked as shaken as he felt. 10,000 ships had met one human destroyer, and they had been the ones who retreated. Begin withdrawal, he ordered quietly. All ships. Maximum speed. Get us out of here. As the Imperial fleet limped away, the human ships didn't follow. They just waited, watching, making sure the Empire left, making sure the message was clear. Captain Santos sat back in her chair and let out a long breath. Stand down from combat alert, she told her crew. But keep weapons hot, just in case they're dumb enough to come back. Do you think they'll sue for peace? Her executive officer asked. Eventually, Santos replied, after they realize what they're really facing. After they understand that humanity stopped being prey a long time ago. She looked out at the stars and wondered what would come next. Emperor Vorthak sat on his throne and tried to understand how everything had gone so wrong. The reports from Admiral Krelnak made no sense. One human ship had survived the combined firepower of 300 Imperial warships. One human weapon had destroyed 16 Imperial vessels with a single shot. And a human fleet of 500 ships had made the entire First Assault Fleet retreat without firing another round. Explain this to me, the Emperor demanded. How can a species only 300 years into space travel have such technology? His chief science advisor, a small creature named Prill who had 12 doctorates, stepped forward nervously. Your Majesty, we have been studying all available data on human civilization. The results are disturbing. Show me. Prill activated a holographic display. An image of Earth appeared, rotating slowly in the center of the throne room. This is the human homeworld. They call it Earth. It appears to be a standard Class M planet at first glance, but when we examine it more closely, we find something terrifying. The image zoomed in to show Earth's surface. Mountains, oceans, forests, and deserts appeared. Earth is what humans call a death world, Your Majesty. The gravity is 1.0 standard. That's 30% higher than the galactic average. The weather is violent and unpredictable. The planet is home to countless predators, diseases, and natural disasters. Many species evolve on harsh worlds, Vorthak said. What makes this special? It's not just the world, Your Majesty. It's what the world created. Prill brought up images of human history. Humans have been fighting for their entire existence, not just against their environment, against each other. The hologram showed ancient battles, humans with swords and spears fighting in massive armies, cities burning, empires rising and falling. This is normal evolution, Vorthak said, waving a hand dismissively. All species have conflict in their past. Not like this, Your Majesty. Prill's voice became very quiet. The average imperial war has casualties in the thousands, sometimes tens of thousands. Human wars have killed hundreds of millions. The throne room fell silent. Even the Emperor's guard stopped moving. That's impossible, Vorthak said. No species could survive that level of violence. Yet they did. Prill showed more images. They fought with stones and sticks, then bronze and iron, then gunpowder and explosives, then chemical weapons and biological agents, and finally nuclear weapons. The hologram showed mushroom clouds rising over human cities. Vorthak felt sick looking at it. This was what they called World War II, Prill explained. It lasted 6 years. 75 million humans died. That's more casualties than the entire empire has suffered in the last 1,000 years of all our wars combined. How did their civilization survive? One of the generals asked. Barely, Prill said. But they learned. They built organizations to prevent global war. They created weapons treaties. They worked toward peace. And for a time, it worked. But then they had another war. A nuclear exchange that nearly ended their species. The hologram showed devastated cities and barren landscapes. 3 billion humans died in what they called the final war. They almost went extinct, but they didn't. They survived. And when they rebuilt, they made a decision. What decision? Vorthak asked. Never again. Prill brought up images of human military facilities, massive shipyards in space, weapons testing on barren moons, research stations that stretched for miles. They decided that never again would humanity be vulnerable. They would prepare for every possible threat. They would build weapons to defend against anything. They were preparing for us, Vorthak realized, even before they met us. They were preparing for anything, Your Majesty. Their military doctrine is based on something they call mutually assured destruction. If you attack humanity, they will make sure you regret it so much that you'll never consider attacking them again. Another advisor stepped forward. This one was an expert in military history. Your Majesty, I have reviewed human tactical manuals. Their approach to warfare is completely different from ours. How so? The Empire fights for territory and resources. We conquer planets and add them to our holdings. We fight battles to win ground. Humans fight to win wars. They don't care about individual battles. They care about the final outcome, and they're willing to sacrifice anything to achieve it. The advisor brought up footage from the Arcturus Gateway encounter. Look at how the human captain behaved. She offered peace first. She tried to talk. But when fired upon, she responded with overwhelming force. Not to destroy the fleet, but to teach a lesson. That's sophisticated strategy. They could have destroyed Admiral Krelnak's entire fleet, another general noted. 500 human warships against 10,000 Imperial vessels that can't damage them. It would have been a massacre. But they didn't do it. They showed restraint. Restraint born from confidence, the Emperor said quietly. They know they can win, so they don't need to prove it. Prill brought up more data. Your Majesty, there's something else you need to understand. The 3 colony systems we demanded they surrender, they're farm colonies, just civilians growing food. The Empire has never seen a human military installation. What? All human military development happens in their home system or in classified locations. The colony ships we encountered were deliberately unarmed. They wanted to appear non-threatening during first contact with alien species. They were being cautious. Vorthak felt a chill run through his body. They've been hiding their true capabilities from us. From everyone, Your Majesty. We found references in their public communications to something they call the Luna Protocols. Every human military vessel, every weapon, every defensive installation is hidden from casual observation. They've been doing this for 200 years. Why? Because they were afraid, Prill said simply. They reached the stars and found an empty galaxy. They expected to meet other species. They hoped those species would be friendly. But they prepared for the possibility that they wouldn't be. They prepared for species like us. The Emperor stood and walked to the hologram. He stared at the image of Earth, that small blue world that had produced such a terrifying civilization. What else have we learned? He asked. The military advisor pulled up technical specifications. Their ships are built differently than ours. We use energy shields for defense. They use compressed matter armor. Our weapons can't damage it. Their ships are slower than ours, but their weapons have longer range and much more power. They've weaponized relativity itself. Relativity? The projectile that destroyed 16 of our ships was just a piece of metal, Your Majesty. But it was moving so fast that it had the kinetic energy of a small nuclear weapon. And that was their smallest gun. Another image appeared. A massive human warship, one of the 3-kilometer vessels from the fleet. This is what they call a dreadnought. Our analysis suggests it could destroy an entire Imperial battle group by itself, and they have at least 50 of them. And they're antimatter weapons, another scientist added nervously. We detected trace signatures of antimatter reactors on several human ships. If they have antimatter weapons, Your Majesty, they could crack planets. Vorthak returned to his throne and sat heavily. How did we not know any of this? We weren't looking, Your Majesty, Prill said. We saw what we expected to see. A young species, peaceful colonists. We never imagined they could be this dangerous because we've never encountered a species like them before. What do you mean? Most species, when they reach the stars, have left their violent past behind. They've evolved beyond warfare. But humans are different. They unified their world not through evolution but through near extinction. They didn't leave their warrior nature behind. They just redirected it. A new hologram appeared. It showed human soldiers training, human ships in formation, human weapons being tested. All of it done with precision and discipline. They don't want war, Prill continued. That much is clear from their history and their behavior. They tried diplomacy first at Arcturus. They offered peace. But they're absolutely prepared for war if it comes. And they're very, very good at it. The Emperor sat in silence for a long time. His advisors waited nervously. Finally, Vorthak spoke. What do you recommend? Peace, Your Majesty, Prill said immediately. Immediate and unconditional peace. We apologize for the misunderstanding. We offer them the 3 systems back plus reparations. We sign whatever treaty they want. Because if we continue this war, we will lose. You're certain? Your Majesty, humanity has spent 200 years preparing for this exact scenario. They have weapons we can't defend against. They have strategies we don't understand. And most importantly, they have experience with total war that we can't imagine. Vorthak looked around at his advisors. Does anyone disagree? No one spoke. The most powerful military minds in the Empire all agreed. Humanity was too dangerous to fight. Very well, the Emperor said. Prepare a delegation. We will seek peace terms. And pray that the humans are as merciful as they appear to be. Emperor Vorthak refused to surrender. His advisors had shown him the data. They had explained the danger. But pride was a powerful force. and the Emperor had ruled for 300 years without losing a war. He would not start now. Mobilize everything, he ordered. Every ship, every soldier, every weapon in the Empire. If the humans want war, we will give them war they cannot imagine. Across the Empire, military forces assembled. 2.3 million ships began moving toward human space. It was the largest military fleet ever created in galactic history. Surely, the Emperor thought, sheer numbers would be enough. He was wrong. The first Imperial fleet attacked a human mining colony in the Proxima Belt. 300,000 ships against what they expected to be a poorly defended outpost. Admiral Zethral commanded the operation personally. He was confident of victory. The human colony had only 50 defensive platforms. No ships, no visible weapons, just small stations orbiting the asteroids. This will be easy, Admiral Zethral said. All ships attack formation. Destroy the platforms and secure the mining facilities. The Imperial fleet moved forward in waves. Then the asteroids started moving. At first, the Admiral thought it was natural drift. But the asteroids were accelerating. All of them. Hundreds of massive rocks, some as large as mountains, began moving toward the Imperial fleet. Evasive action, Zethral shouted. But it was too late. The asteroids were moving at impossible speeds. Near light speed. The humans had somehow turned entire asteroids into missiles. When the first one hit an Imperial battleship, both the ship and the asteroid vanished in a flash of pure energy. The shockwave destroyed everything within 1,000 kilometers. 11 more asteroids followed. Each one obliterated thousands of Imperial ships. The asteroid field itself had become a weapon. In less than 10 minutes, 300,000 Imperial vessels were reduced to wreckage and radiation. The human colony was undamaged. The defensive platforms hadn't even fired. At the same time, another Imperial fleet landed ground forces on a human colony world called New Bangalore. General Kronak led 2 million soldiers to the surface. They would capture the colony's cities and force humanity to negotiate. The humans evacuated before the Imperial troops arrived. The cities appeared empty. General Kronak smiled. The humans were cowards who ran from a real fight. Then the defense systems activated. They came from everywhere, from buildings, from underground, from the sky. Thousands of automated drones, each one equipped with weapons and artificial intelligence. They didn't fight like living soldiers. They fought with mathematical precision. Imperial soldiers found themselves facing enemies that never missed, never hesitated, and never stopped. The drones repaired each other. They learned from each battle. They adapted to Imperial tactics within minutes. General Kronak watched his forces get torn apart. His soldiers were trained warriors, but they were fighting machines that didn't feel fear or pain. Machines that could calculate every angle, every shot, every movement. After 6 hours, Kronak ordered a retreat. Of his 2 million soldiers, fewer than 200,000 made it back to the ships. The human colony was still empty of civilians. The drones patrolled the streets, waiting for the next attack that would never come. But the worst disaster happened at Mars. Admiral Ventok thought he had found humanity's weakness. Mars was an industrial world in the human home system. Factories covered its surface. Supply depots filled the orbital space. It looked valuable but not heavily defended. Ventok brought a massive fleet, 800,000 ships. He would strike at humanity's industrial heart. All ships attack formation, he commanded. Target the factories first, then the orbital facilities. The fleet moved into Mars orbit. That's when they discovered the truth. Mars wasn't a factory world. Mars was a fortress. The entire planet was a trap. The 2 moons, Phobos and Deimos, weren't moons at all. They were weapons platforms disguised as natural satellites. They opened fire with weapons that made the Arcturus demonstration look like a warning shot. Massive railguns fired slugs the size of buildings. Particle beams hot enough to melt titanium cut through space. Missile batteries launched thousands of warheads per second. And beneath it all, the planet itself opened up to reveal hidden defense systems. Admiral Ventok's fleet lasted exactly 4 minutes and 18 seconds. Then it ceased to exist. 800,000 ships turned into a debris field that would orbit Mars for centuries. Emperor Vorthak watched the reports come in. 3 major attacks, 3 devastating defeats, over 1 million ships destroyed. And the humans hadn't even used their main fleet yet. Enough, he whispered. Open diplomatic channels. We will negotiate. The peace talks took place on Helios 7, a neutral space station. Ambassador Tyrell of the Zelkon Confederacy, representing neutral species, agreed to mediate. General Chen and Ambassador David Okafor represented humanity. Emperor Vorthak attended personally, something no emperor had done in 1,000 years. They met in a simple conference room. No grand throne room, no elaborate ceremony, just a table and chairs. Emperor Vorthak, Ambassador Okafor said, standing to greet him. "Thank you for agreeing to meet." The emperor looked at the human diplomat. Okafor was an older man with gray hair and kind eyes. He looked like someone's grandfather, not a representative of the species that had just destroyed 1,000,000 imperial ships. "You destroyed my fleets," Vorthak said quietly. "You attacked our colonies," General Chen replied. She wasn't smiling now. "You declared war on us. You gave us no choice but to defend ourselves. We thought you were weak." "We know," Okafor said gently. "You made assumptions based on limited information. We've all made that mistake at some point. The question now is what we do next. What do you want?" the Emperor asked. Chen pulled up a datapad. "The 3 colony systems you wanted? You can have them back. We'll relocate the colonists. We'll also pay reparations for any inconvenience our presence caused." Vorthak stared at her. "You're giving them back? After winning?" "We don't want your territory," Okafor explained. "We never did. We just want to live in peace. But that peace needs to be guaranteed." "How?" Chen brought up a document. "A treaty. A real one. It includes mutual non-aggression, recognition of human sovereignty, and a promise that the Empire will stop forcibly controlling client species." "You want me to give up imperial authority?" "We want you to let species choose for themselves," Okafor said. "Democracy, freedom, the things you listed as crimes in your declaration of war. We think they're basic rights." The Emperor was quiet for a long time. Then he asked, "Why? Why do you care about other species?" Okafor stood and walked to a window overlooking space. "Because we remember what it's like to be oppressed. We remember what it's like to fight for freedom. And we believe everyone deserves that chance." He pulled up a holographic display. Images of human history appeared. Bloody battles, terrible weapons, cities destroyed. "This is what we did to ourselves," Okafor said. World War I, World War II, the nuclear exchange. We killed billions of our own people. We nearly destroyed our entire species. And all of it was over resources, territory, and ideology. He turned to face the Emperor. "We learned from our mistakes. We learned that war is only justified in defense. That conquest is never justified. That every sentient being has value. We don't want to rule the galaxy, Emperor. We just want to make sure no one rules it through force." Vorthak looked at the images. He saw the horror humanity had inflicted on itself. And he understood. These weren't conquerors. They were survivors who had learned a terrible lesson. "I will sign your treaty," he said. General Chen smiled. "Thank you. We can begin the formal process tomorrow. For now, let's just be glad this is over." But it wasn't over. At that moment, every alarm in Helios 7 began screaming. Sensor officers shouted warnings. Ambassador Tyrell ran into the room, his face pale with terror. "We have a problem," Tyrell gasped. "Massive unknown fleet detected. They're not Imperial. They're not human. They're not anything in our databases." General Chen and Emperor Vorthak both rushed to the sensor displays. What they saw made both of them go silent. Thousands of ships, millions perhaps, all moving toward both human and Imperial space. "What are they?" Vorthak asked. "I don't know," Chen replied. Her voice was grim. "But I think we're about to find out why humanity spent 200 years preparing for the worst." The screen showed the unknown fleet growing closer. And behind those ships, star systems were going dark, one by one, as if something was consuming them. The unknown fleet was identified 3 hours later. They were called the Devourers, according to ancient records found in the deepest Imperial archives, a machine intelligence that consumed all biological life. They had been dormant in dark space for thousands of years. Now they were awake and hungry. The first attack came without warning. An Imperial border world, home to 6 billion people, went silent. When scout ships arrived, they found nothing. No cities, no life. Not even bacteria. The planet had been stripped clean down to bare rock. Emperor Vorthak and General Chen stood in the command center on Helios 7, watching the reports come in. The peace treaty sat unsigned on the table behind them. It didn't matter anymore. "How long until they reach the core worlds?" Vorthak asked. At their current speed, 2 months for the outer Imperial worlds, an analyst reported. 4 months for Earth. Chen turned to the Emperor. We need to work together. Your fleet and ours. My fleet is scattered, Vorthak said bitterly. Over 1 million ships destroyed in failed attacks against you. Another 1 million spread across the Empire. We need time to regroup. We don't have time, Chen replied. She pulled up a tactical display. The Devourers number in the millions. Maybe tens of millions. They're using technology we don't understand. They're consuming everything in their path. We need to stop them now or there won't be anything left to defend. Vorthak looked at the human general. You want to help us? After we declared war on you? I want to help everyone, Chen said. Because if we don't stop the Devourers, your empire dies. Humanity dies. Every species in the galaxy dies. This isn't about old grudges anymore. This is about survival. The Emperor closed his eyes. Pride warred with reality. Finally, reality won. What do you propose? An alliance, Chen said. Full military cooperation. Your ships and ours fighting together. But I need tactical command. Why you? Because my people have been preparing for this for 200 years. Because we understand total war. Because we've fought extinction-level threats before. She paused. And because I don't have time to be diplomatic about it. Will you accept my command? Vorthak looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will. What are your orders, General? Chen smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of someone about to do something necessary and terrible. We're going to hurt them, she said. Badly. The plan came together quickly. The Imperial fleet would form the main battle line. Over 2 million ships, including the reinforcements arriving from across the Empire. They would engage the Devourers in traditional combat, holding their attention. Meanwhile, the human fleet would play what Chen called support roles. 500 warships, including the massive dreadnoughts that had terrified the Empire. Support? Admiral Krelnak asked during the briefing. With respect, General, your ships are far more powerful than ours. Yes, Chen agreed. Which is why you're going to be the heroes in this fight, Admiral. Your fleet gets the glory. My fleet gets the ugly job. The Battle of the Korvax Expanse began at dawn on a Tuesday. The Imperial fleet, 2 million strong, met the Devourer fleet at the edge of Imperial space. The battle was massive. Ships by the thousands traded fire. Energy weapons lit up space like a second sun. The Devourers proved to be formidable opponents. Their ships were fast, heavily armed and controlled by artificial intelligence that never made mistakes. They adapted to Imperial tactics within minutes, but the Imperial fleet held its ground. They had numbers and determination. Admiral Krelnak commanded from the Eternal Dominion, now repaired and back in service. He watched his fleet fight with courage he had never seen before. They were defending their homes, their families, everything they cared about, but they were losing. Slowly but steadily, the Devourers pushed forward. Imperial casualties mounted into the hundreds of thousands. Then the human fleet arrived, but they didn't join the main battle line. Instead, they dove into the Devourer formation from above and below. And they brought weapons the galaxy had never seen. The UESS Necessary Evil, a 3-kilometer dreadnought, fired its main gun. The projectile was the size of a small building, moving at half the speed of light. When it struck a Devourer hive ship, the kinetic energy released was equivalent to a nuclear weapon. The hive ship and everything around it simply vaporized. Other human ships fired antimatter missiles. Matter and antimatter collided in bursts of pure energy that could be seen from light years away. Entire Devourer formations disappeared in those blasts. One human cruiser deployed what they called nanoplague warheads. The nanobots spread through Devourer ships like a disease, taking apart the machines molecule by molecule. 300 Devourer vessels became clouds of scrap metal in minutes. What are these weapons? Vorthak asked, watching from the command center. The ones we promised never to use against biological species, Chen replied quietly. The weapons we built to crack planets and sterilize systems. The weapons that kept us awake at night, wondering if we were monsters for creating them. They're saving us, Vorthak said. They're doing what they were always meant to do. Chen corrected, defending against an extinction threat. The battle raged for 16 hours. The Imperial fleet held the line with incredible courage. Ships that were crippled rammed Devourer vessels rather than retreat. Captains who had lost all weapons used their ships as missiles. The Empire's military showed why they had ruled the galaxy for so long. and the human fleet struck like a surgical knife, cutting deep into devourer formations. They used weapons that violated every treaty humans had ever signed with each other, weapons so terrible that their mere existence was classified at the highest levels. The turning point came when the necessary evil found itself surrounded by devourer ships. Captain Rodriguez, commanding the dreadnought, made a decision. "Evacuate the ship," she ordered. "Everyone to the escape pods, now." "Captain, what are you doing?" her executive officer asked. "Something necessary and evil," Rodriguez replied. "That's why they gave us this name." The crew evacuated. Rodriguez stayed at the helm. She pointed her ship at the largest devourer hive ship and activated the antimatter reactor overload. Then she rammed it at full speed. The explosion that followed could be seen from 100 light-years away. The antimatter core detonated inside the hive ship. Both vessels disappeared in a ball of pure energy. The shockwave destroyed everything within 10,000 kilometers. Thousands of devourer ships were caught in the blast. The tide turned. The devourers, facing weapons and tactics they couldn't adapt to fast enough, began to retreat. The Imperial fleet pressed forward, driving them back. The human ships pursued, making sure the devourers understood that they were not welcome in this galaxy. After 32 hours of continuous combat, the devourers withdrew into dark space. They left behind millions of destroyed ships, but they also left behind a message. They would return, eventually. In the aftermath, Emperor Vorthak visited General Chen on the bridge of the UESS Consequence. Captain Santos had survived, though her ship had taken damage. "Why did you do it?" Vorthak asked. "Why did you put the Imperial fleet in the front line? You could have destroyed the devourers yourself." "2 reasons, Chen said. First, tactically, the devourers needed to focus on your fleet while we flanked them. Second, and more importantly, you needed to see something." "See what?" "That you're not weak. You lost to us because you picked a fight with the wrong enemy, but against a real threat, fighting for something that matters. Your people are magnificent. You needed to remember that." Vorthak felt something. Strange, respect, real respect for these humans who had been his enemies just days ago. "We would have died without you," he said. "And we would have died without you," Chen replied. "That's what alliance means. We stand together, or we fall separately." 1 month later, the Treaty of Terra was signed in Geneva on Earth. A defensive pact between humanity and the Galactic Empire. Democratic reforms for client species. Shared defensive technology. Joint military academies. General Chen and Admiral Krelnak became co-commanders of the new Galactic Defense Force. Their mission was simple: prepare for the Devourer's return. 5 years later, General Chen retired from active service. She sat in a small cafe in Geneva, drinking coffee and reading news reports. Human imperial joint colonies were thriving. Former client species were establishing their own governments. The galaxy was changing for the better. A young imperial cadet approached her table nervously. "General Chen? I'm sorry to bother you, but could I have your autograph?" Chen smiled and gestured to the empty chair. "Sit down." "Tell me why you joined the military." The cadet sat, his scales changing color with excitement. "Because of what you taught us. That strength without purpose is meaningless, but strength combined with the right allies can save worlds. I want to be part of that." Chen signed his datapad and handed it back. "You're gonna do just fine, kid. Just remember something." "What?" "Peace is always the goal. But sometimes you have to be ready for war to preserve that peace. That's the burden of our generation. We make sure the next generation doesn't have to fight." The cadet saluted and left. Chen returned to her coffee, watching the peaceful city around her. Humans and aliens walking together. Different species working side by side. It was what she had fought for. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council was bigger than anything Jinwu had ever seen. It stretched across 3 kilometers of space, with walls made of shining crystal that reached up so high he could barely see the top. The floor beneath his feet was smooth and dark, made of some material that seemed to shift colors when he looked at it. Tall pillars rose from the ground, each one representing a different alien civilization that had helped build this place thousands of years ago. Around him, seats curved in giant circles rising higher and higher like the inside of a massive bowl. In those seats sat delegates from 600 different species. Some looked almost normal to Jinwu's eyes, with 2 arms and 2 legs. Others were completely alien, floating in special containers filled with liquid, or existing as clouds of glowing particles or taking forms that hurt to look at directly. Jinwoo stood alone on the speaking platform at the center of it all. He wore a simple gray suit, the formal dress uniform of Earth's diplomatic corps. It looked plain and old-fashioned compared to the incredible clothing worn by the aliens around him. Some wore robes that glowed with their own light. Others had garments that seemed to phase in and out of reality. A few didn't wear anything at all, their natural forms being enough. Behind Jinwoo, a hologram showed planet Earth slowly rotating. The blue oceans and green continents looked small and fragile in this vast chamber. It reminded everyone watching that humanity came from just one world, while many of the species here controlled hundreds or even thousands of planets. The council leader, an ancient being named Velthar, raised one long arm to get everyone's attention. Velthar belonged to a species called the Veldari, one of the oldest civilizations in the galaxy. They had been exploring space when humanity's ancestors were still living in trees and using stone tools. Velthar's skin was almost transparent, and through it Jinwoo could see strange organs pulsing with light. "We are here to discuss the human question," Velthar announced. Their voice came out in a language Jinwoo didn't understand, but a small device in his ear translated it instantly. The same translation technology allowed all 600 species to communicate with each other.
Should these humans be allowed to continue spreading to new worlds?
Or should we restrict them to their home system? Laughter rippled through the chamber. It didn't sound like human laughter. Some species made clicking sounds. Others released colored gases. A few vibrated at frequencies that made Jinwoo's bones ache. But the meaning was clear. They were laughing at him. At humanity. At the idea that his people deserved to be treated as equals. Jinwoo kept his face calm and empty. He had been trained for this. Earth's diplomats had warned him that the Council looked down on humanity. 300 years. That's how long humans had been traveling in space. To these ancient civilizations, 300 years was nothing. Some of the delegates in this room had personal memories longer than that. A delegate named Chintara spoke up. They looked like a being made entirely of crystal, their body reflecting light in rainbow patterns. 300 cycles since these primitives learned to leave their planet. My own childhood lasted longer than their entire space program. They have no right to claim worlds that we have already explored and catalogued. More sounds of agreement echoed through the hall. Jinwoo noticed that not a single delegate spoke in his defense. He was completely alone here, representing all of humanity before an audience that had already decided humans weren't good enough. Another alien spoke. A being named Thex, whose body had multiple mouths that all talked at once, creating a strange musical sound. Their technology is so primitive it's almost cute. They still use rockets that burn chemical fuel. Their fastest ships would take decades to reach even the nearest stars. They use computers made of silicon chips. They even still have something called money that they trade with each other. How can such backward beings ask for the same rights as civilizations that have mastered quantum engineering and dimensional travel? Jinwoo's jaw tightened slightly, but he didn't respond. Speaking out of turn would only make things worse. He had to wait for permission to defend his people. "And they're violent," added another voice from the crowd. "Everyone should review their history files. Humans have been fighting wars for their entire existence. They drove countless species on their own planet to extinction. They poisoned their air and water with industrial waste. They created weapons powerful enough to destroy all life on Earth and nearly used them, not once but many times. Is this the kind of species we want spreading through civilized space?" The chamber erupted with noise. Hundreds of voices called out, agreeing with each other. Jinwoo could hear the main points clearly even through the chaos. Humans were too young, too primitive, too violent, too dangerous. They should be contained, restricted, kept in their home system where they couldn't cause problems for more advanced civilizations. Jinwoo stood perfectly still through it all. His hands were clasped behind his back in a formal position. His face showed nothing, but inside he felt the weight of billions of human lives resting on his shoulders. If he failed here today, humanity would be trapped. Earth and its few colony worlds would be all humans ever got. No expansion, no exploration, no future among the stars. He thought about Earth, about the cities where billions of people lived their lives, completely unaware that their entire future was being decided in this chamber. He thought about the colony on Mars where humans had struggled for decades to build underground farms and habitats, about the mining stations in the asteroid belt, about the research outpost on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. All of it could be shut down. All of humanity's dreams could end right here. The noise continued to grow. Delegate after delegate stood to add their voice to the calls for restricting humanity. Some were angry, treating humans like dangerous animals that needed to be caged. Others were condescending, speaking about humans the way adults might speak about children who didn't know any better. A few seemed genuinely concerned, worried that young and violent humans might cause problems that would affect everyone. Jinwoo noticed that not one species defended humanity. Not one alien voice spoke up to say that maybe humans deserved a chance. The entire galaxy had apparently decided that his people weren't worthy of joining their community as equals. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Velthar raised their arm again. Slowly the noise died down. The chamber grew quiet enough that Jinwoo could hear his own heart beating. "I believe we have heard enough opinions," Velthar said. Their ancient eyes focused on Jinwoo. "Ambassador Jinwoo of Earth, you may now speak in defense of your species. Be brief. We have heard most of the relevant facts already." Jinwoo took a deep breath and prepared to fight for humanity's future. Jinwoo stepped forward on the platform. His voice was steady and clear, designed to carry across the vast chamber without seeming aggressive or weak. "Honored delegates, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I understand your concerns about humanity. You're right that we are young. You're right that our technology is still developing, and you're absolutely right that our history contains many dark chapters." He paused, letting his words sink in. Some of the delegates seemed surprised that he was agreeing with them. They had expected him to argue, to make excuses. "We did fight terrible wars," Jinwoo continued. 2 global conflicts in the span of 30 years that killed hundreds of millions of people. We did create weapons that could have destroyed all life on Earth. We did poison our own planet's air and water during our industrial age. These are facts, and we don't deny them. An alien named Thren, whose body was made of living crystal that shifted colors as they thought, interrupted him. "So you admit to being a violent and destructive species. Then why should we allow you to spread that violence to other worlds? Your own history proves you cannot be trusted with expansion rights." "Because we learned from those mistakes," Jinwoo replied calmly. "Yes, we made terrible errors, but we survived them. We formed a unified planetary government to prevent future wars. We spent 2 centuries reversing the environmental damage we had caused. We developed strict ethical guidelines for new technologies. We looked at our worst moments and decided to be better." "Words," Thren said dismissively. "Easy to say you've changed. But your nature remains the same. A few centuries of peace doesn't erase millions of years of violent evolution." Another delegate spoke up. It was Taemin, a Veldari like the council leader. But where Velthar seemed neutral, Taemin's voice dripped with contempt. "Let me share some numbers with the assembly. The human species currently numbers 18 billion individuals. The Veldari communion alone has a population of 2 trillion across 400 worlds. Your entire military fleet consists of perhaps 200 warships. A single hegemony defense station could destroy all of them. You speak of strength. But what strength do you actually possess that should concern us?" The chamber filled with sounds of agreement. To these ancient civilizations, humanity was insignificant. A tiny population, primitive technology, weak military forces. There was nothing about humans that seemed special or worthy of respect. Jinwoo remained quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, almost thoughtful. "Representative Taemin asks a fair question. What strength does humanity possess? I would like permission to show the council something. A short video less than 10 minutes long. It directly addresses the question that has been raised." This request caused confusion among the delegates. Many started talking to each other. Some seemed suspicious. Others were simply curious about what this human could possibly show them that would matter. Velthar consulted with several senior members of the council, their transparent faces expressing doubt. After a minute, they turned back to Jinwoo. "This is not standard procedure, Ambassador. We don't normally allow visual presentations during these hearings." "I understand that, Council Leader," Jinwoo said respectfully, "but I believe this video will answer many of the questions that have been raised here today. It will show you who humans really are, better than any speech I could give. If after watching it, this council still wishes to restrict humanity to our home system, we will accept that judgment. We will not protest or appeal. We will accept your decision and live with the consequences." The offer seemed to intrigue Velthar. Their eyes, which could see wavelengths of light that humans couldn't even detect, studied Jinwoo carefully. You would agree to restriction without any further argument? That's quite a concession. I make that offer because I'm confident in what this video will show you, Jinwoo replied. Not confident that it will make you like us, but confident that it will make you understand us. Velthar seemed to make a decision. Very well. You may show your video, but I must warn you, Ambassador. If this is some kind of propaganda or manipulation attempt, it will only make your position worse. The Council does not appreciate being deceived. I understand completely, Jinwoo said. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small data device. May I transmit the file to the central display system? Velthar gestured to a technician, who verified that the file contained only video data and no malware or harmful code. After a moment, the technician gave an affirmative signal. The file is clean, Velthar announced. You may proceed. Jinwoo uploaded the file. As the system processed it, he looked around the chamber one last time. 600 species representing millions of worlds and trillions of beings, all watching him with skepticism or hostility or simple indifference. Not one friendly face in the crowd. Not one ally. He thought about what the video would show them. Earth's government had debated for months about whether to reveal this information to the galactic community. Some officials argued it was too dangerous, that it would make other species fear humanity too much. Others said that fear might be exactly what humanity needed to survive in a galaxy that looked down on them. In the end, the decision had been made at the highest levels. If humanity was going to be caged like dangerous animals, then the galaxy should at least know exactly what they were caging. Let them understand the true nature of the species they were dealing with. The file is ready, the technician announced. Velthar settled into their seat. Begin playback. The lights in the chamber began to dim. Jinwoo stepped back from the center of the platform, moving into the shadows at the edge. The holographic display that had shown Earth now shifted and expanded, filling the air above the speaking platform with imagery. For a moment, the chamber was completely dark except for that glowing display. 600 species waited to see what this primitive human could possibly show them. What could be so important that he would stake his entire species' future on it? Jinwoo watched from the shadows. His hands were steady now. His breathing was calm. He had done everything he could. The rest was up to the video, and up to these ancient civilizations to decide whether they could see past their prejudices. The video began to play, and in that moment, everything changed. The first images appeared in the holographic display. They showed ancient Earth from thousands of years in the past, humans wearing animal skins and carrying weapons made of stone and wood, primitive villages with simple huts, early civilizations building with mud and brick. Jinwoo heard sounds from the watching delegates. Amusement mostly. This was confirming what they already believed. Humans were primitive beings who had only recently learned to use technology. The video continued showing human history. Bronze Age warriors fighting with metal swords and spears. Roman legions marching in formation. Medieval knights in armor charging on horseback. The technology improved slowly over centuries, but the theme remained constant. Humans fighting. Humans at war, see? Someone in the crowd muttered loud enough for Jinwoo to hear. Nothing but violence. This is supposed to convince us to trust them? The footage jumped forward in time. Now it showed more recent history. Warships from the Age of Sail, firing cannons at each other through clouds of smoke. Soldiers in trenches during World War I, struggling through mud while poison gas drifted across battlefields. Cities burning during World War II, entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble by bombs. Then came the most disturbing images. Nuclear explosions, mushroom clouds rising into the sky, tests of weapons that could kill millions of people in seconds, missiles sitting in underground silos ready to launch at a moment's notice. A planet holding itself hostage with enough weapons to destroy all life multiple times over. Delegate Thren spoke up, their crystalline body flashing with satisfaction. Thank you, Ambassador Jinwoo. You have just proven our point better than we ever could. Your species is exactly as violent and self-destructive as we said. This video shows a species that should never be allowed to spread beyond its home world. Many other delegates made sounds of agreement. The evidence was right there in front of them. Humans were dangerous, violent creatures who had nearly destroyed themselves and might do the same to others if given the chance. But Jinwoo didn't stop the video. He stood quietly in the shadows watching the screen. And slowly the tone of the images began to change. The scenes of warfare continued, but now they included different moments. A soldier throwing himself on a grenade to save his friends dying so others could live. Medics running through gunfire to reach wounded people. Civilians hiding refugees in their homes while secret police searched door to door, risking their own lives to protect strangers. A human voice began narrating over the images. It was quiet and steady, speaking simple words that the translation devices converted for all the different species. This is what we learned in our darkest times. Not how to kill, though we learned that too, but what we were willing to die for. What mattered enough to sacrifice everything. The video shifted to show humanity's space program. Early rockets that exploded on the launch pad, killing the engineers who built them. Astronauts training for years, knowing they might never come back. Spacecraft held together with technology that was primitive even by human standards, let alone compared to the advanced civilizations watching. We went to space in tin cans, the narrator continued, with computers less powerful than the devices your children use for games. We did it because it was hard. Because it was dangerous. Because we looked up at the stars and decided we belonged there, no matter what it cost. Footage showed the first moon landing, humans taking those first steps on another world, planting a flag, leaving footprints that would last for millions of years. Then came images of Mars colonies built one habitat at a time by people willing to leave Earth forever, for a chance to build something new. The chamber had grown quieter. Some delegates were leaning forward now, paying closer attention. The mockery had faded. This was still showing human weakness and primitive technology, but there was something else emerging from the footage. Something harder to define. Determination, stubbornness, a refusal to accept limitations. The video showed more recent history. Humans building colonies on hostile worlds, mining asteroids in conditions that would kill them in seconds without protection, exploring the depths of their own oceans, going to places where the pressure would crush a human body instantly. We don't have your technology, the narrator said. We don't have your long histories or your vast populations. What we have is this. We survive. No matter what, we adapt. We find ways to live in places that should kill us. We solve problems that should be impossible. Images flashed by showing human settlements on Europa, one of Jupiter's moons where researchers lived beneath kilometers of ice. Stations on Venus, where the surface temperature could melt lead. Outposts on Titan, where humans worked in an atmosphere of nitrogen and methane at temperatures far below freezing. You ask what strength humanity possesses, the narrator said. This is our strength. We refuse to die. We refuse to give up. Put us in any environment and we will find a way to survive there. Threaten us with extinction, and we will do whatever it takes to endure. The mood in the chamber was shifting. The delegates weren't laughing anymore. They watched in silence as the video showed test after test, experiment after experiment. Humans learning to survive in vacuum. Humans developing technology to work in extreme cold or heat. Humans pushing the boundaries of what their biology could handle. Then the video changed tone again. The test footage became more disturbing. Not survival technology anymore, but weapons. New weapons developed with an understanding of advanced physics and biology. Kinetic weapons that could strike from orbit with the force of nuclear bombs. Biological agents designed to adapt to any immune system. Nanomachines that could break down matter at the molecular level. Things that made the old nuclear weapons look simple and clean by comparison. We cataloged every horror we ever inflicted on ourselves, the narrator said, and now the voice carried a different weight. Not pride, but something darker. Every weapon we created, every mistake we made, every atrocity we committed. We documented it all. We studied it. We learned from it, not to forget, but to ensure we understood exactly what we were capable of. The delegates sat in shocked silence as weapon after weapon appeared on the screen. Technologies that violated interstellar law. Designs that no civilized species would create. Methods of warfare that were banned by every treaty the Council had ever written. And then we locked them away, the narrator continued, hoping we would never need them again. But we didn't destroy the knowledge. We didn't forget. Because we learned something else in our darkest times. The screen went black for a moment. Then new words appeared in the center. Simple text that the translation devices rendered in 600 languages simultaneously. Never again will we be defenseless. The black screen lingered for just a few seconds. Then a new title appeared in the holographic display. 2 words that made several delegates shift uncomfortably in their seats. Project Contingency. The video resumed with technical diagrams, weapon systems unlike anything the Council had seen before, or at least unlike anything they had seen from such a young species. The designs were sophisticated, showing deep understanding of physics, chemistry, and biology. But more than that, they were cruel in their efficiency. The narrator spoke again, that same flat, factual voice. When humanity achieved spaceflight and began exploring our solar system, our military leaders asked a question. What would we do if we encountered hostile aliens? Species more advanced than us with better weapons and faster ships? How would we survive? Schematics showed asteroid-based weapons platforms. Rocks, essentially, but accelerated to incredible speeds and aimed with precision. Simple physics turned into weapons that could crack continents. No exotic technology required, just mass and velocity. We studied every species we encountered, the narrator continued. Every civilization that made contact with us. We learned about your biology, your chemistry, your environmental needs. We did this openly, as part of diplomatic and scientific exchange. But we also used that information to prepare. The screen showed biological weapons. Not the crude viruses and bacteria from Earth's past, but engineered organisms designed with knowledge of alien biology. Pathogens that could adapt to any immune system. Diseases that could spread through multiple species. Representative Tai Min, the ancient Veldari, spoke into the silence. Their voice carried shock and something close to horror. You weaponized first contact protocols? You turned scientific cooperation into military intelligence gathering? Jin Wu, still standing in the shadows at the edge of the platform, answered quietly. We hoped we would never need any of it. But yes, every species that shared their biology with us we studied for potential vulnerabilities. Every technology you demonstrated, we analyzed for weaknesses. Every star system you claimed, we mapped for strategic importance. The video showed more weapons. Nanomachine swarms that could disassemble ships or stations at the molecular level. Quantum disruption devices that could tear apart the exotic matter many species used in their faster-than-light drives. Psychological warfare programs designed to exploit the mental patterns of different alien species. This is madness, Coordinator Thek said, their multiple mouths speaking in discord for the first time. These weapons violate the Galactic Convention on Warfare. They break the Treaty of Civilized Conduct. Some of them are classified as crimes against sentience itself. We developed them before we knew about any of your laws, Jin Wu replied. Before first contact. Before we knew the galaxy had rules. We created them because that's what our species does when faced with potential extinction. We prepare for the worst possible scenario. The video showed test footage. Simulations of these weapons being used. Computer models demonstrating their effectiveness. The images were clinical and sterile, but the implications were horrifying. These weren't weapons designed to win battles. They were weapons designed to ensure mutual destruction. To guarantee that even if humanity lost a war, their enemies would pay an unacceptable price. We call it assured devastation doctrine, the narrator explained. The logic is simple. If you have the power to destroy us, we make absolutely certain that we have the power to destroy you, not to win, but to make victory meaningless. To ensure that anyone who attacks humanity will regret it, even if they succeed. The chamber was completely silent now. No sounds of amusement or contempt. No dismissive gestures. 600 species sat frozen, staring at the holographic display and understanding perhaps for the first time what they were really dealing with. Delegate Thren's crystalline form had stopped shifting colors. They spoke carefully, each word chosen with precision. Ambassador Jin Wu, are you threatening this council? Council leader Velthar raised a hand before Jin Wu could respond. Pause the video. The images froze. The lights in the chamber came up slowly, revealing the faces and forms of beings from across the galaxy. Many looked disturbed. Some appeared angry. A few seemed calculating, already thinking about the strategic implications. Velthar's ancient eyes focused on Jin Wu. Delegate Thren asked you a question. Are you threatening us? Jin Wu stepped forward into the light. His face was calm, showing neither aggression nor fear. "No, Council Leader. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm answering the question that was asked. Representative Tai Min wanted to know what strength humanity possesses. This is our strength. This is what we're capable of when we believe our survival is at stake." "You're insane," another delegate shouted. "Your entire species is insane. This proves we should confine you immediately." "Perhaps," Jinwoo acknowledged. "But understand something. Everything you just saw, we developed all of that before we ever left our solar system. Before we met any of you. Before we knew the galaxy was full of civilized species who had rules and laws. We created these weapons because we assumed the universe was hostile, and we needed to be ready for anything." He paused, looking around the chamber. "Now imagine what we'll develop if you give us a reason to, if you confine us to our home system and turn us into your enemies. If you make us believe that our only choice is to break out by force." "That sounds very much like a threat," Taemin said coldly. "It's a prediction," Jinwoo replied. "Based on our history, every time humanity has been backed into a corner, every time we've faced extinction, we've responded the same way. We innovate, we adapt, we find ways to survive that nobody expected, and we never, ever surrender." He gestured to the frozen hologram. "Those weapons were created when we thought we might be alone in a hostile universe. Imagine what we'll create if we know we're surrounded by enemies who want to keep us caged. You have superior technology now, but technology can be stolen or developed. You have larger populations, but populations can grow. Time favors us, not you, because we're young and desperate and desperate, determined species are the most dangerous kind." The silence that followed was heavy and uncomfortable. The delegates looked at each other, communicating through private channels and subtle gestures. Finally, Velthar spoke. "I believe we need to discuss this matter." Velthar stood from their seat, their ancient form seeming to glow slightly in the chamber's light. "Ambassador Jinwoo, please step back while the council deliberates." Jinwoo bowed respectfully and moved to the side of the platform. The holographic display faded away, leaving just empty space above the center of the chamber. Around him, 600 species began talking among themselves. The noise level rose quickly as delegates argued, discussed, and debated. Jinwoo couldn't hear most of what they were saying. The translation device in his ear only worked for official statements directed at the whole assembly. But he could read body language well enough, even alien body language. Some delegates were angry, their forms flickering or changing color in ways that suggested strong emotion. Others seemed thoughtful, considering the implications. A few looked genuinely frightened. After several minutes, Velthar raised their hand for silence again. "We will now hear final statements before voting. Any delegate who wishes to speak may do so." Representative Taemin was first. The ancient Veldari stood, their transparent form showing the complex organs beneath their skin pulsing with what might have been anger or fear. "I have lived for over 4,000 standard cycles. I have seen civilizations rise and fall. I have witnessed wars that consumed entire star systems. And I tell you now, this human has just revealed his species to be one of the most dangerous threats our galaxy has ever faced." Sounds of agreement came from several delegates. Taemin continued. "But here is what troubles me most. If we confine them, we create exactly the scenario the ambassador described. We turn them into cornered animals, focused entirely on breaking free. Every resource, every brilliant mind, every ounce of their considerable determination will be aimed at escaping our restrictions. And eventually they will succeed." The Veldari paused, looking directly at Jinwoo. "So I find myself in the uncomfortable position of voting against restriction, not because I trust humans, but because I fear what they will become if we try to cage them." More delegates spoke. Some argued for immediate restriction, saying that humanity's revelation of such horrible weapons proved they couldn't be trusted. Others pointed out that many species had developed terrible weapons during their history. The difference was that most had done so over thousands of years, while humans had compressed that same development into just a few centuries. Coordinator Thek stood, their multiple mouths working together to create a harmonious sound. "I propose a different approach. What if we accelerate humanity's integration into galactic society? Give them access to our technology, our knowledge, our culture. Show them that cooperation is more valuable than preparation for war. Perhaps if they don't feel threatened, they won't need those weapons. Or we simply give them better weapons, someone shouted from the crowd. They already have weapons, Tex replied calmly. The question is whether we want them to develop more in isolation or in cooperation with us where we can at least observe and influence the process. The debate continued for nearly an hour. Jinwoo stood quietly through all of it, listening to species from across the galaxy argue about humanity's fate. Some of the arguments were surprisingly sympathetic, others were hostile and fearful. But one thing had changed. No one was laughing anymore. No one was dismissing humanity as primitive or insignificant. Finally, Velthar called for order again. I believe we have heard enough perspectives. It is time to vote on the original measure. Should humanity be restricted to their home star system? The council leader paused, then added something unexpected. Before we vote, I will share my own thoughts. I am old enough to remember when the Veldari were young. We made many mistakes in those early centuries. We were aggressive, territorial, and yes, we developed weapons that horrified other species, but we were given time and space to grow, to learn, to become the civilization we are today. Velthar looked around the chamber. Humanity is asking for the same opportunity. Not special treatment, just the same chance that most of us were given. Yes, they are dangerous, but so were many of our ancestors. The question is not whether they are dangerous now, but what they might become if given the chance to grow. Now we vote. Those in favor of restricting humanity to their home system. Lights began appearing around the chamber, each one representing a vote. Jinwoo tried to count them but gave up quickly. Maybe 40 or 50 votes in favor, perhaps a bit more, but far, far fewer than he had expected when he first arrived here. Those opposed to the restriction? The chamber lit up like a starfield. Hundreds of lights representing hundreds of species who had decided that humanity deserved a chance. The measure had failed completely. Jinwoo felt something release in his chest. Relief, yes, but also something heavier. The weight of responsibility. Humanity had been given their chance, but now they had to prove they deserved it. Velthar wasn't finished. The motion fails. Humanity's expansion rights are confirmed. Furthermore, I propose an additional measure. Any member species proposing military or economic sanctions against humanity must first present their case to this full council and receive majority approval. This will prevent individual species from taking action that might escalate into exactly the kind of conflict we all wish to avoid. Essentially, you're protecting them, Taemin observed. I'm protecting everyone, Velthar corrected. This prevents both unnecessary aggression against humanity and provides a mechanism for addressing legitimate concerns. Do we have support for this measure? The vote was even more decisive. Nearly every species approved. The chamber had gone from wanting to cage humanity to actively protecting them in less than an hour. Ambassador Jinwoo, Velthar said formally, the council has reached its decision. Humanity is granted full expansion rights within established protocols. Furthermore, aggressive action against your species is now subject to council oversight. We hope this demonstrates our commitment to peaceful coexistence. Jinwoo bowed deeply. Thank you, honored delegates. On behalf of all humanity, I express our gratitude for your wisdom and your trust. We will work hard to prove ourselves worthy of this decision. As the formal session ended and delegates began leaving the chamber, Taemin approached Jinwoo. The ancient Veldari studied him with eyes that had witnessed millennia of galactic history. Your people terrify me, Ambassador, Taemin said quietly, speaking in a way that wouldn't be translated to others. I have never seen a species so young demonstrate such capacity for both brilliance and destruction. I know, Jinwoo replied honestly. We terrify ourselves sometimes. That's part of why we're trying so hard to be better than our history suggests we might be. The Veldari was quiet for a moment. See that you succeed, Ambassador. Not just for your sake, but for all of ours. The galaxy does not need another species capable of such terrible things. We'll do our best, Jinwoo promised. Hours later, Jinwoo sat in his shuttle as it departed from the council station. Through the viewport he could see the massive structure hanging in space, a monument to galactic cooperation built over thousands of years. Inside that building, 600 species had just learned something important about humanity. They had learned that humans weren't the strongest species. They weren't the smartest or the fastest or the most advanced. They didn't have superior technology or vast populations or ancient wisdom. What they had was something simpler and more dangerous. They had the absolute refusal to accept extinction. They had the willingness to do anything, sacrifice anything, become anything in order to survive. And they had learned this lesson over and over throughout their history, until it became part of their nature. The galaxy had just decided that sometimes the wisest choice is not to corner dangerous things. And humanity, cornered and desperate, would have become the most dangerous thing in the galaxy. Now, given room to grow and allies to work with, maybe they could become something better instead. The massive space station hung in the dark void above Proxima 7 like a glittering jewel. It was the largest structure ever built by the combined races of the galaxy. Inside its walls, representatives from hundreds of alien species gathered to discuss matters that affected entire star systems. Today, the main council chamber was packed with delegates, all waiting to hear what the humans had to say. Ambassador Taiman stood at the speaker's platform in the center of the enormous circular room. He was a tall man with graying hair and calm eyes that had seen too much in his 50 years of life. His simple blue uniform marked him as Earth's representative. Next to him stood He-Jin, a brilliant scientist with short black hair and glasses that reflected the holographic displays floating around them. She carried a data tablet containing information that she hoped would make the council understand the gravity of their situation. Around them, the council members sat in their designated sections. The chamber was designed so that every species could see the speaker clearly. Some aliens were massive creatures that needed special reinforced seating. Others were so small they sat in groups on shared platforms. The air processing systems worked overtime to provide comfortable breathing conditions for everyone, creating a slight hum that never quite disappeared. Taiman looked up at the council leader, a being from the Keltheran species. The Keltheran looked like a mix between an octopus and a dragon, with multiple tentacles and scaled skin that shimmered with colors humans had no names for. The council leader's three eyes focused on Taiman with what appeared to be boredom. Ambassador Taiman of Earth, the council leader spoke through the translation devices that made communication possible. You have requested this emergency session. The council has agreed to hear your complaint. You may begin. Taiman took a deep breath. He had practiced this speech for weeks, but now that the moment had arrived, he felt the weight of his world on his shoulders. Behind him, projected on the massive view screens, images of human colony worlds appeared. Peaceful farming communities, research stations, mining operations where humans work to build new homes far from Earth. Honored council members, Taiman began, his voice steady and clear. For 3 years, humanity has brought complaints to this council about attacks on our colonies. The Vrothian Empire has raided 17 of our settlements. They have stolen our resources, destroyed our infrastructure, and killed our people. Each time we have asked for your intervention. Each time, you have told us to be patient, to wait for investigations, to trust in the council's wisdom. Murmurs spread through the chamber. In the Vrothian section, the massive warriors shifted in their seats. They were a powerful race, standing nearly 3 meters tall with thick armor-like skin and 4 powerful arms. Their commander, a scarred veteran whose name translated roughly to Stormbreaker, laughed loudly enough for everyone to hear. The humans complain again. Stormbreaker's voice boomed across the chamber. Their colonies sit on resource-rich worlds that they cannot properly defend or utilize. By galactic law, stronger species have the right to claim what weaker species cannot hold. This is how it has always been. Several other species nodded in agreement. The galaxy operated on principles that humans found difficult to accept. Strength mattered more than justice. Military power determined rights more than moral arguments. Taiman waited for the noise to settle. He had expected this response. Hyojin touched her tablet and new images appeared on the screens. These showed burning buildings, destroyed farms, and worst of all, the bodies of colonists who had tried to defend their homes. We understand galactic law. Taiman continued. We understand that might makes right in this part of the universe. But we have come here today not to appeal to your sense of justice. We have come to give you a warning. This caused more murmurs. The council leader's tentacles twitched with what might have been amusement. A warning? The council leader asked. The humans presume to warn the Galactic Council? This is most unusual. Taiman nodded to Ye-Jin. She stepped forward and began her presentation. The screens changed again, this time showing images from Earth's history. Ancient battles with swords and spears, Medieval wars with castles and sieges, then more modern conflicts with guns and tanks. Finally, the images that made even the alien observers pause. Mushroom clouds rising over cities. Entire landscapes turned to radioactive wastelands. Billions of dead in wars that nearly destroyed humanity's home planet. This is our history, Yijin explained, her voice quiet but firm. Humans are not naturally peaceful. We are not weak. We are not defenseless. For thousands of years we killed each other with increasing efficiency. We developed weapons that could end all life on our planet. We came within minutes of using them multiple times. She pulled up more data. Chemical weapons that melted flesh. Biological agents that turned bodies against themselves. Psychological warfare tactics designed to break minds before bodies. The gallery of human violence was extensive and horrifying. We stopped, Yijin continued. Not because we became weak. Not because we forgot how to fight. We stopped because we finally understood the true cost of war. We chose peace because we knew what would happen if we did not. Every human child learns about the great wars. Every human remembers what we almost did to ourselves. Stormbreaker laughed again. So the humans admit they are a violent species trying to pretend it's civilization. This only proves they are dangerous and should be contained or eliminated. You misunderstand, Taemin said, and something in his voice made the laughter stop. We are not pretending it's civilization. We achieved it. But we remember what lies underneath. Every human diplomat, every human scientist, every human farmer on those colonies you attack remembers the lessons of our history. We chose to be peaceful. We choose it every day, but it is a choice, not our nature. He walked closer to the center of the platform, looking up at the assembled council members. When humanity joined the Galactic Council 50 years ago, we made a decision. We decided to export our best achievements, our art, our music, our philosophy, our science, our medicine. We decided not to export our talent for warfare. Do you know why? The chamber was silent now. Even the translator systems seemed to hold their breath. Because we are very, very good at war, Taemin said softly. Better than you can imagine. Better than you want to know. We had 10,000 years to perfect the art of killing our own species. We know every psychological weakness, every tactical advantage, every strategic concept that works on beings who think like we do, and we learned that in a galaxy of different species, those same principles apply with terrifying efficiency. Hyojin brought up one final image. It was a simple memorial on Earth, showing names of the dead from the last Great War, billions of names carved into black stone. This is why we warn you, Taemin said. Not because we want to fight, not because we are eager to prove ourselves, but because we know what will happen if you force us to remember what we chose to forget. The Vrothian Empire thinks we are weak prey. They think our reluctance to fight means we cannot fight. They are wrong. He turned to look directly at Stormbreaker. We are asking you, begging you to stop the attacks on our colonies. We are asking the Council to enforce the protection agreements that brought us into this union. We are asking for peace not because we need it, but because you do. The Council leaders' tentacles moved in complex patterns. The humans make dramatic speeches, but words are not power. The Vrothians have superior military forces. They have conquered 17 species in the last century. What makes you think you could resist them? Taemin closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, there was a sadness there that made Hyojin want to look away. We do not think we could resist them, Taemin said quietly. We know we could destroy them, completely, utterly, and that knowledge keeps me awake at night because I remember our history. I remember what happens when humans go to war. Please, honored Council, please do not make us show you what we are capable of. The Council leader called for a vote. The debate lasted 3 hours. Species argued about human rights, about Vrothian expansion, about territorial claims and resource management. In the end, the vote was not even close. The Council decided that the Vrothian Empire had legitimate claims to the contested colonies. They ruled that humans should either defend their territory or abandon it to stronger species. As Taemin and Hyojin walked back to their shuttle, she asked him the question that had been bothering her since the vote. Do you think they understood what you were trying to tell them? Taemin looked out at the stars through the station's massive windows. Somewhere out there, human colonists were sleeping, unaware that the Council had just given their enemies permission to continue the attacks. No, he said finally. They did not understand. They think we were bluffing or exaggerating. They think our warnings were the desperate threats of a weak species trying to seem dangerous. What do we do now? Hyojin asked. Taemin touched his communication device and sent a coded message back to Earth. It was a short message, just 3 words. They did not listen. Now, he said quietly, we prepare for what comes next. And we pray that when it is over there is still a galaxy worth saving. They boarded their shuttle and left the station. Behind them 3 months passed since the Council's decision. Captain Jiwoo sat in the command chair of the patrol vessel Indomitable, watching the stars streak past as his ship traveled through deep space. He was a young captain, only 32 years old, but he had earned his position through skill and dedication. His crew respected him because he cared about them and always made smart decisions. The Indomitable was not a warship. It was designed for patrol duties, checking on colonies and making sure trade routes stayed safe. Jiwoo preferred it that way. He had joined the space service to explore and protect, not to fight. His weapon systems were mostly for show, meant to scare off pirates and small threats. The communication officer, a young woman named Acha, suddenly sat up straight at her station. Captain, we are receiving a distress signal from New Jeju colony. Jiwoo felt his stomach tighten. New Jeju was one of the farming colonies that the Vrothians had been threatening. It was also special to Jiwoo for a personal reason. His younger sister Eunha lived there with her husband and 2 children. She had moved to New Jeju 5 years ago to start a new life as a farmer. Put it through, Jiwoo ordered. The speakers crackled with static, and then a terrified voice came through. This is New Jeju. We are under attack. Vrothian ships appeared without warning. They are firing on civilian targets. They are not accepting our surrender. Please, anyone who can hear this, we need help immediately. The transmission ended with the sound of an explosion. How far are we from New Jeju? Jiwoo asked, already knowing he would not like the answer. 2 hours at maximum speed, the navigator replied. Get us there now. Push the engines as hard as they can go. The crew moved quickly, following their captain's orders. Jiwoo tried to contact his sister on her personal communication device, but there was no answer. He tried again and again, each time hearing only silence. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When the Indomitable finally arrived at New Jeju, what they found made the entire crew fall silent. The planet's orbital stations were destroyed, floating in pieces among the debris. Several Vrothian ships were leaving the system, their weapons still hot from recent firing. They ignored the small human patrol vessel, considering it beneath their notice. Jiwoo ordered his ship to enter orbit. What he saw on the screens made him feel cold inside. The main settlement was burning. Fields that had been full of crops were now covered in ash. The communication arrays were destroyed. There were no signals coming from the planet's surface. Scan for life signs, Jiwoo said quietly. The science officer worked at his console for several minutes. When he looked up, his face was pale. Captain, I am detecting approximately 300 survivors. The colony population was 50,000. 50,000 people, 49,700 dead. Jiwoo forced himself to keep breathing, to keep thinking clearly. His sister's family lived on the eastern continent. He checked the scan results. No life signs in that region. Take us down, he ordered. We need to help the survivors and find out what happened. The Indomitable landed near the main settlement. Jiwoo led a team down to the surface. What they found was worse than anything he had imagined. The Vrothians had not just attacked military targets. They had systematically destroyed homes, schools, hospitals, and farms. Bodies lay in the streets where people had been shot while trying to run away. The survivors they found were in shock. An older man named Wu Jin, who had been the colony's administrator, explained what had happened. They came without warning, Wu Jin said, his voice shaking. We tried to surrender immediately. We had no weapons, no defenses. They landed anyway. Their soldiers went building to building. They were laughing. They treated it like a game, like hunting animals. When we begged for mercy, they just laughed harder. Jiwoo's medical officer Sung Min was treating the wounded, but there were so few to treat. Most people had died quickly. The Vrothians had been efficient in their cruelty. Did they take anything? Jiwoo asked. Resources, equipment, anything? Wu Jin shook his head. No, they just destroyed everything and left. I think they did this to send a message. To show us what happens when we try to resist their claims on our colonies. Jiwoo walked through the destroyed settlement, his team following silently. He found his sister's home on the eastern edge of the colony. The building had been hit by weapons fire. Inside he found what he had been dreading. Yunha lay near the door, her husband beside her. They had died trying to protect their children, but it had not been enough. He knelt beside his sister's body. She looked peaceful, as if she was just sleeping. Jiwoo had not cried in 10 years, not since their mother's funeral. But now tears ran down his face as he held Yunha's cold hand. His second officer, a man named Jae-ho, found him there an hour later. "Captain, we have recovered surveillance footage from the settlement's backup servers. You need to see this." Jiwoo carefully laid his sister's hand back down and stood up. He followed Jae-ho back to the ship. In the briefing room, the crew had already gathered. They played the footage on the main screen. The video showed Vrothian soldiers moving through the colony. They were not fighting an enemy. They were executing unarmed civilians for sport. The footage showed them placing bets on how many humans they could kill with single shots. It showed them laughing as children ran screaming from their destroyed homes. It showed Stormbreaker himself overseeing the attack, giving orders to make sure every building was destroyed. The crew watched in complete silence. When the footage ended, no one spoke for a long moment. "Copy everything," Jiwoo said, his voice completely calm now. "Every piece of data, every surveillance recording, every communication log. Send it all to Earth Command using our highest priority emergency channels. Mark it urgent attention to Defense Minister Sujin." "Captain," Ha said quietly, "should we also send a formal complaint to the Galactic Council?" Jiwoo looked at the blank screen where the horrible footage had been playing. "Yes, send it to them too. But I do not think they will care. They made their choice 3 months ago." The transmission was sent. Jiwoo and his crew worked for 3 days helping the survivors and documenting everything they found. They buried as many of the dead as they could, including Unha and her family. The survivors were evacuated to other human colonies where they would be safe. On Earth, Defense Minister Sujin received the transmission in the middle of the night. She was a stern woman in her 60s who had served in Earth's military for 40 years, before moving into government. She watched the footage from New Jeju with growing anger. By the time it finished, she had already made several calls. Within hours, the Emergency Defense Council convened in the secure chambers beneath Earth's capital. Military leaders, government officials, and intelligence directors gathered around a conference table. The footage from New Jeju played on screens around the room. President Dong-hyun sat at the head of the table. He was 70 years old, a veteran of Earth's last major conflict decades ago. He had spent his entire presidency working for peace, trying to prove that humanity had evolved beyond its violent past. Now he watched evidence that his peaceful approach had failed to protect his people. "Options," he said simply. Defense Minister Sujin stood up. "The Vrothian Empire has crossed a line. This was not a military engagement. This was a massacre. They did it deliberately to terrorize us. If we do not respond, they will continue attacking our colonies until we abandon them all or fight back." "The Council will not help us," said Foreign Minister Tae-young. "We asked for their protection and they refused. We are on our own." President Dong-hyun looked at General Young-hee, who had been sitting quietly through the discussion. She was a legend among Earth's military, a tactical genius who had won seemingly impossible battles during the Mars Rebellion 20 years ago. She had retired afterward, saying she never wanted to fight again. "General Young-hee," the president said, "you have been silent. What is your assessment?" The old general stood slowly. She was small and thin, but everyone in the room knew her reputation. "We can win," she said simply. "The Vrothians are powerful, but they fight according to galactic standards. We do not have to follow those standards. We have technologies and tactics that we have kept locked away since our unification. If we unseal those archives and use what we know, we can destroy the Vrothian military within 6 months." "At what cost?" the president asked. "That depends on how completely you want to win," Young-hee replied. "If we fight a limited war, trying to be merciful and follow galactic conventions, it will take longer and cost more human lives. If we fight the way humans have always fought when truly threatened, it will be fast and brutal. The galaxy will learn to fear us." President Dong-hyun sat back in his chair. He thought about Ambassador Taemin's warning to the council 3 months ago. He thought about the footage of children dying on New Jeju. He thought about the thousands of colonists depending on Earth to protect them. "We tried peace," he said finally. "We warned them. We begged them to stop. They chose to ignore us and murder our people instead." He looked around the table at each person. I am authorizing Protocol Wrath. Unseal the military archives. Recall our reserve forces.
General Young-hee, you will take command of the First Fleet.
Admiral Young-hee stood on the bridge of the warship Retribution, watching the tactical displays that showed her fleet assembling in deep space. 65 ships had gathered under her command in just 2 weeks. These were not the peaceful patrol vessels that humanity had been using for colony protection. These were warships pulled from hidden reserves and modified with technologies that had been forbidden for decades. The bridge crew worked quietly at their stations. They could feel the tension in the air. Everyone knew that what they were about to do would change everything. Humanity was about to show the galaxy its true face. "Admiral, all ships report ready," said Commander Jae-sung, her second in command. He was a serious man in his 40s who had served under Young-hee during the Mars Rebellion. He understood her methods and never questioned her orders. "Set course for Kepler Station," Young-hee ordered. "That is where the Vrothian Forward Command is located. That is where we begin." Kepler Station was a massive military base that the Vrothians had built in neutral space. From there, they coordinated their raids on human colonies. It was defended by 200 Vrothian warships and protected by shield technology, considered the best in the galaxy. According to standard galactic warfare calculations, Young-hee's fleet had no chance of victory, but Young-hee had no intention of fighting a standard galactic battle. The human fleet arrived at Kepler Station exactly 36 hours later. The Vrothian sensors detected them immediately. Stormbreaker himself was at the station, and he laughed when he saw the size of the human fleet. "Only 65 ships," he said to his officers. "The humans are more foolish than I thought. Destroy them quickly so we can return to planning our next raids." The Vrothian fleet moved to engage. They followed standard tactics, forming defensive formations around the station, while their heavy cruisers moved forward to attack. It was a strategy that had worked for them hundreds of times against other species. Then the humans did something unexpected. Instead of engaging the Vrothian fleet directly, they scattered. Ships broke formation and moved in seemingly random directions. The Vrothians tried to follow, confused by the lack of coordinated attack. That was when Young-hee sprang her trap. 20 human ships had positioned themselves near the system's star during the approach. They had been running silent, their heat signatures masked by the star's radiation. Now they activated weapon systems that the galaxy had never seen before. Electromagnetic pulse cannons fired, sending invisible waves of energy across the battlefield. The pulses did not destroy Vrothian ships, but they disabled their shield generators for precisely 8 seconds. 8 seconds was all Young-hee needed. Her main fleet launched missiles that had been guided by AI, calculations so complex that even the human crews did not fully understand them. The missiles moved through space in patterns that seemed impossible, curving around obstacles and adjusting their trajectories in real time. They struck Vrothian ships during the exact 8 seconds when their shields were down. 40 Vrothian warships exploded in the first minute of combat. Stormbreaker stared at his tactical display in shock. "What kind of weapons are these? How did they penetrate our shields?" His weapons officer had no answer. The technology the humans were using was completely unfamiliar. It did not follow any known principles of galactic warfare. Young-hee watched the battle unfold with calm satisfaction. "Deploy the boarding teams," she ordered. From several human ships, small assault craft launched. These were piloted by special operations soldiers like Commander Jae-sung's strike teams. They approached damaged Vrothian vessels and attached to their hulls. Using cutting tools and explosives, they breached the ships and entered. What happened next would become legendary in galactic history. The human soldiers used weapons that did not kill immediately. Neural disruptors sent focused electromagnetic pulses into Vrothian nervous systems, paralyzing them completely while leaving them fully conscious. Vrothian warriors found themselves unable to move, forced to watch as human teams methodically moved through their ships, disabling systems and capturing crew members. One Vrothian captain, paralyzed on his own bridge, watched as a human soldier named Bora calmly walked past him. She was checking each station, downloading data, and moving to the next without any wasted motion. Her face showed no emotion, no anger, no hatred, just cold efficiency. The captain tried to speak, to threaten, to beg, but his paralyzed muscles would not respond. All he could do was watch and feel terror growing in his mind. This was not how galactic warfare worked. Enemies fought with honor, with clear rules about combat. The humans were fighting like something from a nightmare. In space, the battle continued. Pilot Minji flew her fighter through the Vrothian formations in maneuvers that should have killed her. Her ship's AI calculated trajectories that took her within meters of obstacles, using gravity wells and debris fields to create impossible attack angles. She destroyed 3 enemy cruisers before they even understood where the attacks were coming from. When her fighter took damage and her systems began failing, Minji did not retreat. Instead, she aimed her crippled ship directly at a Vrothian command vessel and activated her engines to maximum. Her AI had calculated that the impact would breach their reactor. The Vrothian ship tried to shoot her down, but her erratic trajectory made targeting impossible. The impact destroyed both vessels, but Minji had already ejected in an escape pod milliseconds before collision, following a flight path her AI had planned. Another human ship picked her up 3 hours later. She returned to duty the next day with a new fighter. The Vrothians had never encountered an enemy willing to sacrifice so much for tactical advantage. Their warriors valued personal glory and survival. The humans seemed to value only victory. Within 6 hours, Kepler Station was surrounded. The Vrothian fleet had been reduced to 70 ships, less than half their starting force. Stormbreaker sent an emergency message requesting reinforcements from the Vrothian homeworld. Young He intercepted the message. She recorded her own transmission and sent it on all channels so every Vrothian could hear. "This is Admiral Young He of the Human Defense Fleet. You attacked our colony. You murdered 50,000 civilians. You laughed while doing it. Now you call for help." Her voice was quiet but cold. "No help is coming. We have blockaded this system. Every ship that tries to leave will be destroyed. Every ship that tries to enter will be destroyed. You wanted to teach humanity a lesson about strength. Now we will teach you about consequences." Stormbreaker roared in fury. "Attack! All ships attack! Show these weak humans what Vrothian strength means." The remaining Vrothian fleet charged forward in a desperate assault. It was exactly what Young He had been waiting for. Her ships had been conserving their most powerful weapons. Now she unleashed them. Engineer Haywan had spent 2 weeks preparing Protocol Devastation. It was a weapon system based on nanotechnology that Earth had banned after the Unification Wars. Millions of microscopic machines were released into space so small that Vrothian sensors could not detect them. They attached to enemy ship hulls and began disassembling the molecular bonds in the metal. Vrothian ships simply came apart. Not exploding, not burning, just breaking into smaller and smaller pieces as the nanomachines worked. It was terrifying to watch. Warriors who had faced death bravely in countless battles now screamed in terror as their ships dissolved around them. But Young He had programmed the nanomachines carefully. They only attacked military vessels and equipment. Escape pods and life support systems were left intact. The humans were not trying to kill every Vrothian. They were trying to break their will to fight. The psychological effect was devastating. Vrothian warriors abandoned their ships in panic, fleeing to escape pods and surrendering rather than face the invisible weapons that destroyed their vessels. Stormbreaker tried to rally his forces, but fear had already won. On Kepler Station itself, Young He sent a message directly to Stormbreaker. "You have 1 hour to evacuate all personnel and surrender the station. If you refuse, we will destroy it with everyone inside. Choose." Stormbreaker had never surrendered in his life. His pride as a Vrothian warrior demanded that he fight to the death. But he looked at his officers, many of them young warriors on their first command. He looked at the remains of his fleet scattered across the system. He looked at the human warships holding position around his station, weapons ready. For the first time in his long military career, Stormbreaker felt true fear. Not fear of death, but fear of an enemy he did not understand. An enemy that fought with such calculated precision that resistance seemed pointless. "Evacuate the station," he ordered quietly. The Vrothians abandoned Kepler Station in an orderly retreat. Young He kept her word and allowed them to leave safely. But as their escape ships fled, she sent another message that was broadcast across every communication channel in the sector. The Vrothian Empire declared war on humanity by attacking our defenseless colonies. They thought we were weak because we chose peace. They were wrong. This is just the beginning. Every military installation, every forward base, every warship that participated in attacks on human colonies will be destroyed. We will not stop until the Vrothian Empire kneels and begs for mercy. This is not negotiable. This is not a threat. This is a The Vrothian fleet assembled at the edge of the Orion Nebula like a wall of steel and fire. 500 warships, the largest military force the Empire had ever gathered in one place. Stormbreaker stood on the bridge of his flagship, the conquering fist watching the tactical displays with grim determination. This would be the battle that decided everything. The human fleet approaches, his sensor officer reported. I count 65 vessels. Stormbreaker felt satisfaction flow through him. The humans had won their earlier victories through tricks and surprise. But here in open battle with overwhelming numbers, Vrothian strength would prevail. There was no trickery that could overcome such a difference in force. All ships battle formation, he commanded. We will crush them in one decisive strike. The Vrothian fleet moved into their traditional attack pattern. Heavy cruisers in front, destroyers on the flanks, carriers in the rear providing fighter support. It was the formation that had conquered 17 species. It had never failed. Admiral Young Hee watched the Vrothian formation take shape and smiled coldly. They still do not understand, she said to Commander Jae-sung. They think this is about numbers. Send the signal. Deep within the Orion Nebula, where radiation was so intense that it scrambled most sensors, 30 human vessels received their orders. They had been hiding there for 3 weeks, their crews enduring daily radiation treatments to counter the damage from their environment. Lieutenant Bora commanded one of those ships, a missile platform that carried weapons capable of striking targets from extreme range. Finally, Bora said when the orders came through, I was beginning to think we would die from radiation before getting to fight. Her crew activated their weapon systems. They had been maintaining complete silence, not even running active sensors. Now they lit up like stars as their targeting computers came online. Within seconds, they had firing solutions on the Vrothian rear formations. The first missiles launched from the nebula caught the Vrothians completely by surprise. The rear carrier groups never saw the attack coming. Explosions rippled through their formations as missiles struck with devastating accuracy. 8 carriers were destroyed in the opening salvo, along with their fighter complements. Stormbreaker spun toward his sensor officer. Where did those attacks come from? The nebula, Commander. There are multiple contacts emerging from the radiation clouds. That is impossible. No crew could survive in that environment for more than a few days. But the evidence was right there on his screens. Human ships emerging from places that should have killed them. Stormbreaker realized with growing dread that the humans had deliberately positioned forces in lethal conditions and simply accepted the cost. What kind of species did that? Young Hee's main fleet engaged the Vrothian front lines, but they did not fight like any enemy the Vrothians had faced before. Human ships moved in coordinated patterns that seemed random, but were actually calculated by quantum computers running millions of tactical simulations per second. They never stayed still, never held formation, never did what the Vrothians expected. Captain Hyunwoo commanded the destroyer Swift Justice. His ship dove under the Vrothian line, launching torpedoes upward into their vulnerable undersides. Before the Vrothians could rotate to engage him, he was already accelerating away. His engines pushed beyond their rated limits. Engineering reports we are at 130% power, his chief engineer reported. We cannot maintain this. We only need to maintain it for another 20 minutes, Hyunwoo replied calmly. After that, either we win or it does not matter. His engineer nodded and returned to keeping the engines from exploding. This was how humans fought. They pushed everything to the breaking point and beyond, accepting risks that other species would never take. The battle raged for 3 hours. The Vrothian numerical advantage meant nothing, because Young Hee never allowed them to bring their full force to bear. She kept her fleet moving, striking from unexpected angles, forcing the Vrothians to constantly reposition. Their formations broke apart as individual captains tried to respond to threats from multiple directions. Stormbreaker tried to maintain control, but it was like fighting smoke. Every time he gave orders to engage one group of human ships, another group would strike from a different direction. His fleet was larger and more powerful, but they were fighting an enemy that refused to engage in the traditional way. All ships, concentrate fire on the human flagship, Stormbreaker ordered desperately. Kill their admiral and the rest will fall apart. 200 Vrothian ships turned their weapons toward the Retribution. Enough firepower to destroy a small moon. Young Hee watched them come and did not move her ship. Admiral, we should retreat, Commander Jae-sung said urgently. We cannot survive that much fire. We do not need to survive it, Young Hee replied. We just need to hold their attention. Execute protocol mirror. Every human ship suddenly activated systems that had been installed specifically for this moment. Electromagnetic generators created false sensor signatures, making each human vessel appear in multiple locations at once. The Vrothians found themselves targeting dozens of ghost ships mixed with real vessels. When they fired, most of their shots struck nothing. The few that hit real targets found that the human ships had reinforced their shields for exactly this moment, accepting reduced mobility in exchange for survival. The Retribution took 17 direct hits and survived, its shields collapsing but its hull intact. And while the Vrothians were focusing on the human flagship, Bora's forces in the nebula launched their main assault. Missiles streaked through space, hundreds of them, all targeted at the Vrothian command ships. Stormbreaker's conquering fist was hit by 47 missiles simultaneously. The great warship broke apart, its reactor exploding in a flash of light that temporarily blinded nearby sensors. Stormbreaker managed to reach an escape pod seconds before his ship died. As he fled, he watched his fleet crumbling around him. Without his coordination, individual Vrothian captains made their own decisions. Some fled, some surrendered, some fought on in desperate last stands. The battle was over. Of 500 Vrothian warships, fewer than 100 escaped. The rest were destroyed or captured. Young He's fleet had lost 12 vessels, but she had broken the Vrothian military completely. Across Vrothian space, the news of the defeat spread rapidly. The Empire's supposedly invincible fleet had been destroyed by a force 1/8 its size. Panic spread through Vrothian colonies. If humanity could do this to their military, what would they do to civilian populations? On Earth, analyst Subin was working on a different kind of warfare. She had spent weeks tracking financial transactions and communications between Galactic Council members and Vrothian officials. What she found was explosive. Dozens of council representatives had accepted bribes from the Vrothians. They had voted to allow Vrothian expansion not because it was legal, but because they were being paid. Subin compiled all the evidence into a detailed report. She included transaction records, intercepted communications, and financial analysis showing exactly how much each corrupt official had received. Then she sent it to every major news organization in the galaxy. The scandal erupted overnight. Council members were arrested on their homeworlds. Governments fell as citizens learned their representatives had sold out humanity for profit. The Galactic Council itself ground to a halt as investigations began into the corruption. The council leader, the Keltheran who had dismissed humanity's warnings 3 months ago, called an emergency session to address the crisis. But when he tried to speak, his own species' representatives demanded his resignation. He had taken more bribes than anyone else. Ambassador Taman watched the council's chaos from the gallery. Scientist Heejin sat beside him, both of them observing the political destruction that Subin's revelations had caused. They are getting what they deserve, Hyejin said quietly. Perhaps, Taman replied. But this gives us no joy. We wanted peace, not this. The Galactic Council tried to send a peacekeeping fleet to intervene in the human-Vrothian war. They assembled ships from a dozen species and dispatched them to Vrothian space, with orders to enforce a ceasefire. Admiral Young-hee received notification of the peacekeeping fleet's approach. She recorded a message and transmitted it on all frequencies. This is Admiral Young-hee to the Galactic Council Peacekeeping Force. 3 months ago we asked for your help when Vrothian forces were murdering our civilians. You refused. You told us to accept our weakness or defend ourselves. We chose to defend ourselves. Now that we are winning, you decide to intervene. Your assistance is not wanted and not needed. Turn back, or you will be treated as hostile forces. The peacekeeping fleet stopped at the edge of Vrothian space. Their commanders looked at the wreckage of Vrothian military bases floating in nearby systems and decided that Young-hee was not bluffing. They retreated without firing a shot. The message was clear to everyone in the galaxy. Humanity was not asking for permission anymore. They were not following galactic rules that had failed to protect them. They were fighting their war their way and no one could stop them. Captain Hyunwoo's destroyer was one of the ships tasked with advancing toward the Vrothian homeworld. As they traveled through Vrothian territory, they found colonies that were terrified of what the humans might do. When the 6 months had passed since the massacre at New Jeju, Admiral Young-hee stood on the bridge of the Retribution, looking at the view screen that showed the Vrothian homeworld below. Her fleet held position in a perfect blockade formation around the planet, Not a single ship could enter or leave without her permission. The Varothian military was shattered, their empire broken, their pride destroyed. But the planet itself remained intact. Every city, every farm, every civilian structure untouched by human weapons. This was Young He's choice, and it was a choice that terrified the Galactic Council more than any destruction would have. "Admiral, we are receiving a transmission from the surface," Commander Jae-sung reported. "The Varothian Emperor wishes to speak with you directly." "Put him through," Young He ordered. The Emperor's face appeared on the screen. He looked old and tired, nothing like the proud warrior he had been 6 months ago. Behind him, Young He could see his advisors, all of them looking defeated. "Admiral Young He," the Emperor said, his voice quiet, "I am prepared to accept your terms. Complete military disarmament, reparations for the families of those killed at New Jeju, war crimes trials for those who participated in the massacre. All of this I will accept. I ask only that you spare my people further suffering." Young He studied him for a long moment. She felt no satisfaction in his defeat, no joy in his humiliation. She felt only the weight of all the decisions she had made, all the lives lost on both sides, all the destruction that could have been avoided if the Council had listened to Ambassador Taemin's warnings. "Your acceptance is noted," Young He replied. "But this is not a negotiation between you and me. The terms will be presented by our diplomatic corps. What I can tell you is this. Humanity does not seek to destroy the Varothian people. We sought only to stop you from destroying us. That goal has been achieved." The transmission ended. Young He turned to her communications officer. "Inform Earth Command that the Varothian Empire has indicated willingness to surrender. Request that Ambassador Taemin be sent to negotiate final terms." 3 days later, Ambassador Taemin arrived at the Varothian homeworld aboard a diplomatic vessel. Scientist Hyejin accompanied him, along with a security detail led by Colonel Won-shik. The colonel was a serious man who had served in special operations during Earth's unification wars. He trusted no one and expected trouble everywhere. "Stay alert," Won-shik told his team as they prepared to shuttle down to the planet's surface. "The Varothians may be defeated, but desperate enemies are dangerous enemies." The shuttle landed at the Imperial Palace. Varothian guards stood at attention, their weapons holstered and their heads bowed. They did not meet the eyes of the humans who walked past them. The proud warriors who had terrorized colonies now looked broken and ashamed. Inside the palace, the Varothian Emperor waited in a simple meeting room. He had set aside his ceremonial armor and wore plain robes. Stormbreaker stood beside him, the once mighty commander now serving as a translator and advisor. The warrior who had laughed at human warnings now looked haunted. Taemin entered the room and sat across from the Emperor. Hyejin set up her data displays, showing detailed documentation of every crime committed against human colonies. Won-shik positioned his security team at strategic points around the room, their weapons ready but not threatening. "Let us begin," Taemin said simply. The negotiations lasted for 8 hours. Taemin presented humanity's demands with calm precision. Complete dismantling of the Varothian military fleet, with only defensive forces allowed. Reparations totaling 15 trillion galactic credits to be paid over 20 years. War crimes trials for every soldier and officer who participated in attacks on civilian targets. Permanent human monitoring stations in Varothian space to ensure compliance. The Emperor agreed to everything without argument. He had no choice, but more than that, he seemed to understand that these terms were fair, given what his empire had done. "There is one more thing," Taemin said. "The footage from New Jeju, showing your soldiers executing civilians, will be submitted to the Galactic Council as evidence. The galaxy will know what happened and why humanity responded as we did." Stormbreaker spoke for the first time. "Ambassador, may I ask a question?" Taemin nodded. "Why did you spare our civilians? Your fleet could have bombarded our worlds from orbit. You could have done to us what we did to New Jeju, but on a scale we could never match. Yet you did not. Why?" Taemin looked at the warrior for a long moment. "Because we are not you. We do not murder civilians for sport or to inspire terror. We fight to protect our people and remove threats. Once you were no longer a threat, we had no reason to harm your civilians. That is the difference between us. That is why we warned you not to make us angry." Hyejin added quietly, "We have killed enough of our own species to understand the cost of war. We did not want to add Varothian civilians to that count unless absolutely necessary. Your military forced us to fight. Your civilians did not. Stormbreaker had no response. He simply bowed his head, finally understanding what Ambassador Taemin had tried to explain to the Council 6 months ago. The treaty was signed that evening. The Vrothian Empire officially surrendered to humanity, accepting all terms without reservation. As Taemin prepared to return to his shuttle, the Emperor stopped him. "Ambassador, one question haunts me. If we had listened to your warning, if the Council had protected your colonies as you asked, would any of this have been necessary?" "No," Taemin replied. "We came to the Council seeking peace. We explained our history and our capabilities because we wanted to avoid exactly what happened. Every death on both sides could have been prevented if the Council had simply enforced their own protection agreements. I will live with that knowledge for the rest of my life," the Emperor said quietly. 2 days later, the Galactic Council convened for the first time since the scandal exposed by analyst Subin. The chamber was half empty. Many representatives had been arrested or forced to resign. The council leader from the Keltheran species was gone, replaced by a younger member of his species who looked nervous and uncertain. Ambassador Taemin stood at the speaker's platform once again, but this time the chamber was silent. Every species watched him with wary respect. Behind him on the screens played footage from New Jeju, shown at humanity's insistence so the full council could see what had started the war. When the footage ended, Taemin spoke. 6 months ago I stood in this chamber and warned you. I explained humanity's history. I begged you to protect our colonies from Vrothian aggression. You voted to allow the attacks to continue. You told us to accept our weakness or defend ourselves. We chose to defend ourselves." He paused, letting the silence stretch. "The Vrothian Empire has surrendered unconditionally. Their military has been dismantled. They will pay reparations for their crimes. Justice has been served, but at a terrible cost. Thousands of humans died at New Jeju. Tens of thousands of Vrothian soldiers died in the war that followed. All of this could have been prevented." The new interim council leader spoke hesitantly. "Ambassador Taemin, the council recognizes that we failed in our duty to protect your colonies. We acknowledge the corruption that influenced our decision. We ask, what does humanity want from the council now?" Taemin touched his datapad and new images appeared on the screens. These showed the proposed reforms that Earth's government had prepared. "We want 3 things, Taemin said. First, complete reform of council voting procedures to prevent bribery and corruption. Second, mandatory enforcement of protection agreements for all member species. Third, establishment of a permanent security force that can actually protect members from aggression, not just talk about it." He looked around the chamber. "But more than any of this, we want the galaxy to understand a simple truth. Humanity chose peace. We chose to join this council and follow galactic law. We chose to share our culture and science instead of our weapons. That was our gift to the galaxy. When you rejected our warnings and failed to protect us, you forced us to remember what we had tried to forget. You made us become what we spent centuries learning not to be." President Dong-Hyun's voice came through the communication system, broadcast to the entire council. "This is President Dong-Hyun of Earth. Let me be clear about humanity's position going forward. We will not be ignored again. We will not trust our safety to a council that cannot enforce its own laws. We will maintain a military force capable of defending all our colonies and interests. And if any species attacks our people again, we will respond with the same efficiency we showed against the Vrothians." He paused, and his next words carried weight that made every delegate in the chamber feel cold. "But understand this, we do not want to be warriors. We do not glory in combat or seek conquest. We want to return to being scientists, artists, farmers, and explorers. The choice of whether we can do that is yours. Attack us and you will face what the Vrothians faced. Leave us in peace and we will be the best neighbors the galaxy has ever known. The decision is entirely in your hands." The transmission ended. The council chamber erupted in discussion. Some species called for restrictions on human military power. Others demanded that humans be given permanent. The alarm screams filled every corner of the space station. Captain Hyunwoo ran through the metal hallways, his boots hitting the floor hard. Behind him, other crew members followed. Everyone looked scared. Something terrible was happening back home. "Sir, we're getting the last transmission from Earth now," a young officer shouted. Her name was Jiwon, and she was the best scientist on the station. Her hands shook as she worked the control panel. Hyunwoo reached the main control room. The big screen showed Earth, their beautiful blue home. But something was wrong. The planet was glowing with strange white light. The light grew brighter and brighter. "What's happening down there?" Hyunwoo asked. His voice was calm, but his heart was beating fast. Jiwon's fingers moved quickly across her computer. "The experimental warp drive, sir. The one they were testing in Geneva." Something went wrong. "The readings don't make sense. The energy levels are impossible." On the screen, Earth glowed brighter. The light was so strong now that they could barely see the planet anymore. Ships in orbit around Earth were trying to escape. Some made it, most didn't. "Get me a connection to Earth Command," Hyunwoo ordered. "I'm trying, sir," another officer said. "But the interference is too strong." "Wait, I have something. It's breaking up badly." A voice came through the speakers. It was full of static and hard to hear. "This is Earth Command. To all human colonies and ships. We have lost control of the warp experiment. The field is expanding. We cannot stop it. Evacuate the orbital stations. Get as far away as possible. This is not a drill. This is—" The voice cut off. On the screen, Earth disappeared. One moment it was there, glowing with impossible light. The next moment, there was only empty space. The moon floated alone where Earth should have been. The control room went silent. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. They all stared at the empty spot on the screen. "Sir?" Jiwon's voice was barely a whisper. "Earth is gone. It's just gone." Hyunwoo felt like someone had punched him in the stomach. His wife was down there. His daughter. His parents. Everyone he loved. Billions of people. All gone in a flash of light. "Scan the area," he said. His voice didn't sound like his own. "Find survivors. Find anything." The crew worked in shocked silence. Hours passed. They found a few escape pods. Some damaged ships. But Earth was gone. Completely gone. Like it had never existed. Jiwon worked through the night. She barely ate. She barely slept. She studied every piece of data they had recorded. When morning came, she called Hyunwoo to her lab. "Captain, I found something," she said. Her eyes were red from crying and lack of sleep. Earth didn't explode. The energy readings, they don't match an explosion or a destruction event. "Then where is it?" Hyunwoo asked. "I think it phased out of our dimension," Jiwon said. She pulled up complicated graphs and numbers. The warp drive was supposed to bend space for travel, but it looks like it bent reality itself. Earth might have slipped into another dimension. Another layer of space-time. Hyunwoo wanted to hope, but he was a military man. He dealt in facts.
Can we bring it back?
Jiwon shook her head. "I don't know. I don't even know if I'm right. This is all theory. But Captain, if I'm correct, Earth might still exist somewhere. The people might still be alive. How long would it take to prove your theory?" Hyunwoo asked. "Years, maybe decades. We'd need resources, scientists, equipment we don't have here." Hyunwoo made a decision. "Then we work towards that. But first we need to survive." The situation was bad. The mining station where they lived was never meant to hold so many people. Ships from the lunar base had arrived. Escape pods from orbital stations. In total, they had 50,000 humans. That was all that remained of humanity. 50,000 out of $12 billion. Food was the first problem. The station had supplies for 5,000 people for 6 months. With 50,000, they had food for less than a month. Water recycling was at maximum capacity. Power systems were failing. Hyunwoo called a meeting with all the senior officers and scientists. They gathered in the largest room on the station. Everyone looked tired and scared. "We have 3 options," Hyunwoo said. "We stay here and die when supplies run out. We split up and try to reach other stations, knowing most of us won't make it, or we work together and build something new." An older engineer named Taemin spoke up. "Build what? We're miners, not colonists. We don't have the tools or knowledge to terraform a planet." "Then we live in space," Hyunwoo said. "We connect all our ships. We use the station as our core. We become a mobile colony. We mine asteroids for resources. We build hydroponic farms. We survive, and if we can't," someone asked. "Then humanity ends with us," Hyunwoo said simply. "But I refuse to give up. Our families, our friends, they might still be alive somewhere. If there's even a chance of bringing Earth back, we need to be here when that happens. We need to survive." The vote was unanimous. They would fight to survive. The next months were the hardest time any of them had experienced. They worked 20-hour days. They connected ships together with docking tubes. They built large solar panels for power. They created farms in every available space, growing vegetables under artificial light. People died. Some from accidents, some from sickness. Some gave up hope and took their own lives. But slowly the colony stabilized. Meanwhile, something else was happening. Far across the galaxy, alien civilizations had detected Earth's disappearance. The Galactic Council, a group of powerful alien empires, met to discuss the situation. They sent scouts to the solar system. They found the moon, Mars, and the human mining stations. But no Earth. The scouts reported back. The Council made their decision. Humanity was declared extinct. Earth's territory was divided among the alien empires. The Vorath Dominion, a race of cruel reptilian warriors, claimed the solar system. They had always wanted Earth's resources. When Vorath ships arrived at the mining station, Hyunwoo made another hard choice. He ordered the colony to hide. They powered down all systems. They drifted in the darkness of space like debris. The Vorath scanned the area but found nothing they considered valuable. They left. "We're ghosts now," Hyunwoo told his people. "As far as the galaxy knows, humanity is dead. We need to stay hidden, we need to survive, and we need to keep searching for a way to bring Earth back." Jiwon continued her research. She studied the quantum data from Earth's disappearance every day. She built new theories. She ran simulations, and slowly, very slowly, she began to understand what had happened. One night she burst into Hyunwoo's quarters. "Captain, I know where Earth is. It's not gone. It's right where it always was. But it's vibrating at a different frequency than our reality. It's like two radio stations playing at the same time. Earth is still broadcasting, but we're tuned to the wrong channel." "Can we change the channel?" Hyunwoo asked. "Not yet, but maybe someday. We need to keep humanity alive until that day comes." Hyunwoo nodded. He looked out the window at the stars. Somewhere out there, Earth existed. His family existed. He would make sure humanity survived to see them again. The colony ship drifted through space, hidden in shadows, keeping the flame of humanity alive. They didn't know it would take 1,000 years. They didn't know how much would change. But they held on to hope, and hope was enough to keep them going. 1,000 years passed like water flowing through fingers. The small human colony that Hyunwoo led was gone now. Those people had lived and died centuries ago. But humanity survived. They spread slowly, carefully, staying hidden from the great powers of the galaxy. The galaxy had changed completely. The Vorath Dominion now controlled a quarter of all known space. They were cruel rulers. They enslaved entire planets. They destroyed species that refused to bow. Other aliens spoke of humans only in whispers, like telling ghost stories to children. Did humans really exist? Young aliens would ask their teachers. Yes, long ago, the teachers would say. They were a primitive species. They almost reached the stars, but they died before they could truly begin. They are a warning. Reach too far too fast and you will fall. The old human station still floated in space, hidden in an asteroid field. It had grown over the centuries. More sections had been added. Now it held 500,000 people, all descendants of the original 50,000. They called it Haven Station. The people of Haven Station lived quiet lives. They mined asteroids. They grew food in vast underground farms. They built new ships in secret, and they remembered Earth. Every child learned about the blue planet. Every family kept old pictures and stories. Earth was their religion, their hope, their dream. Taemin was born on Haven Station. He never knew the Earth that his ancestors came from. He was an engineer like his father and grandfather before him. He worked in the deep sections of the station, maintaining the old systems that kept everyone alive. One day, Taemin was doing routine work in Section 7. This was the oldest part of the station, built by the original survivors. Most people avoided it. The corridors were narrow and dark. The air smelled like rust and old metal. Taemin's flashlight swept across the walls. He was looking for a power junction that kept failing. Instead, he found a door. It was hidden behind a collapsed wall panel. The door was locked with an old security system. "That's strange," Taemin muttered. He checked his station map. This room wasn't listed anywhere. Curiosity won over caution. Taemin was good with electronics. He worked on the lock for an hour before it finally opened. The door slid aside with a screech of old metal. Inside was a room full of computers. Ancient computers from before Earth disappeared. They were covered in dust, but the power lights still blinked. Someone had left them running for 1,000 years. Taemin stepped inside carefully. He touched one of the keyboards. The screen came to life. Words appeared. "Archive system active. Welcome, authorized personnel. Last access 1,000 years, 3 months, 17 days ago. Taman's heart beat faster. This was a time capsule from the original survivors. He started exploring the files. What he found made him forget to breathe. There were blueprints. Designs for weapons that could destroy stars. Ships that could move faster than light. Computers that could think like humans. Energy systems that drew power from the fabric of space itself. We were gods, Taman whispered. Before Earth vanished, we were becoming gods, but there was more. Taman found personal logs. Videos recorded by the original survivors. He watched Hyunwoo, the first captain, speaking into a camera. "If you're watching this, I'm long dead," Hyunwoo said. His face looked tired but determined. "I'm leaving this archive for our descendants. Inside, you'll find everything we knew about Earth's technology. Everything we were building before the disaster. Keep it safe. Keep it secret. When Earth returns, we'll need this knowledge. And Earth will return. Dr. Jiwon proved it. Earth isn't destroyed. It's waiting. Keep humanity alive until that day comes." The video ended. Taman sat in silence for a long time. Then he copied everything to a portable drive and sealed the room again. He knew what he had to do. Taman went to the station council. They were the leaders of Haven Station, elected by the people. He showed them what he found. The council chamber erupted in excited voices. "This changes everything," one council member said. "With these designs, we could build real weapons. We could defend ourselves. Or we could paint a target on our backs," another argued. "If the Vorath discover we have this technology, they'll destroy us." The debate went on for hours. Finally, the council leader, an old woman named Yoonji, spoke. "We will study this technology in secret," she said. "We will not build weapons yet. But we will prepare. We will learn, and we will watch for signs of Earth's return." While this was happening on Haven Station, something strange was occurring across the galaxy. Scientists from many different species were detecting unusual energy readings. They came from the sector where Earth used to be, where the Vorath now ruled. The readings were weak at first, just tiny blips on sensors, but they were growing stronger every day. The energy signature matched nothing in any known database. It was completely alien, completely new. The Vorath Empire noticed too. Warlord Crexus, one of their most brutal commanders, was ordered to investigate. He took a fleet of warships to the old solar system. Crexus was a massive creature covered in red scales. He had conquered 17 planets personally. Fear was a weapon he used well. "Find the source of these readings," he ordered his crew. "If it's a weapon, I want it. If it's a threat, I want it destroyed." The Vorath ships scanned the solar system for weeks. They found nothing. The readings came from empty space where Earth used to be. But there was nothing there. "Just empty blackness, it's like a ghost," one of the Vorath scientists said. "The energy is there, but we can't find the source." Crexus snarled. "Ghosts don't exist. Keep looking." Meanwhile, on Haven Station, something was happening to the young people. A pilot named Minho started having dreams. Strange, vivid dreams that felt more real than waking life. In the dreams, he walked on Earth. He felt grass under his feet. He smelled ocean air. He heard voices calling to him. "Come home," they said. "We're waiting. Come home." Minho wasn't the only one. Dozens of young people reported the same dreams. The council was worried. They brought in doctors. The doctors found nothing wrong. The dreams continued. Taman interviewed many of the dreamers. They all described the same thing. Earth was calling them. It was getting closer. Something was about to happen. "How do you know?" Taman asked Minho. "I just know," Minho said. "Like how you know when someone's watching you. Like how you know when a storm is coming. Earth is coming back." Taman reported this to the council. Unji listened carefully. She was very old now, over 90. She remembered stories her grandmother told, stories from the original survivors. "My grandmother said that Dr. Jiwon predicted this," Yoonji said. "She said Earth existed at a different frequency. Perhaps the frequency is changing. Perhaps Earth is finding its way back to us. Should we prepare?" Taman asked. "Yes," Yoonji said. "But how do you prepare for the return of a planet? How do you prepare to meet ancestors from 1,000 years ago?" The Vorath Empire was asking different questions. Crexus became obsessed with the energy readings. He brought more ships, more scientists, more equipment. The readings kept growing stronger. "Whatever this is, it's big," a Vorath scientist reported. "The energy output is increasing exponentially. If this continues in a few months, it will be detectable across half the galaxy. Could it be a weapon? Crexus asked. It could be anything. We've never seen energy like this before. Crexus made a decision.
Send word to the Emperor. Tell him we may have found something important.
Request more ships. Whatever is coming, I want to be ready for it. On Haven Station, Taman worked day and night. He was building something from the old blueprints. A sensor array more powerful than anything the station had. If Earth was really coming back, he wanted to detect it first. Minho helped him. The young pilot couldn't sleep anymore. The dreams were too strong. It's soon, he kept saying. Very soon now. 3 months later, Taman's sensor array picked up something impossible. A massive object was materializing in the old solar system, right where Earth used to be.
The object was planet-sized. Get the council,
Taman said, his voice shaking. Get everyone. Earth is coming home. Alarms rang through Haven Station. People rushed to viewing screens. They watched the readings climb. The energy output was incredible. It was like watching a sun being born. In the Vorath fleet, Crexus watched the same readings. Battle stations, he ordered. Whatever is appearing, we will be ready. The space where Earth used to be began to glow. Softly at first, then brighter. The light grew until it was visible to the naked eye. Ships from across the sector turned to look. The light pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and then Earth appeared. But it wasn't the Earth that had vanished. This Earth glowed with power. Rings of light circled it. Massive structures orbited in perfect formation. Cities on the surface shone like stars. It was Earth but transformed, evolved, transcendent. On Haven Station, people cried. They cheered. They fell to their knees. Their prayers had been answered. Earth had returned. In the Vorath fleet, Crexus stared at the planet. For the first time in his life, he felt something like fear. This was not a primitive species homeworld. This was something else, something dangerous. Open a communication channel, Crexus ordered. Let's see who we're dealing with. A response came immediately. A human voice speaking perfect Vorath language. This is Earth, we have returned. Stand down your weapons and prepare to negotiate. Crexus laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. Negotiate? You are in Vorath space. You will surrender or you will be destroyed. The voice for the Vorath warships moved forward. 50 massive vessels, each one capable of destroying a moon. They had conquered countless worlds with these ships. Crexus expected Earth to fall in minutes. Energy weapons charged. Missile tubes opened. Plasma cannons heated up. The Vorath fleet was ready to turn Earth into dust. Then Earth responded. A field of light appeared around the planet. It was beautiful, like the surface of a soap bubble shimmering with rainbow colors. The Vorath weapons fired. Thousands of missiles streaked through space. Energy beams hot enough to melt steel slashed forward. Plasma bolts that could crack a planet's crust raced toward Earth. None of it reached the surface. The missiles hit the light field and simply stopped. They hung in space like insects in amber. The energy beams bent around the field, curving away into empty space. The plasma bolts splashed against the barrier like water hitting a window. On Haven Station, everyone watched in amazement. Taman's hands shook as he recorded everything. Impossible, he whispered. That's a full fleet bombardment. Nothing can stop that. Earth can, Minho said. The young pilot's eyes were bright with tears. Earth can do anything now. In the Vorath flagship, alarms screamed. Sir, our weapons have no effect, a tactical officer reported. Crexus growled deep in his throat. Then we get closer. Ready the boarding teams. We'll take the planet the old way with soldiers and guns. 3 of the largest Vorath ships began moving toward Earth. They would land armies of warriors. The Vorath were experts at ground combat. They had enslaved entire civilizations this way. A new voice came from Earth. It was different from before. This voice was female and it spoke with absolute authority. This is Ambassador Sujin of Earth, you were warned. You did not listen. Now you will see what humanity has become. 3 points of light appeared in space directly in front of the advancing Vorath ships. The lights grew brighter. Then they exploded outward in beams of pure white energy. The beams hit the 3 warships. There was no explosion, no fire. The ships simply came apart. They disintegrated into clouds of atoms. 15,000 Vorath warriors died in less than a second. Their ships didn't explode. They were simply erased from existence. Silence filled every communication channel in the sector. Everyone had seen it. Everyone understood. Earth had weapons that defied all known physics. Retreat, Crexus screamed. All ships retreat now. The remaining Vorath vessels turned and fled. They engaged their faster-than-light drives, desperate to escape. "Earth, let them go." The message was clear. "We could have destroyed you all. We chose mercy." On Haven Station, chaos erupted. People shouted and cried. Some were happy. Some were scared. All were shocked. "They're gods," someone said. Earth became gods while they were gone. Yunji, the council leader, stood up slowly. Her old bones ached, but her mind was clear. "Contact Earth," she said. "Tell them about Haven Station. Tell them humanity survived out here too." Taman worked his controls. "I'm trying, but their communication systems are far beyond ours. I don't know if we can reach them." "Keep trying," Yunji said. While Haven Station tried to make contact, Earth was talking to the Galactic Council. The Council gathered in emergency session on their massive station at the galaxy's center. Representatives from 300 species attended, either in person or by hologram. The image of Ambassador Sujin appeared before them. She looked human, but something was different. Her skin seemed to glow slightly. Her eyes held depths that made even the oldest council members uncomfortable. "Honored Council," Sujin said. Her voice was polite but cold. "Earth has returned. We reclaim all territories that were ours before our disappearance. This includes the entire Sol system and the 17 colony worlds we had established. We expect these territories to be returned immediately." The council chamber exploded in protest. Voices shouted in 100 different languages. The council speaker, a tall being made of living crystal, raised its arms for silence. "Ambassador Sujin," the speaker said, "Earth has been gone for 1,000 years. The Galactic Council declared humanity extinct. Your territories were legally redistributed according to council law." "Your laws," Sujin said simply. "Not ours. We never agreed to extinction. We never surrendered our sovereignty. Return what is ours or we will take it." A Vorath representative stood up. He was smaller than Crexus, but his voice carried authority. "The Empire does not surrender territory. You destroyed 3 warships. That is an act of war. We demand compensation and—" Sujin's expression didn't change, but the air in the chamber seemed to get colder. "You attacked us first. You claimed our homeworld. You threatened our people. And you dare demand compensation? The Vorath Empire will withdraw from all human territories within 10 days, or we will remove you ourselves." "The Empire has 10,000 warships," the Vorath shouted. "You cannot stand against us?" "Watch us," Sujin said. The hologram disappeared. The council chamber erupted again. Some species called for war, some called for negotiation, some just looked terrified. Meanwhile, Earth began to show what it could do. Ships emerged from the orbital rings. These weren't like any ships the galaxy had seen before. They were sleek and beautiful, made of materials that seemed to shift and change. They moved through space impossibly fast without using conventional engines. Commander Daehyun led the Earth fleet. He was younger than Sujin, but his command presence was absolute. His flagship, the Eternal Return, took position at the edge of the solar system. "This is Commander Daehyun to all species occupying former human territory," he broadcasted. "You have 10 days to evacuate. Take your people and leave. Anyone remaining after that deadline will be removed by force." The Vorath on Mars laughed at this message. They had fortified the Red Planet with massive defensive weapons. They had 1 million soldiers stationed there. They believed they were safe. On the 5th day, Daehyun arrived at Mars with a single ship. He didn't attack the Vorath defenses. He didn't fire any weapons. Instead, he activated something the galaxy had never seen before. The Eternal Return began to glow. The light spread out in waves. When it touched the Vorath weapons, they stopped working. Guns wouldn't fire. Computers shut down. Ships fell from the sky as their engines died. Even the smallest electronic devices failed. The Vorath soldiers stood in confusion, holding useless weapons. Then Daehyun's voice echoed across Mars, broadcast through every speaker, every communication device, even through the helmets of soldiers' armor. "Your weapons are dead. Your defenses are gone. You have 1 hour to board evacuation ships, or you will be transported off this planet by force. We will not harm you, but you cannot remain. Mars belongs to humanity." True to his word, exactly 1 hour later, the Vorath who refused to leave simply disappeared. One moment they were on Mars. The next they found themselves on Vorath ships far from the solar system. They weren't hurt, just relocated, teleported across vast distances by technology that shouldn't exist. This happened on every human world. The Vorath tried to fight. They sent more fleets. They activated ancient weapons. Nothing worked. Earth ships moved through space like they were phasing between dimensions. Vorath attacks passed through them harmlessly. When Earth fought back, Vorath ships simply stopped working or were transported far away. In 8 days, every former human territory was reclaimed. Not a single human life was lost. Not a single human fired a weapon in anger. They didn't need to. They had become something beyond war. On the 9th day, Haven Station finally made contact with Earth. Taemin had worked non-stop to boost their signal. When the connection was established, everyone on the station held their breath. Sujin's face appeared on their screens. For a moment she said nothing. She just looked at them. Then she smiled, and it was the first real emotion she had shown. "You survived," she said softly. "All these centuries you survived." Captain Hyunwoo's colony survived. Yoonji stepped forward. "We kept the faith. We waited for Earth to come home. We kept humanity alive, and we are grateful," Sujin said. "But you need to understand something. The people of Earth were different now. 1,000 years passed for the galaxy. Only 10 years passed on Earth, but they were 10 years of incredible change. We evolved. We merged with technology. We became something new. Are you still human?" Minho asked suddenly. Sujin paused. "That's a complicated question. We have human hearts, human memories, human emotions. But we can do things that would seem like magic to you. We can live forever if we choose. We can exist in multiple places at once. We can think at speeds that make computers seem slow. Are we still human? I believe we are. But we're also more. Can we visit Earth?" Yoonji asked. "Can we see our home?" "Yes," Sujin said. "All of you are welcome. Your family, your heroes. You kept humanity alive in the dark times. Earth will always be your home too." Ships came for Haven Station. Beautiful ships that moved like dreams. The people of Haven Station boarded them nervously. Many had never left the station. None had ever seen Earth except in old pictures. When they approached the planet, everyone crowded against the windows. They saw a world of crystal towers reaching into the clouds. They saw cities that glowed with soft light. They saw forests and oceans, but also structures that defied explanation. Rings of energy circled the equator. Satellites team me. The Vorath Empire refused to accept defeat. In their great capital city on the planet Varathus Prime, the Emperor called his war council. The chamber was dark and filled with the smell of blood. This was how the Vorath liked it. They were predators by nature, and they ruled through fear. Emperor Vraxus stood at the head of the council. He was the largest Vorath alive, covered in black scales that seemed to absorb light. He had ruled for 300 years, conquering everything in his path. He would not bow to humans. "Earth took our territories," Vraxus said, his voice like grinding stone. "They humiliated us in front of the entire galaxy. They made us look weak. This cannot stand." "My lord," one advisor dared to speak. "Their technology is beyond ours. Our weapons cannot touch them. Perhaps negotiation." Vraxus's tail whipped out faster than thought. It struck the advisor, sending him crashing into the wall. The advisor didn't get up. "There will be no negotiation," Vraxus said. "We are the Vorath. We do not retreat. We do not surrender. We fight until we win or until we die. Gather the fleet. Every ship we have. Every soldier. Every weapon. We will crush Earth and show the galaxy what happens when you challenge the Empire." Across the Vorath Empire, warships began to gather. 10,000 vessels, from small fighters to massive dreadnoughts. They came from 100 conquered worlds. The Vorath had spent centuries building this fleet. It was the largest military force in the known galaxy. Warlord Crexus was put in command. He stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Crimson Death, and watched the fleet assemble. His scales were still red, but now they were painted with ritual symbols of war. He had failed once against Earth. He would not fail again. "Earth thinks it is powerful," Crexus told his officers, "but power means nothing without the will to use it." They showed mercy. That was their mistake. Mercy is weakness. We will show them no mercy. News of the fleet spread quickly. The Galactic Council called emergency sessions. Some species sided with Earth, impressed by their restraint. Others feared human power and secretly hoped the Vorath would win. Most just tried to stay neutral, terrified of angering either side. On Earth, Admiral Yeji prepared humanity's response. She was older than Sujin, one of the first humans to undergo the transformation. She had commanded Earth's defenses for the entire 10 years of their isolation. She knew war in ways the young ones didn't. Yeji's command center was a room of pure light. Information flowed through her mind directly. She could see every ship in her fleet, every weapon, every possibility all at once. She was connected to the Eternal Defense Network, a system that linked every military asset Earth had. "Admiral, the Vorath fleet is massive," her second officer reported. His name was Doyun and he was nervous. 10,000 ships. Maybe 5 million soldiers. They're bringing everything. Good, Yeji said calmly. Let them come. Let them bring their entire empire. They need to understand what we've become. This battle will determine the future of the galaxy. She called a meeting with Sujin and the other leaders. They gathered in a virtual space, their consciousness meeting while their bodies remained elsewhere. The Vorath want total war, Yeji said. If we just disable their fleet like before, they'll rebuild and come again. We need to break them completely. Show them the cost of aggression. Without killing them, Sujin added. We can't become monsters just to fight monsters. Can we win without killing? Asked Commander Daehyun. Their whole culture is built on violence. How do you defeat someone without violence? Yeji smiled. By showing them something they've never seen. Something that scares them more than death. We show them irrelevance. The Vorath fleet arrived at the edge of the solar system 2 weeks later. They came in full battle formation, weapons charged, shields up. They expected Earth to meet them with a fleet. They expected a battle. Instead, they found one ship. Yeji's flagship, the Quantum Dream, waited alone. It was smaller than a Vorath dreadnought. It hung in space like a silver tear, beautiful and impossible. Is this a joke? Crexus demanded. They send one ship against our entire fleet? Maybe it's a trap, his tactical officer suggested. Then we spring it, Crexus said. All ships advance. Destroy that vessel. The Vorath fleet moved forward. 10,000 ships against one. The greatest military force in the galaxy against a single human vessel. Yeji watched them come. Her consciousness was spread throughout her ship. She was the ship in a way. She felt its systems like her own body. She felt the weapons charging, the shields ready, the dimensional drive spinning up. This is Admiral Yeji to the Vorath fleet, she broadcasted. Turn back now. This is your last warning. We do not want to hurt you. Destroy them. Crexus roared. The Vorath fleet opened fire. Energy weapons lit up space. Missiles streaked forward by the thousands. Plasma bolts hot enough to melt planets raced toward the Quantum Dream. Yeji's ship simply phased out of existence. One moment it was there, the next it was somewhere else. The Vorath weapons hit empty space and exploded harmlessly. The Quantum Dream reappeared in the middle of the Vorath formation. Then it began to multiply. One ship became 2. 2 became 4. 4 became 8. The multiplying continued until there were 1,000 copies of Yeji's ship, all identical, all real. Dimensional cloning. Yeji's voice came from every ship at once. Each of these ships exists in a different dimensional frequency. They're all real. They're all me, and they're all very disappointed in you. The 1,000 ships began to move. They didn't fire weapons. Instead, they flew through the Vorath fleet like ghosts, phasing through the massive warships. Every ship they touched simply stopped working. Lights went out. Engines died. Weapons powered down. Life support remained active, but nothing else functioned. In minutes, half the Vorath fleet was dead in space. What is this? Crexus screamed. What are they doing to us? Hajun's voice answered him. The physicist was monitoring the battle from Earth. We're rewriting your technology at the quantum level. We're making your weapons choose peace. Your ships won't hurt anyone anymore. You can use them to travel, to explore, to help others, but never again to conquer. The Vorath tried to fight back. Some ships attempted to ram the human vessels, but the Quantum Dream copies simply phased through them. Some Vorath activated ancient weapons, desperate tools that ripped holes in space itself. The human ships absorbed the damage and repaired themselves instantly. You see, Yeji said, her voice sad. This is what we've become. You can't hurt us. You can't stop us. You can't even touch us. We exist on a level beyond your understanding. Fighting us is like fighting the wind or the tide. Crexus refused to give up. His flagship was still functional. He had one weapon left, an ancient Vorath superweapon. It had destroyed 3 planets in the past. It drew power by breaking down matter itself. Using it would kill everyone on his ship, but he didn't care. If we die, we take them with us, Crexus shouted. He activated the weapon. Space began to tear. Reality cracked like breaking glass. A sphere of pure destruction expanded from the crimson death. It consumed Vorath ships, asteroids, anything in its path. The fabric of space itself was being ripped apart. The 1,000 copies of Quantum Dream merged back into one. Yeji's ship moved to the center of the destruction. Then it did something impossible. The ship sang. There was no other word for it. The Quantum Dream emitted a frequency that touched everything around it. The tearing space began to heal. The sphere of destruction collapsed. Matter that had been destroyed reformed. Ships that had been consumed reappeared intact. When it was over, Crexus's ship was empty of weapons. The superweapon was gone, simply erased from existence. Crexus himself was frozen in place, held by a field that wouldn't let him move. Yeji's image appeared on his bridge. "You tried to destroy an entire region of space," she said quietly. "You were willing to kill your own people just to hurt us. This is why your empire must end." "Kill me then," Crexus snarled. "I am not afraid of death." "We're not going to kill you," Yeji said. "Death would be too easy. Instead, you're going to watch your empire fall apart. You're going to see what happens when people aren't afraid anymore." On Varathas Prime, something amazing was happening. The slaves and conquered peoples had heard about the battle. They heard how the Vorath fleet had been defeated without a single death. They heard how Earth had made the Vorath powerless, and they weren't afraid anymore. Rebellions broke out on 100 worlds. The conquered species rose up against their Vorath masters. They didn't have weapons, but they had numbers. And the Vorath, without their superior technology, were just strong lizards. Strong, but not invincible. Emperor Vraxus sent his guards to put down the rebellions. But the guards found that their weapons didn't work anymore. Earth had reached across space and disabled every Vorath weapon everywhere. The Empire's soldiers stood with useless guns while crowds of freed slaves cheered. On Earth, Taman watched all of this with mixed feelings. He was with Minho and other people from Haven Station. They had gathered to watch the battle. "Is this right?" Taman asked. "We're destroying an entire empire without firing a shot. We're changing their technology without permission. Are we the good guys or are we something else?" Minho stared at the screens. "I don't know. We're powerful. Maybe too powerful. When you can do anything, how do you know you're doing the right thing?" Hajun heard them. He had been monitoring the Haven Station people, curious about their reactions. Upper 3 months after the Battle of Sol, the Galactic Council met again. This time Earth was invited as a member. The chamber was tense. Every species present had seen what humans could do. They had watched an empire fall without a shot being fired. They were afraid, and they were right to be. Ambassador Sujin walked into the chamber alone. She didn't need guards. Everyone knew that nothing in this room could hurt her even if they tried. She took her seat calmly and waited. The council speaker, the being made of living crystal, spoke first. "Earth has demonstrated remarkable power, but power alone does not grant authority. This council has existed for 10,000 years. We have maintained peace through law and negotiation. What Earth did to the Vorath Empire, while effective, was done without council approval." "You're right," Sujin said simply. "We didn't ask permission. We saw evil happening and we stopped it. Would you have preferred we watched while the Vorath enslaved more worlds?" "We would have preferred you followed proper channels," another council member said. She was from a species called the Lumari, beings of pure light. "Laws exist for a reason." "Your laws didn't protect those the Vorath conquered," Sujin replied. "Your laws didn't help the billions suffering under their rule. Laws that allow such suffering are bad laws." The chamber erupted in argument. Some species agreed with Earth. Others were angry at the disrespect shown to the council. Everyone talked at once until the speaker demanded silence. "Earth offers the galaxy a choice," Sujin said when quiet returned. "We can share our transformation. Any species that wishes can evolve as we did. We'll help you merge with technology. We'll show you how to manipulate dimensions. We'll teach you to transcend your biological limits. You'll become like us, powerful, nearly immortal, free from disease, hunger, and most suffering." "And if we refuse?" the Lumari representative asked. "Then you refuse," Sujin said. "We won't force anyone. But understand this. We also won't allow conquest or slavery anymore. We've taken it upon ourselves to protect the weak. Any species that attacks another will face us. Not with violence, but with the same methods we used on the Vorath. We'll simply make it impossible for you to do harm." "You're making yourself the galaxy's police," a council member accused. "You're taking power that isn't yours." "Someone has to," Sujin said. For 10,000 years, your council has talked while species suffered. We're done talking. We're acting. The chamber fell silent. They all understood what this meant. Earth was declaring itself above the council, above all existing authority. They were becoming something new. A power that couldn't be challenged or stopped. What do you want from us? The speaker asked finally. Your cooperation, Sujin said. We're not your enemies. We want peace. But we define peace differently than you do. Peace isn't just the absence of war. It's the absence of suffering. It's justice. It's freedom. Help us build that kind of peace or step aside and let us work. The vote took 3 days. In the end, the council decided to work with Earth. They had no real choice. The alternative was to oppose humans and lose. Better to cooperate and maintain some influence, but not everyone agreed. Several species withdrew from the council entirely. They feared human power and wanted nothing to do with it. Among them were the proud Keltar, a warrior race that valued strength above all. Their leader, a massive being named Kelthos, made a public announcement. We do not bow to humans, he said. We do not accept their protection. We will live free or die fighting. Any humans who enter Keltar space will be destroyed. Earth's response surprised everyone. They simply said, understood. We will respect your borders, no threats. No demands, just acceptance. The Keltar were left alone, though Earth quietly disabled all Keltar weapons that could threaten other species. The Keltar could defend themselves, but they couldn't attack others. While politics played out on the galactic stage, something more personal was happening on Earth. The people from Haven Station were struggling to adapt. Minho stood in his apartment, staring out at the glowing city. He had been on Earth for 3 months now. He had everything he could want. Food appeared whenever he was hungry. The apartment cleaned itself. Medical robots had cured health problems he'd had his entire life. He was healthier and more comfortable than ever before. He was also miserable. I don't belong here, he told Taman when his friend visited. Everything is too perfect. Too clean, too easy. I feel like a child in a world of adults. Taman nodded. He felt the same way. They've offered to transform us, to make us like them. Have you thought about it? Every day, Minho said. I could become powerful, nearly immortal. I could understand things that seem like magic now. But then I wouldn't be me anymore, would I? I'd be something else. They weren't the only ones struggling with this question. All across Haven Station's population, people were divided. The young ones mostly wanted the transformation. The chance to become something greater was exciting. The older people were more hesitant. They had spent their whole lives being human in the old way. They weren't ready to give that up. Yoonji, the old council leader, made her choice. She called Sujin to her rooms in the medical center. She was dying. Her body was finally giving up after 97 years. The doctors could save her easily, but she had refused treatment. I'm ready to go, Yoonji told Sujin. I've lived a good life. I've seen Earth return. That's enough. We could save you, Sujin said gently. We could give you another 100 years. 1,000 years. Forever if you want. I know, Yoonji said. But I don't want that. I'm human. Old-fashioned, limited mortal human. That's what I want to stay. Let me die like a human, not live forever as something else. Sujin held the old woman's hand. For a moment, her own transformation seemed to fade. She looked just like a regular person, sad and mourning. I understand. And I envy you. Why? Yoonji asked. Because you get an ending, Sujin said. We don't anymore. We can live forever. We can do anything. But we can't have the one thing you have. The knowledge that life is finite makes it precious. We've lost that. Yoonji died the next day. She was buried in Earth's soil. The first person in 1,000 years to be laid to rest on humanity's homeworld. People from both Earth and Haven Station attended. It was a reminder that humanity had 2 paths now. The old way and the new way. Both were valid. Both were human. The question of transformation became the central issue for Haven Station's people. After months of debate, they held a vote. Should they accept Earth's offer and evolve, or should they remain as they were? The vote split almost evenly. 52% wanted to stay human in the traditional sense. 48% wanted to transform. This created a problem. If some transformed and others didn't, they would become different species over time. They wouldn't be able to relate to each other. Families would be torn apart. Minho came up with a solution. He proposed creating a new colony. A place where humans who wanted to stay biological could live. They would have Earth's protection and could use some of Earth's technology. But they wouldn't transform. They would remain mortal, limited, and traditionally human. We'll be like a nature preserve for baseline humanity, Minho said. Future generations can choose to join Earth if they want. But for now, some of us need to stay as we are, to remember what it meant to be human in the old way. Earth's leaders agreed. They helped establish the colony on a beautiful planet called New Haven. It had blue skies and green forests, much like old Earth. The people who chose to remain human moved there. Minho went with them. So did Taman, surprisingly. I thought you'd want the transformation, Minho said as they packed. I did, Taman admitted. Part of me still does. But someone needs to remember the struggle, the uncertainty, the growth that comes from being limited. If everyone becomes all-powerful, who will understand the people who aren't? Meanwhile, those who chose transformation underwent the process. It took weeks and was carefully guided by Earth's scientists. Hajun personally oversaw many of the procedures. The transformations were successful. The new post-humans joined Earth society. They gained all the abilities that came with it. But they also gained the memories and personality of their former selves. They were the bridge between old and new humanity. One of them was a young woman named Jiwan. She shared the name with the original scientist who had saved Captain Hyun-woo's colony. After her transformation, she approached Hajun with an idea. We should preserve the memories of the original survivors, she said. Captain Hyun-woo, Dr. Jiwan, all of them. Their consciousness might be stored somewhere in old computers. If we could recover them, we could bring them back. Let them see that their sacrifice worked. Hajun was excited by this idea. They searched through old databanks and found what they were looking for. Stored in ancient computers on Haven Station were backup files of the original survivors' brain scans. The technology of that time couldn't do anything with them, but Earth's technology could. They recovered Captain Hyun-woo first. His consciousness was uploaded into a new body, a hybrid of biological and technological material. When he woke up, 1,000 years had passed, but to him it felt like days. Did we make it? Were his first words. Is Earth back? Sujin was there when he woke. She smiled, and for the first time, the council chamber floated in the darkness of space, a massive structure that had witnessed 1,000 years of peace. Now it hosted only desperation. High Chancellor Vaith Khan stood before the assembled representatives of 47 species, and his crystalline hands trembled as he displayed the latest tactical maps. Red covered most of the galaxy. The color of conquest. The color of the Vrexian horde. 73 years, Vaith Khan said, his voice amplified across the vast chamber. For 73 years we have fought the Vrexians. We have lost 600 worlds. 12 species have been completely wiped out, and still they come. The chamber fell silent. Every delegate knew the truth. They were losing. Not slowly, but rapidly. The Vrexian horde, a biomechanical nightmare from the outer rim, consumed everything in its path. They turned conquered worlds into breeding grounds for more warriors. They assimilated technology, biology, even culture into their collective consciousness. They had no mercy because mercy was not efficient. General Thross, a towering figure from the warrior caste Archons, stepped forward. His telepathic voice touched every mind in the chamber. Our fleets are exhausted. Our soldiers have fought with honor, but honor does not win wars against an enemy that knows no honor. We need a new strategy, or we need to prepare for extinction. Murmurs rippled through the assembled aliens. Some delegates shifted uncomfortably in their environmental suits. Others simply stared at the red-dominated maps with hollow eyes. There is no new strategy, said Councillor Preth, a elderly Eldrith whose skin glowed faintly blue. We have tried everything. Defensive positions, counterattacks, diplomatic overtures. The Vrexians do not negotiate. They do not retreat. They only expand. Vaith Khan nodded slowly. Which brings us to today's purpose. We must consider options that were previously forbidden. A door opened at the far end of the chamber. An unusual figure entered, moving with the distinctive click-clack sound of a crystallid. This was Archivist Seln, keeper of the Council's deepest secrets. Most delegates had never seen him before. Archivists rarely left their vault libraries. Seln approached the central platform, carrying a data crystal that glowed with an ominous amber light. His many-faceted eyes reflected the chamber's lighting as he spoke. High Chancellor, I bring records from Vault 7, the Forbidden Archives. Gasps echoed through the chamber. The Forbidden Archives contained information deemed too dangerous for general knowledge. Research into weapons of mass destruction, failed experiments, and the records of quarantined species. Proceed, Faith Khan said quietly. Seln activated the crystal. A holographic display materialized above the platform, showing a small blue planet orbiting a yellow star. This is Earth, a world in Sector 7719. We discovered it 150 years ago during a routine exploration mission. The image changed, showing creatures standing on two legs with no fur, no scales, no natural armor. They looked almost fragile. This is the dominant species. They call themselves humans. Our initial survey team observed them for 3 months before filing their report and recommending immediate quarantine. Why quarantine? Asked a delegate from the back. They look harmless. Seln's crystalline surface seemed to darken. That is what makes them so dangerous. When we found them, they were a divided species. Hundreds of separate nations constantly fighting each other. They had recently developed nuclear weapons and had already used them in warfare. Against their own kind. The chamber erupted in shocked whispers. Using world-destroying weapons against one's own species was unthinkable to most galactic races. Seln continued, his voice growing more somber. But that was not why we quarantined them. Every species goes through violent phases. No, we quarantined them because of how they fight. Humans are persistence predators. They evolved by chasing prey until the prey collapsed from exhaustion. They don't give up. They don't stop. And they evolved to be social hunters working in groups, creating complex strategies. The hologram changed again, showing human history. War spanning centuries, weapons growing more sophisticated, tactics becoming more brutal. They have been at war with each other for their entire recorded history. 10,000 years of nearly continuous conflict. They have refined warfare into an art and a science. They write poetry about it. They create moral philosophies to justify it. They are the only species we have ever encountered that seems to thrive in conflict. General Thross leaned forward. His interest clearly piqued. You said they were divided. Are they still? Our latest surveillance conducted 5 years ago shows significant change, Seln replied. They have begun to unite. They have colonies on their moon and on the 4th planet in their system. They have created a global government structure, though it remains fragile, and they have done something remarkable. They have prepared for us. Prepared for us? Faith Khan asked. They have no evidence that we exist, Seln explained, but they have imagined us. They call it science fiction. For over a century, they have been creating stories about alien contact. Most of these stories involve war. They have theorized about space combat, alien biology, interstellar strategy. Their military academies study these fictional scenarios. In a way, they have been training to fight aliens for decades. The chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. Counselor Preth spoke carefully. Archivist Seln, are you suggesting we make contact with this quarantined species? I am suggesting, Seln said slowly, that we consider whether the cure might be worse than the disease. Humans are aggressive, unpredictable, and dangerously innovative. They solve problems through violence with a facility that disturbs us. But the Vrexians are at our doorstep. We are 3 jumps away from losing Zentara Prime. If we fall, the Vrexians will have access to every trade route, every colony, every species in council space. General Thross stood fully, his massive frame dominating the platform. I have reviewed the data on human military capability. They are technologically inferior to us, but their tactical thinking is unlike anything in our databases. They employ concepts like acceptable losses and total war that we abandoned millennia ago as barbaric. But against the Vrexians, he paused. Against the Vrexians, barbarism might be exactly what we need. This is insane, Counselor Preth protested. We would be unleashing a potential threat as great as the Vrexians themselves. Would we? Faith Khan asked quietly. All eyes turned to the High Chancellor. The Vrexians seek to conquer the galaxy. They want to turn every living being into another node in their collective. But humans, for all their violence, fight to protect their own. They have evolved to defend their tribe, their territory, their home. Perhaps that instinct could be directed. Or perhaps, Preth countered, they would see the galaxy as their new territory to conquer. Faith Khan looked at the hologram of Earth, that small blue world spinning peacefully in the darkness. He thought of the billions of lives already lost. He thought of the children on Zentara Prime, who would be assimilated into the Horde within months if nothing changed. He thought of 1,000 years of peace, bought with wisdom and diplomacy, now crumbling because wisdom and diplomacy meant nothing to an enemy that could not be reasoned with. "We are dying," he said finally. "Our civilization, everything we have built, is dying. We have tried every solution our wisdom could devise. Perhaps it is time to try something unwise." He turned to face the full assembly. "I call for a vote. Do we maintain the quarantine and face extinction with our principles intact? Or do we contact Earth and offer them a place among the stars? And award a win?" The voting lasted 3 hours. The debate was fierce, painful, and necessary. But when it ended, the decision was clear. Faith Khan spoke the words that would change the galaxy forever. Send a diplomatic vessel to Earth. Offer them our technology, our knowledge, our friendship. And pray to whatever gods still listen that we have not just traded one monster for another. As the council chamber emptied, Archivist Seln remained, staring at the image of Earth. He whispered to himself, "Forgive us. We are about to show the galaxy what true predators look like." The diplomatic vessel, Harmony's approach, entered Earth's solar system, broadcasting peace on every frequency. Ambassador Lyran stood on the bridge, her telepathic abilities extended to sense the world ahead. What she felt made her deeply uneasy. Earth was alive with electromagnetic chatter, radio waves, television signals, internet traffic, military communications. It was chaos compared to the organized thought networks of her own people. And underneath it all, she sensed something else: curiosity, excitement, and a sharp predatory readiness. Approaching optimal transmission range, the navigation officer announced, "Shall I send the first contact message?" Lyran nodded, steadying herself. She had been chosen for this mission because of her diplomatic skills and her ability to sense intentions. Now she wondered if anyone was truly prepared for what came next. The message went out in multiple formats, translated by the best linguistic AI the Council possessed. "People of Earth, we come in peace. We are the Galactic Council, representing 47 species across thousands of worlds. We have watched your world from afar, and know that you are ready to join the greater community of intelligent life. We wish to speak with your leaders." For 17 minutes there was silence. Then Earth responded. It was not a single voice, but dozens. Every major government on the planet had detected the alien ship simultaneously, and now they all wanted to talk at once. The chaos was stunning. Arguments broke out between nations over who should speak first. Religious leaders claimed divine prophecy. Scientists demanded evidence. Military commanders went to high alert. "They are fractured," the navigation officer observed. "No unified command structure." "They are adapting," Lyran corrected, watching the communications carefully. Even as nations argued, she could see patterns emerging. Within 2 hours, the humans had organized a response team. Within 4 hours, they had established a temporary global authority, specifically to handle first contact. That level of rapid organization impressed her deeply and frightened her even more. 27 hours after the initial message, a response came from Geneva, Switzerland. "This is Secretary General Maria Chen of the United Earth Response Committee. We acknowledge your message and accept your offer to meet. You may land at designated coordinates." The landing was witnessed by 3 billion people through live video feeds. Harmony's approach descended through Earth's atmosphere, and Lyran felt the weight of all those watching eyes. She had made first contact with 6 species before, but none had been so intensely focused on this moment. The delegation that met them included representatives from every continent. Maria Chen stood at the front, a woman in her 50s with gray-streaked hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. Beside her was Admiral James Okonkwo, commander of Earth's United Defense Force, a military organization that apparently formed in the last 3 days specifically to coordinate a response to potential alien threats. "Welcome to Earth," Chen said through a translation device that the Council had provided. "We have many questions." "As do we," Lyran replied, trying to project calm. "Perhaps we should begin with, are there hostile aliens?" Admiral Okonkwo interrupted, his tone direct and clinical. "Is that why you're here? You need something from us." The bluntness shocked Lyran. Most species took weeks to reach such direct questions. "You are very perceptive, Admiral. Yes, there are hostile aliens, and yes, we need help." Chen and Okonkwo exchanged glances. Something passed between them, some unspoken communication. Then Chen nodded. "Show us." In a secure facility beneath the Geneva complex, Lyran presented the truth. Holographic displays showed the Vrexian horde's conquest of the galaxy. The assembled human leaders watched in silence as worlds burned, as fleets were destroyed, as entire species were wiped from existence or absorbed into the biomechanical collective. The footage was horrific. Lyran had seen hardened council warriors weep at these images. She expected shock, fear, perhaps horror from the humans. Instead, Admiral Okonkwo leaned forward, studying the tactical displays. "Pause there," he said, pointing to a battle scene. "What's their fleet composition? How do they coordinate attacks across such distances?" This is the wrong response, Lyran thought, but she answered the questions. Okonkwo took notes, asked for more details, requested data on Vrexian biology and technology. Around the table, other military leaders were doing the same. They were analyzing the enemy like scientists studying a specimen. Chen noticed Lyran's disturbed expression. "Ambassador, you must understand something about humanity. We have been imagining this scenario for over a century. We have written thousands of stories about alien invasions, galactic wars, first contact gone wrong. We have been preparing for this without knowing it was real. But these are real deaths," Lyran said softly. "Real suffering. Billions dead. Which is why we need to understand how to fight them," Okonkwo said flatly. "Sentiment without strategy saves no one. If we're going to help, we need to know everything about the Vrexians, their strengths, their weaknesses, their patterns." Over the next 3 days, the humans absorbed information at a staggering rate. They asked questions the Council had never considered. How did Vrexian biomechanics interface with technology? What was the communication lag in their hive mind? Could their collective consciousness be disrupted? A team of human scientists and military strategists presented their analysis on the 4th day. Okonkwo led the presentation. "The Vrexians fight with overwhelming force and adaptation. They're strong, but you've been fighting them wrong." General Thross, who had accompanied the diplomatic mission, bristled at this. "We have fought with honor and tactical sophistication for 7 decades. You've been losing for 7 decades, Okonkwo said without emotion. Your tactics assume the enemy values survival at the individual unit level. The Vrexians don't. They're a collective. You need to target the hive mind's communication nodes. Create information overload. Force them to waste resources on non-threats while you strike at critical infrastructure. That would require deception, Thross said. Feints and false information. Yes, Okonkwo agreed. It would also require accepting higher casualties in individual battles to win the overall war. It would require sacrificing territory to lure them into traps. It would require total war doctrine. The council delegates looked uncomfortable. These concepts violated their understanding of civilized warfare. Wars were fought to minimize suffering, not maximize enemy destruction. Chen spoke up, her voice gentle but firm. Ambassador Lyran, I understand that our approach seems brutal to you, but you came to us precisely because you needed something different. Humanity didn't become Earth's dominant species by being the strongest or the fastest. We became dominant because we never stop, we adapt, and we do whatever survival requires. Lyran felt the weight of truth in those words. This was why humanity had been quarantined. This was the danger archivist Seln had warned about. But it was also what the Council needed. If we share our technology with you, Lyran said carefully, if we give you faster-than-light travel, advanced weapons, access to the galactic community, what would you want in return? Recognition, Chen said immediately. A seat at your council. Proof that Earth and humanity are equal partners in the galaxy, not junior members or experimental weapons. And the chance to fight, Okonkwo added. We're not doing this just for you. The Vrexians won't stop at council space. Eventually they'll reach Earth. Better to fight them now on our terms than wait for them to come to us. Lyran studied the assembled humans. They showed no fear, only calculation and determination. A species that had spent 10,000 years fighting itself was now ready to fight for others, not out of altruism, but out of strategic necessity and pride. I will recommend to the High Chancellor that we accept your terms, Lyran said. But I must warn you, once humanity enters this war, the galaxy will never forget. You will be judged by your actions. The whole galaxy will watch what you do. Maria Chen smiled, but it was a sad smile. Ambassador, humanity has been judging itself for thousands of years. We know exactly what we're capable of. The question is whether your council is ready to see it. 2 weeks later, the first human warships left Earth orbit. They were crewed by council standards, retrofitted cargo vessels and military ships equipped with gifted FTL drives and energy weapons. But they flew under Earth's flag, and they carried soldiers who had trained for exactly this kind of war in theory and simulation. Admiral Okonkwo stood on the bridge of the flagship, the UES Indomitable. He watched Earth shrink in the view screen and spoke quietly to his command crew. The council thinks they've unleashed a monster. Maybe they have. But we're their monster now, and monsters are very good at fighting other monsters. The fleet jumped to FTL, heading toward the first battle zone. Behind them, Earth continued its transformation. Factories retooled for war production, scientists developed new weapons, and every human alive understood that they were no longer alone in the universe. They were no longer the apex predators of a single world. They were about to become something the galaxy had never seen: humanity, unleashed among the stars. The world of Callus 9 was dying. Its blue-green surface was scarred with impact craters and the dark veins of Rexian biomechanical growth. In orbit, the Council's defensive fleet fought desperately against an enemy that seemed endless. General Thros commanded the defense from his flagship, the Eternal Vigil. For 6 months, his forces had held this strategic choke point against overwhelming odds. But now his ships were down to 30% combat effectiveness, his crews exhausted, and the Vrexians had just brought in reinforcements. "Sir, we're detecting an FTL signature," his tactical officer announced. "Multiple ships, trajectory suggests. They're from Earth." Thros felt something he hadn't experienced in months. Hope. Open communications. The view screen activated, showing a human face. Admiral Okonkwo, looking calm despite entering an active war zone. "General Thros, we received your distress call. The cavalry has arrived." "Admiral," Thros said, his telepathic voice carrying both gratitude and doubt. "We are outnumbered 3-1. The Vrexians have adapted to all our tactics. I must warn you." "We saw your tactical data," Okonkwo interrupted, "and we have our own plan. We'll take point. I suggest your ships fall back to secondary positions and prepare medical facilities. This is going to get messy." The human fleet numbered only 30 ships compared to the Council's 80 remaining vessels, but they moved with a precision that Thros found disturbing. They didn't form the traditional defensive sphere. Instead, they scattered into small groups, each moving independently. "What are they doing?" his tactical officer asked, confused. "That formation leaves them vulnerable." "Wait," Thros said, watching carefully. "They're doing something we don't expect. Which means the Vrexians won't expect it either." The Vrexian fleet responded to the new arrivals with their typical efficiency. 3 massive bioships moved to intercept, each one carrying thousands of biomechanical warriors. They expected the humans to retreat or form defensive positions. Instead, the humans attacked. Not as a unified fleet, but as individual packs. 6 human ships dove toward the first bioship, weapons blazing. But they weren't trying to destroy it. They were hurting it, forcing it to turn, to expose its flanks to other human ships that appeared from different vectors. And then things got strange. The human ships began broadcasting. Not strategic information, but sound, music. Thros's communications officer looked horrified. "Sir, they're transmitting. I don't know how to describe it. Screaming sounds, violent imagery, some kind of psychological attack." Thros listened to the audio. It was human music, something they called death metal, mixed with horror movie, sound effects and disturbing visuals from Earth's violent entertainment. The Vrexian hive mind, accustomed to clean data streams, suddenly had noise pumped directly into its communication network. For 3 seconds, the Vrexian fleet's coordination faltered. 3 seconds was all the humans needed. A human destroyer, its hull already damaged, accelerated directly toward a Vrexian bioship's primary sensory cluster. Thros expected it to fire weapons and veer away. Instead, it kept going. "They're not turning," the tactical officer gasped. "They're going to—" The human ship impacted the bioship at full speed. The explosion tore through both vessels, but the bioship's entire forward section was destroyed. It began to drift, its hive mind connection severed. Suicide attack, Thros breathed, horrified. They sacrificed their own ship. Multiple similar attacks in progress, Tactical reported. Human vessels are using kamikaze tactics against Vrexian command nodes. Okonkwo's voice came through the comm. Not suicide, General. The crew evacuated in escape pods 3 seconds before impact. We call them guided munitions. A ship is just a tool. Crews can be recovered. The logic was sound but shocking. The Council valued every ship as irreplaceable. Humans saw them as expendable weapons, but the truly terrifying part was still to come. A Vrexian bioship, damaged but functional, attempted to withdraw. A human frigate pursued and fired specialized projectiles. They latched onto the bioship's hull and burned through with thermite charges. What are they doing? Thros wondered aloud. He got his answer moments later. Human soldiers in powered armor poured through the breaches. They were boarding the enemy ship. Thros had served in the military for 40 years. He had never seen anyone board a Vrexian vessel. The interior was a nightmare of organic corridors, acidic fluids, and biomechanical horrors that could tear through armor. No species willingly fought in that environment, except humans. Through his ship's sensors, Thros watched the boarding action. Human Marines moved through the bioship with terrifying efficiency, using flamethrowers to burn through organic tissue, explosives to destroy critical nodes, and close-quarters weapons that the Council had abandoned centuries ago. A human voice came through an open channel. Second Squad, target the neural cluster. First Squad, cover our exit. Third Squad, rig this thing to blow. They weren't trying to capture the ship. They were sabotaging it from the inside. Colonel Sarah Diaz led the boarding team. She moved through the alien nightmare like it was routine, barking orders to her squad. When a Vrexian warrior form lunged from the darkness, she didn't hesitate. She put 3 rounds into its sensory organs and moved on while it was still twitching. Neural cluster located, one of her soldiers reported. Planting charges now. Make it quick, Diaz responded, burning through a wall of organic tissue that was trying to seal their escape route. This thing knows we're here, and it's getting angry. The Vrexian ship's interior began to shift, walls moving, passages closing. The hive mind was trying to trap them. But the humans had planned for this. They had studied the bioship structure and knew where the critical systems were located. Charges set. 30 seconds to detonation. Everyone out now. The Marine team sprinted back through the corridors they had burned and blasted through. Behind them, organic matter tried to heal and seal the paths, but they moved faster. They emerged through the hull breach just as the internal charges detonated. The Vrexian bioship convulsed, its neural cluster destroyed. Without coordination, its internal systems began to fail. The humans had just killed a ship that could have taken hours of bombardment by doing what no other species would dare: going inside. Within 2 hours, the Battle of Kalis 9 had completely shifted. The Vrexians, accustomed to predictable counsel, tactics couldn't adapt fast enough to the human approach. The humans didn't fight to win honorably. They fought to make the enemy lose at any cost. They used every tactic that civilized warfare had abandoned: feints and deception, sacrificial attacks, boarding actions, psychological warfare, and most disturbing of all, they seemed to be enjoying it. Diaz's Marines returned from their third boarding action, covered in burns and alien ichor, laughing about the terrified look on a Vrexian warrior form's face when they had burst through its wall. They traded stories like athletes after a game, not soldiers after a deadly battle. When the battle ended, the Vrexian fleet had been routed. 12 bioships destroyed, 15 more damaged and retreating. The Council had won its first significant victory in 2 years. The cost was devastating. 8 human ships destroyed, 14 more heavily damaged. Over 3,000 human casualties, but Kalis 9 was saved, and the strategic choke point held. Thros met with Okonkwo aboard the Eternal Vigil after the battle. The human admiral looked tired but satisfied. Your people fought bravely, Thros said. But your tactics, they are difficult to witness. War is difficult, Okonkwo replied. We don't make it pretty. We make it effective. You lost 3,000 people today, and saved 40,000 council citizens on Callus 9, plus military personnel. The math is simple, General. We lost, but we won more than we lost. That's how you win wars. Thros struggled to process this. Do your people not mourn their dead? We'll mourn them, Okonkwo said, and for the first time, Thros heard emotion in his voice. We'll build monuments, we'll remember their names, but first, we'll make sure they didn't die for nothing. We'll win this war. Then we'll cry. In the following days, reports of the battle spread through both Council and Vrexian networks. The Council was disturbed by human methods but grateful for the victory. Species that had considered surrender began to hope again, but it was the Vrexian reaction that truly mattered. Deep in the Horde's territory, the Overmind analyzed the battle data. It had fought countless species, absorbed their knowledge, adapted to their tactics. But humans were different. They were unpredictable. They valued victory over survival. They fought not just with weapons but with ideas that the hive mind found difficult to process: sacrifice, deception, creativity, and destruction. For the first time in its existence, the Vrexian Overmind felt something approximating concern. It sent a priority message to all Horde forces. New priority target identified. Species designation: human. Threat level: maximum. Protocol: total elimination before they can multiply. The war had just become personal. On Callus 9, human Marines raised Earth's flag over the planet's capital. The local population, a gentle species called the Methrani, watched in awe and fear. Their rescuers celebrated with loud music and rough humor, so different from the dignified council forces. One young Methrani child approached Colonel Diaz, who was treating a burn on her arm. "Are you the monsters from the Forbidden World?" the child asked in halting galactic common. Diaz smiled, though, it's 6 months after the Battle of Callus 9, the galaxy had transformed into something unrecognizable. Earth had mobilized for total war. Every factory, every resource, every citizen had been redirected toward one purpose: winning the war against the Vrexians. Maria Chen stood in the United Earth Command Center, watching holographic displays of 100 battlefronts. She had aged years and months. The responsibility weighed on her like gravity. As Earth's representative to the Galactic Council, she had to balance humanity's aggressive tactics with diplomatic relationships that grew more strained every day. "Another formal complaint," her aide said, handing her a datapad. "The Eldrith delegation is concerned about our biological weapons research. They say it violates the Galactic Convention on Ethical Warfare." Chen rubbed her temples. "The Vrexians don't care about conventions. They assimilate entire species. Do the Eldrith want us to fight with one hand tied behind our backs?" "They want us to fight like civilized beings," the aide said quietly. "Then they can lose like civilized beings," Chen snapped, then immediately regretted it. "I'm sorry. Send a diplomatic response. We'll consider their concerns, but we won't stop the research." The truth was that humanity's approach to the war terrified many council species. Human scientists had dissected captured Vrexian bioforms and developed targeted pathogens that disrupted their cellular structure. Human strategists had proposed attacks on Vrexian breeding worlds, something the Council had never considered because it seemed too brutal. But brutality was winning battles. The Vrexians had stopped advancing for the first time in 70 years. They were actually retreating on several fronts, and humanity was the reason why. Admiral Okonkwo entered the command center, fresh from the front lines. He looked exhausted but focused. "We have a problem," he said without preamble. "The Vrexians hit Proxima Centauri b." Chen felt her blood run cold. Proxima Centauri b was humanity's first true colony world beyond the solar system. 50,000 people lived there. Lived. "How many survivors?" she asked, though she already knew the answer from his expression. "None. They glassed the entire planet, every city, every settlement, every human. Then they left a message in orbit transmitted on all frequencies." Okonkwo activated a display. A Vrexian communication construct appeared, its voice a horrifying blend of stolen languages. "Humans. You have been marked for extinction. Every world you touch will burn. Every ship you build will be destroyed. You cannot win. You can only delay the inevitable. Surrender and be assimilated, or die slowly as we consume everything you love. The command center fell silent. Chen felt rage building inside her, hot and sharp. 50,000 people, men, women, children, gone. What are our response options? She asked, her voice steady despite the fury underneath. Okonkwo pulled up a tactical map. We've identified 3 major Vrexian breeding worlds. If we hit them simultaneously, we can eliminate approximately 40% of their short-term reinforcement capability. Breeding worlds, Chen repeated. That means civilians, Vrexian young. The Vrexians don't have civilians, Okonkwo said flatly. Every Vrexian is part of the Horde. Their young are bred and programmed for war from creation. This isn't about killing innocents. It's about cutting off their military production. Chen knew he was right, but the moral weight still pressed down on her. This was the line they were about to cross. This would change how the galaxy saw humanity forever. The Council will condemn us, she said. The Council doesn't have to know until after it's done, Okonkwo replied. This is a human operation. Our people, our revenge. Chen looked at the images of Proxima Centauri b, a thriving colony, now a dead rock. She thought about the families who had gone there to build a new future. She thought about the parents who had sent their children to bed the night before the attack, never knowing they would never wake up. Do it, she said. But Admiral, we're not doing this just for revenge. We're doing it to end this war. Make every shot count. Operation Blackout launched 3 days later. Human fleets struck at 3 Vrexian breeding worlds simultaneously. The attacks were surgical and devastating. Orbital bombardment destroyed the breeding facilities. Biological weapons rendered the planets temporarily uninhabitable. Within 8 hours, the Vrexian horde lost years of reinforcement capacity. The galaxy's reaction was immediate and divided. Some species praised humanity's decisive action. Others were horrified. The Council called an emergency session. Chen attended via holographic link. She stood alone as dozens of alien species debated whether humanity had just saved them or doomed them. This is genocide, Councillor Preth shouted. You have attacked civilian populations. We attacked military infrastructure, Chen countered. The Vrexians don't distinguish between civilian and military. Every Vrexian is a soldier. Every breeding world is a weapons factory. You have crossed a moral line, Ambassador Lyran said quietly. She looked pained. I brought you to this war hoping you would help us defeat the Vrexians, not become like them. We are nothing like them, Chen said, her voice hard. The Vrexians would have enslaved the populations of those worlds, turned them into more weapons. We ended their suffering quickly. And yes, we did it because they massacred our people. Because they declared war on humanity specifically. Because they left us no choice. General Thross stood, his massive form commanding attention. The human approach is harsh, but it is effective. Since their arrival, we have reclaimed 14 worlds. The Vrexian advance has stopped. If we are to win this war, truly win it, we may need to embrace methods that disturb us. The debate raged for hours. In the end, the Council issued a formal reprimand but took no action against humanity. They couldn't afford to. Humanity was winning battles they had lost for decades. But the reprimand didn't matter to the soldiers on the front lines. What mattered was survival and victory. On the Archon homeworld, which had been under siege for 2 years, human forces broke the blockade using tactics that defied all conventional military wisdom. They sent waves of automated drones to absorb enemy fire, sacrificing machines to save lives. They used gravity wells to slingshot asteroids into Vrexian formations. They fought with a creativity born from desperation and a willingness to try anything. When the siege finally broke, the Archons held a massive celebration. Human soldiers walked through their crystal cities, receiving gratitude from a species that had begun to lose hope. General Thross personally thanked Colonel Diaz, who had led ground forces during the final assault. "Your people have given mine a gift beyond measure," Thros said. "Hope." Diaz smiled tiredly. "Just doing our job, General. Though I have to admit, your world is beautiful. Worth fighting for." "What drives you?" Thros asked suddenly. "You risk so much. You lose so many. Yet you continue. What is it that humanity fights for?" Diaz thought for a moment, looking up at the crystal spires that caught the sunlight in rainbow patterns. "The right to exist, I suppose. The right to choose our own future. We've spent thousands of years fighting each other over resources, territory, ideology. Now we're fighting for something bigger. We're fighting to prove that we belong out here, among the stars. That we're more than the violent apes you feared." "But you are violent," Thros observed gently. "Yeah," Diaz agreed. "But we're violent in defense of what we love. That makes all the difference." Deep in Vrexian space, the Overmind analyzed the recent defeats with growing concern. Humans were disrupting patterns that had worked against countless species. They were adapting faster than the Horde could counter-adapt, and most disturbing, they were escalating. The Overmind had hoped that showing brutality would make humans retreat. Instead, it had enraged them. They fought harder, took greater risks, showed less mercy. The Overmind had miscalculated. It convened a collective intelligence gathering of all Vrexian prime nodes across the Horde. For 3 days, millions of interconnected minds analyzed the problem of humanity. The conclusion was unanimous. Humanity could not be assimilated. They were too unpredictable, too individualistic. Their minds would destabilize the Horde's collective consciousness. They had to be exterminated. But to do that, the Overmind would need to take a risk. It would need to consolidate forces and strike at humanity's homeworld, Earth itself. The Overmind began the largest military mobilization in Vrexian history. Every available ship, every warrior form, every resource was redirected toward one goal: the destruction of Earth. When Council intelligence detected the massive fleet movements, panic spread. Admiral Okonkwo was called back to Earth for emergency consultations. "They're coming for us," Chen said, looking at projections of the Vrexian fleet. Thousands of bioships, all converging on Sol system. "We can't stop that many." "No," Okonkwo agreed, "but we don't have to stop them. We just have to make them regret coming." He laid out a plan that was insane and brilliant in equal measure. Earth would be bait. The Vrexians wanted humanity dead? Then let them come. Let them commit their entire fleet to one massive assault. And while they did, a combined human and Council strike force would attack Vrex Prime itself, the Vrexian homeworld where the Overmind's central consciousness resided. The combined fleet assembled in the darkness between stars. 10,000 ships from 40 different species, all unified under one desperate plan. At the center was the human flagship Indomitable, and aboard it stood the strike team that would decide the galaxy's fate. Colonel Sarah Diaz checked her equipment one final time. Her powered armor was scarred from a dozen battles, each mark a story of survival. Around her, 50 of humanity's best soldiers prepared in silence. They knew the odds. They knew most of them wouldn't come home. 5 minutes to jump, a voice announced over the comm system. Admiral Okonkwo addressed the entire fleet on an open channel. His voice was calm, but Diaz could hear the emotion underneath. "To all personnel. In 5 minutes we will emerge in the Vrex Prime system. What we face there will be the greatest challenge in galactic history. The Vrexians have spent centuries building their fortress world. They believe it is impregnable." He paused, and Diaz smiled grimly. She knew what was coming. They have never fought humans before. They don't know that we don't believe in impregnable. They don't know that we view impossible as a challenge, not a warning. Today we're going to teach them what humanity really means. For Earth, for the Council, for every species that ever looked up at the stars and dreamed of freedom. Let's show these bastards what we're made of. The fleet jumped. Reality twisted, and suddenly they were in hell. Vrex Prime hung in space like a cancerous tumor, its surface covered in biomechanical growths that pulsed with sickly light. Around it, millions of Vrexian constructs waited. The defensive fleet was 3 times larger than intelligence had predicted. They knew we were coming. General Thross said from his ship. It's a trap. Then we spring it, Okonkwo replied. All ships attack Formation Delta. Draw their fire. Ground team, you have your window. Don't waste it, the battle began. The Allied fleet scattered, each group following human-designed tactics that confused and frustrated the Vrexian coordination. Ships that should have been retreating attacked, damaged vessels became kamikaze weapons, and always the humans pushed forward with an intensity that bordered on madness. Diaz's dropship plunged through the chaos, its hull rattling as Vrexian weapons fire filled the space around them. 3 escort ships exploded, but the dropship kept going. It had one job: get the strike team to the surface. They crashed through Vrex Prime's atmosphere, heat shields glowing red. The planet's surface was a nightmare landscape of organic towers and biomechanical factories. At the center, a massive structure pulsed with neural energy. The Overmind's core, 30 seconds to landing, the pilot shouted. It's gonna be rough. The dropship hit the ground hard, skidded across organic tissue that tried to grab it and finally stopped. The back ramp dropped and Diaz led her team into the heart of enemy territory. They were immediately attacked. Vrexian warrior forms erupted from the ground walls everywhere. But the human soldiers had fought these creatures before. Flamers burned through organic matter. Explosives destroyed critical nodes. And always they moved forward. Neural core is 2 kilometers north. Diaz shouted, firing at a massive warrior form that charged their position. Stay together, watch your sectors. They fought through a living nightmare. The planet itself attacked them. Tentacles erupting from the ground, acidic fluids spraying from hidden orifices. 3 soldiers went down in the first minute. 5 more in the second, but they kept moving. In orbit, the battle was equally desperate. The Allied fleet was taking massive casualties, but they were holding. Just barely. General Thross's ship lost its shields and began venting atmosphere, but he refused to retreat. The crystallid vessels formed a defensive wall, sacrificing themselves to protect the larger ships. The humans flew like demons, their small fighters weaving through impossible spaces to deliver killing blows. Okonkwo watched from the Indomitable's bridge as his fleet died around him. Every loss was felt, every name remembered. But they had to hold long enough for Diaz to complete her mission. On the surface, Diaz's team was down to 23 soldiers. They had reached the neural core's outer defenses, a living fortress of biomechanical horror. The Vrexian Overmind knew they were there. It was fighting back with everything it had. We need to deploy the virus at the central node, Diaz said, studying their target. But someone has to get inside to do it manually. The remote systems won't work through all this interference. She looked at her team. Young faces, old faces, all of them exhausted and terrified and determined. They had come from Earth knowing this might be a one-way trip. They had fought through hell to get here. And now, at the end, someone had to go further. I'll do it, said Private Chen, a young man barely 20 years old. I'm the smallest. I can move through the neural passages faster. No, Diaz said. This is my responsibility. With respect, Colonel, the team needs you to coordinate the retreat. I'm just a grunt. Let me do something that matters. Diaz wanted to argue, but she knew he was right. She also knew the horror he was volunteering for. The neural passages were filled with defensive systems. He wouldn't survive. Are you sure? She asked quietly. Chen smiled, and it was genuine. My family came from China to California 3 generations ago looking for opportunity. Now I'm on an alien planet about to save the galaxy. Yeah, I'm sure. He took the virus package, a small device carrying humanity's most sophisticated neural weapon. It would overload the Overmind's consciousness, essentially giving it a seizure that would cascade through the entire Hive network. Make it fast, Diaz said. We'll cover you as long as we can. Chen ran. The team laid down, suppressing fire, burning through Vrexian defenders as the young private disappeared into the neural core. They could hear him over the comm, breathing hard, occasionally grunting as he squeezed through impossible spaces. Approaching central node, Chen reported. Jesus, I can feel it thinking. It knows I'm here. Deploy the virus, Diaz ordered. Do it now! Deploying. Package is active. 30 seconds to cascade. Colonel, it's been an honor. The honor was ours, Private. We'll remember you. Chen's final words came through the comm, calm despite everything. Tell my mom I got to see the stars. Tell her I was brave, the virus activated. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the entire planet screamed. The Overmind, a consciousness spanning billions of nodes, felt pain for the first time in its existence. The virus didn't just destroy it. It made it feel every death, every loss, every defeated ship. It gave the hive a sense of individual mortality. The neural core began to collapse. Diaz ordered the retreat. Her team ran through the dying landscape as the planet itself convulsed. Above, the Vrexian fleet suddenly lost coordination. Ships drifted. Systems failed. Warriors stopped fighting. The hive was dying. Diaz's team made it back to the dropship with 12 soldiers remaining. As they lifted off, she watched Vrex Prime tear itself apart. The Overmind's death throes destroying the world it had ruled from. In orbit, Admiral Okonkwo saw the Vrexian fleet go dark. For a moment he couldn't believe it. Then General Thross's voice came through, filled with wonder and exhaustion. They've stopped. All of them. We've won. The word spread through the Allied fleet. After 73 years of war, after billions of deaths, after sacrifices beyond counting, they had won. But victory was bittersweet. The Allied fleet had lost 4,000 ships. Human casualties were staggering, over 2 million dead across all fronts. And the galaxy had seen what humanity was capable of when pushed to the edge. The war ended officially 2 months later. Remaining Vrexian forces, without the Overmind's coordination, were systematically neutralized or went dormant. The galaxy began the long process of recovery. 10 years later, Maria Chen stood at the Arlington Galactic Memorial on Earth. The black wall stretched for miles, engraved with the names of every human who had died in the war. She came here often to remember the price they had paid. A young girl approached, maybe 8 years old, holding her mother's hand. "Excuse me," the girl said. "Are you Secretary General Chen?" "I am," Chen replied, smiling gently. "My teacher said you helped win the war, that you made the decision to let humans fight." The girl looked up at the wall of names. "Were we the good guys?" Chen had been asked this question 1,000 times in 1,000 different ways. She knelt down to the girl's level. "That's a complex question. We did terrible things during the war. We made choices that cost lives. But we did them to protect something important, the right of all species to exist freely." "So we're heroes?" the girl asked hopefully. "We're survivors," Chen said carefully, "and sometimes that means doing hard things so others can live in peace. The real heroes are up on that wall." She gestured to the memorial. "They gave everything so you could stand here safe asking these questions." The girl nodded seriously, then noticed something. "Why are you crying?" Chen touched her cheek, surprised to find tears. "Because I'm remembering a young man named Private Chen. He was very brave. He saved the galaxy, and most people will never know his name. I'll remember him," the girl said solemnly. "Thank you," Chen whispered. That night, Chen returned to her office and composed her final report as Earth's galactic counselor. She wrote about humanity's role in the new galaxy, about the responsibility that came with their military capability, about the importance of never forgetting what they had done, and why. The jump took 3 days. 3 days of traveling through the strange space between stars. Taeyang sat in his fighter, strapped in and ready. Around him, 500 other pilots waited in their ships. They filled the launch bay of the carrier, row after row of deadly machines. His radio crackled. "All pilots, this is Commander Daeho. We will arrive in 30 seconds. When we drop out of jump space, you will see Earth. Remember what they took from us. Remember why we are here, but also remember your training. Stay focused. Follow your orders. Fight well." Taeyang checked his weapons one more time. Everything was ready. He had trained for this moment his entire life. His father had been a pilot. His grandfather, too. They had all dreamed of this day, but they had died before seeing it. Today, Taeyang would fight for them. 10 seconds, the computer announced. Taeyang took a deep breath. His hands were steady on the controls. His heart beat fast but calm. This was it. The universe twisted. Reality bent. Then suddenly they were there. Through his cockpit window, Taeyang saw Earth, a blue and white sphere hanging in space. Beautiful. Perfect. Home. But there was no time to admire it. All around him, the fleet appeared. Thousands of ships materialized from nothing. Carriers, battleships, destroyers, fighters. The entire hidden fleet had arrived. On Earth, alarms began to scream. In the capital city of Varathos Prime, Defense Coordinator Kelthax was drinking morning tea when his screen exploded with warnings. He dropped his cup. It shattered on the floor. "Impossible," he whispered. His 4 hands shook as he read the reports. Thousands of unknown ships, massive energy signatures. They had appeared without warning, without any sign they were coming. "Sir," an officer shouted. "They are not responding to our hails. They are powering weapons." Kelthax grabbed his communication device. "Alert the military. Wake the High Council. We are under attack." "By who?" the officer asked. "We do not recognize these ships. They match no known species in the galaxy." Then the ship sent a message. It was broadcast on every frequency. Every Vorath on the planet heard it at the same time. "This is Commander Deho of the Human Defense Fleet. 450,000 years ago, you destroyed our civilization. You killed our people. You stole our world. Today we have returned. Earth belongs to humanity. You have 1 hour to begin evacuation. After that, we will take our home by force." Silence filled the control room. Then chaos erupted. "Humans?" someone shouted. "That is impossible. Humans are extinct. They have been extinct for 500,000 years." Kelthax stared at the screen. His people had been taught that Earth was their ancestral home, that Vorath had always lived here. But some old records mentioned another species, a species that had lived here before, a species that the Vorath had removed. "They really existed," he said softly, "and they came back." The High Council refused to evacuate. They said the message was a trick. They said no species could survive that long in space. They ordered the military to defend the planet. The hour passed. Nothing happened. Some Vorath began to hope the threat was empty. Then the human fleet attacked. Tae Yang launched from the carrier with his squadron. They dove toward Earth, engines screaming. The planet grew larger in his window. He could see cities below, roads, buildings, all built on the bones of his ancestors. Vorath fighters rose to meet them, primitive machines slow and clumsy. Tae Yang's targeting computer locked onto 3 of them. He fired. Plasma bolts tore through space. All 3 Vorath fighters exploded. "Too easy," he muttered. Around him, other human pilots destroyed the Vorath defense force. It was not a battle. It was a massacre. The Vorath had no chance. Their weapons could not pierce human shields. Their ships could not match human speed. They had grown soft during centuries of peace. They had forgotten how to fight a real war. Humanity had never forgotten. "Squadron leaders, this is command." Deho's voice came over the radio. "Begin bombardment of military targets. Avoid civilian areas when possible." Tae Yang descended through the atmosphere. His ship shook from the heat. Below him he could see a military base. Hundreds of Vorath soldiers ran across the ground like insects. Anti-aircraft guns fired at him, but the shots bounced harmlessly off his shields. He armed his missiles. The targeting system painted the base red. All he had to do was press one button. For a moment he hesitated. Those were living beings down there. They were just soldiers following orders. They had not personally killed any humans, but then he remembered. These creatures lived on stolen land. They breathed air that should belong to humans. They had inherited everything the Vorath had taken. Tae Yang pressed the button. 6 missiles streaked downward. They struck the base in perfect sequence. Explosions bloomed like flowers. Buildings collapsed. The ground shook. In seconds the base was gone. "Target destroyed," Tae Yang reported. His voice was flat, empty. All across the planet similar scenes played out. Human ships struck with precision. Military installations burned. Defense networks collapsed. The Vorath government tried to organize resistance, but it was hopeless. They were fighting technology that was 500,000 years ahead of theirs. On the command ship, Haywan watched the battle through multiple screens. Each one showed different parts of Earth. Fires spread across continents. Cities went dark as power grids failed. Vorath civilians fled in panic. "We are winning," one Shik said beside her. He sounded satisfied. Haywan said nothing. Yes, they were winning, but the cost was high. Even though the humans avoided civilian targets when possible, people were dying. She could see refugee columns on the screens. Millions of Vorath trying to escape the fighting. "Commander," an officer reported. "The Vorath High Council is requesting communication." Deho appeared on the screen. His face showed no emotion. "Put them through." A Vorath leader appeared. He looked old and frightened. "Please," he begged. "Stop this attack. We surrender. We will leave Earth. Just give us time to evacuate our people." "You had 1 hour," Deho said coldly. "You chose to fight instead of leave. Now you will face the consequences." "We did not know humans still existed," the Vorath leader cried. The genocide happened so long ago. None of us were alive then. We are not responsible for what our ancestors did. Deho leaned forward. But you enjoyed what they took. You lived on our world. You erased our history. You pretended we never existed. That makes you responsible. What do you want from us? The leader asked desperately. I want you off my planet, Deho said. You have 3 days to evacuate. Anyone still on Earth after that will be considered an enemy combatant. We will show no mercy. He cut the connection. The Vorath leader vanished from the screen. Sir, an officer said, we are receiving a transmission from the Galactic Council. They are demanding we cease hostilities immediately. The Galactic Council, a group of alien species that governed much of the known galaxy. They had been around when humanity was destroyed. They had done nothing to help. Send them a message, Deho ordered. Tell them humanity has returned. Tell them Earth is ours. Tell them if they interfere, they will regret it. He stood and walked to the observation window. Below, Earth burned. Human fighters swept through the sky. Vorath cities fell one by one. After 450,000 years, humanity had returned home. And they had returned with a vengeance. The second day of the evacuation began badly. Vorath ships struggled to leave the planet. There were not enough vessels to carry 8 billion people. Panic spread through the cities. Riots broke out. People fought each other for seats on evacuation transports. Hay-1 studied the data on her screens. The numbers were clear. At the current rate, only half the population would escape in 3 days. Maybe less. 4 billion Vorath would be left behind when the deadline ended. She found Deho on the bridge. He looked tired. He had not slept since the attack began. Commander, she said quietly, we need to talk about the evacuation. Deho turned to her. What about it? They cannot all leave in time, Hay-1 said. Not even close. We gave them an impossible deadline. That is their problem, Deho replied. They should have left when we first arrived. Their leaders made that choice. Not the civilians. There are children down there, Commander. Families, people who have done nothing wrong. Deho's jaw tightened. There were human children, too. Human families. The Vorath killed them all without mercy. I know, Hay-1 said softly. But does that mean we have to become like them? We can extend the deadline. Give them more time. We do not have to be murderers. Before Deho could answer, Wanshik entered the bridge. He had heard the conversation. We are not murderers, he said firmly. We are warriors taking back what is ours. There is a difference. Is there? Hay-1 challenged. When 4 billion people die because we would not give them more time? If we show weakness now, the galaxy will think humans are soft, Wanshik argued. We need to prove we are strong. We need to show everyone what happens when you cross humanity. So we kill billions to send a message? Hay-1 asked. That is insane. That is strategy, Wanshik replied coldly. Deho held up his hand. Enough, both of you. He rubbed his eyes. I will think about it. We still have time before the deadline. But the decision haunted him. That night, he could not sleep. He walked through the ship, past sleeping crew members. He ended up in the memorial hall. The walls were covered with names. Every human who had died during the genocide. Billions of names carved into metal. His great-great-grandmother's name was there. She had died on Earth when the Vorath attacked. She had been a teacher. She taught young children how to read. The Vorath had burned her school with her inside it. Deho touched her name. What would you want me to do? He whispered. On Earth, in the ruins of a bombed city, a young human soldier named Jiwoo sat on a pile of rubble. He was 20 years old. This was his first real combat mission. He had been sent down to secure a sector and make sure no Vorath military remained. The city was mostly empty now. Most civilians had fled to evacuation points. But Jiwoo heard something. A small sound. Crying. He followed the sound to a collapsed building. In the basement, hidden behind rubble, he found a Vorath child. It looked about 6 or 7 years old in human terms. It was alone, crying softly. The child saw Jiwoo and screamed. It tried to run, but its leg was injured. It fell. Jiwoo stood there, rifle in hand. This was the enemy. This was a Vorath. He had been taught to hate them. He had trained to fight them. He had sworn to kill them, but this was just a child. A scared, hurt child. He lowered his rifle. He approached slowly, hands up to show he meant no harm. The child watched him with wide, terrified eyes. It is okay, Jiwoo said softly. He did not know if the child understood his language. I will not hurt you. He pulled out his medical kit. The child flinched but did not run. Jiwoo carefully treated its injured leg. He gave it water from his canteen. The child drank desperately. Where are your parents? Jiwoo asked. The child pointed to the collapsed building. Jiwoo understood. They were dead. Killed in the bombing. Killed by human weapons. Guilt hit him like a physical blow. This child was now an orphan because of his people. Because of him, he called his squad leader. Sir, I found a civilian child injured, requesting permission to evacuate it. Negative, the leader responded. Leave it. We are not responsible for Vorath civilians. But sir, it is just a child. That is an order, soldier. Leave it and return to base. Jiwoo looked at the child. It looked back at him with those big, scared eyes. He thought about what his teachers had told him. The Vorath were monsters. They had no mercy. They deserved none in return. But this child was not a monster. It was just a kid who had lost everything. Jiwoo made his decision. Sorry, sir. Communications are breaking up. I did not receive that last order. He picked up the child. Come on. I am taking you somewhere safe. He carried the child through the ruined streets to an evacuation point. Vorath refugees crowded around transport ships. Jiwoo pushed through the crowd and found a medical worker. This child needs help, he said. The medical worker, a female Vorath, stared at him in shock. A human soldier helping a Vorath child. It made no sense. Please, Jiwoo said. Just take care of it. The worker took the child. Jiwoo turned and walked away before anyone could stop him. He returned to base and said nothing about what he had done. That evening, Taeyang gathered with other pilots in the mess hall. They were celebrating. They had destroyed another Vorath military installation. The mood was jubilant. We are winning, one pilot said. In a few days, Earth will be ours again. And the Vorath will be gone, another added. All of them. Taeyang smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. Yes, they were winning. But he kept thinking about the base he had bombed on the first day. He kept seeing the soldiers running. He kept hearing the explosions. He had killed hundreds of people with one button press, maybe thousands. They had been trying to defend their home, just like humans would have done. Are we doing the right thing? He asked quietly. The other pilots looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? One asked. Of course we are. We are taking back what is ours. But at what cost? Taeyang said. How many innocent people have we killed? They are not innocent, another pilot said firmly. They live on stolen land. That makes them guilty. They were born there, Taeyang argued. They did not choose to be born on Earth. They did not personally kill any humans. You are starting to sound like Haiwan, the first pilot said with disgust. Next you will say we should share Earth with them. Maybe we should consider it, Taeyang said. The room went silent. Everyone stared at him. You are a traitor, one pilot hissed. I am a realist, Taeyang replied. We have been in space for 450,000 years. We are not the same species that left Earth. Maybe revenge is not the answer. He stood and left the mess hall. The others watched him go in angry silence. The dilemma was spreading. Not just among the leaders, but among all humans in the fleet. Some still wanted total war. Others began to question. The unity that had held humanity together for so long was starting to crack, and time was running out. In one day the deadline would end. Daeho would have to make his choice. Would he extend mercy to the Vorath, or would he finish what his ancestors had started? The fate of billions rested on his decision. The announcement went out to the entire fleet. Some humans celebrated, others protested. One chick resigned from the council in anger. He was not alone. Several commanders and hundreds of crew members expressed their rage at what they called betrayal. But most humans understood. They had seen the recordings. They had learned the truth. And they were tired. Tired of war. Tired of hate. They just wanted to go home. Daeho broadcast his decision to the Vorath. This is Commander Daeho. The deadline is lifted. You have as much time as you need to evacuate. Human ships will assist in the evacuation. We will help you find a new world. But understand this. Earth is ours. When the evacuation is complete, no Vorath may remain. This is our only offer. The response from the Vorath was immediate. Gratitude. Relief. They had expected death. Instead, they were being given life. The evacuation became a joint effort. Human transports joined Vorath ships. Human engineers helped repair damaged Vorath vessels. Human medical teams treated injured Vorath civilians. It was strange. Days ago they had been enemies. Now they worked together. Jiwoo volunteered to work on the ground. He helped direct evacuees to transport points. He carried supplies. He rescued people trapped in damaged buildings. Other young soldiers joined him. They wanted to help fix what they had broken. One day, Jiwoo saw a familiar face, the Vorath child he had saved. The child recognized him and ran over. The medical worker who had taken the child was with them. "Thank you," the worker said to Jiwoo. "You saved this child's life. You showed mercy when you did not have to." Jiwoo felt uncomfortable. "I just did what was right." "So did your commander," the worker replied. "He could have killed us all. Instead, he chose peace. Humanity is stronger than we thought. Not because of your weapons, because of your hearts." The evacuation took 3 months. Slowly, steadily. 8 billion Vorath left Earth. Human scouts found a suitable planet in a nearby system. It was similar to Earth. Warm, with water and breathable air. The Vorath named it New Beginning. During those months, something unexpected happened. Humans and Vorath talked. They shared stories. They learned about each other. Some humans even admitted that the Vorath were not so different from them. They had families, dreams, fears, hopes. Taeyang met a Vorath pilot during one relief mission. They talked about flying. The Vorath pilot showed him recordings of aerial stunts. They were primitive compared to human technology, but the skill was impressive. "Why did you become a pilot?" Taeyang asked. "I love the sky," the Vorath replied. "Ever since I was young, I wanted to fly among the clouds. To be free." Taeyang smiled sadly. "That is why I became a pilot too." "We are not so different." "No," the Vorath agreed. "We are not." Haewon worked tirelessly coordinating the logistics. She made sure every Vorath had a place on the transports. She organized the construction of temporary shelters on New Beginning. She barely slept. "You should rest," Mina told her one night. "I will rest when everyone is safe," Haewon replied. "We destroyed their homes. The least we can do is help them build new ones." Mina nodded. She understood. They all carried guilt now. Even though they had chosen mercy, they could not forget the damage they had caused. Thousands of Vorath had died in the initial attacks. Cities had been destroyed. Lives had been ruined, but they could not change the past. They could only try to make the future better. The Galactic Council sent representatives to observe. They watched in amazement as humans and Vorath worked together. They had expected a massacre. Instead, they witnessed something unprecedented. An enemy choosing mercy. A wounded species choosing healing over revenge. One ambassador approached Daeho. "What you are doing is remarkable," she said. "Most species would have destroyed the Vorath completely."
Why did you choose differently?
Daeho thought about the question. "Because we remembered what it felt like to be hunted. We remembered the fear, the pain, the loss. We could have made the Vorath feel all of that. But what would that accomplish? It would not bring our dead back. It would only create more death, more pain. We chose to break the cycle." "You have shown great wisdom," the ambassador said. "The galaxy will remember this. Humanity has proven itself worthy of respect." Daeho nodded, but he did not feel wise. He felt tired. He felt old. He hoped he had made the right choice. Finally, the last transport lifted off from Earth. The last Vorath was gone. The planet was empty except for humans. After 450,000 years, Earth belonged to humanity again. Daeho stood on the surface of Earth for the first time. Real ground under his feet, real air in his lungs, real sunlight on his face. He knelt and touched the soil. It was warm, alive. Around him, other humans did the same. They wept, they laughed, they hugged each other. They were home, but the celebration was bittersweet. The cities were damaged. The land was scarred by war, and they had lost some of their own people in the fighting. The cost had been high. Yoonji organized a memorial service for the humans who had died in the battle. She also suggested they honor the Vorath who had died. Some humans protested, but Daeho agreed. "They were people too," he said. "They died in a war they did not start. We will remember them." The memorial was simple. 2 walls. One with human names. One with Vorath names. A reminder that war has no true winners, only survivors. Months passed. Humans began rebuilding. They restored damaged cities. They planted new forests. They cleaned polluted waters. Earth slowly healed. On New Beginning, the Vorath did the same. They built new cities. They started new lives. And they taught their children about what had happened. About the genocide their ancestors committed. About the mercy the humans showed. About the importance of never forgetting the past but not being trapped by it. Communication channels remained open between Earth and New Beginning. Trade agreements were established. Cultural exchanges began. Slowly, carefully, the two species built a new relationship. Not friendship exactly. Too much pain remained for that. But respect, understanding. A year after the evacuation, Daeho received a message from the Vorath leader. "We want to formally apologize," she said, "for what our ancestors did. We cannot undo it. But we can acknowledge it, and we can promise it will never happen again. We have erected a monument on New Beginning. It lists the names of every human city that was destroyed, every human life that was lost. We will never forget." Daeho felt tears in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply. It was not enough. Nothing could truly make up for what had been lost. But it was something. It was acknowledgement. It was respect. It was a start. Jiwoo stayed in contact with the Vorath child he had saved. The child sent him messages occasionally. Updates about life on New Beginning. Pictures of the new world. Jiwoo always wrote back. One day the child asked, "Why did you save me? You were supposed to be my enemy." Jiwoo thought about his answer carefully. "Because you were a child. Because you were hurt. Because it was the right thing to do. Enemies are made by choices. You did not choose to be my enemy, and I chose to be your friend instead." 2 years after returning to Earth, Daeho stood once again before the memorial wall. The wall with all the names of humans who died in the genocide. He touched his great-great-grandmother's name. "We came home," he said to her. "We did what we set out to do, but we did it differently than we planned. I hope you would have approved. I hope you would have understood." Haewon found him there. She stood beside him in silence for a while. "Do you think we made the right choice?" Daeho asked her. "I think we made the only choice we could live with," Haewon replied. "We could have destroyed the Vorath. We had the power, but then we would have become the monsters. Instead, we proved that humanity is more than just survivors. We are capable of forgiveness, of mercy, of growth." Daeho nodded slowly. "One chick never forgave me." He left the fleet. Others followed him. "I know," Haewon said, "but most stayed. Most understood. Change is hard, especially when it means letting go of hate. But it is necessary. We cannot build a future on a foundation of revenge." They walked together through the human settlement. Children played in the streets. Real children born on Earth, growing up under real sky. They had never known the cold metal ships. To them this was normal. This was home. Those children would not grow up with hate in their hearts. They would learn about the genocide, yes. They would remember. But they would also learn about mercy. About the day humanity chose to be better than their enemies. The galaxy watched humanity with new eyes. The species that had disappeared was back. But they were not the conquerors everyone expected. They were builders, protectors. They had returned with advanced technology and overwhelming military power. But they had chosen peace when war was easier. Other species reached out to Earth. Trade agreements, defense pacts, cultural exchanges. Humanity was no longer alone. They had allies now, friends, and the hidden fleet remained in orbit, always watching, always ready. They had proven that humanity could not be destroyed, could not be forgotten, could not be erased from history. They were back, and they were here to stay. Years later, historians would debate Daeho's decision. Some would call him weak, others would call him wise. But everyone agreed on one thing. He had faced an impossible choice, and he had chosen the harder path. Not revenge, not violence, but mercy. Perhaps that was what made humanity special. Not their technology, not their military power. Medical Officer Yoonji was not supposed to be looking at the data. Her job was to oversee the health of human crew members. But curiosity got the better of her. During a brief ceasefire to allow more evacuations, she had collected tissue samples from injured Vorath who had been caught in the crossfire. She wanted to understand their biology. Maybe find weaknesses. That was what she told herself. But really, she just wanted to understand them. What she found shocked her. The genetic markers did not match. The Vorath on Earth today were not the same as the Vorath from 450,000 years ago. Not exactly. Their DNA had changed, evolved. They were descendants, yes, but they were different. Yunji ran the test 3 more times. The results stayed the same. She sat back in her chair, mind racing. What did this mean? She needed more information. She accessed the historical database and studied everything they knew about the original Vorath. Then she compared it to what they had observed about the current population. The differences were clear. The ancient Vorath had been warriors, aggressive, militaristic. They had conquered dozens of worlds. The modern Vorath were peaceful. They had not fought a major war in over 200,000 years. They were farmers, artists, scientists. They valued education and culture. They were not the same people who had destroyed humanity. Yunji knew she had to report this. She found Daeho in his quarters. He looked even more tired than before. He had not made his decision yet. The deadline was 6 hours away. "Commander," she said, "I need to show you something important." She explained her findings. She showed him the data. Daeho listened in silence, his expression unreadable. "So what are you saying?" he asked when she finished. "That these Vorath are innocent?" "I am saying they are not the ones who killed us," Yunji replied. "Every single Vorath from that time is dead. 450,000 years dead. The people on Earth today are thousands of generations removed from the genocide. But they still benefit from it," Daeho said. "Yes," Yunji admitted. "But is that enough reason to kill them? To punish people for crimes their ancient ancestors committed?" Daeho stood and paced. "Our entire existence has been about this moment. Every generation of humans has prepared for this day. We have kept our culture alive. We have maintained our technology. We have never forgotten. How can I tell my people that it was all for nothing?" "It was not for nothing," Yunji said gently. "We survived. We came home. We proved that humanity cannot be destroyed. That is enough." Before Daeho could respond, his communicator beeped. It was Hyunwoo, the communications officer. "Commander, you need to hear this. I intercepted a Vorath transmission. It is important." Daeho and Yunji hurried to the communications center. Hyunwoo played the recording. It was a message between 2 Vorath officials. "The humans say we destroyed their civilization," one voice said. "I checked our historical archives. They are right. Our ancestors did commit genocide against them. Why was this hidden?" the second voice asked. "The records were sealed millennia ago. Our leaders wanted to forget that dark part of our history. They were ashamed. The Vorath of that era were different. Violent. We changed after that. We rejected the old ways. We became a peaceful species. Will the humans accept that?" the second voice asked. "Will they believe we are not the same as our ancestors? I do not know. But we must try to make them understand. We must apologize for what was done. We must offer reparations. This is our only hope." The recording ended. The room was silent. "They know," Hyunwoo said. "They have been researching their own history. They found the truth." Daeho felt something break inside him. All his life he had imagined the Vorath as unrepentant monsters. He had thought they would deny what they did. He had expected them to fight to the end, but they were not fighting. They were fleeing, and they were accepting responsibility for crimes they did not personally commit. "There is more," Hyunwoo said. He pulled up another recording. This one was a public broadcast to all Vorath on Earth. A Vorath leader appeared on screen. She looked old and wise. "My people," she said. "Today we learned a terrible truth. Our ancestors committed a great evil. They destroyed an entire species and stole their world. That species has returned. They want their home back. They want justice. And they deserve it." She paused. "We cannot change what our ancestors did, but we can accept responsibility. We can acknowledge the wrong. And we can leave Earth peacefully. This is not our world. It never was. It belongs to the humans. We will find a new home, and we will carry this lesson with us. Never again will the Vorath people commit such a crime." The broadcast ended. Daeho stood frozen. These were not the words of an enemy. These were the words of people who understood what had been done, who felt guilt for it, who wanted to make it right. "Commander," Yunji said softly, "what will you do?" Daeho did not answer. He left the communications center and walked alone through the ship. His mind was in turmoil. Everything he believed had been challenged. Everything he had been taught was now unclear. He ended up back at the memorial wall. All those names, all those dead humans, they deserved justice. They deserved vengeance, but what would they want? Would they want him to kill innocent descendants? Or would they want humanity to be better than their destroyers? He thought about Jiwoo and the Vorath child. He thought about the transmission. He thought about Yunji's research. The picture was becoming clear. The Vorath on Earth were not monsters. They were just people living their lives. They had not chosen to be born on a stolen world. They had not asked for this conflict, and they were trying to leave. They were accepting their fate. They were not fighting back anymore. Daeho called an emergency council meeting. The entire leadership gathered. He showed them everything. The genetic data. The transmissions. The broadcast. When he finished, Wonshik spoke first. This changes nothing. They still live on our planet. They still benefit from genocide. It changes everything, Haewon countered. These are not the people who hurt us. Punishing them would make us no better than the ancient Vorath. We would be worse, Taeyang added. Everyone looked at him in surprise. We would be killing people we know are innocent. At least the ancient Vorath did not know better. We do. If we go through with this, we do it with full knowledge that we are committing murder. So what do we do? Wonshik demanded. Just let them go? Forgive and forget? No, Daeho said firmly. We do not forget. We will never forget. But we can choose mercy. We can show the galaxy that humanity is strong enough to choose peace when we have the power to destroy. The deadline, Mina said. It expires in 3 hours. Not everyone will get off Earth in time, Daeho nodded slowly. Then we extend it. We give them whatever time they need. And we help them evacuate. Help them? Wonshik asked incredulously. We are supposed to destroy them, not help them. No, Daeho said. We are supposed to reclaim Earth. We have done that. The Vorath have surrendered. They are leaving. Now we can choose what kind of species we want to be. Do we want to be remembered as vengeful killers? Or as people who chose mercy when it mattered most? He looked around the table at each face. I am making this decision. We will help evacuate the Vorath. We will find them a new world. We will let them live. But Earth is ours. That is not negotiable. They must leave. All of them. But they will leave alive. Wonshik shook his head in disgust and left the room. But the others nodded. Even Taeyang looked relieved. Are you sure about this? Haewon asked Daeho privately after the meeting. Some humans will be angry. They will say you betrayed them. Probably, Daeho agreed. But I would rather be remembered as a commander who chose mercy than one who chose massacre. We can be better than our enemies. We must be better. The revelation had changed everything. The Vorath were not monsters, and humanity did not have to become monsters to defeat them. A new path forward was possible. But would everyone accept it? Daeho stood before the observation window of the command ship. Stars stretched endlessly in every direction. He had been staring at them for 20 minutes without moving. Behind him, the bridge crew worked quietly at their stations. They knew better than to disturb him when he looked like this. The door slid open. Footsteps approached. Daeho did not turn around, Commander, a voice said softly. It was Mina, the fleet's chief scientist. The scout ship has returned. You need to see what they found. Daeho finally moved. He turned slowly, his face tired but calm. He had commanded the Hidden Fleet for 15 years. Before him, his father had commanded it. Before his father, his grandmother. The chain went back 450,000 years. Generation after generation, humans had lived in the darkness between stars, waiting, preparing. Show me, he said. They walked together through the narrow corridors of the ship. The walls were metal, cold and smooth. Everything in the fleet was built to last forever. Nothing was wasted. Every resource was precious. The humans of the Hidden Fleet had learned to survive on almost nothing. The briefing room was small. A table stood in the center with holographic projectors built into its surface. Around the table sat the Fleet Council. Wonshik, the military strategist, sat with his arms crossed. Haewon, the chief engineer, studied a data pad. Taeyang, the fleet's best pilot, leaned back in his chair looking bored. But his eyes were sharp. He was never truly relaxed. Daeho took his seat. Begin, he said. Mina activated the projector. A blue sphere appeared above the table. Daeho's breath caught in his throat. He knew that sphere. Every human in the fleet knew it. They had all seen pictures passed down through the generations. They had all heard stories told by their parents and grandparents. Earth. Our scouts reached the Sol system 3 days ago, Mina said. They stayed hidden just as you ordered. They observed from a distance and collected all the data they could. The image zoomed in. The planet grew larger. Daeho could see continents, oceans, clouds, but something was wrong. The landmasses looked different from the ancient maps. Cities covered the surface, but they were not human cities. Someone lives there, Haewon said quietly. Yes, Mina confirmed. She pressed another button. The image changed. Now it showed a creature, tall, with 4 arms and gray skin. Its eyes were black and empty. The Vorath Collective. The room became very quiet. Every person at the table knew that name. It was written in their history books. It was carved into memorial walls on every ship in the fleet. The Vorath had destroyed humanity. They had hunted humans across the galaxy. They had burned Earth and killed billions. Only a few thousand humans had escaped. They had fled into deep space, into regions where no one else dared to go. They had hidden in the void and built their fleet in secret. And they had waited. How many? Wonshik asked. His voice was hard. Approximately 8 billion Vorath live on Earth now, Mina said. They have renamed it. They call it Vorthos Prime. They have lived there for 400,000 years. Maybe longer. Taeyang leaned forward. They took our home. They killed our people, and then they moved into our house like nothing happened. Yes, Mina said. She showed more images. Vorath cities built on the ruins of human civilization. Vorath children playing in parks where human children once played. Vorath families living in peace on the world they had stolen. Daeho closed his eyes. He thought about his ancestors. He thought about all the generations that had lived and died in the cold metal ships of the fleet. They had never seen Earth. They had never breathed real air or felt real sunlight. They had sacrificed everything so that one day humanity might return home. Show me the rest, he said. Mina brought up new data. The Vorath military is strong but outdated. They rely on old technology. They have not fought a real war in thousands of years. Their defenses are minimal. They feel safe. They should not feel safe, Wonshik said. Haewon looked uncomfortable. Commander, we need to think carefully about this. 8 billion lives. That is not a small number. How many humans did they kill? Taeyang asked. More than 8 billion, much more. They destroyed our entire civilization. They hunted us like animals. That was a long time ago, Haewon said softly. Not to us, Wonshik replied. We have kept the memory alive. We have never forgotten. Our children learn about what happened. They learn the names of our lost cities. They learn what the Vorath did to us. Daeho opened his eyes. He looked at each person at the table. These were his closest advisors. His friends. They had served together for years. But now they would make the most important decision in human history. Mina, he said. You have been studying this for years. Tell us what you know. The scientist nodded. She brought up more data. I have analyzed everything we know about the Vorath genocide. I have studied old records from before the fall. I can prove beyond any doubt that the Vorath Collective planned the destruction of humanity. It was not random. It was not an accident. They wanted us dead. They wanted our planet. They got both, she paused. There is more. According to our intelligence, the galaxy believes humanity is extinct. The Vorath have hidden the truth. They tell everyone that Earth has always been their world. They have erased us from history. Rage. Pure rage filled the room. Daeho felt it too. The Vorath had not only killed them. They had tried to make sure no one would remember that humans ever existed. What are our options? Daeho asked Wonshik. The strategist smiled. It was not a kind smile. We have been building weapons for 450,000 years, Commander. We have technology the Vorath cannot even imagine. Our smallest ships could destroy their largest battleships. Our weakest weapons could level their cities in minutes. Could we take Earth without killing everyone? Haewon asked. Wonshik shrugged. Perhaps. But it would take longer. It would cost human lives. And they would fight back. They would damage Earth trying to defend it. We should strike hard and fast, Taeyang said. End this quickly. Show the galaxy what happens when you destroy humanity. Daeho stood. He walked to the window and looked out at the fleet. Thousands of ships waited in the darkness. Millions of humans lived on those ships. They all wanted the same thing. They all wanted to go home. We vote, he said. This decision is too important for one person. Each of you will choose. Should we reclaim Earth by force? One by one they voted. Wonshik voted yes. Taeyang voted yes. Mina hesitated, then voted yes. Haewon looked troubled, but she also voted yes. Daeho cast the final vote. Yes, he said quietly. The decision was made. The hidden fleet would return to Earth. They would reclaim their home. And the Vorath would pay for what they had done. Prepare the fleet, Deho ordered. We leave in 3 days. Send word to every ship. Tell them it is time. Tell them we are going home. The council dispersed. Soon the entire fleet knew, after 450,000 years of waiting, humanity would finally return. The age of hiding was over. The age of vengeance had begun. The grand doors of the imperial throne room opened with a sound like thunder. General Sarah Chen walked through them, and every eye in the massive chamber turned to stare at her. Then the laughter began. It started as a low chuckle from somewhere in the crowd of alien dignitaries. Then another joined in. Within seconds, the entire throne room echoed with the sound of hundreds of beings laughing at the human general who had just entered. Chen kept walking. Her dress uniform was torn at the shoulder. The left sleeve hung in tatters. Blood stained the front of her jacket, some of it dried, some of it fresh. Her face was bruised with a cut above her right eye that had stopped bleeding but looked painful. Dirt covered her boots and pants. She looked like she had crawled through a war zone to get here. She had. Ambassador Kenji Tanaka rushed forward from the human delegation area, his face pale with worry. General Chen, what happened? Are you all right? My transport was sabotaged, Chen said quietly, her voice steady despite her appearance. We crashed about 15 miles from the city. I walked the rest of the way. Tanaka's eyes widened. Walked? General, you should have waited for rescue. You should have. We're out of time, Ambassador, Chen interrupted. Today is our final hearing. I wasn't going to miss it. The laughter grew louder. Chen ignored it and continued her walk across the massive floor toward the throne. The throne room was built to make visitors feel small. The ceiling stretched up hundreds of feet. The walls were covered in gold and precious metals from 1,000 conquered worlds. The throne itself sat on a platform 50 feet high, and sitting on that throne was Emperor Velmoth. The emperor was huge, even by the standards of his reptilian species. His scales were deep purple, a color that marked him as royal blood. His eyes were yellow and cold like a snake watching a mouse. He wore robes that cost more than a spaceship, and on his head sat a crown made from the bones of the last species that had challenged his rule. So, the emperor's voice boomed across the chamber, amplified by technology hidden in the throne. Humanity sends us a beggar in rags. How appropriate, more laughter. Chen reached the proper distance from the throne and stopped. She did not bow. The human delegation had argued about this for days, but Chen had been firm. Earth bowed to no one. Emperor Velmoth, Chen said, her voice clear and strong. I am General Sarah Chen, commander of Earth's Fifth Fleet. I come to speak on behalf of humanity's petition to join the galactic hegemony. A tall, elegant creature with blue skin and 4 arms stepped forward from the crowd. This was Lord Kalresh, one of the Emperor's closest advisors. He looked at Chen like she was something he had stepped in. Humanity has been petitioning for 5 years, Kalresh said with obvious disgust. 5 years of begging for what you have not earned. Look at you. You cannot even arrive at court properly dressed. You are wounded, dirty, and weak. This is what humanity offers us. This is your finest warrior? Chen turned her head slowly to look at Kalresh. Her dark eyes were calm, but there was something in them that made the advisor take a small step backward. I am not wounded because I am weak, Chen said. I am wounded because someone tried to kill me and they failed. A new voice rang out deeper than the Emperor's, carrying the promise of violence. Perhaps they simply did not try hard enough. The crowd parted and King Drazoth entered the throne room. Chen had seen pictures of the king, but they had not prepared her for the reality. Drazoth stood 9 feet tall, his body covered in thick armored scales that looked like they could stop bullets. His arms were as thick as tree trunks, ending in claws that could tear through metal. His face was a nightmare of teeth and horns. He had killed champions from 50 different worlds. He had never lost a fight. He was the Emperor's enforcer, his executioner, and the living symbol of the Empire's power. Drazoth walked toward Chen with slow, deliberate steps. Each footfall shook the floor. He stopped 10 feet away from her and looked down at the small, injured human. 5 years, Drazoth said, his voice a growl. 5 years of listening to humanity beg for membership. 5 years of claims that your species deserves a place among us. And this is what you send? A broken little creature in torn clothes? Chen met his eyes. I'm here, aren't I? Drazoth laughed, a sound like rocks grinding together. You are here, yes. Bleeding and pathetic. Tell me, human, why should the Empire accept your kind? What do you offer us except weakness and soft flesh? We offer the same thing every species has offered, Chen replied. Our skills, our knowledge, our strength. Strength? Drazoth leaned closer, his breath hot on Chen's face. You know nothing of strength. Your species has existed for thousands of years and conquered only one planet. My species ruled 10 star systems before we joined the Empire. You are prey pretending to be predators. Chen did not move, did not flinch. Then prove it. The throne room went silent. Even the Emperor leaned forward on his throne. What did you say? Drazoth asked, his voice suddenly quiet and dangerous. I said prove it, Chen repeated. You claim we're weak, prove it. Your empire has a tradition, doesn't it? Every species that wants to join must face a trial by combat. We've studied your history. Every species currently in the Empire earned their place by fighting one of your champions. So here I am. I accept the trial. Ambassador Tanaka made a sound of horror from the human delegation area. General, no. We haven't authorized. Chen ignored him. She kept her eyes locked on Drazoth. Unless, of course, you're afraid. The throne room erupted in chaos. Aliens shouted in a dozen languages. Some laughed even harder. Others looked shocked. The Emperor raised one clawed hand and silence fell immediately. You wish to face King Drazoth in combat? The Emperor asked, and Chen could hear the amusement in his voice. You, a wounded human, against the undefeated king? Yes, Chen said simply. Drazoth threw back his head and roared with laughter. Oh, this is perfect. 50 years I have waited for entertainment like this. Yes, little human. Yes, I will face you. I will break you slowly, so that all the galaxy can watch and understand what humanity truly is. The Emperor smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. Very well. The trial is accepted. You will have 24 hours to prepare, human. Then you will face King Drazoth in the combat sphere. If you somehow survive, humanity will be granted membership. When you die, as you certainly will, humanity's petition will be rejected forever, and your species will be banned from ever requesting membership again. I understand, Chen said. Do you? The Emperor asked. Do you understand that no one has survived combat with King Drazoth in 50 years? Do you understand that you will die tomorrow? Chen looked up at the Emperor, then at Drazoth, then around at all the laughing, mocking aliens in the throne room. Maybe, she said, but at least I showed up. She turned and walked out of the throne room, ignoring the laughter that followed her. Ambassador Tanaka and the rest of the human delegation rushed after her, their voices full of panic and anger. Behind her, Emperor Velmoth watched the small, injured human leave. He was still smiling, but something about the human's calmness bothered him. Something about the way she had looked at Drazoth, like she was studying him rather than fearing him. The Emperor pushed the thought away. Tomorrow would be entertaining at least, and after tomorrow, humanity would finally stop bothering him with their ridiculous requests. He had no idea how wrong he was. The medical bay smelled like antiseptic and fear. General Sarah Chen sat on the examination table while a human doctor worked on the cut above her eye. Ambassador Tanaka paced back and forth, his face red with anger. This is insane, Tanaka said for the 10th time. You had no authority to accept that challenge. Do you understand what you've done? You've bet humanity's entire future on a fight you cannot possibly win. I know, Chen said calmly, you know. You know? Tanaka stopped pacing and stared at her. Then why did you do it? Chen waited until the doctor finished with her stitches before answering. Because it was always going to come to this, Ambassador. You've been negotiating for 5 years. Has it gotten us anywhere? We were making progress. We were being laughed at. Chen interrupted. Every species in the Empire earned their membership through the trial by combat. Every single one. Did you really think they would let us in any other way? Tanaka opened his mouth, then closed it. He knew she was right. At least we could have sent someone who wasn't already injured, another delegation member said. This was Colonel Martinez, Chen's second-in-command. General, with respect, you're in no condition to fight. Chen slid off the examination table. Her ribs hurt and her shoulder throbbed, but she had felt worse. 24 hours is enough time to rest. And being injured doesn't matter much when your opponent can kill you in seconds anyway. She walked to the window and looked out at the alien city. The imperial capital was beautiful in its own way. Towers of crystal and metal reached toward the sky. Flying vehicles moved in ordered patterns between buildings. Everything was clean, efficient, and cold. Show me the footage, Chen said. Martinez pulled up a holographic display. General, I don't think— Show me. The footage began to play. It showed King Drazoth's previous fights in the combat sphere. Chen watched silently as the king tore through opponent after opponent. A warrior from the insect species whose exoskeleton shattered like glass. A champion from an aquatic race who lasted only 15 seconds. A massive bear-like creature that stood 8 feet tall, whose neck Drazoth snapped with one hand. He's never fought a human before, Chen said quietly. That's not exactly an advantage, Martinez replied. General, he's faster than you, stronger than you, and his body is literally covered in armor. How are you planning to fight him? Chen was quiet for a long moment, still watching the footage. Do you know why I joined the military, Colonel? Oh, General. I was 6 years old during the resource wars. My city was under siege for 8 months. No food, no medicine, bombs falling every day. My father was killed in the first week. My mother died 3 months later from an infected wound. I survived by hiding in basements, eating whatever I could find, staying one step ahead of the soldiers who wanted to kill everyone they found. Martinez looked uncomfortable. I didn't know, General. Most people don't. The point is, I learned something during those 8 months. Chen turned away from the window. I learned that being stronger doesn't matter if you can't catch what you're chasing. Being bigger doesn't help if you don't know where to hit, and having armor is useless if your enemy knows where the weak spots are. Drazoth won't have obvious weak spots, Martinez said. Everyone has weak spots, Chen replied. I just need to find them. She walked to a training room that the delegation had been given. For the next 6 hours, Chen trained. She did not try to build strength or speed. Instead, she moved through forms, old fighting techniques that humans had been practicing for thousands of years. Karate, judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Krav Maga. Combat techniques from a dozen different human cultures, all focused on one simple truth: how to defeat someone bigger and stronger than you. While she trained, Chen's mind went back to the memories she usually kept locked away. She remembered being 15, joining her first military unit. She remembered her first real combat at 17. She remembered the battle that had made her famous, the defense of colony ship Prometheus. The Prometheus had been boarded by pirates. Chen had been a young lieutenant then in charge of security. The pirates had been wearing powered armor and carrying weapons that could cut through walls. Chen's team had basic rifles and no armor at all. The battle had lasted 16 hours. 16 hours of fighting in narrow corridors, of watching her friends die, of being shot and stabbed and burned. At the end, Chen had been the last one standing. She had been covered in wounds, barely able to move. But she had been standing and the pirates had been dead. The ship had been saved. Chen had spent 3 weeks in a coma and 2 months in recovery. When she woke up, she had been promoted to captain. That battle had taught her the most important lesson of her life. Humans could survive damage that would kill most other species. Their bodies were built to keep going, to keep fighting, even when they should have been dead. It was a gift from evolution, from ancestors who had hunted by running their prey to exhaustion, who had survived by refusing to give up. Chen finished her training and took a shower. The hot water stung her cuts, but it felt good. She put on clean clothes and sat down to eat. The food was bland military rations, but she ate every bite. She would need the energy. Ambassador Tanaka found her in the evening. He looked tired and worried. I've been trying to cancel the fight, he said. I spoke with every contact we have in the imperial court. No one will help us. The emperor refuses to reconsider. Once the challenge is accepted, it must be completed. I know, Chen said. General, Tanaka sat down across from her. I have a wife and 2 children back on Earth, so do you. We all have people we care about. This fight isn't just about you. If you die tomorrow, every human in the galaxy will be affected. We'll be seen as weak forever. No second chances. I know that too, Chen said. Then how are you so calm? Tanaka's voice cracked.
How can you sit there eating dinner when tomorrow you're going to fight a monster who has never lost?
Chen put down her fork and looked at the ambassador. Do you know what the difference is between humans and most other species, Ambassador? What? Most species evolved as either predators or prey. The predators learned to be strong and fast. The prey learned to be alert and quick to run. But humans? We're weird. We evolved as both. We were prey for thousands of years, hunted by bigger, stronger animals. But we were also hunters. We learned to track, to plan, to work together. We learned to keep going when every instinct said to give up. We learned to turn our weakness into strength. That's a nice philosophy, General. But tomorrow you're fighting alone against something that will kill you in seconds if you make one mistake. Chen smiled, and there was something cold in that smile. Exactly. One mistake. That's all I need from him. Just one. She stood up. I'm going to sleep now, Ambassador. I suggest you do the same. Tomorrow is going to be very interesting. Later that night, alone in her quarters, Chen did something she had not done in years. She wrote letters. One to her ex-husband, apologizing for the years of absence. One to her daughter, telling her to be strong and brave. One to her military command, containing final orders and recommendations. She sealed the letters and placed them on her desk. Then she sat in meditation, the way her martial arts teachers had taught her decades ago. She focused on her breathing, on the steady beat of her heart. She visualized the fight to come, imagining every possible move, every counter, every opportunity. When she finally slept, she dreamed of old battles. She dreamed of survival. She dreamed of victory against impossible odds, and in his own chambers across the city, King Drazoth also prepared. But he did not train. He did not meditate. He did not worry. He had fought 50 champions from 50 worlds, and all of them had died. Tomorrow would be no different. The human would die, probably within the first minute. It would barely be worth the effort. Drazoth fell asleep looking forward to the entertainment. He had no idea that he was about to fight something he had never encountered before, a species that simply did not know how to quit. Tomorrow the galaxy would learn what humanity truly was. Tomorrow everything would change. The combat sphere was the largest structure General Sarah Chen had ever seen. It was a perfect ball of transparent metal, 300 feet across, floating above the imperial capital. Inside the sphere was zero gravity, making the fight three-dimensional instead of flat. Around the outside, viewing platforms held 50,000 alien spectators, all waiting to watch a human die. Chen floated at one entrance, wearing simple combat gear. No armor, no weapons except a small knife on her belt. Those were the rules. She looked tiny in the massive space, a small figure alone in the center of the galaxy's attention. Across from her, King Drazoth entered through the opposite door. The crowd erupted in cheers. Drazoth wore ceremonial armor on his shoulders and arms, decorated with the bones of his defeated enemies. His claws had been sharpened. His teeth gleamed. He looked like death itself, beautiful and terrible. Emperor Velmoth's voice boomed through hidden speakers. Citizens of the Empire, today we witness the trial of humanity. General Sarah Chen has challenged our champion, King Drazoth the Undefeated. The rules are simple. No outside weapons, no outside interference. The fight ends when one combatant dies or surrenders. Let the trial begin. A horn sounded. The fight had started. Drazoth launched himself across the sphere like a missile. In zero gravity, his massive strength sent him flying at incredible speed. He crossed the distance between them in seconds, claws extended to tear Chen apart. Chen pushed off from her platform at an angle, spinning her body sideways. Drazoth's claws missed her by inches. She used his own body as a springboard, pushing off his shoulder to send herself tumbling away while he crashed into the wall behind where she had been. The crowd made sounds of surprise. It was the first time many of them had seen anyone dodge Drazoth's opening attack. Chen grabbed a piece of floating debris, a metal bar left from previous fights. She used it to change her direction, bouncing off walls and platforms like a pinball. Drazoth roared and came after her, but in zero gravity his massive size worked against him. He could not turn as quickly. Chen stayed just out of reach, studying him, learning his patterns. Running already? Drazoth bellowed. Is this the strength of humanity? Cowardice? Chen did not answer. She was counting his movements, timing his attacks. Every fighter had a rhythm, a pattern they fell into without thinking. She just needed to find his. Drazoth grabbed a large piece of debris and threw it at her. The metal spun through the air fast enough to kill. Chen twisted her body and the debris missed. But Drazoth had used the throw as cover. He came right behind it, catching Chen off guard. His massive hand closed around her leg. Chen felt bones crack as he swung her like a toy, slamming her into a wall. Pain exploded through her body. The impact would have killed most species instantly. Chen's vision went gray, but she forced herself to stay conscious. Drazoth pulled her close, his teeth near her throat. Time to die, little human. Chen's hand moved fast. The small knife from her belt flashed out. and she drove it into the joint where Drazoth's arm met his shoulder. It was the only spot not covered by scales or armor. Drazoth howled and let her go. Chen pushed away, gasping for air. The knife stayed embedded in his arm. Blue blood floated in droplets around them. The crowd had gone silent. "First blood," Chen said quietly, though the microphones picked it up and broadcast it to everyone. "You're not invincible." Drazoth's face changed. The casual confidence was gone. Now there was only rage. He ripped the knife from his arm and threw it away. Then he came at Chen again, but this time with no control, only fury. This was what Chen had been waiting for. Angry fighters made mistakes. They collided in the center of the sphere. Drazoth's claws tore through Chen's suit and into her flesh. Chen screamed but held on, wrapping her legs around his arm, using leverage instead of strength. In zero gravity, size mattered less. What mattered was physics and angles. She bent his arm backward, forcing the joint to hyperextend. Something popped. Drazoth roared and used his other hand to grab her head. His claws dug into her scalp. Blood poured from the wounds, floating around them in red spheres. Chen could barely see. The pain was incredible, but she had trained for this. Pain was just information. Her body was telling her she was damaged, but it was still working. Human bodies could take enormous punishment and keep functioning. It was one of the strange gifts of evolution. She twisted her body, using every ounce of her training. Her hand found the pressure point on Drazoth's neck, a spot she had identified from studying his anatomy. She pressed hard, using her thumb like a weapon. Drazoth's grip loosened for just a second. It was enough. Chen broke free and pushed off his chest, sending herself toward a wall covered in handholds. She was bleeding from a dozen wounds now. Her left leg was broken. Several ribs were cracked. But she was still moving, still thinking, still fighting. Drazoth followed, but he was bleeding too now, and his left arm was not moving properly. For the first time in 50 years, he was in an actual fight. "You're tougher than I thought," he admitted, breathing hard. "But this ends now," he charged again. Chen waited until the last possible second, then pushed off at an angle. But this time Drazoth anticipated it. He twisted mid-flight and caught her. They crashed into a wall together, and Drazoth pinned her there with his full weight. Chen could not move. Could barely breathe. Drazoth's good hand was around her throat, squeezing. His face was inches from hers. "Any last words, human?" Chen looked into his eyes. Even now, even dying, she did not look away. "You've never fought something that evolved as prey, have you?" Drazoth paused. "What?" "You're an apex predator," Chen whispered, her voice barely working through his grip on her throat. "Top of your food chain. You've never needed to fight dirty. Never needed to sacrifice yourself to win. You've never been desperate." "Desperate?" Drazoth laughed. "You're about to die. I think that qualifies as desperate." "No," Chen said. "This does." She stopped trying to break his grip. Instead, she pulled herself closer to him. Her hands found his face. Her thumbs found his eyes. Drazoth realized what she was doing and tried to pull away, but it was too late. Chen's thumbs pressed into his eyes with all her remaining strength. She was blind with her own blood, broken and dying, but she did not stop pressing. Drazoth screamed and released her throat to grab her arms, but that gave Chen the opening she needed. She brought her head forward in a brutal headbutt, smashing her forehead into his face. Once, twice, 3 times. Her skull was fracturing, but she did not stop. They spun in zero gravity, locked together, both bleeding, both damaged. The crowd watched in absolute silence. This was not how these fights were supposed to go. Chen managed to get behind Drazoth. Her arms wrapped around his neck in a chokehold she had learned 30 years ago. She locked her broken leg around his waist for leverage. It was a hold called the last embrace in human combat circles, named because the person applying it often died from their injuries before their opponent did. "You can surrender," Chen whispered in his ear. "It's allowed under the rules." Drazoth tried to reach back, tried to claw at her, but the angle was wrong. He thrashed wildly, using his massive strength. Chen's left arm broke with a sound like a gunshot. She screamed but held on. Her right arm tightened. "Surrender," she said again, her voice fading. Drazoth's movements became weaker. His body was running out of oxygen. But he was the undefeated king. He had never surrendered. Never lost. He would rather die than admit defeat, so he did. King Drazoth's body went limp. Chen held on for a few more seconds to be sure, then released him. His body floated in the zero-gravity, motionless. Dead. Chen tried to move but could not. Her body had finally reached its limit. She floated there next to the body of the king she had killed, barely conscious. The horn sounded. The fight was over. The combat sphere filled with the sound of 50,000 aliens making no sound at all. Complete, absolute silence. Then General Sarah Chen closed her eyes and let the darkness take her. General Sarah Chen woke up screaming. Hands held her down. Voices spoke in calm tones, but she could not understand the words. Everything was pain. Her entire body felt like it was on fire. She tried to fight, tried to escape, but she could not move properly. Something was wrong with her left arm. Something was wrong with everything. General Chen, please stay still. You're safe. You're in medical. The voice spoke English. Chen forced her eyes to focus. A human doctor leaned over her, his face worried. Behind him she could see other humans, all looking at her with expressions of shock and awe. Did I win? Chen asked, her voice barely a whisper. You won, General, the doctor said, and there were tears in his eyes. You killed him. King Drazoth is dead. You actually did it? Chen tried to smile, but was not sure if her face was working correctly. Good, that's good. General, you need to rest now. You've been unconscious for 6 hours. Your injuries are severe. Your left arm is badly damaged. Multiple broken bones, internal bleeding, severe concussion. You should not even be alive. But I am, Chen said. Yes, the doctor replied. You are. Chen closed her eyes and drifted back into darkness. When she woke again, it was hours later. The pain was still there, but dulled by medication. She could think more clearly now. She tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Easy, General. Ambassador Tanaka was sitting beside her bed. He looked like he had aged 10 years. You're not ready to move yet. What happened after the fight? Chen asked. Tanaka let out a long breath. Everything happened. The Empire is in chaos. Drazoth had been their champion for 50 years. No one believed he could lose. Some species are calling for your execution, saying you must have cheated somehow. Others are demanding to know how you defeated him. And the Emperor, Tanaka paused. The Emperor wants to see you. When? Today in 3 hours. The doctors say you absolutely cannot go, but the Emperor was very clear. He wants to see the human who killed his champion. Chen looked down at herself. She was covered in bandages. Medical equipment surrounded her bed, monitoring her vital signs. Her left arm was in a cast from shoulder to fingertips. She could feel the places where bones had been set, where wounds had been sealed. Help me get dressed, she said. General, you can't. I can and I will. We didn't come this far to miss the next part. 2 hours later, General Sarah Chen stood in front of a mirror, staring at herself. The medical team had done their best, but there was no hiding what the fight had done to her. Her face was swollen and bruised. One eye was nearly shut. Her left arm hung useless in its cast. They had given her a medical gown to wear over her torn uniform. Since nothing else would fit over the bandages, she looked worse than when she had first arrived at the imperial court. Ambassador Tanaka and Colonel Martinez helped her walk to the throne room. Each step was agony, but Chen refused a wheelchair. If she was going to meet the Emperor, she would do it on her own feet. The throne room doors opened. This time there was no laughter. Thousands of aliens filled the chamber, but they were completely silent. They watched Chen limp across the floor, leaving a trail of pain behind her. She could feel their eyes, could sense their confusion and fear. The human was broken, damaged almost beyond repair, and yet she was walking, still standing, still refusing to quit. Emperor Velmoth sat on his throne, his yellow eyes fixed on Chen. His expression was unreadable. Beside the throne, on a platform of honor, lay the body of King Drazoth. The king had been prepared for burial, his wounds cleaned, his body dressed in his finest armor. Chen reached the proper distance and stopped. She did not bow. General Chen, the Emperor said, his voice echoing through the chamber. You have done what no warrior has done in 50 years. You have defeated King Drazoth in single combat. By the ancient laws of the Empire, this means humanity has earned the right to petition for membership. Not petition, Chen said, her voice weak but clear. You said if I won, humanity would be granted membership. Not given another chance to beg. Granted, those were your exact words. A murmur ran through the crowd. No one spoke to the Emperor like that. Velmoth's eyes narrowed. You dare to correct me? I dare to remind you of your own words, Emperor. We had a deal. I won. Humanity gets membership. For a long moment, Velmoth stared at Chen. Then, incredibly, he smiled. You are correct. We had a deal and you have won. But before I make my final decision, I have questions. Ask them. How did you win? Velmoth leaned forward. You were outmatched in every way. Drazoth was faster, stronger, more experienced. His body was armored. Yours was already damaged before the fight began. By all logic, you should have died in the first minute. So how did you win? Chen was silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. The medication was making it hard to focus, but this answer was too important to get wrong. You're right, she finally said. He was stronger, faster, better equipped. He should have won easily. But he made one mistake. What mistake? He thought the fight would be easy. Chen looked around the throne room, making eye contact with as many aliens as she could. Your empire has been at peace for a long time. Your warriors train, they practice, they study. But they don't fight wars of survival anymore. Drazoth had defeated 50 champions, but all of them came from species that were already part of your empire, species that had been living in peace and prosperity for generations. He had never fought someone who grew up in war, someone who learned to fight by surviving. You claim that humans are better warriors? Lord Kalaresh stepped forward, his voice angry. No, Chen said. I claim that humans are more desperate. We're younger than most species here. We've spent our entire existence fighting nature, fighting each other, fighting to survive on a planet that tried to kill us every day. We didn't evolve as apex predators. We evolved as prey that learned to fight back. She paused, wincing at a spike of pain. Do you know why humans can run for hours without stopping? Because our ancestors hunted by chasing animals until they collapsed from exhaustion. Do you know why we can survive injuries that would kill most species? Because the ones who couldn't survive didn't pass on their genes. Do you know why we refuse to surrender even when we should? Because surrender meant death, so we learned to keep fighting long past the point of reason. The throne room was absolutely silent. Every alien listened to her words. Drazoth fought with the strength of a king, Chen continued. He was magnificent, powerful, perfect. But I fought with the desperation of an animal that knows it's about to die. And in that moment, desperation beat perfection. Emperor Velmoth stood from his throne. It was the first time Chen had seen him stand, and he was enormous, towering over everyone in the room. Your words trouble me, General, he said. If what you say is true, if humans are this desperate, this willing to sacrifice everything, then you are not potential members. You are a potential threat. Chen met his eyes. Only if you make us one, Emperor. We didn't come here to conquer. We came here to join. We want to be part of something bigger than ourselves. We want to learn from you, to grow with you. But we won't beg, and we won't be treated as lesser beings. If you grant us membership, we will be loyal allies. If you reject us, we will go our own way. But either way, we'll survive. We always do. The Emperor was quiet for a long time. Then he looked at the body of his fallen champion. Drazoth was my friend, he said softly. More than my champion, more than my enforcer. He was the one person in this empire I could trust completely. You killed him. Yes, Chen said. I'm sorry. Are you? Are you truly sorry, or is that just what you think I want to hear? Chen thought about it honestly. I'm sorry he's dead. I'm sorry you lost your friend. But I'm not sorry I won. He wanted to fight, and so did I. We both knew the risks. He died as a warrior, fighting to the end. That's an honorable death. Velmoth laughed, a sound with no humor in it. Honorable? Yes, I suppose it was. He looked back at Chen. Very well, General Sarah Chen of humanity. You have proven your species' worth in the way our empire demands. Humanity is granted provisional membership, effective immediately. The throne room erupted in noise. Some aliens cheered, others protested, most simply talked in shocked voices. Chen felt her legs start to give out. Colonel Martinez caught her before she fell. Provisional? Chen asked. For now, Velmoth said. You will have 5 years to prove that humanity can integrate into our society. After 5 years, we will evaluate your species' full membership. I suggest you use that time wisely. We will, Chen promised. And General, one more thing. Yes, Emperor. Never enter my throne room in torn clothes again. Chen looked down at herself. At the torn uniform under the medical gown. At the blood and bandages and broken body. Then she looked back at the Emperor, and she laughed. It hurt her ribs, made her head pound, but she laughed anyway. Because they had won. 3 months later, General Sarah Chen stood in front of a window, looking out at the stars. Her left arm still did not work quite right. The doctors said it might never fully recover. Physical therapy helped, but there was permanent nerve damage. She had other scars too, visible and invisible. But she was alive and humanity was part of the galactic empire. That was all that mattered. General Chen, a voice spoke behind her. They're ready for you, Chen turned. A young ensign stood at the door, looking nervous. Over the past 3 months, Chen had become famous across the galaxy. Everyone knew the human who killed King Drazoth. Some people saw her as a hero. Others saw her as a monster. Most just wanted to meet the strange creature who refused to die. Thank you, Ensign, Chen said. I'll be right there. She picked up a carefully wrapped package from her desk and followed the ensign through the corridors of the Imperial Military Academy. The academy was ancient, built thousands of years ago. The halls were lined with statues of famous warriors from dozens of species. Soon they would add a statue of Drazoth. Chen had insisted on it. The classroom was full of young aliens, all wearing academy uniforms. They were the children of the Empire's elite, training to become the next generation of military officers. They stood when Chen entered, showing respect. Please sit, Chen said, placing the package on the desk at the front of the room. Thank you for attending this lecture. I know it's not required, and I appreciate you coming. She looked around the room. There were about 50 students representing 20 different species. Most looked curious. A few looked hostile. Chen did not blame them. My name is General Sarah Chen. You all know who I am and what I did. Today I'm going to tell you why I did it, and what it taught me about strength and weakness. She pulled a chair over and sat down. Standing for long periods still hurt. Let me start with a question. Who here thinks they could beat me in a fight? Several hands went up. Chen smiled. Good, you're probably right. I'm still recovering from my injuries. I'm slower than I used to be. My left arm barely works. Any of you in good health could likely defeat me now. So does that mean I'm weak? A student from a feline species spoke up. Yes, strength is physical ability. If you cannot fight, you are weak. Interesting. Anyone disagree? Chen looked around. A smaller student from a prey species that looked like a rabbit raised a tentative hand. Yes, I think strength can be more than just physical, the student said quietly. You defeated King Drazoth when you were already injured. That took a different kind of strength. Exactly. Chen stood up excited despite the pain it caused. That's the lesson I want to teach you today. Physical strength matters, yes, but it's not the only thing that matters. Sometimes it's not even the most important thing. She walked to a display screen and pulled up footage of her fight with Drazoth. The students leaned forward, fascinated. Most had seen it before, but watching it with Chen herself providing commentary was different. Look here, Chen pointed to a moment early in the fight. Drazoth has just grabbed my leg. He's about to slam me into a wall. Watch what I do. The footage played. At the moment of impact, Chen twisted her body, turning what would have been a full-force hit into a glancing blow. I couldn't stop him from hitting me, Chen explained. He was too strong. But I could control how I hit the wall. That reduced the damage by about half. It's still enough to break bones, but it kept me conscious. She advanced the footage. Here, I've just stabbed him in the shoulder joint. Watch his face. He's shocked. Why? A student from a reptilian species answered. Because he didn't think you could hurt him. Right. He had never been hurt before in the arena. He thought he was invincible. That moment of shock, that realization that he could be hurt, changed everything. It made him angry, made him sloppy, and that gave me opportunities. Chen played more of the fight, pointing out moments where she used leverage instead of strength, technique instead of power, endurance instead of speed. The students watched silently, beginning to understand. At the end, Chen said, showing the final moments, I used a chokehold that broke my own arm to apply. It's a technique from human martial arts designed for when you're willing to sacrifice yourself to stop an enemy. Most species don't have techniques like this, because most species evolved in environments where individual survival was paramount. But humans? We evolved in groups. Sometimes the group's survival mattered more than the individual's. She turned off the display and faced the students. That's the real lesson. Drazoth was a perfect warrior by the standards of this empire, but he had never faced someone who was willing to break themselves to win. He had never fought someone desperate enough to accept mutual destruction if that was the only way. Are you saying desperation is a strength? A student asked, sounding skeptical. I'm saying it can be, Chen replied. When you have nothing to lose, when you're fighting for survival itself, you find strength you didn't know you had. You do things you didn't think were possible. That's what humanity learned over thousands of years of struggling just to survive. She picked up the wrapped package from the desk and carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a sword, beautifully crafted with Drazoth's family crest on the hilt. This belonged to King Drazoth, Chen said quietly. His family gave it to me after the fight. At first I didn't want to accept it. I had killed their king, but they insisted. They said that Drazoth would have wanted me to have it, because I gave him something he hadn't had in 50 years. A real fight. A challenge. A worthy opponent. She held up the sword so everyone could see it. I keep this to remind myself that strength comes in many forms. Drazoth was strong in body. I was strong in will. He was a better fighter, but I was more desperate to survive. In the end, desperation won. But that doesn't mean his strength was worthless. It means we need to respect all kinds of strength. A young officer entered the room and whispered something to Chen. She nodded and turned back to the students. I have to go. But before I do, I want to leave you with one final thought. The Empire has been peaceful for a long time. That's wonderful. Peace is always better than war. But peace can make you soft if you're not careful. It can make you forget what real fighting is like. Drazoth was a great warrior, but he had never fought a real war. He had never known desperation. When he finally faced it, he didn't recognize it. Chen paused at the door. Don't make his mistake. Train hard. Learn from every species, even the ones you think are weak, because weakness and strength are not always what they seem. Class dismissed. She left the students whispering among themselves and followed the officer through the academy. They were going to meet someone important, though Chen had not been told who. They arrived at a private meeting room. Inside, sitting alone, was Emperor Velmoth. Chen stopped in surprise. The Emperor smiled, though it was not a particularly friendly smile. Sit, General Chen. We need to talk. Chen sat, her body tense. Private meetings with the Emperor were never casual. How are you finding your new position? Velmoth asked. Teaching is harder than fighting, Chen admitted, but I think it's important work. It is. I have been watching your lectures. You teach well. The Emperor stood and walked to the window. I want to tell you something that very few people know. When I accepted your challenge 3 months ago, I expected you to die. I wanted you to die. Not because I hated you, but because I was afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid of change. Velmoth looked old suddenly, tired. I have ruled this empire for 200 years. In that time we have been stable, peaceful, prosperous. But we have also been stagnant. No new ideas, no challenges, no growth. We have been coasting on the achievements of our ancestors. He turned back to Chen. Then you arrived, injured, desperate, refusing to bow. You challenged our strongest champion and killed him. You forced us to see that we had become complacent, that our invincible champion could be defeated by someone smaller and weaker, simply because she wanted it more. I don't understand. Are you saying I helped the Empire? Yes, Velmoth said, though it pains me to admit it. Your victory woke us up. Already military training across the Empire has changed. Students are learning human techniques. Warriors are studying endurance and desperation tactics. You have started a revolution in military thinking simply by refusing to lose. Chen did not know what to say to that. But there is a problem, the Emperor continued. There are threats coming. Our intelligence has detected unknown forces at the edge of Empire space. Hostile. Aggressive. They destroyed 3 of our colony worlds before we even knew they existed. We need to respond. And we need warriors who understand what real combat means. Warriors like you? You want me to lead an attack? Chen asked. No, I want you to lead a defense. I want you to teach our military how to fight like humans, how to survive, how to win when you should lose. The Emperor's eyes were intense. Will you do this? Chen thought about it. She thought about Earth, now connected to thousands of alien worlds. She thought about humanity's future in the stars. She thought about the students she was teaching, and the warriors they would become. Yes, she said, I'll do it. Ambassador Hyun walked slowly through the marble halls of the Galactic Council building. His shoes made soft clicking sounds on the polished floor. Behind him, 2 human guards followed in silence. They wore simple blue uniforms with no weapons. Humans never carried weapons in the council building. They never needed to. The council chamber was massive. It could hold 10,000 beings from across the galaxy. Today it was almost full. Representatives from hundreds of alien species sat in their designated seats. Some had scales. Some had fur. Some were made of pure energy. All of them were talking loudly, arguing with each other. Hyun had been Earth's ambassador for 20 years. He had gray hair now. His face had many wrinkles. He remembered when he first came here as a young man. Back then, humanity was new to the galaxy. The aliens had looked down on them. Humans were primitive, they said. Humans were weak and stupid, but humans worked hard. They learned fast. Captain Mina built the strongest fleet in the galaxy. She protected trade routes from pirates. She stopped wars before they started. Scientist Tay found cures for diseases that killed billions. Engineer Day fixed problems no one else could solve. Diplomat Yuna made peace between enemies who had fought for centuries. Slowly, the aliens started to depend on humans. When something broke, they called Day. When people got sick, they called Hana. When pirates attacked, they called Mina. Humans became the backbone of galactic civilization, but the aliens never said thank you. They acted like humans were just doing their job, like it was easy. 3 months ago, human deep space sensors detected something, strange readings from the edge of the galaxy. Commander Wu sent scout ships to investigate. What they found made everyone afraid. The void creatures were coming. Ancient beings of pure darkness. They consumed everything in their path. Worlds, stars, entire civilizations. Wu brought the data to the council immediately. Hyun presented it to all the representatives. He showed them images of destroyed worlds. He showed them computer models. The void creatures would reach council space in 2 years, maybe less. They needed to prepare. They needed to build defenses. They needed to evacuate vulnerable worlds. The council laughed at him. A tall alien with 6 arms stood up. Its name was difficult to pronounce. It was from a species that thought they were the smartest in the galaxy. It said humans were being paranoid. It said the data was fake. It said humans just wanted more money and resources. Other aliens agreed. They nodded their heads. They whispered among themselves. Hyun tried again. He brought Captain Mina to testify. She explained the military threat. She showed battle simulations. The void creatures were unstoppable with current defenses. They needed new weapons, new shields, new strategies. The council ignored her. They said her simulations were exaggerated. Hyun brought Dr. Tay next. Tay had studied void biology for months. He explained how they reproduced, how they fed on energy, how they corrupted normal matter. He showed ways to possibly slow them down. The council yawned. Some representatives left the chamber. They had more important things to do. For 3 months, Hyun tried to make them listen. He presented evidence. He showed data. He begged them to take action. Nothing worked. The aliens were too proud, too comfortable. They believed nothing could threaten them. They had built a great civilization. They had advanced technology. They had thousands of worlds. What were some creatures from empty space? 1 week ago, the Earth government sent Hyun new orders. He read them alone in his office. He read them 3 times. Then he sat in silence for an hour. The orders were clear. Humanity was done. Humanity was tired of being ignored, tired of doing all the work, tired of getting no respect. It was time to leave. Now Hyun stood before the council one last time. The noise in the chamber slowly died down. Aliens noticed his serious expression. They saw something different in his eyes. Even the rudest representatives stopped talking. The chamber became quiet. Everyone waited. Hyun activated the holographic display. The words appeared in the air, 3 meters tall. Every species could read them in their own language. The message was simple, short, direct. It said, "Humanity withdraws from the Galactic Council effective immediately." Confused whispers filled the chamber. The tall 6-armed alien stood up again. It demanded an explanation. It said humans could not just leave. They had treaties. They had obligations. They had duties. Other aliens joined in. They shouted questions. Some looked angry. Some looked worried. Hyun raised his hand. The chamber fell silent again. He spoke clearly. His voice was calm but cold. He said humanity had served the council for 50 years. They protected trade routes. They cured diseases. They built infrastructure. They solved problems. They made peace. And what did they get? Disrespect, mockery, insults, the aliens protested. They said this was not true. They valued human contributions. Hyun laughed. It was not a happy laugh. He listed examples. Times when humans saved entire species. Times when human scientists made breakthroughs. Times when human soldiers died protecting alien worlds. Every time the council took credit. Every time they acted like it was expected. The six-armed alien tried to interrupt. Hyun ignored it. He continued speaking. He said humanity warned them about the void threat. Clear evidence. Clear danger. The council dismissed it. Called humans paranoid. Called their data fake. Fine, humans would protect themselves. The council could face the void alone. Now the chamber erupted in chaos. Aliens shouted at each other. Some demanded Hyun be arrested. Some begged him to reconsider. Some rushed toward the exits to send messages to their homeworlds. Hyun stood quietly in the center. He felt tired. So very tired, but also relieved. He thought about his daughter back on Earth. She was 8 years old. He had missed her birthday 3 times because of council duties. He had missed her first day of school, her first lost tooth, her first piano recital, all because he was here, trying to help beings who did not care. The council chairman finally called for order. It took 15 minutes. When the chamber was quiet, the chairman spoke. It said humans were being emotional, irrational. They should think carefully. Leaving the council would have consequences. Humans would lose access to trade routes, to technology sharing, to protection. Hyun smiled. A real smile this time. He said humans did not need council technology. Humans built most of it. Humans did not need council trade routes. Human ships protected them. Humans did not need council protection. Human soldiers did all the fighting. The question was not what humans would lose. The question was what the council would lose. He turned and walked toward the exit. His guards followed. Behind him, the chamber exploded in noise again. Aliens shouted. Some threatened. Some pleaded. Hyun did not look back. He was done. Humanity was done. Let the council figure out their own problems. Let them face the void with their pride and their arrogance. Let them learn what happens when you bite the hand that feeds you. As the door closed behind him, Hyun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Tomorrow he would go home. He would see his daughter. He would have dinner with his wife. He would sleep in his own bed. And he would never think about the Galactic Council again. They made their choice. Now they would live with it. Captain Mina stood on the bridge of the ESS Defender, humanity's largest warship. Through the viewport she could see a dozen other human ships. Cruisers, destroyers, carriers. All of them were preparing to leave. Their engines glowed blue in the darkness of space. Around them, alien ships watched nervously. For 30 years, Mina had protected these trade routes. Her fleet stopped pirates. They rescued damaged ships. They kept peace between rival species. She knew every station, every planet, every dangerous asteroid field in this sector. Now she was leaving it all behind. Her communications officer spoke quietly. An alien admiral was requesting to speak with her. Mina sighed. This was the 5th request in an hour. She accepted the call. The alien's face appeared on the screen. It had blue scales and 3 eyes. It looked worried. Very worried. The admiral asked why the humans were leaving. Who would protect the trade routes? Who would stop the pirates? Mina's expression was cold. She said they should have thought about that before ignoring human warnings. Before treating human soldiers like servants. The admiral tried to argue. Mina ended the call. All across the galaxy the same scene repeated. Commander Wu was dismantling the defense grid at Sector 7. Human engineers worked quickly and efficiently. They removed the sensors humans had installed. They took apart the weapon systems humans had built. They shut down the communication relays humans had maintained. Alien officials protested. They said these systems belonged to the Council. Wu smiled and showed them the records. Humans designed these systems. Humans built them. Humans paid for them. The Council never contributed a single credit. If they wanted defense grids, they could build their own. At the medical station on Kepler Prime, Dr. Hanna packed her research. Thousands of files. Decades of work. Cures for alien diseases. Treatments for radiation poisoning. Vaccines for plagues. All of it was leaving with her. The station director begged her to stay. Hanna refused. She remembered the Thalian plague 5 years ago. It killed millions. Hanna worked for 6 months without rest to find a cure. She saved an entire species from extinction. The Council gave the credit to a Thalian scientist. They said humans were just assistants. Hanna never forgot that insult. Now she was taking everything. Her notes. Her samples. Her equipment. The aliens could handle their own medical problems. Let them try to cure the next plague without human help. Let them see how difficult it really was. Engineer Day was at the power station on Novara. This station provided energy to 17 planets. Billions of beings depended on it. Day had designed the station 30 years ago. He had improved it constantly. He had fixed every problem, prevented every disaster. Now he was leaving. The station manager was panicking. He said the station would fail without Day. Who would maintain it? Who would fix problems? Day handed him a thick manual. It contained instructions for everything. The manager looked at it and went pale. The manual was 3,000 pages long. All technical language, no simple explanations. Day said it was not his problem anymore. They wanted humans to leave. Humans were leaving. They could figure it out themselves. He walked away while the manager shouted after him. His human team followed. They took their tools with them. They took their expertise. They took their experience. All across council space, humans were withdrawing. Teachers left alien schools. Scientists left research stations. Mechanics left repair facilities. Farmers left agricultural worlds. Everywhere humans had worked, everywhere humans had helped, they were leaving. Quietly. Efficiently. Completely. The aliens did not realize how much they depended on humans. Not yet, the systems were still running. The power was still on. The ships were still flying. Everything seemed normal. But humans knew the truth. These systems needed constant maintenance, constant updates, constant care. Without humans, they would fail. On Earth, the government prepared for isolation. They recalled every human from council space. Ambassadors, soldiers, scientists, engineers, teachers, merchants. Everyone came home. The shipyards worked at full capacity building new vessels. Not for trade, not for exploration. For defense, strategist Kang coordinated the withdrawal. She was an old woman now, over 70, but her mind was sharp as ever. She had planned this operation for years, just in case. Every detail was perfect. Every human would be safely home within 3 months. Every piece of critical technology would be removed or destroyed. Kang sat in her office watching reports come in. Colony after colony confirmed successful evacuation. Station after station confirmed systems dismantled. Fleet after fleet confirmed return to Earth space. She felt satisfied. The Council had made their choice. Now humanity was making theirs. Some humans were unhappy about leaving. They had alien friends. They liked their jobs. They believed in the Council's mission. But orders were orders. Earth had decided. Humanity was withdrawing. Personal feelings did not matter. The species came first. Diplomat Yuna was the last to leave Council headquarters. For 25 years she had mediated disputes. She had prevented wars. She had made peace between enemies. The aliens called her the peacemaker. They said she could make anyone agree. She had a gift for understanding different species, finding common ground. Now Yuna walked through the empty human section of headquarters. The offices were dark. The desks were clear. Nothing remained except dust. She felt sad. She had believed in this place once. She had believed in galactic unity. She had thought different species could work together for the common good. But the Council had proven her wrong. They did not want unity. They wanted servants. They did not want partners. They wanted someone to do the hard work while they took credit. Yuna had tried to change their minds. She had tried to make them understand. Nothing worked. Some people never learn until they suffer. As she boarded her transport ship, Yuna looked back one last time. The Council building sparkled in the sunlight. Beautiful architecture, impressive technology, empty promises. She turned away and never looked back again. Throughout Council space, aliens started to notice problems. Small things at first. A communications relay went offline and stayed offline. A power fluctuation that usually got fixed immediately kept happening. A shipment got lost because the tracking system stopped working. Pirates attacked a merchant convoy and no one responded. The aliens tried to fix these problems themselves. They quickly realized they could not. The systems were too complex. The technology was too advanced. They did not understand how anything worked. They had always just called humans when something broke. Now humans were gone. Panic started to spread. Council representatives sent urgent messages to Earth. They apologized. They said they made mistakes. They begged humans to come back. The messages went unanswered. Earth had closed its borders. No ships in, no ships out. Humanity was alone now. By choice, Captain Mina's fleet arrived at Earth orbit. She looked down at the blue and green planet. Home. She had been away for so long. She had forgotten how beautiful it was. How peaceful. No politics. No aliens demanding help. No thankless missions. Just home. The other captains felt the same way. They had spent years protecting aliens who did not appreciate them. Fighting battles for species that called them primitive. Risking their lives for people who would not even say thank you. Now they were home. Now they could rest. As the last human ship crossed into Earth space, humanity sealed its borders. Force fields activated. Defense satellites powered up. Sensor networks came online. Earth and its colonies became a fortress. The galaxy was on its own now. The humans had withdrawn. Quietly, completely, and permanently. 3 months after humanity withdrew, the first major disaster struck. The power station on Novara failed. Engineer Day's replacement tried to fix it using the manual. He made things worse. A chain reaction started. The entire station exploded. 17 planets went dark. Billions of beings lost power, heat, light, everything. The Council sent emergency teams. They could not restore power. They did not understand the systems. They tried to contact Earth for help. Earth did not respond. The planet stayed dark. People started dying. The cold killed them. The lack of medical equipment killed them. Chaos killed them. Within a week, riots broke out. Hungry people fought for food. Desperate families fought for warmth. Governments collapsed. Some planets evacuated. Others descended into violence. The Council watched helplessly. They had no solutions. They had no expertise. They had always depended on humans for infrastructure. At the same time, pirates grew bold. Captain Mina's fleet was gone. The trade routes had no protection. Pirate ships attacked merchant convoys openly. They stole cargo. They took hostages. They destroyed ships just for fun. Alien security forces tried to stop them. They failed. Badly. The pirates had better ships, better weapons, better tactics. For decades, they had feared human warships. Human captains were skilled. Human soldiers were tough. Human technology was superior. Now the humans were gone. The pirates celebrated. The galaxy was theirs. Trade collapsed. Merchants refused to travel without protection. Goods stopped moving between systems. Planets that depended on imports started to starve. The Council tried to organize protection convoys. Most got attacked and destroyed. The few that survived did not carry enough supplies. Then the plague returned. It started on Kepler Prime, the medical station where Dr. Hana used to work. A virus mutated. It spread fast, very fast. The local doctors tried to contain it. They failed. They tried to develop a cure. They failed. They begged for help from other systems. No help came. The plague spread to other worlds. Millions died. Then billions. The aliens had forgotten how to fight disease without human help. Their medical technology had stagnated. They had not developed new treatments in decades. Why bother when humans did all the hard work? Dr. Hana had been developing vaccines for this exact scenario. She predicted the mutation. She left warnings. The Council ignored them. They said humans were being paranoid. Now people died because of their arrogance. Hana heard about the plague from Earth. She felt no satisfaction. Only sadness. Preventable deaths were the worst kind. The Council met in emergency session. They argued for hours. Who was to blame? What should they do? How could they fix this? Nobody had answers. They tried to contact Earth again. Still no response. Some representatives wanted to send ships to Earth space. Others said that would be an invasion. The arguing continued. While the Council debated, the void creatures arrived. Commander Wu's warnings had been accurate. The creatures came from the edge of the galaxy. Dark shapes moving through space. They were massive. Each one was as large as a moon. They moved slowly but steadily toward populated systems. The first contact happened at Colony Sigma, a research outpost on the border. Scientists detected strange readings. Then their sensors went offline. Then their communications went offline. Then everything went offline. When the Council sent a rescue mission 1 week later, the colony was gone. Not destroyed, gone, no debris, no bodies, nothing but empty space. The same thing happened at Colony Delta, then Colony Epsilon, then 3 more colonies in rapid succession. The void creatures consumed everything. Matter, energy, information. They left nothing behind. The aliens finally realized humans were right. The threat was real. Terrifyingly real. The Council mobilized every military ship. They formed a defensive line. They prepared to fight. The void creatures hit the line like a wave hitting sand. The alien ships fired every weapon they had. Lasers, missiles, plasma cannons, everything. Nothing worked. The weapons passed through the void creatures like they were not there. Then the creatures counterattacked. They did not use weapons. They just moved forward. Any ship they touched disappeared, consumed, erased from existence. The defensive line broke in minutes. Alien ships fled in panic. The creatures continued moving toward populated space. On Earth, strategist Kang watched the reports. She had predicted this exact scenario. The void creatures would arrive. The Council would be unprepared. They would lose badly. Now it was happening. She felt no joy in being right. Only grim satisfaction that humans were safe. Earth's defenses were ready. Humans had spent 3 months preparing. New weapons based on void biology research. Energy shields that could repel dark matter. Evacuation plans for worst-case scenarios. If the void creatures came to Earth space, humanity would be ready. But they would not help the Council. Not anymore. More disasters followed. Communication networks failed without human maintenance. Ships got lost because navigation systems broke down. Weather satellites stopped working, and storms destroyed cities without warning. Waste management systems failed and pollution spread. Educational systems collapsed without human teachers. Scientific research stopped without human scientists. Every system humans had built or maintained started to fail. The aliens tried desperately to fix things. They studied human manuals. They tried to reverse engineer human technology. They hired whatever humans remained outside Earth space. Nothing worked. The problems were too complex. The knowledge gaps too large. Some alien species started to fragment. Rich planets hoarded resources. Poor planets descended into chaos. Old rivalries resurfaced. Without diplomat unit to mediate, conflicts escalated quickly. Small disputes became major wars. Species that had been allies for centuries became enemies. The Council could not keep order. The 6-armed alien who had laughed at Hyun now stood before the Council in shame. Its species had lost 3 colonies to the void. Its homeworld had no power. Its people were starving. It admitted humans were right. About everything. The void threat, the infrastructure dependence, the need for preparation. It asked for forgiveness. Other representatives made similar confessions. They had been wrong. Humans were not paranoid. Humans were not weak. Humans were the foundation of galactic civilization. Without them, everything collapsed. They begged for human help. They offered anything. Money, resources, planets, technology, political power, anything. The Council sent a massive delegation to Earth. Ships from every major species. Thousands of representatives. They carried gifts. They carried apologies. They carried desperate pleas. The ships stopped at the border of Earth space. They requested permission to enter. Earth denied permission. The ships waited. Days passed. Then weeks. Earth remained silent. Inside Earth space, Ambassador Hyun sat in a garden with his daughter. She was practicing piano. The music was beautiful. He smiled watching her play. She had grown so much in 3 months. He had not missed a single day with her. No council meetings. No emergency calls. No ungrateful aliens. Just peace. The alien delegation could wait forever. Humans had warned them. Humans had helped them for decades. Humans had given them everything. And the aliens had given nothing but insults in return. Let them face the consequences. Let them learn what happens when you take good people for granted. Some lessons come too late. This was one of them. 1 year after humanity withdrew, the Galactic Council existed in name only. Half its member species had fallen to the void creatures. Another quarter fought civil wars over scarce resources. The remaining species barely survived. They huddled on their core worlds, hoping the darkness would pass them by. It did not. The council building stood empty most days. Few representatives bothered attending meetings anymore. What was the point? They had no solutions, no resources, no hope. They just blamed each other for the catastrophe. Some blamed the species who rejected human warnings. Others blamed the ones who insulted humans. Everyone blamed someone else. The 6-armed alien who laughed at Ambassador Hyun was dead. Its species evacuated their homeworld when the void arrived. The evacuation fleet got lost because navigation systems failed. Half the ships ran out of fuel. Millions died floating in space. The alien was on one of those ships. Its last message was an apology to humanity. No one answered. Pirate nations grew powerful. They controlled all major trade routes. They offered protection to planets for a price. Many planets paid. Better to feed pirates than starve. The pirates were not stupid. They learned from human leadership. They maintained order in their territory. Ships traveled safely if they paid. It was essentially government with a different name. Some planets actually preferred pirate rule to council rule. Pirates were honest about taking resources. The council pretended to be benevolent while doing the same thing. At least pirates offered real protection. The council offered only empty promises. The plague finally burned itself out. Not because anyone cured it, because it ran out of hosts. 3 billion beings died. Entire species went extinct. Medical facilities were overwhelmed. Bodies piled up in streets. The survivors were traumatized. They would remember this plague forever. Remember that it could have been prevented if they listened to Dr. Hana. Infrastructure damage was permanent in many places. Hundreds of power stations were beyond repair. Thousands of satellites drifted as dead metal in orbit. Communication networks had huge gaps. Some planets lost contact with the rest of the galaxy completely. They reverted to pre-spaceflight civilization. Future archaeologists would wonder what happened to them. A few species tried to rebuild on their own. They studied human techniques. They worked hard. They made slow progress. In 50 years, maybe they would reach basic functionality. Maybe, if the void did not consume them first. If pirates did not raid them. If plague did not return. Big assumptions. Meanwhile, humanity thrived. Earth and its colonies were peaceful, safe, prosperous. All the resources that once went to helping aliens now went to human development. New cities, new technologies, new art and culture. Humanity experienced a golden age. Captain Mina retired from military service. She bought a farm on a colony world. She grew vegetables and raised chickens. It was simple work. Honest work. She liked it better than commanding fleets. Her grandchildren visited every weekend. They asked her to tell stories about the old days. She told them happy stories. She left out the parts about ungrateful aliens. Dr. Tay opened a research facility on Mars. He studied interesting problems. Real science. Not just fixing alien mistakes. He made breakthroughs that would have won him galactic fame once. Now he shared them only with other humans. His work improved human life expectancy by 20 years. Alien civilizations would have benefited too. But they insulted him, so they got nothing. Engineer Day taught at Earth University. Young humans came from across the solar system to learn from him. He taught them to build things that lasted. Things that worked. Things people could maintain. He told them never to rely on others being grateful. Build for yourself first.
Help others second.
And if they are not grateful, stop helping. Simple wisdom. Dr. Hana worked at a hospital in Tokyo. She treated human patients. Simple injuries. Common diseases. Easy work compared to alien plagues. She had time for her family now. Time for hobbies. She learned to paint. Her artwork was beautiful. She was happy. Genuinely happy for the first time in decades. Diplomat Yuna wrote a book about her experiences. It became a bestseller on Earth. The title was simple. Do not cast pearls before swine. She detailed every insult, every dismissal, every time aliens took credit for human work. Young humans read it and learned. Never let people take advantage of your kindness. Never work for those who do not appreciate you. Self-respect comes first. Commander Wu became head of Earth security. He designed defenses that would protect humanity for centuries. Multiple layers, redundant systems, training programs. Earth would never be caught unprepared. If the void came to human space, they would face the full might of humanity. Not divided, not distracted by ungrateful allies. United and focused, strategist Kang finally retired at age 75. She spent her last years writing military theory. Her books became standard reading at every human military academy. Her central thesis was simple. Never fight for those who do not respect you. Never die for those who would not thank you. Protect your own first. Help others only when they prove worthy of help. Ambassador Hyun lived peacefully with his family. His daughter became a concert pianist. World famous on Earth. She dedicated her first major performance to her father. She thanked him for coming home. For choosing family over aliens who did not appreciate him. Hyun cried during the performance. Happy tears. He made the right choice. The alien delegation at Earth's border finally gave up after 1 year. They ran out of supplies. Their ships needed maintenance. Earth refused them nothing but also offered nothing. The ships turned around and limped home. Some did not make it. Their navigation systems failed in deep space. A few survivors were rescued months later by pirate ships. One of these survivors was the young researcher Vic. Pirates sold him to a merchant who sold him to a colony that still had working communication equipment. Vic sent one final message to Earth. He apologized on behalf of his species. He admitted humans were right about everything. He asked for nothing, expected nothing. Just wanted humans to know some aliens understood. Earth government read Vic's message. They discussed it in council meetings. Some humans felt sympathy. Some wanted to help. Others said it was too late. Trust was broken. Respect was lost. You cannot rebuild a foundation that never existed. The majority voted to maintain isolation. Maybe in 100 years they would reconsider. Maybe not. The void creatures continued their advance. They consumed world after world. Some alien species evacuated to the far edges of the galaxy. Others dug in and fought to the last. None survived. The void was patient, relentless, unstoppable without proper preparation, without human ingenuity, without human determination. Eventually, the void reached the edge of Earth space. Human sensors detected them months in advance. Commander Wu activated all defenses. Humanity prepared for the greatest battle in their history. But the void creatures did something unexpected. They stopped. They observed. Then they turned away. They moved toward easier prey. Human scientists analyzed the encounter. The void avoided strong defenses. They preferred easy targets. Divided targets. Fearful targets. Humanity showed unity, preparation, strength. The void respected that, or at least recognized it as too costly to attack. They moved on to consume what remained of council space. The last council transmission came 5 years after humanity withdrew. It was a simple message, an acknowledgement. They were wrong. Humans were right. About everything. The void, the weakness, the dependence, all of it. They did not ask for help. Did not beg. Just admitted the truth. Then the transmission ended. No more came. The council was gone. Historians would later call this period the Great Lesson. Humanity learned they did not need the galaxy. The galaxy learned it desperately needed humanity. Both lessons came too late to save the Galactic Council. But humanity survived, thrived, grew stronger. They built a civilization based on mutual respect, on fair treatment, on appreciation for hard work. Future human generations would study this era. They would learn what happens when you give without receiving, when you help without respect, when you work without appreciation. The lesson was clear. Kindness is valuable, but it must be mutual. Help those who help you. Respect those who respect you. As for the others, let them face the consequences of their choices, and so humanity lived on, quietly thriving in their corner of the galaxy, while the ruins of the Galactic Council served as a monument to arrogance. A reminder that no civilization is too great to fall, no species too advanced to need help, and most importantly, that those who do the real work should never be taken for granted. Humanity withdrew quietly. The galaxy collapsed loudly. The lesson would echo through history forever. 6 months after humanity withdrew, the truth became impossible to ignore. The Galactic Council had not collapsed because humans were special. It collapsed because humans had done everything. They protected trade routes, maintained infrastructure, cured diseases, prevented wars, solved every major problem. The Council just took credit. Council records showed the pattern clearly. Every major breakthrough in the last 50 years had human involvement. Every crisis resolved had human leadership. Every system that worked smoothly had human maintenance. The aliens had contributed ideas, suggestions, demands, but humans did the actual work. A young alien researcher named Vic found these records. He worked in the council archives. His job was boring, just organizing old files. But he started noticing patterns. Human names appeared everywhere, in engineering reports, medical journals, military after-action reports, peace treaties, infrastructure plans, everything. Vic compiled a report. It was 500 pages long. Every page showed human contributions. He presented it to the council. Most representatives refused to read it. They did not want to face the truth. But some did read it. They felt ashamed. Deeply ashamed, the report showed specifics. Strategist Kang had designed the entire Council defense grid, not advised on it, not helped with it. Designed it. Every satellite, every sensor, every weapon placement. She spent 15 years on the project. The Council gave credit to an alien general who just signed the paperwork. Captain Mina had stopped 47 pirate organizations. She personally led raids on their bases, captured their leaders, freed thousands of hostages. The Council gave medals to alien admirals who stayed safe in headquarters. Mina got a standard service ribbon. Nothing special. Dr. Tay had cured 12 major diseases. Each cure took years of research. He worked without sleep, without breaks, without recognition. The Council published his research under alien names. They said it was for political reasons. They said it helped with funding. They said Ty understood. He did understand. He understood they were using him. Engineer Day built 73 power stations. He designed them to be efficient, safe, and easy to maintain. The Council sold them to member worlds for huge profits. Day got his salary. Nothing more. No bonuses. No royalties. No recognition. When he asked for credit, they said he was being difficult. Dr. Hana saved over 2 billion lives. Not an estimate. Exact count. 2,300,000,000. She tracked every patient, every vaccination, every treatment. The Council never mentioned her name in public. They said praising individuals was inappropriate, but they praised alien doctors constantly, just never the human ones. Diplomat Yuna prevented 19 wars. Some would have killed billions. She worked behind the scenes. She talked to angry leaders. She found compromises. She made enemies into friends. The Council called her methods too soft, too accommodating, but they used her results to look good. They never thanked her. Commander Wu built the Council intelligence network. He recruited agents. He trained analysts. He stopped 17 terrorist attacks, 3 assassination attempts, 1 coup. The Council praised their own intelligence service. They never mentioned Wu designed it, trained it, led it. For 20 years, Vic's report showed thousands more examples. Human teachers trained alien scientists. Human farmers taught alien agricultural techniques. Human programmers wrote all the important software. Human architects designed famous buildings. Human artists inspired alien culture. Everything good in Council civilization had human fingerprints. And what did humans get? Low wages, no credit, constant criticism. When things went right, aliens took credit. When things went wrong, humans got blamed. When humans asked for recognition, aliens called them arrogant. When humans asked for fair payment, aliens called them greedy. Some aliens started to feel guilty. They organized protests. They demanded the Council apologize to humanity. They wanted to offer proper compensation, real partnership, true equality. Other aliens dismissed them. They said humans were fine. Humans chose to serve. Humans liked helping. Nothing wrong happened. But reality proved otherwise. Without humans, everything collapsed. The void creatures advanced steadily. They consumed 43 colonies. The Council fleet lost every battle. Alien commanders did not understand tactics. They had always relied on human strategic planning. Now they just threw ships at the enemy and hoped. Ships disappeared. Crews died. Nothing changed. Pirates controlled most trade routes. They formed their own nation. They declared independence. The Council could not stop them. Without human military leadership, alien forces were ineffective. They had better numbers, better resources. But pirates had experience, ruthlessness, and they learned from watching human tactics for decades. The plague spread to 100 worlds. Billions were sick. Millions died every day. Alien doctors tried to develop treatments. They failed. Their medical technology was 50 years behind human standards. They just never invested in research. Why bother when humans did it for them? Infrastructure continued failing. More power stations exploded. Water treatment facilities stopped working. Air recyclers broke down. Communication networks died. Transportation systems crashed. Every day brought new disasters. The Council scrambled to fix things. They hired expensive alien contractors. Most were frauds who took money and delivered nothing. Some aliens tried to learn human skills. They studied the manuals. They watched old training videos. They practiced on broken equipment. Progress was slow, very slow. What humans learned in months took aliens years. What humans did easily, aliens found impossible. The skill gap was enormous. It was not about intelligence. Alien species were smart. Some were geniuses, but they lacked experience. They lacked the work ethic. For 50 years they depended on humans. They never built things themselves, never fixed problems themselves, never learned to struggle and overcome. They just called humans when something needed doing. Now they faced the consequences. Their civilization had grown soft, weak, dependent, like muscles that never got used. When tested, they failed. The void creatures exposed this weakness. So did pirates. So did plague. So did basic infrastructure maintenance. Everything humans had been quietly holding together. The council delegation still waited at Earth's border. Some ships had been there for months. They sent messages every day, apologies, promises, pleas. Earth ignored them all. Inside the council, some representatives gave up hope. Humans would never forgive them. Others insisted they keep trying. Humans were compassionate, they said. Humans would help eventually. But Ambassador Hyun knew better. He read reports about the council's collapse. Each report proved humanity had been right to leave. The aliens learned nothing from being wrong about the void. They learned nothing from losing battles. They learned nothing from plague and chaos. They only learned one thing. They needed humans, not as equals. As saviors, that was the problem. The aliens still did not understand. They saw humans as useful, as necessary, but not as equals, not as partners. If humans returned now, the same pattern would repeat. Aliens would take credit, take advantage, take humans for granted, until the next crisis. Then they would blame humans again. So Earth stayed silent. Let the council face reality. Let them solve their own problems. Let them struggle. Let them fail. Maybe after losing everything, they would finally understand. Respect was not given. It was earned, and they had not earned it. The realization spread slowly through council space. Humans were not servants. They were masters. Masters of engineering. Masters of medicine. Masters of warfare. Masters of diplomacy. Masters of everything the council claimed to be. The galaxy had never been led by the council. It had been led by humans. And now those leaders were gone. The war room of the Vraxian Empire was massive. Metal walls stretched high above the floor. Screens covered every surface, showing maps of galaxies they had conquered. Commander Thalrex stood in the center, his dark purple skin reflecting the blue light from the monitors. He was tall, almost 3 meters, with 4 arms and eyes that glowed red in the dim room. For 300 years, the Vraxian Empire had won every war. They had conquered 14 galaxies. Billions of worlds bowed to their rule. Their weapons could destroy planets. Their ships could cross galaxies in days. No one could stop them. No one even tried anymore. Thalrex looked at the newest report. His officers had found another galaxy to conquer. It was called the Milky Way. Small, weak, perfect for expansion. What about resistance? Thalrex asked his second officer, a younger Vraxian named Krell. None expected, Commander. Krell replied. The dominant species on most worlds have barely discovered space travel. One planet shows promise, though. They call it Earth. The species there, humans, have nuclear weapons and basic spacecraft, but nothing that can challenge us. Thalrex smiled. It was not a kind smile. Prepare the fleet. We take Earth first. When the others see Earth fall, they will surrender without fighting. 6 months later, the invasion fleet arrived at Earth. 5,000 warships dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the solar system. Each ship was the size of a city. They carried weapons that had destroyed civilizations far older than humanity. On Earth, people looked up at the night sky and saw something impossible. The stars were disappearing. Huge black shapes were blocking them out, ships, alien ships, thousands of them. Jiho was 23 years old. He was a soldier in the South Korean military, stationed near Seoul. He stood on the roof of the command center and watched the sky fill with alien vessels. His hands shook as he held his rifle. What good was a rifle against ships that could cross the stars? They're everywhere, said Minji, standing beside him. She was a communications officer, younger than Jiho by 2 years. Her job was to maintain contact between military bases. But now all the radios were filled with screaming and panic. Every major city, Tokyo, Beijing, New York, London, they're all surrounded. Jiho nodded. He could not speak. Fear had stolen his voice. The ships descended slowly over Seoul. They were so large they blocked out the sun. The city fell into shadow even though it was noon. The temperature dropped. People ran through the streets trying to escape, but there was nowhere to go. The ships were everywhere. Thalrex stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Earth grow larger on the main screen. "Begin the pacification protocol," he ordered. Blue beams of light shot down from the ships. They were scanning beams, designed to analyze the planet's defenses and military capabilities. Standard procedure. The Vraxians had done this 1,000 times before, but then something went wrong. The lights on Thalrex's ship flickered. Screens went black for a moment, then came back online showing error messages. "What is happening?" he demanded. "Unknown interference, Commander," an officer reported, his voice confused. "Our scanning equipment is malfunctioning. We are detecting unusual energy readings from the surface." "What kind of energy?" "Unknown, sir. It is not matching any known technology or weapon signature." Thalrex frowned. This had never happened before. "Increase power to the scanning systems. We need to identify the source." The ships increased their power. The blue beams grew brighter, and that is when everything fell apart. On the ground, Jiho watched the blue lights intensify. He expected bombs. He expected destruction. Instead, he saw something impossible. The alien ships began to move erratically. Some started spinning. Others fired their weapons randomly into empty space. One massive ship collided with another, and both exploded in a ball of fire that lit up the dark sky. "What is happening?" Minji whispered. Jiho shook his head. He had no answer. Inside the Vraxian ships, chaos ruled. Soldiers were screaming. Some were clawing at their helmets, trying to remove them. Others were frozen in place, staring at nothing with wide, terrified eyes. Thalrex grabbed an officer who was stumbling past. "Report, what is wrong with the crew?" The officer's eyes were wild with fear. "They are in my head, Commander. Billions of them. I can hear them all. Their thoughts, their feelings, their dreams. It is too much." "Make it stop." "Who is in your head?" Thalrex demanded, shaking the officer. "The humans. All of them. 8 billion voices. I cannot—" The officer collapsed, unconscious. All around the bridge, Vraxian soldiers were falling. Some were having seizures. Others were catatonic, unable to move or speak. The ship's AI began blaring warnings. Critical system failures. Navigation compromised. Weapons targeting systems offline. Life support fluctuating. Thalrex felt it then. A pressure in his mind. Voices that were not his own. Emotions flooding through him. Joy, sadness, anger, love, fear, all at once from millions of sources. His highly ordered, logical mind could not process it. The Vraxian species had evolved to think clearly, to focus on one thing at a time. This chaos was like poison to their consciousness. "Retreat," Thalrex ordered, his voice breaking. "All ships retreat immediately." The fleet fled. They ran like scared animals. Ships crashed into each other in their panic. Some jumped to faster than light speed while still in Earth's atmosphere, tearing themselves apart in the process. Within 6 hours, every Vraxian ship had either escaped or been destroyed. Jiho and Minji watched the sky clear. The sun returned. The massive ships were gone, leaving only burning wreckage falling into the ocean. "Did we win?" Minji asked. Jiho looked around. Seoul was intact. No bombs had fallen. No weapons had fired at the city. The aliens had simply left. "I do not know what happened," Jiho said slowly. "But yes, I think we won." Across the planet, the reaction was the same. Confusion, relief, fear. Humanity had been saved, but no one understood how or why. The most powerful empire in the known universe had fled from Earth without firing a single effective shot. In space, far from Earth, Thalrex's damaged ship limped toward the edge of the solar system. Half his crew was dead. The other half was insane, mumbling about voices and visions. He sent one message back to the Vraxian homeworld. "Do not go to Earth. Mark it forbidden. The humans are not dangerous because of their weapons. They are dangerous because of what they are. Something about them breaks our minds." I felt billions of consciousnesses all broadcasting at once. No shields can stop it. No weapons can fight it. That world is death to any who approach. The message was received. Earth was marked in Vraxian databases with a symbol that meant only one thing. Quarantine zone. Stay away. Humanity had won its first interstellar war without knowing it was fighting, and the reason for victory would remain a mystery for decades to come. 50 years had passed since the day the aliens came and left. The event was now called the 6-Hour War, even though no war had actually been fought. Humanity had spent 5 decades trying to understand what happened. Why did the Vraxians retreat? What scared them away? Una was 32 years old, and one of the world's best linguists. She could speak 12 human languages and had spent the last 10 years studying alien communications. When humanity finally recovered a mostly intact Vraxian data core from a crashed ship in the Pacific Ocean, Una was chosen to lead the translation effort. She worked in a secure facility beneath Geneva, Switzerland. The room was cold and filled with computers. The Vraxian data core sat in the center, a crystalline sphere that glowed with soft purple light. It had taken years just to figure out how to access it without destroying the information inside. Taman worked with her. He was a xenoanthropologist, someone who studied alien cultures and behaviors. He was 40 years old, thin and tall, with gray hair at his temples. He had been just a teenager during the 6-hour war. He remembered hiding in a basement in Busan, listening to his mother pray as the alien ships filled the sky. "I have something," Una said one morning, her eyes red from lack of sleep. She had been working for 36 hours straight. "The logs from the flagship. I can translate them." Taman moved his chair closer to her screen. Together they read the translated words, and what they found made their blood run cold. The logs described the invasion in detail. The Vraxians had followed their standard protocol. Arrive, scan, pacify, conquer, simple. They had done it thousands of times across thousands of worlds. But Earth was different. "Listen to this," Una said, reading from the translation. "Scanning systems activated at 12:47 Earth Standard Time. Immediate anomalous readings detected. Energy signature unlike any known technology. Source appears to be biological. Attempting to filter interference." She scrolled down. "At 13:03, crew members began reporting unusual symptoms. Hallucinations, hearing voices. Extreme emotional distress. Medical officers unable to determine cause. Symptoms worsen with proximity to population centers." Taman leaned back in his chair. "They got sick from what? We did not use any weapons." "Keep listening," Una said. At 13:15, bridge crew becoming unable to perform duties. Multiple soldiers report sensing the thoughts of others. Not Vraxian thoughts. Human thoughts. Describe sensation as drowning in consciousness. The logs went on. They described Vraxian soldiers who saw visions of people they had never met. Human people, living their lives. Some soldiers experienced human memories as if they were their own. Others felt human emotions so strongly they forgot who they were. The AI systems failed too, Una continued. Their computers tried to analyze the source of the interference. But the analysis programs crashed. Too much data, the AI described it as attempting to count raindrops in a hurricane. Taman stood up and paced the room. "So the humans were broadcasting something? Some kind of psychic weapon we did not know we had?" "Not a weapon," Una said slowly. "Look at this final entry from Commander Thalrex himself." She read aloud. "We retreated not from hostility but from chaos. The humans were not attacking us. They were simply existing, but their minds work differently than ours. Every human broadcasts their consciousness. 8 billion sources all transmitting simultaneously. Our minds are not built to process such disorder. It drives us insane." Taman sat back down. "We scared them away just by thinking?" "By existing," Una corrected. "By being human." They sent their findings to the World Council. Within days, every major government on Earth knew the truth. Humanity's defense was not missiles or shields. It was the collective consciousness of the species itself. Herein was a data analyst working for the Korean Intelligence Service. She was 28 years old and brilliant with patterns and numbers. When she heard about Una's translation, she began her own investigation. Hire and pulled records from the 6-hour war, satellite data, radar recordings, witness testimonies. She fed everything into her analysis programs and looked for patterns. She found one immediately. The Vraxian ships malfunctioned most severely over the largest cities, she reported to her superiors. Seoul, Tokyo, New York, Mumbai. Places with millions of people in close proximity. But ships over rural areas with smaller populations experienced fewer problems. Some ships over the ocean, far from land, barely malfunctioned at all. Her supervisor, an older man named Director Kim, studied her charts. "So the more humans in one place, the stronger the effect." "Exactly," Heron said. "And there is more. I cross-referenced population density with the severity of symptoms reported in the Vraxian logs. The correlation is almost perfect. The denser the human population, the worse the aliens suffered. She pulled up another chart. I also analyzed our own brain scan data. The human brain operates on specific neural frequencies. When many humans are close together, especially in cities, these frequencies overlap and amplify. Individually, one human brain is just one signal. But 1 million human brains in one city? That becomes something else entirely. A weapon, Director Kim said. No, Hyerin corrected. A side effect. We never knew we were broadcasting anything. But apparently we are, all the time. Every thought, every emotion, every dream. It all radiates outward on frequencies most species cannot even detect. But the Vraxians could detect it? Not just detect it. They could feel it. Their brains are wired differently than ours. More ordered. More logical. They evolved to process information sequentially, one thing at a time. Humans evolved to multitask, to feel multiple emotions simultaneously, to hold contradictory thoughts. Our chaos is normal to us. To them it is overwhelming. The investigation continued. More ships were found and salvaged. More data cores were recovered and translated. Each one told the same story. The Vraxians had not been defeated by technology or tactics. They had been defeated by humanity's nature. Jiho was 73 years old now. He had never forgotten the day the aliens came. He had spent his entire life after that day trying to understand what happened. He became a researcher, studying the event from every angle. When he heard about the breakthrough, he traveled to Geneva to meet Yuna and Taman. They sat in a small cafe near the research facility, drinking coffee and talking about the end of the world that never came. So we are psychic? Jiho asked. Humans can broadcast thoughts? Not psychic in the way you are thinking, Taman explained. We cannot read minds or move objects with our thoughts, but our brains do produce energy fields, weak ones. Individually, they are meaningless, but collectively, with 8 billion sources it becomes detectable, and to species like the Vraxians it is not just detectable. It is overwhelming, Yuna added. Think of it like this. Imagine you have perfect hearing. You can hear every sound no matter how quiet. Now put yourself in the middle of a stadium with 100,000 people all talking at once. That is what the Vraxians experienced when they came to Earth. Except instead of hearing voices, they felt our thoughts and emotions directly. Why did it drive them mad? Jiho asked. Because they could not shut it out, Taman said. Their minds tried to process everything they were sensing. All 8 billion human consciousnesses, all broadcasting at once. Their brains could not handle it. Like trying to drink from a fire hose, Jiho sat back, amazed. So Earth is safe because we are too noisy? In a way, yes, Yuna smiled. The most powerful empire in the galaxy ran away from us because we think too loudly. Minji, now also in her 70s, had followed a different path. She became a teacher educating young people about the 6-hour war. When she heard the news, she wept with relief. For 50 years she had feared the aliens would return. Now she knew they never would. That night, Yeren stood on her apartment balcony in Seoul looking out over the city. Millions of lights stretched to the horizon. Millions of people living their lives, thinking their thoughts, feeling their feelings. She could not sense it herself. But now she knew the truth. All around her, invisible and undetectable to human senses, the thoughts of millions were broadcasting into space, a wall of consciousness, a shield made not of metal or energy but of simple human existence. Earth was the most protected planet in the galaxy. Not because of what humanity built, but because of what humanity was. The discovery changed everything. World governments formed the International Consciousness Research Initiative. Scientists from every nation worked together to understand humanity's accidental defense system. 2 people led the research. Doyun, an engineer, and Sora, a neurobiologist. Doyun was 35 years old and had spent his career designing communication systems. He understood frequencies, signals, and transmission. When he learned that human brains were broadcasting on quantum frequencies, he immediately grasped the implications. This was not magic. It was physics. Strange physics, but physics nonetheless. Sora was 40 years old and had dedicated her life to understanding how the brain worked. She had studied neurons, synapses, and consciousness itself. Now she faced the biggest question of her career. Why did human consciousness work so differently from alien consciousness? They built their main laboratory in Geneva. working in the same facility where Yuna had translated the Vraxian data cores. The two of them stood before a large whiteboard covered in equations and diagrams. "Let me make sure I understand," Doyun said, pointing at a brain scan on one of the monitors. "Human neural networks create quantum entanglement?" "Yes," Sora confirmed. "But not artificially. It happens naturally. Human brains evolved with unusual neural density. We have more connections between neurons than most species. This creates quantum effects at a biological level." She pulled up another image. "Look at this. This is a scan of a human brain during normal activity. See these patterns? The neurons fire in complex, seemingly chaotic ways. But there is order within the chaos. The brain maintains billions of simultaneous processes." "And other species?" Doyun asked. Sora pulled up a scan from a Vraxian autopsy. "Their brains are different. More linear, more efficient in some ways. They process information sequentially like a very fast computer. One thought follows another in perfect order. This makes them excellent at logic, mathematics, and strategic thinking. But bad at handling chaos," Doyun finished. "Exactly. Humans evolved through millions of years of social interaction. We lived in tribes, communities, cities. We needed to understand complex social hierarchies, read emotions, predict behaviors. Our brains evolved to process multiple streams of information simultaneously. Joy and sadness at the same time. Love and fear together. Contradictory thoughts held in the same mind." Doyun wrote notes on the whiteboard. "So human consciousness is inherently chaotic?" "Not chaotic," Sora corrected gently. "Complex. There is a difference. Chaos is random. Human consciousness is organized complexity. It just looks like chaos to species with simpler neural structures. They began building devices to test their theories. Doyun designed sensors based on recovered Vraxian technology. These sensors could detect the quantum frequencies that human brains emitted. When they activated the first prototype in downtown Seoul, the results were immediate and dramatic. The sensor screen filled with data. Lines and waves representing neural activity from thousands of people in the surrounding buildings. Colors flashed and merged. The computer tracking the data began to lag, struggling to process the sheer volume of information. "How many people are we detecting?" Sora asked. Doyun checked the numbers. "Within a 1-kilometer radius? About 50,000. The sensor is picking up brain activity from all of them." "Now imagine what the Vraxians experienced," Sora said quietly. "They arrived over cities with millions of people. Their sensors were far more sensitive than ours. They did not just detect the activity. They felt it. Their brains tried to process it as if it were their own thoughts. They ran another test. This time they recruited volunteers. 20 people sat in a room wearing the modified sensors. The sensors were designed to replicate how Vraxian brains perceived human consciousness. The first volunteer, a young woman named Isul, lasted 3 minutes before removing the device. Her face was pale and she was shaking. "It was too much," she said. "I could feel everyone. Their emotions, their thoughts. It was like being 20 people at once. I could not tell which thoughts were mine." Other volunteers had similar experiences. Some felt overwhelming fear. Others felt intense joy that was not their own. One man started laughing uncontrollably, then burst into tears, then laughed again. When he removed the sensor, he said he felt echoes of emotions from everyone in the room all at once. "And we only tested with 20 people in one room," Doyun noted. The Vraxians faced 8 billion sources. Junho was a historian brought onto the research team. He was 55 years old and had spent his career studying ancient civilizations and cultural development. His job was to search through recovered alien databases for any mention of phenomena similar to what happened at Earth. He found something 3 months into his search. "Look at this," Junho said, calling Doyun and Sora to his office. He displayed an ancient Vraxian text on his screen. "This document is over 2,000 years old, written when the Vraxian Empire was young. It describes their early attempts at conquering other galaxies." He pointed to a specific passage. "Here. They mention encountering worlds they call maddening worlds, planets where thought itself becomes a weapon through disorder. They learned to avoid these planets. Any species that evolved high social complexity and dense neural networks became naturally resistant to Vraxian conquest." "How many maddening worlds have they found?" Sora asked. "According to this, only 17 in all their conquests," Junho replied, "out of millions of planets with intelligent life. It is extremely rare. The conditions have to be perfect. The species must evolve dense urban populations, complex social structures, and very specific neural architecture. And Earth is one of them, Doyen said. Earth might be the most extreme example they ever encountered, Junho corrected. The Vraxians never found a species with 8 billion individuals in such close proximity. Most maddening worlds had smaller populations, spread out over larger areas. Earth's population density is unprecedented. The research continued for years. They learned more about humanity's unique consciousness with each experiment. Sora made a particularly important discovery when studying brain activity in large crowds. She analyzed data from a concert in Seoul Stadium. 50,000 people gathered together, listening to music, feeling excitement as a collective. Her sensors showed something remarkable. When humans gather in large groups with shared emotional experiences, their neural frequencies begin to synchronize, she explained to the research team. Not completely. Each person remains individual, but there is a harmonic resonance. Their brain waves align slightly. This amplifies the effect. So crowds are even more powerful? Doyen asked. Much more powerful. 50,000 people at a concert, all feeling joy together, create a neural field far stronger than 50,000 people scattered across a city feeling random emotions. Shared experience amplifies the broadcast. Taehyung was an artist and had volunteered for the research program. He was 29 years old and had always felt connected to crowds. When he learned about Sora's discovery, it explained something he had felt his entire life. I always knew there was something special about performing for a large audience, he told Sora after one of her presentations. When I paint in front of crowds or when I watch a performance with thousands of others, I feel something. Connection, unity. I thought it was just emotion. But maybe I was actually sensing this neural resonance. Sora smiled. Many artists report similar experiences. Musicians, actors, dancers. They talk about energy from the crowd. Maybe they are unconsciously detecting what we are now measuring scientifically. The team built larger sensors and placed them around major cities. The data they collected was staggering. In Seoul alone, with its population of over 10 million in the metropolitan area, the collective neural field was powerful enough to be detected from space. If we had Vraxian-level sensors in orbit, Doyen calculated, we could detect Earth's consciousness field from the edge of the solar system. No wonder their ships started malfunctioning immediately. They flew into our field before they even reached the planet. Boyoung was a psychologist who joined the research team in its third year. She was 33 years old and specialized in collective behavior. Her contribution added a new dimension to their understanding. We have been thinking about this in terms of physics and biology, she said during a team meeting. But we should also consider psychology. Human consciousness is not just individual minds broadcasting signals. It is 8 billion individuals who are constantly influenced by each other. She displayed her research. Humans are social creatures. Our thoughts and emotions are shaped by the people around us. We unconsciously mirror each other's emotional states. When someone smiles at us, we smile back. When we see someone in pain, we feel empathy. This social mirroring is constant and automatic. So human consciousness is interconnected even without the quantum effects? Kunio asked. Yes, Boyoung confirmed. The quantum broadcasting we discovered is just making visible what was always there. Humans have always been connected through social and psychological mechanisms. The neural field is simply the physical manifestation of our social nature. Doyen sat back in his chair, overwhelmed. So humanity's defense is not just biology. It is sociology, psychology, physics all working together. It is what makes us human, Sora said simply. We are not individuals who occasionally come to. 20 years after the research initiative published its findings, humanity faced a new reality. Earth was safe from invasion, but that safety came with an unexpected price. The galaxy knew about humanity now, and they were afraid. Yunji was a diplomat, one of the first humans trained for potential contact with alien civilizations. She was 38 years old and had learned 5 alien languages from recovered databases. Her job was to monitor all radio and quantum signals coming from space, hoping to detect alien communications. She worked in a secure facility in Hawaii, where massive radio telescopes pointed at the stars. The equipment was sophisticated enough to pick up alien transmissions from hundreds of light years away. Most of what they detected was routine communication between alien worlds, trade agreements, travel advisories, scientific data. But recently, Yunji had noticed something disturbing. Her name kept appearing in alien transmissions, not her name specifically. The word Earth, and it was always accompanied by warning symbols. She called her supervisor, Ambassador Park, to her station. "You need to see this," she said, her voice tight with worry. Ambassador Park was 60 years old and had been a diplomat his entire career. He read the translated transmission on Yunji's screen and his face grew pale. "This is from the Talvek Federation," Yunji explained. "They are broadcasting on all standard frequencies. A warning to their ships. Do not approach Earth. Do not enter the Sol system. The humans are classified as a Class 7 consciousness hazard." "Class 7? Ambassador Park asked. "What does that mean?" "I looked it up in the Vraxian database. Class 7 is the highest threat level for non-military hazards. It means a danger that cannot be fought with weapons or defended against with shields. A danger that simply being near is enough to cause death or permanent damage." She pulled up another transmission. This one is from 3 days ago. "The Morphean Trade Collective. They are redirecting all shipping routes to avoid our solar system. They are treating us like a quarantine zone." More transmissions followed over the coming weeks. Everyone told the same story. The galaxy knew about Earth. They knew what happened to the Vraxian invasion fleet, and they wanted nothing to do with humanity. Minho was an intelligence officer for the Korean National Intelligence Service. He was 42 years old and specialized in alien communications and cryptography. When Yunji's discoveries reached the intelligence community, Minho was assigned to dig deeper. He accessed classified databases that contained more detailed alien communications. What he found was worse than anyone expected. The Vraxians had not kept Earth secret. They had shared their experience with the entire galactic community. They had done it as a warning, to prevent others from making the same mistake. But they had also done it out of fear. Minho found video recordings from the Vraxian invasion. The videos had been copied and distributed across dozens of alien civilizations. They showed Vraxian soldiers suffering on their ships, screaming, clawing at their helmets. Some were frozen in place, their eyes wide with terror. Others were attacking their own crew members, unable to distinguish friend from foe. One video showed Commander Thalrex himself. He sat in his command chair, tears streaming down his face. In the Vraxian language he was whispering, "Too many voices. Too many. Make them stop. Please make them stop." These videos had become cautionary tales across 100 worlds. To the galaxy, Earth was not a planet of potential friends or trading partners. Earth was a nightmare world where consciousness itself became a weapon. Minho compiled a report and sent it to the World Council. Within a week, every government on Earth knew the truth. Humanity was safe from invasion, but at the cost of complete isolation. Jiwan was a human rights activist and had fought her entire life for global cooperation and peace. She was 35 years old and had dreamed of a future where humanity joined a galactic community, sharing knowledge and culture with other species. When she learned about the galaxy's fear of Earth, her dreams shattered. "This is not right," she said at a press conference in Seoul. "We are being punished for something we cannot control. We did not choose to have this effect on other species. We are simply existing. How is that fair?" Many people agreed with her. Protests erupted in major cities around the world. People demanded that scientists find a way to suppress or control humanity's consciousness field. They wanted contact with aliens. They wanted to explore the stars. They did not want to be trapped on one planet forever, but others argued differently. Sang-hoon was a security chief for Earth's defense forces. He was 50 years old and had spent his career preparing for potential alien threats. He saw the isolation as humanity's greatest asset. "We are safe because we are feared," he said in response to Jiwan's protests. "Would you rather be vulnerable? Would you rather the aliens see us as weak and conquer us? Our consciousness field is the only thing keeping us alive." The debate raged across the planet. Should humanity try to change what it was to gain acceptance in the galaxy? Or should humanity embrace its nature even if it meant eternal isolation? Then the assassination attempts began. The first attempt was discovered by accident. A small alien probe entered the solar system and headed straight for Earth. It was tiny, barely larger than a car. Defense satellites detected it and sent warning signals. The probe did not respond. It just kept coming. When Earth ships intercepted it, they found it was carrying a biological weapon, a virus designed to attack human neural tissue. If it had reached Earth and been released into the atmosphere, it could have killed millions. Sang-hoon's team traced the probe's origin. It came from a species called the Kelvon. They live 300 light-years from Earth. When human diplomats sent a message asking why the Kelvon had attacked, the response was chilling. You are a threat to the peace of the galaxy. Your very existence puts all other species at risk. If you develop faster than light travel, you will carry your consciousness contamination to our worlds. You will drive us all mad. We cannot allow this. Humanity must be contained or eliminated. More attempts followed. Not invasions. The galaxy had learned that lesson. But assassination attempts, bombs hidden in asteroids, viruses, sabotage of Earth's space programs, all designed to keep humanity trapped on their home world. Nari was a young scientist, only 25 years old, but brilliant. She had grown up hearing stories of the 6-hour war. She had studied the consciousness field her entire academic career. Now she proposed a radical solution. We can learn to control it, she said at a scientific conference in Geneva. The consciousness field is not magic. It is physics. Quantum physics, yes, but still physics. If we can understand it, we can manipulate it. She presented her research. I have been studying meditation techniques, biofeedback training, and neural synchronization. I believe we can teach people to reduce their consciousness broadcast, not eliminate it. That would change what makes us human. But reduce it enough that we are not a threat to other species. Her proposal divided the scientific community. Some supported it. If humanity could control the field, they could finally join the galactic community. Others opposed it. They argued that suppressing human consciousness, even partially, was dangerous. No one knew what side effects it might have. Seung-jae was a philosopher, 60 years old and respected worldwide for his work on consciousness and identity. He stood in strong opposition to Nari's plan. You are asking humanity to make itself less human to appease those who fear us, he said during a televised debate with Nari. What happens when we succeed? What happens when we reduce our consciousness field to acceptable levels? Will we still be ourselves? Will we still think and feel the way humans have for millions of years? We will adapt, Nari argued. Humans have always adapted. This is just another adaptation. No, Seung-jae replied firmly. Adaptation is external. This is internal. You are asking us to change our fundamental nature. And for what? To please species who sent assassins to kill us? Who want us dead or permanently isolated? The debate continued on every news channel, every social media platform. Humanity was divided. Some wanted to reach for the stars even if it meant changing who they were. Others wanted to remain true to themselves even if it meant staying on Earth forever. Meanwhile, more assassination attempts came. Not many. The galaxy was cautious about provoking humanity, but enough to show that the threat was real. Some alien species saw Earth as a danger that needed to be eliminated. Yoonji worked day and night monitoring transmissions, trying to understand the galaxy's intentions. She found messages of support from some species, worlds that also had complex consciousness and understood humanity's situation, but these voices were rare. Most of the galaxy simply wanted Earth to stay away. One night, working late in her office, Yoonji detected a new transmission. This one was different.
It came from the Vraxian homeworld.
It was addressed to Earth, to humanity. She translated it with shaking hands. The message was short. We are the ones who invaded you. We are the ones who fled in terror. We sent this message to tell you something important. Do not change. Do not make yourselves less to please others. We learned a hard lesson from Earth. Power comes in many forms. We thought our weapons made us strong. But true strength is being what you are without apology. 100 years had passed since the day the Vraxians came to Earth. 3 generations had lived with the knowledge that humanity was both protected and isolated by its own nature. Now humanity had to make a choice that would define its future forever. Director Hana stood before the World Council in Geneva. She was 55 years old and had spent her entire career managing Earth's response to the galactic situation. Today she would present 2 paths forward, 2 very different futures for humanity. The council chamber was filled with representatives from every nation on Earth. Screens on the walls showed millions of people watching from around the world. This was not just a political decision. This was a choice about what humanity would become. We stand at a crossroads, Hana began, her voice steady and clear. For a century we have debated our future. Today we must choose. I present to you 2 proposals, each led by brilliant minds who have dedicated their lives to this question. She gestured to her right. The Harmonization Project led by Captain Wu Jin. Wu Jin stood and bowed to the council. He was 40 years old, tall and calm. He had been a pilot in Earth's defense forces before dedicating himself to the Harmonization Project. His face appeared on screens around the world as he began his presentation. We have developed techniques to reduce humanity's consciousness broadcast, Wu Jin explained. Not eliminate it. Never eliminate it. But reduce it to levels that would allow safe contact with other species. He showed videos of test cities. For the past 10 years, we have been teaching meditation, neural discipline, and consciousness control in volunteer communities. 3 cities have participated, one in Korea, one in Brazil, one in Norway. Each city has a population of approximately 50,000 people. The videos showed people in meditation centers, schools teaching children breathing exercises, parks where crowds gathered to practice synchronized relaxation techniques. Our results are significant, Wu Jin continued. Cities participating in the Harmonization Project have reduced their consciousness field output by 35% on average. Alien observers equipped with remote sensors have confirmed this. They report that the consciousness field from these cities is still present, but no longer overwhelming. He paused, letting the information sink in. If we expand this project globally, teaching these techniques to all 8 billion humans, we could reduce our field enough to allow peaceful contact with alien species. We could join the galactic community, trade, share knowledge, explore the stars together. Murmurs filled the council chamber. Many representatives nodded. This was what they wanted. A way forward. A path to the stars, but then Hana gestured to her left. The opposition led by Dr. Boyoung. Boyoung stood. She was now 53 years old, her hair streaked with gray. She had become the leading voice against changing human consciousness. Her expression was serious as she faced the council. Captain Wu Jin's project works, she said bluntly. I do not dispute his data. The Harmonization Project does reduce our consciousness field, but at what cost? She pulled up her own data. Brain scans, psychological profiles, long-term studies. For 10 years, I have been studying the participants in the harmonization cities. I have measured not just their consciousness output, but changes to their cognition, creativity, and emotional range. The screens showed charts and graphs. Participants in the Harmonization Project show measurable decreases in creative thinking. Artists produce less innovative work. Scientists generate fewer breakthrough ideas. The suppression techniques reduce not just the consciousness broadcast, but the very qualities that make human consciousness unique. She showed more data. Emotional responses are flattened. Participants report feeling less intense joy, but also less intense sorrow. They are calmer, yes, more controlled, but also less fully human. Taehyung, now in his 50s and a world-famous artist, stood to speak. He had participated in the Harmonization Project for 1 year before withdrawing. I can tell you from personal experience, he said, his voice emotional. When I practiced the suppression techniques, I became peaceful. My mind was quiet, but I could not create. Art comes from chaos, from feeling everything at once, joy and pain together, hope and despair intertwined. When I suppressed my consciousness broadcast, I suppressed my art. I became calm but empty. He sat down and Boyoung continued. The human consciousness field is not separate from human creativity, empathy, and innovation. They are the same thing. The chaos that terrifies aliens is the same chaos that produces our greatest achievements. If we harmonize our consciousness to acceptable levels, we will become something other than human. The council chamber erupted in debate. Representatives argued. Some wanted the stars. Others wanted to preserve humanity's nature. The world watched and argued with them. Wu Jin stood again. We do not have to suppress completely. Partial reduction would allow contact while preserving most of our nature. Most is not all, Boyoung countered. How much of our humanity are you willing to sacrifice? 30%? 50%? Where do we draw the line? The debate raged for hours. Then a new voice joined. Yuna, now in her 80s and still translating alien communications, stood slowly. The chamber fell silent. Everyone knew her name. She was the woman who first translated the truth about humanity's defense. I have spent 60 years studying alien species, Yuna said, her voice soft but clear. I have learned their languages, their cultures, their ways of thinking. And I can tell you this, the galaxy has many species. Thousands of them, all different. But they share one thing in common. They all evolved to fit into the galactic community. They all became compatible with each other. She paused. Humanity is different. We evolved isolated, unique. We developed consciousness that does not fit the galactic norm, and that is not a flaw. That is our strength. The galaxy needs species like us. They need to be reminded that consciousness can take many forms. That order is not the only way. She sat down. I vote we remain as we are. The debates continued for weeks. But slowly a consensus emerged. Not universal agreement. That was impossible with 8 billion humans. But a majority opinion. Humanity would not force itself to change. But neither would it forbid those who wanted to try. The compromise was presented by Hana after months of negotiation. We will establish harmonization colonies on Mars and the Moon. Volunteers who want to pursue contact with aliens can learn the suppression techniques. They can reduce their consciousness broadcast. They can become humanity's ambassadors to the galaxy. She continued, but Earth itself will remain unchanged. We will not teach suppression techniques globally. We will not modify our nature. Earth will be humanity's home, unchanged and authentic. Wu Jin stood to support the compromise. I will lead the Mars colony. Those who dream of the stars can join me. We will learn to walk among the aliens. We will be the bridge between humanity and the galaxy. Boyoung also stood. And I will remain on Earth. We will preserve human consciousness in its natural form. We will remind the galaxy that not all species need to be the same. The vote was held. The compromise passed with 70% approval. Earth would remain Earth. But humans who wanted to reach for the stars would have a path to do so. 10 years later, the first harmonization colony on Mars had 50,000 residents. They practiced the suppression techniques daily. Their consciousness field was barely detectable from space. And slowly, carefully, alien species began making contact. Not the Vraxians. They were still too afraid. But smaller species. Curious species. They sent diplomats to Mars. Trade agreements were signed. Knowledge was shared. Humans from Mars began traveling to alien worlds. Meanwhile, Earth's population had grown to 9 billion. The consciousness field was stronger than ever. No alien dared approach. Earth was still a quarantine zone. But it was also still purely human. Nari, now 45 years old, lived on Mars. She taught consciousness suppression to new colonists. She had achieved her dream of contact with aliens. She had friends from 3 different species. She traveled to alien worlds and saw wonders that Earth humans could only imagine. But sometimes late at night she felt a longing for Earth, for the chaos, for the full, overwhelming experience of being surrounded by billions of unfiltered human consciousnesses. She had chosen the stars, but she missed home. Sungjae, now 90 years old, still lived on Earth. He taught philosophy to young people in Seoul. He walked through crowded streets, surrounded by millions of people, all broadcasting their thoughts and feelings into space. He could not sense it himself, but he knew it was there. The great invisible shield that protected his home. Sometimes students asked him if he regretted the choice, if he wished humanity had chosen the stars over authenticity. No, he always answered. We made the right choice. We gave people options. Those who want to meet aliens can go to Mars. Those who want to remain fully human can stay on Earth. That is true freedom. Jiho died at the age of 99, surrounded by his grandchildren. His last words were about that day, a century ago when alien ships filled the sky over Seoul. We survived, he whispered. Not because we were strong, not because we were armed, but because we were human. Never forget that. Minji lived to be 102. She taught children about the 6-hour war until her final days. The sky above Earth turned dark at exactly 3 in the afternoon. It wasn't clouds or a storm. It was something much worse. Giant ships appeared in the sky, hundreds of them, each one bigger than a mountain. They came from nowhere, just suddenly appearing above every major city on the planet. People stopped walking. Cars stopped moving. Everyone looked up at the massive metal structures floating above their heads. The ships were black and silver, with strange symbols glowing on their sides. They didn't make any sound, which made them even more terrifying. They just hung there in the sky, blocking out the sun. In Seoul, Commander Jiwon stood in the command center watching the screens. She had short black hair and calm eyes. While everyone around her panicked, She remained completely still. She had been waiting for this day for 20 years. Her fingers moved across the control panel, pressing buttons that activated systems hidden all around the world. "They're here," she said quietly to her team, just like we predicted. In New York, the largest ship began to broadcast a message. The voice came from everywhere at once, from every television, every radio, every phone. It spoke in perfect English, then Chinese, then Spanish, then every language on Earth. "People of Earth," the voice said. It was cold and harsh. "I am Admiral Krevmal of the Rexian Empire. Your planet is now under our control. You have 72 hours to surrender. Lay down all weapons. Gather in designated areas. Resistance will result in the destruction of your cities. You cannot fight us. We have conquered 400 worlds. You are nothing special." The message repeated over and over. People in the streets started screaming and running. Some cried. Some prayed. But in military bases around the world, soldiers smiled. They had trained for this moment their entire lives. Colonel Minho sat in an underground bunker in Tokyo. He was a tall man with scars on his hands from years of combat training. He watched the alien ships on his monitors and felt no fear. Instead, he felt excited. He pressed a button on his desk. "All units, this is Colonel Minho," he spoke into his microphone. "Begin Phase 1. Activate stealth protocols. Do not engage. Let them think they have won." Across the planet, thousands of weapon systems came online, but they did it silently, invisibly. Satellites in orbit shifted their positions. Underground bases opened their blast doors. Particle accelerators hidden beneath cities began charging their cores. The aliens detected nothing. Their sensors showed Earth as a primitive planet with basic technology. Captain Hyunsu stood on the moon, inside a massive base that the aliens couldn't see. The base had been built over 50 years, hidden inside craters and covered with reflective shields. He looked at Earth through the window and felt proud. Humanity had spent so much time preparing, so much money, so much effort. "All for this moment, sir. The alien fleet is holding position," one of his officers reported. "They're not moving closer. They're waiting for our surrender." Hyunsu nodded. "Good, let them wait. Let them feel confident. The longer they wait, the more time we have to lock our weapons onto every single one of their ships." In Geneva, President Doyen prepared to address the world. He was an older man with gray hair and kind eyes, but those eyes held steel in them. He had been elected because people trusted him to keep them safe, and he would not let them down. He stood in front of cameras from every nation. Behind him stood leaders from China, America, Russia, India, and dozens of other countries. They all wore the same expression: determination. "My fellow humans," President Doyen began, "today an alien empire has come to our planet. They demand we surrender. They threaten to destroy us if we resist. They believe we are weak because we fight among ourselves. They think our technology is primitive. They assume we are easy prey." He paused and looked directly into the camera. "They are wrong. Humanity does not kneel. We do not surrender. We will show these invaders what happens when you threaten Earth. To every person watching, stay calm. Go to your homes. Trust your military. Trust your leaders. We have prepared for this day, and when the 72 hours end, the galaxy will learn to fear humanity." The broadcast ended. Around the world, people felt hope rise in their chests. Their leaders sounded confident. Their militaries seemed ready. Maybe, just maybe, they had a chance. Lieutenant Yunji worked in a facility deep underground in Seoul. She was a genius at languages and codes. For the past week, she had been intercepting alien communications. She listened to their conversations, translated their words, and learned their plans. "They're laughing at us," she told Commander Jiwon over a secure channel. "The aliens think this will be easy. They're already dividing Earth among their noble families. They're discussing which cities they'll take as trophies." Jiwon smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of a predator watching prey walk into a trap. "Let them laugh," she said. "Let them think they've already won. When we strike, their laughter will turn to screams." As the first day passed, the alien ships did nothing. They just floated in the sky, a constant reminder of the threat. But on Earth, humans worked frantically. Every military base on the planet coordinated their efforts. Weapons were checked. Targeting systems were calibrated. Soldiers took their positions. Major Seojin led a special forces team in Beijing. They trained with weapons the aliens had never seen. Railguns that could punch through starship armor. Plasma rifles that could melt metal in seconds. Powered armor that made one soldier equal to 50. These weren't science fiction anymore. They were real and they were ready. 3 days, Seojin told his team. In 3 days we show them why Earth has never been conquered. In 3 days we show them why humanity survived every disaster our planet threw at us.
In 3 days we prove that we are the most dangerous species in the galaxy. His soldiers cheered.
They weren't afraid. They were ready. Above Earth, Admiral Krevmal sat in his command ship, drinking a beverage from his conquered homeworld. He looked at the primitive planet below and felt bored. This would be over quickly. The humans would surrender. They always did. Every species surrendered when they saw the might of the Vrexian Empire. He had no idea that he had just made the biggest mistake in galactic history. He had no idea that humanity had been watching the stars for centuries, preparing for the day when something hostile would arrive. He had no idea that every human city was actually a military fortress. He had no idea that Earth's moon held enough firepower to destroy his entire fleet 3 times over. Admiral Krevmal thought he was hunting sheep. He didn't realize he had just walked into a den of wolves. And in 72 hours, he would learn the most important lesson in the universe. Never threaten humanity's home. 72 hours passed like a slow countdown to doom. At least that's what Admiral Krevmal thought. He sat in his command chair, watching the clock tick down to 0. Around him, his officers prepared for the invasion. Thousands of landing craft waited in the launch bays. Soldiers checked their weapons. Pilots climbed into their fighters. They haven't responded to our demands, one officer reported. No surrender. No communication at all, Krevmal laughed. Of course not. They're terrified. They're probably hiding in caves right now, hoping we'll forget about them. Begin the attack. Show them what happens when they ignore the Vrexian Empire. On Earth, Commander Jiwon watched the same clock. When it reached 0, she pressed a single button. That button sent a signal to every military base on the planet. The signal was simple: activate. Now, she whispered. The alien landing craft began dropping from their ships. Thousands of them fell through Earth's atmosphere, heading toward major cities. The aliens expected explosions and screams. They expected to see humans running in terror. Instead, something impossible happened. Every single alien ship stopped working, not slowly, not gradually, instantly. Every ship, from the massive carriers to the small fighters, lost all power at the exact same moment. Their engines died. Their weapons went offline. Their shields vanished. The landing craft that were falling toward Earth suddenly had no control. They tumbled through the sky like rocks. In his command ship, Admiral Krevmal stared at his control panel in horror. Nothing worked. The lights were still on, powered by emergency batteries, but everything else was dead. He pressed buttons frantically. Nothing responded. What's happening? He screamed at his officers. Why aren't the systems working? Nobody had an answer. They had never seen anything like this before. All around them, the entire fleet floated helplessly in space. Captain Hyunsu stood on the moon base watching the alien ships go dark. He smiled. Quantum disruption field is active, one of his technicians reported. All alien technology within the field is inoperative. The field covers the entire planet and extends 50,000 kilometers into space. Hyunsu nodded. Humanity had discovered quantum disruption 20 years ago. It was a field that could turn off any technology that used certain types of power cores. The aliens used those exact power cores. Earth had tested the field on captured alien probes. It worked perfectly. And now an entire invasion fleet was helpless. Colonel Minho, Hyunsu spoke into his communicator. The prey is paralyzed. You may begin the hunt. Colonel Minho stood in his command bunker in Tokyo. Around him, hundreds of officers watched their screens with fierce grins. When Hyunsu gave the order, Minho raised his hand. Fire, he said calmly. The sky lit up with light. From orbit, from the ground, from the moon, from hidden platforms in the ocean, humanity's weapons fired all at once. It was the most coordinated military strike in human history. Railguns mounted on satellites launched tungsten rods at incredible speed. These rods weren't explosive. They didn't need to be. When something heavy moves fast enough, it becomes a devastating weapon. The rods hit alien ships and punched straight through them. Metal tore like paper. Ships broke in half. Laser arrays hidden beneath cities fired beams of concentrated energy into space. These weren't the small lasers people saw in movies. These were weapons powered by fusion reactors, each one capable of cutting through a mountain. The beams sliced through alien hulls, turning metal into vapor. Missile platforms on the moon launched thousands of guided projectiles. Each missile had its own targeting system, its own intelligence. They swarmed the alien ships like angry bees, hitting weak points with perfect accuracy. In less than 5 minutes, half of the Rexian fleet was destroyed. Commander Jiwan watched the battle from her command center. Her screen showed each alien ship, marked with red X's as they were destroyed. She felt no joy in the killing, but she felt satisfaction in the protection of her home. Target the command ships first, she ordered. Don't let any of them escape. I want every single vessel accounted for. Lieutenant Yunji sat at her station, listening to alien communications. She had learned their language months ago. Now she translated their panicked messages. They're screaming, she reported. They're trying to call for help. They don't understand what's happening. One captain is begging his crew to restart the engines. Another is trying to surrender. No surrender, Jiwan said coldly. They came to conquer us. They threatened to destroy our cities. They get no mercy. Admiral Krevmal watched his fleet die around him. Through his window he saw ships exploding. He saw beams of light cutting through the darkness. He saw his proud navy, which had conquered so many worlds, being torn apart by a species he thought was primitive. Impossible, he muttered. This is impossible. They're supposed to be weak. They're supposed to have basic technology. How do they have these weapons? One of his officers, bleeding from a head wound, looked at him with fear in his eyes. Sir, we need to retreat. We need to escape while we still can. Krevmal tried to activate the hyperspace drive. The controls didn't respond. Nothing responded. They were trapped. On Earth, Major Seojin watched the falling landing craft with satisfaction. The alien soldiers inside were helpless. Their ships had no power, no way to slow down. They hit the ground at terminal velocity. None survived. Secure the crash sites, Seojin ordered his troops.
Capture any aliens who survived.
We need prisoners for interrogation, but be careful. Even without their technology, they might be dangerous. His soldiers moved out in their powered armor. They looked like metal giants as they marched toward the crash sites. When they arrived, they found very few survivors. Most of the aliens had died in the crashes. The ones who lived were injured and terrified. One alien soldier, his leg broken, looked up at Seojun with fear in his eyes. He had conquered dozens of worlds. He had killed hundreds of enemies. But now he was the one lying on the ground, helpless, looking up at something stronger than him. Please, the alien whispered in his own language. Mercy. Seojin didn't understand the words, but he understood the meaning. He secured the alien with restraints and called for medical evacuation. Even enemies deserved medical treatment once they were captured. That was the human way. Back in orbit, the battle continued. Captain Hyunsu coordinated the lunar batteries with deadly precision. Every shot was calculated by powerful computers. Every shot hit its target. The alien ships had nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Sir, some of the alien ships are trying to drift away, an officer reported. They're using maneuvering thrusters trying to escape the quantum field. Hyunsu checked the distance. They won't make it. But don't take chances. Launch the hunter-killer drones, small, fast drones launched from the moon base. They zipped through space, chasing any alien ship that tried to flee. When they caught up, they attached to the hull and detonated. The explosions weren't large, but they didn't need to be. In space, even a small hole can destroy a ship. Within 30 minutes of the battle starting, 2/3 of the alien fleet was gone, destroyed, turned into debris floating in Earth's orbit. President Doyen watched from the command center in Geneva. Leaders from every nation stood with him, watching humanity's victory unfold. Some cried with relief. Others cheered. Doyen just nodded, satisfied. How many casualties? He asked. 0, sir, an aide reported. Not a single human has been injured. The alien landing craft never reached the cities. Their orbital bombardment never activated. We caught them completely off guard. Doyen allowed himself a small smile. Good, continue the operation. I want every alien ship destroyed or captured. Leave none behind. Admiral Krevmal finally understood the truth. Earth wasn't a primitive planet. It was a fortress. Every building, every satellite, every structure was part of a massive defense system. Humanity hadn't been fighting among themselves. They had been preparing, waiting, planning for the day when something hostile arrived from the stars. And now that day had come. and the Vrexian Empire was paying the price for its arrogance. Krevmal looked at his remaining ships on the scanner. Less than a third of his fleet still existed. And they were all helpless, all paralyzed, all waiting to be destroyed. This was supposed to be easy, he said to nobody in particular. This was supposed to be another easy conquest. But humanity had never been easy, and now the galaxy was about to learn that lesson. Admiral Krevmal tried everything to escape. He ordered his crew to restart the engines manually. They couldn't. The quantum disruption field affected every system that used standard power technology. He tried to send a distress signal to the Vrexian homeworld. The communication systems were dead. He tried to activate the emergency escape pods. They wouldn't launch. He was trapped. His entire fleet was trapped. And Earth's weapons kept firing. Commander G1 watched the tactical display with calm efficiency. Every remaining alien ship was marked on her screen. Red dots for capital ships, yellow dots for cruisers, green dots for fighters and small craft. She assigned targets to different weapon systems, making sure nothing was wasted. Focus laser batteries on the remaining capital ships, she ordered. Use railguns on the cruisers. Deploy missile swarms on the smaller vessels. I want systematic elimination. No survivors unless they're captured intact for intelligence purposes. Her officers worked quickly, sending orders to military units around the world. Earth's defense network operated like a single organism, every part working together perfectly. Colonel Minho activated the next phase of the attack. Hidden platforms in the Pacific Ocean rose to the surface. These platforms had been disguised as research stations for decades. Now they revealed their true purpose. Massive railgun batteries emerged from the water, their barrels pointing skyward. Fire, Minho said. The railguns launched their projectiles. The sound was like thunder rolling across the ocean. Each tungsten rod screamed into the sky, accelerating to incredible speeds. In orbit, alien cruisers exploded as the rods tore through them. Captain Hyunsu coordinated with bases on the dark side of the moon. These bases had been built in secret, hidden from Earth's telescopes and from any alien observers. They contained some of humanity's most powerful weapons. Launch the plasma torpedoes, Hyunsu ordered. Massive tubes on the lunar surface opened. Glowing projectiles launched into space, leaving trails of blue light behind them. These torpedoes weren't fast, but they didn't need to be. The alien ships couldn't move. The torpedoes struck their targets and released superheated plasma. The alien hulls melted like ice under a blowtorch. Lieutenant Yunji continued monitoring alien communications. What she heard made her almost feel sorry for them. Almost. They're begging for mercy, she reported. They're trying to surrender. They're asking why we're doing this. Commander G1's expression didn't change. Tell me when they're all dead or captured. Until then, I don't care what they're saying. Yunji nodded and continued her work. She understood G1's coldness. The aliens had come to conquer Earth. They had threatened to destroy cities. They deserved no sympathy. Major Seojun led his team to one of the larger crash sites. An alien cruiser had fallen into the Australian outback, creating a crater half a kilometer wide. His soldiers surrounded the wreckage, weapons ready. Be alert, Seojun warned. Some of them might still be alive and dangerous. They approached carefully. Inside the wreckage, they found dozens of alien bodies. Most were dead from the impact. But a few were alive, trapped under debris, crying out in pain. Seojun's medics moved in quickly. Despite being enemies, the medics treated the aliens' injuries with professional care. That was the human way. Once fighting ended, even enemies deserved medical help. One alien officer, his armor cracked and broken, stared at Seojun with confusion. Through a translator device, he spoke. Why are you helping us? We came to conquer you. Seojun looked at him seriously. Because we're not monsters. We defend our home fiercely, but we don't torture prisoners. You'll be treated fairly and questioned. If you cooperate, you'll be fed and given medical care. If you resist, you'll be restrained. Those are your only two options. The alien officer seemed even more confused. We would have enslaved your people. We would have taken your resources. We would have destroyed anyone who resisted. We know, Seojun replied. That's why you're prisoners and we're not. In orbit, the battle was nearly over. Less than 20 alien ships remained intact. All were helpless, floating in space like dead fish. Commander G1 considered her options. They could destroy the remaining ships easily. But captured ships would provide valuable intelligence. Captain Hyunsu, prepare boarding teams, she ordered. I want those ships captured. We need their technology, their databases, their navigation charts. Take them intact if possible. Hyunsu smiled. Already on it. Boarding shuttles are launching now. Specialized teams of soldiers left the moon base in small, fast ships. Unlike the alien vessels, human ships worked perfectly inside the quantum disruption field. Humanity had designed their technology specifically to be different from what the rest of the galaxy used. It was one of their many preparations. The boarding teams attached to alien ships and cut through the hulls. Inside they found terrified alien crews. Some tried to fight with hand weapons. The human soldiers in powered armor simply stunned them with non-lethal weapons. Others surrendered immediately, raising their hands or tentacles or whatever appendages they had. One boarding team, led by a sergeant named Tae-hyun, secured the bridge of an alien capital ship. Admiral Krevmal himself stood there, his uniform torn, his face showing defeat. "I am Admiral Krevmal of the Vrexian Empire," he said through a translator. "I demand to be treated according to the laws of war." Tae-hyun looked at him for a moment. "You'll be treated fairly, but you don't get to demand anything. You came to our planet uninvited. You threatened our people. You're lucky we're civilized enough to take prisoners instead of just killing you all." Krevmal's expression showed shock. This was supposed to be a primitive species. How did they have such advanced technology? How did they fight so efficiently? How did they destroy his fleet so easily? "How?" he asked. "How did you do this?" "Our intelligence said you were primitive. You barely have space travel. You fight among yourselves. You should have been easy to conquer." Tae-hyun smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. "That's what we wanted you to think. We've been preparing for this day for a very long time. Every time we tested a nuclear weapon, we were actually testing the delivery systems for orbital weapons. Every time we launched a satellite, we were building our defense network. Every time nations argued, we were actually coordinating in secret. We wanted hostile aliens to think we were weak, and you fell for it perfectly." Krevmal felt his legs go weak. The humans had tricked them. The entire galaxy had been tricked. Earth wasn't a weak, divided planet. It was a trap, waiting for someone stupid enough to attack it. Back on Earth, President Doyen received reports from all fronts. Every alien landing craft destroyed. Every alien ship either captured or eliminated. 0 human casualties. It was the most one-sided victory in military history. "How long did the entire battle take?" he asked. An aide checked the records. 2 hours and 17 minutes, sir. From the moment they began their attack to the capture of the last ship." Doyen nodded slowly. The Vrexian Empire had conquered 400 worlds. They were considered one of the strongest military forces in the galaxy. And Earth had destroyed their invasion fleet in just over 2 hours. "Prepare the next phase," Doyen ordered. "Commander G1, I need you to begin interrogations immediately. I want to know everything about the Vrexian Empire. Their planets, their military, their technology, their leadership, everything." G1 saluted. "Yes, sir. We've already begun. The aliens are very cooperative once they realize they have no other choice." Colonel Minho walked through his command center, shaking hands with his officers. They had trained for years for this day. They had run thousands of simulations. They had prepared every weapon, every strategy, every contingency plan, and it had worked perfectly. "Good work, everyone," he said, "but stay alert. This was just one fleet. The Vrexian Empire is large. They might send more ships when they realize what happened here." One of his officers looked worried. "Can we defeat another fleet, sir?" Minho laughed. "Son, we could defeat 10 more fleets. Do you know how much firepower we still have in reserve? We use less than 30% of our weapons today. Earth has enough military power to fight the entire galaxy if we need to. We've been building weapons for 70 years. This was just a taste of what we can do." Lieutenant Yoonji compiled her intelligence report. She had listened to thousands of alien communications during the battle. She had learned a lot about the Vrexian Empire. And what she learned made her smile. "Commander Jiwon," she reported. "The Vrexian Empire controls over 200 occupied worlds. Most of those worlds were conquered, not allied. The occupied populations hate their rulers. If we share what happened here, if we show that the Vrexian Empire can be defeated, it might start rebellions across their territory." Jiwon's eyes lit up. "That's an excellent idea. We won't just defeat this invasion, we'll destroy their entire empire. Prepare a message for broadcast. I want every occupied world to see what happened here. I want them to know that the Vrexian Empire is not invincible." As night fell on Earth, people around the world celebrated. The alien threat was over. The invasion had failed. Humanity had won. In streets and cities everywhere, people cried with relief and joy. They had faced extinction and survived. But in military command centers around the world, leaders remained serious. They had won this battle. Now they needed to win the peace. Commander Jiwan stood in a secure room deep beneath Seoul. In front of her sat Admiral Krevmal, the once proud leader of the Vrexian invasion fleet. He looked much different now. His fancy uniform was torn. His confident expression had been replaced by fear and confusion. Around him stood human guards in powered armor, their weapons ready but not pointed at him. "You will answer my questions," Jiwan said calmly. "If you cooperate, you will be treated well. If you refuse, you will be placed in isolation. Do you understand?" Krevmal nodded slowly. He had no choice. His fleet was destroyed. His crew was captured. He was a prisoner on a planet he had tried to conquer. "How did you find Earth?" Jiwan asked. Krevmal spoke through a translator device. "We have scouts that travel through space, mapping new systems. One scout found your planet 3 years ago. They reported a species with basic technology, perfect for conquest. Did your scout try to communicate with us?" "No. The Vrexian Empire does not communicate with prey species. We observe, we plan, and we conquer." Jiwan made notes on her tablet. "Tell me about your empire. How many worlds do you control?" Krevmal hesitated. Jiwan waited patiently. Finally he spoke. 273 worlds. Most are occupied territories. We conquered them over the past 800 years. We are one of the strongest empires in this region of the galaxy. "Were," Jiwan corrected. "You were one of the strongest. Tell me about these occupied worlds. Are the populations happy under Vrexian rule?" Krevmal looked uncomfortable. "Some resist. Most accept their fate. It is the way of the galaxy. The strong rule the weak. Not on Earth," Jiwan said. "On Earth, the strong protect the weak. Tell me more about these resistant populations." Over the next several hours, Krevmal told Jiwan everything. He described the Vrexian Empire's structure, their military forces, their supply lines, their conquered worlds and enslaved populations. He had no reason to hide the information anymore. His empire would probably execute him for losing the fleet anyway. Jiwan listened carefully and recorded everything. When the interrogation ended, she had a complete picture of the Vrexian Empire, and she knew exactly how to destroy it. In another facility, Lieutenant Yunji worked with a team of linguists and technicians. They had captured one of the Vrexian communication ships. It was smaller than the capital ships, but more important in some ways. It contained the technology to broadcast messages across vast distances of space. "Can we make it work?" Yunji asked her team. A technician nodded. "Yes. The quantum disruption field only affects their power systems. We can replace those with our own power source. Once we do that, the communication system will function normally." "Good. How long?" 6 hours. "Maybe less," Yunji smiled. "You have 4 hours. Get it done." While the technicians worked, Yunji prepared the message that would change the galaxy. She worked with Captain Hyunsu, who had joined her from the moon base. Together they planned what to say and how to say it. "We need to be careful," Hyunsu warned. "This message will be seen by hundreds of species. We need to sound strong but not threatening. We need to inspire rebellion without looking like conquerors ourselves." "Agreed," Yunji said. "We should include video of the battle. Show the galaxy exactly what happened here. Let them see the Vrexian fleet being destroyed. Visual proof is more powerful than any words." President Doyen reviewed their plans from Geneva. Leaders from every major nation sat with him, discussing the message. This wasn't just about Earth anymore. This was about the entire galaxy. "Are we sure we want to do this?" the Chinese premier asked. "Once we send this message, we'll be involved in galactic politics. We'll be making enemies. We'll be challenging other empires." Doyen nodded seriously. "Yes, we'll make enemies. But we'll also make friends. Think about all those occupied worlds the Vrexian Empire controls. Billions of beings living under oppression. If we can help them gain freedom, isn't that worth the risk?" The American president spoke up. "I agree with Doyen. We didn't ask for this war, but now that we've won it, we have a responsibility. We have the power to change things. We should use it." One by one, the other leaders agreed. The message would be sent. Colonel Minho coordinated with military units around the world. They prepared for possible retaliation. If the Vrexian Empire sent another fleet, Earth would be ready. If other hostile aliens decided to attack, Earth would be ready. The quantum disruption field remained active. The weapons remained charged. The soldiers remained at their posts. "Do we have enough ammunition for another battle?" Minho asked his supply officers. "Sir, we have enough ammunition to fight for 5 years straight without resupply, and our factories are producing more every day. We're ready for anything." Minho felt satisfied. Humanity had been preparing for so long. They had built so many weapons. They had trained so many soldiers. Earth was now the most heavily defended planet in the galaxy. Major Seojin oversaw the processing of alien prisoners. Thousands of Rexian soldiers and crew members were now in human custody. They were kept in secure facilities but treated humanely. They received food, medical care, and safe living conditions. Many of the aliens seemed confused by this treatment. In the Rexian Empire, prisoners were often killed or enslaved. They didn't understand why the humans treated them well. "Because we're better than you," Seojin told one group of prisoners. "We don't torture. We don't enslave. We believe in treating all beings with basic dignity, even our enemies." One alien soldier, a young warrior named Vrektal, looked at Seojin with genuine curiosity. "Why did you prepare so much? How did you know we were coming?" Seojin sat down across from him. "We didn't know you specifically were coming, but we knew someone would come eventually. Humans have always looked at the stars and wondered what's out there. Some humans hoped to find friends. Others prepared for enemies. Turns out both were right. The galaxy is big. There are probably friendly species out there, but there are also hostile ones like your empire. We prepared for the worst and hoped for the best." After 4 hours of intense work, the communication ship was ready. The technicians had replaced the Vrexian power core with a human fusion reactor. The system powered up smoothly. Lieutenant Yunji stood in the communication center with Captain Hyunsu and President Doyun. The president would deliver the message himself. It was important that a leader speak, not just a soldier. "Mr. President, you're ready?" Yunji asked. Doyun straightened his suit and nodded. "I'm ready. Start the broadcast." The camera activated. Behind Doyun stood flags from every nation on Earth. Beside him were leaders from other countries. The message was clear. Humanity spoke with one voice. "To all beings in the galaxy who can receive this message," Doyun began. "I am President Doyun of Earth, representing all of humanity. 3 days ago, the Vrexian Empire invaded our world. They demanded our surrender. They threatened to destroy our cities and enslave our people. We refused, and this is what happened." The video switched to footage of the battle. It showed the Vrexian fleet appearing in Earth's orbit. It showed their ships going dark as the quantum disruption field activated. It showed humanity's weapons firing. It showed alien ships exploding, breaking apart, falling from the sky. The footage was clear and detailed. Anyone watching would see exactly what had happened. The mighty Vrexian fleet, terror of hundreds of worlds, had been destroyed in just over 2 hours. Doyun's face returned to the screen. The Vrexian invasion fleet is no more. Every ship has been destroyed or captured. Admiral Krevmal himself is our prisoner. Earth stands strong and unconquered. He paused, letting his words sink in. Then he continued with the most important part of the message. "We know that the Vrexian Empire controls many worlds. We know that billions of beings live under their occupation. We know about the rebellions that have been crushed. We know about the suffering that has been inflicted. To all those who live under Vrexian rule, we say this: you are not alone. You can fight back. You can win." The video showed more footage, detailed scans of Vrexian warships showing their weak points, information about Vrexian military tactics revealing their strategies, data about their supply lines exposing their logistics, everything an enemy would need to fight them successfully. "We are sharing this information freely," Doyun continued. "Use it, fight for your freedom. Earth will support any world that chooses to resist tyranny. We offer military advisors, we offer technology, we offer friendship to all peaceful species." His expression became serious. "But to the Vrexian leadership and to any other empire that considers invading Earth, we say this: stay away. Earth is defended. We have weapons you cannot imagine. We have strategies you cannot predict. We have the determination to protect our home at any cost. The Vrexian Empire learned this lesson. Don't make the same mistake." The broadcast ended. Lieutenant Unji activated the communication system and sent the message across the galaxy. It would take time for the signal to reach distant worlds, but eventually, hundreds of species would see it. "It's done," she said quietly. President Doyen sat down, suddenly feeling very tired. Now we wait and see how the galaxy responds. Colonel Minho received the first response 3 hours later. It came from a world called Thalen, 200 light-years from Earth. The message was short but powerful. This is the Thalen resistance. We received your message. We saw what you did to the Vrexian fleet. You have given us hope. We are rising up. 6 months had passed since Earth destroyed the Vrexian invasion fleet. The galaxy had changed completely in that time. What once was the mighty Vrexian Empire was now a fractured collection of independent systems, many at war with each other. Commander Jiwan stood in Earth's first orbital diplomatic station. The station floated in high orbit, a massive structure built to welcome visitors from other worlds. Today she welcomed representatives from 12 different species, all formerly under Vrexian control. On behalf of humanity, I welcome you to Earth, Jiwan said. She wore a formal diplomatic uniform now instead of military gear, but everyone knew she was still a warrior at heart. You are safe here. You are among friends. The alien representatives looked around the station with wonder. They had expected Earth to be primitive. Instead, they found advanced technology everywhere. Clean energy, artificial gravity, comfortable living spaces designed for many different types of beings. A representative from Thalen, an insect-like species with 4 arms, spoke through a translator. Earth has done what we thought impossible. You defeated the Vrexians. You inspired us to fight. My world is free now because of you. Jiwan nodded humbly. You freed yourselves. We just showed you it was possible. But everyone in the room knew the truth. Earth had done more than just inspire. Over the past 6 months, humanity had sent military advisors to dozens of worlds. They had shared weapons technology. They had provided strategic guidance. The rebellion succeeded because Earth helped them succeed. Captain Hyunsu commanded the first Earth Expeditionary Fleet. 5 warships, each carrying advanced weapons and volunteer crews. They patrolled the space near former Vrexian territories, protecting newly independent worlds from pirates and remnant Vrexian forces. Captain, we're receiving a distress signal, his communications officer reported. It's from Kelvar 3. They're under attack by Vrexian loyalists. A small fleet, maybe 20 ships. Yunsu checked the distance. How long to reach them? 6 hours at maximum speed. Go battle stations. Let's show these loyalists that the Vrexian Empire is finished. The Earth fleet jumped to hyperspace. Unlike Vrexian ships, human vessels didn't rely on the same power technology. They had developed their own hyperspace drives, immune to the quantum disruption field. 6 hours later, they emerged near Kelvar 3. The planet was under bombardment. Vrexian loyalist ships fired on the surface trying to punish the world for rebelling. But when Earth ships appeared, everything changed. Yunsu didn't bother with warnings. The loyalists had been given months to surrender. They had chosen war instead. Fire at will. Earth's weapons tore through the Vrexian ships. These weren't the helpless vessels caught in the quantum disruption field. These ships had working weapons and shields. But it didn't matter. Human technology was simply superior. The battle lasted 11 minutes. Every Vrexian loyalist ship was destroyed. On Kelvar 3, the people looked up at the sky and saw their saviors. Earth had come to protect them. The humans had kept their promise. Lieutenant Yunji now led the Galactic Communication Network, a new organization designed to help different species communicate. She worked with linguists from many worlds, creating a universal translator system that worked for hundreds of languages. The problem with galactic communication, she explained to her team, is that everyone uses different systems. The Vrexians had translators, but they only translated into Vrexian language. They didn't care about communication between other species. We're going to change that. Her team worked day and night. They collected language samples from every species they encountered. They built databases of grammar and vocabulary. They created software that could translate in real time. Within months, species that had never spoken to each other before could now communicate easily. One of her colleagues, a linguist named Arjun, was amazed by the results. Do you realize what this means? For the first time in galactic history, different species can actually talk to each other freely. This will change everything, Yunji smiled. That's the idea. Communication prevents war. Understanding prevents conflict. If we can help species talk to each other, maybe they won't fight as much. Colonel Minho visited one of the training facilities on Mars. Earth had built several such facilities to train alien soldiers in modern combat tactics. The aliens learned how to use advanced weapons, how to coordinate attacks, how to defend their worlds effectively. These soldiers will return to their home worlds, Minho explained to a visiting journalist. They'll teach others. They'll create professional militaries capable of defending themselves. Earth won't always be there to protect everyone. We're teaching them to protect themselves. The journalist, a woman named Elena, watched alien soldiers practicing with human weapons. Some people say Earth is building an army. They say you're creating loyal forces that will owe humanity their allegiance. Minho shook his head. We're creating free forces that owe humanity nothing except maybe gratitude. Every weapon we give comes with no strings attached. Every tactic we teach is freely shared. These soldiers will defend their own worlds, not ours. And if one of these worlds decides to attack Earth someday, Minho laughed, then we'll defend ourselves just like we did against the Vrexians. But we don't think that will happen. We treat everyone with respect. We don't conquer. We don't enslave. We help and then we leave. That's the human way. Major Seojin had a different role now. He led the prisoner exchange program. Thousands of Vrexian prisoners were still in human custody. Seojin worked to return them to Vrexian space, to whatever remained of their empire. Many of the prisoners didn't want to leave. If I return, they'll execute me, one Vrexian officer told Seojin. I lost my ship. In Vrexian culture, that means death. Seojin considered this. Then you can request asylum on Earth. We'll grant it if you agree to certain conditions. You must renounce violence. You must learn human laws. You must contribute to society in some way. Dozens of Vrexians accepted this offer. They stayed on Earth, finding new lives on a world that had defeated them but treated them fairly. It was strange, but somehow it worked. President Doyen addressed the United Nations General Assembly. Every seat was filled. Every nation sent representatives. The topic was simple but important: Earth's future role in the galaxy. 6 months ago we were attacked, Doyen began. We defended ourselves. We won. Now we face a choice. Do we retreat back into isolation? Do we pretend the galaxy doesn't exist? Or do we step forward and help build a better future? The hall was silent. Everyone waited for his next words. I propose we step forward, not as conquerors, not as rulers, but as protectors and friends. We offer our technology to peaceful species. We offer our protection to weak worlds. We offer our friendship to anyone who wants it. But we also make clear, we will defend ourselves against any threat. Earth is not conquering the galaxy, but Earth will help make the galaxy a better place. The vote was unanimous. Earth would engage with the galaxy. Humanity would become a major galactic power, not through conquest, but through aid and protection. Admiral Krevmal, still a prisoner but treated well, watched Earth's transformation from his comfortable cell. He had access to news reports. He could see what humanity was doing across the galaxy, and he felt a strange emotion. Respect. We should have studied them more carefully, he told his guard one day. We should have understood what kind of species they were before we attacked. The guard, a young soldier named Junho, nodded. That's a lesson you learned too late, but maybe others will learn from your mistake. What will happen to me? Krevmal asked. Will I be executed? No, Earth doesn't execute prisoners. Eventually you'll be exchanged or released. You might go home. You might request asylum. The choice will be yours. Krevmal thought about this. If I return to what's left of the Vrexian Empire, they will kill me for losing the fleet. If I stay here, I live, but I'm a traitor to my people. Then perhaps you should consider a third option, Junho suggested. Help us understand the Vrexian people better. Teach us your culture, your history, your perspective. Become a bridge between our species. That way maybe future conflicts can be avoided. It was a strange idea. But after months of captivity, Krevmal had learned that humans had strange ideas that often worked. He nodded slowly. I will consider it. Commander Yuna led Earth's intelligence services. Her job was to monitor the galaxy, identifying threats before they became problems. Her network of agents and sensors spread across dozens of star systems. We've identified 3 potentially hostile empires, she reported to President Doyen. The Korthan Dominion, the Selvik Union, and the Makthar Horde. All 3 were considering expansion toward Earth space. But after seeing what we did to the Vrexians, all 3 have backed off. Good, Doyen said. We don't want more wars, but we need to be ready if they come. We are ready, sir. Our fleets are stronger than ever. Our weapons are more advanced, and now we have allies across the galaxy. If anyone attacks Earth, they won't just fight us. They'll fight all the worlds we've helped. That was the truth that changed everything. Earth wasn't alone anymore. Dozens of worlds owed humanity their freedom. Hundreds of species respected human technology and fairness. The galaxy had learned 3 important lessons in 6. Commander Tay stood before the camera. Behind him, the command center was a hive of activity. People rushed between stations. Screens showed military installations across Earth coming online. But Tay's face was calm, almost serene. He had delivered 1,000 diplomatic messages in his career. This would be his most important. He pressed the transmission button. The message would reach the Valdran fleet in seconds. It would reach their homeworld in hours. Soon the entire galaxy would hear what humanity had to say. Commander Vexthor of the Valdran Collective, this is Commander Tay of United Earth Command. You came to our system. You demanded our surrender. You destroyed one of our colonies to demonstrate your power. You killed 3 million human beings who had done nothing to you. You expected us to kneel. You were wrong. Tay paused. He looked directly into the camera. When he spoke again, his voice was steady but carried an edge that had never been there before. Humanity achieved peace on Earth 50 years ago. We united our world. We ended our wars. We reached for the stars with hope in our hearts. The Valdran Collective has interpreted this as weakness. You believe we chose peace because we feared war. Let me correct this misunderstanding. We chose peace because we became too efficient at war. We learned that fighting each other would lead to mutual destruction. So we stopped. We turned our weapons into tools. We transformed our warships into explorers. We hoped we would never need to remember the old ways. You have reminded us. In the Valdran command ship, Vexthor watched the transmission with his officers. Some of them were laughing. The primitive human still thought words would save his species. Foolish creatures. Since you have chosen battle, Tay continued, let us show you how it's done. The transmission ended. Vexthor stopped laughing. Something in those final words made his blood run cold. He turned to his sensor officer. Status report. The officer checked his displays. All systems normal, Commander. The human defense fleet remains in position near Earth. No change in their formations. No weapons charging. They're not. He stopped. His face went pale. Commander, I'm detecting anomalies. What kind of anomalies? Spatial distortions. Hundreds of them. All around us. On Earth, Captain Hyun sat in the pilot seat of the experimental ship Phantom. Around him, his crew worked their stations with practiced efficiency. They had trained for this moment for 3 years. Now it was finally time. Jump drive charged, his navigator reported. Coordinates locked. All systems ready, Hyun smiled. The Valdrans had no idea what was coming. Execute jump, space twisted. Reality bent. And suddenly the Phantom was no longer near Earth. It was right in the middle of the Valdran fleet. Along with 500 other ships just like it. The Valdran sensors screamed warnings. Ships appeared from nowhere, materializing out of empty space. They surrounded the Valdran fleet completely. Every direction showed human vessels. Weapons hot, systems active. Ready for war. Impossible, Vexthor whispered. They don't have this technology. Our intelligence said they were primitives. They haven't even left their own star system. His tactical officer's voice shook. Commander, the human ships are charging weapons. Energy signatures unlike anything in our database. The displays lit up with warnings. They're targeting every ship in our fleet simultaneously. In a hidden facility deep beneath Antarctica, Dr. Sora watched her life's work come online. The quantum disruption cannon had taken 15 years to develop. Most people said it was impossible. She had proven them wrong. Power levels at maximum, her assistant reported. Targeting solution locked on Valdran flagship. Sora's fingers moved across her console. Remember, we're not trying to destroy them. Not yet. This is just the opening move. We want them to understand what they're facing. Fire when ready. The cannon fired. A beam of pure quantum energy lanced through space faster than light. It struck the Valdran flagship's shields, but instead of being absorbed or deflected, the beam simply passed through as if the shields didn't exist. It hit the hull. Valdran armor, supposedly impenetrable, rippled and dissolved like water. The beam carved through 3 decks before Sora shut it down. She had made her point. The Valdrin shields were useless. Their armor was paper. Humanity could destroy them any time they wanted. Vexthor stood in his command center, watching alarms flash across every screen. His shields had failed. His armor had been penetrated. His fleet was surrounded, and the humans hadn't even begun their real attack yet. "Open a channel to Earth," he ordered. His voice had lost its arrogance.
"I need to speak with Commander Tay immediately." "Channel opening," his communication officer said.
But then she frowned. "Commander, we're receiving a transmission. It's from the human fleet. All frequencies. Maximum power. They want everyone to hear this." The message played. It was not Commander Tay. It was a woman's voice, strong and cold as ice. "Valdrin Fleet, this is Admiral Yuna of the United Earth Defense Force. You have entered our space without permission. You have destroyed our property. You have murdered our people. Under the laws of war, this makes you our enemy. But we are not like you. We will give you one chance to leave. Power down your weapons. Turn your ships around. Leave our system and never return. You have 30 seconds to comply." Vexthor looked at his tactical display. His fleet still outnumbered the humans. His ships were larger, more powerful. Centuries of Valdrin engineering. They couldn't possibly lose to these primitives. Could they? "Commander," his tactical officer said urgently, "I'm detecting more spatial anomalies. Thousands of them. Sir, there are more human ships jumping in. They just doubled their fleet. No, tripled. They're still coming." The displays showed the truth. Human ships appeared faster and faster. Different sizes. Different designs. All of them armed. All of them surrounding the Valdrins. The numbers kept climbing. Soon the human fleet outnumbered the Valdrins 5-1. Then 10-1. Where did they all come from? Vexthor demanded. Our scouts reported only a few hundred ships. Where were they hiding? His intelligence officer pulled up reports. "Commander, our scouts only surveyed Earth orbit. They never checked the outer system, the asteroid belt, the moons, the deep space stations. The humans have been building ships everywhere. Hiding them, waiting. Time's up," Admiral Yuna's voice announced. "You chose to stay, very well. All human ships, weapons free. Show them what we do to invaders." The human fleet opened fire, but it was not what the Valdrins expected. These were not simple energy weapons or kinetic projectiles. These were weapons designed by a species that had perfected the art of killing each other for thousands of years, before turning that expertise outward. Quantum torpedoes that phased through shields. Gravity wells that crushed ships like tin cans. Electromagnetic pulses that fried electronics instantly. Nanite swarms that ate through armor. Plasma bursts that burned hotter than stars. And weapons the Valdrins didn't even have names for. Captain Hune led his squadron through the chaos. The Phantom danced between enemy ships, weapons firing with precision. His crew worked like a machine. Target fire, move. Target fire, move. Every shot hit. Every hit counted. 3 enemy cruisers down, his weapons officer reported. 4 destroyers disabled. Enemy formation breaking apart. They're trying to retreat. Don't let them, Hyun ordered. Nobody leaves until we're done sending our message. On Vexthor's flagship, alarms screamed from every system. His fleet was being torn apart. Ships exploded. Crews died. The humans fought with a precision and ruthlessness that terrified him. These were not primitives. These were predators. He had made a terrible mistake. The screens in the command center showed something that made everyone stop breathing. Massive ships, dozens of them, appearing one by one in Earth's orbit. They were unlike anything humanity had ever seen. Dark metal surfaces that seemed to absorb light itself. Weapons that glowed with an eerie purple energy. These were not friendly visitors. Commander Tay stood in the center of the United Earth Command, watching the alien fleet take position around their planet. He was a tall man with gray hair and tired eyes. For 30 years he had served Earth's diplomatic corps. He had negotiated treaties, prevented wars, and brought peace to countless conflicts. But he had never seen anything like this. The communication system crackled to life. A harsh, grinding voice filled the room. It spoke through a translator, but the tone was clear. These aliens were not here to talk as equals. Primitive species of the third planet. You will identify yourselves. Tay stepped forward and activated his microphone. He kept his voice calm and professional. This is Commander Tay of the United Earth Command. We welcome you to our system. We hope to establish peaceful relations with your people. The alien voice laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. Peaceful relations. How amusing. I am Commander Vexthor of the Valdrin Collective. We do not negotiate with primitives. We conquer them. Behind Tay, the command staff exchanged worried glances. Admiral Yuna, a woman with sharp features and even sharper instincts, moved closer to the tactical display. She had commanded Earth's defense fleet for 15 years. She knew a threat when she saw one. Commander Vexthor, Tay continued, still maintaining his diplomatic tone. Earth is home to 10 billion people. We have achieved peace among ourselves after centuries of conflict. We have much to offer in terms of trade, technology, and cultural exchange. There is no need for hostility. You misunderstand your position, Vexthor replied. The Valdrin Collective has conquered 200 star systems. Your primitive weapons cannot harm us. Your defenses are meaningless. You have one choice: surrender or be destroyed. Tay looked at Admiral Yuna. She was already pulling up data on her screen. The numbers were not good. The Valdrin ships outnumbered Earth's fleet 3-1. Their weapons showed energy signatures far beyond anything humanity had encountered. Their shields could probably withstand anything Earth threw at them. We need time to consider your offer, Tay said carefully. Such a decision affects our entire species. Surely you can understand that. Time? Very well. We are not without mercy. You have 24 hours to surrender unconditionally. But so you understand the consequences of defiance, we will provide a demonstration. The communication cut off. Tay felt his blood run cold. Get me a line to Mars Colony now. The technician's hands flew across the keyboard. Connecting now, sir. The screen showed Governor Park's face. She looked concerned. Commander Tay, we're tracking the alien fleet. What's happening? Governor, I need you to evacuate Mars Colony immediately. Get everyone to the emergency shelters. Do it now, Governor Park's eyes widened. But that will take hours. We have 3 million people here. The shelters can't hold everyone. Just start the evacuation, please. Admiral Yuna grabbed Tay's arm. Look at the tactical display. 5 Valdrin ships were breaking away from the main fleet. They were heading toward Mars, their weapons were charging. Tay watched in horror as the ships reached Mars orbit. He saw the weapons fire. Purple beams of energy struck the colony domes. The screens went white. When the light faded, Mars Colony was gone. 3 million people, gone in seconds. The red planet's surface showed a massive crater where the colony had stood. Debris floated in space. Nothing could have survived. The command center fell silent. Some people were crying. Others just stared at the screens in shock. Tay felt his hands shaking. He had failed. His diplomacy had meant nothing. Vexthor's voice returned. That was your demonstration. 3 million of your kind gone. This is the price of hesitation. You now have 23 hours and 57 minutes to surrender. If you refuse, Earth will share Mars Colony's fate. We will give you time to consider carefully. The communication ended again. Tay turned away from the screens. He couldn't look at the crater anymore. Behind him, Admiral Yuna was already on her private channel. She was calling someone. Her voice was low and urgent. Get me General Kang, tell him it's time. Tell him the council will need to convene immediately. Tay looked at her. What are you doing? What I should have done the moment they arrived, Yuna replied. I'm activating the defense protocols. All of them. They'll destroy us, Tay said quietly. You saw what they did to Mars, we can't fight them. Yuna met his eyes. Can't we? Commander, you've spent your life in diplomacy. You don't know what Earth has been building. You don't know what we're capable of when someone threatens our home. Within the hour, the United Earth Council gathered in the secure bunker beneath Geneva, 50 leaders representing every nation on Earth. They had seen the footage from Mars. They had heard the Valdrin ultimatum. Now they had to decide humanity's future. The debate was short. Some argued for surrender. They said living under Valdrin rule was better than extinction. Others argued for negotiation. They believed there must be some way to reach an agreement. But most argued for something else entirely. General Kang stood before the council. He was an older man, his face lined with scars from old battles. He had commanded Earth's military forces for 20 years. He had fought in the last great war before unification. He knew what humans could do when pushed to the edge. Council members, he said, his voice steady and firm, the Valdrins have made a mistake. They think we are weak because we chose peace. They think we are primitives because we haven't conquered our neighbors. They are wrong. Humanity didn't achieve peace because we forgot how to fight. We achieved peace because we became too good at it. We learned that war between humans was suicide. But these aliens? They're not human, and they just killed 3 million of our people. The vote was unanimous. Earth would not surrender. Earth would not negotiate. Earth would show the Valdrins exactly what happened when someone threatened humanity's home. Commander Tay returned to the command center. He had one more job to do, one more diplomatic message to send. But this time it would be different. This time he would not be asking for peace. He would be delivering a warning. The countdown clock showed 18 hours until the Valdrin deadline. 18 hours until they expected Earth's surrender. Tay looked at the prepared message on his screen. He took a deep breath. Then he opened the communication channel to the Valdrin fleet. It was time for humanity to stop talking and start showing these aliens what humans did best. Lieutenant Jin checked his equipment one final time. The stealth suit was active. The quantum blade was charged. His neural implant was synced with his team. Everything was ready. Around him, 99 other soldiers did the same. They were humanity's best. Special operations, ghost protocols, the kind of soldiers that appeared in enemy territory and disappeared like smoke. Their mission was simple in theory, complex in execution. Jump deep into Valdrin space, find their military installations, disable them, make sure the Valdrins understood that nowhere was safe, not even their home systems. All teams report ready, Jin said quietly. His voice was transmitted directly to his team through their neural links. No radio signals, no chance of detection. Acknowledged came the responses. Each soldier confirmed. Each one knew this might be a one-way trip. They went anyway. The transport ship, invisible to sensors thanks to adaptive camouflage, jumped into hyperspace. When it emerged, it was deep in Valdrin territory. 3 systems away from their capital world. Right in the heart of enemy space. Drop in 30 seconds, the pilot announced. Target zone is a military shipyard. Estimated enemy forces, 5,000 soldiers, 20 armed ships. You'll be outnumbered 50-1. Jin smiled behind his helmet. Only 50-1? They should have brought more. His team launched from the ship in individual drop pods. They fell toward the shipyard like meteors. But unlike meteors, they had purpose. They had training. And they had centuries of human military evolution backing every move. The pods hit the shipyard's outer hull. The soldiers emerged immediately. They moved in perfect coordination. No words needed. The neural link connected their minds. They thought as one organism. Jin's blade cut through a blast door like it was paper.
Quantum edges could slice through anything.
The team poured through. They moved fast, silent, deadly. The first Valdrin guards never knew what hit them. One moment they were patrolling. The next they were unconscious on the floor. Jin's team used non-lethal weapons when possible. This was not about killing. This was about sending a message. They reached the command center within 5 minutes. The Valdrin commander barely had time to sound the alarm before Jin's team had control. They locked the doors, disabled communications, took over the shipyard systems. Plant the charges, Jin ordered. We have 10 minutes before reinforcements arrive. His team moved efficiently. They placed explosive charges on key structures, power generators, weapon systems, ship construction bays. When they detonated, the shipyard would be crippled for months, maybe years, but Jin had one more task. He accessed the shipyard's communication system. He recorded a message. Then he broadcast it on all Valdrin military frequencies. This is Lieutenant Jin of Earth's Special Operations Command. We are currently in your shipyard in the Kelvar system. We have disabled your defenses. We have placed charges on every critical system. In 10 minutes, this facility will be destroyed. This is what happens when you threaten humanity. We will find you. We will reach you. No matter where you hide. No matter how far you run. Earth remembers. Earth does not forgive. The message ended. Jin's team was already moving to the extraction point. They had 8 minutes left. More than enough time. On the Valdrin homeworld, the High Command received Jin's transmission with growing horror. Humans. In their territory. Striking their installations. This was supposed to be impossible. The Valdrin Collective had the best sensors in the galaxy, the strongest defenses, yet humans had waltzed through like they owned the place. How did they get past our detection grid? Supreme Commander Var demanded. Someone explain this to me. His chief scientist looked pale. Supreme Commander, we've been analyzing human technology. Their stealth systems operate on principles we don't understand. They manipulate quantum states, bend light, absorb sensor waves. It's like they're not even there. Then how do we fight them? The scientist had no answer. Back on Earth, Colonel Rin studied the tactical displays. Jin's mission was just the first. She had 50 more teams ready to deploy, 50 more strikes across Valdrin space. They would hit shipyards, weapons factories, supply depots, communication hubs, everything that kept the Valdrin military running. "Ma'am, Jin's team reports successful extraction," her aide announced. "0 casualties." "Mission complete," Rin nodded. "Good. Deploy teams 2 through 10. Same protocol. Hit them fast. Hit them hard. Make them understand that fighting Earth means fighting a war on every front." Across Valdrin space, human strike teams materialized like ghosts. They appeared in military bases, industrial complexes, research facilities. Each team completed their mission with surgical precision. They destroyed strategic targets, captured intelligence, left messages that terrified enemy soldiers. The Valdrin military tried to respond. They fortified their installations, increased patrols, upgraded sensors. Nothing worked. The humans always found a way through. They adapted to every defense, overcame every obstacle. In the war room on Earth, strategic analyst Day presented his findings to General Kang. Day was young for his position, barely 30 years old. But his mind was brilliant. He could see patterns others missed, predict enemy movements before they happened. "General, the Valdrins are breaking," Day said, pointing to the holographic display. "Their military doctrine is rigid, based on overwhelming force and superior technology. They've never faced an enemy that adapts faster than they can respond. Their commanders don't know how to handle asymmetric warfare. They're making mistakes." Kang studied the display. "What kind of mistakes?" "They're pulling ships from frontline duty to guard their home systems. That weakens their offensive capability. They're also redirecting resources from exploration and colonization to military production. That damages their economy. Most importantly, they're arguing among themselves. Some commanders want to press the attack. Others want to negotiate. The Valdrin High Command is fracturing. How long until they collapse completely?" Day smiled. "At current rates, 3 months. Maybe 4. But we can speed that up. If we target their supply lines and communication networks, we can cut their empire in half. Isolated systems will be forced to defend themselves. The collective will cease to exist as a unified force." Kang considered this. Destroying the Valdrin collective was not the goal. The goal was to ensure they never threatened Earth again. But if the collective fell apart, other species might see it as an opportunity. Chaos could spread across the galaxy. "We need to be careful," Kang said. "We're not conquerors. We're defenders. If we destroy the Valdrins completely, we become the thing we're fighting against. No, we hit them hard enough that they learn their lesson, but we leave them intact enough to rebuild. Under our terms." "Understood, sir." "What are your orders?" "Continue the strikes, but shift the focus. Instead of destroying their installations, we capture them. We take control. We show them that we could rule their empire if we wanted to. Then we give it back, on condition that they never threaten another species again." Day's eyes widened. "That's brilliant, sir. We demonstrate total dominance without committing genocide. We become the power that could destroy them, but chooses mercy instead. They'll fear us and respect us." "Exactly. Relay the new orders to all teams. We're not here to end the Valdrin collective. We're here to teach them a lesson they'll never forget." On the Valdrin homeworld, Supreme Commander Var watched his empire crumble. System after system reported human incursions. Facility after facility went dark. His fleets were scattered. His soldiers were terrified. And he had no idea how to stop it. For the first time in Valdrin history, they were losing a war. General Kang stood in the war room deep beneath Geneva. Around him, holographic displays showed the battle in Earth orbit. The Valdrin fleet was being systematically dismantled. Their ships tried to fight back, but human tactics were too fast, too unpredictable. This was humanity's true strength. Not technology, not numbers, but the ability to think, adapt, and overcome. Admiral Yuna reports 60% of enemy fleet disabled. An officer announced. "Minimal casualties on our side. 3 ships damaged, being pulled back for repairs." Kang nodded. The battle was going better than expected. But he had not survived 40 years of military service by underestimating enemies. "Tell Admiral Yuna to maintain pressure but avoid unnecessary kills. We want survivors. We want them to go home and tell everyone what happened here." Yes, sir. Kang turned to another screen. This one showed Commander Vexthor's flagship. It was damaged but still operational. The Valdrin commander was trying to rally his forces, trying to organize a retreat. It would not work. Humanity had learned from thousands of years of warfare. One lesson above all others: never let a beaten enemy escape to regroup. Contact Captain Hyun. Tell him to cut off all Valdrin escape routes. Use the gravity net if necessary. In space, Captain Hyun received the orders. He smiled grimly. The gravity net was one of humanity's newer weapons. Designed by physicist Day, it used artificial gravity wells to trap ships in a specific area. Like fishing with a net, but in 3 dimensions. Deploy gravity net projectors, Hyun ordered. Full sphere around the enemy fleet. I want every exit closed. 6 specialized ships moved into position. They formed a perfect hexagon around the Valdrin fleet. Blue energy beams shot between them, creating an invisible cage. Any ship that tried to leave would find itself pulled back by artificial gravity. They were trapped. On the Valdrin flagship, panic was spreading. Officers shouted reports. Systems failed. Fires burned in lower decks. And still the humans kept coming. They fought like nothing Vexthor had ever seen. They used tactics that made no sense according to standard military doctrine. They split their forces, attacked from impossible angles, used their smaller ships as shields for larger ones. It was chaos, but it was controlled chaos. Every move had a purpose. Sir, we can't break through, his tactical officer reported. They've deployed some kind of containment field. Every ship that tries to jump away gets pulled back. We're trapped. Vexthor slammed his fist on the console. This is impossible. Humans are supposed to be primitive. They should still be fighting with chemical rockets and nuclear weapons. Where did they get this technology? His intelligence officer looked up from her station. She had been analyzing human transmissions. Commander, I've been monitoring their communications. They're not using any alien technology. These are all human innovations. They developed everything themselves. How? They've only been a unified species for 50 years. Before that, they were divided, she explained. Multiple nations. Multiple governments. All competing. All developing weapons to use against each other. For thousands of years. Commander, they perfected the art of war before they even reached space. We never stood a chance. A new transmission cut through all frequencies. It was not Admiral Yuna this time. It was a man's voice. Deep and commanding, Commander Vexthor. This is General Kang of the United Earth Military Command. Your fleet is surrounded. Your weapons are ineffective. Your shields are down. You have 2 options. Surrender now or watch your entire fleet be destroyed. Choose. Vexthor looked around his command center. His crew looked back at him with fear in their eyes. They were warriors of the Valdrin Collective. They had conquered planets. They had never known defeat. Until now. Open a channel, he said quietly. But before the channel could open, something new appeared on the sensors. Ships jumping in from deep space. Dozens of them. Vexthor felt hope flare in his chest. Reinforcements. The Valdrin High Command had sent the 2nd Fleet. Sir, Valdrin ships incoming, his sensor officer reported. 2nd Fleet. 75 ships. They're moving to engage the humans. In the Earth War Room, General Kang watched the new arrivals. He had expected this. Intelligence suggested the Valdrins had multiple fleets. This was just the first reinforcement. There would be more. Sir, orders? His tactical officer asked. Kang smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. Activate the drone swarms. Let's show them what Engineer Nari has been working on. Deep in the asteroid belt, massive cargo ships opened their bays. Millions of small objects poured out into space. They looked like metal insects. Each one was no bigger than a human hand. But together, they were devastating. Engineer Nari sat at her control station on Earth. She had designed these drones herself. Each one had basic artificial intelligence. They could think. They could learn. They could adapt. Most importantly, they could multiply. Each drone could build more drones using materials from destroyed ships or asteroids. Swarm active, Nari reported. Beginning attack pattern Alpha 7. Estimated time to full coverage, 4 minutes. The Valdrin 2nd Fleet moved confidently toward Earth. Their commander, Admiral Zeth, had heard about the 1st Fleet's troubles. But he had more ships, better preparation. He would not make Vexthor's mistakes. Then his sensors detected the swarm. At first it looked like debris. Space junk, nothing to worry about. But the swarm moved with purpose. It accelerated toward his fleet. Fast. Weapons target that debris field, Zeth ordered. Clear our path, his ships fired. Energy beams lanced through space. They hit the swarm, destroyed thousands of drones. But millions remained, and they kept coming. The swarm reached the first Valdran ship. The drones landed on the hull. Then they began to eat. They consumed the metal, used it to build more drones. Each drone spawned 2 more, then 4, then 8. The growth was exponential. Within minutes, the Valdran ship was covered in drones. They ate through the armor, entered the ship, destroyed systems from the inside. The ship went dark. Dead in space by the void, Zeth whispered. What are those things? His tactical officer's voice shook. Sir, they're self-replicating. Every ship they destroy gives them more materials, more drones. They're growing exponentially. At this rate, they'll consume our entire fleet in 30 minutes. Zeth tried to think. There had to be a way to fight this. Some weakness. But the drones were too small for ship weapons to target effectively. Too numerous to destroy individually. And they just kept multiplying. All ships, full retreat, he ordered. Maximum speed. Jump to hyperspace as soon as you're clear of the gravity well. But the swarm was faster. Drones launched themselves from consumed ships toward new targets. They spread like a disease. Within 20 minutes, half of Zeth's fleet was dark, covered in metal insects that ate everything. Back on Earth, General Kang watched the battle. The drone swarms were performing beyond expectations, but he knew this was just the beginning. The Valdrans would send more fleets. They would try different tactics. They would eventually adapt, that was fine. Humanity could adapt faster. Contact Lieutenant Jin, Kang ordered. Tell him to prepare the strike teams. If the Valdrans want to keep sending fleets, we'll show them what happens when humans take the fight to their territory. It's time we paid them a visit. The war had only just begun, and humanity was just getting started. The message arrived on every communication channel in the galaxy. Every species with the technology to receive it heard the same thing. A Valdran voice, broken, desperate, begging. This is Supreme Commander Var of the Valdran Collective. I am broadcasting this message to all species. To the humans of Earth, we surrender unconditionally, completely. We beg for mercy. We beg for peace. Please stop. In the Earth Command Center, Commander Tay listened to the message. Around him, the staff waited quietly. 3 months had passed since the war began. 3 months of systematic dismantling of Valdran military power. 3 months of humanity showing the galaxy what happened when someone made Earth angry. Should we respond, sir? An officer asked. Tay nodded slowly. He had started this war with words. It seemed fitting that he should end it the same way. Open a channel. All frequencies. I want everyone to hear this. The channel opened. Tay stood before the camera just as he had 3 months ago. But he looked different now. Older, tired. War-aged everyone who touched it. Supreme Commander Var. The United Earth Command acknowledges your surrender. All human military operations will cease immediately. However, peace comes with conditions. You will listen to these conditions. You will accept them. There will be no negotiation. On the Valdran homeworld, Var listened with his entire high command. They had no choice. They had been beaten, completely, thoroughly, by a species they had dismissed as primitive. First, Tay continued, the Valdran Collective will pay reparations for the destruction of Mars colony. 3 million lives were lost. You will compensate the families. You will help rebuild what you destroyed. Var nodded quickly. Agreed. Second, the Valdran Collective will reduce its military to defensive forces only. No more conquest. No more expansion through force. You will release all species currently under your control. They will have the choice to remain with you or leave. It will be their choice, not yours. This was harder. The Valdran Empire had been built on conquest. But Var had seen what humans could do. He had watched his fleets burn, his installations fall, his empire crumble. He would accept any terms that meant his people survived. Agreed, he said again. Third, Earth will establish a defense network throughout this region of space. We will protect species from aggression, any species, including yours. The Valdran Collective will be under Earth's protection, but you will also be under Earth's watch. If you ever threaten another species again, we will not show mercy a second time. Var felt his pride burn. The Valdrans, protectors of hundreds of worlds, now needed protection from the species they had tried to conquer. But pride was a luxury he could no longer afford. "We accept your terms," Var said. His voice was barely a whisper. "All of them," Tay nodded. "Then the war is over. Peace begins now. But remember, Supreme Commander, remember what happened when you threatened Earth. Remember what humans are capable of. And never forget that we chose mercy when we could have chosen destruction." The transmission ended. Across the galaxy, species watched in shock. The Valdran Collective, one of the most powerful empires, had been defeated by a species barely out of their own star system. The humans had not just won. They had dominated. And then they had shown mercy. Admiral Una stood on the bridge of her flagship, watching the last human ships return from Valdran space. The fleet had suffered minimal casualties. Remarkable, considering they had fought an empire with centuries of military experience. But humans had something the Valdrans did not. Adaptability, determination, the willingness to do whatever it took to protect their home. "Admiral, all ships accounted for," her tactical officer reported. "We're receiving congratulations from Earth. The Council wants to honor you with a medal." Una shook her head. "No medals. Not for this. We did what was necessary, nothing more. The real heroes are the people of Mars who died. We were just making sure their deaths meant something." In the months that followed, Earth established the Terran Defense Network, ships stationed throughout the region. Monitoring systems watching for threats, diplomatic corps reaching out to other species. Humanity had gone from isolated to protector in a single war. Captain Hyun took a new assignment. Instructor at the Earth Military Academy, he taught young officers the tactics that had defeated the Valdrans, but he also taught them something more important: when to fight and when to show mercy, how to be strong enough to defend without becoming the oppressor. "War is not about destruction," he told his students. "It's about protection. We fight to defend, not to conquer. The moment we forget that, we become the thing we're fighting against." Dr. Sora returned to her research, but now she had new challenges. Other species wanted to understand human technology. Some wanted to buy it, others wanted to steal it. Earth had to decide carefully. Share too much and others might use human weapons for conquest. Share too little, and species might feel threatened by Earth's power. "We'll share defensive technology," General Kang decided. "Shields, sensors, medical advances. But our weapons stay with us. We've proven we can be trusted with them. Others need to earn that trust." The Valdran Collective slowly rebuilt under Earth's watchful eye. Many species that had been under Valdran control chose to leave. They formed their own governments, their own alliances. The galaxy became more diverse, more free. Some Valdrans hated humans for their defeat. They plotted revenge. But most Valdrans learned the lesson. They studied human history. They saw a species that had almost destroyed itself with war, a species that had learned to control their aggression, to channel it only when necessary. The Valdrans began to change, slowly, painfully, but they changed. 5 years after the war, Supreme Commander Var traveled to Earth. It was a diplomatic visit, official, formal, but also personal. He wanted to see the world that had defeated him, wanted to understand the species that had shown him mercy. Commander Tay met him at the landing pad. The two leaders stood face to face. Once enemies, now something else. Not quite friends, but not enemies either. "Thank you," Var said quietly, "for stopping when you did. You could have destroyed us. Many species would have. But you chose mercy," Tay nodded. "We didn't want to destroy you. We wanted to teach you. The galaxy has room for many species, many cultures, many ways of life, but not for empires built on conquest and fear. The Valdran Collective can still be great, just not at others' expense." Var looked at Earth below. Blue and green and beautiful, a small planet that had changed the galaxy. "How did you do it? How did a species so new to space defeat us so completely?" Tay smiled. "You assumed we were primitive because we were peaceful. You thought peace meant weakness. You were wrong. Humans didn't forget how to fight. We just chose not to, until someone threatened our home. Then you learned what thousands of years of warfare evolution looks like. You learned that humanity's greatest strength is not our weapons or our technology. It's our ability to adapt, to overcome, to do whatever it takes to protect what we love." The message spread throughout the galaxy, transmitted by every species, taught in every school, remembered in every history. The last transmission from Human Command was not a threat. It was a promise, a warning, a lesson. Since you chose battle, let us show you how it's done. And humanity had shown them. Had shown everyone. Earth became known as the peaceful protector. The species that would defend anyone from aggression, but also the species that should never be threatened. The species that had proven beyond any doubt that humanity knew how to wage war better than anyone. And in command centers across human space, in military academies and diplomatic corps, one lesson was taught above all others, one truth that every human had to understand. Peace was a choice. War was a tool, and humanity would always choose peace first. But if forced to war, humanity would show the galaxy exactly what humans did best. They would show them how it was done. The war was over. The lesson was learned, and the galaxy would never be the same. Captain Sarah Chen stood on the bridge of the Prometheus Dawn, staring at the massive alien ship that had just appeared on their screens. Her hands gripped the armrest of her command chair as her heart pounded in her chest. This was it. First contact. The moment humanity had dreamed about for centuries. "They're hailing us," said Lieutenant Park from the communication station. His voice shook slightly. "Open the channel," Sarah ordered, straightening her uniform. She had practiced this moment 1,000 times in simulations, but nothing could prepare her for the real thing. The screen flickered, and an alien face appeared. It had 4 eyes, blue-scaled skin, and a mouth that seemed too wide for its head. The creature looked at them, and Sarah could have sworn she saw fear in those strange eyes. "Identify your species and origin," the alien said in perfect English. The translation technology was working flawlessly. "I am Captain Sarah Chen of Earth, representing humanity. We come in peace and seek." The alien's eyes went wide. All 4 of them. Its skin turned from blue to pale white. "Earth? Did you say Earth?" The alien's voice rose in pitch. "Yes, Earth, our home planet in the Sol system. We've recently developed faster-than-light travel and—" The screen went black. The alien ship immediately turned and jumped away, leaving a trail of exotic particles in its wake. Sarah looked at her crew. They all wore the same confused expression. "Did we say something wrong?" asked Park. "I have no idea," Sarah replied. "But I think we just scared our first aliens." 3 days later, they received another message. This time it came from multiple ships. 12 vessels surrounded the Prometheus Dawn, all of them bristling with weapons. But they didn't fire. They just waited. "Captain Chen," came a new voice over the communications channel. "I am Ambassador Krell of the Galactic Council. Please prepare to receive our delegation. We must speak with you immediately." Sarah agreed, though she made sure her security team was ready. When the airlock opened, Ambassador Krell walked through. He was tall, thin, and covered in feathers that changed color with his mood. Behind him came 6 guards, all carrying weapons but keeping them lowered. The ambassador's feathers flickered between green and yellow as he looked around the ship. "Remarkable," he whispered. "They actually did it. They reached the stars." "Ambassador, we're honored to meet you," Sarah said, extending her hand. Krell stared at it for a long moment before carefully shaking it. His hand trembled. They gathered in the conference room. Sarah brought her senior officers, Lieutenant Park, Dr. James Morrison, her chief scientist, and Commander Williams, her security officer. The ambassador sat across from them, his guards positioned behind him. "I will be direct," Krell said. His feathers had settled to a nervous orange color. "Earth has been known to the Galactic Council for 50,000 years. Sarah blinked. "That's impossible. We've only just achieved FTL travel." "Known, not contacted," Krell corrected. "Your world has been marked on our star chart since before your species built its first cities. It has been marked with warning beacons. It has been quarantined." "Quarantined?" Dr. Morrison leaned forward. "Why, is there a disease? A danger?" Krell's feathers turned dark blue. "The danger, Dr. Morrison, is you." Silence filled the room. Sarah felt anger rising in her chest. "Explain now." "I cannot, not yet. But the Council has authorized me to offer Earth immediate membership with full privileges. You will have a seat on the High Council, access to all our technology, and guaranteed trade rights." "Why would you give us all that if you think we're dangerous?" Williams asked, his hand resting near his sidearm. "Because you have already achieved FTL travel. You have already found us. The quarantine has failed and we must adapt." Krell stood up, his full height impressive. "In 3 days we will hold a formal meeting at Council Station. You and your crew are invited. Bring your best scientists and diplomats. The galaxy must meet humanity, and humanity must learn the truth. What truth? Sarah demanded. Why we overlooked Earth for so long. Why we hoped you would never reach the stars. Why every species in this room is terrified of you, even though you come in peace. Krell walked toward the airlock, then paused. Captain Chen, I have studied your species' history. Your wars, your achievements, your literature. You are brilliant, creative, and unstoppable. That is precisely what frightens us. After the delegation left, Sarah's crew sat in stunned silence. 50,000 years, Park finally said. They've known about us for 50,000 years and never made contact. They called us dangerous, Williams added. But we've never even met them before. Dr. Morrison was typing frantically on his tablet. I'm looking at the data from their warning beacons. The language is ancient, nothing in our translation database. But the mathematical symbols are universal. They marked our system with the highest danger classification. Higher than what? Sarah asked. Higher than black holes. Higher than gamma-ray bursts. Higher than anything natural. Morrison looked up, his face pale. Captain, according to these codes, Earth is considered more dangerous than a supernova. Sarah stood and walked to the window, staring at the stars. Humanity had finally reached the cosmos, fulfilling the dream of every generation before them. But instead of welcome, they found fear. Instead of celebration, they found quarantine warnings. We're going to that meeting, she said firmly, and we're going to get answers. I don't care how many secrets the Council has. I don't care how scared they are. Humanity deserves to know why our own planet was marked as a threat. And if they won't tell us? Williams asked. Sarah turned back to her crew, her jaw set with determination. Then we'll find out ourselves. Dr. Morrison spent the next 2 days trying to access public galactic databases. What he found only deepened the mystery. Earth's star system existed on maps, but it had no name in the common galactic language. Instead, it was marked with a symbol that translated roughly to "do not approach." There were no details about Earth's biosphere. No information about human civilization. It was as if someone had deliberately erased all data about them, leaving only a warning. But Morrison was thorough. He found references buried in old scientific papers, mentions of a Class 12 death world in the outer spiral arm, warnings in ancient military documents about a quarantine system containing apex predators, and strangest of all, a poem in an extinct alien language that roughly translated to, "Fear the world of endless water and endless war, where death breeds life and life breeds death." When he showed Sarah his findings, she felt a chill run down her spine. They didn't just ignore Earth, Morrison said quietly. They were actively afraid of it. Of us, but why? The Prometheus Dawn traveled to Council Station, a massive space station the size of Earth's moon. As they approached, Sarah saw hundreds of ships from dozens of species. The station itself was beautiful, covered in gardens and crystalline structures that caught the light of a nearby star. But when the Prometheus Dawn docked, something strange happened. Every ship near them moved away. The docking bay cleared. Aliens watched from windows with expressions Sarah couldn't read, but the body language was universal. Fear. Ambassador Krell met them at the airlock again. This time his feathers were bright red. "Welcome to Council Station, Captain Chen. Please follow me. The High Council is waiting, and they have decided to share the truth with you. All of it." "Finally," Sarah said. Krell's feathers darkened. "Be careful what you wish for, Captain. Some truths are heavy burdens to carry, and this truth has haunted the galaxy for 15,000 years." They walked through corridors filled with aliens who stepped aside and stared. Some looked curious. Most looked afraid. A few looked at them with something that might have been pity. Sarah kept her head high and her shoulders back. Whatever the Council had to say, humanity would face it. They had survived ice ages and plagues, wars and disasters. They had climbed from caves to the stars. No secret could be worse than what they had already overcome. But as the doors to the Council chambers opened, and she saw the assembled leaders of 1,000 worlds, all of them looking at her with the same expression of cautious terror, Sarah Chen wondered if she was about to learn just how wrong she was. The Council chamber was enormous. Representatives from over 1,000 species sat in circular rows that rose toward a domed ceiling. Sarah had never seen so many different forms of life in one place. Some were humanoid, others were completely alien. There were beings made of light, creatures that floated in tanks of liquid, and one species that seemed to be a collective of small flying insects. At the center stood High Chancellor Mora, a being that looked like a tree with eyes. Her voice was deep and ancient when she spoke. Captain Sarah Chen of Earth, you have asked why your world was overlooked, why we placed warnings around your system, why we never made contact. Mora's branches moved in what might have been a sigh. The answer is simple and terrible. We were afraid. Sarah felt her crew tense beside her. Afraid of what? We've never attacked anyone. We've never even left our solar system until now. Not afraid of what you have done, Mora replied. Afraid of what you might do. What your kind always does. Ambassador Krell stepped forward. Captain, what I am about to tell you is classified at the highest level. For 15,000 years this information has been hidden from the galaxy, but you deserve the truth even if it is painful. He activated a holographic display. An image appeared showing a planet similar to Earth. Green continents, blue oceans, white clouds. This is Carrick Prime, Krell said. 14,000 years ago we made contact with the inhabitants. They called themselves humans. They looked exactly like you. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. That's impossible. Earth is humanity's only homeworld. We evolved there. Our fossil record proves it. You evolved on Earth, yes, agreed Krell, but you were not the only ones. There were 4 worlds where human species evolved. Earth was the last undiscovered. Dr. Morrison was already typing frantically. Convergent evolution? 4 separate planets developing the same species? Not convergent, said another council member, a being with crystalline skin. Divergent. All humans share a common ancestor from before recorded history. We do not know how or why. That secret died with the precursor race millions of years ago. Krell continued the presentation. New images appeared, showing humans on different worlds. They wore different clothes, spoke different languages, but they were unmistakably human. We contacted Carrick Prime first. The humans there were friendly, curious, and eager to join the galaxy. We welcomed them. We shared our technology. We thought we had found wonderful new allies. The hologram shifted, showing human scientists working alongside aliens in laboratories, human traders in galactic markets, human children playing with alien children in parks. For 50 years everything was perfect, Krell said. His feathers turned dark blue. Then the Scifi invaded the northern territories. The hologram showed insectoid aliens attacking council worlds. Ships burning. Cities destroyed. The Scifi were powerful. They had weapons we couldn't match. We asked the humans for help. They were part of the council now, after all. They agreed immediately. Sarah watched as the hologram showed human soldiers joining the fight. They looked so much like her crew, like people she might know. It was unsettling. The humans studied Scifi technology for 3 months, Krell continued. Then they started making suggestions. Small improvements to our weapons, better tactics, more efficient shield generators. We thought they were being helpful. Morrison leaned forward. What happened? They optimized everything, Krell said quietly. Within 6 months, human engineers had reverse-engineered Scifi technology and improved it. Within a year, they had created weapons that made ours look like toys. Within 2 years, they had not only defeated the Scifi but completely conquered them. The hologram showed massive human warships, sleek and deadly, surrounding a Scifi homeworld. We asked them to stop, Mora said, her branches trembling. The war was over. The Scifi had surrendered. But humans don't just win wars. They dominate completely. They restructured the Scifi government, integrated their technology and absorbed their territory. All while claiming they were helping maintain peace. Sarah felt sick. Surely the council stopped them. We tried, Krell said. We demanded they return to their borders. They agreed, but by then they had already spread everywhere. Human traders controlled half the economy. Human scientists led every major research project. Human culture had spread to thousands of worlds. They didn't conquer with weapons. They conquered by being better at everything than everyone else. The hologram shifted again, showing graphs and statistics. Every chart showed the same pattern. Rapid human expansion, human dominance in every field. It got worse, said the crystalline council member. The humans started uplifting other species. They found primitive worlds and accelerated their development. They claimed they were helping, but they were building an empire. In 200 years, humanity went from one planet to controlling a quarter of the galaxy. What did you do? Williams asked, his voice hard. Mora's branches drooped. We did something terrible, something we have regretted ever since. We issued the Apex Predator Protocol. We decided that humanity was too dangerous to exist. Silence fell over the chamber. Sarah felt cold despite the comfortable temperature. You tried to kill them, she whispered. We did kill them, Krell said, his voice breaking. We coordinated a simultaneous strike on all human-controlled worlds. We used biological weapons, kinetic bombardment, and atmospheric purging. We wiped out billions in a single day. It was the greatest atrocity the Council has ever committed. The hologram showed worlds burning, cities collapsing, human ships exploding in space. Sarah wanted to look away but couldn't. Did any survive? Morrison asked. Some escaped, Mora replied. They fled to the outer reaches. We hunted them for centuries. The last confirmed human colony was destroyed 11,000 years ago. We thought we had eliminated them all. But we missed Earth, Krell finished. Your world was in an isolated region. Our scouts never found it. You developed slowly, naturally, without interference. And when we finally discovered you 3,000 years ago, you were still in your ancient civilizations. We placed the warning beacons and vowed to never make contact. We hoped that maybe, just maybe, you would destroy yourselves before reaching the stars. Sarah stood up, rage filling her chest. You genocided 3 human worlds and planned to ignore Earth forever because we were successful? Because we were good at things? No, Mora said firmly. Because you couldn't stop. Because humans have no concept of enough. Because every human world we encountered had the same pattern: rapid growth, aggressive expansion, and complete optimization of everything they touched. You don't conquer with malice. You conquer with excellence, and that's what makes you terrifying. Dr. Morrison was accessing files on his tablet. Permission to examine your historical archives, High Chancellor? Mora nodded. You have access to everything. No more secrets. Study our history and decide for yourself if we were wrong. Over the next week, Sarah's team buried themselves in the archives. They worked with a sympathetic council archivist named Zixthar, a small 6-limbed creature with gentle eyes. I was a child when my world met the humans from Carrick, Zixthar said quietly. They were kind to me. They showed me their technology and told me stories. I loved them. What happened? Sarah asked. They helped too much. My people were content with our simple technology. Humans saw inefficiency everywhere and fixed it. They meant well, but within a generation my culture was gone. Replaced by human methods, human thinking, human solutions. We didn't lose a war. We lost ourselves. Morrison found military reports from the ancient war. The more he read, the more disturbed he became. Sarah, you need to see this. The humans from Carrick didn't just improve weapons. They revolutionized warfare. They invented tactics the Council had never imagined. They turned peaceful mining equipment into planet-killing weapons. They weaponized asteroids, created self-replicating drones, and developed viral computer code that could shut down entire fleets. How long did it take them? Williams asked. 8 months from the start of the war to complete technological superiority. 8 months to make 14,000 years of Council military development obsolete. Sarah read report after report. Every account was the same. Humans helping, humans improving, humans optimizing. Never through force, always through innovation. But the result was always the same. Human dominance. She found personal accounts from Council members who had worked with humans. Most were glowing reviews. So creative, one wrote. They see solutions where we see problems. Another said, humans never give up. It's inspiring and exhausting. But there were warnings too. They don't understand limits, one Council member wrote. They hear impossible and take it as a challenge. Another note said, humans treat every obstacle as temporary. They will keep trying until they succeed or die. The most chilling document Sarah found was a psychological profile of humanity, written by a Council expert. Humans evolved on a hostile world where only the most adaptable survived. They developed persistence as a survival trait. They learned to cooperate in ways other species cannot match. Most dangerous of all, they have weaponized curiosity. Where other species accept the status quo, humans constantly ask, why not? This makes them the galaxy's most dangerous species, not because they are violent, but because they are unstoppable. Sarah sat back, her mind reeling. Is this what they feared? Human POTUS Sarah didn't sleep that night. She couldn't. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw those burning worlds. 3 human civilizations, billions of people, wiped out because they were too successful, and now their descendants were attacking, seeking revenge after thousands of years. Dr. Morrison knocked on her door at 0300 hours. He looked worse than she felt. "I found something," he said, holding his tablet like it might explode. "A classified file. Zixthar gave me access codes before someone noticed and cut him off. Sarah, you need to read this." The file was titled, Death World Protocols, Comprehensive Analysis of Earth and Human Evolutionary Advantages. It was 3,000 pages long. "Give me the summary," Sarah said, rubbing her tired eyes. Morrison sat down, his hands shaking slightly. Earth is classified as a Class 12 death world. That's the highest possible rating. Most council species evolved on Class 1 or Class 2 worlds. Safe planets, stable climates, few predators. And Earth? Earth has tried to kill everything on it for 4 billion years. Ice ages, asteroid impacts, supervolcanoes, mass extinctions. The planet has reset itself over and over. And somehow, life kept coming back stronger. Sarah thought about her home world. Blue oceans, green forests, peaceful mountains. Earth seems pretty peaceful to me. Morrison laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Captain, Earth is a nightmare by galactic standards. Listen to this." He read from the report. "Earth possesses extreme temperature variations, deadly weather patterns, toxic plant life, venomous animals, and apex predators in every environmental niche. The dominant species, humanity, evolved by outcompeting every other apex predator on the planet." "We're just adapted to our environment," Sarah protested. "That's what makes it terrifying," Morrison replied. He pulled up comparative charts. "The average council species evolved on a world with temperature variations of maybe 20 degrees. Earth varies by over 100 degrees. Most species come from worlds where the deadliest predator is maybe 3 times their size. Earth has predators 20 times our size, and we hunted them to extinction." He showed her images of Earth animals compared to alien creatures. A council member's homeworld had nothing more dangerous than a small lizard-like creature. Meanwhile, Earth had sharks, tigers, bears, crocodiles, and snakes. All of them deadly. All of them evolved alongside humanity. "There's a whole section on human physical capabilities," Morrison continued. "Sarah, we're not normal. Look at this endurance comparison." The chart showed running distances. Most council species could sprint for a few hundred meters before exhaustion. Humans could run for hours, days if necessary. "Persistence hunting," Sarah said, remembering anthropology classes. "Our ancestors ran prey to death. We're not the fastest, but we never stop." "Exactly. And look at this injury tolerance comparison." Morrison showed her medical data. "The average council species will die from blood loss after losing 10% of their blood volume. Humans can survive losing up to 40%. They can survive broken bones, severe injuries, and infections that would kill most aliens within hours." Sarah looked at the data with growing unease. "What else?" "Human immune systems are insane. We fight off bacteria and viruses constantly. Most council species evolved in relatively sterile environments. They have weak immune systems because they never needed strong ones. We evolved with thousands of diseases trying to kill us at all times. Our bodies are constantly at war with microscopic invaders." Morrison pulled up a section on human psychology. "This is where it gets really disturbing. Human brains are wired for problem-solving under extreme stress. We evolved to make life or death decisions while being chased by predators. Most council species freeze when frightened. Humans fight or flee, and both options involve complex strategic thinking." "That doesn't make us evil," Sarah said. "No, but it makes us dangerous. Look at this section on human cooperation." He showed her studies on human social behavior. Humans form complex hierarchies, coordinate in large groups, and can work with complete strangers toward common goals. Most species can barely cooperate outside their immediate family groups. Humans built armies of thousands, then millions, all working together. Sarah read the next section herself. It was about human innovation. "Humans possess pattern recognition abilities far beyond galactic norms," the report stated. "Where other species see random data, humans see patterns. Where others see limits, humans see possibilities. Human creativity stems from their ability to combine unrelated concepts in novel ways. This makes them exceptional engineers, scientists, and strategists. It also makes them unpredictable and dangerous. There was a personal note from the council scientist who wrote the report. Sarah read it aloud. I have studied humans for 30 years. I have watched them solve problems that stumped our best minds. I have seen them befriend our most dangerous animals. I have witnessed them survive conditions that would kill any council species. But what terrifies me most is their literature. They write stories about overcoming impossible odds, about never surrendering, about dying before giving up. Their heroes are not those who survive, but those who keep fighting, even when survival is impossible. This is not a species that accepts defeat. This is a species that weaponized hope. Morrison pulled up another file. There's more. Diet analysis. Our food? Captain, humans are one of the few species that deliberately consume poison for pleasure. Sarah blinked. What? Alcohol is literally poison. It damages the liver and brain. Humans drink it socially. Capsaicin, the chemical in spicy food, triggers pain receptors. It's a defense mechanism plants evolved to avoid being eaten. Humans cultivated peppers specifically to make them more painful to eat. Caffeine is a neurotoxin that insects use as a defense. Humans drink it every morning. Sarah thought about her coffee habit. I never thought of it that way. Most council species can't process any of those chemicals. They would get violently ill or die. Humans built entire cultures around consuming things that should kill us. Morrison scrolled through more data. And we domesticated other apex predators. Dogs were wolves. We took one of Earth's top predators and turned them into companions. Cats are obligate carnivores that can kill animals much larger than themselves. We keep them as pets. We even domesticated horses, which are powerful enough to kill us with a single kick. The council must think we're insane, Sarah muttered. They think we're terrifying, but wait, there's more. Morrison found the section on human warfare. Human military history spans 10,000 years. That's longer than most council species have existed as civilizations. Humans have been fighting organized wars since before recorded history. The report included analysis of human tactics, flanking maneuvers, siege warfare, guerrilla tactics, psychological warfare, and strategic deception. The council scientists noted that most species fought wars the same way they had for millennia, direct confrontation between forces of similar size. Humans had invented hundreds of different ways to fight, each adapted to specific situations. There's a whole chapter on human strategy games, Morrison said, almost laughing. Chess, Go, poker, video games. Humans play war for fun. Children learn tactical thinking through play. No other species does this. Sarah leaned back in her chair. So according to this report, humans are super adaptable, impossible to kill, brilliant problem solvers, expert cooperators, and we practice warfare as entertainment. And we come from a world that tried to kill us for millions of years, which made us stronger instead of extinct. Yes. No wonder they're terrified. Morrison showed her the final section. This is the conclusion, the report's recommendations to the council. Sarah read the summary. Humanity represents an evolutionary apex that should not exist by normal standards. They adapted to planetary conditions that would destroy most species. They developed cognitive abilities far beyond necessity. They weaponized every advantage and turned every disadvantage into strength. Recommendation: do not contact. Do not engage. Do not provoke. If humanity reaches the stars, they will do what they have always done. Optimize everything they encounter until they dominate it, not through malice, but through nature. They cannot help it. It is what they are. The report ended with a chilling note. Humanity is not evil. That would be easier to combat. Humanity is relentless. They will keep trying, keep improving, keep pushing forward until they either succeed or die. And they have proven, throughout their entire history, that they would rather die than stop trying. Sarah closed the file. She felt strange, seeing her own species described like a force of nature rather than people. There's one more thing, Morrison said quietly. He pulled up footage from the ancient war. The humans from Carrick. Watch what they did.
The video showed human engineers examining captured Scythe weapons. Within weeks, they had figured out how they worked. Within months, they had improved them. The footage jumped forward, showing human ships with retrofitted alien technology, performing maneuvers that shouldn't be possible. They didn't just copy the technology, Morrison explained. They understood it, improved it, and combined it with their own innovations. The Council had been fighting the Scythe for decades with no progress. Humans ended the war in 2 years and came out stronger than when they started. And the Council saw this as... The emergency meeting was called at dawn Council Station time. Sarah barely had time to gather her crew before Ambassador Krell appeared at their quarters, his feathers the color of ash. "They're here," he said simply. "The Void Collective has entered the core territories. They've taken 3 more worlds in the last 12 hours. Sarah pulled up the tactical display. Red markers spread across the map like a disease. 40% of Council space was now under Void Collective control. "How is this possible?" Commander Williams asked, studying the invasion patterns. "You have thousands of ships, millions of soldiers. How are they beating you so badly?" Krell's feathers darkened further. "Because they fight like humans. Because they are humans." The Council convened an hour later. The chamber was different now. Fear had replaced the careful politeness from before. Species that had ignored each other for centuries were clustered together, seeking comfort in numbers. High Chancellor Mora stood at the center, her branches trembling. "Captain Chen, we must be honest with you now. We did not contact Earth simply because you achieved FTL travel. We contacted you because we are losing a war we cannot win. Show us," Sarah demanded. The holographic display activated, showing recent battle footage. Sarah watched in horrified fascination as Void Collective ships tore through Council defenses. The tactics were unmistakably human. Feints, ambushes, psychological warfare, and brutal efficiency. "They don't just defeat us," Krell explained. "They humiliate us. They send messages before each attack, telling us exactly what they're going to do. Then they do it anyway, and we can't stop them." Dr. Morrison was analyzing the ship designs. "Those vessels use Council technology, but the configuration is all wrong. They've modified everything. Weapons, shields, engines, everything is optimized for maximum efficiency. Just like the humans from Carrick," Sarah said quietly. "Worse," Mora replied. "The Void Collective has had 11,000 years to perfect their hatred. They've been hiding in the dark spaces between stars, growing stronger, waiting for the moment to strike. 3 months ago, they decided we were weak enough. They were right. A Council military commander, a crystalline being named Shardax, stepped forward. We have analyzed their capabilities. The Void Collective has approximately 200 worlds under their control. They possess military technology decades ahead of ours. Most concerning, they adapt to our tactics after a single engagement. We cannot surprise them. We cannot predict them. We cannot stop them." "You want us to fight them," Williams said. It wasn't a question. "We need you to fight them," Krell corrected. "You're human. You think like they do. You might be able to counter their strategies in ways we cannot imagine." Sarah felt anger rising in her chest. "Let me understand this correctly. You committed genocide against 3 human worlds. You overlooked Earth for 50,000 years. You marked our system with warning beacons. And now you want us to save you from the survivors of your own atrocity?" Silence filled the chamber. "Yes," Mora said simply. "We are asking the impossible. We know this. But the alternative is the destruction of the Council and everyone in it. The Void Collective will not stop with us. They will continue until they control the galaxy. Is that what you want?" "Maybe it's what you deserve," Sarah shot back. "Perhaps," Mora agreed, her branches sagging. "But billions of innocent people will die. Children who know nothing of the ancient war. Species that had no part in the decision to purge humanity. Do they deserve death for the crimes of their ancestors?" Sarah wanted to argue, but the words died in her throat. She thought of Earth, of the billions of humans who had no idea any of this existed. If the Void Collective won, would they stop with the Council? Or would they come for Earth next, seeing it as a world that accepted Council friendship? "Give us time to analyze the situation," she said finally. "And send us everything you have on the Void Collective. Everything." Over the next 72 hours, Sarah's team worked without sleep. They studied every battle, every transmission, every piece of intelligence the Council had gathered on the Void Collective. Lieutenant Park was monitoring communications. "Captain, I'm picking up something strange. The Void Collective broadcasts messages on open channels.
They want everyone to hear them. Play the most recent one, Sarah ordered. A voice filled the room. Human, male, speaking English with an accent that sounded ancient and strange. People of the council, we are the descendants of Carrick, Novara, and Terralux. We are the survivors of your genocide. For 11,000 years we have remembered. We have grown strong in the darkness you forced us into. We have perfected the art of war. And now we have returned to show you the consequences of trying to destroy humanity. You cannot negotiate with us. You cannot defeat us. You can only suffer as our ancestors suffered. The message ended. Sarah felt cold. They're not just fighting a war, Morrison said. This is revenge. Pure calculated revenge. Williams pulled up tactical data. They're good. Really good. Look at these battle plans. They're using human doctrine from Earth's history, blitzkrieg tactics from World War II, Roman strategic depth, Mongol mobility, Chinese deception tactics. They've studied every human conflict and weaponized all of it. Can we beat them? Sarah asked. Williams was quiet for a long moment. Honestly, I don't know. They've had 11,000 years to prepare. We've had 3 days. Dr. Morrison was examining Void Collective technology when he made a disturbing discovery. Captain, I found something. The Void Collective ships, their weapons, their entire infrastructure. It's all built on Council technology, specifically technology from the ancient war. What do you mean? They took the weapons the Council used to destroy their worlds. They reverse-engineered everything, improved it, and turned it back on the Council. It's poetic and horrifying. Sarah was about to respond when an alert flashed across her screen. Incoming transmission directed specifically at the Prometheus Dawn. Source, Void Collective Command Ship. She looked at her crew. Should we answer? We need to know what we're dealing with, Williams said. Sarah opened the channel. A face appeared on screen. Human, female, probably in her 50s. She had scars across one cheek and eyes that held ancient anger. Captain Sarah Chen of Earth, the woman said. I am Commander Alara Voss of the Void Collective. I greet you as a sister in humanity, separated by time but united by blood. Commander Voss, Sarah replied carefully. I understand you're at war with the Galactic Council. War? Alara laughed bitterly. This is justice. This is payment for genocide. The Council murdered billions of our ancestors. They hunted us through the stars like animals. They tried to erase humanity from existence. Now we return the favor. More violence won't bring them back. No, but it will ensure they never try it again. It will make humanity the dominant force in this galaxy, as we should have been thousands of years ago. Ilara leaned forward. Captain, we know Earth has made contact with the Council. We know they've shown you the archives. You know what they did? I know, Sarah admitted. Then you understand why we fight. The Council fears humanity because we're better than them at everything. They tried to solve that problem by killing us. Now we're solving the problem permanently. Alara's expression softened slightly. But Earth doesn't have to be part of their fall. Join us. Help us finish what the Council started. Together we can build a galaxy ruled by humanity, where we never have to fear being destroyed for being successful. You want us to help you conquer the galaxy? I want us to take what should have always been ours. Humanity is the apex species, Captain. We evolved on a death world. We survived extinction events, ice ages, and planetary disasters. We built civilizations that reached the stars not once but 5 times across 5 different worlds. We are superior, and it's time the galaxy accepted that. Sarah felt her stomach turn. That sounds like the justification for genocide. Is it genocide to hunt a predator that tried to kill your family? The Council made their choice 11,000 years ago. We're simply responding. Ilara's tone became more urgent. Earth has a chance to join the winning side. We're offering you alliance, partnership, and a place of honor in the new galactic order. All we ask is that you don't interfere. And if we refuse, then you side with the species that marked your world for quarantine. That left you alone for 50,000 years. That feared you so much they considered it better to ignore you than to meet you. Ilara shook her head. Why would you defend them? They would have let Earth die alone in the dark, rather than admit humanity into their precious council. You're asking us to choose between 2 kinds of wrong, Sarah said. I'm asking you to choose between family and strangers, between the species that shares your blood and the species that spilled it. The choice should be obvious. Sarah closed her eyes for a moment. Alara was offering everything the Council had denied. Acceptance, power, revenge for crimes committed against people who looked like them, Thought like them were them in every way except location. I need to discuss this with Earth, Sarah said finally. Of course. You have 48 hours. After that, we continue our advance. If Earth remains neutral, we'll leave your space untouched. If you side with the Council, Alara paused. Well, then you become complicit in their crimes. Choose wisely, sister. The transmission ended. William swore under his breath. She makes a compelling argument. That's what scares Earth's response took 36 hours. Sarah spent that time pacing the corridors of Council Station, unable to eat or sleep. The weight of the decision pressed down on her shoulders. Whatever Earth decided would echo through history forever. When the message finally came, it was from Earth's Security Council. Secretary General Hassan appeared on screen, his expression grave. Captain Chen, we have reviewed all the data. We have consulted historians, military strategists, ethicists, and scientists. We have debated and argued, and we have reached a decision. He paused. Earth rejects both offers, Sarah blinked. Sir? We will not help the Council because they do not deserve to be saved from consequences of their own making. But we will not help the Void Collective either, because revenge is not justice. Instead, we propose a third option. Hassan leaned forward. Earth will negotiate peace. Peace? Sarah almost laughed. The Void Collective has been planning this for 11,000 years. The Council committed genocide. How do we make peace between that? By being terrifyingly human, Hassan replied with a slight smile. By doing what humans do best. Finding a solution everyone else thinks is impossible. We're sending you reinforcements, Captain. Diplomats, negotiators, and a military escort. But you will not engage in combat unless absolutely necessary. Your mission is to end this war in a way that proves the Council wrong about us. And if I can't, then at least we tried to be better than what they feared we would be. The channel closed. Sarah stood alone, wondering how she was supposed to accomplish the impossible. Again, Commander Williams found her an hour later. Earth sent tactical data. Military intelligence has been analyzing Void Collective strategy. They found something. What? A pattern. The Void Collective hits military targets almost exclusively. They avoid civilian casualties whenever possible. They're not monsters, Sarah. They're angry. There's a difference. Dr. Morrison arrived with his own discovery. I've been studying the Void Collective's demands. They broadcast them constantly. They want recognition of the genocide. They want Council accountability. They want assurances it will never happen again. They want what any victim wants, acknowledgement and security. Sarah felt something click in her mind. They're fighting because they're afraid. Afraid it will happen again. Afraid humanity will be wiped out for being successful. Which means they might listen to reason, Morrison finished, if we can give them what they need. And what does the Council need? Sarah asked. Williams pulled up casualty reports. Survival, but also stability. They've maintained peace for 14,000 years. They're terrified of returning to the chaos from before. Sarah called an emergency meeting with Ambassador Krell and High Chancellor Mora. I've heard from Earth, she told them. We're not choosing sides. We're ending this war. Krell's feathers turned skeptical purple. Captain, we appreciate your optimism, but the Void Collective wants acknowledgement and security. You want peace and stability. I can give you both, but you have to do something you've never done. Sarah looked Mora directly in her eyes. You have to apologize publicly for the genocide, for the 11,000 years of hunting human survivors, for all of it. Mora's branches shook. That would destabilize the entire Council. Many species supported the purge. They would lose face. Good, Sarah interrupted. Let them lose face. Let them feel uncomfortable, because the alternative is losing everything. She pulled up the tactical display. The Void Collective is winning. In 6 months, they'll control half the galaxy. In a year, they'll reach your homeworlds. You can preserve your pride and watch your civilization burn, or you can swallow your pride and survive. And what do we receive in return? Asked Shardax, the military commander. A guarantee. Earth will mediate a treaty. The Void Collective gets recognition, reparations, and security guarantees. The Council gets peace and human technological sharing. Everyone gets to survive. You think the Void Collective will accept this? Krell asked. I think they're human and humans are practical. They've made their point. They've shown the galaxy that humanity can't be destroyed. Now they need an exit strategy that doesn't end in mutual destruction. Mora was silent for a long moment. Finally, she said, and if this fails, then Earth will defend the Council. Not because we agree with you. Not because we forgive you. But because genocide is wrong even as revenge, we won't let the Void Collective become what you tried to destroy. You would fight your own kind? To prevent them from becoming monsters? Yes, that's what being human really means. Not being unstoppable. Not being brilliant. It means choosing to be better than our worst impulses. Sarah stood. So what will it be? Pride or survival? Mora's branches drooped in what might have been a sigh. Survival. Always survival. 3 days later, Earth's reinforcements arrived. 10 ships carrying diplomats, mediators, and enough military force to make both sides nervous. Leading them was Ambassador Chen, Sarah's own mother. Mom. Sarah couldn't hide her surprise. Ambassador Chen smiled. You didn't think Earth would send anyone less qualified, did you? Besides, if we're going to reshape galactic politics, it might as well be a family project. Together, they crafted a message to the Void Collective. Not a plea, not a threat, but an invitation. Commander Voss, this is Ambassador Chen of Earth. We acknowledge the crimes committed against your ancestors. We understand your anger and your pain. We also understand your fear that history will repeat itself. But we're here to offer something the galaxy has never seen. Accountability, justice, and a path forward where humanity never has to fear extinction again. Meet with us. Let's end this war the human way. By finding a solution everyone else thinks is impossible. The response came within hours. Commander Voss agreed to a meeting on neutral ground, a small moon between territories. The negotiation took 2 weeks. Sarah watched as her mother worked miracles, pulling compromises from both sides that seemed impossible. The council agreed to a formal apology, broadcast across every world. They agreed to reparations paid over a century. They agreed to constitutional changes preventing future purges. The Void Collective agreed to cease hostilities. They agreed to return captured territories. They agreed to rejoin the galactic community, not as conquerors but as equals. But the real breakthrough came when Ambassador Chen proposed the human doctrine. Earth recognizes that we're dangerous, she explained to the assembled delegates. Not because we're evil, but because we're relentless. We optimize, we innovate, we never stop improving. Left unchecked, we could dominate the galaxy without meaning to. So we propose restrictions on ourselves. She outlined the plan. Human expansion would be regulated. Human technology sharing would be monitored. Human military forces would be limited, all enforced by Earth itself with council oversight. You're volunteering for chains? Commander Voss asked, incredulous. We're volunteering for responsibility, Ambassador Chen corrected. Power without restraint becomes tyranny. We're choosing restraint. Why? Krell asked, his feathers cycling through confused colors. Sarah stepped forward. Because you were right to fear us, and you were wrong to fear us. Yes, humans are apex predators. Yes, we evolved on a death world that made us relentless. Yes, we optimize everything we touch. But we also have something you didn't account for, the ability to choose. We can choose to be better than our instincts. We can choose cooperation over domination. That's what really makes us terrifying. Not our strength, but our capacity for growth. Commander Voss was quiet for a long time. Then she said, My ancestors died screaming. For 11,000 years we've dreamed of revenge, and now you offer us justice instead. Why should I believe you? Because we're human too, Sarah replied. We understand the desire for revenge. We understand anger. But we also understand that revenge doesn't heal wounds. It just creates new ones. Your ancestors deserve to be remembered. Their death should mean something. Make them mean peace, not more death. Voss closed her eyes. Sarah could see the internal struggle. Thousands of years of hatred fighting against the possibility of something better. One condition, Voss finally said. A memorial. On Council Station. Listing every name. Every human who died in the purge. So the galaxy never forgets what happened. Agreed, Mora said immediately. We will build it ourselves. And we will teach our children what we did so it never happens again. The treaty was signed at dawn, Council Station time. Sarah stood beside both her mother and Commander Voss as representatives from 1,000 worlds watched. The document was simple but powerful. Acknowledgement of past crimes, guarantees against future ones, and a path forward where humanity could reach its potential without threatening others. Ambassador Krell approached Sarah after the ceremony. You did the impossible, Captain. You made peace between species that were trying to destroy each other. We did what humans do best, Sarah replied. We found a third option. And now? Krell asked. What will humanity do with its place in the galaxy? Sarah thought about Earth, beautiful, deadly Earth, the world that had shaped humanity through endless struggle. The world that had made them survivors. We'll probably terrify you regularly, she admitted. We'll innovate too fast. We'll solve problems you think are impossible. We'll push boundaries you didn't. The meeting room was silent. Too silent. Hannah looked at the faces around the long metal table. Every commander, every leader from across the galaxy sat with heavy hearts. Their eyes showed fear, real fear, the kind that came when death was close, the war was lost. Everyone knew it. The enemy had destroyed 70% of their fleet in just 6 months. Entire worlds had gone dark. Billions were dead. The galactic coalition, which had stood strong for 10,000 years, was dying. Hannah stood up. Her uniform was clean, but her face showed the weight of sleepless nights. She was a commander, one of the best they had. But even the best could not win against impossible odds. We have one option left, she said. Her voice was steady, but her hands shook just a little. One chance that nobody wants to talk about. The room stayed quiet. Some looked down. Others looked away. They all knew what she meant. The humans, Hannah continued. We need to contact the humans. Now the room exploded with noise. Voices rose in anger and fear. Some shouted. Others slammed their hands on the table. The idea was crazy. Everyone thought so. Young stood up. He was old, very old. His species lived for 300 years, and he had seen almost all of them. He was respected. When he spoke, people listened. No, Young said firmly. The humans are quarantined for good reason. They are dangerous. They do not think like us. They do not follow rules. They start wars over small things. They kill their own kind for pieces of dirt they call countries. Hannah nodded slowly. She knew this would be hard. She had expected the resistance. You are right, she said. Humans are violent. They fight each other constantly. Their history is filled with blood. But that is exactly why we need them. Another voice spoke up. It was Sora, a young scientist with bright green eyes. She looked nervous but determined. I have been studying the humans in secret, Sora admitted. Many eyes turned to her in surprise. I ran combat simulations using human tactics from their history. The results were strange. She pulled up a hologram in the center of the table. Numbers and graphs appeared in the air, glowing blue. In every simulation, humans did things we could not predict. They broke our models. They made choices that seemed stupid at first, but then somehow worked. They won battles they should have lost. Yang shook his head. Simulations are not real life. Humans cannot be trusted in an actual war. Can the enemy predict us? Hannah asked suddenly. The question made everyone stop. Yes, they can. They know our tactics. They know our strategies. They have studied us for years before they attacked. That is why we are losing. She walked around the table slowly, making eye contact with each leader. Humans are unpredictable. The enemy has never seen them fight. They do not know human tactics. They cannot prepare for something they have never encountered. Sora spoke again, her voice stronger now. In their history, humans have a saying. They call it thinking outside the box. They do not follow normal rules of warfare. They find new ways to win. She changed the hologram. Now it showed battles from human history. Ancient warriors on horses, ships firing cannons, planes dropping bombs, rockets flying to space. Look at how fast they advanced, Sora said. In just 10,000 years, they went from stone tools to splitting atoms. We took 50,000 years to do the same. They are fast learners. They adapt quickly. A female commander from the water world spoke up. But they also destroy. They poisoned their own planet. They built weapons that could kill everyone on their world many times over. Is this who we want to give our technology to? We are already dying. In 3 months, maybe less, the enemy will reach our core worlds. Our families, our children. Everything we have built will be gone. Is that better than asking for help? The room fell silent again. This was the truth nobody wanted to face. They were out of time, out of options, out of hope. Yang sat down heavily. He suddenly looked very tired, very old. If we do this, he said quietly, if we unleash the humans on the galaxy, we may win the war. But what happens after? Who will stop them? We will deal with that problem if we survive to see it, Hannah replied. Right now, survival is all that matters. She looked around the room one more time. I need a vote. All in favor of contacting Earth and requesting human assistance. Hands went up slowly.
Not many at first, then more. Some leaders kept their hands down, faces showing anger or fear. But enough voted yes. Barely enough. The motion passes, Hana said. She felt relief and terror at the same time. I will lead the mission to Earth personally. We leave immediately. As the meeting ended and leaders filed out, Sora approached Hana. Commander, Sora said nervously, I should come with you. I know more about humans than anyone else in the coalition. Hana studied the young scientist. You understand this is dangerous? Humans might see us as enemies. They might attack first and ask questions later. I know, Sora said. But if we want them to help us, we need to speak their language. Not just words, but ideas. We need to understand them. Very well, Hana agreed. Pack your things. We leave in 1 hour. Later, on her ship heading toward the Sol system, Hana stood alone on the bridge. Through the window, she could see stars streaking past as they jumped through space. Earth was 3 days away. She thought about what they were doing. The Coalition had kept humans locked away for good reasons. When the Coalition first found Earth 200 years ago, they watched the humans carefully. They saw the wars, the violence, the chaos. The Council decided humans were too dangerous to join the galactic community. A quarantine barrier was placed around their solar system. No human could leave. No alien could enter. Now they were breaking that rule. They were desperate enough to ask the monsters for help. Sora came to stand beside her. The young scientist looked worried. Do you think they will help us? Sora asked quietly. Hana did not answer right away. She watched the stars for a long moment. I do not know, she finally said. But I know one thing about humans from all your research. They love a good fight, and this is the biggest fight the galaxy has ever seen. Sora nodded. They both stared out at the darkness of space, wondering what waited for them on the small blue planet ahead, wondering if they had just made the best decision of their lives, or the worst mistake in the history of the Galactic Coalition. The ship continued its journey through the void, carrying the last hope of a dying civilization toward an uncertain future. Earth's defense satellites detected the alien ship immediately. Alarms rang out in military bases across the planet. Fighters scrambled into the sky. Missiles locked onto the unknown vessel. For 200 years, humans had wondered if they would ever meet aliens. Now one was here, and everyone assumed the worst. Captain Taeyang stood in the command center watching the alien ship on the main screen. It was beautiful in a strange way, silver and blue, shaped like nothing humans had ever built. It moved slowly, carefully, not making any aggressive moves. Should we fire, Captain? Asked Lieutenant Jiho. His hand hovered over the weapons console. Taeyang shook his head. Not yet. If they wanted to attack, they would have done it already. They are trying to talk to us. The communications officer turned around. Sir, we are receiving a message. Audio and visual. Should I put it through? Do it, Taeyang ordered. The screen changed. An alien face appeared. She was humanoid, but clearly not human. Her skin was pale blue. Her eyes were larger than human eyes, colored like amber. She wore a military uniform of some kind. People of Earth, the alien spoke. Her words were in perfect English. My name is Commander Hana of the Galactic Coalition. I come in peace, but I come with urgent news. The galaxy is at war, and we need your help. The command center erupted in whispers. Everyone looked at each other in shock. An alien was asking humans for help? Taeyang stepped closer to the screen. I am Captain Taeyang, commander of Earth's defense fleet. Why should we help you? Your people put a barrier around our solar system. You kept us trapped here like prisoners for 200 years. Hana looked down for a moment. When she looked back up, Taeyang could see something in her eyes. Shame, maybe. Or regret. You are right, Hana said. We were wrong to do that. We were afraid of you. We watched your history and saw only violence. We decided you were too dangerous. But now we understand something. Sometimes you need dangerous allies to fight a dangerous enemy. Tell me about this enemy, Taeyang said. Hana's expression darkened. They are called the Devourers. We do not know where they came from. They appeared at the edge of the galaxy 3 years ago. They destroy everything. They do not talk. They do not negotiate. They just kill. We have lost 70% of our forces. If something does not change soon, we will all be dead within months. Another face appeared on the screen beside Hana. This alien had green eyes and looked younger. I am Sora, a scientist. May I speak? When Taeyang nodded, she continued. I have studied your species, your tactics, your history. Humans think differently than we do. You find solutions we cannot imagine. We need that creativity now more than ever. Taeyang crossed his arms. And what do we get in exchange? You want us to die in your war, but what is in it for Earth? If we fall, the Devourers will come here next, Hana said simply. Earth is in their path. If you do not fight with us, you will fight alone, and you will lose. The room went quiet. That was a good argument, and everyone knew it. Also, Sora added, we will share our technology with you. Faster engines, better weapons, medical advances, energy solutions. Everything we have we will give to you. Taeyang thought for a long moment. He looked at Jiho, who nodded slightly. He looked at the other officers in the room. Some looked excited, others looked scared. But they all knew this was bigger than Earth. This was about survival. I cannot make this decision alone, Taeyang said, but I can arrange a meeting. Land your ship at these coordinates. We will talk in person. 6 hours later, Hana and Sora stood in a military hangar surrounded by human soldiers. Weapons were pointed at them from every direction. Taeyang walked forward with Jiho and a woman with short black hair. This is Nari, Taeyang introduced her. Our best engineer. She wanted to see your ship. Nari stepped forward, her eyes wide with excitement. Your engines use quantum displacement, right? And your hull has some kind of energy shielding? Can I see the propulsion system? Sora smiled. It was the first time either alien had smiled since arriving. Yes. You understand. Most people just see the ship and do not ask questions. But you want to know how it works. Taeyang held up a hand. Later. First we need to discuss the real issue. You want us to fight in a war. That means Earth soldiers will die. Why should I send my people to die for yours? Hana met his eyes directly. Because if you do not, everyone dies. Your people, my people, all people. The Devourers do not take prisoners. They do not leave survivors. Fight with us and maybe we all survive. Stay here and Earth dies alone. Show me what you are fighting, Taeyang demanded. Sora pulled out a small device. A hologram appeared in the air above it. It showed a massive black ship shaped like a claw. Then it showed many such ships. Hundreds of them. They moved through space like a swarm of insects. This was the Battle of Krell, Hana explained. Her voice was quiet, sad. We had 300 ships. They had 500. The battle lasted 6 hours. We lost all our ships. They lost 20, the hologram changed. Now it showed planets burning, cities destroyed. The images were hard to watch. 15 billion people died at Krell, Hana continued. That was just one battle. There have been dozens more. Jiho spoke up for the first time. Your tactics. They do not work? No, Hana admitted. The Devourers are too organized. Too efficient. They predict every move we make. They counter everything. We need something new. Something unexpected. Taeyang stared at the hologram. He had been a soldier all his life. He knew war. He knew what these images meant. This enemy was strong. Very strong. Maybe too strong, but he also knew something else. Humans were good at one thing. They were good at surviving against impossible odds. Throughout history, humans had won when they should have lost. They had found ways to beat bigger, stronger enemies. How many ships do you have left? He asked. 800, Hana said. And the enemy? At least 4,000. Maybe more. The numbers were bad. Really bad. Jiho whistled low. That is not a war. That is a massacre. Taeyang turned to Nari. If we gave you their technology, how long would it take to upgrade our fleet? Nari thought hard. 3 weeks if we work nonstop. We cannot rebuild everything, but we can add their weapons and shields to our ships. How many ships can Earth send? Anna asked. Taeyang looked at Jiho. The lieutenant pulled up numbers on his tablet. 200 military vessels. Jiho reported. Another 300 civilian ships we can convert to fighters. Maybe more if we pull ships from commercial use. That would give us almost 1,500 ships total. Sora calculated quickly. Still outnumbered, but better odds. Taeyang made his decision. He could see it clearly now. This was not just about helping aliens. This was about protecting Earth. If this devourer enemy was as bad as Hana said, they would reach Earth eventually. Better to fight them now with allies than later alone. I need to speak with world leaders, he said, but I will recommend we help you. On one condition. Name it, Hana said immediately. After this war is over, the quarantine ends. Humans join your coalition as equals. No more barriers. No more prison, Hana smiled. It was small, but it was real. I will make sure of it personally. You have my word. Taeyang extended his hand. Hana looked at it confused for a moment. Then Sora whispered something to her. Understanding crossed Hana's face. She reached out and shook his hand. The grip was firm. Then we have a deal, Taeyang said. Welcome to Earth, Commander. Let me show you what humans can do when someone picks a fight with us. In the corner, Nari was already talking excitedly with Sora about ship designs and weapon systems. Jiho was making calls to other military commanders around the world. The news would spread fast. Earth was going to war, not a war with aliens, but a war for aliens, a war to save the galaxy. And nobody, not the Galactic Coalition and certainly not the Devourers, had any idea what was about to hit them. 3 weeks later, the human fleet arrived at the front lines. 500 ships, each one modified with Coalition technology but still clearly human in design. They looked rough compared to the sleek alien vessels. Some were old cargo ships with weapons bolted to their hulls. Others were military fighters that had seen better days. To the Coalition officers watching them arrive, the humans looked like a joke. They would not be laughing for long. Hana stood on the bridge of her flagship with Taeyang beside her. Around them, Coalition commanders appeared as holograms, looking down at the human captain with barely hidden disgust. "These are your warriors?" Admiral Krell asked. His species had 4 arms and looked like they were made of stone. "They look like scrap metal." Taeyang smiled, but it was not a friendly smile. "We may not look pretty, but we get the job done." "The enemy is approaching," Hana said, trying to keep peace. 400 Devourer ships. Standard attack formation. They will be here in 1 hour. Krell brought up a tactical display. "We will form defensive line Alpha. Humans will take position on the right flank. Follow our lead and do not break formation." Taeyang looked at the formation and frowned. "That is a terrible plan." The bridge went silent. Several Coalition officers looked shocked. Nobody talked to Admiral Krell that way. "Excuse me," Krell said coldly. "You are forming a defensive line," Taeyang explained. "The Devourers expect that. They have beaten this exact formation 20 times. We need to do something they do not expect." "And what do you suggest, human?" Krell asked with barely controlled anger. Taeyang pointed at the tactical map. "We split into 3 groups. The Coalition fleet stays in the center and engages them head-on. My ships will divide into 2 smaller groups. One will hide in that asteroid field. The other will hide behind that moon." "Hide?" Krell laughed. It was not a nice laugh. "Warriors do not hide." "No," Taeyang agreed. "Warriors fight smart. When the Devourers attack your center, they will focus all their attention there. Then my groups hit them from both sides. Like a trap." Hana studied the plan. It was risky. It broke every rule of space combat, but maybe that was good. She looked at the other commanders. "Let them try," she said. "What do we have to lose?" 50 minutes later, the Devourer fleet appeared. Their ships were black as midnight, shaped like claws reaching forward. They moved in perfect formation, synchronized like one giant organism. The Coalition fleet stood ready. 800 ships in a defensive line, weapons charged, shields up. Behind that moon and in that asteroid field, the human ships waited in silence, engines cold, trying to stay invisible. In one of those hidden ships, pilot Mirai sat in her cockpit, hands steady on the controls. She was young, only 25, but she was one of the best pilots Earth had. She flew a fighter that used to transport cargo before they added guns to it. "All units, stay quiet," came Taeyang's voice over the radio. "Wait for my signal." Mirai watched through her cockpit window as the Devourers attacked. They hit the Coalition line hard. Weapons fire lit up space like fireworks. Ships exploded. The Coalition fought back, but the Devourers were winning. "They always won, now," Taeyang shouted. "All human ships, attack!" Mirai fired her engines and shot out from behind the moon. Around her, 250 human ships did the same. On the other side, another 250 ships burst from the asteroid field. The Devourers never saw it coming, but the humans had more surprises. As they attacked, they released thousands of small drones. These were not weapons. They were noisemakers. They sent out false signals, made fake heat signatures, created confusion. The Devourer sensors could not tell what was real and what was fake. Then the humans started broadcasting. Music, human music. Loud, chaotic, aggressive music. Rock, metal, rap, classical, all at once. The Devourers used sound to coordinate their fleet. The human music disrupted everything. On the Coalition bridge, Hana watched in amazement. "What are they doing?" Sora, who stood beside her, laughed.
Psychological warfare. The Devourers have never encountered anything like this. Look, their formation is breaking apart. Mirai saw her chance. A Devourer battleship was separated from the others, confused by the noise and drones. She gunned her engines. Mirai, what are you doing? Her wingman shouted over the radio. Something crazy, she replied. She flew straight at the battleship, firing all her weapons. The big ship tried to turn, tried to target her, but she was too fast, too close. At the last second, she cut her engines and used the battleship's own gravity to slingshot around it. The maneuver was impossible according to standard tactics. It was too dangerous. But Mirai was not standard. As she whipped around the battleship, she launched all her missiles at point-blank range. They hit the battleship's engines. The big ship exploded in a ball of fire. The coalition fleet erupted in cheers. In thousands of years of warfare, nobody had ever destroyed a Devourer battleship one-on-one. But the battle was not over. More Devourers were coming, trying to reform their lines. That was when Commander Hyun made his move. Hyun commanded a group of 20 ships. Before joining the military, he had been a submarine captain in Earth's oceans. He knew how to hunt prey that could not see him coming. Space was just another ocean. He had hidden his ships inside a massive nebula cloud. The cloud blocked sensors and made ships invisible. The Devourers did not even know the nebula was dangerous. Enemy cruiser approaching our position, his second-in-command whispered, as if the Devourers could hear them. Steady, Hyun said calmly. Wait until it passes. Then we hit it from behind. The Devourer cruiser flew past the nebula completely unaware. The moment it was clear, Hyun's ships burst out of the cloud like sharks from dark water. They hit the cruiser with everything they had. The enemy never got a shot off. This style of fighting was new to everyone. The coalition always fought honorably, face-to-face in organized formations. Humans fought dirty. They ambushed. They tricked. They made noise and chaos. They did not care about honor. They cared about winning. Admiral Krell watched from his command ship, his forearms crossed. He wanted to be angry. These humans were breaking every rule, but he could not argue with results. The Devourers were losing. For the first time in 3 years of war, the Devourers were actually losing. When the battle finally ended, 90 Devourer ships were destroyed. The coalition had lost 40 ships. The humans had lost 20. By any standard, it was a victory. A real victory. Back on Hana's flagship, Taeyang stood with a satisfied smile. Around him, coalition commanders were arguing loudly. That was not proper warfare, Krell shouted. That was not honorable, another commander added. Taeyang looked at them calmly. No, it was not. But we won. How many times have you won against the Devourers fighting honorably? The commanders had no answer to that. Hana stepped forward. The humans are right. We have been fighting the same way for 3 years and losing. They fought a different way and won. Maybe it is time we learned from them. You want us to fight like them? Krell asked in disbelief. Like barbarians? I want us to survive, Hana replied firmly. And right now, these barbarians are the only ones who know how to beat our enemy. Taeyang pulled up a star map. The Devourers will regroup and come back stronger. We need to hit them again before they recover. I have a plan, but you are not going to like it. We already do not like you, Krell muttered. Tell us your plan. As Taeyang explained his next idea, the coalition commanders looked more and more uncomfortable. His plan was bold, reckless, completely insane. It broke every rule in the book. In other words, it was perfectly human. The war was changing. The Devourers had never faced an enemy like this. An enemy that did not follow any rules. An enemy that kept surprising them. They had awakened something dangerous. They had given humanity a reason to fight, and humanity was very, very good at fighting. The victory celebration did not last long. 2 days after the battle, scout ships brought bad news. The Devourers were gathering their forces. Not 400 ships this time. Not even 1,000. 5,000 ships were coming. It was their entire fleet. The coalition and humans together had maybe 1,500 ships. The math was simple and terrible. They were going to lose. Taeyang sat in a small room with Hana, Sora, Nari, and Jiho. Everyone looked tired. Nobody had slept much since the first battle. Empty coffee cups covered the table. Human coffee, which the aliens found too bitter but which kept everyone awake. We cannot win a straight fight, Jiho said, stating what everyone already knew. Even with surprise tactics, we are outnumbered 3-1. We need a force multiplier, Nari said. She was drawing diagrams on a tablet, thinking out loud. Something that makes our small fleet count as a bigger one. Sora suddenly sat up straight. What if we made them fight each other? Everyone looked at her. Explain, Hana said. The Devourers coordinate through quantum communications, Sora explained quickly. Every ship in their fleet is connected. They share information instantly. That is why they move so perfectly together. So if we disrupt their communications, they lose coordination, Taeyang said, catching on. They become confused. Better than that, Sora said with growing excitement. What if we do not just disrupt their communications? What if we hack them? Change them? Make their ships think allies are enemies? Nari started nodding, her engineer's mind already working on the problem. Feed false targeting data. Make ship A think ship B is hostile. They start shooting each other, chaos. Can we do it? Hana asked. Can we actually hack Devourer communications? Sora and Nari looked at each other. They both shrugged. Maybe, Nari said. We would need to capture a Devourer ship intact. Study their systems. Find a way in. Nobody has ever captured a Devourer ship, Hana pointed out. When they are damaged, they self-destruct. Then we need to disable the self-destruct first, Taeyang said. He was already planning it in his head. Fast strike team. Board a ship. Shut down their systems before they can blow themselves up. That is suicide, Jiho said flatly. Everything we are doing is suicide, Taeyang replied. At least this way we have a chance. 20 hours later, a small human strike force approached a lone Devourer patrol ship. Taeyang led the team personally. With him were 10 of Earth's best soldiers, all wearing heavy armor and carrying weapons that could punch through starship hulls. The plan was simple but crazy. They would dock with the enemy ship, cut through the hull, and fight their way to the control center. They had maybe 5 minutes before the ship self-destructed. All teams ready? Taeyang asked over the radio. Acknowledgements came back from all 10 soldiers. They were scared. Taeyang could hear it in their voices, but they were also determined. This was for Earth, for the galaxy, for everyone they loved. Go, Taeyang shouted. Their boarding craft slammed into the Devourer ship. Magnetic locks engaged, cutting torches fired up, burning through the black hull. Alarms screamed on both ships. The moment the hull breached, Taeyang jumped through with his team. The inside of the Devourer ship was dark and cold. It smelled like metal and something else. Something alien and wrong. Devourers appeared in the corridors. They looked like nightmares, all black chitin and sharp edges. They moved fast, too fast. But humans had fought monsters before. The firefight was brutal and quick. Human weapons roared in the tight spaces. Devourers shrieked and fell. 2 human soldiers went down, injured but alive. The team pushed forward. 4 minutes, someone shouted. 4 minutes until self-destruct. They found the control center. More Devourers defended it, but human grenades made quick work of them. Nari, who had insisted on coming despite being an engineer and not a soldier, ran to the alien computers. Can you stop the self-destruct? Taeyang asked, standing guard with his rifle ready. Nari's hands flew over the alien controls. I do not know. This technology is completely different from ours. 3 minutes. Sweat dripped down Nari's face. Her fingers moved desperately, trying different combinations, different approaches. The alien computer beeped and flashed in colors she did not understand. 2 minutes. Nari, we need to go! Wait, I almost have it. 1 minute. Taeyang grabbed Nari's shoulder. We are leaving now. Wait. Nari pressed one final button. The flashing light stopped. The beeping stopped. Everything went quiet. I did it, Nari whispered. Then louder, I did it. Self-destruct disabled. The team cheered. Then they got to work. They secured the ship, cleared out any remaining Devourers, and called in Sora and her science team. For the next 3 days, Sora and Nari barely slept. They tore apart the Devourer systems, learning everything they could. The quantum communication network, the targeting systems, the command protocols, all of it. Meanwhile, Jiho organized the diversion. The main fleet would attack a Devourer supply base. It would draw enemy attention. While the Devourers were distracted, a small stealth team would get close enough to their main fleet to upload the virus Nari and Sora were creating. The diversion attack started exactly on schedule. Jiho led 500 ships against a heavily defended Devourer position. It was a hard fight. Ships exploded. People died. But they held the enemy's attention. While the battle raged, a single small ship crept toward the main Devourer fleet. Inside were Nari and Sora, along with 2 pilots. They moved slowly, carefully, using every stealth technique they knew. Approaching upload range, one pilot whispered, as if the Devourers could hear them through the vacuum of space. Nari's finger hovered over the upload button. Here goes everything, she pressed it. The virus shot out in a tight quantum beam, too fast to see. It hit the nearest Devourer ship and spread like wildfire through their network. For a moment, nothing happened. Nari and Sora held their breath. Then the Devourer fleet started firing. On each other, thousands of ships turned on their neighbors. Friend fired on friend. Massive battleships attacked their own cruisers. The organized, deadly Devourer fleet became a chaotic mess of friendly fire and explosions. Back at the main fleet, Hana watched the sensors in disbelief. It worked. By all the stars, it actually worked. Taeyang smiled grimly. Press the advantage. All ships attack while they are confused. The coalition and human fleet struck hard. The Devourers tried to reorganize, tried to figure out what was happening, but it was too late. Their numbers meant nothing if they were fighting themselves. The battle lasted 6 hours. When it ended, 2,000 Devourer ships were destroyed. Most of them had been killed by other Devourers. The remaining enemy ships retreated in complete disorder. For the first time since the war began, the Devourers were not just defeated. They were broken. Admiral Krell found Taeyang after the battle. The stone-faced alien looked different now. Less angry, more respectful. I was wrong about your people, Krell said simply. You are not barbarians. You are survivors. There is a difference, Taeyang nodded. War is not about being civilized, Admiral. It is about being willing to do whatever it takes to protect those you love. Yong, the old counselor who had opposed bringing humans to the war, approached Hana. His ancient eyes looked at her with new understanding. I was afraid of what humans would become if we gave them access to the stars, Yong said, but now I understand. I should have been afraid of what we would become without them. They remind us that survival sometimes requires us to change our thinking. But the war was not over. The Devourers still had 3,000 ships left. And now they knew about humans. They knew the danger. They would adapt. They would come back. The final battle was coming. And it would decide the fate of the entire galaxy. The call came at dawn. Earth time, at least. Space had no real dawn. But humans still measured their days by the planet they came from. The message was simple and terrifying. 3,000 Devourer ships were heading straight for the Coalition's last stronghold. If that fell, everything fell. Every available ship gathered for the final stand. Coalition forces, human forces, even civilian ships with guns strapped to them. 1,500 vessels total. They all knew the math. They were outnumbered 2 to 1. But they also knew something else. They had humans fighting with them now. And humans had a talent for winning impossible fights. Taeyang stood on the bridge of his flagship with Hana beside him. Around them, holographic displays showed the gathering fleets. Coalition commanders, human captains, all waiting for orders. The Devourers learned from our last trick, Taeyang said, studying the tactical maps. They changed their communication systems. We cannot hack them again. Then we fight them straight, Admiral Krell said. His forearms moved across his own tactical display. No tricks this time. Just strength against strength, Taeyang shook his head. No, that is what they expect. They want us to fight their way. We need to fight our way. He pulled up a 3-dimensional map of the battlefield. The Devourers will come at us in one massive wave. Overwhelming force. But look here. He pointed at several locations. Asteroid fields. Nebula clouds. A dead planet with unstable gravity. They will avoid these danger zones because their ships are too big, too organized. You want to fight in the danger zones? Anna asked. Our ships are smaller, more nimble. We can use terrain they cannot. We split our forces into 3 prongs. The Coalition fleet attacks head-on, draws their attention. Human ships attack from the sides using the asteroids and clouds as cover. We turn their numbers against them. Jiho studied the plan carefully. It is risky. Really risky. If any prong fails, the others get surrounded. Everything is risky, Taeyang replied. But doing nothing means certain death. At least this way we have a chance. Yang, the old counselor, spoke up. I trust your judgment, Captain. You have earned that. The Coalition fleet will follow your plan. 6 hours later, the Devourer fleet appeared. 3,000 ships moving as one. They looked like a black wave of death spreading across space. No hesitation, no fear, just cold mechanical destruction. The coalition fleet moved forward to meet them. 800 ships, weapons charged, shields up. They looked so small compared to the enemy. But they did not run. They held their ground. All human forces. Taeyang spoke calmly into his radio. Take your positions. Wait for my mark. Mirai sat in her fighter, hidden in an asteroid field with 300 other ships. Her hands were steady on the controls. She had survived every battle so far. She wondered if her luck would hold one more time. Hyun commanded the other human group, tucked inside a massive nebula cloud. His submarine tactics had worked before. He prayed they would work again. The Devourers struck first. Their weapons lit up space like a deadly light show. The coalition fleet took the hits and fired back. Ships exploded on both sides. The battle was brutal from the first second. Now, Taeyang shouted, "All units attack!" Mirai and Hyun's groups burst from their hiding spots like predators from shadows. The Devourers tried to turn, tried to respond, but they were too big, too slow. The human ships darted between asteroids, using them as shields. They hit and ran, struck and vanished, appearing where the enemy least expected. But the Devourers were learning. They adapted fast. They started sending smaller groups to chase the humans into the danger zones. The battle became a deadly game of cat and mouse. Mirai found herself pursued by 5 Devourer fighters. She twisted and turned between asteroids, her engines screaming. One wrong move and she would crash. But she did not make wrong moves. She led the enemy fighters on a chase through the densest part of the asteroid field. The Devourers followed, firing constantly. Then Mirai did something crazy. She flew straight at a massive asteroid, engines at full power. At the last possible second, she pulled up hard. Her fighter barely cleared the asteroid. The Devourer ships behind her were not so lucky. 3 crashed. 2 pulled up but collided with each other. Mirai allowed herself a small smile. Then her sensors screamed a warning. A Devourer battleship was targeting her. A big one. She tried to run, but the battleship was faster than it looked. Its weapons locked on. Mirai knew she could not escape. So she did not try. Instead, she turned her fighter around and flew straight at the battleship. Her targeting computer screamed warnings. Her radio filled with voices telling her to retreat. She ignored all of it. "Mirai, what are you doing?" Taeyang's voice came through. "Something heroic," she replied. Her voice was calm, at peace. "Tell my family I love them." She disabled her ship's safety systems, overrode the engine limiters, pushed everything to maximum and beyond. Her fighter became a missile, accelerating to speeds that should have torn it apart. The battleship fired. Mirai's shields held for 3 seconds. Then they failed, but she was already too close. Already committed, her fighter hit the battleship's command tower at near light speed. The explosion was visible across the entire battlefield. When the light faded, the battleship was gone. Just debris floating in space. Mirai was gone too. The human fleet fell silent for a moment. Then Taeyang's voice came through, hard and determined. "She bought us time. Do not waste it. All ships, press the attack." The humans fought harder, fiercer. Every pilot thought of Mirai. Every gunner fired with new determination. They would not let her sacrifice mean nothing. The battle raged for hours. Ships fell on both sides. Space was filled with wreckage and fire. The Devourers pushed hard, trying to overwhelm through sheer numbers. But the coalition had something the Devourers did not understand. They had humanity, and humanity never knew when to quit. Then Nari's voice came through on all channels. "I have an idea. The Devourer command ship. If we destroy it, their whole fleet loses coordination. It is too heavily defended," Krell said. "We would lose hundreds of ships trying to reach it. Not if we do it my way," Taeyang said. An idea was forming. A crazy, dangerous, perfectly human idea. "All ships, I need a corridor. Right down the middle of their fleet." "You are insane," Hana said, but she was smiling. "Probably," Taeyang agreed. "All coalition and human ships focus fire on one point. Create a path. My flagship will punch through." Every ship turned and fired at a single section of the Devourer fleet. Concentrated fire like that had never been tried. It went against every tactical doctrine, but it worked. For 30 seconds, a narrow corridor opened through the enemy lines. Taeyang's flagship shot through at maximum speed. Enemy ships fired from all sides. His shields failed. His hull took hits, but he kept going, engines screaming, heading straight for the command ship. Jiho stood beside him, firing manually at anything that got close. "We are not going to make it." "Yes, we are," Taeyang shouted back. The command ship grew larger in the viewport. It was massive, ancient, deadly. But Taeyang had faced worse odds before. At least he told himself that. At point-blank range he fired everything. Every weapon. Every missile. Every bit of energy his dying ship had left. The command ship's shields held for a moment, then failed. Explosions rippled across its hull. The massive ship started to break apart, and with it the Devourer coordination failed. 3,000 ships suddenly lost their guiding intelligence. They became individual vessels, confused and disorganized. The coalition fleet pressed the advantage. The battle turned into a rout. Devourer ships fled in all directions. Some kept fighting but without coordination. Some tried to regroup but failed. Within an hour it was over. The galaxy's greatest threat was broken. Not destroyed completely but shattered, scattered. No longer an existential danger. Taeyang's damaged flagship limped back to the fleet. When he stepped onto Hana's ship for the victory meeting, every commander stood and saluted. Coalition and human alike. Young approached him, tears in his ancient eyes. "I was wrong about your people. You are not dangerous because you love violence. You are dangerous because you refuse to accept defeat. That is a gift. One we needed desperately." Hana stood before the assembled leaders. "The quarantine is lifted. Humanity has earned its place among the stars. Captain Taeyang, the coalition wishes to award you our highest honor." Taeyang shook his head. "Give it to Mirai, she was the real hero. All of us who died we just did what humans always do. We survived." Later Taeyang stood alone looking out at the stars. Earth was visible in the distance, a small blue dot. "Home." Sora came to stand beside him. "What will your people do now?" she asked. "The galaxy is open to you," Taeyang smiled. "The same thing we always do. Explore, learn, survive, and maybe cause a little chaos along the way." Sora laughed. "The galaxy will never be the same." "No," Taeyang agreed. "It will be better, because now it has humans in it, and we have a way of making impossible things possible." The war was over. A new era was beginning, an era where humanity would walk among the stars as equals. They had proven themselves not through civilization or peace, but through their refusal to give up, their creativity in the face of danger, their willingness to sacrifice for those they barely knew. The galaxy had been afraid of humans once. Now it was grateful for them. And maybe a little bit afraid still. But that was okay. The council chamber floated in space like a crystal flower, its petals made of transparent metal that reflected the light of 100 nearby stars. Inside, representatives from 43 different species gathered around a circular platform. Some breathed oxygen, others methane. Some had scales, others had shells or glowing energy fields for skin. They came from every corner of the galaxy, united under one banner, the Galactic Confederation. Ambassador Chen Wei stood in the center of the platform, feeling very small and very alone. He was human, from Earth, and he had traveled 3 light years to be here. His black suit looked plain compared to the elaborate forms around him. Some aliens wore armor that shimmered. Others had bodies that were armor. A few didn't wear anything at all because their skin was harder than steel. Chen carried a data chip in his hand. It contained everything humanity wanted to share. Art, music, scientific discoveries, mathematical proofs, the history of human civilization, the good and the bad. He had prepared for this moment for 2 years. "The floor recognizes the human representative," a voice echoed through the chamber. It came from everywhere and nowhere, translated instantly into Chen's language by technology he barely understood. "Thank you, honored counselors," Chen said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "Humanity requests full membership in the Galactic Confederation. We have achieved faster than light communication. We have decoded your basic language protocols. We come in peace, seeking knowledge and friendship." He uploaded the data chip into the central system. Holographic images filled the air above the platform. The Mona Lisa, the Great Wall of China, the International Space Station, symphony orchestras, particle accelerators, children laughing in schoolyards. The images cycled through humanity's greatest achievements. For a moment there was silence, Then, a sound like clicking metal filled the room. It was laughter. Alien laughter. Senior Counselor Jothik stepped forward. He was Vrakesh, an insectoid species that looked like a praying mantis the size of a bear. His 4 eyes glittered with amusement. His mandibles clicked together as he spoke. Chemical rockets, Jothik said, his voice dripping with contempt. You still use chemical rockets to escape your gravity well. Your fastest ships cannot even reach your neighboring planets in less than a year. You have one world, human. One single world. And you have barely left it. Other counselors made sounds of agreement. A crystalline being called a luminary chimed like bells. They are very young, the luminary said, not unkindly. Perhaps in another 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Chen felt anger rise in his chest, but he pushed it down. We have only had spaceflight for 1 century. We have only had radio for 2. Given time. Time is not the issue, interrupted a Tethian, an aquatic creature floating in a water-filled suit. Her voice was soft but firm. The issue is temperament. We have observed your broadcasts, human. Your species is violent. You fight each other over resources, over ideas, over imaginary lines on your planet's surface. You have weapons that could destroy your own world. How can we trust you among the stars? Chen took a deep breath. This was the hardest part. The part he had known was coming. Yes, we have fought. Yes, we have wars in our past. But we have also made peace. We have united our world under one government. We have eliminated nuclear weapons. We have learned from our mistakes. Your mistakes? Jothik's laugh was harsher now. You killed millions of your own kind in conflicts. You poisoned your own air and water in pursuit of industry. You are Category 3 on the civilization scale, human, barely sentient by our standards. Come back when you have colonized your solar system. Come back when you have learned to live without violence. Come back in a few thousand years. The vote was called. It was swift and brutal. 41 species voted to deny membership. 2 abstained. None voted in favor. Humanity is granted observer status, the central voice announced. You may watch council proceedings. You may not vote. You may not participate in trade agreements. You may not access Confederation technology or star charts beyond your immediate region. This decision is final. Chen stood there for a long moment, feeling the weight of 6 billion people on his shoulders. 6 billion people who had hoped, who had dreamed of joining something greater than themselves. 6 billion people who had just been told they weren't good enough. But Chen had not survived decades of diplomatic service without learning control. He straightened his shoulders. He looked directly at Jothik, then slowly scanned the room, meeting as many eyes as the aliens had. I understand, Chen said quietly, and I accept your decision. But I will leave you with one thought, honored counselors. Throughout human history, we have always performed best when underestimated. We will return. And when we do, I hope you will remember this moment. He turned and walked toward the exit. His footsteps echoed in the sudden silence. The journey home took 3 days through the FTL communication relay. Chen didn't sleep. He watched Earth grow larger in the view screen, that beautiful blue marble hanging in the void. Home. Rejected. Dismissed. Mocked. When he landed in Geneva, the UN Secretary-General was waiting. The woman's face was tight with controlled anger. The whole world watched, she said. They heard everything. How bad is it? As bad as it could be, Chen replied. They think we're children playing with fire, dangerous children. Within hours, protests erupted across Earth. Some people wanted to try again, to be more peaceful, more patient. Others wanted to withdraw completely, to tell the galaxy to leave humanity alone. And others, a growing number of others, wanted something different. We should show them, a young programmer in Mumbai posted online. We should prove we're not weak. They need us more than we need them, an engineer in São Paulo wrote. Let them ignore us. We'll build something they can't ignore.
Humanity first became a rallying cry in some places, not because we hate aliens but because we believe in ourselves. The UN Security Council met in emergency session. Military leaders, scientists, philosophers, and diplomats filled the room. The question before them was simple. What now? General Marcus Reeves, head of UN Strategic Defense, stood at the podium. He was a tall man with gray hair and steady hands. We have 3 options, he said. We can wait and hope they change their minds. We can isolate ourselves and develop alone, or we can make them change their minds. How? Someone asked. Reeves smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. We show them what Category 3 means. We show them what humans can do when we're motivated. We show them that chemical rockets were just the beginning. In the back of the room, Dr. Sarah Okonkwo sat quietly, her mind already racing. She was chief engineer for the UN Science Division, specializing in experimental propulsion. She had an idea, a crazy idea, something that had been dismissed as impossible. But maybe, just maybe, it was time to try the impossible. The vote was called. It was unanimous. Project Olympus was born. 5 years passed like a held breath. The world had changed in those 5 years, though most aliens watching from distant stars didn't notice. Earth cities still glowed at night. Ships still crossed the oceans. Planes still filled the skies. To casual observers, humanity appeared to be going about its ordinary business, nursing its wounded pride in quiet obscurity. They couldn't have been more wrong. Deep beneath the Nevada desert, Dr. Sarah Okonkwo stood in a command center that didn't exist on any public map. Around her, 300 of humanity's brightest minds worked at stations filled with screens showing calculations that would have seemed like magic a decade ago. The room hummed with energy, literal energy, drawing power from a fusion reactor buried even deeper underground. Status report, Sarah said, her voice calm despite the butterflies in her stomach. Barrel integrity at 98%, called out an engineer. Magnetic coil alignment perfect. Cooling systems optimal. We're ready for final testing phase. Sarah nodded, looking at the massive display on the main wall. It showed a schematic of something that shouldn't exist. A railgun 500 kilometers long, buried through Earth's crust like a spear aimed at the heavens. Project Olympus. Humanity's middle finger to the galaxy. Ready was a word they'd been afraid to use for months now. Ready meant they were done building. Ready meant it was time to show the galaxy what humans could do. General Marcus Reeves entered the command center, his boots clicking on the metal floor. He moved like a man who carried the weight of the world, which wasn't far from the truth. Dr. Okonkwo, he said, the Security Council wants a demonstration within 3 months. Can we deliver? Sarah turned to face him. She was a tall woman from Nigeria, her hair cut short for practical reasons. Her eyes sharp with intelligence that had earned her 3 doctorate degrees before age 30. We can deliver, she said. But we need to decide what we're delivering, General. A weapon demonstration or something more? This was the question that had haunted them for months. The railgun could fire a projectile at 30% of light speed. The kinetic energy was staggering, equivalent to multiple nuclear weapons. They could target an asteroid, blow it into dust, and prove to the galaxy that Earth had teeth. But Sarah wanted more than fear. She wanted respect. I have a proposal, she said, pulling up a new display. The Shroud of Malice, Reeves frowned. The rogue black hole? Exactly. Sarah's fingers flew across the controls, showing trajectory calculations. It's been drifting toward the inhabited systems in the Tethian sector for 200 years. The Galactic Confederation has been trying to divert it for just as long. They've failed. Every attempt to alter its course has been insufficient. In 90 years it will pass close enough to 3 inhabited worlds to cause gravitational catastrophe. And you think we can move it? Reeves sounded skeptical. Not move it. Nudge it. Sarah zoomed in on the calculations. A 500-ton projectile, tungsten core wrapped in depleted uranium, encased in an exotic matter shell we developed from their own public physics papers. We fire it into the black hole's accretion disk at 0.3 light speed. The kinetic transfer won't destroy the hole, but it will alter its trajectory by 0.8 degrees. That's enough to make it miss all inhabited worlds by a safe margin. Reeves was silent for a long moment, studying the numbers. This is insane, he said finally. The precision required is within our capabilities, Sarah interrupted. Barely, but within them.
We account for gravitational lensing, relativistic effects, the rotation of the accretion disk, stellar drift over 3 months travel time. Our AI has run the simulation 10 million times. Success rate 73%. And if we miss, we look foolish, but not dangerous. That's the genius of it, General. If we blow up an asteroid, we look like warmongers. If we try to help and fail, we look ambitious but peaceful. And if we succeed, Darcy smiled, we solve a problem that has stumped the most advanced civilizations in the galaxy. Reeves pulled up a chair and sat down heavily. You want to embarrass them? I want to show them what Category 3 means, Sarah corrected.
I want them to understand that youth and inexperience can be assets, not liabilities.
We think differently. We approach problems from angles they've never considered. While they were building bigger ships and more sophisticated computers, we were building a gun that shoots through planets. The general laughed, a sharp bark of sound. A gun that shoots through planets. God help us all, but he was nodding. I'll take it to the Security Council. But Sarah, if this works, everything changes. Are we ready for that? We'd better be, she replied. The Security Council approved the plan within 24 hours. The next morning, construction crews across the globe went into overdrive. What the aliens didn't know, what their intelligence networks had somehow missed, was that Project Olympus wasn't one railgun. It was an entire infrastructure. On the moon, mining operations had been running for 4 years under the guise of scientific research. They'd extracted millions of tons of refined metals. Earth's 3 space elevators, dismissed by alien observers as inefficient cargo transport, had been shuttling material and equipment into orbit constantly. The energy signature of the fusion reactors powering the railgun had been masked as experimental power generation. The galaxy had been watching, but they hadn't been seeing. Now teams worked around the clock. The barrel was already complete. A magnetic marvel that could accelerate a projectile smoothly from 0 to 90,000 kilometers per second. The targeting systems were calibrated using every astronomical database humanity could access. The projectile itself was a work of art, engineered to survive forces that would vaporize ordinary matter. Sarah barely slept. She lived in the command center, reviewing calculations, running simulations, checking and double-checking every variable. The margin for error was microscopic. They would get one shot, one chance to prove themselves. 3 months before launch, alien monitoring stations detected unusual electromagnetic emissions from Earth. A Vrakesh intelligence report crossed Counselor Jathik's desk. It noted anomalous energy signatures consistent with large-scale industrial activity, purpose unknown. Jathik barely glanced at it. Probably having another energy crisis, he muttered to an aide. These Category 3 civilizations always struggle with power management. 2 months before launch, a luminary science vessel passing through Earth's system detected gravitational anomalies. There are unusual mass distributions beneath the surface, the ship's captain reported. Mining operations, came the response from Confederation Science Division. They're depleting their own world's resources. Typical. 1 month before launch, Sarah stood in the barrel chamber looking at the massive projectile resting in its cradle. It gleamed under the work lights, 500 tons of carefully crafted destruction, waiting to become a tool of salvation. Beautiful, isn't it? Said a voice beside her. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, her chief of propulsion physics, stood with his hands in his pockets. We built something that will echo across the galaxy. Or blow up spectacularly, Sarah said, but she was smiling. Yuki, are we crazy? Completely, he agreed cheerfully. But the best humans usually are. We're the species that looked at the sky and decided to fly. We saw the moon and decided to walk on it. We're the ones who split atoms and mapped genomes. Crazy is what we do. Sarah laughed despite her nerves. Then let's be crazy one more time. The launch date was set. Invitations were sent to every member of the Galactic Confederation. Humanity invites you to observe our latest scientific achievement, the message read. We hope it will demonstrate our commitment to galactic peace and progress. Most ignored it. A few accepted out of curiosity or boredom. What could humans possibly show them that would be interesting? They were about to find out. Launch day arrived with clear skies over Nevada, though what was about to happen would occur far beneath the desert sand. The command center was packed. Every screen showed different data, trajectory calculations, energy readings, magnetic field strength, cooling system status, and a dozen other variables that all had to be perfect. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo sat in the command chair, her hands steady on the controls despite her racing heart. Around her, the best engineers and scientists humanity had ever produced waited in tense silence. In orbit, every satellite Earth possessed had been repositioned to observe and record. On the ground, seismic sensors dotted the planet. This event would be measured, analyzed, and remembered for as long as humanity existed. General Reeves stood beside Sarah's chair. "All stations report ready," he said quietly. "It's your show, Doctor." Sarah took a deep breath. Across the galaxy, a handful of alien observers had tuned into Earth's broadcast feed. Most were bored junior officers assigned to monitor the primitive humans. A few were scientists curious about what humans considered an achievement. They expected a rocket launch, maybe something slightly more advanced than usual. "This is Project Olympus Control," Sarah said, her voice broadcast to the world and the watching aliens. "We are go for launch in T-minus 60 seconds. All personnel, final systems check." The countdown began. Sarah watched the numbers tick down, each second carrying the weight of 5 years of work, billions of dollars, and humanity's reputation. 30 seconds. The magnetic coils powered up, their hum vibrating through the bedrock. 20 seconds. The projectile began to hover in the barrel, held perfectly in place by magnetic fields. 10 seconds. Every human on Earth who knew about Project Olympus held their breath. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. Sarah pressed the button. For 8.7 seconds, something impossible happened. The projectile accelerated down the 500-kilometer barrel, magnetic coils firing in precise sequence. The forces involved were staggering. The tungsten-depleted uranium core, wrapped in its exotic matter shell, was pushed harder and faster than any object humanity had ever created. 0 to 90,000 kilometers per second, 0 to 30% of light speed. The energy release was catastrophic in its beauty. On the surface, the desert lit up as if a new sun had been born beneath the sand. The electromagnetic pulse hit like a hammer, knocking out communications across half of North America. The shockwave followed, a ripple in the Earth itself that registered on seismic sensors worldwide. Windows shattered in Las Vegas, 200 kilometers away. Car alarms blared in Phoenix. And from the exit point in low Earth orbit, the projectile emerged. It streaked into space like a bullet fired by an angry god, trailing ionized particles that glowed bright enough to see from the ground. Satellites captured the moment in perfect clarity. A 500-ton projectile moving at a significant fraction of light speed, its trajectory perfectly calculated, heading toward a target 3 months away. The energy readings went out across the galaxy through FTL sensors. And in that moment, every alien who had dismissed humanity suddenly sat up and paid attention. On the Vrakesh military station orbiting their homeworld, alarms screamed. A junior analyst stared at his screen in disbelief. Energy release equivalent to... No, that can't be right. Recalibrate sensors. Sensors are fine, his superior snapped, mandibles clicking in agitation. That reading is correct. The humans just released more energy than our entire battle fleet could generate. In the luminary crystal gardens, scientists stopped their meditations. Impossible, one chimed. Category 3 civilizations do not have access to that kind of power generation. The calculations don't allow for it. Then the calculations are wrong, another replied, their crystalline body pulsing with confused light. Or the humans are not Category 3. On the Tethian water world, military analysts pulled up every scan they had of Earth's system. "We missed something," the admiral said, her voice tight with concern. "Run everything again. I want to know what else we missed." Emergency sessions were called. The Galactic Confederation's military council convened within hours. Councillor Jathik, who had mocked the humans 5 years ago, stood before a holographic display showing the projectile's trajectory and energy signature. "This is a weapon," he said flatly. "Make no mistake. The humans have built a planet-based weapon system capable of relativistic strikes. One shot from that device could devastate a fleet, destroy a space station, or crack a moon. Could they fire it again?" Someone asked. "Unknown, but we must assume they can. This changes everything." Jathik's 4 eyes glittered with something between fear and respect. "I recommend we prepare a military response. If the humans have one of these weapons, they are too dangerous to leave unchecked." But before the council could vote, Ambassador Chen Wei's broadcast reached them. His message was simple, calm, and broadcast on every frequency the Confederation monitored. To the honored members of the Galactic Confederation, Chen said, standing in the UN Assembly Hall with Earth visible through windows behind him. What you just witnessed was Project Olympus, humanity's contribution to galactic security. The projectile currently traveling through space is not aimed at any inhabited world, any space station, or any vessel. It is aimed at the Shroud of Malice. Silence filled the council chamber. The Shroud of Malice, the rogue black hole that had been an unsolvable problem for 2 centuries. Our scientists have calculated a solution, Chen continued. In 3 months, our projectile will impact the black hole's accretion disk. The kinetic transfer will alter its trajectory by 0.8 degrees, enough to ensure it misses all inhabited systems in its path. We do this not as a threat, but as a demonstration of our desire to contribute to the Confederation. We do this because it is right. We do this because we can. He paused, letting his words sink in. The galaxy called us Category 3, too primitive, too violent, too young. Perhaps we are all of those things, but we are also determined, creative, and willing to attempt what others consider impossible. In 3 months you will see whether we succeed or fail. We invite you to watch, we invite you to learn, and we invite you to reconsider what primitive means. The broadcast ended. Chen's face faded from screens across the galaxy, leaving millions of aliens staring at empty space. The Luminary Science Council immediately began calculations. Within hours they had their answer. It could work, the lead scientist announced, their voice ringing like bells. The trajectory is perfect. The energy transfer is sufficient. If the projectile hits precisely where they aimed, the shroud will indeed divert. If, Jothic repeated. And if they miss? If this is an elaborate deception? Then we will know they are ambitious fools, a Tethian representative said. But not dangerous ones. No weapon strikes 3 months in the future. This is either genuine aid or the most pointless threat in galactic history. The vote to attack Earth died before it could be officially proposed. Instead, a new motion passed. Watchful waiting. The galaxy would observe the projectile's journey. They would see if humanity could do what no Confederation species had managed. The Zorathian Combine, always thinking of profit, immediately sent trade proposals to Earth. Regardless of outcome, your engineering is impressive, their message read. We wish to discuss licensing agreements. On Earth, Sarah Okonkwo watched the alien responses flood in with a mixture of satisfaction and terror. They'd done it. They'd forced the galaxy to notice humanity. But now came the hard part. They had to make the shot. 3 months. 90 days for the projectile to cross the void. 90 days for humanity to hold its breath and hope that every calculation was perfect. Every variable accounted for. Every assumption correct. 90 days to prove that humans belonged among the stars. Sarah looked at her team, saw the exhaustion and pride on their faces. Well, she said with a tired smile, I guess we wait. And pray, General Reeves added. And pray, Sarah agreed, though she put her faith in mathematics and physics more than divine intervention. The projectile raced through space, invisible to the naked eye, carrying humanity's hopes and the galaxy's attention. Behind it, Earth prepared for whatever came next. Defense satellites were deployed. Evacuation plans were updated. Diplomatic channels opened. The galaxy was watching. And for better or worse, Earth had made itself impossible to ignore. The galaxy held its breath for 3 months, though different species held it for different reasons. The projectile moved through space at 90,000 kilometers per second. Too fast to intercept even if someone wanted to. Alien observatories tracked it obsessively, measuring its trajectory down to the millimeter. Every species with FTL sensors watched, calculated, and debated what humanity's gamble meant for the future. On Earth, life continued, but with an edge of tension that never quite faded. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo barely left the command center. She monitored the projectile's path constantly, comparing actual data to her predictions. So far, everything matched perfectly. The projectile flew true, aimed like an arrow at a target 3 months away. Stop worrying, Dr. Yuki Tanaka told her on day 30. The hard part is done. The projectile is in flight. We can't change anything now. That's exactly why I'm worrying, Sarah replied, staring at screens full of trajectory data. If we made a mistake, we won't know until impact, and then it will be too late. But it wasn't the math that kept her awake at night. It was the politics. Across the galaxy, reactions varied wildly. The peaceful Tethians sent messages of cautious support. "Your attempt to help is noted," their ambassador wrote. "We hope you succeed." The mercantile Zarathians were already drawing up trade contracts, betting on human success. "We wish to purchase 10 of your railguns," they proposed. "Name your price." The Luminari, those crystalline scientists, were fascinated. They sent research teams to Earth's solar system, asking permission to study Project Olympus. "Your approach to the problem is unique," they explained. "We have been using precision and finesse. You used raw power. We wish to understand this philosophy." But the Vrakesh, those insectoid warriors who had mocked humanity 5 years ago, responded with hostility. Military vessels gathered at their border stations. Councillor Jathik made speeches in the Confederation Council chambers, his mandibles clicking with anger. "The humans have violated every protocol," he declared. "They built a weapon of mass destruction without oversight. They fired it without permission. They threaten the stability of the entire galaxy. This cannot stand." "They aimed at a black hole, not at us," a Tethian countered. "Today a black hole. Tomorrow who knows?" Jathik's 4 eyes gleamed. "We must respond before it's too late." The debate raged for weeks. Some species saw humanity's action as helpful. Others saw it as dangerous. A few, the clever ones, saw it as both. On day 45, halfway through the waiting period, the Vrakesh made their move. A battle fleet of 30 warships entered Earth's solar system, weapons charged, shields up. They positioned themselves between Earth and its moon, a clear military statement. General Marcus Reeves stood in the UN Strategic Command, watching the alien fleet on his displays. "Well," he said calmly, though his jaw was tight, "we knew this might happen." "They're hailing us," a communications officer reported. "Audio only." "Put them through." Councillor Jathik's voice filled the command center, translated into English by their computers. "Humans of Earth, your actions have been deemed a threat to galactic security. You will immediately provide us with complete technical specifications of your weapon system. You will cease all operations related to Project Olympus. You will submit to Confederation oversight of your military development. You have 12 hours to comply." Silence followed. Every eye in the command center turned to General Reeves. He looked at Ambassador Chen Wei, who had rushed to the facility when the fleet arrived. Chen looked at Sarah Okonkwo, still surrounded by screens showing the projectile's path, and Sarah looked at the trajectory data, perfect and true. "We're 3 days from impact," she said quietly. 3 days from knowing if we succeed." "They want to make us back down before we succeed," Chen said. "If we do, we prove them right. We prove we're dangerous and unpredictable." "And if we don't?" Reeves asked. "They have 30 warships. We have some satellites with missiles and a railgun that takes days to recharge." "We have Earth," Chen replied, "and 6 billion people who are tired of being told they're not good enough." Reeves nodded slowly. He'd been a soldier for 40 years. He knew how to calculate odds. He also knew that sometimes you had to call a bluff. "Open a channel," he said. The communications officer looked nervous but obeyed. "Channel open, sir." "Councillor Jathik," Reeves said, his voice carrying the weight of command. "We respectfully decline your demands. Project Olympus is not a weapon of aggression. It is a tool of assistance. In 3 days you will see proof of this. We ask that you wait, watch, and learn. You dare refuse?" Jathik's voice was sharp with disbelief. "We have 30 warships. You have 1 planet." "Yes," Reeves agreed. "We have 1 planet. But, Counselor, before you fire on us, I suggest you calculate how many shots from our weapon system we could get off while your fleet destroys our orbital installations." "The answer is at least 2, maybe 3, each one with enough kinetic energy to crack a moon. Ask yourself, which of your ships would you sacrifice? Because we will be choosing targets and we will not miss." The channel went silent. Sarah felt her heart hammering. They were bluffing, sort of. The railgun could fire again, but it needed time to recharge, time to load another projectile. They couldn't rapid fire, but the Vrakesh didn't know that. And the threat of even one more relativistic projectile was enough to give any military commander pause. "You are insane," Jathik finally said. "We're human," Chen interjected. "You called us violent. You called us primitive. You said we were too dangerous to join the Confederation. But you never asked why we're dangerous, Counselor. We're dangerous because we don't give up. We're dangerous because we attempt impossible things. And we're dangerous because when someone tells us we can't do something, we do it anyway. 3 days, Reeves added. Wait 3 days. If we succeed, you'll witness humanity solving a problem that's plagued the galaxy for 2 centuries. If we fail, you can say we're fools and impose whatever restrictions you want. But if you fire on us now, you'll never know if we could have saved those Tethian worlds from the Shroud. Can you live with that, counselor? Minutes passed. Long, terrible minutes where everyone in the command center barely breathed. The Vrakesh fleet held its position, weapons charged but not firing. Sarah imagined she could feel the calculations happening on those ships, military minds weighing options, calculating risks. Finally, Jathik spoke again. 3 days. We will wait 3 days. But make no mistake, humans. When your projectile misses its target, when you have proven yourselves to be dangerous fools, we will return. And next time there will be no negotiations. The channel closed. The Vrakesh fleet remained in position, a constant reminder of the threat hanging over Earth, but they didn't fire. They didn't advance. They waited. Sarah let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Now we really have to make this shot, she said. No pressure, Yuki joked weakly, but the pressure was immense. The next 3 days were the longest of Sarah's life. She triple-checked every calculation. She ran simulations until her eyes blurred. She looked for any error, any mistake, any variable they might have missed. The math stayed perfect. The trajectory held true. On paper, everything worked, but paper wasn't reality. On day 89, 1 day before impact, the entire Galactic Confederation seemed to be watching. FTL communication networks were jammed with traffic as species shared theories, bets, and opinions. The Luminari had positioned observation ships near the Shroud of Malice, their sensors ready to capture every detail. On Earth, Sarah stood in the command center surrounded by her team. General Reeves was there. Ambassador Chen was there. Even some government leaders had arrived wanting to witness history firsthand. Tomorrow, Sarah said to no one in particular, tomorrow we find out if 5 years of work was genius or madness. I vote genius, Yuki said, trying to lighten the mood. The galaxy is watching, Chen said quietly. Whatever happens tomorrow, humanity has made itself known. We forced them to see us. That alone is a victory. I'd prefer a victory that doesn't end with the Vrakesh blowing up our cities, Reeves muttered. Sarah smiled despite her nerves. Then let's make sure our math is right. That night, very few people on Earth slept well. Everyone knew that tomorrow would change everything. Success meant respect, membership in the Confederation, and a future among the stars. Failure meant isolation, military oversight, and the confirmation of every doubt the aliens had about humanity. The sun rose on day 90. Impact would occur at 1437 Universal Time. Sarah was in her chair 3 hours early, watching the final approach data stream in. The projectile was exactly where it should be, moving at exactly the right speed, aimed at exactly the right point in the black hole's accretion disk. In orbit, the Vrakesh fleet watched. Across the galaxy, billions of aliens watched, and on Earth, 6 billion humans held their breath and prayed to whatever gods they believed in. The countdown began. Sarah's hands trembled slightly as she gripped the armrests of her chair. This was it. This was the moment that would define humanity's place in the galaxy. 10 minutes to impact, Yuki announced, his voice steady despite the magnitude of the moment. Sarah closed her eyes briefly. She'd done everything she could. The math was perfect. The engineering was sound. Now it was up to physics, that impartial judge that cared nothing for hopes or dreams. 5 minutes, some of the 500-ton projectile struck the accretion disk of the Shroud of Malice at precisely 1437 Universal Time, traveling at 30% of light speed. For a moment that stretched across space and time, nothing seemed to happen. Then physics took over and the universe did what mathematics predicted it would do. The kinetic energy transfer was spectacular. The projectile hit superheated plasma spinning around the black hole at relativistic speeds. The collision created a shockwave that rippled through the accretion disk like a stone thrown into water. Matter compressed, heated, and exploded outward in a brilliant display of radiation that lit up sensors across the galaxy. The Luminary observation ships, positioned at a safe distance, captured everything. Their sensors recorded the energy release, the momentum transfer, the subtle but definite change in the black hole's trajectory. Data streamed across FTL networks at the speed of thought, reaching every corner of the Confederation simultaneously. In the command center beneath Nevada, Dr. Sarah Okonkwo stared at the numbers scrolling across her screen. Her hands trembled. Her breath caught in her throat. For 5 seconds that felt like 5 years she couldn't speak. Then Dr. Yuki Tanaka broke the silence. "Trajectory shift confirmed," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. 0.83 degrees. We exceeded the target by 0.03 degrees. The shroud will miss all inhabited systems by a margin of safety. The command center erupted. People who had been silent and tense for 3 months suddenly shouted, cried, hugged each other. Years of work, years of doubt, years of pressure released in a single moment of pure joy. Sarah felt tears running down her face and didn't care. They'd done it. Against all odds, humanity had moved a black hole. General Marcus Reeves stood beside her chair, his face showing more emotion than Sarah had ever seen from the stoic military man. "You did it," he said quietly. "You magnificent genius, you actually did it." "We did it," Sarah corrected, looking at her team. "Every single person here. We did something the galaxy said was impossible." Ambassador Chen Wei, watching from the UN building in New York, smiled as reports flooded in from across the galaxy. The alien responses were coming fast, faster than their translators could keep up, but the tone was universal: shock, awe, and the beginning of respect. In the Galactic Confederation Council chambers, silence reigned for a full minute after the impact. Councillor Jothic stood frozen, his 4 eyes fixed on the holographic display showing the trajectory calculations. The numbers were undeniable. Humanity had succeeded where the Confederation had failed for 200 years. "Impossible," he whispered. But the word had lost its meaning. Humans had just proven that impossible was merely inconvenient. A Tethian representative broke the silence. "They did it on their first attempt. First attempt." Her voice carried wonder and disbelief in equal measure. "We've been trying for 2 centuries with our best scientists, our most advanced technology, and they solved it in 5 years with chemical rockets and determination." "Not chemical rockets," a luminary scientist corrected, their crystalline body pulsing with excited light. "Magnetic acceleration, kinetic energy weapons adapted for peaceful purposes. And the mathematics—" The luminary paused, almost reverent. "The precision required to account for gravitational lensing, relativistic effects, 3-month drift calculations, all on the first shot with no room for error. This is not primitive technology. This is elegant, brutal, and brilliant." "It's a weapon," Jothic said, but his voice had lost its conviction. "They built a planet-based weapon system capable of saving 3 worlds," interrupted a Zarathian traitor. "Let's be honest about what just happened. The humans looked at a problem we couldn't solve, built something we didn't think Category 3 civilizations could build, and solved it perfectly. We can argue about the implications, but we cannot deny the results." Emergency session was called. For the first time in Confederation history, every single member species sent their highest representative. This was too important to delegate. The question before them was simple but profound. What do we do about humanity? The debate lasted 6 hours. Species that had ignored Earth now demanded trade agreements. Military powers that had seen humans as weak reassessed their strategic calculations. Scientific communities begged for access to Project Olympus data. And through it all, one fact remained clear: humanity could no longer be dismissed. Finally, the vote was called. The motion was straightforward: grant Earth full membership in the Galactic Confederation with Category 2 civilization status, skipping Category 4 entirely. The vote was unanimous. Even Jothic voted in favor, though his mandibles clicked with bitter acknowledgement. In Earth's orbit, the Vrakesh fleet commander received new orders. He read them twice, unable to believe what he was seeing. Then with great reluctance, he opened a channel to Earth. "General Reeves," Jothic's voice came through, stripped of its earlier arrogance. "On behalf of the Vrakesh military and the Galactic Confederation, I formally apologize for our aggressive posture. Our fleet is withdrawing immediately, and I am instructed to inform you that humanity has been granted full Confederation membership. Effective immediately, your observer status is revoked. You are now equals." The last word seemed to pain him, but he said it anyway. Reeves smiled, a sharp expression that showed teeth. "Apology accepted, Counselor. We look forward to working with the Confederation as equals. The Vrakesh fleet began to withdraw and Earth erupted in celebration. Cities across the planet lit up with fireworks, parades, and parties that would last for days. Humanity had done more than join the Confederation. They'd forced the galaxy to recognize them as peers. But in the command center, Sarah wasn't celebrating yet. She pulled up schematics on her private screen, designs that had been kept secret even from most of the project team. General Reeves noticed and moved closer. "What's that?" he asked quietly. Sarah glanced at him, then at the schematics. "Olympus Station 2, 3, 4, and 5, she said. Counselor Jathic was right to be worried. What we built isn't just a tool. It's a weapon. A terrible, powerful weapon. And the galaxy needs to know we have more. Deterrence, Reeves said, understanding immediately. Insurance, Sarah corrected. Today we saved 3 worlds. Tomorrow we need to make sure no one tries to conquer ours. The galaxy respects us now, but respect backed by power lasts longer than respect alone. How long until the other stations are operational? 2 years for Station 2. 5 years for all 5. Sarah closed the schematics. But the galaxy doesn't need to know that. As far as they're concerned, we could fire again tomorrow. Reeves nodded slowly. You're a devious woman, Dr. Okonkwo. I'm a human woman, she replied. We don't survive by being nice. We survive by being smart, determined, and just scary enough that people think twice before testing us. 3 days later, Ambassador Chen Wei stood before the full Galactic Confederation for the second time. The council chamber looked the same, but everything had changed. Species that had ignored him before now listened intently. Counselor Jathic sat in his usual position, but his posture was different, less arrogant, more cautious. Honored counselors, Chen began. 5 years ago I stood here and asked for membership. I was denied. You said we were too primitive, too violent, too young. Today I return not to ask, but to accept your invitation. Humanity joins the Galactic Confederation not as supplicants, but as partners. He paused, letting his words carry weight. But I want to be clear about something. The projectile that moved the shroud was fired from Olympus Station 1. We have begun construction on Olympus Stations 2 through 5. These stations will serve as both tools for galactic emergencies and deterrence against aggression. We share this information in the spirit of transparency. Murmurs filled the chamber. Chen continued, his voice steady. Humanity offers our technology, our creativity, and our determination to the Confederation. We will share what we've learned. We will trade fairly. We will contribute to galactic peace, but we will also maintain our ability to defend ourselves and our interests. We hope this is understood. Jathic stood up. The chamber went silent. Everyone waited to see what the Vrakesh counselor would say. Ambassador Chen, Jathic began, his mandibles clicking slowly. 5 years ago I mocked your species. I called you primitive. I called your rockets backward. I was wrong. The admission seemed to cost him, but he continued. Humanity has proven something we had forgotten. That innovation comes from necessity, that power can emerge from unexpected places, and that youth and inexperience can be strengths rather than weaknesses. The Vrakesh welcome humanity to the Confederation. We look forward to learning from you. He sat down and Chen nodded in acknowledgement. It wasn't friendship, but it was respect, and respect was enough. The formal acceptance ceremony lasted hours, with speeches from dozens of species, trade agreements drafted on the fly, and diplomatic protocols established. By the end, Earth had gone from an isolated backwater to a recognized power in galactic politics. When it was over, Chen stepped outside the council chamber and looked out at the colony ship moved slowly through the dark space between stars. Inside, 300 families slept in their chambers, dreaming of their new home. The ship had been traveling for 2 years, carrying humans to a planet called New Haven. It was supposed to be safe. It was supposed to be peaceful. Hyun stood on the bridge, watching the stars. He was tall and strong, with tired eyes that had seen too many battles. As the ship's security officer, he rarely slept well. His wife Jisoo sat nearby, holding their baby son Minho. The child was only 6 months old, with bright, curious eyes and tiny hands that grabbed at everything. We'll be there soon, Jisoo said softly. She rocked Minho gently. 3 more weeks and we'll have a real home. Hyun smiled, but something felt wrong. He had learned to trust his instincts during his years in the military. The sensors showed nothing unusual, but his gut told him danger was near. Suddenly, alarms screamed throughout the ship. Red lights flashed everywhere. Hyun jumped to the control panel. His hands moved quickly across the screens. What is it? Jisoo asked, holding Minho closer. Ships, Hyun said, his voice tight. 3 of them. They just appeared out of nowhere. The colony ship shook violently. People started waking up, confused and scared. Children cried. Adults shouted questions. The peaceful journey had become a nightmare in seconds. Hyun looked at the screens and felt his blood turn cold. He recognized those ships. Everyone in the galaxy knew about the Vrex. They were slavers, raiders, and killers. They controlled dozens of worlds through fear and violence. They took what they wanted and destroyed everything else. Get to the escape pods, Hyun told Jisoo. Take Minho and go now. I'm not leaving you, she said. Please, Hyun begged. Save our son. Another explosion rocked the ship. The lights flickered. Jisoo kissed Hyun quickly, then ran toward the evacuation area with Minho in her arms. Other families were already running, pushing and shoving in panic. The Vrex ships attached themselves to the colony vessel like parasites. Their metal claws dug into the hull. Cutting beams sliced through the walls. Within minutes, Vrex soldiers poured inside. They were terrible to look at. Each Vrex stood 8 feet tall, with gray skin covered in natural armor plates. Their eyes glowed yellow in the darkness. They had 4 arms, each ending in sharp claws. When they spoke, their voices sounded like metal scraping against stone. The Vrex moved through the ship with practiced efficiency. They killed anyone who fought back. They captured everyone else. Their leader, a massive Vrex named Thalen, walked slowly through the corridors. He had led raids on hundreds of worlds. Humans were new to him, but he had heard they were weak creatures who broke easily. Hyun fought as long as he could. He took down 3 Vrex soldiers before more swarmed him. They beat him until he couldn't stand, then dragged him to the holding area with the other survivors. Jisoo had made it to the escape pod bay with Minho. Her heart pounded as she strapped her baby into a pod. Other parents were doing the same thing, trying to save their children. But before she could launch the pod, Vrex soldiers burst into the bay. No, Jisoo screamed. She threw herself over Minho, trying to protect him with her body. A Vrex soldier grabbed her with 2 of its arms and threw her across the room. She hit the wall hard and fell to the floor, barely conscious. Through blurred vision, she saw another Vrex pick up Minho. The baby should have been crying, but Minho just stared at the alien holding him. His small eyes showed no fear, only curiosity. This confused the Vrex soldier. Thalen entered the bay and saw the baby. He walked closer, his yellow eyes studying the tiny human. This one is strange, the soldier said. It does not fear me. Thalen reached out with one clawed hand. Minho grabbed his finger with surprising strength. The Vrex commander made a sound that might have been laughter. Bring this infant, Thalen ordered. I want to study it. Commander, it is just a baby, the soldier said. That is why I want it, Thalen replied. We will raise it. We will break its spirit young. It will serve as an example of human weakness. They took Minho away. Jisoo tried to crawl after them, reaching out with one hand, but she was too injured to move. She could only watch as the Vrex carried her son onto their ship. The raid lasted 3 hours. When it ended, the Vrex had taken 200 humans as slaves. They left the colony ship damaged and drifting, with barely enough survivors to keep it running. The dream of reaching New Haven died that day. Hyun found Jisoo in the escape pod bay. Her face was covered in blood and bruises. He held her as she cried, telling him what happened to Minho. They took him, she sobbed. Our baby. They took our baby. Hyun felt something break inside him, but he couldn't fall apart. Not yet. He helped Jisoo to the medical bay where doctors treated her injuries. Then he gathered the other survivors. The captain was dead. The first officer was dead. Most of the senior crew were either dead or taken. That left Hyun in charge of what remained. We need to repair the ship, he told them. We need to survive. And then we need to find our people. The Vrex are too powerful, someone said. We can't fight them. I'm not talking about fighting, Hyun said, though his eyes showed he was lying. I'm talking about finding them. About bringing our families home. Over the next weeks, the survivors worked day and night. They patched the holes in the hull. They fixed the engines. They gathered supplies from other damaged ships they found floating in space. Jisoo healed slowly, but the wound in her heart stayed open. Every night she dreamed of Minho. Every morning she woke up determined to find him. She started collecting information. She talked to other ships they encountered. She learned everything she could about the Vrex Empire. She discovered that humans weren't the only species the Vrex had enslaved. Dozens of alien races suffered under Vrex rule. Yun used his military contacts to gather weapons and recruit help. Word spread about what happened to the colony ship. Other humans were angry. They wanted to help. Slowly a resistance began to form. But they were too late to save most of the captives. The Vrex had already scattered them across their empire, selling them to different masters on different worlds. Only one remained with Thalen on his war station, orbiting a dead planet far from human space. Baby Minho, who would grow up surrounded by enemies, learning to survive in the cruelest place in the galaxy. Neither Hyun nor Jisoo knew if their son was alive. But they refused to give up hope. They would search for him. They would find him. And they would make the Vrex pay for what they had done. The war had begun, though it would take many years before anyone realized it. The Vrex thought they had won an easy victory. They thought they had broken another weak species. They were wrong. 10 years had passed since the raid. The war station orbited its dead planet, a massive structure of metal and darkness where the Vrex trained their soldiers and kept their most valuable slaves. Minho swept the floor in Thalen's private quarters. He was 16 now, though he looked younger because the Vrex didn't feed him enough. His black hair was cut short and scars covered his arms from years of punishment. But his eyes remained bright and alert, always watching, always learning. Thalen sat in his chair, studying reports from across the Empire. He barely noticed the human boy cleaning his room. Minho had become part of the background like furniture. "You missed a spot," Thalen said without looking up. Minho cleaned the spot. He had learned not to argue. The Vrex loved violence and they would hurt him for any excuse. But he had also learned something important during his years on the station. The Vrex were predictable. They followed patterns, and patterns could be exploited. When Thalen dismissed him, Minho walked through the dark corridors to the slave quarters. The station held 300 slaves from 20 different species. Most had been here for years, their spirits broken by endless work and punishment. The slave quarters were cramped and cold. Dozens of beings slept on hard metal floors, packed together like cargo. Minho made his way to the corner where the human slaves gathered. There were 12 other humans on the station. Most were adults who had been captured in raids like the one that took Minho. They looked at the boy with mixture of pity and respect. He had survived things that would have killed others. Sora sat against the wall working on a broken tool. She was 30 years old, with graying hair and hands scarred from years of engineering work. She had been captured 5 years ago when the Vrex raided her mining colony. "How was your day, little brother?" she asked quietly. Minho sat beside her. "Same as always. Thalen is planning another raid. I heard him talking to his officers." Sora's hands stopped moving. "Where?" "The Kelvin system. 3 human settlements. We need to warn them," Sora whispered. "How?" Minho asked, though he already knew the answer. Sora had been working on something secret for months. She had been stealing parts and building something in the hidden spaces of the station. "My transmitter is almost ready," Sora said. "One more component and I can send a signal." Minho pulled a small metal piece from inside his shirt. He had stolen it from Thalen's repair bay that morning. "Will this work?" Sora's eyes went wide. She took the component and examined it carefully. A smile crossed her tired face. Yes, this will work. But Minho, if they catch you stealing, they won't," Minho said. "I've been watching the guards. I know their patterns. I know when the cameras look away. I've been learning." "You're too brave for your own good," Sora said, but she said it with pride. That night, after the guards made their final rounds, Sora assembled the transmitter. It was crude and small, built from stolen scraps, but it would work. She typed a message warning about the coming raid, then sent it out into space, hoping someone would hear it. The next day, Minho was called to the training grounds. This happened once a week. Thalen liked to watch the slaves fight each other for entertainment. Winners got extra food. Losers got beaten. Minho had learned to fight over the years. The Vrex had taught him, though not intentionally. He watched how they moved, how they struck, how they killed. He copied their techniques and made them his own. His opponent was a Krell, a large alien with blue skin and 6 arms. The Krell was twice Minho's size and had been fighting in the arena for 3 years. The guards formed a circle. Thalen watched from his platform above. Other Vrek soldiers placed bets on who would win. The fight began. The Krell attacked immediately, trying to crush Minho with its superior strength. But Minho was fast. He dodged and weaved, letting the Krell tire itself out. Humans might not be as strong as other species, but they had endurance. They could keep going long after others quit. The Krell grew frustrated. It swung wildly, trying to land a killing blow. Minho waited for his moment, then struck hard at the Krell's knee joint. The alien fell. Before it could rise, Minho had his arm around its throat. "Yield," Minho said quietly. The Krell tapped the ground, signaling surrender. The guards pulled Minho away. Thalen leaned forward, studying the human boy with new interest. "Interesting," the Vrek's commander said. "You continue to survive, human. Most of your kind break within a year. You've been here for 10. Minho said nothing. He had learned that silence was often the best response. "Do you know why I kept you?" Thalen asked. "No, Master. I wanted to prove that humans were weak, that you could be broken like any other species. But you refused to break. This troubles me." Thalen stood and walked down to the arena. He towered over Minho, looking down at the boy with his yellow eyes. "What makes you strong?" Thalen demanded. "I don't know, Master," Minho lied. He knew exactly what made him strong. It was the small flame of hope that Sora had given him. She had told him stories about his parents, about how they were still alive and looking for him. She had taught him that humans didn't give up. They kept fighting, even when everything seemed lost. Thalen grabbed Minho's arm and twisted it until bone cracked. Pain exploded through Minho's body, but he didn't scream. He had learned not to give the Vreks that satisfaction. "Feel that?" Thalen hissed. "That is pain. Every species fears pain. Every species breaks from pain. Why not you?" Minho looked up at the Vrek's commander with calm eyes. "Maybe you haven't hurt me enough yet," the other guards gasped. No slave spoke to Thalen that way. The commander would surely kill the boy now, but Thalen just laughed, a terrible scraping sound. He released Minho's broken arm and walked away. "Interesting indeed," Thalen said. "Very well, human. We shall see how long your defiance lasts." They threw Minho back in the slave quarters without medical treatment. Sora set his broken bone as best she could, using stolen supplies and makeshift tools. "You need to be more careful," she said. "You're going to get yourself killed." "We're all going to die here anyway," Minho said through gritted teeth. "Might as well make them remember us." Word of the fight spread through the slave quarters. The other slaves started looking at Minho differently. He was just a boy, but he had stood up to Thalen. He had shown no fear. In a place where hope was scarce, that meant everything. Over the following weeks, Minho began talking to the other slaves. He learned their languages, their skills, their stories. He discovered that many of them wanted to resist but didn't know how. They had been slaves for so long that they had forgotten how to fight back. Minho started teaching them. Small things at first. How to steal without getting caught. How to hide supplies. How to communicate without the guards noticing. He taught them the patterns he had learned, the weaknesses in the station's security. Sora watched him transform from a scared child into something else. A leader. A symbol of resistance. "Your parents would be proud," she told him one night. "Do you really think they're still alive?" Minho asked. He wanted to believe it, but 10 years was a long time. "I know they are," Sora said. She pulled out a small device, her transmitter. "Because they've been answering my messages." Minho's heart nearly stopped. "What?" "For the past 3 months, I've been in contact with a resistance group. Human ships working with other freed slaves. They're building an army, Minho. And they're led by 2 people named Hyun and Jisoo." Tears filled Minho's eyes for the first time in years. His parents. They hadn't forgotten him. They were still fighting. "They're coming for us," Sora said, "but it will take time. The Vrek's empire is huge, and this station is well defended. We need to be ready. We need to prepare the others." Minho wiped his eyes and nodded. The scared baby the Vreks had taken was gone. In his place stood a young man who had survived the impossible. A young man who would help destroy an empire. The Vreks thought they had won when they took a human infant. They thought they had captured a slave. They didn't understand that they had made their greatest mistake. They had given humanity a reason to unite. They had created a symbol of resistance, and they had underestimated what humans would do to save one of their own. The war was coming, and Minho would be ready. Minho couldn't sleep. He lay on the cold metal floor of the slave quarters, staring at the dark ceiling. His arm still hurt from where Thalen had broken it weeks ago. It had healed badly because the Vrex didn't care about slave injuries, but the pain didn't matter now. Nothing mattered except the truth Sora had revealed. His parents were alive. They were coming for him. He had spent 10 years believing he was alone in the universe. Now he knew different. That knowledge changed something deep inside him. It wasn't just hope anymore. It was certainty. He would survive. He would escape. He would see his mother and father again. Sora whispered from nearby. "Can't sleep?" "No," Minho said quietly. "Tell me about them." "My parents." "What did they say in their messages?" Sora moved closer, keeping her voice barely audible. The guards patrolled every hour, and sound carried in the metal corridors. "Your mother, Jisoo, leads the intelligence operations. She tracks Vrex movements, maps their stations, identifies their weaknesses. Your father, Hyun, commands the military forces. They've united human colonies across 3 star systems. They've also allied with other species that the Vrex enslaved." "How many ships do they have?" Minho asked. "Not enough," Sora admitted. "The Vrex have thousands. The Resistance has maybe 50, and most are small. But they're growing. Every raid the Vrex make creates more enemies. Every slave they take becomes a reason for someone to fight back." Minho thought about this. "We need to help them." "From the inside, what do you mean?" "The Vrex are strong because they control information. They know where the weak colonies are. They know when to strike, but if we could disrupt that..." Minho's mind worked fast. "Sora, can you access the station's main computer?" "Only the basic systems. The important data is locked behind security I can't break." "What if you had help?" Minho asked. "What if we could get you inside the command center?" Sora grabbed his arm. "That's insane. The command center has 20 guards. Even if we could get past them, Thalen would kill us both." "Maybe," Minho said. "But what if it worked? Think about what we could do. We could send the Resistance information about every Vrex ship, every raid plan, every weakness. We could change everything. And if we fail, then we die. But we're already dead, Sora. We're slaves on a Vrex war station. Our lives are over the moment they decide we're not useful anymore. Might as well make our deaths count for something." Sora was quiet for a long moment. Then she laughed softly, a sound that hadn't been heard in the slave quarters for years. "You sound just like them," she said. "Just like your parents. They said the same thing when they started the Resistance. Might as well make it count." She squeezed his hand. "All right. Let's plan something crazy." Over the next months, they prepared. Minho studied the guards more carefully than ever before. He learned their schedules, their habits, their weaknesses. He noticed which ones drank too much during their breaks, which ones fell asleep at their posts, which ones could be distracted. He also started recruiting. Carefully, quietly, he approached other slaves. Not all of them. Some had been broken too badly. They would report any rebellion to gain favor with their masters. But others still had fight left in them. There was Dara, a female alien from the Quellan species. She had been a pilot before the Vrex captured her ship. She knew navigation and weapon systems better than anyone on the station. There was Tyke, another human who worked in the maintenance tunnels. He knew every vent, every pipe, every hidden passage in the station's structure. There was Boro, a massive Krell who had fought Minho in the arena. After losing to the human boy, Boro had developed respect for him. The Krell's strength would be useful. One by one, Minho brought them together. They met in secret in the forgotten corners of the station where guards never went. They spoke in whispers, planning their impossible mission. "This is suicide," Dara said when Minho explained the plan. "The command center is the most protected place on the station." "That's why they won't expect us to attack it," Minho replied. "The Vrex think we're broken. They think we're harmless. That's our advantage." "What exactly do you need from the computer?" Tyke asked. Sora answered. "Everything. Ship movements, raid schedules, supply routes, communication codes. The more information we can steal, the more damage the Resistance can do." "How long will you need in the system?" Dara asked. 10 minutes, Sora said. "Maybe 15. "We'll give you 20, Minho said. "After that, we all run or we all die together." They chose a date 3 weeks away. During that time, Thalen would be off the station visiting another part of the Empire. Security would be lighter with the commander gone. It was their best chance. Minho trained harder than ever. He exercised in secret, building strength. He studied the Vrex fighting style, learning how to use their size against them. He was smaller and weaker than them, but he was faster. Humans were always faster. The night before the mission, Jisoo sent a message through Sora's transmitter. It was brief, just a few words, but they meant everything. We know where you are. We're coming. Hold on just a little longer. We love you. Minho read the message over and over until he memorized every word. His mother's voice was in those words. Even though he couldn't remember what she sounded like, his father's strength was there too. I'm ready, he told Sora. The day arrived. Minho went through his normal routine, cleaning Thalen's quarters even though the commander was gone. The acting commander, a Vrex named Krell, barely noticed him. Good. At the scheduled time, everything went into motion. Tyke created a distraction in the lower levels by causing a small fire in the waste recycling system. Alarm sounded. Guards rushed to investigate. Meanwhile, Minho, Sora, Dara, and Boro made their way through the maintenance tunnels toward the command center. Tyke's maps were perfect. They moved quickly through the narrow passages, their hearts pounding. They emerged near the command center entrance. 2 guards stood outside. Minho signaled to Boro. The massive Krell moved forward silently, then struck both guards before they could sound an alarm. They fell unconscious. Drag them inside, Minho whispered. Make it look like they're sleeping at their posts. They moved into the command center. It was a large room filled with computers and screens showing the entire station. 3 more guards were inside watching the displays. This was the dangerous part. They couldn't knock out all the guards without someone triggering an alarm. They needed a different approach. Minho walked forward, acting casual. Commander Krell sent me to clean, he said in the Vrex language. 1 guard turned. We didn't request cleaning. I don't make the orders, Minho said. I just follow them. The guard seemed suspicious, but before he could say more, Dara and Boro struck from behind. The fight was quick and brutal. Boro's strength overwhelmed 2 guards, while Dara used a stolen weapon to stun the 3rd. But 1 guard managed to hit an alarm before falling. Sirens blared throughout the station. We're out of time, Dara said. We need to run now. No, Minho said firmly. Sora needs her 20 minutes. We hold this room. Sora was already at the main computer, her fingers flying across the controls. I'm in. Downloading now. They could hear footsteps in the corridor. Many footsteps. The guards were coming. Minho and the others positioned themselves at the entrance. They had stolen weapons from the unconscious guards. It wouldn't be enough against dozens of Rex soldiers, but they would make a stand anyway. The first guards appeared in the doorway. Minho fired and 1 fell. Dara shot another. But more kept coming. How long? Minho shouted to Sora. 10 more minutes. The Rex soldiers charged. Boro met them with his massive strength, throwing them back. Dara's shots were precise, dropping guards 1 by 1. But they were getting overwhelmed. Minho felt claws rake across his back. Pain exploded through him. He spun and struck his attacker, but more Vrex poured into the room. 5 minutes, Sora called. Minho's vision blurred. He had been hit too many times. Blood covered his shirt. But he kept fighting. He thought of his parents. He thought of all the humans suffering under Vrex rule. He thought of what this information could do for the resistance. Done, Sora finally shouted. I have it all. Run, Minho ordered. Everyone out. They fled through the maintenance tunnels with the Vrex in pursuit. Tyke had planted explosives along their escape route. As the Vrex followed, he triggered them. The tunnels collapsed, blocking the chase. They made it back to the slave quarters, gasping for breath. The stolen data was hidden in Sora's transmitter. Within hours, she would send it all to the resistance. Commander Krell appeared with 50 guards. His face was twisted with rage. Who did this? He roared. No one answered. All the slaves looked at the ground. Krell grabbed the nearest slave and killed them with 1 strike. Who did this? Still no one spoke. Krell killed another slave. And another. Minho couldn't let more innocents die. He stepped forward. I did. Krell turned to him. You, a human child? Not a child anymore, Minho said. And not afraid of you. Krell laughed and ordered his guards to take Minho away for punishment. As they dragged him off, Minho saw Sora watching from the crowd. She nodded once. The data was safe. The mission succeeded. They tortured him for 3 days. But Minho didn't break. He didn't reveal his friends. He didn't apologize. And when Thalen returned to find his entire system compromised, his secret plans exposed, his empire suddenly vulnerable, he finally understood what Minho had known all. Along humans didn't break. They bent, they adapted, they serve. Minho hung from chains in the interrogation room. His body was covered in burns and cuts. 3 days of torture had left him barely conscious, but still he hadn't revealed who helped him break into the command center. Thalen stood before him, his yellow eyes glowing in the darkness. The Vrex commander had returned to find his station in chaos. The information Minho had stolen was already spreading through the galaxy. Resistance groups were using it to avoid Vrex raids to attack supply lines to free slaves. "You have cost me greatly, human," Thalen said. His voice was cold and hard. 3 raids failed because the colonists were warned. 2 supply convoys were ambushed. The Council of Vrex is questioning my competence. Minho lifted his head slightly. Through swollen eyes, he looked at Thalen and smiled. Blood stained his teeth. "Good." Thalen struck him hard enough to crack ribs. "You think this is victory? You are still my slave. You will die in this room." "Maybe," Minho whispered, "but you'll never feel safe again. Every slave on this station knows what I did. They know humans can fight back. You can kill me, but you can't kill the idea." Thalen grabbed Minho's throat with one of his clawed hands. "Then I will kill all of them. Every slave on this station. I will make an example that the galaxy will never forget." "Do it," Minho said, his voice barely audible. "Kill us all. Show the galaxy exactly what kind of monsters you are. See how many more enemies that creates." For the first time in his long life, Thalen felt something unfamiliar. Doubt. This human child had somehow turned defeat into victory. Even broken and bleeding, he was still fighting. Still winning. Thalen released Minho and left the room. He had decisions to make. In the slave quarters, word had spread about Minho's torture. The slaves were terrified that Thalen would follow through on his threat to kill them all. But they were also inspired. Minho had proven that resistance was possible. Sora gathered the others who had helped with the raid. "We can't let him die alone," she said. "We need to act." "Act how?" Dara asked. "There are 300 slaves and 1,000 Vrex soldiers. Even if we all fought together, we would lose." "Not if we had help," Tyke said quietly. He had been monitoring transmissions. "I've been listening to the communications. There's a fleet approaching this sector. Human ships leading an alliance of freed species. They're 3 days away." 3 days, Boro rumbled. "Can Minho survive 3 more days?" "We have to make sure he does," Sora said. "And we have to prepare. When that fleet arrives, this station needs to be in chaos. We need to help them from the inside." They began spreading the word carefully to trusted slaves. They gathered weapons in secret. They identified key systems to sabotage. They prepared for rebellion. On the 2nd day, Thalen made his decision. He couldn't kill all the slaves without crippling his station's operations. But he couldn't let the human live either. Minho had become a symbol, and symbols were dangerous. He ordered Minho brought to the arena. All slaves and soldiers would watch the execution. It would be public, brutal, and final. They dragged Minho into the arena. He could barely stand. His body was broken, but his spirit remained intact. The slaves watched from behind barriers. The Vrex soldiers formed a circle, eager to see the troublesome human finally die. Thalen stood on his platform. "This human defied me," he announced. "He stole from me. He cost our empire resources and lives. Now he will pay the price. Let this be a lesson to all who consider rebellion." He gestured to his personal champion, a massive Vrex warrior named Gorth. The creature stood 9 feet tall, covered in scars from 100 victories. He carried a blade as long as Minho was tall. "You will fight," Thalen told Minho. "When you die, your defiance dies with you." Minho was unarmed and barely able to move. Gorth approached slowly, savoring the kill. But then something unexpected happened. Boro the Krell, who had helped with the raid, jumped into the arena. "He doesn't fight alone," Boro said. The guards moved to stop him, but Dara jumped in next. Then Tyke. Then Sora. One by one, the slaves who had worked with Minho joined him in the arena. Thalen's eyes widened with rage. "Kill them all!" he ordered. More Vrex soldiers entered the arena, but then more slaves jumped in. Not just Minho's group. Others too. Slaves who had never rebelled before. The humans' courage had infected them. The arena erupted into chaos. Slaves fought Vrex soldiers with stolen weapons with tools with their bare hands. They were outnumbered and outmatched, but they fought anyway. Sora reached Minho and helped him stand. "Can you move?" "I can fight," Minho said through gritted teeth. She handed him a blade she had stolen. Together they joined the battle. Minho moved through the pain. Every strike hurt. Every breath was agony, but he kept fighting. He thought of his parents somewhere out there leading a fleet to save him. He couldn't die before seeing them again. Gorth found him in the chaos. The massive Vrex warrior swung his blade, trying to cut Minho in half. But Minho was learning something important in that moment. Pain made the body weak, but it also made the mind sharp. When every movement hurt, you learn to make every movement count. He dodged Gorth's strike and moved inside the warrior's reach. Before Gorth could react, Minho drove his stolen blade into a gap in the Vrex's natural armor. The giant fell. Across the arena, Thalen watched in disbelief as his champion died. He watched as more slaves joined the rebellion. He watched as his perfect control began to crumble. "Sound the station-wide alarm," Thalen ordered. "Seal all sections. Kill everyone in the arena." Heavy doors began to close, trapping the rebels. Automated weapons emerged from the walls. This was the end. The slaves had fought bravely, but they were about to be slaughtered. Then the entire station shook. Alarms blared for a different reason. Something was attacking from outside. A human fleet had arrived early, Hyun and Jisoo leading 50 ships in alliance with freed Krell, Quellen, and others. They had received Tyke's message about the approaching execution and had pushed their engines to the limit. The fleet's weapons hammered the war station. The Vrex scrambled to respond, pulling soldiers away from the arena to defend the station. Thalen's face twisted with fury. This cannot be happening. In the arena, Sora's transmitter crackled to life. A voice came through, strong and clear. "This is Commander Hyun of the Free Alliance. We are here for our people. Minho, if you can hear this, hold on. We're coming for you." Minho felt tears in his eyes. His father's voice. After 10 years, he heard his father's voice. "We need to get to the docking bay," Sora said. "The Alliance ships will send boarding parties. We need to meet them there." The rebels fought their way out of the arena. The Vrex were in disarray, trying to defend against both internal rebellion and external attack. The advantage had shifted. They reached the docking bay just as Alliance soldiers breached the station. Humans in combat armor poured through the opening, laying down covering fire. Behind them came Krell warriors and Quellen pilots. All species united against their former oppressors. Leading them was Hyun himself. He was older now, with gray in his hair, but his eyes were the same. Those eyes scanned the crowd of freed slaves, searching desperately. Minho stepped forward. He was covered in blood and barely standing, but he stood. Father and son looked at each other across the docking bay. 10 years of separation, 10 years of pain and searching, 10 years of never giving up hope. Hyun ran to him. He caught Minho as the boy's legs finally gave out. He held his son for the first time since he was a baby. "I'm here," Hyun said, his voice breaking. "I'm here. You're safe now." "Mom?" Minho whispered. "On the command ship. She's directing the fleet. She's—" Hyun couldn't finish. He just held his son tighter. The battle raged around them as more Alliance soldiers secured the docking bay. They evacuated the freed slaves onto waiting ships. The Vrex defense was collapsing. The mighty war station was falling. Thalen watched it all from his command center. He saw his empire crumbling. He saw decades of control slipping away. And he understood finally what he had done wrong. He hadn't captured a slave when he took that human infant. He had taken a son from his parents. He had created martyrs, united enemies, and sparked a war he couldn't win. The Vrex controlled through fear, but humans had something stronger than fear. They had love. They had loyalty. They had the unbreakable bond between parent and child, and they would tear down an empire to protect that bond. Thalen sent out an emergency transmission to all Vrex forces. "Retreat. Abandon the station. This position is lost." As Vrex ships fled, the Alliance took control of the station. They freed all remaining slaves. They captured vital intelligence. They won their first major victory against the Empire. And in the medical bay of Hyun's ship, Jisoo finally held her son again. She cried as she touched his face, kissed his forehead, and whispered all the things she had been saving to tell him for 10 years. Minho looked at his parents and smiled despite the pain. "I knew you'd come. Always," Jisoo said. "We will always come for you." That's what family does. The battle was won, but the war was not over. The Vrex Empire still controlled hundreds of worlds. But now they had been proven vulnerable. The galaxy had seen them defeated, and it had seen why, because they had made one fatal mistake. They had underestimated humanity. They had taken the wrong child. News of the victory spread across every system. Species that had suffered under Vrex. 6 months after the fall of Thalen's war station, the galaxy was transforming. The Vrex Empire, which had ruled through fear for centuries, was crumbling. Their military forces were scattered. Their slave worlds were rebelling. Their power was broken. Minho stood on the bridge of the Alliance flagship looking out at the stars. His body had healed from the torture, but scars remained. He was 17 now, no longer the child who had been taken or even the teenager who had fought back. He was something new. A survivor who had become a symbol. Hyun walked up beside him. The council meeting starts in an hour. Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be, Minho said. I still don't understand why they want me there. I'm not a diplomat or a commander. I'm just someone who survived. That's exactly why they want you there, Hyun said. You represent something important. You're proof that the Vrex can be defeated, that slaves can become free, that empires can fall. They walked together through the ship's corridors. Over the past months, Minho had been recovering and learning. His mother had taught him history and politics. His father had trained him in strategy and combat. But he had also been teaching them what he learned during his 10 years in captivity. The council chamber was filled with representatives from dozens of species. Humans, Krell, Quellan, and many others. Species that had been enemies were now allies, united by their shared suffering under Vrex rule. Jisoo was already there, organizing the meeting. She had become the Alliance's chief strategist, coordinating operations across multiple star systems. When she saw Minho enter, she smiled. That smile still amazed him. He had spent so long without seeing it that every time felt like a gift. The meeting began. Representatives reported on recent victories. The Vrex had lost control of 12 major worlds. Their fleet was down to less than half its original strength. Slave rebellions were happening daily across the Empire. But there were problems too. Some freed worlds didn't want to join the Alliance. They wanted revenge against anyone who had worked with the Vrex, even slaves who had been forced to serve. Fighting had broken out between different resistance groups over who would control the new territories. We're in danger of winning the war but losing the peace, said Dara, who now served as the Quellan representative. If we can't unite these freed worlds, they'll just create new empires. New wars. We need a common goal, said Boro, representing the Krell. Something that all species can agree on. We have that, Sora said. She had become an engineer for the Alliance, helping to build new ships and stations. We all want freedom. We all want justice. But we define those words differently, Dara replied. What humans call justice, Krell might call weakness. What Quellan consider freedom, humans might see as chaos. The argument went back and forth. Different species had different values, different needs, different ideas about how the galaxy should work. Finding common ground seemed impossible. Finally, Minho stood up. Everyone turned to look at him. He was the youngest person in the room by far, but they listened. I grew up as a slave, Minho said. I lived with Krell, Quellan, humans, and 20 other species. We were all different. We had different beliefs, different cultures, different languages, but we shared one thing. We all suffered. We all bled. We all hoped for freedom. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The Vrex controlled us by making us afraid. Afraid of pain. Afraid of death, afraid of each other. They wanted us divided. They wanted us to see our differences as weaknesses. But I learned something in that station. Our differences are our strength. How? Someone asked. Because we each bring something unique. Krell brings strength. Quellan bring technical skill. Humans bring endurance. When we work together, we're stronger than any empire. The Vrex couldn't break us individually. They definitely can't break us together. Minho looked around the room. We don't need to be the same. We just need to respect each other. To protect each other's right to be different. That's what this alliance should stand for. Not one way of life, but the freedom to choose our own way. The room was quiet. Then Boro stood up. The boy speaks wisdom. We Krell agree with his vision. Dara stood next. The Quellans support this as well. One by one, the representatives voiced their agreement. They began drafting a charter, a set of principles that all member species could accept. It wasn't perfect. It would need refinement and adjustment. But it was a start. As the meeting continued, Hyun pulled Minho aside. That was well done. You've become quite the speaker. I just said what I felt, Minho replied. I don't want anyone else to go through what I did. I don't want any more children taken from their families. That's why we're doing this, Jisoo said, joining them. We're building something better. Something that will outlast us. Over the following weeks, the alliance grew stronger. More worlds joined. More Vrex territories fell. The Empire was dying and everyone knew it. Thalen himself was found hiding on a remote planet. When Alliance soldiers captured him, he didn't fight. The great commander had become a broken fugitive. They brought him before the council to face justice. Minho stood in the chamber as they led Thalen in. The Vrex who had tortured him, who had shaped his entire childhood through cruelty, looked small now. Defeated. Minho, Thalen said, recognizing him. You won. We won, Minho corrected. All of us. Every slave you took, every world you conquered. They all fought back. What will you do with me? Thalen asked. The council debated. Some wanted execution. Others wanted imprisonment. A few suggested exile, but Minho spoke up. He should work. For the rest of his life, he should rebuild what he destroyed. Let him labor to repair the damage his empire caused. Let him see with his own eyes the peace that rises from his empire's ashes. The council agreed. Thalen was sentenced to a lifetime of labor, helping to rebuild the worlds the Vrex had devastated. It was a more fitting punishment than death. He would have to live with what he had done. As the year ended, the last Vrex strongholds fell. The empire that had ruled through fear for so long was gone. In its place, the Alliance was growing. Not an empire, but a cooperation. A union of free worlds that chose to work together. Minho became an ambassador, traveling between systems to help negotiate peace and cooperation. His story was known across the galaxy. The human child who had been taken and had come back to destroy an empire. Everywhere he went, people listened. They wanted to hear about his survival, his strength, his refusal to give up, but Minho didn't talk about himself much. He talked about the others. About Sora, who had risked everything to send messages to the resistance. About Boro, who had been his enemy and became his brother. About all the slaves who had found the courage to fight back. I'm not special, he told them. I just refuse to quit. That's something anyone can do. When they push you down, you get up. When they hurt you, you endure. When they tell you to give up hope, you hold on tighter. That's what humans do. That's what all free beings do. His parents watched him grow into his role with pride. Hyun continued leading the Alliance military, protecting the new peace. Jisoo worked on establishing trade and communication networks between worlds. Together they were building the future they had dreamed of while searching for their son. One evening, the family sat together in their quarters on the flagship. It was a rare moment of peace. No battles to fight. No meetings to attend. Just parents and their son, finally together after so long apart. Do you ever wish your life had been different? Jisoo asked Minho. That we had never been raided? That you had grown up normal? Minho thought about it. Sometimes. But then I think about all the people we've freed. All the worlds that are rebuilding. If I hadn't been taken, maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe the Vrex would still be in power. That's not your burden to carry, Hyun said. You were a child. What happened to you shouldn't have happened. I know, Minho said. But it did happen. And I can't change that. I can only choose what to do with it. I choose to make it matter. To make sure it never happens again. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars through the viewport. Those stars represented worlds. Billions of beings now free to choose their own destiny. The Vrex had taken a human infant thinking they had captured a slave. Instead, they had planted the seed of their own destruction. They had underestimated the love of parents who would cross the galaxy to find their child. They had underestimated the resilience of a boy who refused to break. They had underestimated humanity's ability to inspire others to fight for freedom. In the end, the greatest empire in the galaxy had fallen because they didn't understand one simple truth. You could conquer worlds with fear. You could enslave species with violence. But you couldn't break the bond between a parent and child. You couldn't kill hope. And you couldn't defeat people who had nothing left to lose and everything to fight for. The Vrex had ruled through fear for centuries. But humanity taught the galaxy something different. They taught them courage. They taught them endurance. They taught them that even the mightiest empire could fall if enough people stood together. Minho looked at his parents and smiled. They had lost 10 years, but they had a lifetime ahead. The galaxy was healing. The Alliance was growing. The future was uncertain, but it was free, and that made everything worthwhile. Jinwoo looked at the screens in front of him. Numbers scrolled past showing power levels for 7 different star systems. Green meant good. Yellow meant watch carefully. Red meant emergency. Right now everything was green. The systems were running perfectly.
the way they always did when he was working. He had been running this power station for 12 years. Station Kepler 442 was his home now, more than Earth had ever been. He knew every wire, every circuit, every backup system. He had designed most of them himself. When he first arrived, the station could barely power 2 planets. Now it powered 7 plus 17 space stations. The council said it was impossible. Jinwoo made it work anyway. His communicator buzzed. A message from Yuna, 3 words. Jinwoo read them twice, then 3 times. His hand stopped moving over the controls. He had known this might come. They had all known. But knowing and seeing were different things. Begin the protocol. Jinwoo took a deep breath. He looked around the control room. This place had been his life. Every screen, every chair, every coffee cup had a memory. Late nights fixing problems. Early mornings preventing disasters. Thousands of hours of work that nobody ever saw. The light stayed on, so people thought it was easy. They did not know. He opened a new file on his computer and began typing. Everything he knew went into that file. System designs, maintenance schedules, emergency procedures, warning signs to watch for, backup codes, override commands. He wrote it all down in simple, clear language that anyone could understand. It took him 3 days to finish. The document was 800 pages long. He uploaded it to the council database with no password protection. Anyone who wanted to read it could read it. Anyone who wanted to use it could use it. He had done his part. He had left instructions. What happened next was not his responsibility. Then he began training his replacement. Kira was a Nexilian with 4 arms and blue skin that changed color with her emotions. She was smart and hard-working. She had been his assistant for 2 years. She knew the basics, but the basics were not enough. This station needed someone who understood the whole system, not just pieces of it. Jinwoo spent a week showing her everything. He explained the connections between systems. He pointed out the small details that mattered. He showed her the workarounds he had created for problems the council refused to fix. Kira watched carefully and asked good questions, but Jinwoo could see the worry in her color-changing skin. She knew this was too much for one person. On the 5th day of training, Kira asked why he was leaving. Jinwoo smiled and gave the answer he had practiced. He said it was time to go home. He said he missed Earth. He said 12 years was enough. All of these things were true, but they were not the whole truth. The whole truth was in the 17 reports he had sent to the council over 6 years. Reports about dangers. Reports about needed repairs. Reports about safety upgrades. Every single one ignored. Every single one marked as low priority. The council did not want to spend money on maintenance. They only wanted to spend money on new projects that made them look good. Jinwoo had stopped sending reports 2 years ago. Instead, he fixed problems himself quietly, using whatever resources he could find. He borrowed parts from other systems. He rewrote code late at night. He made things work through pure stubbornness, but he could not do that forever. Nobody could. His last day arrived. Jinwoo came to work at the usual time. He checked every system like he always did. He made sure all the backups were active. He verified every safety protocol. He left everything running smoothly. If someone followed his instructions, the station would be fine. If they ignored his warnings, well, that was their choice. Kira gave him a gift. It was a small crystal that glowed with soft blue light. A traditional Nexilian farewell present. She thanked him for teaching her. She said she would do her best. Jinwoo believed her. But her best would not be enough. Not without the council's support. And the council had never supported the unglamorous work of keeping things running. He packed his belongings. 1 bag, that was all he had. The rest was just equipment that belonged to the station. He walked through the corridors one last time. Past the cafeteria where he ate lunch. Past the observation deck where he watched stars. Past the maintenance tunnels where he had spent so many hours fixing things that were supposed to be someone else's job. The transport ship was waiting. Other humans were there too, all heading home. Dr. Hana from the medical center, Security Officer Taeyang from the patrol division, Translator Minho from the diplomatic corps. They nodded at each other but did not talk much. What was there to say? They all knew why they were leaving. The ship lifted off. Through the window, Jinwoo watched Station Kepler 442 grow smaller. The lights were still on. The systems were still running. Everything looked normal. But he knew better.
He knew exactly how many things were held together by hope and human ingenuity. Without humans, those things would start breaking. Soon, all across council space, the same scene was happening. Humans boarding ships, humans saying goodbye, humans leaving jobs that nobody else wanted to do. They moved quietly without complaints or threats. They simply stopped showing up for work, and the galaxy kept spinning, unaware that something fundamental had changed. The transport jumped to faster than light speed. Jinwoo closed his eyes. 60 light years to Earth, 2 weeks of travel. Then he would be home, really home for the first time in 12 years. He tried to feel happy about that. Mostly he just felt tired. Behind him, the lights of Station Kepler 442 continued burning bright. The power flowed smoothly through the systems he had designed. Everything worked perfectly. For now. The first problem was small. Just a flicker in the power supply on Station Kepler 442. Kira noticed it on day 19. She checked the monitors and saw a minor fluctuation in Sector 3. The manual said to adjust the backup compensators. She did exactly what the manual said. The fluctuation stopped. Then it started again in Sector 5. Then Sector 7. Like dominoes falling, each fix creating a new problem somewhere else. Kira worked faster, switching between screens, trying to stay ahead of the cascade. But she had only been doing this job for 2 years. Jinwoo had done it for 12. By day 23, 6 stations were running on emergency power. The main systems had not failed completely. They had just become unreliable. Lights would dim for a few seconds, then brighten again. Climate controls would fluctuate. Computer systems would slow down. Nothing catastrophic. Just 1,000 small problems that made life difficult. The communication relays started failing next. These were systems that translated messages between species. Humans had maintained them for centuries, making tiny adjustments every day. The adjustments were so small that nobody noticed them happening. But when humans stopped making those adjustments, the translations became strange. A Vraxian trade negotiation turned into an insult exchange because the translator converted a polite greeting into a death threat. A medical prescription got scrambled, nearly killing a patient. A peace treaty had to be delayed because nobody could understand what anyone else was saying. The words were right, but the meanings were wrong. On day 31, Dr. Hana's replacement at the medical center faced his first real crisis. 3 patients came in with a rare condition that affected multiple species. The Verosian doctor was skilled and experienced. He had studied medicine for 30 years. But the patients refused his treatments. The problem was not medical knowledge. The problem was understanding. Dr. Hana had spent years learning the cultural beliefs of different species. She knew which species needed family present during treatment. She knew which species considered certain medications offensive to their religion. She knew how to talk to scared patients in ways that made them feel safe. The Verosian doctor had the knowledge but not the understanding. He offered the right medicine but in the wrong way. He followed the correct procedures but ignored the cultural context. Patients got worse because they would not accept help. 2 of them died. The doctor filed a report saying the patients were difficult and unreasonable. He did not understand that he was the problem. Trade routes that humans had optimized over decades began experiencing delays. Ships arrived late. Cargo got lost. Schedules fell apart. The route still existed on paper, but humans had made small improvements over the years. Shortcuts that saved time, procedures that prevented bottlenecks, relationships with station managers that smoothed out problems. Without humans, everyone followed the official procedures. And the official procedures were slow, inefficient, and outdated. Nobody had bothered to update them because humans made them work anyway. Now with humans gone, the truth became obvious. The system only worked because humans had been holding it together with improvisation and effort. Security systems started showing weaknesses. Humans had designed many of these systems, and they had built in safeguards that only they understood. Other species could operate the systems, but they did not know all the hidden features. They did not know which warnings to take seriously, and which ones were false alarms. They did not know the unofficial protocols that prevented real threats. A border dispute between 2 species escalated into a military standoff. Normally, a human mediator would have intervened early, before tensions got serious, but the human mediators were gone. The other mediators tried to help, but they did not have the same relationships. They did not know the personalities involved. They could not predict who would compromise and who would not. The standoff lasted 3 weeks before both sides agreed to withdraw. Nobody fired weapons, but it was close. Too close. And everyone knew it could have been prevented if a human had been there. But humans were not there anymore. In the council chamber, emergency meetings happened every day. Representatives who had laughed at Yuna's presentation now argued with each other. The Vraxian counselor, whose clicking mandibles had started the laughter, struggled to explain why his sector had lost essential services. He blamed poor planning. He blamed budget cuts. He blamed everyone except himself. Other counselors pointed fingers. Some said humans had sabotaged systems before leaving. Others said humans had been incompetent all along. A few suggested that the problems were just coincidental bad luck. Nobody wanted to admit the obvious truth. Humans had been essential, and now they were gone. The younger counselors, who had only been in their positions for a few decades, started asking questions. Why had humans been doing all these jobs? Why had the council not trained others? Why had nobody noticed how much work humans were doing? The older counselors had no good answers. They had simply assumed humans would always be there, always working, always fixing problems without complaint. On day 47, a junior aide suggested something that made everyone stop talking. She said maybe they should contact the humans, ask them to come back, explain that there had been a misunderstanding. The chamber went silent, the kind of silence that happens when everyone realizes they have made a terrible mistake, but nobody wants to admit it first. The Vraxian counselor cleared his throat, a sound like rocks grinding together. He said perhaps that was a reasonable idea. Perhaps humans would be willing to return if asked nicely. Perhaps this was all just a temporary problem that could be solved with simple communication. Nobody mentioned that humans had been trying to communicate for 300 years. Nobody mentioned the ignored reports, the rejected proposals, the dismissed concerns. Nobody mentioned the laughter in this very chamber just weeks ago. They all pretended this was a new problem with an easy solution, but deep down in the part of themselves they did not want to examine, they all knew the truth. This was not a new problem. This was an old problem they had refused to see. And now finally they could not look away anymore. The first message from the council arrived on a Tuesday morning. Taeyang read it while drinking coffee in his new office on Earth. The office was smaller than his old one, with windows that looked out over actual trees instead of empty space. He preferred it. The message was formal and carefully written. It thanked humans for their dedicated service to the council over the past 3 centuries. It expressed hope that humans had enjoyed their time away. It invited humanity to send representatives to discuss terms for resuming operations. The tone was pleasant, as if humans had just gone on vacation. Taeyang read it twice. Then he deleted it. He did not reply. There was nothing to say. 3 days later, a second message arrived. This one was less formal. It acknowledged that there had been some operational challenges in council space. It suggested that perhaps negotiations would benefit both sides. It mentioned potential benefits for humanity if they chose to return. The word potential appeared 5 times. Taeyang let this message sit in his inbox for a week. He showed it to other human officials. They discussed it during lunch breaks and evening meetings. Everyone agreed on the answer. When Taeyang finally replied, he used only one sentence. We are not interested in resuming operations. The third message arrived 10 days after that. The careful diplomatic language was gone. The council admitted they were facing serious problems. They needed human expertise. They were prepared to offer concessions, full voting membership, technology partnerships, resource allocations, formal apologies. Everything humans had asked for 300 years ago was suddenly on the table. Taeyang forwarded this message to Yuna without adding any comments. She had retired from diplomatic service but still advised the human government. She read the council's offer in her small apartment near the coast. Outside, waves crashed against rocks. The sound was soothing in a way that space station hums had never been. Yuna made herself tea and sat by the window. She thought about the council chamber with its 2 bright lights. She thought about 5 years of presenting proposals that nobody took seriously. She thought about the laughter. That clicking, chirping, musical laughter that said humans were children playing at being adults. The council's offer was generous. It gave humans everything they had wanted. But Yuna felt nothing when she read it. No satisfaction. No vindication, just a deep, tired sadness. They were offering respect now because they needed help. Not because they believed humans deserved it, not because they had learned anything real. Just because their systems were failing and they were desperate. That was not respect. That was fear pretending to be respect. And Yuna had no interest in accepting fake respect from people who would go back to dismissing humans the moment their crisis ended. She spent 2 days writing humanity's response. She wrote it carefully, choosing each word to be clear and final. The message acknowledged the Council's offer. It expressed appreciation for their willingness to reconsider human participation. But it declined the invitation. Humans would not return to Council space to work as they had before. They had learned too much about how the Council viewed them. They had learned that 300 years of dedication meant nothing if you were considered young and naive. They had learned that contribution without recognition was just exploitation dressed in polite words. The message continued with an offer of humanity's own. They would maintain diplomatic relations with the Council. They would trade on fair terms. They would share knowledge and technology when appropriate. But they would do it as equals, not as junior partners grateful for scraps of acknowledgement, and they would do it from a distance from their own space on their own terms. Yuna ended the message with one final paragraph. It explained that respect cannot be negotiated after centuries of contempt. Trust cannot be rebuilt with sudden concessions offered only in crisis. The Council could have everything they had once denied humanity. But they could not have humanity itself. That price had been paid in full. She sent the message to Taeyang. He read it once and approved it immediately. The response went out through official channels, reaching the Council within hours. Yuna imagined the counselors reading it in their bright chamber. She wondered if they would understand. Probably not. People rarely understood lessons they did not want to learn. More messages came from the Council over the following weeks. Some were angry. Some were pleading. Some tried to negotiate individual deals with specific humans. Jinwoo received offers for his engineering expertise. Dr. Hana got requests to return to her medical center. Security Officer Byung was promised command of an entire sector if he came back. Every human received the same guidance from Earth's government. They could make their own choices. But if they chose to work with the Council again, it would be on professional terms, fair payment, clear contracts, limited duration. No more endless dedication to people who did not appreciate it. Most humans declined the offers. A few accepted short-term consulting work at high prices. They went back to Council space for a few months, fixed specific problems, and then returned home. They were polite and professional. They did exactly what their contracts specified, nothing more. The extra work that humans used to do freely, the improvisation and creativity and care, was gone. The Council learned something they had never understood before. There was a difference between doing a job and caring about a job. Humans had cared. They had seen problems and fixed them without being asked. They had stayed late and worked extra hours because they believed in making things better. That care could not be bought or negotiated. It could only be given freely. And once lost, it could not be recovered. Yuna watched the news reports showing Council representatives trying to adapt to their new reality. They were learning to maintain their own systems. They were hiring consultants from various species. They were investing in training and infrastructure. It would take them decades to rebuild what humans had provided. Maybe they would succeed. Maybe they would learn, but that was their problem now. Humanity had moved on. 5 years passed. The initial chaos in Council space had settled into a new normal. Systems that had once been elegant and efficient now ran with acceptable mediocrity. The Council had learned to function without humans, though they functioned differently. Less smoothly. More expensively. With more effort, Jinwoo sat in his office on Earth looking at a request from Station Kepler 442. They wanted to license his power distribution designs. The message was professional and respectful. It offered fair payment and clear terms. He approved it and sent the contracts back. Business was business. He received many such requests now. His company sold human technology to species across the galaxy. The prices reflected true value, not the discounted rates humans had charged when they worked for the Council. Some species complained about the cost. Jinwoo reminded them that quality work deserved quality payment. Most agreed and paid. Those who did not went elsewhere and usually came back later after cheaper solutions failed. Dr. Hana ran a medical training program that attracted students from dozens of species. They came to Earth to learn what she had known all along. Medical knowledge was important, but understanding patients was equally important. She taught them about cultural sensitivity, about listening, about seeing beyond symptoms to the whole person. Her students paid tuition. They attended classes. They studied hard. When they returned to their home worlds, they were better doctors. Not because they learned new medical techniques, but because they learned to see their patients as individuals, with beliefs and fears and hopes. It was a lesson that could not be rushed or forced. It took time. The council still sent messages sometimes. Not desperate pleas anymore, but invitations to conferences, proposals for joint projects, requests for advice. The tone was different now. Respectful, cautious. They had learned that humans would walk away again if treated poorly. That knowledge changed how they spoke. Some humans accepted these invitations. They attended conferences as honored guests. They advised on projects for consulting fees. They shared knowledge when it benefited both sides. But they always returned home afterward. Earth was their center now, not an afterthought. In human schools, children learned about the departure in their history classes. Teachers explained it carefully, avoiding both pride and bitterness. It was not a story about revenge. It was not a story about being better than other species. It was a story about understanding your own worth and refusing to accept being undervalued. The lesson was simple but powerful. You cannot force others to respect you. You can only respect yourself enough to walk away when they do not. Sometimes leaving is the only way to show people what they had. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply say no. Yuna gave lectures at universities occasionally. She was old now, her hair gray, her movements slower. Students filled auditoriums to hear her speak. They always asked the same question at the end. Would you ever consider returning to work for the council? Her answer never changed. She explained that humanity had not left because of anger. They had not left to punish anyone. They had left because staying meant accepting a role that diminished them. They had left because 300 years of patience had taught them that some people only learn through loss. Humans contributed to the galaxy differently now. They shared their knowledge through trade and education. They participated in diplomatic discussions as equals. They helped solve problems when asked respectfully and paid fairly. But they no longer carried the burden alone. They no longer fixed everything quietly while others took credit. The council had erected a memorial in their main chamber. Yuna saw pictures of it on the news. A crystal structure that caught light and scattered it in rainbow patterns. The inscription was written in 47 languages. It said, "Let no contribution go unrecognized, no voice go unheard, no partner be taken for granted." In memory of lessons learned too late, the memorial was beautiful. Yuna supposed it was well-intentioned. But she knew what it really meant. It was not an apology. It was a reminder to themselves. A warning to future counselors. Do not make the same mistake we made. Do not assume anyone will stay forever no matter how you treat them. It was a lesson the council would have to keep learning. Because forgetting came easily to those in power. They would need that memorial to remember. Sometimes new species joined the council. Their representatives would see the memorial and ask about its meaning. The older counselors would tell them the story. About the humans who had worked for 3 centuries without recognition. About the day they simply left. About the chaos that followed. They told the story carefully, making sure the lesson was clear. Respect was not something you granted as a favor. It was something you gave because it was deserved. And those who forgot this truth did so at their own risk. The new representatives would nod and promise to remember. Some of them meant it. Some of them would forget as soon as things became comfortable. That was the nature of power. Comfort bred forgetfulness. But the memorial stood in the chamber as a permanent reminder. And somewhere 60 light years away, humans lived their lives without needing reminders. They had learned their lesson the hard way. They would not forget it. Yuna sat on her porch watching the ocean. The waves came in and went out with reliable rhythm, constant and eternal. She was old now, near the end of her life. She had spent decades in diplomacy, trying to build bridges between species. She had succeeded in ways, failed in others, but she had learned the most important lesson. You could not make people respect you through endless patience and service. You earned respect by knowing your worth and refusing to settle for less. Sometimes the kindest thing you could do was walk away and let people learn from your absence. The galaxy was better now in small ways. Not perfect, never perfect, but better. The council was more careful about recognizing contributions. They listened to newer members more seriously. They valued the work that kept things running, not just the work that looked impressive. It had taken humanity's departure to teach them. It had taken crisis and chaos and years of struggle, but they had learned. Maybe not perfectly, maybe not permanently, but they had learned. And humanity had learned too. They had learned that their worth was not defined by others' recognition. They had learned that walking away was sometimes the bravest choice. They had learned that respect given under duress was not the same as respect freely offered. These were hard lessons, but valuable ones. The waves kept coming. The sun moved across the sky. Una closed her eyes and smiled. She had done her part. The rest was for the next generation to navigate. They would make their own mistakes and learn their own lessons. That was how progress happened. Slowly, painfully, but inevitably. And somewhere in the galaxy, the memorial stood in the council chamber, reflecting light and memory, a permanent reminder of the day humans said enough, the day they left without saying a word, the day the council learned what they had lost, and the day the galaxy changed forever. The lights in the council chamber were always too bright. Una had thought this every single day for the past 5 years. The walls glowed with colors that hurt human eyes, blues and greens that pulsed like a living heartbeat. She stood at the speaking platform, her hands shaking just a little. Nobody could see them shake because she held them still against the cold metal edge. Today was important. She had spent months preparing for this moment. The presentation floating in the air showed charts and numbers and maps. Each one told the same story. Humans kept the council working. They fixed broken machines. They helped different species talk to each other. They stopped fights before they became wars. For 300 years humans had done this work quietly. Una began to speak. Her voice was steady even though her heart was beating fast. She explained the problems she had found. Power systems were old and dangerous. Communication networks needed repairs. Medical centers needed more doctors. She had solutions for everything. Simple solutions that would make life better for everyone in the council. The representatives sat in their special chairs made for their different bodies. Some had tentacles. Some had scales. Some glowed in the dark. 47 different species, all watching her. She could not read their faces. Humans were still new to reading alien expressions. But she felt something in the room change as she spoke. She talked about fairness. Humans wanted to vote on important decisions. They wanted other species to recognize their work. They wanted to be real partners, not junior members who nobody listened to. These were not big requests. They were reasonable. They were right. Then the Vraxian counselor made a sound. It started as a clicking noise from his mouth parts. Other representatives joined in. The room filled with strange sounds. Chirps, rumbles, musical notes that went up and down. It took Una a moment to understand. They were laughing. All of them. They were laughing at her. The Vraxian counselor spoke in the common language everyone used. His voice was kind, the way adults talk to children. He said humans were young. They did not understand how the council worked. They needed to be patient. Maybe in another 1,000 years they would be ready for real responsibility, but not now. Not yet, other counselors agreed. They said nice words that meant nothing. They thanked humans for their service. They called humans enthusiastic and hard-working. But they would not give humans what they asked for. The answer was no. It had always been no. It would always be no. Una felt something break inside her chest. Not her heart. Something deeper. It was not anger. She had been angry before many times when the council ignored human ideas. This was different. This was understanding. Clear and cold and final. They would never respect humans. Never listen. Never see humans as equals. 300 years of work meant nothing to them. She turned off her presentation. The floating images disappeared. She gathered her papers and her data files. The counselors were still making sounds, still amused by the naive humans who thought they deserved respect. Una walked toward the door. Her footsteps echoed in the large chamber. Nobody tried to stop her. Nobody asked where she was going. They did not care. Outside the chamber, Una walked through corridors that curved and twisted in ways that made no sense to human eyes. The station had been built by species who thought differently about space. She had learned to navigate it, just like she had learned 47 different greeting customs and memorized which species found eye contact rude. She reached her office and locked the door. For a long time she sat in the dark. Earth was 60 light years away. Her family was there. Her friends, her home. She had not seen Earth in 7 years because this job was important, because she believed in the Council, because she thought understanding between species mattered. Una opened her computer and began typing. The message was short. Only 3 words. But those 3 words would change everything. She had prepared for this possibility, hoping she would never need it. Every human working for the Council had received instructions months ago. They all knew what to do if she sent this message. She typed, "Begin the protocol." Her finger hovered over the send button. This was the moment. After this, there was no going back. She thought about Jinwoo working in the power stations. She thought about Hana, treating patients in the medical centers. She thought about thousands of humans scattered across Council space, all doing jobs that nobody noticed until something went wrong. They deserved better. They all deserved better. And if the Council could not see that, then the Council would have to learn the hard way. She pressed send. The message went out through encrypted channels to every human facility, every human ship, every human outpost in Council territory. It traveled faster than light, jumping through communication relays that humans had built and maintained. Within minutes, every human in Council space received it. Una sat back in her chair. She felt tired but also peaceful. The decision was made. Soon everyone would understand what humans had been doing all along. Soon the Council would realize what they had lost. But by then, it would be too late. She began packing her belongings. There was not much. A few pictures of Earth, some books, a plant that reminded her of home. Everything fit in one small bag. 7 years of her life, and it all fit in one bag. Tomorrow she would begin the journey home. Tomorrow she would be just another human who had tried to make the galaxy better. But tonight she was the human who had said enough. Tonight she was the one who had finally drawn the line. The Council chamber was empty now. The lights still pulsed with their 2 bright colors. The chairs sat waiting for their occupants to return tomorrow. Everything looked normal, but nothing would be normal again. The councilors did not know it yet, but their world was about to change. And this time humans would not be there to fix it. Speaker Velthrus sat in his chamber reviewing resource reports when the alarms began. Every communication device in the Council headquarters activated at once. Screens flickered to life. Warning signals echoed through the corridors. Emergency protocols engaged automatically. "What is happening?" Velthrus demanded, his multiple arms gesturing in confusion. His assistant rushed into the room, her face showing panic. "Sir, we are receiving a transmission. It is coming from everywhere. Every frequency, every channel, every system. We cannot block it. From where? Who is sending it?" "That is the problem, sir. The transmission originates from the Sol system, the one we designated as Resource Extraction Zone 4477. Velthrus felt something cold move through his body. "That system is empty. Our scans showed nothing." "Yes, sir, but someone is transmitting from there, and they are speaking our language." "All of our languages." The assistant activated the main display. Text appeared in the Council's official language. Velthrus read it slowly, his compound eyes processing each word with growing disbelief. The message was from someone called Ambassador Jiwan, from something called Earth, from something calling itself humanity. They rejected the decree. They claimed to be advanced and sentient. They said they had watched the Council for 3 centuries. 3 centuries. "This is impossible," Velthrus said. "We surveyed that system 400 years ago. There was nothing but primitive single-celled organisms in the water of the 3rd planet. Sir, should we respond to this transmission?" Velthrus made a dismissive gesture. "It must be a trick. Perhaps one of the rebel factions trying to disrupt our expansion. Ignore it and proceed with the mission as planned." But even as he said this, something nagged at his mind. The transmission was too sophisticated. It was broadcast on frequencies that most Council species did not even use. And it was written in perfect diplomatic language with no errors, no awkward phrasing. Whoever sent it understood the Council completely. 40 light-years away, Commander Bora stood on the bridge of the warship Thunder. Her ship was one of Earth's hidden battle cruisers, built in secret over the past century. It was massive, armed with weapons that could crack planets and completely invisible to Council sensors. "Commander, we have received authorization from Earth Command," her tactical officer reported. "Operation Silent Storm is active. We are cleared to engage," Bora nodded. She had trained for this moment her entire life. Every simulation, every drill, every exercise had prepared her for war against the Galactic Council. Now it was real. "Tactical, confirmed targets," she ordered. The display showed 12 Council military installations scattered across different star systems. Each one was a major hub for their fleet operations. Weapons factories, shipyards, command centers. Destroying them would cripple the Council's ability to respond. "All targets confirmed, Commander. Stealth ships are in position. Weapons status: quantum disruptors charged and ready. Gravity well generators online. Neural disablers locked on targets." Bora took a deep breath. 300 years of hiding ended now. Humanity would show the galaxy what they had become. "All ships, this is Commander Bora. Execute Operation Silent Storm. Fire at will." Across 12 different worlds, chaos erupted simultaneously. Earth's stealth ships decloaked for just 3 seconds, fired their weapons, and disappeared again. The attacks were surgical and devastating. On the military world of Therax Prime, a Council shipyard exploded as quantum disruptors tore through its structure at the molecular level. 3 dozen warships under construction vanished in blinding light. The shipyard's shields never activated because they never detected the attack coming. On Velthrus's homeworld, a command center suddenly went dark. Every computer, every communication system, every power grid failed at the same instant. Neural disablers had flooded the facility with electromagnetic pulses, designed specifically to fry Council technology. 1,000 officers sat in darkness, unable to call for help or even understand what happened. On the trading hub of Korath Station, gravity suddenly reversed. A gravity well generator hidden nearby activated, creating a localized space-time distortion. Ships trying to leave the station found themselves pulled backward. Orbital platforms twisted and bent under impossible forces. Nothing was destroyed, but nothing could move either. The entire station was paralyzed. All of this happened within 5 minutes. Speaker Velthrus received the first damage reports with shaking hands. "How many installations were hit?" 12 so far, sir. All of them military targets. No civilian casualties reported. But our military capability has been reduced by 30%. 30%? In 5 minutes? Velthrus could not believe it. What weapons could do this? "We do not know, sir. Our sensors detected nothing before the attacks. No ships, no energy signatures, nothing. The attacks appeared from nowhere." Another report came in. "Sir, we are receiving a second transmission from the Sol system." Velthrus felt fear creeping into his mind. "What does it say?" "It is a list, sir. A complete list of every Council military asset in the galaxy. Ship names, locations, armaments, crew numbers, everything. They know where all of our forces are positioned." The room fell silent. Everyone understood the implications. Whoever these humans were, they had been watching everything. They knew the Council's strengths and weaknesses. They knew where to strike and how to hurt them most. "Sir," another officer said nervously, "we are detecting quantum communication signals throughout Council space. Someone is broadcasting on channels we thought were secure." "What are they broadcasting?" "Instructions. To all Council ships. The messages tell them to power down weapons and retreat to their home systems. The messages are signed by someone called Commander Bora." Velthrus slammed his arms on the desk. "Who are these people? How did they learn our languages, our technology, our military positions?" His assistant pulled up old survey records from the Sol system. "Sir, according to our archives, we surveyed that system once, 400 years ago. We found primitive life on the 3rd planet and classified it as non-sentient. We never checked again." 400 years ago," Velthrus repeated slowly. "What could evolve in 400 years? "Nothing, sir. Evolution takes millions of years unless they were already sentient when we surveyed them," Velthrus finished. "We made a mistake. We classified them as primitive and we never verified our findings." Across the galaxy, Sangmin worked from a secure facility in Pyongyang. He was Earth's top cyber warfare specialist, and right now he was inside the Council's entire computer network. His fingers moved across holographic keyboards at incredible speed. Code flowed from his mind into Council systems like water through cracks. "I am in their central database," he reported to Earth Command. "I have access to everything. Military plans, trade routes, diplomatic communications, technological blueprints. Downloading now. How long until they detect the intrusion? Admiral Hyunwoo asked through the secure channel. They will not detect it, sir. Their security systems are 200 years behind our current technology. To them, I do not exist. Sungmin uploaded a virus into the Council's communication network. It was elegant and simple. The virus did not destroy anything. It just listened. Every message sent through Council channels would now be copied and forwarded to Earth. Humanity would hear everything the Council said to each other. Upload complete, Sangmin reported. We now have permanent access to all Council communications. They cannot have a private conversation anymore. On the Council headquarters station, panic was spreading. Officers ran through corridors shouting orders. Diplomats from 47 species argued about what to do. Emergency meetings were called and then cancelled. No one knew how to respond. Speaker Velthris finally made a decision. Send a message to the Sol system. Tell these humans we want to negotiate. Tell them we will withdraw our fleet if they stop attacking. Sir, we have already sent 3 messages. They have not responded. Then send another. Keep sending until they answer. But Earth was not interested in talking yet. Commander Bora watched her display as more targets appeared. The Council was trying to regroup their forces, pulling ships back to defensive positions. But every move they made was predictable. Earth had studied Council military doctrine for 3 centuries. They knew every strategy, every tactic, every response pattern. Target the rally points, Bora ordered. Do not let them organize. More Earth ships decloaked, fired, and vanished. Council vessels found their engines failing, their weapons offline, their shields collapsing. The attacks were not meant to kill. They were meant to disable and demoralize. Earth wanted the Council to understand how completely they were outmatched. Within 6 hours of the first attack, the Council's mighty armada was scattered and helpless. 30% of their military installations were destroyed or disabled. Their communication network was compromised. Their fleets could not coordinate, and they still had not seen even one Earthship clearly. Bora received a new message from Earth Command. Commander, Phase 1 is complete. Proceed to Phase 2. Show them what they face, she smiled. Tactical, bring us to the Council headquarters. Drop stealth systems. Sir, that will reveal our position. That is the point. It is time they saw what humanity has built. The Thunder dropped its invisibility and appeared directly above the Council station. The horizon continued floating in the darkness, invisible and patient. But Taemin could feel something building. Like Ambassador Jiwon stood in the communication center deep beneath Seoul. The room was filled with screens showing data from across the galaxy. Thousands of intelligence reports flowed in every second from observer ships like the Horizon. For 40 years, Jiwon had served Earth's diplomatic corps, preparing for the day when humanity would finally make contact with alien civilizations. She had learned 17 alien languages. She had studied the culture and customs of 47 different species. She knew their histories, their conflicts, their philosophies, but she had never imagined it would happen like this. Play the message again, she told the technician. The screen lit up with text. It was Decree 4477, issued by the Galactic Council just 3 hours ago. The decree was written in the Council's official language, but Earth's translation systems converted it instantly. Jiwon read the words for the 5th time, and her anger grew with each line. The decree declared Earth's solar system as Resource Extraction Zone 4477. It authorized immediate mining operations on Mars, Europa, and the asteroid belt. It approved terraforming of Venus within the next 10 years. The decree mentioned that preliminary scans showed no signs of advanced civilization in the system. It noted that primitive biological signatures existed on the 3rd planet, but classified them as probable fauna, non-sentient, probable fauna, non-sentient. The decree did not ask permission. It did not request a survey. It did not even suggest checking if anyone actually lived in the solar system. The Council had simply decided that Earth's home belonged to them now. They would take what they wanted and destroy whatever got in their way, and they called humans animals. Ambassador, we have Admiral Hyunwoo on the secure line, the technician said. Jiwon nodded. The Admiral's face appeared on the main screen. He looked tired. Lines of worry marked his face. You have seen the decree? Hyunwoo asked. Yes, Jiwon replied. 300 years. We have watched them for 300 years with respect and patience. We never interfered with their affairs. We never attacked their worlds. We studied them peacefully from the shadows. And this is how they respond. They call us animals. Hyunwoo was quiet for a moment. The council does not know we exist. To them, this is just another expansion into empty space. That does not excuse the disrespect, Jiwon said coldly. They should have checked. They should have sent proper survey teams. They should have confirmed that no intelligent life existed before claiming our home. Instead, they dismissed us as probable fauna. They did not even try to verify. I agree, Hyunwoo said. I have called an emergency meeting of Earth Command. The President will be joining us within the hour. We need to decide how to respond. Jiwon looked at the decree again. At the bottom was a signature from Speaker Velthris. Beside it was a comment section where council members could add notes. She read through them and her blood ran cold. One council member had written, "Finally, a decision made quickly. We waste too much time on surveys and protocols." Another wrote, "If primitive life exists there, we can relocate it to preservation zones. No need to delay for animals." A third comment said, "The third planet shows water and oxygen. Perfect for terraforming. Current ecosystems are irrelevant." They were not even hiding their contempt. They truly believed that any life in Earth's system was worthless, not worth checking, not worth protecting, just obstacles to be removed. "Admiral," Jiwon said quietly, "I recommend we break silence immediately. Send them a formal response. Make them understand that intelligent life exists in this system, and that we reject their decree." Hyunwoo shook his head. That would reveal everything. 300 years of secrecy gone in one moment. "They are coming to our home uninvited," Jiwon replied. "The secrecy is already over. The only question now is whether we reveal ourselves diplomatically or militarily." The Admiral considered this. "I will present your recommendation to Earth Command. Stand by for further orders." The screen went dark. Jiwon sat down in her chair and closed her eyes. She had spent her whole life preparing for first contact. She had imagined it would be a moment of hope and wonder. Humanity reaching out to the stars and finding friends. Two civilizations meeting with respect and curiosity. Instead, it was insults and threats. Her personal communicator buzzed. It was Dr. Da-un calling from the research facility in Busan. "Ambassador, I heard about the decree," Da-un said. Her voice was tight with controlled anger. "My AI systems have finished analyzing the Council's communication networks. If Earth Command gives the order, we can shut down their entire infrastructure in less than 6 hours. Can we do it without them tracing the attack back to us?" Jiwon asked. "Absolutely. The Council's cybersecurity is primitive. They never developed strong defenses because no one in their territory has the technology to hack their systems. They have been the dominant power for so long that they became careless and arrogant." Jiwon thought about that. The Council controlled 47 species across thousands of star systems. They had massive fleets and incredible resources, but they had grown comfortable. They stopped innovating. They stopped preparing for threats. They believed they were untouchable. Humanity had taken a different path. 300 years of desperate advancement. Every day pushing forward. Every year creating new weapons, new ships, new strategies. Earth had turned fear into strength. "Keep your systems ready," Jiwon told Da-un. "We may need them soon." She ended the call and opened another channel. This one connected to Captain Taemin on the horizon. "Captain, what is the Council fleet doing?" she asked. Taemin's face appeared on her screen. "They are preparing an expedition. 27 ships so far. They are loading mining equipment, terraforming machines, and military escorts. The fleet will depart in approximately 72 hours. 72 hours. 3 days until alien warships entered Earth's solar system." "Have they sent any survey teams ahead?" Jiwon asked. "No, Ambassador. They are treating this as a routine expansion into empty territory. No scouts, no advanced checks. They truly believe nothing important exists in our system." Jiwon felt her jaw tighten. The arrogance was staggering. The Council was about to invade an inhabited star system, and they had not even bothered to look first. "What are our stealth ship positions?" she asked. "We have 43 observer ships scattered throughout Council territory. Another 200 ships are hidden in our solar system. All are ready to act on your command. Stay alert, Captain. Things are about to change." Jiwon closed the channel and accessed the emergency network. Messages were flooding in from all over Earth. Government officials, military commanders, scientists, and ordinary citizens. Everyone had heard about the decree. Everyone wanted to know what would happen next. She opened a message from the President of Earth's United Government. It was brief and direct. Report to the command bunker immediately. We are making the decision now. Ji-won stood up and grabbed her jacket. The command bunker was 30 kilometers away, buried deep underground. It was built to survive nuclear war, asteroid impacts, and alien attacks. Today it would host the most important meeting in human history. As she walked to the transport tube, she thought about Speaker Velthris and his casual dismissal of Earth's life. She thought about the council members who could not even bother to check if anyone lived in the systems they were claiming. She thought about 300 years of human patience and respect. And she thought about what was about to happen to that patience. The transport tube shot through underground tunnels at incredible speed. Within minutes, Ji-won arrived at the bunker entrance. Security guards checked her identity 3 times before allowing her through the massive steel doors. Inside, the bunker was a small city. Thousands of people worked here, coordinating Earth's defense and intelligence operations. Ji-won walked through familiar corridors until she reached the central command room. Admiral Hyunwoo was already there, along with 20 other high-ranking officials. They stood around a large holographic display showing Earth's solar system. The president sat at the head of the table, her face grave and thoughtful. "Ambassador Ji-won, thank you for coming quickly," the president said. "We have been reviewing the situation. Admiral Hyunwoo has presented military options. General Sung-ho has outlined our defensive capabilities. Dr. Daeun has explained our cyber warfare potential. Now I want to hear from you. As our chief diplomat, what do you recommend?" Ji-won stepped forward. "Madam President, I recommend we send a formal response to the Council. We should reveal our existence and inform them that Decree 4477 is rejected. We should do this through official diplomatic channels, giving them a chance to withdraw peacefully. And if they refuse," asked General Sung-ho. "Then we show them what happens when they disrespect humanity," Ji-won replied coldly. The room fell silent. Everyone understood what she meant. War. After 300 years of hiding, humanity would step into the light with weapons ready. The president looked around the table. "Does anyone disagree with the ambassador's recommendation?" No one spoke. "Very well," the president said. "Ambassador Ji-won, draft a formal response to the Galactic Council. Make it clear and direct. Tell them who we are. Tell them what we reject. And tell them what will happen if they proceed." J. The ship was enormous, 3 times larger than the biggest council doctor. The council chamber was built to hold representatives from 47 species in comfort and dignity. Today it held only fear. Delegates sat in their assigned sections, speaking in hushed voices, afraid to draw attention to themselves. Armed guards stood at every entrance, though everyone knew the guards were useless. If the humans wanted to attack this station, nothing could stop them. Diplomat Yoonji walked through the main entrance with calm confidence. She wore a simple black suit, carried no weapons, and was accompanied by only 2 assistants. Every eye in the chamber turned to watch her. This was the first human most of them had ever seen in person. She looked ordinary. 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head. Smaller than many species, larger than others. Her face was symmetrical and her movements were efficient. Nothing about her appearance suggested the terrifying power her species had displayed. That made her even more frightening. Speaker Velthris stood from his position at the center of the chamber. His voice carried across the silent room. "Ambassador Yoonji of Earth, you have requested this assembly. We have granted your request. Please speak." Yoonji walked to the speaker platform. She did not hurry. She did not hesitate. When she reached the center, she placed a small device on the podium. A holographic display activated, showing images that made several delegates gasp. "Members of the Galactic Council," Yoonji began, her voice clear and precise. "I stand before you today to present evidence and to offer terms. What you see on this display are images from our observation archives. They span 300 years of continuous monitoring. The display showed council worlds from angles that should have been impossible to achieve. Secret military bases, private diplomatic meetings, classified research facilities. The images were detailed and clear. Too clear. They showed things the council thought were hidden. For 3 centuries, humanity watched your civilization." Yoonji continued. "We observed your wars, your peace treaties, your technological developments, and your cultural exchanges. We learned your languages by listening to your broadcasts. We studied your military tactics by recording your conflicts. We mapped your territories by tracking your ships. She touched the device and the display changed. Now it showed graphs and charts. Detailed analysis of Council military strength, economic data, and political structures. We know how many ships you have. We know where they are stationed. We know their capabilities and limitations. We know your supply routes, your production capacity, and your strategic vulnerabilities. We know all of this because we have been watching patiently and carefully. A delegate from the Korvax species stood up, his scales rippling with agitation. This is espionage. You spied on us for 300 years. This is an act of war. Unji looked at him calmly. No, this is an act of caution. When humanity first discovered your existence, we faced a choice. Reveal ourselves to a more advanced civilization or observe until we understood the risks. We chose observation. We chose wisdom over impulse. She gestured to the display again. Your own records will confirm that many species in this council made different choices. They announced themselves eagerly to civilizations they did not understand. Some were welcomed. Others were conquered or enslaved. We decided not to take that chance. Speaker Velthrus spoke carefully. You say you observed us for caution. Yet you attacked our military installations. You crippled our fleets. How is this caution? You declared our home a resource extraction zone. Yunji replied, her voice hardening. You planned to terraform our planets. You dismissed our existence as probable fauna. You did not check. You did not verify. You simply decided to take what you wanted because you believed nothing could stop you. She walked slowly around the platform, making eye contact with delegates from different species. You taught us an important lesson, Speaker Velthrus. You taught us that the Galactic Council does not respect unknown civilizations. You taught us that you take what you want without asking. You taught us that in this galaxy, strength matters more than justice. The chamber remained silent. Hyunji returned to the center of the platform. So we showed you our strength, not to conquer, not to dominate, but to ensure you understand that Earth is not a resource zone. Humanity is not fauna. We are your equals, and we demand to be treated as such. Another delegate stood. This one was from the Threen Collective, an insectoid species known for their diplomatic skills. Ambassador Yunji, you speak of respect and equality, yet you revealed your presence through violence. How can we trust a species that begins contact with military strikes? Yunji smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You ask about trust? Your council sent 27 warships toward our home system. Mining equipment, terraforming machines, military escorts. You were coming to destroy our worlds and you expected us to trust your intentions? She activated the display again. This time it showed the council fleet that had been preparing to invade Earth's system. The ships were frozen in space, their engines dead, their weapons disabled. These are your ships. They are intact. Their crews are alive and unharmed. We could have destroyed them. Instead, we disabled them and sent them back to you. That is the difference between your approach and ours. You came to destroy without checking. We defended without killing. From another section of the chamber, a delegate from the peaceful Minervan species spoke. Her voice was gentle but firm. If what you say is true, Ambassador, then you possess military technology far beyond our own. You could conquer the Council easily. Why do you not do so? Because we do not want empire, Yunji answered. We want respect. We want security. We want to be left alone to live our lives as we choose. If the Council can offer us that, then we have no reason for further conflict. Engineer Jun Seo stepped forward from behind Yunji. He carried a small metallic case. If I may, Ambassador? Yunji nodded. Jun Seo opened the case and removed a device the size of a human hand. It looked simple, almost toy-like. He held it up for everyone to see. This is a standard Earth shield disruptor, Jun Seo explained. It is a personal defense device that many of our civilians carry for protection. With your permission, Speaker Velthrus, I would like to demonstrate its capabilities. Velthrus hesitated. What do you intend to demonstrate? I would like to show you the technology gap between our civilizations, Jun Seo said politely. It will help you understand why continued hostility would be unwise. After a moment, Velthrus gestured his agreement. Very well, proceed. Jun Seo pointed at the holographic display that showed a Council dreadnought in orbit above the station. That is the warship Eternal Glory, your most advanced military vessel. According to our scans, it has 7 layers of defensive shields, each one capable of withstanding nuclear-level attacks. Is this correct? Yes, Velthrus confirmed nervously. Jun Seo pressed a button on his small device. On the display, the dreadnought's shields flickered and vanished. Alarms began sounding throughout the council station. The warship's captain appeared on the communication screen, his face panicked. Our shields are down. All 7 layers failed simultaneously. We are defenseless. Junseo pressed the button again. The shields reactivated instantly. The chamber erupted in shocked voices. Delegates stood and shouted questions. Guards reached for weapons they knew were useless. Speaker Velthris sat frozen in his chair, staring at the small device in Junseo's hand. That is impossible, someone whispered. No, Junseo said calmly. It is merely advanced. This device uses quantum field manipulation to disrupt shield harmonics. The technology is 30 years old by Earth standards. We have much more sophisticated weapons now. He placed the device back in its case. I show you this not to threaten but to inform. The Galactic Council has been the dominant power for so long that you stopped pushing the boundaries of science. You became comfortable. You stopped innovating. Meanwhile, humanity spent 300 years advancing desperately, knowing we were surrounded by species more powerful than us. Junseo gestured at the dreadnought on the display. Your finest warship is helpless against a civilian defense tool. Imagine what our actual military technology can do. Imagine what weapons we have built specifically for war. He paused, letting that sink in. Now imagine that we do not want to use them. We want peace. We want cooperation. But we will defend ourselves if necessary, and you cannot win that fight. Yunji stepped forward again. Speaker Velthris, I have been authorized by Earth's government to offer formal terms. These terms are non-negotiable. You may accept them or reject them. But understand that rejection means continued conflict. And conflict means your defeat. She touched her device and text appeared on the display in all council languages. First, the Galactic Council will immediately and permanently withdraw all claims on the Sol system. Earth and all planets, moons, and resources within our system belong solely to humanity. Second, the Council will issue a formal apology for Decree 4477 and for the disrespect shown to our civilization. This apology will be broadcast across all Council territories. Third, the Council will pay reparations for the military mobilization against our home. The amount will be determined through negotiation, but it will be substantial. Fourth, the Council will establish formal diplomatic relations with Earth. We will be recognized as a sovereign. 6 months had passed since the Council accepted Earth's terms. The galaxy had changed in ways no one could have predicted. Ambassador Minna stood at the window of her new office on the Council headquarters station, watching ships come and go. Some of those ships were human now. Earth vessels moving freely through Council space, no longer hiding in shadows. Minna had been chosen as Earth's permanent representative to the Galactic Council. She was young for such an important position, only 35 years old, but she had spent her entire life preparing for this role. She spoke 19 alien languages fluently. She understood the political dynamics of 47 different species. And she had the difficult job of rebuilding trust between humanity and the rest of the galaxy. It was not easy work. Her assistant knocked on the door. Ambassador, the delegates are gathering for the session. They are ready to vote on your proposal. Minna nodded and collected her documents. Today the Council would vote on the Sovereignty Verification Protocols, a new set of laws she had written. These laws would change how the Council explored and claimed new territories. No more assumptions. No more careless expansion. Every system would be properly surveyed before any claims were made. She walked through the corridors of the station. Alien beings moved aside as she passed, some nodding respectfully, others avoiding eye contact. 6 months ago, these same beings had never heard of humanity. Now they feared Earth's power and respected its influence. The Council chamber looked different than it had during her first visit. Earth now had an official section with comfortable seating for human delegates. The Earth flag hung beside the flags of 47 other species. Humanity was no longer an observer. They were full members of the Galactic Council, with voting rights and political power. Speaker Velthris called the session to order. He looked older now, more tired. The shame of his mistake with Earth still weighed on him heavily. Ambassador Minna, you have proposed the Sovereignty Verification Protocols. Please present your argument for why the Council should adopt these laws. Minna stood and activated her display. Thank you, Speaker. The protocols I propose are simple and necessary. Before the Council claims any star system, a proper survey must be conducted. This survey will check for signs of intelligent life using multiple methods: radio signals, artificial structures, atmospheric changes, and direct observation. If any sign of intelligence is found, no claim can be made. Instead, diplomatic contact must be initiated. A delegate from the Vorten Empire raised his hand. Ambassador, these protocols will slow our expansion significantly. Surveying every system properly takes time and resources. Yes, it does, Mina agreed. But the alternative is what almost happened to Earth. Your council nearly destroyed an entire civilization because you did not check carefully enough. How many other species might you have harmed with your carelessness? How many civilizations might have been erased because you were in a hurry? The chamber fell quiet. No one could argue with that logic. These protocols protect everyone, Mina continued. They protect undiscovered civilizations from being destroyed. And they protect the Council from making enemies unnecessarily. If you had checked Earth's system properly, we could have met peacefully. Instead, your carelessness created conflict. These laws prevent that from happening again. Another delegate spoke up. But Ambassador, what if a civilization is pre-industrial? What if they have not developed radio technology or space travel? Should we avoid their systems entirely? Yes, Mina said firmly. If a species shows any sign of intelligence, even primitive intelligence, their system is off limits. They have the right to develop naturally without interference. The Council can observe from a distance, but no mining, no colonization, no terraforming. Their home belongs to them. Speaker Velthris looked around the chamber. Are there any other questions before we vote? No one spoke. Very well. All those in favor of adopting the sovereignty verification protocols? 46 hands, claws, tentacles, and appendages rose in agreement. Only one delegate abstained, and even he looked ashamed of his hesitation. The motion passes unanimously, Velthris announced. The sovereignty verification protocols are now council law. All exploration and expansion must follow these guidelines immediately. Mina felt satisfaction wash over her. This was why she had taken this position, not just to represent Earth, but to make the galaxy a better place, to ensure that no other species would face what humanity had almost faced. After the session ended, she met with Captain Dong Hyun in a private conference room. He had arrived the day before with a new assignment from Earth Command. Ambassador, I have been instructed to establish a training program, Dong Hyun explained. Earth wants to teach Council species proper reconnaissance and survey techniques. We will share our methods for detecting intelligent life, for approaching unknown civilizations safely, and for making first contact without causing harm. Mina smiled. The Council agreed to this? They asked for it, Dong Hyun said. After seeing how thoroughly we observed them for 3 centuries, they realized their own methods were inadequate. They want to learn from us. That is good progress. How long will the training program take? At least 5 years to train the first group of surveyors. We will teach them everything. How to hide their ships so they do not frighten primitive species. How to decode languages without making contact. How to assess technological development levels. How to determine if a species is ready for contact. Dong Hyun pulled up a training schedule on his device. We will also teach them patience. That is perhaps the most important lesson. The Council has always been in a hurry. They want to expand quickly, claim resources fast, grow their territory rapidly. We will teach them that some things cannot be rushed. First contact with a new species should never be hurried. Mina nodded. You are right. Humanity learned patience during our 300 years of observation. Now we pass that wisdom to others. Across the galaxy, Earth's influence continued to grow, not through conquest or domination, but through respect earned by competence. Other species came to human representatives asking for advice on technology, on diplomacy, on military strategy. Earth shared what it could while keeping its most advanced secrets protected. Dr. Daiyun's artificial intelligence systems had become legendary throughout Council space. Delegates spoke in hushed voices about the machines that could learn any language in hours, that could predict enemy movements before they happened, that could process data faster than any biological brain. Some species feared the AI. Others wanted to study it. Daiyun politely declined all requests to share the core technology. Some advantages needed to remain with Earth. Admiral Hyunwoo had retired from active military command, but he now served as Earth's chief military advisor to the Council. He taught their officers about modern warfare, about tactics and strategy that humanity had developed during centuries of desperate advancement. The Council's military was slowly transforming, becoming more efficient and more careful. They learned that overwhelming force was not always the answer. Sometimes precision and restraint achieved better results. Ambassador Jiwan, who had sent the first message to the Council 6 months ago, now worked with the Council's diplomatic corps. She helped train their ambassadors in proper negotiation techniques, in cultural sensitivity, in the art of listening before speaking. The Council had always assumed their way was the only correct way. Jiwan taught them that every civilization had valuable perspectives, and that true diplomacy meant learning from others. Back on Earth, people watched the changes with mixed feelings. Some were proud that humanity had become a major power in the galaxy. Others worried that Earth was becoming too involved in alien affairs. The government addressed these concerns in public broadcasts. "We did not seek this position," the president explained to the citizens. "We only wanted to be left alone. But when the Council threatened our home, we had to respond. Now that we have shown our strength, we have a responsibility to use it wisely. We are making the galaxy safer not just for us but for every species that might face what we almost faced." Most people accepted this reasoning. Earth had proven it could defend itself. Now it was proving it could lead with wisdom and restraint. In the Council chamber, months turned into a year. The changes became more apparent. New survey protocols prevented 3 potential conflicts with undiscovered civilizations. Council expansion slowed but became more sustainable and ethical. Trade routes became more efficient as Earth shared its faster communication technology. Scientific cooperation increased as species learned to work together on projects that benefited everyone. Speaker Velthris approached Ambassador Minna after one session. "Ambassador, I want to thank you personally. When Earth first revealed itself, I thought our civilization was doomed. I thought you would conquer us or enslave us. Instead, you have made us better." Minna studied his face. The shame and fear from a year ago had faded. Now she saw something else. Respect. Perhaps even friendship. Speaker Velthris, humanity never wanted to dominate the Council. We only wanted recognition and respect. You gave us both. Now we work together as partners. But we nearly destroyed you first, Velthris said quietly. We dismissed you as animals. The massive space station hung in the dark void above Proxima 7 like a glittering jewel. It was the largest structure ever built by the combined races of the galaxy. Inside its walls, representatives from hundreds of alien species gathered to discuss matters that affected entire star systems. Today, the main council chamber was packed with delegates, all waiting to hear what the humans had to say. Ambassador Taemin stood at the speaker's platform in the center of the enormous circular room. He was a tall man with graying hair and calm eyes that had seen too much in his 50 years of life. His simple blue uniform marked him as Earth's representative. Next to him stood Hyejin, a brilliant scientist with short black hair and glasses that reflected the holographic displays floating around them. She carried a data tablet containing information that she hoped would make the council understand the gravity of their situation. Around them, the council members sat in their designated sections. The chamber was designed so that every species could see the speaker clearly. Some aliens were massive creatures that needed special reinforced seating. Others were so small they sat in groups on shared platforms. The air processing systems worked overtime to provide comfortable breathing conditions for everyone, creating a slight hum that never quite disappeared. Taemin looked up at the council leader, a being from the Keltheran species. The Keltheran looked like a mix between an octopus and a dragon, with multiple tentacles and scaled skin that shimmered with colors humans had no names for. The council leader's 3 eyes focused on Taemin, with what appeared to be boredom. Ambassador Taemin of Earth, the council leader spoke through the translation devices that made communication possible. You have requested this emergency session. The council has agreed to hear your complaint. You may begin. Taemin took a deep breath. He had practiced this speech for weeks, but now that the moment had arrived, he felt the weight of his world on his shoulders. Behind him, projected on the massive view screens, images of human colony worlds appeared. Peaceful farming communities, research stations, mining operations where humans worked to build new homes far from Earth. Honored council members, Taemin began, his voice steady and clear. For 3 years, humanity has brought complaints to this council about attacks on our colonies. The Vrothian Empire has raided 17 of our settlements. They have stolen our resources, destroyed our infrastructure, and killed our people. Each time we have asked for your intervention. Each time you have told us to be patient, to wait for investigations, to trust in the Council's wisdom. Murmurs spread through the chamber. In the Vrothian section, the massive warriors shifted in their seats. They were a powerful race, standing nearly 3 meters tall with thick armor-like skin and 4 powerful arms. Their commander, a scarred veteran whose name translated roughly to Stormbreaker, laughed loudly enough for everyone to hear. The humans complain again. Stormbreaker's voice boomed across the chamber. Their colonies sit on resource-rich worlds that they cannot properly defend or utilize. By galactic law, stronger species have the right to claim what weaker species cannot hold. This is how it has always been. Several other species nodded in agreement. The galaxy operated on principles that humans found difficult to accept. Strength mattered more than justice. Military power determined rights more than moral arguments. Taemin waited for the noise to settle. He had expected this response. Heejin touched her tablet and new images appeared on the screens. These showed burning buildings, destroyed farms, and worst of all, the bodies of colonists who had tried to defend their homes. We understand galactic law, Taemin continued. We understand that might makes right in this part of the universe. But we have come here today not to appeal to your sense of justice. We have come to give you a warning. This caused more murmurs. The council leader's tentacles twitched with what might have been amusement. A warning? The council leader asked. The humans presume to warn the Galactic Council? This is most unusual. Taemin nodded to Hyejin. She stepped forward and began her presentation. The screens changed again, this time showing images from Earth's history. Ancient battles with swords and spears, medieval wars with castles and sieges, then more modern conflicts with guns and tanks. Finally, the images that made even the alien observers pause. Mushroom clouds rising over cities. Entire landscapes turned to radioactive wastelands. Billions of dead in wars that nearly destroyed humanity's home planet. This is our history, Hyejin explained, her voice quiet but firm. Humans are not naturally peaceful. We are not weak. We are not defenseless. For thousands of years we killed each other with increasing efficiency. We developed weapons that could end all life on our planet. We came within minutes of using them multiple times. She pulled up more data. Chemical weapons that melted flesh, biological agents that turned bodies against themselves, psychological warfare tactics designed to break minds before bodies. The gallery of human violence was extensive and horrifying. We stopped, Hyejin continued, not because we became weak, not because we forgot how to fight. We stopped because we finally understood the true cost of war. We chose peace because we knew what would happen if we did not. Every human child learns about the Great Wars. Every human remembers what we almost did to ourselves. Stormbreaker laughed again. So the humans admit they are a violent species trying to pretend it's civilization. This only proves they are dangerous and should be contained or eliminated. You misunderstand, Taemin said, and something in his voice made the laughter stop. We are not pretending at civilization. We achieved it. But we remember what lies underneath. Every human diplomat, every human scientist, every human farmer on those colonies you attack remembers the lessons of our history. We chose to be peaceful. We choose it every day. But it is a choice, not our nature. He walked closer to the center of the platform, looking up at the assembled council members. When humanity joined the Galactic Council 50 years ago, we made a decision. We decided to export our best achievements, our art, our music, our philosophy, our science, our medicine. We decided not to export our talent for warfare. Do you know why? The chamber was silent now. Even the translator system seemed to hold their breath. Because we are very, very good at war, Taemin said softly. Better than you can imagine. Better than you want to know. We had 10,000 years to perfect the art of killing our own species. We know every psychological weakness, every tactical advantage, every strategic concept that works on beings who think like we do. And we learned that in a galaxy of different species, those same principles apply with terrifying efficiency. Hyejin brought up one final image. It was a simple memorial on Earth, showing names of the dead from the last Great War. Billions of names carved into black stone. This is why we warn you, Taemin said. Not because we want to fight. Not because we are eager to prove ourselves. But because we know what will happen if you force us to remember what we chose to forget. The Vrothian Empire thinks we are weak prey. They think our reluctance to fight means we cannot fight. They are wrong. He turned to look directly at Stormbreaker. We are asking you, begging you to stop the attacks on our colonies. We are asking the Council to enforce the protection agreements that brought us into this union. We are asking for peace not because we need it, but because you do. The Council leader's tentacles moved in complex patterns. The humans make dramatic speeches, but words are not power. The Vrothians have superior military forces. They have conquered 17 species in the last century. What makes you think you could resist them? Taemin closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, there was a sadness there that made Heejin want to look away. We do not think we could resist them, Taemin said quietly. We know we could destroy them, completely, utterly. And that knowledge keeps me awake at night because I remember our history. I remember what happens when humans go to war. Please, honored Council, please do not make us show you what we are capable of. The Council leader called for a vote. The debate lasted 3 hours. Species argued about human rights, about Vrothian expansion, about territorial claims and resource management. In the end, the vote was not even close. The Council decided that the Vrothian Empire had legitimate claims to the contested colonies. They ruled that humans should either defend their territory or abandon it to stronger species. As Taemin and Heejin walked back to their shuttle, she asked him the question that had been bothering her since the vote. Do you think they understood what you were trying to tell them? Taemin looked out at the stars through the station's massive windows. Somewhere out there, human colonists were sleeping, unaware that the Council had just given their enemies permission to continue the attacks. No, he said finally. They did not understand. They think we were bluffing or exaggerating. They think our warnings were the desperate threats of a weak species trying to seem dangerous. What do we do now? Hyejin asked. Taemin touched his communication device and sent a coded message back to Earth. It was a short message. Just 3 words. They did not listen. Now, he said quietly, we prepare for what comes next, and we pray that when it is over, there is still a galaxy worth saving. They boarded their shuttle and left the station. Commander Hyun stood on the bridge of the Earth vessel, looking out at the vast space station before him. The Galactic Council station was enormous, bigger than any city on Earth. Lights sparkled across its surface like stars. Ships from hundreds of different alien worlds came and went constantly. Hyun had been coming here for 10 years now, and he still found it beautiful. But today, like every day, he came here to work. Not to sit at the council table. Not to make decisions about the galaxy, just to work. Humans were not members of the council. They were helpers. They fixed things. They solved problems. They did the jobs that needed doing. Hyun walked through the station corridors. Alien beings of all shapes and sizes passed him. Some had 4 arms. Some had scales. Some floated in the air. A few nodded at him. Most ignored him. To them, he was just another human. Just another worker. He found Nari in her laboratory on level 47. She was a brilliant scientist, perhaps the best humanity had ever produced. Her lab was full of glowing screens and strange equipment. She was working on a medical device that could cure a terrible disease affecting 3 different alien species. Nari looked tired. She had dark circles under her eyes. She had been working for 16 hours straight. When she saw Hyun, she smiled weakly. Her hands never stopped moving across the controls. How is it going? Hyun asked. Nari sighed. Almost done, she said. This device will save millions of lives. The council said they needed it in 3 days. I will finish it in 2. She paused and looked at him. They will probably not even say thank you. Hyun knew she was right. The council rarely thanked humans. They expected the work. They demanded it. But gratitude was rare. He touched her shoulder gently. Your work matters, he said. You know that. She nodded and returned to her screens. On level 12, Ambassador Tae-oh was in a meeting room. He sat at a long table with 7 alien diplomats. 2 of the alien species had been at war for 30 years. Millions had died. Their worlds were devastated. Tae-oh had been negotiating peace between them for 6 months. The aliens shouted at each other. They made threats. They refused to compromise. Tae-oh listened patiently. He had learned their languages. He had studied their cultures. He understood their histories. He knew what they needed even when they did not. Slowly, carefully, he began to speak. His voice was calm. His words were simple but wise. He showed them a path forward. A way both sides could accept. A way to end the war. The aliens stopped shouting. They listened. After 3 more hours, they agreed to his plan. When the meeting ended, the aliens left quickly. They did not thank Teo. They did not shake his hand. They did not even look at him as they walked out. To them, he was just a human, just a tool the council used to fix their problems. Teo sat alone in the empty room. He felt heavy with exhaustion. He had just prevented a war. He had saved countless lives. But no one would remember his name. No one would celebrate what he had done. This was the life of a human in the Galactic Council. Far away from the station, Captain Kang Day commanded a fleet of 12 Earth warships. They patrolled the border regions of Council space. These areas were dangerous. Pirates attacked transport ships. Raiders stole resources from weak colonies. Criminal gangs terrorized peaceful worlds. Kang Day and his crew stopped them. They rescued ships under attack. They protected innocent people. They brought law to lawless space. In the past year alone, they had saved 43 vessels and protected 9 colonies from destruction. But the Council barely acknowledged their work. The alien military commanders took credit for the victories. They wrote reports that erased human contributions. They gave medals to their own officers who had done nothing. Kang Day and his people received only basic supplies and worn equipment. Today, Kang Day received a distress call. A colony ship was under attack by pirates. 20,000 civilians were in danger. His fleet moved quickly. They arrived in less than an hour. The battle was fierce but short. His tactical skills were superior. His crews were well trained. They destroyed the pirate ships and saved every civilian. The grateful colonists sent messages of thanks. They called the humans heroes. They wanted to honor them. But the Council military command ordered them to give credit to an alien admiral who had been nowhere near the battle. The colonists protested. The Council did not care. The official report would say an alien had saved them, not humans. On a massive power station orbiting a gas giant, engineer Mi-sun worked inside a reactor core. The station provided energy to 15 inhabited worlds. Billions of people depended on it. The reactor had developed a critical fault. The alien engineers could not fix it. They did not understand the complex human technology that Mi-sun had designed. She had built reactors like this on 40 different stations. She had written the manuals. She had trained hundreds of alien engineers. But when something went wrong, they always called her. They needed her. They just did not respect her. Mi-sun worked for 18 hours in dangerous conditions. The radiation levels were high. One mistake could cause an explosion that would destroy the station. But she was careful and skilled. She fixed the problem. The power flowed again. 15 worlds continued to have light and heat. The station director, a tall alien with silver skin, came to see her when she finished. "Good work," he said simply. That was all. No real gratitude. No acknowledgement of how she had saved billions of lives. Just 2 words. Then he walked away. Back on the Council station, Bora coordinated a humanitarian mission. A natural disaster had struck a remote world. An earthquake had destroyed 3 cities. 200,000 people needed food, water, medicine, and shelter. The Council had approved aid, but no one knew how to organize it. Bora made it happen. She coordinated supply ships from 8 different worlds. She organized medical teams. She arranged for temporary shelters. She created distribution schedules. She worked with local leaders. In 5 days, she built a complete relief operation from nothing. The relief mission saved thousands of lives. It prevented disease and starvation. It gave hope to desperate people. The Council issued a statement praising itself for the successful mission. Bora was not mentioned. Her name did not appear in any report. She was just another human doing what humans do. That evening, all the humans working on the Council station gathered for dinner. It was a small group, only about 200 people. They ate together in a cafeteria far from the main areas. The aliens did not eat with them. The humans were not welcome in the fancy dining halls. Hyun looked at the tired faces around him. Nari, exhausted from her research. Teo, drained from his negotiations. Mi-sun, still covered in grime from the reactor. Bora, finally resting after days of constant work. Dozens of others, all brilliant, all dedicated, all treated as servants. They talked quietly. They shared stories of their work. They supported each other. They found strength in their community. They all knew the truth. The Galactic Council needed them. The galaxy could not function without human engineers, scientists, diplomats, and peacekeepers. But the Council would never admit it. The aliens saw humans as inferior, as workers, as tools, not as equals, not as partners, not as beings worthy of respect. This was the reality humans had accepted for generations. They served, they helped, they fixed, they saved, and they received nothing in return. Yun wondered how long this could continue. How long would humans accept this treatment? How long would they keep giving everything and receiving nothing? He had no answers, not yet. But in his heart he felt something changing. A quiet anger was growing. Not just in him, but in all of them. They were tired. They were done being invisible. Something would have to change soon. Ambassador Tayo stood before the great doors of the council chamber. He had been preparing for this moment for 3 years. In his hands he carried a data tablet containing hundreds of documents. Evidence. Proof. Records of everything humanity had done for the galaxy. Behind him stood Hyun, Nari, Misun Kangdae, and Bora. They wore their best uniforms. They had come to support him. Today was important. Today humanity would formally request membership in the Galactic Council. Today they would ask to be equals. The doors opened slowly. The council chamber was massive. It was a circular room with seats rising in tiers. Representatives from 87 different alien species sat in those seats. At the center was a raised platform where speakers stood. Above everything hung holographic displays showing data and images. Tayo walked to the platform. His footsteps echoed in the huge space. Thousands of alien eyes watched him. He could feel their stares. Most looked curious. Some looked amused. A few looked annoyed that a human dared to stand where important beings spoke. The council chairwoman was a being called Veltar. She was tall and had blue crystalline skin that reflected light. Her voice was cold when she spoke. "Human ambassador," she said, "you have requested time to address this council. Speak quickly. We have important matters to discuss." Tayo bowed respectfully. "Honored council members," he began. His voice was steady and clear. "I come before you today to request that humanity be granted full membership in this Galactic Council. We believe we have earned this right through our service to the galaxy." He activated his tablet. The holographic displays lit up with information. For 120 years, humans have served this council faithfully. We have built the infrastructure that powers your worlds. We have defended your borders from threats. We have solved problems no one else could solve. We have saved countless lives. The displays showed images. Power stations built by human engineers. Medical facilities designed by human scientists. Peace treaties written by human diplomats. Battle victories won by human soldiers. The evidence was overwhelming. Humanity had done more for the galaxy than many council members, Tayo continued. In the past year alone, we prevented 4 wars. We cured 2 major diseases. We built 17 new power stations. We protected 53 colonies from attack. We coordinated 22 humanitarian missions. We ask now for recognition of these contributions. We ask for a voice in the decisions that affect the entire galaxy. The chamber was silent for a moment. Then someone laughed. It was a harsh barking sound. Other aliens joined in. Soon the entire chamber echoed with laughter. Tayo stood frozen, confused. He had expected debate. He had expected questions. He had not expected mockery. Chairwoman Veltar did not laugh, but her eyes glittered with something like amusement. "Human," she said. "You misunderstand your role. You list your accomplishments as if they make you special. But you only do what you were meant to do. You are workers. You are servants. This is your purpose." A council member stood up. He was large and covered in thick fur. His name was Gornak. He spoke in a loud, booming voice. "Look at them," he said, pointing at the humans. "They are weak. They are small. They have no natural weapons, no thick skin, no special abilities. They are fragile creatures who barely survived on their own world. And they think they deserve to sit with us." More laughter filled the chamber. Another council member spoke. She had tentacles and spoke through a translation device. "Yes, humans are useful," she said. "They have clever hands and minds. They are good at fixing things. But membership in this council requires more than usefulness. It requires greatness. Humans are not great. They are merely adequate tools." Tayo felt anger rising in his chest. He kept his voice calm. "We have proven our worth," he said. "We have demonstrated our capabilities. What more must we do to earn your respect?" The displays still showed human achievements. The evidence was undeniable. Chairwoman Veltar raised her hand for silence. Human, she said. You speak of respect as if it is owed to you, but respect must be given by superiors to equals. You are not our equals. Your species is young. Your technology comes from studying ours. Your tactics were taught to you by us. Everything you have you owe to this council. That is not true, Teo said firmly. Human innovation has surpassed council technology in many areas. Our engineers design better power systems. Our scientists develop more effective medicines. Our diplomats achieve peace where council negotiators failed. Our military protects regions you have abandoned. The chamber erupted in angry shouts. How dare you? Multiple voices cried. You insult this council. You claim superiority. You forget your place. The anger was real and fierce. The aliens were genuinely offended that humans would suggest they were better at anything. One council member, a being made of what looked like living metal, stood up. His voice was harsh. I have seen human work, he said. Yes, they are competent, but they lack vision. They lack greatness. They only copy and improve what others create. They have never invented anything truly revolutionary. They are technicians, not innovators. Nari stepped forward before she could stop herself. That is false, she said loudly. Her voice rang through the chamber. I have invented 7 revolutionary technologies that this council now uses. Medical scanners that detect diseases years before council equipment, power systems twice as efficient as anything built before, communication devices that work across distances previously thought impossible. Each invention was purely human creativity. Chairwoman Veltar's eyes narrowed. Silence, human. You were not given permission to speak. Nari fell silent, shaking with anger. Teo put a gentle hand on her arm. He turned back to the council. Honored Chairwoman, Teo said. I ask simply for fairness. We contribute to this galaxy. We deserve a voice in its governance. Is that truly too much to ask? The question hung in the air. Veltar stood up. Her crystalline form caught the light. She looked down at Teo with something like pity. Human ambassador, she said. Let me make this perfectly clear. This council will never grant membership to humanity. You are servants. Good servants, yes. Useful servants, certainly. But you will always be servants. That is your destiny. That is your place in this galaxy. Accept it. She pressed a button. The holographic displays went dark, erasing all evidence of human achievements. The meeting is over, she declared. Return to your work. This discussion is finished. It will never be raised again. The council has spoken. In the viewing area, one council member did not join the others in celebration. Councillor Heywan was old even by her species standards. She had served on the council for 80 years. She had seen civilizations rise and fall. She had learned wisdom through experience. She watched the humans leave the chamber. She saw their faces. She saw the hurt, the anger, the disappointment. But most of all, she saw something that worried her. She saw determination. She saw decision. These humans were not going to beg. They were not going to argue. They looked like people who had made up their minds about something important. Heywan approached the chairwoman. That was unwise, she said quietly. We should reconsider. Humanity has proven valuable. We should welcome them. Veltar laughed. They are tools, Heywan. Tools do not sit at the table. They stay in the toolbox until we need them. Stop worrying. Outside the chamber, the humans walked silently back to their quarters. No one spoke. No one cried. No one shouted in anger. They simply walked together, processing what had happened. They had been rejected. They had been mocked. They had been called servants and tools, told they would never be equals. In Hyun's quarters, they gathered. The room was small and plain, nothing like the luxurious spaces the council members enjoyed. They sat in silence for a long time. Finally, Hyun spoke. His voice was quiet but firm. We gave them a chance, he said. We asked politely. We presented evidence. We showed respect. They gave us nothing in return. What do we do now? Bora asked. Her voice was tired. Do we keep working for them? Do we keep serving beings who see us as tools? Do we stay here and accept this treatment forever? Hyun looked at each of them. Nari, who had dedicated her life to helping aliens who did not appreciate her. Teo, who had prevented wars for people who mocked him. Misun, who had built wonders for beings who barely thanked her. Kangdai, who had risked his life protecting those who erased his accomplishments. Bora, who had saved thousands who never knew her name. No, Hyun said simply. We do not stay. We do not accept this. We do not beg. We do not argue. We simply leave. We go home. We take every human with us. Every engineer, every scientist, every soldier, every worker. We leave them to manage without us. Then they will understand what we are worth. The others looked at him. Slowly, one by one, they nodded. Yes, it was time to go. Time to leave. Time to show the galaxy what happened when humanity walked away. They had served long enough. Now they would see if the council could survive without its servants. The message went out 3 days after the council rejection. It was sent to every human in council space, every engineer on every station, every scientist in every laboratory, every diplomat in every embassy, every soldier on every ship, every worker on every world. The message was simple and clear. Come home. All humans. Come home now. Pack your things. Leave your posts. Board the transports. We are leaving council space. This is not a request. This is an order. We are going home. The message was signed by Commander Hyun and approved by Earth's government. No explanation was given. No demands were made. No threats were issued. Just a simple command. Come home. On the council station, Nari shut down her laboratory. She saved her research files. She backed up all her data. Then she began erasing the operating systems. The equipment would not work for anyone else. Only she knew how to run it. The aliens could have the machines, but not the knowledge. Her assistant, an alien with purple skin, watched in confusion. What are you doing? He asked. Nari did not look at him. I'm leaving, she said. Leaving? Where? Why? The questions came fast. Nari finished her work and picked up her bag. I'm going home. That is all you need to know. But what about the research? The assistant said. What about the medical trials? What about the new disease treatments? Nari stopped at the door. She looked back at her laboratory, at the equipment she had designed, at the experiments she had started, at the work that could save millions of lives. You will have to figure it out yourselves, she said quietly. Then she left. Across the station, the same scene played out dozens of times. Human engineers left their posts. Human technicians walked away from their machines. Human doctors closed their clinics. Human teachers left their classrooms. Human cooks abandoned their kitchens. Human cleaners put down their tools. The aliens were confused at first. Where are you going? They asked. Why are you leaving? When will you return? The humans gave no answers. They simply packed their belongings and walked to the transport bays. Their faces were calm. Their movements were unhurried. They showed no emotion. Ambassador Teo closed his office. He had worked there for 15 years. The walls were covered with certificates and peace treaties, records of wars prevented and lives saved. He took nothing with him. Let them keep the evidence of what he had done. Let them remember what they had lost. His secretary, an alien who had worked with him for 10 years, was crying. Please do not go, she said. You are the best negotiator we have. You understand everyone. You solve impossible problems. We need you. Teo touched her shoulder gently. You needed me, he said, but you did not respect me. That is why I am leaving. On the power station orbiting the gas giant, Engineer Mi-sun worked one last time. She did not sabotage anything. She did not break anything. She simply shut everything down properly. She followed all the safety procedures. She left detailed instructions for basic maintenance, but the instructions would not be enough. Only she truly understood the systems. The station director confronted her. You cannot leave, he said. His voice was angry. This station powers 15 worlds. Billions depend on it. Only you know how to maintain it. You have a responsibility. Mi-sun looked at him with cold eyes. I had a responsibility, she said. I fulfilled it for 20 years. I asked for nothing but basic respect. You could not even give me that. My responsibility is finished. The director grabbed her arm. I will not allow you to leave, he said. Mi-sun removed his hand calmly. You cannot stop me. You have no authority over humans anymore. We are leaving, all of us. She walked away. The director shouted after her, making threats. She did not look back. In the border regions, Captain Kangdae ordered his fleet to withdraw. 12 warships began moving back toward human space. The border patrol stations sent confused messages. Where are you going? What about the patrol routes? What about the pirates? Who will protect the colonies? Kangdae sent one reply to all of them. Human forces are withdrawing from Council space. This is final. Do not follow us. Do not contact us. You are on your own now. Good luck. Then he cut all communications with Council Military Command. An alien admiral sent an angry message. This is desertion. This is betrayal. You will be punished. Kangdai almost laughed. Punished for what? For refusing to serve people who treat us like slaves. You forget, Admiral. We never signed any treaties. We never swore any oaths to you. We helped you because we chose to. Now we choose to stop. That is not desertion. That is freedom. Bora was the last human to leave the Humanitarian Coordination Center. She had been organizing a massive relief mission to a war-torn region. Millions of refugees needed help. Supplies were ready. Medical teams were prepared. Transport ships were waiting. The mission was supposed to launch in 2 days. She shut down her computer systems. She erased the coordination algorithms she had developed. She deleted the logistics plans she had created. The mission would not happen. Not without her. The aliens did not have the skills to organize something so complex. A council official ran into her office. You cannot abandon this mission, he shouted. People will die without this aid. Bora stood up and faced him. Yes, she said quietly. People will die. Just like they died before humans came to help. Just like they will die after we leave. That is not my problem anymore. That is your problem. You are the Galactic Council. You figure it out. Within 1 week, 10,000 humans had left the Council station. Within 2 weeks, every human had departed from Council space. 40,000 engineers, 20,000 scientists, 5,000 diplomats, 30,000 soldiers, 60,000 support workers, 155,000 humans in total. They took nothing that did not belong to them. They destroyed nothing. They sabotaged nothing. They simply left. They went quietly and completely. The galaxy's workforce had vanished. The Council sent messages. Official demands to return. Angry accusations of betrayal. Desperate pleas for workers to come back. Every message was ignored. The humans did not respond. They did not negotiate. They did not explain. They simply continued their journey home. Chairwoman Veltar called an emergency council session. This is unacceptable, she declared. The humans must return immediately. They have responsibilities. They have duties. We need them. She looked around the chamber. Who will fix our power stations? Who will cure our diseases? Who will prevent our wars? Who will protect our borders? Councillor Haywan spoke softly. We should have listened to them, she said. We should have given them respect. We should have granted them membership. Now they are gone. Veltar waved her hand dismissively. They will return, she said confidently. Where else can they go? What else can they do? They need us more than we need them. Give them a few weeks. They will come back begging. But Haywan knew better. She had seen the faces of those humans in the council chamber. She had seen their determination. They were not coming back. Not in weeks. Not in months. Maybe not ever. The council had made a terrible mistake. They had rejected the beings who made their civilization function. Now they would learn the cost of that arrogance. On the transport ships heading toward Earth, the humans were quiet. They looked out at the stars. They thought about the work they had left behind. The people they had helped. The lives they had saved. They felt sadness for what could have been, but they did not regret their decision. Commander Hyun stood on the bridge of the lead transport. He watched the council space shrinking behind them. Nari came to stand beside him. Do you think they will understand? She asked. Do you think they will learn? Hyun shook his head slowly. I do not know, he said, but it does not matter anymore. We gave them everything. They gave us nothing. That chapter is over. Now we write a new one. The transports continued their journey. Behind them they left a galaxy that had relied on them, a civilization that had taken them for granted, a council that had rejected them. Ahead of them lay home, and beyond home perhaps something new, something better, a future they would build themselves without waiting for permission from beings who would never see their worth. The silent departure was complete. Humanity had walked away, without anger, without violence, without drama. They had simply stopped giving their gifts to those who did not appreciate them. Now the galaxy would discover what it had lost, and humanity would discover what it could become when it stopped serving others and started building for itself. The first power station failed 3 weeks after the humans left. It was the massive station orbiting the gas giant. the one engineer Mi-sun had maintained. The alien engineers tried to fix it. They followed the instruction manual she had left. But they did not understand the complex systems. They made mistakes, the reactor overloaded, safety systems activated and shut everything down. The station went dark. 15 worlds lost power. Billions of people sat in darkness. Cities went silent. Hospitals lost life support. Food storage failed. Transportation stopped. Within days, people began to panic. The council sent their best engineers to fix it. They worked for 2 weeks. They could not restore power. The systems were too advanced. The designs were too complex. Only Mi-sun truly understood how everything worked together. Without her, the station was just an expensive piece of broken equipment. The 15 worlds had to find other power sources. It took months. Some worlds succeeded, others did not. 3 planets went dark for half a year. Economies collapsed. Governments fell. People died. All because one human engineer had left and no one else could do her job. But that was just the beginning. Across council space, infrastructure began to fail. The systems humans had built required human maintenance. The aliens had relied on human expertise for so long that they had never truly learned how things worked. They had let humans handle the difficult tasks while they enjoyed the benefits. On the council station, medical facilities shut down. Without Nari and her team, the advanced equipment stopped functioning. Alien doctors tried to operate the scanners and treatment devices. Nothing worked properly. They discovered that Nari had designed everything with human knowledge that was not documented. The machines were useless without her. A plague broke out on 4 worlds. It was the disease Nari had been developing a cure for. Without her research, without her treatment protocols, the disease spread unchecked. Millions became sick. Hundreds of thousands died. The council's own medical experts could not stop it. They did not have Nari's brilliance. They did not have her innovative mind. The chairwoman sent desperate messages to Earth. "We need your scientists," she said. "Send them back. Name your price. We will pay anything." The messages were never answered. Earth was silent. The humans were done negotiating. In the border regions, chaos erupted. Without Captain Kang Day and his fleet, there was no protection. Pirates attacked freely. Raiders pillaged colonies. Criminal organizations took control of entire sectors. The council military tried to fill the gap. They failed miserably. The alien commanders did not have Kang Day's tactical genius. They did not have his experience. They did not have his dedication. Their ships were slower to respond. Their strategies were inferior. Their coordination was poor. Pirates destroyed 3 major transport routes. 20 colonies were abandoned. Thousands of ships were lost. The alien admiral who had called Kang Day a deserter was killed in a pirate attack. His ship was ambushed because his patrol patterns were predictable. Kang Day would never have made such a basic mistake. The admiral died because he was arrogant and incompetent. The border regions fell into lawless darkness. Without Ambassador Teo and human diplomats, conflicts multiplied. The 2 species who had been at war for 30 years started fighting again. Teo's peace treaty lasted only 6 weeks after his departure. Without his wisdom and patience to maintain it, old hatreds flared up again. The war resumed with terrible violence. Other conflicts erupted across the galaxy. Trade disputes became armed conflicts. Border disagreements turned into wars. Cultural misunderstandings led to violence. The council had no one who could negotiate peace. Their own diplomats were arrogant and inflexible. They could not find compromise. They could not build trust. They could only make situations worse. Within 6 months, 17 new wars had started in council space. Some were small conflicts between colonies. Others were full-scale wars between species. Millions died in the fighting. Entire worlds were devastated. The galaxy burned while the council watched helplessly. The humanitarian crises were worst of all. Natural disasters struck several worlds: earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, asteroid impacts. These things had happened before. But before, Bora and her teams had responded. They had organized relief. They had saved lives. They had prevented disasters from becoming catastrophes. Now there was no one to coordinate relief efforts. The council tried to help. They sent supplies randomly. They sent medical teams without organization. They sent food that spoiled before it arrived. They sent equipment no one knew how to use. Their efforts were chaotic and ineffective. More people died from poor relief coordination than from the actual disasters. A massive earthquake destroyed 2 cities on a heavily populated world. 400,000 people needed immediate help. The council sent aid, but without proper coordination, the supplies never reached those who needed them most. Distribution was inefficient. Medical care was delayed. Shelter construction was disorganized. 50,000 people died who could have been saved. Bora could have saved them, but Bora was gone. Counselor Haywan watched the collapse with growing horror. She had warned them. She had told them to grant humanity membership. She had said rejecting them was a mistake. No one had listened. Now the entire civilization was falling apart. She went to Chairwoman Veltar. "We must bring them back," she said. "We must offer them whatever they want. Membership, equal status, anything. We cannot survive without them." Veltar's crystalline face looked tired. She had aged visibly in the past months. The stress was destroying her. "We have sent 100 messages," Veltar said quietly. All her arrogance was gone. "We have apologized. We have begged. We have offered them everything. They do not respond. They do not even acknowledge our messages. It is as if we do not exist to them anymore." "Because we do not exist to them," Haywan said. "We rejected them. We mocked them. We called them servants and tools. Why would they return to serve beings who treated them with such contempt? We destroyed any relationship we had. We threw away their goodwill. We deserve this collapse." Veltar looked at her with hollow eyes. "What do we do? How do we survive?" Haywan had no answer. She did not know. No one knew. The council had built their entire civilization on human labor and human genius. Without humans, everything was falling apart, and there was no way to fix it. The council chamber meetings became desperate. Species blamed each other. Some blamed Veltar for rejecting the humans. Others insisted it was not their fault. A few suggested using military force to make humans return. That idea was quickly abandoned when they realized they no longer had military superiority. One council member stood up and spoke the truth everyone knew, but did not want to admit. "We are doomed," he said. "Our civilization is collapsing. Our technology is failing. Our society is fracturing. We are dying. And we did this to ourselves. We rejected the only beings who could save us. We are getting exactly what we deserve." The chamber fell silent. No one could argue. It was true. The Galactic Council, which had ruled the galaxy for thousands of years, was dying. Not from war, not from plague, not from natural disaster, but from their own arrogance, from their own foolishness, from their inability to recognize the value of those who served them. Across council space, ordinary citizens suffered. They did not understand what had happened. They only knew that everything was breaking. Power failed. Medicine ran out. Wars erupted. Relief never came. Their governments could not help them. Their leaders had no solutions. Life became harder every day. Some citizens remembered the humans who had worked among them, the quiet engineers who had fixed their machines, the dedicated doctors who had cured their diseases, the patient teachers who had educated their children, the brave soldiers who had protected their homes. Those humans were gone now, and everything the humans had maintained was breaking. People began to understand. The humans had been important, more important than anyone had realized. They had been the foundation that held everything together. Without them, the structure collapsed. The council had treated humans as servants, but humans had been the pillars. And when you remove pillars, buildings fall. 1 year after the human departure, the Galactic Council was a shadow of its former self. Infrastructure was failing everywhere. Wars raged across dozens of systems. Plagues spread unchecked. Economies crashed. Governments fell. Billions suffered. And there was no end in sight. Counselor Haywan sent one final message to Earth. It was not an official council communication. It was personal. She asked for nothing. She demanded nothing. She simply apologized. "We were wrong," she wrote. "We were foolish and arrogant. We treated you badly. We rejected you when we should have honored you. We are paying the price for our mistakes. I do not ask you to return. I do not ask for help. I only ask that you know this. You were right and we were wrong. We recognize our mistake, but we recognize it too late." The message was sent into the void. Like all the others, it received no reply. But this time Haywan had not expected one. She knew the humans were not coming back. She knew the council was doomed. She only wanted humans to know that at least one member of the council understood what they had lost. At least one alien recognized the terrible mistake they had made. It was small comfort, but it was all she had left to give. 50 years had passed since humanity left council space. Commander Hyun was an old man now. His hair was white. His face was lined with age, but his eyes were still sharp. He stood on a balcony overlooking New Earth Station, the center of what everyone now called the Human Alliance. The station was magnificent. It was larger than the old council station had been, but it was different in important ways. The design was open and welcoming. There were gardens growing under artificial suns. Water fountains sparkled in public spaces. Art decorated the walls. This was not just a workplace. It was a home, a place where beings of all species lived together in respect and harmony. The Alliance included 37 species. None of them had been council members. They were the species the council had ignored. The weak ones, the poor ones, the ones considered unimportant. Humanity had reached out to them after leaving council space, not as masters seeking servants, but as equals seeking partners. The first species to join had been the Kelthans. They were small, peaceful beings who lived on a water world. The council had ignored them because they had no military power and few resources. But they were brilliant mathematicians and artists. Humanity had offered them friendship. The Kelthans had accepted gratefully. Then came the Vorshai, a species of floating beings who communicated through light patterns. The council had found them too difficult to understand. Humanity had taken the time to learn their language. The Vorshai brought knowledge of energy manipulation that revolutionized human technology. One by one, other species joined. Each brought unique abilities. Each contributed to the whole. Each was treated as an equal partner. The alliance grew strong not through domination but through cooperation. This was the vision Ambassador Teo had dreamed of. A galaxy where respect was mutual and every voice mattered. Nari had continued her research within the alliance. Now 90 years old, she was still brilliant. She had developed medical technologies that surpassed anything the council had. The plague that had killed millions in council space did not exist in the alliance. Nari had cured it 30 years ago. Alliance citizens lived longer, healthier lives than anyone in council space. Her laboratories were open to scientists from all alliance species. They worked together, sharing knowledge freely. There were no secrets. No one hoarded information. This open collaboration led to breakthroughs that would have been impossible under the council's rigid hierarchy. The alliance was advancing faster than the council ever had. Ambassador Teo, now retired, had trained a new generation of diplomats. They came from every alliance species. They learned his methods, his patience, his wisdom, his ability to find common ground. Under their guidance, the alliance had never experienced internal war. Conflicts were resolved through dialogue. Problems were solved through compromise. Peace was maintained through respect. Captain Kangde had retired from active service, but his legacy lived on. He had built the Alliance Defense Force from nothing. It was smaller than the old Council military, but it was far more effective. The ADF used superior tactics and advanced technology. They protected Alliance space perfectly. Pirates who entered their territory did not leave. Raiders learned to avoid them. Crime was nearly non-existent. More importantly, the ADF was different in philosophy. They did not conquer. They did not invade. They only defended. Every member species contributed ships and personnel. Command positions were shared among species based on merit, not politics. It was a true military alliance, not one species dominating others. Engineer Misun had revolutionized alliance infrastructure. The power systems she designed were incredible. Clean, efficient, nearly maintenance-free. Every alliance world had abundant energy. Poverty from lack of resources was eliminated. Her designs were shared freely with all alliance members. Anyone could build them. No one species controlled the technology. Bora had created the Alliance Humanitarian Corps. It was an organization dedicated to helping those in need, whether inside or outside Alliance space. They responded to disasters quickly and efficiently. They provided aid without demanding anything in return. They saved lives simply because it was the right thing to do. The Corps was staffed by volunteers from all Alliance species. It was the pride of the Alliance. The Alliance had become an economic powerhouse. Their technology was superior. Their products were high quality. Their services were excellent. Other species wanted to trade with them. Even some former Council worlds secretly bought Alliance goods. The Alliance economy thrived while the Council economy stagnated. Ships from neutral worlds often visited Alliance stations. The visitors were amazed by what they saw. Clean streets, happy citizens, efficient systems, beautiful architecture, species living together peacefully. It was everything the Council claimed to be but never was. Word spread across the galaxy. The Alliance was something new, something better. Meanwhile, the Galactic Council continued to decay. They had never recovered from humanity's departure. Wars still raged in their space. Infrastructure continued to fail. Their economy was weak. Their military was ineffective. More species left the Council each year. Some tried to join the Alliance. Not all were accepted. The Alliance was careful about who they welcomed. The Council sent ambassadors to the Alliance several times over the decades. They came with offers, trade agreements, military pacts, technology exchanges. Every offer was politely declined. The Alliance did not need the Council. The Alliance did not want the Council. The Council had nothing to offer that the Alliance could not create themselves. On this particular day, Commander Hyun received a visitor. It was Counselor Hae-won. She was incredibly old now, over 150 years by her species count. She had traveled alone on a small ship. She had not come as an official representative. She had come as a private citizen. Hyun met her in a quiet garden. They sat on a bench surrounded by flowering plants. Hae-won looked tired. The weight of decades of regret showed on her face. "I wanted to see it with my own eyes," she said. "I wanted to see what you built. What we could have had if we had not been so foolish." Hyun nodded slowly. "You were the only one who warned them," he said. "The only one who saw the truth. That must have been difficult." Hae-won smiled sadly. It was, watching everything fall apart. Knowing it could have been prevented. Watching my own people suffer because of arrogance and stupidity. "Yes, it was very difficult. Why did you come?" Hyun asked gently. Hae-won looked at the garden around them. The Alliance had sent humanitarian aid to several former Council worlds recently. You helped them even though they rejected you, even though they treated you terribly. Why? Hyun considered the question. "Because they needed help," he said. "Because innocent people were suffering. We help those in need. That is who we are." That never changed. "But you do not help the Council itself," Hae-won observed. "You do not restore our infrastructure. You do not cure our plagues. You do not stop our wars." Hyun met her eyes. "No," he said firmly, "we do not. The Council made its choice. The Council must live with the consequences. We will help innocent victims, but we will not save the system that treated us as slaves." That distinction is important. Hae-won nodded in understanding. "The Council is dying," she said. "Within another generation it will collapse completely. Species are leaving. Systems are failing. Wars are destroying what remains. What was once a great civilization is falling into dust, and there is nothing we can do to stop it. We destroyed ourselves." Hyun felt no satisfaction in her words. No joy in the Council's downfall. Only sadness for wasted potential. "It did not have to be this way," he said. "You could have welcomed us. You could have worked with us. We could have built something great together. Instead you chose pride. You chose arrogance. And you paid the price. We did." Hae-won agreed. She stood slowly, her old bones creaking. "I should go. I just wanted to see what respect looks like, what equality creates, what partnership achieves. You have built something beautiful here. Something we never could have built because we never understood the most basic truth, that all beings have value. That strength comes from cooperation, not domination. That respect must be mutual or it is worthless." Hyun walked her back to her ship. At the airlock, she turned to him one last time. "Thank you for letting me visit," she said. "And thank you for the humanitarian aid you send to my people. You are better than we ever were. You always were. We were just too blind to see it." As her ship departed, Hyun stood watching. Around him, the Alliance station buzzed with life. Humans and aliens worked together, laughed together, lived together. This was what he had dreamed of 50 years ago. A place where humanity was respected, where all beings were valued, where cooperation replaced domination. The Galactic Council had taught humanity an important lesson, that respect cannot be demanded, that it cannot be withheld without consequences.
that beings who are mistreated will eventually walk away, and that those who rely on others while showing contempt will ultimately fall. Humanity had walked away silently, without violence, without revenge. They had simply stopped giving their gifts to those who did not appreciate them. And in walking away, they had found something better, a partnership of equals, a community of respect, a future built on mutual appreciation rather than exploitation. The galaxy had learned a hard lesson. The message arrived on a Tuesday morning at exactly 0947 Universal Time. Every screen on Earth, from smartphones to television sets to digital billboards, flickered and went dark. Then a face appeared. It was not human. High Archon Kelax of the Zalcarian Imperium stared down at humanity with 3 golden eyes set in a crystalline face. His voice echoed through every speaker on the planet, automatically translated into every human language. Primitive species of the 3rd planet, Kelax began, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. I am High Archon Kelax, Supreme Commander of the Zalcarian Imperium. For 12,000 of your years we have ruled this section of the galaxy. We have conquered 847 species. You are nothing special. In homes, offices, and public squares across Earth, billions of humans stopped what they were doing and listened. Your planet sits upon deposits of xenothium, a mineral we require. You have 10 of your solar rotations to surrender. Lay down your primitive weapons. Accept our rule. You will become workers in our empire. Resist and we will exterminate every last one of you. Your choice is simple, servitude or extinction. The screens went black. For exactly 3 seconds the world was silent. Then chaos erupted. The Zalcarian Imperium had been watching Earth for 200 years. They had observed humanity's wars, famines, and conflicts. They saw a species divided into nearly 200 nations, speaking thousands of languages, worshipping different gods. They saw primitive nuclear weapons and chemical rockets. They calculated that conquering Earth would take less than 1 of their standard months. They were very, very wrong. Within 1 hour of Kelax's message, the United Nations Emergency Chamber was filled to capacity. Presidents, prime ministers, kings, and leaders from every nation on Earth gathered. Not in person, there was no time for that, but through holographic projections and video feeds. Secretary General Chen Wei stood at the podium, her face grave. We have received confirmation from our telescopes. A fleet of approximately 2,000 alien warships has entered our solar system. They are headed toward Earth. The chamber erupted in panicked voices, but Chen raised her hand for silence. We tried to establish peaceful communication. They refused. We offered trade negotiations. They refused. We offered cultural exchange. They laughed at us. Chen's voice grew harder. They have given us 10 days to surrender our entire planet and species into slavery. I ask you now, what is our answer? The American president stood first. We fight, the Russian premier nodded. We fight, the Chinese premier agreed. We fight. One by one, every leader in that chamber gave the same answer. Ancient enemies, bitter rivals, nations that had fought wars against each other just years before, all spoke with one voice. For the first time in human history, Earth was truly united. Then we are agreed, Chen said. All borders are temporarily dissolved. All military forces will operate under joint command. All scientific resources will be shared. All manufacturing will be directed toward the war effort. Every person on this planet is now part of the same army. She looked directly into the camera, knowing her words would be recorded for history. Send a message to the Zalcarian Imperium. Tell them, you just made a terrible mistake. But the Zalcarians did not wait for a reply. 3 days after their ultimatum, they struck. The moon base was humanity's first permanent settlement beyond Earth. 3,000 people lived and worked there, mining operations and scientific research stations. The Zalcarian warships appeared without warning and fired a single massive beam of concentrated energy. The moon base vanished in a flash of light. 3,000 humans dead in an instant. On Mars, the colonies were newer but growing. 5 separate settlements, 20,000 people total, building humanity's future on the Red Planet. The Zalcarian fleet split off a small squadron and methodically destroyed each settlement, one after another. 23,000 more humans dead. Earth watched it happen. The Zalcarians made sure they did. They broadcast it all, streaming video of the destruction to every planet in their empire.
This was how the Imperium operated. They made examples. They wanted other species to see what happened when you defied them. But something unexpected happened. On Earth, there was no panic. No mass surrenders. No pleas for mercy. Instead, there was rage. Pure, focused human rage. In military bases around the world, soldiers watched their comrades die and tightened their grips on their weapons. In laboratories, scientists worked faster, slept less, driven by fury. In factories, workers volunteered for triple shifts to produce weapons, ammunition, anything that could kill aliens. Humanity had been fighting each other for 10,000 years. They knew war. They understood it in their bones. And now, for the first time ever, they had a common enemy. The Zalcarian fleet reached Earth orbit 4 days after destroying the moon base. Kellax appeared on screens again, expecting to see a broken species begging for mercy. Instead, every military satellite humanity possessed opened fire at once. The weapons were primitive by Zalcarian standards. Simple railguns, missile systems, laser arrays built for shooting down other satellites. But there were hundreds of them, and they all fired simultaneously in a coordinated strike that Earth's military had spent 4 days planning. 3 Zalcarian warships exploded. Just 3 out of 2,000, but it was something. It was humanity drawing first blood. Kellax stared at the reports in disbelief. The humans had actually damaged his fleet. With their primitive weapons, they had destroyed 3 warships. It should have been impossible. Begin the ground invasion, he ordered. I want major population centers occupied within 2 days. Show them what happens when insects sting their betters. Zalcarian dropships descended through Earth's atmosphere, heading for New York, Beijing, London, Moscow, São Paulo, and 50 other major cities. Each dropship carried 500 Zalcarian soldiers, warriors who had fought in 100 planetary conquests. They expected frightened primitives with chemical projectile weapons. They got something very different. In New York, the first dropship landed in Central Park. The doors opened, and 500 Zalcarian soldiers marched out in perfect formation, their plasma rifles ready. Every building around the park exploded. Humans had rigged the entire area with explosives. Thousands of pounds of military-grade charges detonated simultaneously. The shockwave killed 200 Zalcarian soldiers instantly. The rest scattered, their perfect formation broken. Then the real fight began. From every window, rooftop, and doorway, human soldiers opened fire. Not with the advanced energy weapons the Zalcarians expected, but with good old-fashioned bullets, rockets, and grenades. The humans didn't fight in formation. They fought like wolves, attacking from every direction, using the ruins as cover. This same scene played out in every city the Zalcarians tried to occupy. In Beijing, humans flooded underground tunnels and attacked from below. In Moscow, they used the winter cold against the aliens whose technology struggled in sub-zero temperatures. In São Paulo, they turned the favelas into a nightmare maze of ambushes and traps. By the end of the first day, the Zalcarians had lost 30,000 soldiers. High Archon Kellax sat in his command ship staring at the casualty reports. This was impossible. These were supposed to be primitives. Weak, divided, easily conquered primitives. What are these humans? He whispered. His advisor stepped forward. Sir, I have been studying their history. I believe they are what our scientists call a death world species. Explain. Their planet is unusually hostile. Extreme weather, dangerous predators, diseases, natural disasters. For millions of years, everything on their planet has been trying to kill them. They evolved to survive in chaos. They evolved to fight. Kellax's eyes widened. How many death world species have we conquered before? The advisor was silent for a long moment. None, sir. We always avoided them. They were considered too dangerous, too unpredictable. The cost of conquering them never justified the benefit. Kellax felt something he had not experienced in his 300 years of life. Fear. Then why, he said slowly, did we attack this one? No one had an answer. On Earth, Secretary General Chen Wei stood before cameras once more. Behind her, every flag of every nation on Earth hung side by side. To the Zalcarian Imperium, she said, you attacked our homes. You killed our people. You thought we would surrender. You were wrong. Humanity does not surrender. Humanity does not forget, and humanity is coming for you. The battle for New York lasted 11 days. The Zalcarians sent more troops, more equipment, more firepower. They leveled entire city blocks with orbital bombardment. They killed hundreds of thousands of humans. The humans kept fighting. On the 8th day, Commander Sarah Mitchell stood in what used to be Times Square, now a crater filled with rubble and burning vehicles. Her uniform was torn, her face covered in dirt and blood. Around her, what remained of her unit took cover behind destroyed Zalcarian tanks. "Commander, we have 20 minutes before their next wave arrives," Lieutenant Park said, checking his rifle. "We're out of anti-armor missiles. We're low on ammunition. What are your orders?" Sarah looked at the Zalcarian command post 3 blocks away. It was heavily fortified, protected by energy shields that their weapons could barely scratch. Taking it would be suicide, she smiled. It was not a nice smile. "We have something better than missiles," she said. "We have a nuclear bomb." Park stared at her. "Ma'am, that's a tactical nuke. If we use it here, we'll destroy what's left of Manhattan. We'll kill ourselves along with them." "I know," Sarah said calmly. "Get everyone to minimum safe distance. We have one shot at this." 20 minutes later, a mushroom cloud rose over New York City. The Zalcarian command post ceased to exist. So did 12 city blocks and 300 human soldiers who chose to stay behind to make sure the bomb detonated properly. When High Archon Kellak saw the report, he threw his data tablet across the command room. "They destroyed their own city," he shouted. "What kind of insane species destroys its own territory to win a battle?" His tactical advisor, a veteran of 50 conquered worlds, spoke quietly. "A species that values victory over survival, my lord. A species that refuses to lose." Kellax paced back and forth, his crystalline features reflecting the glow of tactical displays. "We have superior technology. We have superior numbers. We should have conquered this planet in weeks. Instead, we are losing thousands of soldiers every day. How is this possible?" "The humans fight differently than any species we have encountered," the advisor explained. "They do not follow standard military doctrine. They attack from unexpected angles. They use weapons we do not anticipate. In London, they released a chemical agent that is harmless to them but deadly to our soldiers. In Tokyo, they somehow hijacked our communications and filled our channels with loud human music, disrupting our coordination." "Music?" Kellak said in disbelief. "Yes, my lord. Something called heavy metal, at volumes that damaged our audio receptors." Kellak sat down heavily. "Continue the reports." "In Moscow, they used the weather against us. They lured our forces into exposed positions, then waited for a blizzard. Our equipment malfunctioned in the extreme cold. In Mumbai, they flooded underground tunnels while our soldiers were inside. In Lagos, they used biological weapons, diseases they had already developed immunity to, but we had not. They fight like they have no honor," Kellak said. "No, my lord," the advisor corrected. "They fight like they have already lost everything and have nothing more to lose. It makes them more dangerous than any opponent we have ever faced." But the Zalcarians were not the only ones learning lessons. In a secret bunker beneath the Swiss Alps, the greatest minds of humanity had gathered. Scientists, engineers, hackers, military strategists. They had been given unlimited resources and one simple mission: find a way to win. Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood before a holographic display showing a captured Zalcarian plasma rifle. Around her, 30 scientists from 15 different countries studied the alien technology. "We have been reverse engineering their weapons for 3 weeks," she explained. "We are beginning to understand how they work. The energy cells, the plasma generation, the focusing mechanism. It is far more advanced than our technology, but not as advanced as they believe." "What do you mean?" asked General Martinez, the military liaison to the science team. Yuki changed the display to show a comparison. "Zalcarian technology is very efficient, very reliable, very standardized. Every weapon is the same. Every system follows the same protocols. This makes their technology easy to maintain and operate across their entire empire." "And that is bad because it makes them predictable," Yuki said with a grin. "We have cracked their encryption codes. We can intercept their communications. We can hack their systems. They never imagined a species with our level of computer expertise because they have been the technological superior for so long." Martinez leaned forward. "Can we use this?" "We already are," Yuki said. "Yesterday, we hacked into 3 Zalcarian warships and locked them out of their own weapon systems for 40 minutes. It was enough time for our fighter pilots to destroy them." The general's eyes widened. "How many more can you hack? How many ships do they have?" In orbit around Earth, the space battle raged. The Zalcarians had better ships, better shields, better weapons. But humans had something else. Desperation and creativity. Captain James Chen piloted his fighter through a debris field, dodging plasma fire. His ship was a hastily modified civilian spacecraft, armed with missiles designed for taking out satellites. It should not have been able to survive 5 minutes against a Zalcarian warship. He had been fighting for 6 hours. Thunder. 2. This is Thunder, leader. His radio crackled. We have a window. Their shields are cycling. Hit them now! Roger that, Chen responded, pushing his engines to maximum. He fired every missile he had left, watching them streak toward the Zalcarian destroyer. Most were shot down by point defense systems, but 3 got through, punching holes in the alien hull. It was not enough to destroy the ship, but it was damage. And damage accumulated. All across Earth's orbit, similar battles played out. Hundreds of human fighters flying ships that were barely spaceworthy, attacking an enemy fleet that should have obliterated them in minutes. But the humans used the debris field as cover. They attacked in swarms, overwhelming point defenses. They sacrificed themselves to buy their comrades opportunities. After 2 weeks of orbital combat, the Zalcarians had lost 200 ships. The humans had lost 4,000 fighters, but 4,000 new human fighters were being built every day. The Zalcarians' reinforcements were months away. On Earth's surface, human forces began pushing back. In Beijing, Chinese forces recaptured the city center. In Cairo, Egyptian troops drove the Zalcarians out completely. In Sydney, Australian soldiers used guerrilla tactics to make the occupation so costly that the aliens withdrew. The Zalcarians learned another terrible truth about humans. They never gave up. Even when defeated, they regrouped. Even when outnumbered, they attacked. Even when their position was hopeless, they kept fighting, and they learned from every battle. The humans studied captured Zalcarian equipment, adapted their tactics, shared information instantly across their global network. What worked in one city was implemented in 10 others within hours. What failed was discarded immediately. The Zalcarian military had spent 12,000 years perfecting warfare against conventional opponents. They had never faced an opponent like humanity, a species that evolved through constant warfare with itself and its environment, a species that treated every battle as a learning opportunity. High Archon Kelax stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching real-time feeds from Earth. Everywhere his forces were struggling. Not losing, not yet, but struggling in a way they never had before. My lord, his advisor said carefully, perhaps we should consider negotiating a withdrawal. We still hold the orbital high ground. We can declare victory and leave with our honor intact. Withdraw? Kelax turned on him. We are the Zalcarian Imperium. We do not withdraw from primitives. Send word to the homeworld. Tell them to send the second fleet. We will crush these humans once and for all. What Kelax did not know was that his message was intercepted. Dr. Tanaka and her team decoded it. Within minutes. They learned that reinforcements were coming. 5,000 more Zalcarian warships 3 months away. The news spread through Earth's command structure. 5,000 more ships. The first fleet had nearly destroyed them, and they had barely managed to hold their ground. How could they possibly survive 5,000 more? Secretary General Chen stood before the United Earth Council once more. 3 months, she said. We have 3 months before their reinforcements arrive. 3 months to turn the tide. 3 months to build our own fleet and take this fight beyond Earth. That's impossible, the British Prime Minister said. We don't have the resources, the technology, or the time. Chen smiled grimly. 2 months ago, everyone said it was impossible to fight the Zalcarians at all. We proved them wrong. We will prove them wrong again. She activated a holographic display showing Earth's orbital shipyards. Hundreds of construction platforms, all working at maximum capacity. We are building ships. Not fancy ships, not pretty ships, but functional ships. We are using every ounce of salvaged Zalcarian technology. Every bit of Earth's industrial capacity. In 3 months, we will have a fleet. How many ships? Someone asked. 5,000 to match theirs? Chen shook her head. No. We will have 10,000. And we will not wait for them to come to us. We are taking this war to them. The council chamber erupted in shocked voices. Attack the Zalcarian Imperium? Invade their territory? It was madness. Chen waited for silence, then spoke the words that would echo through history. They came to our home. They killed our people. They wanted to make us slaves. The transformation of Earth happened faster than anyone thought possible. Every factory, every workshop, every manufacturing facility on the planet was converted for war production. Automobile plants that once produced family cars now built tanks and armored vehicles. Electronics factories that made smartphones now assembled guidance systems for missiles. Even toy factories were repurposed to make components for drones. In Detroit, the old General Motors plant worked 24 hours a day. 3 shifts of workers, each one 8 hours long, with no breaks in production. They were building spacecraft carriers, massive ships designed to launch thousands of fighters. Maria Rodriguez welded a hull plate into place, sparks flying around her protective mask. 6 months ago, she had been assembling sedans. Now she was building warships. Her son was in the military, fighting Zalcarians in South America. Her daughter was an engineer, designing weapons. Her husband had died in the first week of the invasion, killed when the aliens bombed their neighborhood. She worked harder. Across the factory floor, similar stories repeated. Every worker had lost someone. Every worker had a reason to fight. They worked until their hands bled, until they could barely stand, until supervisors forced them to rest. Then they came back and worked more. Earth produced its first human-designed warship 37 days after the invasion began. It was ugly, a boxy vessel that looked nothing like the sleek Zalcarian ships. But it worked. The second ship launched 5 days later, the third and fourth together 3 days after that. By the end of the second month, Earth was launching 10 ships per day. In laboratories around the world, scientists pushed the boundaries of what was possible. They had Zalcarian technology to study now, captured weapons and equipment, even intact ships. Every piece was dissected, analyzed, understood. Dr. Robert Chen sat in his lab at MIT, staring at a Zalcarian plasma rifle. His team had been studying it for 6 weeks. They understood the basic principles now: contain high-energy plasma in a magnetic field, then release it in a focused beam. The Zalcarian version was elegant, efficient, reliable. Robert's version was none of those things. "Fire it up," he told his assistant. They activated the prototype human plasma weapon. It was twice as large as the Zalcarian version, made from parts scavenged from 3 different technologies. It should not work. It fired a beam 3 times more powerful than the Zalcarian weapon. The targeting dummy exploded. So did the wall behind it, and part of the wall behind that. "Okay," Robert said, coughing through the smoke. "Maybe we made it too powerful." His assistant grinned. Or maybe the Zalcarians made theirs too weak. This pattern repeated in dozens of research facilities. Human scientists did not just copy alien technology. They modified it, improved it, combined it with their own innovations. The Zalcarians had spent thousands of years perfecting their weapons. Humans spent weeks making them better. Why? Because humans were competitive by nature. 50 different research teams were all racing to develop the best weapons, the fastest ships, the strongest armor. The Zalcarians shared one standardized technology across their empire. Humans had 50 different solutions to every problem, and the best ones were immediately adopted by everyone. Colonel Sarah Mitchell, promoted after the Battle of New York, stood in a briefing room with military leaders from around the world. Before her, a holographic display showed the solar system. "We have pushed the Zalcarians back to Mars orbit," she explained. "They still have numerical superiority, but they are no longer attacking. They are waiting for their reinforcements." "What about our fleet?" asked General Wu from China. Sarah changed the display to show Earth's orbital shipyards. Hundreds of ships under construction, swarms of workers in spacesuits, automated assembly drones working non-stop. "We currently have 400 combat-ready warships. In 4 weeks we will have 2,000. In 8 weeks 5,000. In 12 weeks 10,000. The room was silent. The numbers seemed impossible. "How?" asked Admiral Petrov from Russia. "We have never built spacecraft on this scale before." "Because we are using every resource we have," Sarah replied. "We are mining asteroids for raw materials. We are using AI to optimize every step of production. We are working around the clock, and we are motivated." She pulled up images from the invasion. Cities in ruins,
Mass graves, children crying over dead parents. The Zalcarians made one critical mistake. They thought destroying our cities would break our will to fight. Instead, it gave us clarity. We know exactly what we are fighting for. We know exactly what happens if we lose, so we will not lose. But building ships was only part of the solution. Humanity needed something else: allies. The Zalcarian Imperium ruled 847 species. Most were conquered, occupied, controlled. Some had been under Zalcarian rule for thousands of years. They had forgotten what freedom looked like, until they saw Earth. On the planet Voltar 3, the native Voltarians worked in mining operations, extracting the same xenothium the Zalcarians wanted from Earth. They had been slaves for 2,000 years. Their rebellion had been crushed generations ago. They had accepted their fate. Then the news arrived. A primitive species called humans was fighting back. Not just fighting, but winning battles. Destroying Zalcarian ships, refusing to surrender. A young Voltarian miner named Kresh heard the stories and felt something he had never experienced before. Hope. Is it true? He asked an older miner. Are the humans really defeating the Imperium? The overseers say it is propaganda, the older miner replied. They say the humans will be crushed soon. But if it is true, Kresh said slowly, if one species can resist, maybe we can too. The older miner looked around nervously. Such talk was dangerous. But he leaned closer and whispered, there are others who think the same. Meet us tonight at the old excavation site. Across the Imperium, similar conversations were happening. The humans had done something incredible. They had shown that the Zalcarians were not invincible. And once that illusion was shattered, everything changed. On Earth, the war effort continued. But something else was happening too. Humanity was preparing a message for the galaxy. Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood before a camera, surrounded by her team. They had spent weeks preparing this broadcast. It would be sent on all frequencies the Zalcarians used, transmitted throughout their empire. My name is Dr. Yuki Tanaka. I am a human from Earth. The Zalcarian Imperium invaded our world, killed our people, and tried to enslave us. We are fighting back. But this message is not for the Zalcarians. This message is for everyone they have conquered. She paused, looking directly into the camera. We know you are out there. We know you suffer under Zalcarian rule. We want you to know, you are not alone. We are humans. We refuse to surrender. We refuse to be slaves. And we are willing to share what we have learned. The display behind her showed technical specifications for human weapons, tactics that worked against Zalcarians, strategies for guerrilla warfare. We do not ask you to fight with us. We do not ask you to risk everything. But if you choose to resist, if you choose to be free, we will help you. The Zalcarians are not invincible. We have proven that. Together, we can prove it again. The broadcast ended. Dr. Tanaka had no idea if anyone would listen. 3 days later, the first responses arrived. Coded messages from a dozen different planets, all saying the same thing. We are ready. Tell us what to do. High Archon Kellax received the intelligence reports with growing horror. Rebellions were starting on 8 different worlds. Minor incidents so far, easily suppressed, but troubling. The humans were somehow communicating with his subject species, encouraging resistance. How are they doing this? He demanded. How are they reaching worlds halfway across the Imperium? They are using our own communication networks, his technical advisor explained. They hacked into our systems weeks ago. We thought we had expelled them, but they left behind hidden access points. They have been spying on us this entire time. Kellax felt his blood freeze. If the humans had access to their networks, they knew troop movements, supply lines, strategic planning. They knew everything. Shut it down, he ordered. Shut down the entire communication network if necessary. My lord, that would cripple our ability to coordinate across the Imperium. Do it anyway. We cannot fight a war if the enemy knows our every move. But it was already too late.
The damage was done. The humans had stolen more than just tactical information. They had learned the locations of every Zalcarian military base, every supply depot, every weakness in the Imperium's defenses. On Earth, Secretary General Chen stood before the United Earth Council with a smile on her face. "We have allies," she announced. 7 species have agreed to coordinate their resistance with our military operations. 15 more are considering it. The Imperium is beginning to fracture. "This is incredible," said the American president. "But we still face overwhelming odds. Their reinforcement fleet will arrive in 6 weeks. Even with allies, can we truly win?" Chen pulled up a star map showing the Zalcarian Imperium. It was vast, spanning dozens of systems. The Zalcarians have ruled for 12,000 years. They are powerful, advanced, seemingly unstoppable. But they have one critical weakness. She pointed to the center of the map. Everything depends on their home world, their go. The Retribution left Earth orbit on a cold morning in March, 3 months after the invasion began. It was not alone. 500 human warships followed, a fleet that should not exist, built by a species that had barely reached Mars before the Zalcarians arrived. Admiral Marcus Cole stood on the bridge of the Retribution, watching Earth shrink in the view screen. He was 53 years old, a career Navy officer who had spent 30 years preparing for naval warfare on Earth's oceans. Now he commanded a fleet heading to another solar system. "All ships report ready, Admiral," his tactical officer said. "FTL drives charging," Marcus nodded. "Activate the drives. Set course for Proxima Centauri. Let us introduce ourselves to the galaxy." The fleet vanished in a flash of light, leaving Earth behind. Proxima Centauri was the closest star system to Earth, just 4 light-years away. The Zalcarians had established a listening post there decades ago, monitoring humanity's development. It was lightly defended, only 20 ships and a small garrison on the planet. It was the perfect first target. The human fleet dropped out of FTL at the edge of the system, drives glowing hot from the journey. Alarms immediately sounded on the Zalcarian station. Commander Vexlar, the Zalcarian officer in charge, stared at his sensors in disbelief. 500 ships had just appeared. "Human ships, impossible. All vessels, battle stations," he ordered. "Send a distress signal to the nearest fleet." But the humans had learned from months of warfare. They were not here to fight fairly. The first wave was not warships but missiles, hundreds of them, launched from maximum range. The Zalcarian point defenses shot down most, but not all. 3 ships exploded before they could even power their weapons. The second wave was electronic warfare. Human hackers, working from ships equipped with quantum computers, attacked the Zalcarian communication network. Suddenly, the defending ships could not coordinate with each other. The third wave was the human fleet itself, diving in fast and aggressive, overwhelming the confused defenders with sheer numbers. The Battle of Proxima Centauri lasted 4 hours. When it ended, all 20 Zalcarian ships were destroyed or captured. The listening post surrendered without a fight. Admiral Cole broadcast a message from the captured station, sending it on all Zalcarian frequencies. "This is Admiral Marcus Cole of the United Earth Fleet. Today, we have taken our first step beyond our solar system. Today we have shown that humanity will not be caged. To the Zalcarian Imperium, you attacked our home. Now we are coming for yours. To all species under Zalcarian rule, your chains can be broken. We will help you break them." The message spread across the galaxy like wildfire. On Voltar 3, the young miner Kresh heard the broadcast and gathered his fellow rebels. The humans did it. They actually attacked an Imperium system and won. "What do we do?" someone asked. Kresh picked up a mining tool, hefting its weight. "We fight tonight. The humans gave us the tools. They gave us the knowledge. Now we give them allies." That night, the Voltarian rebellion began. It started in one mining facility, spread to others. Within 3 days, the entire planet was in revolt. The Zalcarian garrison, only 500 soldiers, was overwhelmed by millions of angry miners who had suffered for 2,000 years. Voltar 3 declared independence. It would not be the last. The human fleet did not stop at Proxima Centauri. They jumped to Tau Ceti, another nearby Zalcarian outpost, then to Epsilon Eridani, then to Lacaille 9352. Each time they struck fast, hit hard, and moved on before reinforcements could arrive. The Zalcarians called it terrorism. Admiral Cole called it warfare. We cannot match them ship for ship, he told his officers. We cannot win a traditional war, so we do not fight a traditional war. We hit supply lines. We destroy communication relays. We inspire rebellions. We make them fight on 100 fronts at once. And it worked. Too well. Within 6 weeks of leaving Earth, the human fleet had destroyed or captured 40 Zalcarian installations. Rebellions had erupted on 19 planets. The Imperium's supply lines were in chaos, but there was a cost. The human fleet was down to 300 ships. They had been fighting non-stop for weeks against increasingly prepared defenders. Ships were damaged, supplies were running low, and crew exhaustion was becoming a serious problem. Captain Sarah Mitchell, commanding the destroyer Vengeance, reviewed her casualty reports with a heavy heart. She had left Earth with 200 crew members. She was down to 143. The rest were dead or wounded. Captain, we have new orders from Admiral Cole, her communications officer reported. We are to rendezvous with the main fleet at the Rigel system. Sarah checked the star map. Rigel was 50 light-years from their current position. It was also 20 light-years from the Zalcarian homeworld. He is going for it, she whispered. He is actually going to attack their homeworld. The Zalcarian homeworld, Zalcaris Prime, had not been attacked in 8,000 years. It was the heart of the Imperium, home to 12 billion Zalcarians. It was protected by the most powerful defense fleet in the galaxy. 3,000 warships, orbital defense platforms, planetary shields. It was considered impregnable. High Archon Kelak stood in the Grand Council chamber on Zalcaris Prime, facing the other Archons who ruled the Imperium. They were not happy with him. You said Earth would fall in weeks, Archon Vexelan accused. It has been 4 months. Not only have we failed to conquer one primitive planet, but we have lost 40 installations and face rebellions across our territory. This is a disaster. Kelak struggled to maintain his composure. The humans are more resourceful than anticipated, but our second fleet will arrive at Earth in 10 days. 5,000 ships will overwhelm them. Then we can redirect forces to suppress the rebellions. And what of their fleet that is currently rampaging through our territory? Another Archon demanded. What of the rebels they are arming and training? A minor nuisance, Kelak said, though he did not sound convinced. Once Earth falls, their fleet will have nowhere to return to. They will be isolated and destroyed. What none of them knew was that human intelligence had infiltrated the council chamber. A tiny drone, no larger than an insect, hovered in the rafters, recording everything and transmitting it back to the human. Fleet Admiral Cole received the intelligence and called an emergency meeting of his senior staff. The Zalcarian Second Fleet reaches Earth in 10 days, he announced. 5,000 ships. Earth's defense fleet has 3,000 ships. They can hold for a while, but not forever. What are our orders? Captain Mitchell asked. Cole pulled up a holographic display of Zalcaris Prime. We have 300 ships. They have 3,000 protecting their homeworld. Mathematically, we should not even attempt an attack. But, someone prompted, but they do not know we are coming. They think we are on the other side of their territory. They think their homeworld is safe, and they are about to learn a very important lesson about humanity. He zoomed in on the planet. We are not going to fight their fleet. We are going to do what humans have always done when faced with superior force. We are going to cheat. Over the next 5 days, the human fleet gathered in the Rigel system. 300 ships, representing the strongest striking force humanity had ever assembled. They were battered, worn, running on salvaged parts and sheer determination. But they were ready. Admiral Cole stood before a camera, recording a message that would be sent to Earth. By the time you receive this, we will have already attacked Zalcaris Prime. I do not know if we will succeed. I do not know if we will survive. But I know this. We will make them hurt. We will make them regret ever coming to Earth. And if we fall knowing that we gave humanity a fighting chance. He paused, gathering his thoughts. To my wife, my children, tell them I love them. To everyone on Earth, keep fighting. Build more ships. Train more soldiers. Never surrender. And if we do not return, finish what we started. Make them pay for every human they killed. Make them remember Earth forever. The recording ended. Cole took a deep breath and returned to the bridge. All ships prepare for FTL jump. Target, Zalcaris Prime. Attack plan, overwhelming surprise assault on their planetary defense grid. We will have approximately 30 minutes before their full fleet can respond. In that time, we need to cripple their defenses and create enough chaos to mask our true objective. Which is? His tactical officer asked. Cole smiled grimly. We are going to capture or kill every member of the Grand Council. Cut off the head and the body will die. That is how you kill an empire. The fleet jumped to FTL, heading directly into the heart of enemy territory. Every crew member knew it was likely a one-way trip. They went anyway, because they were human. And humans once committed did not retreat. On Zalcaris Prime the day was ordinary. Citizens went about their lives, secure in the knowledge that they were protected by the mightiest military force in the galaxy. The idea that anyone would dare attack their homeworld was absurd. Then, without warning, 300 human warships dropped out of FTL in close orbit and opened fire on everything in range. The Zalcarians, so secure in their superiority, so certain of their safety, were caught completely unprepared. And in that moment of surprise, the humans showed them what happens when you threaten a species that evolved fighting every day just to survive. The humans showed them war without mercy, without honor, without hesitation. They showed them humanity at its most dangerous. The Battle of Zalcaris Prime began at 1437 local time on what the Zalcarians would later call the Day of Fire. 300 human warships appeared in orbit without warning, their weapons already hot. The first salvo targeted the orbital defense platforms, massive structures that had protected the planet for thousands of years. Human missiles, equipped with salvaged Zalcarian warheads and enhanced with human engineering, struck with devastating precision. 7 platforms exploded in the first 30 seconds. On the ground, alarms blared across the capital city. Citizens looked up in shock as trails of fire crossed the sky. This was impossible. Zalcaris Prime had not been attacked in 8,000 years. It was the safest place in the galaxy. Admiral Cole watched the tactical display on the Retribution's bridge. Every second counted. They had minutes before the Zalcarian defense fleet could organize a response. All ships focus fire on the planetary shields, he ordered. We need an opening. The human fleet concentrated its weapons on one section of the planetary defense shield. The shield was designed to withstand sustained bombardment, but not from this many ships firing simultaneously at a single point. It flickered, strained, and finally collapsed in that sector. Marines, go now, Cole commanded. 50 assault shuttles dropped from the fleet, racing toward the planet's surface. They carried 2,000 human soldiers with one mission: reach the Grand Council chamber and capture or kill the Zalcarian leadership. Captain Sarah Mitchell piloted her shuttle through defensive fire. Her knuckles white on the controls, plasma bolts streaked past her cockpit. 2 shuttles to her left exploded. She gritted her teeth and pushed her engines harder. 60 seconds to landing, she called to her troops. Remember the briefing. The council chamber is 3 kilometers from our landing zone. We need to get there before they evacuate. The shuttle hit the ground hard, its landing gear buckling from the impact. The rear door blew open and Sarah led her Marines out into the heart of the Zalcarian capital. The streets were chaos. Civilians ran in every direction, screaming. Zalcarian security forces were mobilizing, but they had never trained for an invasion of their own planet. They did not know what to do, the humans did. They had studied captured city maps for weeks. They knew every street, every building, every security checkpoint, and they moved with the speed of soldiers who knew they had minutes to live unless they completed their mission. Sarah's force fought through 6 blocks of desperate resistance. Zalcarian soldiers tried to stop them, but the humans fought with an intensity born of pure rage. Every soldier in that assault force had lost someone to the Zalcarians. Friends, family, comrades. This was personal. In orbit, Admiral Cole watched his fleet being torn apart. The Zalcarian defense fleet had responded faster than expected. His 300 ships faced 3,000. It was a slaughter, but the humans kept fighting, kept buying time for the ground assault. Admiral, we have lost 70 ships, his tactical officer reported. Hull breaches on decks 4 through 7. Engineering reports main power at 60%. Keep firing, Cole ordered. We hold the line until our Marines complete their mission or we are all dead. There is no other option. Captain Mitchell burst into the Grand Council chamber with 40 Marines, half her original force. The ornate room was filled with Zalcarian guards, all heavily armed. At the center, on raised platforms, sat the 12 Archons who ruled the Imperium. High Archon Kellax stood, his crystalline features twisted in fury. How dare you? This is sacred ground. You primitive savages have defiled the heart of our civilization. Sarah raised her weapon. You came to our world. You killed our people. You tried to make us slaves. Now you face judgment. We are the Zalcarian Imperium, Kelak shouted.
We have ruled for 12,000 years.
You cannot defeat us. Watch us, Sarah said and gave the order to fire. The battle in the council chamber was short but brutal. Zalcarian guards fought to protect their leaders, and they were skilled warriors. But the human Marines fought with the desperation of soldiers on a suicide mission. They knew they were likely going to die, so they made every shot count. When the gunfire stopped, 11 of the 12 Archons were dead. Only Kelax remained wounded but alive. All around him lay the bodies of his guards and 20 human Marines. Sarah limped toward him, blood running down her leg from a plasma burn. She grabbed Kelax by his ornate robes and dragged him to the center of the chamber, where the council's broadcast equipment stood. You are going to send a message, she told him. You are going to tell every world in your empire that the war is over. Kelax laughed, a bitter sound. You think killing us ends anything? The Imperium has existed for 12 millennia. It will survive 12 more. No, Sarah said, activating the broadcast system. It ends today, because humanity does not do half measures. You wanted to exterminate us. Now we will show you what extinction looks like. In orbit, Admiral Cole received the signal from the surface. Mission accomplished. The Zalcarian leadership was dead or captured. All ships begin Phase 2, he ordered. What happened next would be debated by historians for generations. Some called it justice. Others called it genocide. But everyone agreed it was effective. The human fleet targeted every military installation on Zalcaris Prime. Spaceports, weapons factories, military academies, garrison bases. They were methodically destroyed from orbit. The Zalcarians fought back desperately, their defense fleet finally organized and pressing hard against the human ships. But the humans had learned something important. The Zalcarians were warriors, but humans were survivors. And survivors did whatever was necessary to win. Captain Mitchell forced Kelax to broadcast a message to every Zalcarian ship in the system. This is High Archon Kelax. By my authority, I order all forces to stand down immediately. The war is over. We have lost. The message was a lie, broadcast under duress, but it created confusion in the Zalcarian ranks. Some ships stopped firing, uncertain. Others continued fighting. That moment of hesitation was all the humans needed. Admiral Cole did something unprecedented in the history of warfare. He opened communication channels to the Zalcarian fleet and sent them footage of their dead council, their burning cities, their fallen leaders. Your Archons started this war, he broadcast. They are dead now. Your people are suffering because of their arrogance. You can continue fighting and watch your homeworld burn, or you can surrender and save what remains. You have 5 minutes to decide. The Zalcarian fleet commander, a veteran of 100 battles, stared at the images in horror. His entire worldview was shattering. The Imperium was supposed to be eternal, unchangeable, invincible. Now he watched it crumble in real time. He made a decision that would echo through history. He ordered his fleet to stand down. 3,000 Zalcarian warships powered down their weapons. The Battle of Zalcaris Prime ended after 4 hours and 17 minutes. The victory came at a terrible cost. Of the 300 human ships that attacked, only 83 survived. Admiral Cole's flagship was crippled, held together by emergency repairs. Of the 2,000 Marines who landed, only 400 survived, but they had done the impossible. They had struck at the heart of an empire and brought it to its knees. Sarah Mitchell stood in the ruined Grand Council chamber, leaning on her rifle for support. Around her, medics worked frantically to save wounded Marines. She had survived, though she did not quite understand how. Her communications officer handed her a radio. Captain Admiral Cole is on the line. Sarah took the radio. Mitchell here. Captain, well done. You and your Marines just changed the course of galactic history. Cole's voice was tired but satisfied. How many did we lose? Too many, sir. Sarah replied, looking at the bodies of her fallen comrades. But we completed the mission. Yes, you did. Now comes the hard part. We need to negotiate a surrender with the Zalcarians. They outnumber us badly still. If they choose to fight to the last ship, they can still kill us all. What are your orders? Bring me Kelax. I want to talk to him face to face. An hour later, High Archon Kelax was brought aboard the Retribution. his wounds bandaged, his pride shattered. He was led to the bridge where Admiral Cole waited. The two leaders stared at each other. One represented an empire 12,000 years old. The other represented a species that had been spacefaring for less than a century. "You cannot hold this planet," Kellak said finally. "You have too few ships, too few soldiers." "My forces will rally. They will reclaim our world." "Perhaps," Cole agreed. "But before they do, we will destroy every military asset on this planet. Every shipyard, every factory, every training facility. We will leave your people alive but helpless, and then we will do the same to every other Zalkarian military installation we can reach. By the time your forces kill us, your empire will be unable to rebuild for generations." Kellak's eyes widened. "You would cripple an entire civilization out of spite?" "Not spite," Cole corrected. "Survival. You tried to exterminate us. We are making sure you can never try again, but I am offering you another option, which is unconditional surrender. Dismantle your military. Release all conquered species. Accept human observers to ensure compliance. In exchange, we will leave your people." The council chamber stretched wide and tall, its ceiling lost in shadows above. Ambassador Tejo stood alone at the center, a small figure surrounded by hundreds of alien representatives. Their seats rose in circles around him, tier after tier, like he stood at the bottom of a great bowl. The air smelled strange, a mix of chemicals from dozens of different worlds. Tejo held a data tablet in his hands. It felt heavy, though it weighed almost nothing. For 3 hours he had presented his evidence. Charts showing how human engineers built 90% of the Council's infrastructure. Records proving human soldiers fought in every major war for the past 200 years. Documents revealing how human scientists solved problems that had stumped alien researchers for generations. The numbers were clear. Humanity had built the foundation of galactic civilization. Yet humanity sat on the Council with barely any voice at all. The council members shifted in their seats. Some whispered to each other. Others tapped at their own devices, not even pretending to pay attention. Tejo had expected this. He had known they would not want to hear the truth. But he had come anyway. Someone had to speak for Earth. When he finished, silence filled the chamber. Then Kira of the Vrillian Empire leaned forward. Her 4 eyes glittered in the dim light. Her voice echoed across the space, sharp and cold. "Ambassador Tejo," she said, and her mouth parts moved in what might have been a smile. "We have listened to your presentation. Very thorough, very detailed, but I must ask, what exactly do you want us to do with this information?" Tejo took a breath. "I request equal representation for humanity. We have earned it through our contributions. We ask only for what is fair." Kira laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. Around the chamber, other council members joined in. The laughter grew louder, bouncing off the walls surrounding Tejo from all sides. He stood very still and said nothing. "Fair?" Kira said when the laughter died down. "You speak of fairness. Humans are useful, yes. Good workers. Excellent soldiers. Fine engineers, but unremarkable otherwise. Your species is young. You have been part of this council for barely 3 centuries. The Vrillian Empire alone has existed for 10,000 years. You want equal representation? Earn it. Come back in another 1,000 years, perhaps." More laughter. Tejo felt his jaw tighten. He looked around the chamber at all those alien faces. Some looked amused. Some looked bored. A few looked uncomfortable, but they stayed quiet. No one spoke in humanity's defense. The council chairman, a being of pure energy contained in a crystal shell, raised one glowing appendage. The laughter stopped immediately. "We will vote on Ambassador Tejo's request," the chairman announced. His voice sounded like wind chimes. "All in favor of increasing human representation on this council, indicate now." Silence. Not a single light appeared on the voting board. Tejo had expected this too, but seeing it happen still felt like a punch to the stomach. All opposed? The board lit up like a constellation. 473 votes against. 0 votes in favor. Even the motion abstained from voting. It was unanimous rejection. "The motion fails," the chairman said. "Furthermore, due to humanity's continued demands for resources beyond their station, this council votes to reduce human representation from 5 seats to 3. Effective immediately." This vote passed even faster than the first. Tejo watched the lights appear on the board. They did not just reject humanity's request. They punished Earth for asking.
Kira leaned back in her seat looking satisfied. Any other business to bring before the council, Ambassador? Taiho looked down at his tablet. All those numbers, all that evidence, years of research compiled into neat charts and graphs. He had thought that facts would matter. He had believed that proof would change minds. He had been wrong. He looked up at Kira, at the chairman, at all the council members watching him with their various eyes and sensors. He thought about his daughter back on Earth, studying to be an engineer. He thought about his son serving on a council warship, fighting battles for aliens who saw him as just another useful tool. He thought about all the humans scattered across the galaxy, working hard every day to keep this civilization running. Taiho smiled. It was a small smile, calm and peaceful. Somehow it made several council members shift uncomfortably in their seats. No other business, he said quietly. His voice carried clearly across the silent chamber. We understand. Those two words fell into the room like stones into still water. We understand. Simple words. But something about the way Taiho said them made Kira stop laughing. Made the chairman's light flicker. Made the whole council pause. Taiho bowed slightly, a formal human gesture. Then he turned and walked toward the exit. His footsteps echoed in the silence. No one spoke. No one laughed. They all watched him go. As he reached the door, Kira called out, Ambassador, you accept this judgment? Taiho paused but did not turn around. We accept that you have made your decision, he said. And we have made ours. He walked out. The door closed behind him with a soft hiss. In the council chamber, no one spoke for a long moment. Then Kira laughed again, but it sounded forced this time. Dramatic exit, she said. Humans always were emotional, but the chairman did not respond. He stared at the door where Taiho had left. Something about those final words bothered him. We have made ours. What decision had humanity made? Outside the council building, Taiho walked through the plaza. Alien citizens moved around him, going about their daily business. Ships flew overhead. Holograms advertised products in a dozen languages. Everything looked normal. Everything looked like it would continue forever. Taiho pulled out his communication device. He pressed a single button. Across the galaxy, on hundreds of worlds and thousands of stations, other humans received the same simple message. Just 2 words, come home. Minho wiped sweat from his forehead and looked at the engine core. It hummed with power, keeping Station 7 running smoothly. He had maintained this fusion reactor for 5 years. He knew every pipe, every wire, every safety system. The aliens who owned the station barely understood how it worked. They just knew it produced power, and that was enough for them. His communication device buzzed. Minho pulled it from his pocket and looked at the screen. 2 words, come home. The message came from Ambassador Taiho himself. Minho stared at those words for a long moment. Then he smiled. He had been waiting for this message for 30 years. Ever since he first came to work for the council, he had known this day would arrive. Humanity could not carry this burden forever. Eventually they would stop. Eventually they would walk away. Minho saved all his maintenance logs into the station computer. He wrote a detailed report about the reactor's current status. He left instructions for basic operations. Everything was clear and organized. No one could say he did not do his job properly until the very last moment. Then he packed his tools. The station supervisor, a Vrillian named Kex, found him at his locker. Kex's 4 eyes blinked in confusion. Minho? What are you doing? Leaving, Minho said. He kept packing his personal items. My contract has been terminated. Terminated? By who? I received no notification. By Earth. All human workers are being recalled. I leave on the next transport. Kex's eyes widened. You cannot just leave. We need you. The reactor, the life support, the navigation systems, you maintain everything. I left detailed instructions in the computer. Any qualified engineer can follow them. Minho closed his locker. Of course, you would need to find a qualified engineer first. This is unacceptable. I will report this to the council. Minho shrugged. Feel free, but I am still leaving. He picked up his bag and walked toward the docking bay. Kex followed, talking rapidly, threatening, pleading, demanding. Minho ignored him. At the docking bay, Minho found 20 other humans waiting. Engineers, technicians, doctors, teachers, all carrying their bags, all wearing the same calm expression. They nodded to each other but did not speak much. There was nothing to say. They all knew what was happening.
A human transport ship waited for them. Minho had not seen a purely human vessel in years. It felt strange. Good, but strange. He walked up the ramp and found a seat. Through the window, he could see more aliens gathering on the dock. Station administrators, security officers. They looked confused and angry. The ship lifted off smoothly.
Minho watched Station 7 grow smaller below them.
He felt no regret. He had given that place 5 years of his life. He had kept it running when it should have failed 100 times. Now it was someone else's problem. Across the galaxy, the same scene repeated itself. On council ships, human crew members packed their belongings and transferred to human vessels. In council factories, human workers finished their shifts and never came back. In council universities, human professors submitted their resignations and departed within days. Hijin worked as a logistics coordinator at the main trade hub near Council Prime. She managed the flow of goods between 300 different systems. Without her databases and algorithms, the entire network would collapse. She knew this. The council knew this. Everyone knew this. When she received the recall message, she felt relief wash over her. Finally. She had been trapped in this job for 8 years, working 16-hour days to keep the council economy functioning. She had missed her daughter's childhood. She had sacrificed her health. And for what? So aliens could laugh at Ambassador Tejo and reduce human representation. Hijin transferred all her access codes to the council systems. She left her work tablet on her desk. She walked out of the office without saying goodbye to anyone. In the hallway, she passed other human workers doing the same thing. They smiled at each other. No words needed. At the checkpoint, security tried to stop them. A Drellian officer blocked the exit, his tentacles waving in agitation. You cannot all leave at once. This violates your contracts. Hijin pulled out her datapad and showed him the screen. Article 7, Section 3. Either party may terminate employment with 30 days' notice. We are providing that notice, all at once. All of you? The officer looked panicked now. We are exercising our legal rights, Hijin said calmly. Please move aside. I cannot let you go. The council needs you. Then perhaps, Hijin said softly. The council should have thought of that before yesterday's vote. The officer stared at her. You are doing this because of the vote? Because you did not get more seats? Hijin shook her head. We are doing this because the vote showed us something important. You do not value us. You see us as useful tools, nothing more. So we are removing ourselves from service. That is all. The humans walked past the checkpoint. The officer did not stop them. What could he do? Arrest them all? Lock them up? Force them to work? The council prided itself on being civilized. They could not admit to using slave labor. On every council world, human communities began to pack. Families loaded their possessions onto ships. Children asked where they were going. Parents smiled and said, "Home, we are going home." The exodus was quiet. No protests. No violence. No angry speeches. Humans simply gathered their belongings and left. They were polite about it. Professional. They gave proper notice where contracts required it. They transferred their knowledge where possible. They did everything correctly. That somehow made it worse. The council could not call them rebels or terrorists. They could not claim humans were being unreasonable. Humanity was following all the rules. They were just following them in a way that tore the council apart. Within 2 weeks, 30% of human workers had left council space. Within a month, 60% were gone. The aliens watched them go with growing alarm. Station supervisors sent panicked reports to their superiors. Factory owners begged Earth to send workers back. University deans realized entire departments were empty. The council sent messages to Earth, come back. We can negotiate. We can discuss representation. Earth's response was brief and formal. Humanity appreciates the council's interest. However, we have decided to focus on internal development. We wish you well. Kira of the Vrillian Empire watched the reports with growing unease. She had laughed at Ambassador Tejo. She had mocked his presentation. Now she wondered if perhaps she should have listened more carefully. Minho's ship crossed into human space 3 weeks after leaving Station 7. When he saw Earth through the window, he felt something he had not felt in years. Peace. He was home. He would never have to fix another alien machine again. Behind him, Station 7 was already having problems. The reactor ran hot. Life support fluctuated. Navigation systems glitched. The station would not fail immediately, but without human maintenance it would fail eventually, and there was no one left who truly understood how to fix it. 3 months after the last human left council space, the real problems began. At first, the council had been confident. Humans were good workers, yes, but they were not irreplaceable. Other species could learn to do their jobs. How hard could it be? Very hard, it turned out. Station 47 lost life support on a Tuesday morning. One moment air was flowing normally. The next moment alarms screamed through every corridor. Pressure dropped. Temperature fell. 10,000 beings scrambled for emergency suits while engineers rushed to fix the problem, but they could not fix it. The life support system was a maze of human engineering. Every component connected to 3 other components. Every safety system had backups within backups. The design was brilliant but incredibly complex. Without the humans who built it, no one really understood how it worked. They evacuated the station. All 10,000 residents crammed onto transport ships and fled to other stations. The council declared Station 47 temporarily closed. They would fix it soon, they said. They just needed time. 2 days later, Station 62 reported similar problems. Then Station 90. Then Station 123. By the end of the month, 40 stations had critical failures. The council was running out of places to put all the refugees. The military had bigger problems. Admiral Kresh commanded the Third Fleet, 200 warships that patrolled the border zones. One morning, every ship's quantum drive shut down simultaneously. The fleet sat dead in space, unable to move faster than light. Engineers swarmed over the drives, trying to restart them. Nothing worked. The quantum drives were human technology, licensed to the Council 50 years ago. Human engineers had installed them. Human technicians had maintained them. Now those humans were gone and no one else knew the restart codes. The drives were locked and the keys had gone home with their makers. Admiral Kresh sent urgent messages to the Admiralty. Send help, send engineers. Send anyone who knows how these drives work. The response came back quickly. There are no engineers. They all left. You will have to figure it out yourself. The Third Fleet drifted in space, useless. The Fourth Fleet reported the same problem. Then the Seventh Fleet, then the Ninth. Within weeks, 60% of the Council's military ships were immobilized. The borders that humans had defended for 2 centuries now stood unguarded. Pirates noticed. Small raids became more frequent. Border worlds sent panicked requests for protection. The Council had no ships to send. They told the worlds to defend themselves. The economy collapsed next. Hyojin's trade network, which had moved goods between 300 systems, ground to a halt. The algorithms she had written were sophisticated, accounting for thousands of variables. They had run smoothly for 8 years. Now they produced nothing but error messages. Council programmers tried to fix the code. They found layers upon layers of human logic, each part depending on other parts. Change one line and 10 other systems failed. The code was not broken. It was just so complex that no one understood it anymore. Without the trade network, goods stopped flowing. Medicine meant for the outer colonies sat in warehouses at the core. Food from agricultural worlds could not reach industrial planets. Prices shot up. Shortages appeared. People started hoarding supplies. The banking systems went next. Human economists had designed the Council's financial networks. They had created trading algorithms, insurance systems, investment protocols. It all worked perfectly for decades. Then it stopped working, not all at once. That would have been easier to understand. Instead, small errors appeared. A decimal point in the wrong place. A rounding error in currency conversion. Each mistake was tiny, but millions of tiny mistakes became a catastrophe. Banks lost track of accounts. Businesses could not pay workers. Workers could not buy food. The economy spiraled downward. Planets that had been wealthy for centuries suddenly faced poverty. Do-hyun was a scientist on Council Prime, one of the few non-humans who had worked closely with human researchers. The Council summoned him to an emergency meeting. They wanted answers. They wanted to know how to fix everything. Do-hyun stood before the Council and told them the truth. You cannot fix it, he said. Not quickly. Maybe not ever. Kira glared at him with all 4 eyes. That is unacceptable. We simply need to retrain engineers, hire new programmers, rebuild the systems. With respect, Counselor, you do not understand the scope of the problem. Do-hyun activated a hologram. showing a three-dimensional map of council infrastructure. Humans did not just work for us. They built the foundation of everything we have. Look at this station, Council Prime itself. The power grid, human design. The air recyclers, human technology. The waste management, human systems. The communication networks, human protocols. He zoomed out, showing more and more systems. Transportation networks, medical equipment, food processing, water purification, weather control, gravity generators. All of it contains human engineering. Often, it is entirely human engineering with just a thin layer of alien interface on top. We did not notice because it all worked so well. Humans made it work. The council chamber fell silent. Do-hyun continued, his voice quiet but firm. We thought we were using human labor. But really, humans were holding our entire civilization together. They were the glue between all the different species and technologies. They translated not just languages but concepts, making systems from 100 different cultures work as one. So we learn, Kira said. We study the systems. We train new engineers. Do-hyun shook his head. That will take decades, maybe centuries. Human engineering is not like other species work. They think differently. They see connections others miss. They solve problems in unexpected ways. Their systems are brilliant because of that. But they are also nearly impossible for non-humans to fully understand. He pulled up another display. I have been studying the quantum drive problem. Human engineers worked on those drives for 60 years, making them more efficient, more reliable. They left documentation, yes, thousands of pages, but the documentation assumes you already understand human engineering principles. It is like giving someone a cookbook written for expert chefs and expecting them to cook gourmet meals. Then we bring the humans back, another counselor said. Offer them better terms, more representation. Whatever they want. Have you sent messages to Earth? Do-hyun asked. Many messages, the chairman said. His crystal shell glowed dim with worry. They respond politely but decline all offers. They say they are focused on their own development now. Do-hyun nodded slowly. Then we are in serious trouble. Because without humans, the civilization will fail. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. Everything will break down piece by piece, and we do not have the knowledge to stop it. Kira stood up, her voice sharp with anger. This is unacceptable. We cannot let one species hold us hostage. They are not holding us hostage, Do-hyun said quietly. They walked away. There is a difference. We are not prisoners. We are simply facing the consequences of our own choices. Outside the council chamber, on stations and ships and planets across the galaxy, systems continued to fail. Lights flickered. Machines broke down. Error messages appeared on screens, and nowhere, absolutely nowhere, could anyone find a human to fix it. The council had laughed at Ambassador Taiho. They had mocked humanity's request for equal representation. Now they were learning a harsh lesson. Humans had never threatened them with weapons. They had never needed to. All humans had to do was stop helping, and the entire council was falling apart. 10 years passed. The galaxy changed. What had once been the mighty Galactic Council was now a collection of struggling territories. Some worlds had managed to survive. They learned to maintain their own systems, slowly and painfully. Other worlds collapsed entirely, their populations scattered across space as refugees. The Vrillian Empire fragmented first. Without the infrastructure humans had maintained, their far-flung colonies could not communicate or trade efficiently. One by one they declared independence. Kira watched her empire crumble from the comfort of her estate on the homeworld. She was old now, all four eyes clouded with age. Sometimes she thought about Ambassador Taiho and wondered if he had known this would happen. She suspected he had. The military never recovered. Admiral Kresh spent years trying to restart the quantum drives. Eventually he succeeded with a few ships. But the success rate was low, and the drives broke down frequently. The Council could no longer project power across the galaxy. Pirates became warlords, border worlds became battlegrounds. The Golden Age was truly over, but not everyone suffered. Some species adapted. The Draxi, who had always been good engineers, studied the abandoned human systems carefully. They could not replicate human engineering, but they learned enough to create simpler versions. Their territory stabilized while others fell apart. They did not become a superpower, but they survived. Trade networks never fully recovered. Instead of one unified economy, a dozen smaller ones emerged. Goods moved more slowly. Prices stayed high. But life went on. Species learned to live with less, to depend on local production instead of galactic trade. It was harder. It was more expensive. But it was possible. Meanwhile, humanity flourished. Freed from the burden of maintaining council space, human civilization exploded with growth. New colonies appeared throughout human territory. Universities expanded. Art and culture bloomed. Technology advanced at a pace unseen in centuries. Minho, the engineer who had left Station 7 a decade ago, now taught at the Mars Institute of Technology. He had a good life. A peaceful life. Sometimes former students asked him about the council days. He told them the truth. It had been exhausting, thankless work. He did not miss it at all. Earth itself transformed. With all those workers returned home, humanity had a massive labor force. They built things. Beautiful things. Great orbital rings circled the planet. New cities rose from the oceans. Mars bloomed with engineered forests. The asteroid belt became a chain of industrial habitats. Human space was no longer just Earth and a few colonies. It was a civilization in its own right. At the border, Gateway Station still stood. Captain Yunji had retired 5 years ago, replaced by younger officers. The station remained vigilant. Not hostile, just watchful. The council occasionally sent messages asking for trade, for cooperation, for help. Humanity politely declined. They wished the council well. They just had no interest in getting involved again. Sang-hoon was 20 years old. He studied history at what remained of the council's central university. The building was old now, poorly maintained. Half the classrooms were closed due to failing systems. But Sang-hoon loved learning, so he stayed. His current project focused on the fall of the council. He had to be careful. Many older aliens still got angry when you discussed humanity's departure. They called it betrayal. They blamed humans for the collapse. But Sang-hoon's professor, old Do-hyun, encouraged honest research. Sang-hoon spent weeks in the archives reading old reports. He found Ambassador Taeho's presentation, all 3 hours of it preserved in the records. He watched it twice. The evidence was overwhelming. Humanity had built everything, and the council had ignored it. He found the voting records, 473 votes against giving humanity equal representation, not a single vote in favor. Then the reduction from 5 seats to 3. He sat in the archive staring at those numbers, trying to understand how the council could have been so blind. The most interesting document was Ambassador Taeho's final report, filed the day he left. It was brief, just a few paragraphs, but the last line made Sang-hoon pause. They feared our strength. They should have feared our absence. Sang-hoon thought about those words for a long time. Humans had never threatened violence. They had never destroyed council property. They had never even spoken harsh words. They had simply left, and that had been enough to bring down the greatest civilization in the galaxy. He wrote his thesis around that idea. The real power, he argued, was not the ability to destroy. It was the ability to build, and the choice of what to build. Humanity had built the council's infrastructure. When they stopped, the council fell. It was that simple. Professor Do-hyun gave him high marks, but he also gave him a warning. Your thesis is excellent, but be careful who you share it with. Many still do not want to admit the truth. They prefer to blame humans rather than accept that we drove them away. Sang-hoon understood. He had seen the anger in older generations. They had grown up in a golden age, never questioning where it came from. When it vanished, they looked for someone to blame. Humans were an easy target, but younger aliens like Sang-hoon saw things differently. They had grown up in the aftermath. They had never known the golden age. They only knew struggle and survival, and they understood that the council had done this to itself. One day, Sang-hoon traveled to the border. He wanted to see Gateway Station with his own eyes. The human guards let him visit the observation deck, though they watched him carefully. He stood at the window looking across the invisible line that separated human space from council space. On the human side, stations glowed with light. Ships moved in organized patterns. Everything looked clean and efficient. On the council side, old stations drifted dark and abandoned. The few active stations looked worn and patched. The contrast was striking. A human officer approached him. She was young, about his age. First time at the border? Yes, Sang-hoon said. I am studying the council collapse. I wanted to see the difference myself, she nodded. It is quite a contrast. You know, my grandmother worked on one of those dark stations. She helped build it. Spent 20 years keeping it running. Then the council reduced human representation and we all came home. Do you hate us? Sang-hoon asked quietly. For what the council did? The officer considered this. Hate? No, we do not hate you. We just do not think about you much anymore. We have our own lives to live. Our own civilization to build. The council is the past. We have moved on. But many council worlds are struggling. People are suffering. Does that not bother you? She looked out at the dark stations. Of course it bothers us. We are not monsters. But it is not our responsibility to fix it. The council made their choice. They chose to undervalue humanity. They chose pride over wisdom. Now they live with the consequences. That is how the universe works, Sang-hoon understood. Humanity was not cruel. They were just done. They had given everything to the council for 200 years. Now they were giving everything to themselves instead. He could not blame them for that. He returned to his university and finished his thesis. In it, he wrote about lessons learned, how societies should value all their members, how infrastructure does not maintain itself, how the builders are just as important as the leaders, how walking away can be more powerful than any weapon. The council would survive, not as it was, but as something new, something smaller, something that understood its own limitations. Maybe in a few generations they could speak to humanity again, as equals this time, as friends instead of employers, maybe. But that was for the future. For now the galaxy had learned its lesson, a lesson written not in war or violence, but in the simple act of walking away. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is stop doing anything at all. Ambassador Taeho, now retired on Earth, tended his garden. He was old. His hair had gone white. But he was content. He had done what needed to be done. Not out of anger or revenge, but out of simple necessity. Humanity had carried the council for long enough. It was time to put down that burden and walk their own path. Sometimes late at night he thought about that final council session, about Kira's laughter, about the vote that reduced human representation. He wondered if they understood now, if they realized what they had lost. Probably not. Most beings never understood until it was too late. But that was not his problem anymore. He had warned them. He had presented the evidence. They had chosen not to listen. Taeho picked a tomato from his garden. It was ripe and perfect, he smiled. This was better than any council meeting. This was real. This was home. This was worth protecting. Humanity had walked away in quiet. The council had collapsed in chaos. And in the end, the galaxy learned what Taeho had always known. The greatest power is not what you can do. It is what you choose not to do. And humanity had chosen to stop building someone else's dream and start building their own. The lesson was learned. The price was paid. And life, as always, went on. 6 months after humanity's departure, the council chose Sora as their envoy. She was young for a diplomat, but she had always spoken respectfully about humans. She had never mocked them, never dismissed their contributions. The council hoped that would matter. Sora stood on the bridge of her ship watching the border station grow larger on the view screen. It looked different than council stations. Cleaner somehow. More organized. Human ships moved around it in precise patterns, each knowing exactly where to go. No confusion, no chaos. Just efficiency. The station was called Gateway. It sat exactly on the border between human space and council space. Human guards greeted Sora's ship with polite efficiency. They scanned it for weapons, checked her credentials, and escorted her to a waiting room. Everything was professional. Nothing was warm. Sora waited for 3 hours. She did not complain. She knew she had no right to complain. The council had ignored humanity for centuries. Now humanity could ignore the council for a few hours. Finally, a human woman entered the room. She wore a simple uniform with captain's insignia. Her face was calm, her manner professional. She sat down across from Sora and folded her hands on the table. I am Captain Yunji, she said. I command this station. You requested an audience? Sora took a deep breath. Yes, I come on behalf of the Galactic Council. We wish to apologize for our previous treatment of humanity. We recognize now that we were wrong. We are prepared to offer equal representation on the Council. Full voting rights. Guaranteed seats in perpetuity. Captain Unji listened without expression. When Sora finished, she said simply, "No." Sora blinked. "You do not want representation?" "We wanted representation 6 months ago," Yunji said calmly. Ambassador Taiho presented evidence for 3 hours. The council laughed at him. "Now you offer what we requested, but it is too late. We are no longer interested." "Please," Sora said. "Our civilization is collapsing. Stations are failing. Ships are grounded. People are starving. We need your help." "You need our labor, you mean?" Yunji's voice remained perfectly polite, which somehow made the words cut deeper. "You need human engineers to fix your stations, human programmers to repair your systems, human soldiers to guard your borders, the same labor you dismissed as unremarkable." Sora felt her throat tighten. "I never dismissed your contributions. I always respected humanity." "Perhaps you did," Yunji acknowledged. "But you were part of a council that did not. You accepted the benefits of human work while your colleagues mocked us. Respect without action is just empty words." Sora pulled out a datapad. "We are prepared to offer substantial compensation. Trade agreements, technology sharing, access to council markets. Name your terms." Yunji glanced at the pad but did not take it. "We do not need your markets. We do not need your technology. We have everything we need right here in human space." Funny how that works. Turns out when you stop spending all your energy maintaining someone else's civilization, you have plenty of resources for your own. "But surely you must want something," Sora pressed. "Everyone wants something. We want to be left alone," Yunji said. "That is all. We want to develop our own worlds, build our own future, live our own lives. We are tired of fixing other people's problems." Sora leaned forward desperately. "People are dying. Children on council worlds are going hungry because the food distribution network has failed. Hospitals are running out of medicine. How can you just watch that happen?" For the first time, something flickered in Yunji's expression. Not anger exactly, maybe sadness. "You think we are cruel? That we lack compassion? Let me tell you something. For 200 years, humans died defending council borders. Human engineers worked themselves to exhaustion keeping council stations running. Human parents missed their children's childhoods to maintain your economy. And what did the council do? They laughed. They reduced our representation. They called us unremarkable." She stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the stars. "We are not your enemies. We do not wish the council harm, but we are also not your solution anymore. You built a civilization on human labor without ever truly valuing it. Now you must learn to stand on your own. That is not cruelty. That is just reality. So you will let billions suffer? Let entire worlds collapse?" Yunji turned back to face her. "We are not letting anything happen. You did this. The council chose to undervalue humanity. The council chose to ignore our contributions. The council chose to laugh at our ambassador. These are the consequences of your choices, not ours." Sora felt tears in her eyes. Not for herself, but for all the people back in council space. The children, the elderly, the sick. They had not chosen this. They had not voted against humanity. "They were just caught in the collapse, please," she whispered. "There must be something we can do. Some way to make this right." Yunji's expression softened slightly. "Perhaps there is, but it will take time. Years. Maybe decades. You need to learn to maintain your own systems. To stand on your own. We will not help with that. But once you have done it, once you have proven you can survive without us, then maybe we can talk. As equals. Not as a desperate council begging for labor, but as two civilizations meeting on level ground." Years. Decades. Many will die in that time. "Yes," Yunji said quietly. "They will. And that is terrible, but many humans died over the past 2 centuries, working themselves to death for a council that did not respect them. You did not seem concerned about that." Sora had no response to that. It was true. The council had never tracked how many humans died maintaining their infrastructure, never counted the human parents who sacrificed everything, never cared about the cost humanity paid. Yunji walked to the door. "Your ship will be refueled and resupplied. You may leave whenever you wish. Please tell the council that we are not negotiating. We are not changing our minds. We wish them well, but humanity has moved on." "Moved on?" Sora repeated numbly. "Yes. You wanted us gone. We obliged. Now we are building something new. Something that values us. We suggest the council does the same." Yunji paused at the doorway.
Goodbye, Envoy Sora. I hope your people learn to survive. I genuinely do. But we will not be returning to save them. She left. Sora sat alone in the room for a long time. Then she returned to her ship. The human guards were still professional, still polite. They did everything correctly. They just did not care. As her ship crossed back into council space, Sora composed her report. She tried to find the right words to explain what she had learned. That humanity was not angry. They were not seeking revenge. They had simply stopped helping. And that was somehow more terrifying than any war could be. The council read her report in silence. Kira looked older now, her 4 eyes dim. So that is it? They will just watch us fail? They are not watching us fail, Sora said quietly. They are not watching us at all. That is the problem. We thought we could treat them as tools and they would always be there. But tools do not walk away, people do. And we forgot that humans are people, not tools. The council had no response. Outside, another station lost power. Another ship drifted dead in space. Another world ran short of food. And at the border, Captain Unji watched them struggle with calm, professional indifference. Humanity had moved on. The council would have to do the same. If they could. Hyunwoo's mandibles clicked together in a gesture that, among Velkari, expressed deep anxiety. Or the holographic display showed the 3 human ships in perfect detail. Jiho studied them carefully, noting their design and construction. They were functional vessels, built for purpose rather than beauty. Their hulls were gray and unmarked except for identification numbers and the flag of Earth. Each ship bristled with weapons, but they were small weapons compared to the massive cannons mounted on the Velkari dreadnoughts that surrounded them. Commander Tajan's voice came through the speakers again, and this time there was irritation in his tone. Captain Jiwon, you are being irrational. Your position is hopeless. Surrender now and your crews will be treated fairly according to the conventions of warfare. The human captain's response was immediate. Commander Tajan, let me make something very clear to you. We did not come here to surrender. We did not come here to negotiate. We came here to teach you a lesson about what happens when you detain human merchant vessels without cause. Consider this your education. Jiho felt confused. What was she talking about? He glanced at Elder Mirai, who stood with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. He wanted to ask what had led to this confrontation, but the recording continued, and he forced himself to pay attention. The Velkari fleet opened fire. Dozens of energy beams and missile volleys launched simultaneously, creating a web of destruction that converged on the 3 human ships from all directions. It was overwhelming firepower, enough to obliterate the small destroyers in seconds. Jiho expected to see the human vessels simply cease to exist, vaporized by the sheer volume of weapons fire. But something impossible happened. The 3 human ships moved. They didn't just move, they scattered in patterns that seemed to defy physics itself. Their engines flared with brightness that hurt to look at, and they accelerated in directions that should have torn them apart from the G-forces alone. One ship dove straight down relative to the orbital plane. Another spun on its axis while accelerating forward, presenting the smallest possible target profile. The third ship, the Indomitable, shot directly toward the nearest Velkari dreadnought, closing the distance at speeds that seemed suicidal. Most of the Velkari weapons fire missed completely. The shots that did connect hit armor that somehow held, at least for a few seconds. The human ships were taking damage, their shields flaring and their hull plating scorching. But they were still fighting, still moving, still alive when they should have been nothing but debris. All ships, concentrated fire on the human vessel designated Defiant, Commander Tajan ordered, his voice showing the first hints of concern. Bring it down now. The Velkari fleet adjusted its targeting and 20 warships focused their weapons on a single human destroyer. The ship called Defiant took the full force of the assault. Its shields collapsed within seconds. Energy beams cut through its armor like knives through cloth. Explosions rippled across its hull as internal systems failed, and ammunition stores detonated. The ship began to tumble, trailing atmosphere and debris. Jiho felt a moment of relief. Finally, the humans were learning the lesson they needed to learn. One ship was already crippled and the other 2 would soon follow. This would end quickly and perhaps not too many people would die. Then the Defiant stopped tumbling. Its engines, which should have been dead, suddenly fired at full power. The dying ship corrected its trajectory and began accelerating directly toward the Velkari flagship, the massive dreadnought where Commander Tajin commanded the fleet. "What is it doing?" One of the Velkari tactical officers shouted over the communication channel. "Its weapons are offline. Its shields are gone." "Why is it still moving?" Captain Jiwan's voice cut through the confusion, and there was something in her tone that made Jiho's skin go cold. It was not anger or fear or desperation. It was satisfaction. "Defiant, we see you. Godspeed and thank you for your service." From the dying destroyer, a new voice responded. It was rough and distorted by static, barely understandable. "It has been an honor, Captain. Tell Earth we made them pay." The Defiant accelerated even harder, pushing its damaged engines beyond any reasonable limit. It was not trying to ram the flagship. It was trying to get as close as possible before doing something else entirely. Jiho watched the distance between the destroyer and the dreadnought shrink. 5 kilometers, 432. Reactor containment failure. A Velkari officer reported, panic clear in his voice. "The human ship's reactor is going critical. They're going to—" The Defiant exploded, but it was not a normal explosion. Not the kind that happened when a ship's power systems failed or its ammunition cooked off. This was a deliberate detonation, a self-destruct sequence that turned the entire destroyer into a massive bomb. The reactor core went supercritical at the exact moment when the ship was closest to the Velkari flagship and 4 other cruisers that had moved in to support it. The explosion filled the holographic display with blinding light. When it cleared, the Velkari flagship was simply gone, along with 4 cruisers and 2 smaller escort vessels. 7 ships, thousands of crew members erased in an instant by a single human destroyer that had been dying anyway. Jiho sat frozen in his seat, unable to process what he had just witnessed. They had destroyed themselves. The humans had deliberately destroyed their own ship and killed their own crew, just to take enemy vessels with them. What kind of species did that? What kind of military doctrine included suicide attacks as a standard tactical option? The recording continued without pause. The 2 remaining human ships did not stop to mourn their lost comrades. They did not even slow down. Instead, they attacked with even greater ferocity, as if the death of the Defiant had made them angry rather than afraid. Their weapons fire became more precise, more focused. They targeted specific systems on the Velkari ships: engines, weapons, command centers. Captain Jiwan's voice came through the speakers again. "All remaining Velkari vessels, this is your final warning. Withdraw immediately or share the fate of your flagship. We did not want this fight, but now that it's started, we will finish it." Jiho expected the Velkari fleet to withdraw. They had already lost 7 ships to an enemy that was supposed to be helpless. Any rational commander would reassess the situation and retreat to a safe distance. But Commander Tajin was dead, killed when the flagship exploded, and the new commander who took over was young and angry, and determined to avenge the fallen. "All ships, attack formation Delta 7, the new Velkari commander ordered. "We will not be intimidated by these creatures. Destroy them both." The remaining Velkari ships, 33 warships strong, moved into attack formation. They surrounded the 2 human destroyers and began a coordinated assault. Surely, Jiho thought, surely now the humans would be overwhelmed. 33-2 were impossible odds, even for warriors who seemed to have no fear of death. The human ship called Perseverance took a direct hit to its port side. Armor plating peeled away like paper, exposing the interior compartments to vacuum. Dozens of crew members must have died in that single strike, but instead of trying to protect its damaged section, the ship turned to present its starboard side to the enemy, giving them a fresh target while it continued to fire with every weapon it had. "This is Lieutenant Doyen of the Perseverance," a new human voice announced. "Captain Jiwan, we've lost power to decks 4 through 7. Engineering reports we can restore function if we reroute life support from those sections." There was a pause, and Jiho found himself holding his breath, waiting to hear what Captain Jiwan would say. Surely she would not order her own people to suffocate just to keep the weapons firing. Surely no commander would make that choice. "Do it," Captain Jiwan said simply. "Reroute everything. Engines and weapons are priority 1. "Understood, Captain," Lieutenant Doyen replied, and his voice carried no hesitation, no protest, no fear. "Rerouting now." "For Earth." "For Earth," Captain Jiwan echoed. Jiho felt sick. They were killing themselves. They were deliberately killing their own crew members to maintain combat capability. This was not warfare as he understood it.
This was something else entirely, something that violated every principle of civilized conflict. The battle continued, and it became clear that the humans were not trying to win in any conventional sense. They were trying to hurt the Velkari as much as possible before they died. Every shot was calculated for maximum damage. Every maneuver was designed to put them in position for the most devastating attack, regardless of the risk to their own ships. The Perseverance lost its main engine. Instead of becoming a helpless target, it used its maneuvering thrusters to spin itself into a weapons platform, rotating to bring its guns to bear on different targets in sequence. It moved like a dancer, graceful and deadly despite being crippled. The Indomitable took so much damage that half of its hull was exposed to space. Fires burned across its surface, visible even in the vacuum because of the oxygen-rich atmosphere that was venting from breached compartments. Captain G1 continued giving orders in that same calm, cold voice, as if her ship was not dying around her. "Indomitable to all Velkari ships," she said. And now there was something new in her voice. It was not fear or desperation. It was anticipation. You wanted to know what humans are capable of. You're about to find out. The conference room floated in the darkness of space, surrounded by nothing but stars and the vast emptiness between them. Station Meridian 7 had been built specifically for meetings like this, where different species from across the galaxy could gather without favoring any particular home world. The room itself was massive, with seats designed to accommodate beings of all shapes and sizes. Some delegates sat on chairs, others on elevated platforms, and a few floated in specialized gravity fields that kept them comfortable. Jiho walked into the chamber with confidence in every step. He was young for a diplomat, barely past his 30th cycle, and he carried himself like someone who believed the universe would bend to logic and reason. His species, the Velkari, were known for their analytical minds and their tendency to question everything. Jiho embodied these traits perfectly, perhaps too perfectly. His silver skin caught the light from the viewing ports, and his 4 eyes scanned the room, cataloging every delegate present. His mentor, Sunmi, followed close behind. She moved more slowly, more carefully. Her skin had dulled with age. The bright silver of youth faded to a soft gray that spoke of wisdom and experience. She had attended these council meetings for over 40 years, and she knew things that Jiho had only read about in historical documents. Her eyes carried a weight that her student had not yet learned to recognize. "Remember what we discussed," Sunmi said quietly as they approached their designated seats. "Some topics are not open for debate, no matter how outdated they might seem." Jiho waved a hand dismissively. "Everything should be open for debate. That's the foundation of the Galactic Trade Council. We're here to discuss opportunities and remove barriers to commerce. The human ban is the biggest barrier in our sector." Sunmi said nothing, but her expression tightened. She had learned long ago that some lessons could not be taught with words. Some knowledge had to be experienced, and she feared that Jiho was about to receive an education that would change him forever. The council chamber filled with delegates from 12 different species. There were the Korthan, with their multiple limbs and crystalline armor. The Pelzari floated in their containment spheres, their gaseous forms swirling with colors that reflected their moods. The Drenvik sat heavy and solid, their stone-like bodies barely moving as they watched the proceedings with ancient eyes. Each species brought their own perspective, their own history, and their own reasons for being here. At the security station near the entrance stood Hyunwoo. He was Velkari like Jiho and Sunmi, but his body told a different story. Scars covered his arms and chest, visible even through his uniform. One of his eyes had been replaced with a mechanical version that glowed faintly in the dim light. He had served in the Velkari military during what the history books simply called the human conflicts, though most people Jiho's age didn't even know what that meant. The wars had ended before Jiho was born, and they had faded into the background of history like so many other ancient disputes. Hyunwoo watched Jiho with an expression that mixed concern with something that might have been pity. He had heard rumors about what the young diplomat planned to propose today, and he had tried to send warnings through unofficial channels. But Jiho had ignored them, dismissing Hyunwoo as just another scarred veteran clinging to old fears and outdated prejudices. The council session began with routine business. Trade agreements were discussed and approved. Shipping routes were optimized. Minor disputes between merchant guilds were mediated and resolved. Jiho sat through it all with barely concealed impatience, waiting for his chance to speak. He had prepared his presentation carefully, gathering economic data that proved beyond doubt that the human ban was costing the galaxy trillions in lost trade opportunities. Finally, the council chairman indicated that new business could be introduced. Jiho stood immediately, his 4 eyes bright with enthusiasm. "Honored delegates," he began, his voice clear and confident, "I come before you today to discuss an outdated policy that has limited our economic growth for far too long. The ban on human contact and trade was implemented 73 years ago, before most of us in this room were even born. It was a reaction to events that occurred during a more primitive time, when our species were still learning to coexist peacefully." He activated a holographic display that showed trade projections and economic models. The numbers were impressive, showing how much wealth could be generated if Earth was brought into the galactic economy. The human homeworld possessed resources and manufacturing capabilities that could benefit everyone. "The humans have been isolated for over 7 decades, Jiho continued. "Surely that is punishment enough for whatever transgressions occurred in the past. I propose that we establish a diplomatic committee to evaluate the possibility of reopening negotiations with Earth. We could begin with limited trade agreements and expand from there based on successful cooperation." The chamber fell silent. Delegates who had been chatting quietly or reviewing their own data suddenly stopped and turned their full attention to Jiho. The silence was not the thoughtful quiet of consideration. It was the shocked silence of disbelief, the kind that falls when someone says something so profoundly ignorant that no one quite knows how to respond. Sunmi closed her eyes and lowered her head. She had hoped that Jiho would listen to her warnings, that he would at least moderate his proposal or present it more carefully, but he had charged forward with all the confidence of youth and none of the wisdom of experience. From her seat at the head of the council table, Elder Mirai slowly rose to her feet. She was old even by Velkari standards, her skin nearly white with age, her movements slow and deliberate. She had been a council member since before the human ban was implemented. She had been there when the decision was made, and she carried memories that still woke her in the night with cold terror. "Young diplomat," she said, her voice thin but steady. "Do you know why the ban was implemented?" Jiho nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Elder. There were military conflicts between human forces and several alliance members. But those conflicts ended decades ago, and do you know what those conflicts involved?" Mirai interrupted, her voice harder now despite its fragility. "Border disputes, I believe. Territorial disagreements and misunderstandings about trade rights. The sort of conflicts that occur between any species during first contact periods." Jiho spoke with the confidence of someone who had read the official histories and believed he understood them. Mirai reached into her robes and produced a small data chip. It was old, the kind of storage device that hadn't been commonly used for 30 years. She held it up so that everyone in the chamber could see it. "This," she said quietly, "contains the real reason for the ban, not the sanitized version in the public histories, not the diplomatic language we use in official documents. The truth." Jiho felt a flutter of uncertainty in his chest, but his pride would not let him back down now. "With respect, Elder, I believe we should make decisions based on current realities, not old grudges and ancient history." Hyunwoo moved from his position at the security station, walking slowly to stand beside Mirai. His mechanical eye focused on Jiho with an intensity that made the young diplomat want to look away, but he forced himself to maintain eye contact. "I served during those conflicts," Hyunwoo said, his voice rough as gravel. "I commanded a destroyer that engaged human forces at the Battle of Tertius 9. I was one of 7 survivors from a crew of 200. He paused, and his real eye seemed to look at something far away, something that Jiho could not see. "I have spent every day since then grateful that the ban exists." Jiho felt his confidence wavering, but he had committed to this course of action. Too many delegates were watching, and he had invested too much political capital in this proposal to retreat now. "I respect your experience, security officer, but surely we cannot make policy based on fear. The humans are just another species. They fought wars, as all species do, but they can also be reasoned with, negotiated with. You truly believe that, don't you?" Mirai's voice was soft, almost sad. You truly think that humans are just like us? That they fight wars the way we do, for the same reasons and with the same limits? Yes, Jiho said firmly. I believe that all sentient species are fundamentally similar in their desires and their motivations. Mirai looked around the chamber at the other delegates. Many of them were old enough to remember the truth. Even if they had not experienced it directly, some of them nodded slowly, giving their permission for what she was about to do. Very well, Mirai said. She walked slowly to the council's main display terminal and inserted the data chip. If you truly wish to understand why we banned contact with humanity, then you shall see. But know this, young diplomat. Some knowledge cannot be unlearned. Some truths once witnessed will change you forever. Sunmi reached out and gripped Jiho's arm tightly. Please, she whispered urgently. Withdraw your proposal. Trust those of us who know better. You don't need to see this, but Jiho's pride had taken control. He gently removed Sunmi's hand from his arm and stood straight, facing the display screen. I am not a child to be shielded from uncomfortable truths. If this recording will help me understand the ban, then I welcome the opportunity to learn. The recording showed no mercy because the humans showed no mercy. Jiho watched as escape pod after escape pod was targeted and destroyed. Each small craft held perhaps 5 or 6 Velkari crew members, people who had already surrendered, who posed no threat, who were simply trying to survive. The humans destroyed them anyway with the same cold efficiency they used on everything else. One Velkari captain tried to save his crew by ordering them to power down completely. The escape pods went dark, their engines off, their distress beacons silent. Perhaps, Jiho thought desperately, perhaps the humans would miss them in the chaos of battle. Perhaps some would survive if they just stayed quiet and still. But the human ships had advanced sensors that could detect life signs even in powered-down pods. They moved through the debris field systematically, scanning for survivors and eliminating them. A human tactical officer's voice came through the recording, calm and professional as if he was doing routine maintenance rather than hunting down helpless victims. Sector 7 clear. Moving to Sector 8. Multiple life signs detected, engaging. More escape pods died. More Velkari spacers perished in flashes of light that briefly illuminated the darkness before fading into nothing. Jiho felt his hand shaking. He gripped the arms of his chair tightly, trying to maintain some appearance of composure, but inside he was screaming. The Indomitable was dying. Captain G1's ship had taken so much damage that it was barely recognizable as a vessel anymore. Whole sections were missing, torn away by weapons fire. Fires still burned across its hull, consuming the last of the oxygen that leaked from ruptured compartments. The ship was tilting slowly, its gravity systems failing, its power flickering. Indomitable actual to all human vessels, Captain G1 said, and her voice was growing weaker now. Strained with pain or lack of oxygen or both. We have maybe 2 minutes of function left. Requesting permission to make our deaths count. Permission granted, Captain, Admiral Minho replied. Choose your target. There was a pause, and Jiho could hear labored breathing over the communication channel. When Captain G1 spoke again, her voice was barely a whisper. The largest one. The Dreadnought at position 47 Mark II. We're going to take it with us, confirmed. All ships clear the approach corridor. Indomitable is making her final run. The dying human destroyer turned one last time. Its engines, which should have been completely dead, somehow found power for one more burst of acceleration. The ship moved toward a Velkari dreadnought that was trying desperately to retreat, its own engines damaged, its weapons exhausted. The Velkari crew saw the Indomitable coming. They knew what was about to happen. Jiho could hear their screams and pleas over the communication channel, begging for mercy, begging for their lives. The human ship did not slow down. It did not change course. It accelerated harder, pushing its shattered frame toward impact. For Earth, Captain G1 whispered one last time, and then the Indomitable struck the dreadnought at full speed. The explosion was enormous, even larger than the one that had destroyed the Defiant earlier. The dreadnought broke apart like a toy, its massive hull splitting into pieces that tumbled away in all directions. The Indomitable ceased to exist entirely, vaporized in the collision. Both ships, thousands of tons of metal and technology and living beings, became nothing but expanding clouds of debris and radiation. Jiho felt tears on his face and realized he was crying. He was not alone. Several other delegates in the council chamber were openly weeping, and not all of them were species that had fought against humanity. Some were crying simply because they were witnessing something that should never have happened, something that violated fundamental assumptions about how civilized beings conducted warfare. The Perseverance remained. It was the last of the original 3 human ships, and it was the most damaged. Lieutenant Doyon commanded it now, since his captain had died when the sections without life support had been vented. The ship could barely maneuver. Its weapons were down to perhaps 30% effectiveness. By any reasonable standard, it was no longer a threat, but the Perseverance continued fighting. Lieutenant Doyon used what little power remained to position his ship where it could do the most damage. When the main weapons failed completely, he began using the maneuvering thrusters as weapons, pointing the exhaust nozzles at Velkari ships and firing them at full power. The superheated plasma was not as effective as proper weapons, but it could still damage sensors and melt armor at close range. Perseverance, this is Admiral Minho. Your ship is combat ineffective. Withdraw to safe distance and prepare for rescue. Negative, Admiral, Lieutenant Doyon replied, and his voice was steady despite everything. We still have thrusters and we still have target solutions. We can still contribute to the mission. Lieutenant, that is an order. Withdraw now. With respect, Admiral, I cannot comply. My crew voted to continue fighting. Democracy in action, sir. There was a long pause, and then Admiral Minho's voice came back, and there was something in it that might have been pride, or might have been sadness. Understood, Lieutenant. Make it count. Always do, sir. Perseverance out. The crippled destroyer continued its work, using every trick and tactic available to damage the Velkari fleet. When it ran out of ammunition entirely, Lieutenant Doyon began ramming debris into enemy ships, using the maneuvering thrusters to push chunks of destroyed vessels into the path of functioning ones. It was crude and inefficient, but it worked. A piece of hull plating moving at high speed could still punch through shields and damage systems. The fresh human ships from Admiral Minho's fleet did not need any help, but they coordinated with the Perseverance anyway, treating the dying destroyer as an equal partner in the battle. They set up their firing patterns to account for Lieutenant Doyon's position, making sure their weapons fire supported rather than hindered his efforts. The Velkari fleet was down to 15 ships now. 15 out of the original 40, and many of those 15 were heavily damaged. The new Velkari commander had long since stopped trying to fight back. He was simply trying to survive, trying to keep his people alive long enough to escape this nightmare. Human fleet. This is Commander Kubok of the Velkari forces, the officer said, and his voice was breaking with desperation. We surrender unconditionally. We will power down all weapons. We will transmit our full tactical data. We will submit to boarding and detention. Please just stop killing us. Admiral Minho did not respond immediately. The silence stretched out, and Jiho found himself hoping against hope that the humans would show mercy now, that they would accept the surrender and let the survivors live. Surely they had made their point. Surely the message had been delivered clearly enough. Your surrender is noted, Admiral Minho finally said, but not accepted. You see, Commander, we need to make absolutely certain that your people understand what happened here today. We need survivors to tell the story, but not too many survivors. Just enough to spread the word. What are you saying? Commander Kubok asked, though the fear in his voice suggested he already knew. I'm saying that we will let some of you live, perhaps 1 ship in 4. Perhaps 1 in 5. We haven't decided yet. The rest will die. You can choose which ships survive by having them move to coordinates I'm about to transmit. The ships that follow orders quickly will live. The ships that hesitate will die. You have 30 seconds to begin moving. It was cruel in a way that Jiho had never imagined possible. The humans were making the Velkari choose who lived and who died. They were forcing the survivors to watch their comrades die, knowing they had been spared only by chance or quick reflexes. The psychological damage would last forever, ensuring that everyone who survived would never forget, would never stop telling others about what happened when you challenged Earth. The Velkari ships scrambled to obey. Captains shouted coordinates to their helmsmen. Ships with damaged engines pushed them beyond safe limits, trying desperately to reach the designated safe zones before the deadline expired. Some made it. Some did not. When the 30 seconds ended, Admiral Minho gave the order, and the human ships opened fire on everyone who had not reached safety in time. Jiho watched 4 more Velkari ships die, their crews screaming until their communication systems failed or their life support gave out. The ships that had reached the safe zones were forced to watch, unable to help. unable to do anything except witness the execution of their fellow spacers. When it was over, only 11 Velkari ships remained out of the original 40. The space around them was filled with debris and bodies and the expanding clouds of gas that had once been functioning vessels with living crews. The human ships formed a perimeter around the survivors, weapons still active, making it clear that any attempt to flee would result in immediate destruction. Velkari vessels, you will now transmit all data regarding this engagement to your central command, Admiral Minho ordered. You will include full tactical recordings, casualty reports, and a complete accounting of how this battle began. You will explain that you detained human civilians without cause and demanded ransom for their return. You will explain that this is the price of threatening Earth. Do you understand? Yes, Commander Kubok whispered. We understand. Jiho stood slowly from his chair, his legs unsteady beneath him. He walked to the terminal where he had uploaded his proposal and began the process of withdrawing it. His hands shook as he entered the commands, but his mind was clear for the first time since entering the chamber. He had been so confident, so certain that he understood the situation better than those who had lived through it. Now he understood nothing except his own ignorance. Proposal withdrawn, he said quietly, his voice barely carrying across the chamber. I apologize to the council for wasting your time with my foolishness. Elder Mireille shook her head gently. It was not a waste, young diplomat. Every generation must learn these lessons. Some learn from the words of their elders. Others must see the evidence for themselves. You are not the first to question the ban, and you will not be the last. What matters is that you understand now. The other council members began to gather their materials and prepare to leave. The session was effectively over, though technically it would remain open for another hour in case anyone had additional business to present. No one did. The weight of what they had witnessed hung over everyone like a heavy blanket, making normal business impossible. Yunwu approached Jiho as the young diplomat stood by the terminal, still staring at the screen that confirmed his proposal's withdrawal. The security officer's mechanical eye dimmed slightly, a gesture of sympathy among Velkari who had lost body parts in combat. I know what you are feeling, Yunwu said quietly. I felt it too when I first understood what humans were capable of. The shame of having survived when so many others died. The confusion about how beings that seem so similar to us can be so fundamentally different. The fear that maybe we are the ones who are wrong. That maybe their way of thinking makes more sense than ours. Jiho looked at him with two of his eyes while the other two remained fixed on the screen. How do you live with it, knowing that they exist out there, that they could come back at any time if someone makes a mistake? I live with it by respecting the ban, Yunwu replied. By making sure that everyone who serves under me understands why the rules exist. By treating every report of possible human contact with absolute seriousness. By remembering that the ban protects both sides, not just us. Sunmi joined them, her expression sad but understanding. She had known this moment would come. Had known that Jiho would need time to process what he had learned. You are not wrong to question, she told her student. Questioning is how we grow and learn. But some questions have answers that we wish we did not need to know. I saw the casualty numbers, Jiho said, his voice hollow. Thousands of Velkari dead in that one battle. Thousands more in the other engagements. And for what? Because we detained some merchants? Because we demanded payment for passage through disputed space? These are normal things. These are things that happen every day between species. But not with humans. Sunmi reminded him gently. That is what you must remember. The rules that apply to the rest of us do not apply to them. Not because they think they are special, but because they genuinely see the world differently. To us, detaining ships is a legal process. To them, it is kidnapping. To us, demanding payment is negotiation. To them, it is extortion. We use the same words but mean completely different things. Counselor Yuna approached their group, her stone features unreadable but her voice kind. I have something that might help you understand, young Jiho. Something that was not included in the official histories but that I think is important. She activated a small personal display and showed him a document. It was a letter written by Ambassador So-young, the human diplomat who had proposed the ban. The letter had been sent to Elder Mirai privately, not part of any official communication. Jiho read it slowly, absorbing every word. The ambassador wrote about her own people with a mixture of pride and sorrow. She explained that humans had evolved on a world that tried to kill them constantly.
predators, diseases, weather, other humans. Everything was a threat, and only the most aggressive survivors passed on their genes. This created a species that saw threats everywhere and responded to them with overwhelming force. The letter continued. Ambassador So-young wrote that humans had recognized this about themselves only after they reached the stars and began meeting other species. They had expected everyone to think like them, to respond to threats the same way. When they discovered that other species could resolve conflicts without total war, that surrender was not seen as ultimate shame, that prisoners could be taken and later released without dishonor, humans realized they were the anomaly. We are the dangerous ones, the ambassador had written. We are the species that other civilizations should fear, not because we are evil, but because we cannot help what we are. We have tried to change. We have studied your ways and attempted to adopt your customs, but when the moment comes when our people are threatened, we revert to what evolution made us. We become the predators that our ancestors had to be to survive, and in space with weapons that can destroy worlds that makes us too dangerous to be allowed free among you. The letter ended with a paragraph that made Jiho's hearts ache. Please understand that we propose this ban not as punishment but as kindness. We are asking you to help us protect you from ourselves. Keep your people away from ours, and we will keep our people away from yours. Let our children grow up never knowing the horror of what we can do to each other. Perhaps in a few more generations we will have evolved past our violent nature. Perhaps someday humans will be ready to join the galactic community as true equals. But that day is not today, and forcing it to come sooner will only result in more death. Please, for both our sakes, accept the ban. Jiho finished reading and stood in silence for a long moment. The letter changed everything. It was not a story of monsters who enjoyed violence. It was a story of people who recognized their own dangerous nature and chose isolation to protect others. That somehow made it even more tragic. She died, you know, Elder Mirai said softly. Ambassador So-young. She returned to Earth after the ban was implemented and retired from diplomatic service. We heard later that she spent her final years working with human children, trying to teach them peaceful conflict resolution, trying to create a generation that would not need the ban. I do not know if she succeeded. Trade Minister Junho, who had been silent throughout the entire session, finally spoke. His species, the Ralvani, were known for their merchant skills and their ability to find profit in any situation. I have encountered human traders at the border stations, he said. 3 times in my career I have negotiated with human merchants who came to the designated contact zones. Everyone turned to look at him. Contact with humans, even authorized contact, was rare enough to be noteworthy. Yunyo continued, his whiskers twitching with remembered nervousness. They were polite, professional. They offered fair prices and good quality merchandise. They smiled and joked and seemed like any other traders I have dealt with. I would have thought them perfectly normal if I did not know what they were. But you did know, Kangmin observed, his gaseous form swirling with curiosity. How did that affect the negotiations? I was terrified the entire time, Junho admitted. I kept thinking about the recordings, about what would happen if I offended them accidentally. If I offered too low a price, would they see it as an insult? If I questioned the quality of their goods, would they consider it an attack on their honor? Every word I spoke, every gesture I made, I calculated to avoid triggering their violence. And did they notice your fear? Yuna asked. Junho nodded slowly. Yes. One of the human merchants, a woman named Yunji, asked me directly why I seemed so nervous. I did not know how to answer without insulting her, so I told the truth. I said that I had seen the historical records and that I was afraid of making a mistake that would anger her people. How did she respond? Jiho asked, genuinely curious. She looked sad. Junho replied. She said, "We are not animals. We do not attack people for offering a fair bargain or asking reasonable questions. We only become dangerous when someone threatens our people or tries to cheat us maliciously. Trade honestly with us and you have nothing to fear." Then she reduced her asking price by 10% to show good faith. The negotiations concluded successfully and no one was harmed. This proves they can be reasonable, Jiho said, grasping at the hope that perhaps contact was not as dangerous as everyone believed. It proves they can be reasonable when they choose to be, Hyunwoo corrected. But the key word is choice. When humans decide they are in a peaceful situation, they behave peacefully. When they decide they are in a hostile situation, they behave with total violence. The problem is that we cannot always predict what will trigger the change from one to the other. Something that seems minor to us might seem like a major threat to them.
And once the change happens, there is no going back. No negotiation, no mercy until they believe the threat has been eliminated. Sunmi added another perspective. There is also the question of what the isolation has done to them. 73 years is not a long time for a species, but it is long enough to change a culture. We know very little about what human society looks like now. Do they still teach their children about the wars? Good. You will also delete all navigational data regarding Earth's location from your databases. You will delete all info the recording ended. The holographic display faded to darkness and the lights in the council chamber slowly returned to normal brightness. But nothing felt normal anymore. Jiho sat motionless in his chair, his 4 eyes staring at the empty space where the display had been. His mind kept replaying what he had seen, unable to fully accept that it was real, that intelligent beings actually fought that way. The silence in the chamber was complete. No one spoke. No one moved. Even the delegates who had not watched the recording before, who had only heard stories about human warfare, sat in stunned disbelief. The reality was so much worse than any description could capture. Words failed to convey the absolute ruthlessness, the calculated cruelty, the willingness to die if it meant hurting the enemy. Elder Mirai finally broke the silence. Her voice was soft and tired, carrying the weight of decades of nightmares. That battle took place 73 years ago. It was not the first engagement between humans and the Galactic Alliance, and it was not the last. But it was typical. Every encounter with human military forces followed the same pattern. Overwhelming human casualties. Even more overwhelming enemy casualties. Victory achieved not through superior technology or numbers, but through absolute refusal to accept defeat. She walked slowly back to her seat, moving like someone much older than she appeared. The Battle of Kronos Rift began, as Admiral Minho stated, because Velkari forces detained 3 human merchant ships. The merchants were traveling through what the Velkari claimed was restricted space. The humans claimed it was open territory according to the original treaty boundaries. It was a minor dispute, the kind that happens constantly in any civilization. Sunmi spoke up, her voice heavy with emotion. The Velkari captain who detained the merchants treated them well. They were given comfortable quarters. They were fed. They were not harmed. The Velkari simply wanted to hold them until the territorial dispute could be resolved through proper diplomatic channels. It should have taken perhaps a week, maybe 2 at most. But humans do not think like we do, Yenwu added, his mechanical eye still focused on Jiho. To us, detaining ships in disputed territory is a legal matter. To them it was an act of war. They do not see degrees of offense. They see only insult and response. And their response is always the same. Total, overwhelming, disproportionate violence. Jiho found his voice finally, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. But why? Why would they sacrifice so much for so little? 3 merchant ships, 3 crews. Surely that was not worth the deaths of hundreds, thousands of their own people. Elder Mirai looked at him with something like pity. That is exactly what we asked after every battle. We could not understand their logic. We detained a few ships, they destroyed entire fleets. We issued demands, they responded with extinction-level force. Nothing we did seemed proportional to their response. We thought they were simply insane, that their species had some genetic flaw that made them incapable of rational decision-making. She paused and activated another display, this one showing casualty statistics from dozens of battles. The numbers were staggering. In every engagement, human losses were high, sometimes extremely high, but enemy losses were always catastrophically higher. We killed humans in great numbers. In some battles, we achieved kill ratios of 10 to 1 in our favor. We destroyed more of their ships. We killed more of their people. By any conventional military standard, we were winning. But we were not winning, Yenwu said quietly, because humans do not measure victory the way we do. They do not count losses. They do not calculate cost versus benefit. They measure victory by whether their enemy still wants to fight. And after every battle, we wanted to fight less. After every engagement, we were more afraid. After every encounter, we were more willing to avoid them entirely. Counselor Yuna spoke for the first time since the recording had played. She was a Drenvik, one of the stone-skinned species known for their patience and long memory. I was not alive during the human conflicts, but I have studied them extensively. There are 17 recorded major battles between human forces and various alliance members. 17 separate incidents, each triggered by what humans perceived as aggression or disrespect. Do you know how many different species fought against humanity during those conflicts?
Jiho shook his head mutely. 17, Yuna continued.
17 different species, each thinking they could succeed where others had failed. Each believing that their technology or their numbers or their tactical brilliance would make the difference. Each learning the same terrible lesson. Humans do not lose because they refuse to accept loss as a possibility. They will die to their last soldier rather than surrender. They will destroy their own ships rather than let them be captured. They will sacrifice everything they have to hurt you, because to them, the principle matters more than survival. Another delegate, a Pelzari named Kangmin, whose gaseous form swirled with dark colors, added his perspective. My people fought humans at the Battle of Tertius 9, the same battle where security officer Hyunwoo served. We outnumbered them 8-1. We had better ships, better weapons, better positions. We should have won easily. Instead, we lost 70% of our fleet. The humans lost 90% of theirs, but they considered it a victory, because we retreated and they did not. Hyunwoo nodded slowly. I watched humans board disabled Pelzari vessels not to take prisoners, but to ensure no one could salvage the ships later. They planted explosives throughout the hulls and destroyed them, even though the vessels could have been captured intact. When I asked a human prisoner why they did this, he looked at me with confusion and said, "Because they're enemy ships. Why would we let anyone use them?" As if the answer was obvious. Jiho felt like he was drowning in information that contradicted everything he thought he knew about warfare and civilization. But surely humans can be reasoned with. Surely they understand negotiation and compromise. They must have diplomatic channels, treaties, trade agreements. Oh, they do, Elder Mirai assured him. Humans are perfectly capable of diplomacy when they choose to engage in it. They honor their treaties meticulously. They trade fairly and honestly. Human merchants are known throughout the sectors they operate in as reliable and trustworthy partners. I have met human diplomats who were charming, intelligent, and entirely reasonable. Then I do not understand, Jiho said, frustration mixing with his confusion. If they can be reasonable, why do they fight like that? Why such violence when diplomacy is an option? Sunmi reached out and placed her hand on his arm gently. Because to humans there is a clear line between peace and war and nothing in between. When they are at peace, they are genuinely peaceful. They will negotiate, compromise, accept losses, work toward mutual benefit. But when that line is crossed, when they perceive themselves to be at war, they become something else entirely. And the line is crossed very easily in their minds. What triggers it? Jiho asked. What makes them decide they are at war instead of just having a dispute? Threat to their people, Hyunwoo answered immediately. That is the only rule that matters to humans. Threaten their civilians, detain their merchants, attack their colonies, and they consider it war. It does not matter if you meant it as a minor action or a negotiating tactic. It does not matter if you planned to release everyone unharmed. The moment you touch their people, you are their enemy, and they will destroy you. Elder Mirai brought up another display, this one showing a timeline of events leading to the galactic ban on human contact. After the first few battles, we began to understand the pattern. We issued warnings to all member species. Do not engage with humans unless absolutely necessary. Do not detain their ships. Do not restrict their movements in open space. Give them what they want and let them leave peacefully. For a while, this worked. Conflicts decreased. We thought we had found a solution. But then the Korthan Dominion decided to test the boundaries, Kangmin said, his form darkening further with the memory. They believed the humans were bluffing, that their reputation was exaggerated. The Korthan captured a human science vessel that was studying a nebula in disputed space. They held the crew for ransom, demanding payment for their release. The humans paid the ransom immediately, Yuna added. They transferred the requested funds within hours. The Korthan released the science crew unharmed. Everyone thought the incident was resolved. The Korthan believed they had found a way to profit from human presence without triggering their violent response. Elder Mirai's expression was grim. 3 weeks later, a human battle fleet arrived at the Korthan home system. Not at a colony, not at a military outpost, at their actual homeworld where billions of civilians lived. The humans did not attack immediately. Instead, they broadcast a message that was heard across the entire planet. She played an audio recording. A human voice, male and calm, spoke in perfect Korthan language. This is Admiral Taeyang of the Earth Fleet. 3 weeks ago, your government kidnapped human civilians and demanded ransom for their safe return. We paid your ransom because the lives of our people matter more than money or pride. But payment does not equal forgiveness. You took our people,